In an alien cave, the walls are inlaid with pale gray luminescent minerals that emit a faint glow, making the entire space seem as if it were covered with a layer of cold light. At this moment, a man was curled up in a corner of the cave, his stomach rumbling, clearly extremely hungry. Not far from him lay a pair of beautiful twins, Li and Su Yao. The twin beauties were sleeping on the ground, their once delicate faces covered in dust, and their once expensive clothes were now stained and dirty, making them look quite disheveled. Lin Bei was so hungry that he couldn't even lift his hands, but his mind was still replaying the bizarre events that had happened a few days ago. As Li and Su Yao's tutor, he was walking home with the two sisters that day when the three of them were unexpectedly sucked into a mysterious portal and ended up in this strange alien cave. It took Lin Bei a full half-day to slowly accept the reality that he was in another world. This was an alien world full of primitiveness and danger, with countless native beastmen and giant monsters. But he was just an ordinary person without any survival skills, and he couldn't find food in this dangerous alien world. He could only starve to death. The thought of this cruel reality plunged Lin Bei into despair. But just when he was about to give up, a sudden change occurred. He noticed that the portal that stood in the center of the cave, which had transported the three of them there, had suddenly changed from a dark red light screen to a bluish-green color, as if it had been fully charged. Immediately afterward, an ethereal voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, portal activated. Current status: 1 minute of Earth stay time can be accumulated every 24 hours. Stay time can be accumulated by recharging, allowing you to bring back seeds, weapons, survival supplies, food, etc. to return to the other planet. Lin Bei's eyes widened suddenly, the despair in his heart instantly replaced by a strong will to survive. His gaze gradually hardened. He realized that this portal was his only chance to survive in this other world. He knew he had to return to Earth immediately to obtain water and food to resolve the survival crisis for the three of them. Next, he would need to repeatedly travel through portals to collect resources and establish his own survival base in the other world. He must survive in this dangerous alien world for a long time and gradually uncover the secrets of this alien civilization in order to prepare for his return to Earth. Lin Bei's adrenaline surged, and he abruptly sat up, his eyes fixed on the light screen. That door changed color? Su Li also saw it, her voice trembling with disbelief. Su Yao struggled to sit up from the ground, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Sister, can we go back? Brother Lin Bei, her voice choked, but Lin Bei did not respond. He crawled towards the portal, using all 4 limbs and staggering. Once close, he reached out a trembling hand and slowly touched the greenish-blue light barrier. Suddenly, he noticed his fingertips turning transparent. Starting from his fingertips, as if being erased by an eraser, Lin Bei's body gradually disappeared. Lin Bei, Su Li cried out in terror. Your hand. Lin Bei still did not react, remaining motionless as he touched the light screen. Brother Lin Bei. Su Yao screamed and rushed over, trying to grab him. But the next second, Lin Bei's body became completely transparent, and then he vanished completely. Only the portal remained, silently floating in the center of the cave, its greenish-blue light illuminating the surroundings. Lin Bei. Su Li panicked completely. She crawled to the teleportation portal and reached out to touch the light screen, just like Lin Bei had done. But nothing happened. Lin Bei, where are you? She frantically pounded on the light screen, her palms turning red, but there was still no response. Brother Lin Bei. Su Yao also rushed over, her hands groping wildly on the light screen. Come back. Wah, Brother Lin Bei. Su Yao cried, her voice choked with despair. He must have gone home. He won't come back. We'll die here. Su Yao, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. Su Li gritted her teeth. Although she was also panicked, as the older sister, she couldn't cry. He will definitely come back. Su Li's voice was still trembling, because even she herself was not sure if the promise was true. Wah! Su Yao's sobs grew louder, tears falling drop by drop onto the cold ground. Just then, a familiar, angry voice seemed to echo in Su Li's mind. Waste water. It was Lin Bei's voice. For the past 3 days, every time they cried, Lin Bei would coldly utter these words. Su Li was suddenly jolted, and could even feel that familiar pain, as if Lin Bei's slap had actually landed on her face. Xiao Yao, stop crying, she shouted, turning around. Go over there. Su Yao was crying so hard she could hardly breathe. Sister, where to? Brother Lin Bei is nowhere to be seen. I know, Su Li gritted her teeth. But you can't waste any more water. She pulled her sister along and crawled to another corner of the cave. There hung a stalactite about half a meter long, with water slowly dripping from its tip. One drop every 10 seconds, slow and precious. Su Li bit her lip, her eyes resolute. We can't waste water. If Lin Bei comes back and sees you crying on the ground. Su Yao opened her mouth, tears still welling in her eyes. But she really couldn't cry anymore. She looked at the little leather shoe in her sister's hand, then at the portal. Will brother Lin Bei really come back? Yes, Su Li answered softly. He will definitely come back. When he comes back, he'll scold us for being idiots and for wasting water. Su Yao responded softly. Su Li nodded, forcing herself to believe her. The two sisters fell silent. The only sound in the cave was the dripping of water. Drip drip. On the other side, Lin Bei was pulled into a strange space by a force. The surrounding area was a vast white void, seemingly without end, with only him floating alone in midair. Suddenly, a massive influx of information flooded his mind. Finding successful. Time-space, travel permission activated. Anchor point location, Earth, E773. Warning, current portal energy insufficient. Duration for this stay, 3 o'clock, 3 minutes. First time activation detected, protection mechanism activated. First time benefit triggered. Based on strong subconscious needs of citizens, a targeted search for areas rich in high-calorie substances is initiated. Note, subsequent teleportation will no longer enjoy targeted benefits. Teleportation will randomly lock onto human-inhabited areas, cities, automatically blocking uninhabited areas such as oceans and deserts. Bang! Lin Bei fell heavily to the ground, a sharp pain shooting through his buttocks. But he quickly realized something was wrong. The ground beneath him wasn't hard rock, but a soft, plush carpet. What you smell is no longer the damp, musty smell of the cave and the stench of wild animal droppings, but a faint sandalwood scent, elegant and expensive. Lin Bei suddenly opened his eyes. The warm light made him instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes, and the cold air from the air conditioner made him shiver. His body, which hadn't been showered for 3 days, was covered in cold sweat. What is this? He lowered his hand, slowly looked around, and froze completely the next second. This place was all too familiar to him. It was none other than Su Li and Su Yao's home. That hilltop villa nestled halfway up the mountain, a place only the ultra-wealthy could afford. He had come here many times to tutor, always craving the food the Su family provided. Unexpectedly, this time the portal actually treated him like a hungry ghost reincarnated, sending him directly back to the Su family. I'm back. Really back. Lin Bei's eyes blazed with wild joy. But the next second, the countdown that appeared in the center of his vision instantly brought him back to reality. 256, 255. The numbers kept jumping, and the time was decreasing second by second. The countdown has started so soon. Lin Bei was stunned for a moment, his mind briefly going blank, before he quickly realized what was happening. He only had 3 minutes. According to the portal's instructions, this is only a brief rewind. Once the countdown reaches 0, no matter where he is, he will be forcibly pulled back to the alien cave. If he returns empty-handed, not only will he be doomed, but Su Li and Su Yao will also be doomed. He must hurry and get supplies, water, food, and even tools for self-defense. Lin Bei's physical condition is extremely poor. He hasn't eaten for 3 days and is only surviving on a single dose of adrenaline. He's on the 3rd floor of the villa, in the bedroom area, which is completely bare except for a bed and a wardrobe. The kitchen is on the 1st floor. Get moving, he growled, forcing himself to endure the exhaustion as he staggered toward the stairwell. The villa was enormous. Panting heavily, he gripped the handrail tightly as he raced down the stairs. 2:30 time flew by, and Lin Bei felt his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Finally, he rushed down the last step and stepped into the ridiculously spacious living room on the 1st floor. Just as he was about to head straight for the kitchen on the left, he caught a glimpse of someone sitting on the sofa out of the corner of his eye. He immediately stopped, nearly slipping and falling, before quickly grabbing the railing for support. The person was none other than Su Qingwan, the mother of Su Li and Su Yao. This decisive and efficient female CEO of a listed company was currently wearing a deep purple silk robe, curled up alone on a huge sofa. Her back was to Lin Bei, and she held a photo frame in her hand, a group photo of her beloved daughters. These past 3 days have been a nightmare for Su Qingwan. Her 2 daughters mysteriously disappeared on their way home from school, their fate unknown. The police reviewed all the surveillance footage along the route, and the last image they saw was of them walking with Lin Bei. Although the police couldn't determine it to be a kidnapping and were temporarily classifying it as a missing person case, she couldn't wait any longer. She was a single mother and the chairperson of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Since the police weren't helping, she would rely on herself. On the coffee table, a freshly printed document lay quietly. It featured Lin Bei's headshot, and beside it, in bold red ink, were the words, "Wanted Notice." This was the result of her using all her connections, even pressuring the police, to forcibly escalate the case. Regardless of whether Lin Bei was the mastermind, he was the only clue. Su Qingwan was determined to force out the real culprit, and even if it wasn't him, she would turn the entire Greenting city upside down. Li and Yao, she said in a hoarse voice, her shoulders trembling slightly. Even though time waits for no one, her face still resembled that of a woman in her early 30s, with delicate features and fair skin. But at this moment, weariness and tear stains covered her cheeks, and a few strands of hair fell loosely beside her ears. Her robe clung to her mature curves, the neckline open, revealing her fair skin and deep collarbones. Lin Bei felt a chill run down his spine. His gaze involuntarily swept over the document on the coffee table. A reward of 50 million was offered for information leading to the arrest of suspect Lin Bei. It's over. I've become the most wanted criminal. Lin Bei's heart sank. If Su Qingwan found out, forget about gathering supplies. He probably wouldn't even be able to get into the kitchen. He tried to sneak around, but he underestimated his physical limits and overestimated his willpower. As he held his breath and circled behind the sofa, preparing to slip into the kitchen, his stomach suddenly let out a clear rumble. It wasn't loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap in the deathly silent living room. Su Qingwan whirled around like a startled rabbit. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze. She stared wide-eyed at the dirty, ragged figure. Despite his disheveled appearance, it was the face she had hated and longed for 3 days. Lin Bei. Her voice trembled, incredulous. Lin Bei was startled and took a step back. Facing that gaze that seemed to devour him, he instinctively blurted out, "Aunt Su, I'm not Lin Bei." Chapter 4. Wait for me to bring them back. When Lin Bei blurted out, "Aunt Su, I'm not Lin Bei," a chill ran through him, and he wanted to slap himself. He had subconsciously called out, "Aunt Su." Wasn't that like walking right into a trap? Upon hearing that familiar address, Su Qingwan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She immediately stood up, the photo frame in her hand falling onto the carpet. Her emotions collapsed instantly. "Lin Bei, is it really you? Where are my daughters? Where are they?" She rushed towards Lin Bei like a madwoman. With only 1:45 left on the countdown, there was no time to explain about the alien portal. Should he tell her that his 2 daughters were gnawing on shoes on a planet light years away? While dodging, Lin Bei shouted, "Aunt Su, we've traveled through time." Then he turned and ran straight to the kitchen. Su Qingwan roared at him to stop, but no amount of training could stop Lin Bei, whose adrenaline was surging. Lin Bei slid into the kitchen, slammed the door shut, and locked it. A violent banging came from outside, along with Su Qingwan's sobbing and pleading. She begged Lin Bei to spare her daughter, even saying, "I'll give you whatever money you want," her voice filled with misery. Lin Bei's heart sank as he listened, but now was not the time to soften his heart. 1:20 a.m. Time flew by, and when he turned around, he was faced with a luxurious kitchen even larger than his rented apartment. He flung open the refrigerator door, and a blast of cold air hit him. The overflowing food almost made him dizzy with excitement. He immediately grabbed a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, and drank it down, feeling a long-lost sense of moisture in his throat. After a few sips, Lin Bei felt like he was alive again, but he knew he couldn't drink too much, lest he throw up later and all his efforts would be wasted. He began quickly ransacking the refrigerator, stuffing high-calorie, portable items into his discarded t-shirt. Chocolate, cheese, canned meat, even caviar. He took everything edible. At 0:50, urgent sounds came from outside the door. Su Qingwan had clearly opened the villa door and contacted the police. "Officer Wong, Lin Bei is at my house. Come in quickly." Her voice was almost choked with tears. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed someone had been watching outside the villa all along, and the police could burst in at any moment. He glanced around, his eyes landing on a small cart in the corner, the one the nanny used for grocery shopping. This was like a godsend. Lin Bei immediately loaded all the food and water into the cart, even putting the knives off the stove. Just then, he caught a glimpse of the blowtorch and spice jars by the stove and, without hesitation, stuffed them into his pocket and the cart. 0:20, time was running out. Outside the door, Su Qingwan was still sobbing. Lin Bei, as long as you bring them back, I'll pretend nothing happened. I'll give you the money, but are they still alive? Just tell me one sentence. Lin Bei's heart sank. He couldn't help but stop what he was doing, glancing at the overflowing card in front of him, then at the countdown timer. 0:15. The time was suffocatingly tight. He swallowed the chocolate in his mouth and shouted towards the door. Aunt Su, listen to me. We weren't kidnapped. We've been transported to another planet. It's full of monsters. I came back to rescue them. They're all right, but we have to bring supplies back. There was a moment of silence outside the door. Then Su Qingwan cautiously repeated, time travel? Alien. She thought Lin Bei was being forced into talking nonsense by the kidnappers, so she began to reassure him. Don't be afraid, children. Are they nearby? Tell me, how are Xiao Li and Xiao Yao now? Are they injured? Lin Bei gave a bitter laugh. Who would believe such a thing? In Su Qingwan's eyes, he was probably a manipulated victim at this moment. 0:03. The countdown reached its end. Lin Bei gripped the stroller handle tightly with one hand, his other hand resting on the refrigerator, and shouted one last time. They're okay. Trust me this once. Wait for me to bring them back. Lin Bei, we can help. Outside the door, Su Qingwan was still trying to salvage this chance for communication. But there was no sound from the kitchen. A minute later, several police officers arrived at the villa. Su Qingwan stood guard at the kitchen door, claiming, he's still inside, he can't escape. A few minutes later, armed SWAT officers arrived and smashed the kitchen door with a battering ram. Bang! The door was kicked open, and several gun barrels were pointed at every corner of the house. Police, don't move. But the entire kitchen was empty, except for the open refrigerator still emitting cold air. The windows were locked, and the door showed no signs of forced entry. A person, along with half a refrigerator's worth of supplies, had vanished into thin air. Su Qingwan rushed into the kitchen, looked at the empty room. Her body went limp, and she knelt on the floor, tears streaming down her face. He's gone. Lin Bei was taken away too. Police officers, you must save them. The criminal investigation captain stood in the center of the kitchen, his expression grave as he surveyed the surroundings. Seal off the scene. Call the technical department. This isn't an ordinary kidnapping case. Half an hour later, the Su family villa was officially taken over by a special agency, and Lin Bei was temporarily cleared of kidnapping suspicion. However, the nature of the case was upgraded to a state secret. Chapter 5. This is my spoils. In the alien cave, Lin Bei's figure suddenly reappeared. He was squatting on the ground, gripping the small cart full of supplies tightly, his whole body covered in sweat. The refrigerator behind him had naturally not been brought along, but the cart in his hand was real, and its heavy weight gave him a real sense of surviving a disaster. It really worked? Lin Bei looked at the cart piled high with food and water, a smile of disbelief spreading across his face. I really brought it back. Just then, Su Li's voice rang out behind him, her tone trembling slightly. You're back. Lin Bei turned around and saw Su Li and Su Yao both staring at the pile of supplies. One's eyes burned with desire, while the other tried to remain calm. Su Li bit her lip, trying hard to control herself, while Su Yao revealed an undisguised longing, her eyes fixed on the water bottle. Brother Lin Bei, did you just go back to Earth? Su Yao asked softly, her voice full of anticipation. Lin Bei didn't answer. He unscrewed a bottle of water, tilted his head back, and gulped down several mouthfuls. The icy liquid slid down his throat, and he felt as if he had come back to life. He stopped halfway through, afraid to drink more, lest his body couldn't handle it. Hearing the sound of water, Su Yao couldn't help but swallow, a gurgling sound coming from her throat. She looked up somewhat embarrassed and asked, Brother Lin Bei, could we have a sip too? Her voice was hoarse, but her eyes were full of pleading. Lin Bei's gaze swept between the two women, finally settling on Su Li. Though disheveled, she still maintained a haughty demeanor. Looking at Su Li's spoiled princess attitude, an idea suddenly popped into Lin Bei's mind. He initially wanted to say, call me daddy, but ultimately swallowed the thought. Call me brother. He shook the water in the bottle, the sound echoing clearly in the cave, causing the air to quiet down. Whoever calls me first gets the water. Su Li's chest heaved violently, her suppressed emotions almost bursting out. She tried to keep her voice steady. Lin Bei, does it have to be like this? We are the heirs of the Su family, and you are just our tutor. You should know that if you take us back, the Su family's reward to you will far exceed a mere title. Lin Bei shrugged. The pie in the sky looks tempting, but it's expired. He finished speaking and made a gesture as if to drink the rest of the water in one gulp, but his eyes swept over their reactions. Since you don't want to drink it, then I'll drink it all. Wait. Su Yao couldn't help but call out, her voice carrying a hint of urgency and coquetry. Compared to her sister's toughness, Su Yao was clearly more realistic, forcing a sweet smile onto her dusty face. Brother Lin Bei, you're the best. Let Yao Yao have a sip. Su Li felt a chill run down her spine, frowning and glaring at her sister. Su Yao, where's your backbone? Su Yao shrugged. Sister, backbone can't be replaced by water. We're dying of thirst. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, handed over the water bottle, and tossed out a sausage as a reward. Good behavior earns you treats, understand? Su Yao accepted it as if it were a treasure, drinking water and munching on the sausage, wolfing it down, her eyes filled with happiness. Seeing her younger sister's state, Su Li felt a pang of indescribable emotion, and her nose stung with tears. Her sister, who had grown up in luxury, was now in such a sorry state over a sausage. The next second, a gurgle sounded in her stomach. She awkwardly clutched her abdomen, her face flushing red instantly, her former composure crumbling in a flash. Lin Bei smiled at her. Miss, what about you? Just say the word. I have chocolate and beef jerky here. Take your pick. He deliberately shook the chocolate, casually tossing it into his hand. Su Li stared at the chocolate, a struggle flickering in her eyes. She knew it was her younger sister's favorite snack. Before, she would never touch such high-sugar, high-fat treats. But now, it was a piece of energy that could sustain her. Lin Bei's eyes held a mocking glint, while Su Li, enduring her hunger, stubbornly turned away, maintaining her pride. Dream on, she gritted her teeth. I'd rather starve to death than bow down to you. She plopped down, turning her back to Lin Bei, preferring to starve rather than compromise. Lin Bei shrugged, stuffed the chocolate into his mouth, and said, Fine, I'll bury you after you starve to death. That's giving you face. Then, he continued eating to regain his strength. After all, he needed to live to protect them. 5 minutes later, Lin Bei finished eating, stood up, and walked to the teleportation gate to study the gradually reddening light screen. Seeing him walk away, Su Yao stealthily approached Su Li and whispered, Sister. Su Li remained seated, not turning around, hugging her knees and trembling, her voice hoarse. I'm fine. You go eat. Su Yao hesitated for a moment, then quickly pulled out half a sausage and a little water from her pocket. Eat quickly, Brother Lin Bei didn't notice. She shoved the food into her hand. Su Li was stunned, instinctively wanting to refuse, but before she could even formulate a reason, her hand had already taken it. It was a victory of survival instinct. She took the sausage, still wet with her sister's saliva, tilted her head back to drink the remaining sip of water, and then gracefully and quickly swallowed the food. After eating the half sausage, Su Li felt a little better, but a tear quietly slid down her cheek, which she quickly wiped away. At this moment, Su Yao mysteriously pulled something out of her pocket and whispered, Sister, look at this. Brother Lin Bei dropped it just now, and I secretly picked it up. In her palm were 3 individually wrapped chocolate balls. It fell out. Su Li's heart skipped a beat, her eyes filled with complex emotions. How could someone so closely guard their food have accidentally dropped it? It was clearly intentional. Su Li froze the moment she took the chocolate. She recognized the packaging. It wasn't just Dove, it was a gift box of golden truffle nut chocolates. Her mother had brought it back from abroad last week, and she hadn't eaten it then because she thought it was too sweet. She glanced at the empty mineral water bottle she had just finished drinking from. That bottle was also a custom-made Evian. Su Li frowned, turned the empty bottle over to examine it, and sure enough, the bottom was engraved with, exclusively for Su Group. A fire seemed to explode in her mind. Su Li froze for a few seconds, then suddenly stood up, her body swaying slightly from the sudden movement. She forced herself to remain calm, quickly walked behind Lin Bei, and said in an unprecedentedly calm tone, Lin Bei. Lin Bei was startled and turned around. You feel energized after eating chocolate? What are you planning now? Su Li held up the chocolate wrapper, looking directly into Lin Bei's eyes. This is a gift box my mother just brought back last week. This bottle of water is also a custom-made item from the Su family. She suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and spoke clearly. You just went to my house, didn't you? Can you travel between Earth and here? Su Li's voice trembled, not from fear, but from a flicker of hope. Lin Bei didn't mince words, simply sitting on the ground and looking at her. Since you guessed it, I'll just say it directly. Yes, those did come from your family, and I risked my life to get them back. I almost got caught by your mother. He stood up, dusted off his pants, and said casually, but don't think too much about it. I can't go back at all. If I could stay on Earth forever, why would I come back to suffer? Su Li stood there stunned, clearly not expecting him to say that. Lin Bei took 2 steps closer, his tone turning colder. In this place, if you still act like a spoiled young lady, I advise you to recognize the situation. You're not as lucky as your sister. Su Li stared intently at him. The boy who used to be unremarkable in her mind had now completely changed. She gritted her teeth, loosened her clenched fist, and softened her tone, saying softly, "Could you?" Before she could finish, Lin Bei interrupted her. "Don't think you can take it for free. If you want supplies, you have to exchange them for contributions." He showed no mercy and then looked away from her face. Su Li took a deep breath and didn't argue further. "It's yours. As long as you keep us alive and take us home, you can have anything you want." Lin Bei was a little surprised that she compromised so quickly, but he didn't have time to think about it. Because a system notification that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Portal status. Charging, 0.1%. Estimated charging time, 72 hours, 3 days. Lin Bei's eyes sharpened, and he continued to check the system description. Natural charging. Accumulates 1 minute every 24 hours, and can open a teleportation once after 3 minutes. Landing point is random city. I see. He glanced down at his worn-out phone, quickly calculating his plan. He could only return to Earth once every 3 days, each time for only 3 minutes. But if he could stay here for half a month, he might be able to accumulate enough minutes, giving him much more room to maneuver. He had to find a way to maximize his profits. Chapter 6. What do you want to do? Lin Bei rubbed his temples and muttered, "Headache." He had been thinking about going back to Earth to get some firearms, but now he had no mind to think about it anymore. After all, the portal was out of power and the time to get back to Earth was short, so there was no use in being anxious now. He looked down at his phone. The screen had a crack along the edge, making it look quite worn. He had barely used it in the past 3 days, only filming a few videos of the cave and turning on the flashlight a few times. The rest of the time, it was just sitting in standby mode to conserve power. During those 3 minutes back on Earth, the signal was restored, and messages flooded in like a torrent. He swiped the screen, and his phone immediately began vibrating incessantly for a full half-minute, the screen densely packed with messages. Lin Bei first opened his messaging app and checked his text messages, but a quick scan only made things worse. First came the bombardment from the school, from the dean of students to his homeroom teacher. Everyone was asking where he was. They were all offering well-intentioned advice. "They've called the police. The Su family is looking for you. Don't do anything extreme." Lin Bei swiped it away, too lazy to read it. Immediately after, several text messages arrived from unknown numbers, seemingly from the police. They contained warnings, threats, and persuasion. Things like, "Release the hostages, and this is your only way out," making Lin Bei almost laugh out loud. He thought to himself, "Go ahead and arrest me then. Let's see how you managed to get in here." But what truly touched him were the dozens of voice messages Su Qingwan sent. He clicked on one, and the speaker blared, its sound particularly jarring in the deathly silence of the cave. "Lin Bei, I beg you, please don't hurt them. You can have anything you want." Hearing the noise, Li and Su Yao stopped glaring at each other over the chocolate. Su Yao recognized the voice immediately and excitedly dropped the stone she was holding, rushing over. "It's Mom. Brother Lin Bei, it's my mom's voice." Su Li, disregarding her composure, stumbled closer to Lin Bei, her eyes glued to her phone. Lin Bei didn't stop them, letting them gather around to look. He then opened a new voice message. "Do you want money? 50 million? 100 million? I'll give you anything. Please let me hear their voices. Don't be impulsive." After listening, Su Yao's eyes were already red. She was sobbing and sniffling and reached out to take the phone. Lin Bei slapped Su Yao's hand away and said calmly, "No signal, can't talk out. Battery's almost gone. We need to conserve it for filming videos." Although Su Li wasn't crying, she was clearly more sober. She glanced at the wanted notice and police text messages on the screen, and her face immediately darkened. She slowly raised her head, her gaze no longer aggressive, but instead carrying a hint of probing and reassurance. She spoke cautiously, as if facing a ticking time bomb. "Lin Bei, don't be afraid. It's just a misunderstanding. As long as we go back, my mother can smooth things over. Really, as long as we show up safely, you'll be cleared of suspicion." She approached step by step, trying to gauge Lin Bei's emotions and also inquiring about the possibility of going home. She knew very well that if Lin Bei truly had nowhere to go, she and her sister would likely be the first to suffer. Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh at her cautious stability maintenance attitude. "Want to go back to Earth?" He put his phone in his pocket and pointed to the faintly glowing portal. "Su Li, you're not actually stupid, are you? Were you just unwilling to learn before? And besides, do you think I care about that wanted poster? Lin Bei took 2 steps closer, staring into her eyes, and said, word by word, let me tell you the truth. This method only allows you to accumulate 1 minute of Earth time each day. 1 minute, understand? Su Li froze instantly, feeling as if she'd been hit on the head. 1 minute? Only 1 minute a day? She thought this door could be opened any time, with a cooldown period of a few hours at most. But what happened? To return to Earth, even for a short while, she'd have to wait a week and a half. Her eyes began to glaze over, realizing that Lin Bei wasn't in a hurry at all, nor was he afraid of the so-called wanted notice. In this strange world, he was the rule itself, and they, the 2 daughters of the Su family, even with their immense wealth, were utterly useless here. Su Li finally understood. They really couldn't go back, at least not in the short term. Lin Bei saw her blank expression, raised an eyebrow, and asked indifferently, do you understand? Su Li's lips moved, but she finally nodded gently like a deflated balloon, replying in a hoarse voice, I understand. Then behave yourselves. Lin Bei pointed to a clean area in the corner. Go rest over there. Whether you can survive to tomorrow in this place is what you should be most worried about. Chapter 7. Even young ladies have to work. Lin Bei took out the flamethrower from his backpack and gently pressed the switch. With a whoosh, a blue tongue of flame shot out 20 centimeters long, dazzlingly bright like a flare in the dim cave. Su Yao was so startled that she took a step back, and Su Li also subconsciously held her breath, her body slightly tense. Lin Bei turned off the nozzle and shook the flamethrower. Don't panic, this thing isn't for you guys. He shook the gas cylinder. From the sound, he knew there was still plenty of fuel left. This is a lifesaver, he said, carefully putting the flamethrower back into his backpack, as if it were a precious treasure. Listen carefully, the oil in this stuff is more valuable than our lives. Unless it's a matter of life and death, nobody should touch it, and don't even think about using it to cook or boil water. Su Yao nodded vigorously, and although Su Li didn't say anything, she tacitly agreed. After confirming they understood, Lin Bei turned back to look at the fully loaded cart. That was their true lifeline. In this godforsaken place where even drinking water relied on seepage stones, this pile of supplies was a gold mine. Lin Bei took things out one by one, like opening a treasure chest. 20 bottles of purified water, enough for 7 days if distributed properly. This cleaver is all right. It's this brand. Isn't it supposed to be forbidden to use it to chop garlic? He muttered to himself as he continued rummaging through the items. Soon, a heavy black vacuum-sealed bag was pulled out, covered in foreign writing. What's this? It's all black. Lin Bei looked bewildered, unable to read the label or recognize the contents. Su Yao, however, brightened up and blurted out, Brother Lin Bei, that's Iberian ham. 5J grade. She swallowed hard, her eyes sparkling. It costs 300,000 yuan apiece, and you can eat it straight away. Lin Bei paused for 2 seconds after hearing this, then raised an eyebrow. No need to cook? In this cave where it was inconvenient to light a fire, ready to eat, high-calorie food was the ultimate weapon. He became more and more excited as he rummaged through the food. Beef, canned goods, chocolate. He had it all. After the supplies were inventoried, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, sat down beside the cart, and his tone became serious. There's a lot of stuff, enough to last us for a while. But we need to establish some rules. He sat cross-legged, his gaze sweeping between the 2 sisters. From now on, we're a 3-person survival team. I'll be in charge of supplies, planning, and danger. You'll be in charge of logistics, cleaning, and camp maintenance. After speaking, he looked at Su Yao, waiting for her reaction. Su Yao raised her hand, her voice weak. Silly Su Yao has no objections. I fully support you. Lin Bei smiled, nodded, and took a chocolate from his pocket and tossed it to her. Good performance. Here's an advance on your salary. Su Yao caught it, smiling like a little hamster. Su Li watched from the side, her lips twitching slightly, but she remained silent. Lin Bei didn't force her to speak, but simply handed Su Yao a roll of cling film and began assigning tasks. We can't light a fire now, so we can't eat the raw beef for the time being. Su Yao, seal all the food properly first, so it doesn't get spoiled by moisture. Understood, Brother Lin Bei. Su Yao immediately got to work, her movement slow but very focused. Lin Bei then turned to look at Su Li, his tone as calm as ever. It's your turn, Miss Su. He pointed to the pile of shoes and stones near the cave entrance. Modify the filtration system. Using empty water bottles will make the water cleaner. The shoes smell too strong. Move them further away. Also, the ventilation hole is too big. It's easy for insects to get in. Repile the stones at the cave entrance. Come eat when you're done. Su Li took a deep breath, her face stiff. She wanted to refuse, but Lin Bei didn't mock or humiliate her. He simply set a rule. He wasn't slacking off either. He was clearly the one bearing the highest risk. Su Li understood that this wasn't humiliation, it was a matter of survival. She gritted her teeth, turned, and walked towards the seeping stone pillar, her bare feet touching the cold ground. Those hands that once played the piano were now dismantling the devices next to the smelly shoes, piece by piece. Her movements were a little clumsy, but she was very focused. Lin Bei didn't look at her again and started slicing ham. As soon as the packaging was cut open, a strong, salty aroma wafted out. He cut off a slice, put it in his mouth, and immediately closed his eyes in comfort. Finally, I can eat something edible. Su Yao, wrapping her clothes in plastic wrap, couldn't help but swallow hard at the aroma. She knew that once she finished her work, she could eat. 10 minutes later, Su Yao was done. She ran back, exclaiming, "Brother Lin Bei, I'm done." Lin Bei inspected it, nodded in satisfaction, and cut off a slice of ham, handing it over. "Well done, this is your lunch." Su Yao took it and happily started eating, completely disregarding her table manners. 10 minutes later, Su Li returned. She replaced the water bottle with an empty one, tidied up the filter, moved her shoes further away, and rearranged the stones. She stood in front of Lin Bei without saying a word. Lin Bei glanced at her and noticed the scratches on her hands, the sweat on her forehead, and the dust on her face. "Finished? I'll check later. Let's eat first," he said, cutting off a large piece of ham, much more than he had given Su Yao. He wrapped it in clean wrapping paper and handed it to her. "Eat up. This is your payment." Su Li hesitated for a few seconds, then reached out and took it. "Thank you." Her voice was soft, but she did say it. This was the first time she had earned a meal with her own hands. She lowered her head and took a bite, the salty flavor melting in her mouth. Her eyes welled up with tears, but not from resentment. After finishing her meal, Lin Bei stood up and clapped his hands. "All right, now that you're full, let's have a little meeting." He sat down cross-legged, and the two sisters gathered around him. "From now on, we are a team. I am the captain, and you are the team members." Lin Bei glanced at Su Li. "Any problems, Su Li?" Su Li's lips twitched slightly, but she finally nodded. "No problem." Lin Bei rarely showed a smile. "Very good. Then it's settled." After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the cave entrance. "You guys rest for an hour first. I'll go out and check if there are any dangers near the cave entrance." Chapter 8. Su Yao, what are you trying to clarify? After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Bei patted his bottom, stood up, and walked towards the cave entrance, ready to check on the task Su Li had completed. The exit, which was originally only wide enough for one person to crawl through, was now completely blocked by rubble, leaving only a ventilation hole the size of a fist. He peered closer and saw that it was already dark outside, with thick clouds completely obscuring the moonlight. Peering through a small hole, he could vaguely make out several pairs of green eyes, flashing like titanium alloy dog eyes, in the jungle. Hissing and roaring sounds came from the forest, like whispers or howls from the monsters, sending chills down his spine. Fortunately, the pile of rocks was dense enough that these big guys couldn't climb in. "Not bad, very good." Lin Bei took out his phone and took a short video through the gap. Although nothing was clear, the sound was quite frightening. He turned around and saw Su Li leaning against the wall rubbing her arm, so he went over and handed her a bottle of water. "Miss, you really seem to know how to work. The wall is well done, a compliment." This compliment was genuine. Su Li paused for a moment, took the water bottle, and looked somewhat surprised. She had been prepared for sarcasm, even rehearsing a dozen or so retorts in her mind. But Lin Bei not only didn't pick a fight, he praised her and even gave her water. The feeling was rather strange. Before, whether at school or at home, she was always praised for her beauty, her temperament, and her piano playing. But this time, simply piling up a few stones for a compliment brought a strange sense of satisfaction to her heart. She even felt a slight urge to smile. No. She shook her head violently, banishing the terrible thought. What's wrong with me? Did I faint from hunger? And I'm still feeling grateful to the people who exploit me. She turned her head to the side, snorted coldly, and stubbornly insisted, "Don't be so smug. I'm just afraid of being eaten by a monster." Lin Bei smiled and ignored her arrogance. "There's no rush in disciplining this kind of person. Take it slow." He checked his phone's battery. It was down to 25%, and his expression turned serious. "All right, the battery's low. Let's get down to business." He beckoned to Su Yao. "Come here." Su Yao, who was holding a water bottle and lost in thought, immediately crawled over when she heard him. "Brother Lin Bei, are you handing out snacks? All you ever think about is food." Lin Bei rolled his eyes at her. "Record a video." "My phone's almost out of battery. I'll charge it up next time I use the portal. I can only stay on Earth for 3 minutes. 3 minutes isn't enough to explain. So let's record a video first and hand it over to the police later. While we're at it, let's see if the government has any ideas on how to send an expert team to rescue people." Su Yao seemed to understand. I understand. It's just about recording the lines first." Lin Bei nodded and pointed the camera at her. "You're the person involved, so your words carry the most weight. Okay, get ready. 3, 2, 1, start." Su Yao immediately became more serious upon hearing this. She first smoothed her messy hair, and then spoke to the camera in a childish voice. "Hello, police uncle. Mom, I'm Yao Yao." She had only said a few words when she got emotional, and tears streamed down her face. Hey, don't cry. This is important." Lin Bei anxiously directed from behind the camera. "Quickly tell us how we got here. Say I didn't kidnap you." Su Yao sniffed and continued to sob. "That day, Mom told us to walk home, and then we saw a glowing spot. I touched it out of curiosity and got sucked in. My sister tried to pull me in, and she got sucked in too. Brother Lin Bei rushed over to save us later." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, surprised that this idiot was actually quite articulate. "Mom, don't blame Brother Lin Bei. He's not a bad person, nor is he a kidnapper. Even though he locked us in a dark cave and wouldn't let us out." Lin Bei's lips twitched. "What did you say?" Su Yao was taken aback. "Aren't there monsters outside? We can't go out. He even used a flamethrower to scare my sister and forced her to move stones. But we get to eat meat if we behave." "Stop. Cut." Lin Bei shouted, his face dark. "Su Yao, I taught you Chinese, didn't I? What are you saying? Isn't this illegal detention plus forced labor, plus a threat to personal safety?" He glanced at Su Yao's chafed knees and dusty face, along with her wrinkled skirt, and his face turned pale. "If this video is handed over, I'm afraid I'll be shot on the spot." Su Yao blinked innocently. "Did I say something wrong?" Lin Bei was completely speechless and sighed. "Forget it. I can't count on you guys." He pushed Su Yao away, turned the camera to himself, took a deep breath, and adjusted his expression. "Good morning, officers and leaders. I am Lin Bei, the poor man on the wanted poster. I am not a kidnapper. This is an alien planet. I'm not crazy. You've really never seen anything like it before." He raised the camera, patted the glowing mineral in the cave, and then glanced at the red glowing portal. "This thing is a teleportation portal, not a special effect or a prop." The camera pans to Li and Su Yao, who are resting. They're both doing well, with food and drink. It's just that the environment is a bit poor. A close-up of the supplies shows a full range of items, including ham, bottled water, canned goods, and chocolate. "It wasn't easy for me either. I risked my life to bring this food from Earth." The camera then cuts back to Lin Bei, his expression serious, his voice low. "The portal recharges every 72 hours, and each trip only allows us to return to Earth for 3 minutes. Next time I go back, I'll leave this phone behind. Please believe me. If they can send someone to rescue us, we'll wait here. If not," he sighed, then glanced at the 2 sisters beside him. "Then please exchange my salary for banknotes and burn them for me. The account number is..." That's it. Thank you, everyone. The video ends here. Lin Bei pressed the record button and let out a deep breath. The video showed the environment, the hostages, and the explanation. Even if the government didn't believe it, it could at least stall the situation. He turned off his phone, wrapped it in several layers of plastic bags, and carefully put it away close to his body. "Okay, let's rest," he said, lying back down on the floor and spreading a jacket on the ground. "Don't squeeze into the corner. Come and make do here, so I don't have to collect your corpses tomorrow." Su Li remained silent for a few seconds, watching as Lin Bei lay down with his back to them. This time, she didn't say anything. She pulled Su Yao up and quietly moved closer, lying down not far from him. This was the 4th night since her transmigration, but tonight was the first time she felt like she could finally get a good night's sleep. Chapter 9. Even goddesses need to use the toilet. Late at night, the once bright aura in the cave had noticeably dimmed, the light was dim, and the entire space was silent. The only sound was Su Yao's faint and steady snoring, occasionally punctuated by sleep talking and the sound of her turning over. Lin Bei was a very light sleeper, practically resting with one eye open. In this godforsaken place, falling asleep was tantamount to giving up on oneself. Suddenly, he felt someone touching his shoulder. A cold, slightly trembling finger was cautiously poking him. Lin Bei instantly opened his eyes, sat up alertly, and whispered coldly, "Who?" By the faint light of the mineral crystal, he could see clearly that it was Su Li. She was squatting in front of him, her face pale, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on her forehead, one hand pressed tightly against her lower abdomen. Her expression was hard to describe, like constipation or poisoning, clearly enduring some kind of pain. "What do you want?" Lin Bei frowned, his eyes sweeping behind her. Su Yao was still fast asleep, her mouth slightly open and drooling, seemingly completely unaware of what was happening around her. Su Li bit her lip, glanced at her sister, then at Lin Bei. Her face flushed red, but she wouldn't speak. "My stomach hurts," she said in a very low voice, her voice trembling with obvious sobs, almost inaudible. "Stomach ache." Lin Bei looked at her suspiciously. "Really? You were eating ham with gusto just now. Did your mom buy expired ham?" Then he thought about it again and realized that didn't make sense. He and Su Yao had also eaten some, and they hadn't had any adverse reactions. Su Li gritted her teeth and shook her head, her eyes showing signs of despair. "It's not something I ate that's bad. I just need to use the restroom." She practically mumbled the last two words. Lin Bei paused for a few seconds before finally understanding what she meant, and was speechless. "Oh, the young lady also needs to use the restroom." "Then go ahead." Lin Bei pointed deeper into the cave. "Didn't I tell you there's a pit in that corner? Go there." "I'm too scared to go." Su Li immediately shook her head, almost in tears. "It's too dark, and there were strange noises coming from there during the day. There might be monsters." Lin Bei paused for a moment. It was true. She was referring to the corner in the shadows from which the low growl had come during the day. "I can't wake Xiao Yao. She's sleeping like a log," Su Li said, her eyes reddening and tears welling up. "Could you come with me?" She seemed to have used all her strength to say those words, and after speaking, she almost buried her face in her chest. Lin Bei's lips twitched after hearing this. "Miss Su, isn't your request a bit too much? Please, I really can't hold it in anymore," Su Li said, her legs pressed even tighter together, her voice trembling. "If you don't come with me, I'll take care of it right here." Lin Bei's mind went blank for a moment. Fine. I give up. Don't do it here. Let's go. Lin Bei was completely defeated. He reluctantly got up, muttering as he picked up the cleaver from the ground. "If it weren't for the fear of polluting the air, I wouldn't care about you." He then rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a small pack of Vinda tissues, handing 2 sheets to Su Li. "Here you go. These are precious supplies. Don't waste them. Every tissue we use is one less." Su Li took the tissues, didn't even look up, and quickly ran towards the dark corner. "Don't go too far. Just take care of it behind that big rock, so I can rescue you if anything happens." Lin Bei held up his knife, standing guard 10 meters away, facing outwards. Su Li reached the boulder and secretly glanced back. In the dim light, Lin Bei stood with his back to her, his figure blocking her view like a guardian deity. For a moment, her extremely tense nerves finally relaxed. Then came an awkward rustling sound, unusually clear in the silent cave. About 5 minutes later, Su Li emerged from behind the rock, her head bowed, her hair falling over her face, obscuring her expression. But Lin Bei could easily imagine how red her face must be. "I'm done," she whispered. Lin Bei turned around without a word. "Let's go back to sleep." Su Li followed him silently, head down, like a child who had done something wrong. As they walked, she suddenly stopped. Lin Bei turned around. Su Li gritted her teeth and finally said softly, "Thank you." She wasn't just thanking him for accompanying her, but also for not mocking her embarrassment. Lin Bei waved his hand. "I was just trying to protect the air quality. And next time, if you do this again, I'll have your sister come with you." Listening to his sharp tongue, Su Li felt less ashamed. Suddenly, she realized that this sarcastic and talkative man wasn't so bad after all. Back in the rest area, Su Yao was still fast asleep, in an extremely relaxed position. Su Li lay back down, this time not deliberately keeping her distance from Lin Bei, and even subconsciously leaned closer to him. Lin Bei lay down and closed his eyes, but suddenly spoke. "By the way, don't eat so fast next time. You haven't eaten for 3 days, your stomach can't digest it. It's easy to have problems." Su Li's body trembled slightly upon hearing this. In the darkness, she buried her face in her arms, a faint smile curving her lips. "Mind your own business." Chapter 10. What are you doing standing on the ground? Huff huff. Lin Bei was having a strange dream. In his dream, he had become a freshly cooked Tang monk's flesh, tightly bound by 2 hungry female demons. One female demon locked his neck tightly, frantically draining his yang energy, while the other female demon transformed into a thick python, coiling from his waist all the way to his legs. Ugh, let me go. The feeling of suffocation intensified, and Lin Bei felt like he was being completely drained. The oppressive feeling jolted him awake, his breathing becoming rapid. He opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. As soon as he regained consciousness, he found that he wasn't facing the rocky cave ceiling, but a white, breathtakingly beautiful spring scene. By the faint light of the cave, he finally realized his predicament. He wasn't possessed by a female demon at all. He was clearly being pressed down into a human-shaped pillow by the sleeping positions of two women. To his left, Su Yao clung to him like a little koala, her hands tightly wrapped around his neck, her head buried in his chest, fast asleep. Because of her unrestrained sleeping posture, her already short skirt had been rolled up to her waist, revealing a long, slender leg. The situation on the right was even more outrageous. Su Li, the usually aloof young lady, was clinging to Lin Bei's leg, her head pressed against his thigh. Lin Bei felt his blood rushing to his head, almost bursting out of control. Although he always prided himself on being a gentleman, and although these two women were currently as dirty as if they had just crawled out of the mud, he was, after all, a physiologically normal teenager. Hey, wake up! Lin Bei gritted his teeth and reached out to grab the leg that was pressing against his thigh. It felt smooth and warm, and although there was dust on it, it didn't affect the feel. He didn't care whose leg it was, and just pushed it aside. Ouch, what are you doing? Su Li was pushed and groaned in a daze, as if she wanted to find her original source of body heat. Yeah, she screamed, shattering the morning silence and startling even the wild beasts in the distant cave. Su Li sprang up as if electrocuted, scrambling backward until she crashed into the stone wall. Her face was flushed red, and she covered it tightly with her hands. Through her fingers, she glared at Lin Bei with shame and anger. You pervert. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. Please, you were sleeping like an octopus and you clung to me, weren't you? I haven't even complained about you harassing me yet. Su Li was so angry she couldn't speak. Su Yao, who was next to her, was also woken up. She opened her eyes groggily. What's wrong? Is breakfast here? She looked confused and wiped the wetness from the corner of her mouth. It was full of drool. Su Yao looked down and saw that Lin Bei's t-shirt was soaked. I'm so sorry, brother Lin Bei. Su Yao quickly let go of Lin Bei's neck and shrank back to hide next to her sister. I dreamt I was eating jelly, Lin Bei said with a dark face, taking off the wet shirt and wiping his chest disgustedly. Su Yao, can you please keep your mouth shut when you sleep? Su Yao lowered her head and bit her lip, looking aggrieved. I didn't want to either. Su Li regained her composure at this moment and snorted. Isn't it because you insisted that we sleep together? Fine, you two sleep over there tonight. Don't blame me if you freeze to death, Lin Bei directly said harshly. Upon hearing that they would be sleeping separately, Su Yao immediately panicked. No, I'm not afraid of being shy. I'm just afraid of being cold. Brother Lin Bei, I promise I'll keep my mouth shut from now on. Lin Bei speechlessly spread his t-shirt on the rock to dry, then sat down shirtless. While he didn't have exaggerated 8-pack abs, his physique was well-defined, with clearly defined shoulder and arm muscles, giving him a powerful appearance. Su Li accidentally glanced at him, her face slightly flushed, and she quickly turned her head away. All right, stop rambling. Lin Bei walked to the ventilation hole and peeked at the sky outside. Although there was no direct sunlight, it was already bright outside. Lin Bei turned around and looked at the two sisters. A new day has begun. Don't be lazy, get moving. Lin Bei walked to the teleportation portal, staring at the familiar light screen. New data progress appeared on his retina. Charging progress, 34.5%. He roughly calculated that it would be another 2 full days before the portal could be activated again. Lin Bei turned around and looked at the Su sisters, who were still huddled in the corner resting and daydreaming. His expression became serious. We only have one mission for these 2 days. Su Li raised an eyebrow, instinctively hugging her knees, her expression wary. Moving stones again? Lin Bei shook his head, pointing to Su Li's still slightly trembling legs, then looking at Su Yao's frail appearance, panting after just a few steps. In your condition, you won't be able to escape if there's danger. Even if I'm a great fighter, I can't carry 2 people who are lying on the ground. So, starting today, we'll train our physical fitness in the cave until we can protect ourselves. And while we're at it, we'll also make this place look presentable. As he spoke, he picked up the thick branch he had placed at the cave entrance and patted it in his palm like an instructor. Physical fitness recovery training officially begins. Su Yao's eyes widened. Huh? We have to train too. Start with the basics, adapt to the gravity, and improve explosive power. As soon as Lin Bei finished speaking, Su Li immediately bristled. Are you kidding me? Are you trying to kill us? I can't even run 1,000 meters at school, and now you want to do training? Her legs went weak, and she almost knelt down on the spot. Lin Bei walked directly to the supply truck and pulled out an unopened bottle of Evian water and a piece of chocolate. Fine, then you don't need to eat it. You're not using the calories in your current state, so it's good to save food. He raised his hand, pretending to hand the water and chocolate to Su Yao, not her. This move directly hit Su Li's weak spot. Her face immediately changed, and she lunged forward, gritting her teeth. You're ruthless. Fine, I'll train. I'm not afraid of you. Seeing that she had finally relented, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. You have guts. In that case, let's begin immediately. He pointed to the open coat on the ground. Su Yao, you go first, 10 sit-ups. A series of screams suddenly echoed through the cave, waking up some of the monsters deep inside. Lin Bei sat to the side, eating beef jerky, his expression calm as still water, but coldly counting aloud. He trained himself 3 times harder than they did, but he didn't utter a single complaint. After all, this wasn't to torture them, but to ensure their survival. The gravity on another planet is less than on Earth. Without exercise, muscle atrophy would occur at an alarming rate. As the last count fell, Su Li collapsed to the ground, completely drained. Her already wrinkled shirt was soaked with sweat, clinging to her body and revealing her curves. Lin Bei, while slicing beef jerky, exclaimed, I thought you guys were so delicate you'd break at the slightest touch, but you actually managed to finish 10. I'm going to die. Su Li clutched her stomach, feeling like her back was about to break. You won't die. Lin Bei tossed her a bottle of water. Drink some water. You'll need to stretch later. Also, besides training today, we need to rearrange the cave. Move away all those useless rocks, and mark out living areas, supply areas, and waste disposal areas. Cleanliness is the most important thing. Su Li remained limp, took the water, and gulped down half the bottle in one go. She watched Lin Bei as he packed supplies and planned the camp, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Although she was still cursing him as a jerk and wanted nothing more than to punch him, she had to admit that this man truly reassured her. His calmness and planning prevented the entire survival process from becoming chaotic. Idiot Lin Bei, she muttered under her breath. Chapter 11 Su Yao stays behind. The next 2 days were like being locked in hell for Su Li and Su Yao. During the day, Lin Bei arranged grueling training and manual labor, while at night, the 3 of them could barely fall asleep by huddling together for warmth. But under this high pressure, their changes are also very obvious. The cave was tidied up like a temporary base, clean and tidy, with supplies neatly categorized. Su Li's eyes were no longer empty and numb. Although she would still complain occasionally, she became more and more skilled at her work. Su Yao has also transformed from a little burden who could only cry into a little helper who can help Lin Bei sort food and even grind simple tools out of stones. Lin Bei, on the other hand, used this time to frantically adjust his condition and train his body to its best state. He practiced stealing, running, raiding, and carrying heavy loads repeatedly in the cave, all to prepare for the upcoming 3-minute return operation. Finally, the cyan light screen lit up again, and the portal's charging bar was complete. Lin Bei took a deep breath, a determined look appearing in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at the 2 girls with expectant eyes not far away. Come here and take my hand. His tone was calm, yet carried an unprecedented solemnity. Su Li and Su Yao were slightly taken aback. The next second, their 2 small hands immediately reached out and tightly grasped Lin Bei's palms. Lin Bei's hands were rough and calloused, but they also exuded a down-to-earth warmth. Listen carefully. Lin Bei looked at the flowing light, his tone becoming extremely serious. I don't know if this door can take you all through. The system didn't say yes or no. But this might be the only chance, so I have to give it my all. Su Li's palms were sweaty and her whole body was trembling. She had never been so nervous before. Su Yao clung tightly to Lin Bei's arm, as if it were a lifeline. No matter what happens, never let go, Lin Bei emphasized. Even if space is tearing apart and your body is being ripped apart, you must grit your teeth and persevere. Yes, yes. Su Yao nodded vigorously. I understand, Su Li replied softly. Okay, let's go. Without further hesitation, Lin Bei suddenly led the 2 of them into the ball of blue light. Buzz dash. The teleportation was activated, and a feeling of dizziness instantly swept over the 3 of them. It's like being suddenly thrown into a high-speed spinning washing machine. The whole world begins to twist and stretch. Su Yao felt as if she was being torn apart, and the strength in her arms was getting weaker and weaker. She gritted her teeth, gripped Lin Bei's hand tightly, and screamed inwardly, "Brother Lin Bei, don't leave me." But the immense suction seemed to be repelling her presence, and the friction between her palms became increasingly blurred. Finally, under extreme pressure, her hand slipped. She couldn't hold on to anything anymore. The next second, the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, and a strong sense of impact rushed over me. Su Yao crashed heavily onto the cold, hard rocky ground. Ouch, it hurts. Ignoring the pain in her body, she frantically looked up and around. Brother Lin Bei? Sister? Are we home yet? But what came into view was still that dark and damp alien cave. The ore glowed faintly on the wall, and the central portal turned red again, its energy depleted. Su Li is gone, and Lin Bei is gone too. The entire cave was empty, with only her left. Sister. Su Yao's voice trembled, drifting in the empty space, but there was no response. Brother Lin Bei? Don't scare me, please come out. The only response she received was the occasional dripping of water from deep within the cave. In the silence, every sound was like an echo from the abyss. Fear overwhelmed her like a tidal wave, and she realized a terrible reality. She was kept behind. On this alien planet where even Earth's coordinates are unknown. In this cave where monsters might emerge at any moment. She was left all alone. Wah! Su Yao instinctively wanted to burst into tears, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Lin Bei's previous reprimands flashed through her mind. Don't cry. Crying loudly will only attract monsters. The louder you cry, the more excited they get. Do you understand? If you want to be dessert, then cry out loud. Su Yao trembled all over and covered her mouth with both hands in terror. Mm. The words were forced back into her throat, but the tears could no longer be stopped falling. She shrank her body and slowly squatted down, eventually curling up into a ball. She dared not make a sound, dared not move. He could only gasp for breath, his eyes fixed on the surrounding darkness. Chapter 12, We're robbing the seed shop. Buzz. Time and space are distorted, and the scenery changes. It wasn't a cold, dark cave, nor were there any strange, glowing minerals. What appeared before Lin Bei and his companion was the blinding sunlight, the cacophony of voices, and the smell of tractor exhaust in the air. Hey, how come two savages suddenly appeared? Holy crap, a magic trick where someone disappears into thin air. Lin Bei felt a support under his feet, and he almost lost his balance. The two of them looked so stylish right now. A man, shirtless, was pulling a supermarket cart. A woman was wearing a tattered black stocking skirt, her legs were covered in mud, and her hair looked like a bird's nest. They looked like they just escaped from some tribe. What are you looking at? We're filming a movie. Lin Bei roared at the onlookers, drew his huaqiang knife, and his fierce eyes and the knife frightened the onlookers into retreating. He shooed away the passers-by, and seeing that only Su Li remained beside him, a portal notification appeared in his mind. Warning, transmission overload. Warning, if a live teleportation device is detected and does not have permanent residency permission at the current anchor point, the user will be forcibly repatriated to the original anchor coordinates the moment the countdown reaches 0. The total mass of live animals and materials carried in a single instance must not exceed the weight of the person being bound. Note, the substances carried or left behind are determined by the binder's subjective will. The current load is too heavy, and some delivery targets have been automatically removed. Lin Bei looked at the prompt and instantly understood. Su Yao didn't come because she was overweight and was removed from the portal. He weighs 73 kilograms. Su Li weighs 45 kilograms, and with the trolley and the machete inside, adding Su Yao would definitely make them overweight. Lin Bei quickly calculated. Damn it, I should have gained weight. Su Li's weight will also be deducted when they return. In other words, after deducting Su Li's weight, he can only bring a maximum of 28 kilograms of supplies back this time. Lin Bei. Su Li, who was standing next to her, was pale. She looked around but did not see Su Yao. Su Li was already panicked, but she didn't scream and break down like a normal girl. Did Yao Yao stay in the cave because she didn't come over? Although her voice trembled, her logic remained clear. She remembered Lin Bei saying that teleportation had limitations. Yes, she can't exceed my weight. Teleportation has eliminated her. Lin Bei glanced at Su Li with some surprise. This woman reacted very quickly. He spoke quickly. Don't worry, we'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. As long as we bring back supplies, she'll be fine. We only have 3 minutes left. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Clear. Suli took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed her tears. She knew that crying was useless now. The key was to bring back supplies to save her sister. Lin Bei took out his phone, which only had 20% battery left, from his bag and shoved it into Su Li's hand. Call your mom. Let her know you're safe. Tell her we need rescue. Good. Without uttering a word, Su Li dialed the phone number with trembling hands, while her eyes quickly scanned the surrounding environment. The street is narrow, with 2- or 3-story buildings on both sides. The wall bears a peeling slogan, "Family planning is good. The state will provide for your old age." This is a rural area or town. There are no tall buildings. Su Li reported her observations. Lin Bei nodded, his gaze sharp as lightning. What if there are no large supermarkets? Time passed second by second. 2:30. Lin Bei's gaze swept across the shops on both sides of the street. Suddenly, his gaze settled on a small shop with a faded sign. Jibai Laowang Seed and Agricultural Supply Station. Fertilizer bags were piled up at the entrance, and a sign on the glass door read, Chuanda 99, yield 1,400 kilograms per mu. Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Seed. Although you can't eat it right away, this is the magic weapon for long-term survival, and agricultural supply stores definitely have sickles. Walk. Lin Bei, pulling a small cart with one hand and dragging Su Li with the other, rushed into the seed shop like a mad dog. There was only one old woman with a full head of white hair in the shop, sitting in a bamboo rattan chair, fanning herself with a palm leaf fan, and watching the opera channel on TV. The two savages who suddenly barged and startled her. Hey, what are you guys doing? The old woman was about to stand up. Lin Bei had no time to explain. Mother-in-law, I'm sorry. He went straight up, picked up the old woman and chair, and placed her on the sidewalk outside the shop. Su Li, give me the money. Lin Bei roared. Su Li's mind raced, and she reached out and ripped off the pure gold and diamond necklace from her neck. It's worth over 10,000. Grandma, this thing is worth over 10,000 yuan, enough to buy everything in your shop. I'm so sorry, we needed to save our lives. After saying that, she turned and rushed into the store and helped Lin Bei pull down the roller shutter. Splash. Lock it from the inside. The door must be locked from the inside. Otherwise, if some concerned citizens were to step forward and subdue the two, even if they were able to teleport back when the time was up, all the supplies would be gone. The two worked together seamlessly, their movements fluid and natural, as if they were seasoned veterans. Only the bewildered old woman holding the diamond necklace was left outside the door, along with a group of onlookers pointing and whispering. Inside the store. 2 o'clock. Time is of the essence. Lin Bei was like a rat that had entered a granary, his eyes gleaming with greed. Bok choy seeds? Here you go. Radish? Here. Tomatoes? A must-have. They're a great source of vitamins. He grabbed a bag of seeds from the shelf, glanced at it briefly, and threw it directly into the shopping cart. Su Li wasn't idle either. She glanced at the business license. Yunnan? Although she was still searching for a cell phone signal, she held the phone in one hand and helped Lin Bei pack his things with the other. She didn't know what was useful, but she just followed Lin Bei's lead and took whatever was next to him. Scythe. Take it. Lin Bei rushed to the corner of the wall and took off his sickle and hoe. At this moment, the old phone found a signal, and Su Li's call finally went through. Dudu. Hello? Lin Bei. Aunt Su's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Li took a deep breath, her voice trembling with tears, but she spoke very quickly. Mom, it's me. It's Xiaoli. Listen to me. We're not dead. We're in Jibai Town, Yunnan. We've traveled to an alien planet and are now using a special method to retrieve supplies. We only have 3 minutes. There was a second of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Su Qingwan's trembling scream. Xiaoli, time travel? Are you serious? What about Lin Bei? How did he disappear last time? There's no time to explain. Su Li glanced at Lin Bei, who was frantically sweeping through the area, and gritted her teeth, saying, Mom, Lin Bei didn't kidnap us. He's saving us. He's leading me to rob a seed store now. Su Qingwan. Robbing a seed store? What kind of operation is this? Lin Bei grabbed a bag of compound fertilizer, weighed it in his hand, found it too heavy, and threw it away. 1 o'clock. 1 minute left. Su Li, give me the phone. Lin Bei snatched the phone and yelled into it. Aunt Su. Su Li is right. This sounds ridiculous, but I don't have time to explain. Su Yao is still waiting to be saved in the cave. I can't take this phone with me. I'll leave it in this store. Inside are videos we filmed inside the cave. There are also videos of the environment outside the cave. All evidence. Once you get the phone, you'll understand everything. After saying that, Lin Bei hung up the phone and placed it in the most conspicuous position on the counter. Then he looked at the cart. Seeds, pesticides, sickles, hose, and mineral water. That's about it. Come here. Stand on the scale. Lin Bei pointed to the large scale used to weigh seeds in the store. Weigh me. Maximum 72 kilograms. Quick. Lin Bei left a kilogram as a reserve. Without saying a word, Su Li jumped onto the scale, along with the cart. The pointer is wobbling. 70.3 kilograms. There's still 1.7 kilograms left. Su Li exclaimed, looking at the scale. Lin Bei's gaze fell on several bags of loose white rabbit milk candy on the counter. Sugar is a high-calorie food, and also a magic weapon to soothe Su Yao. Lin Bei grabbed the bag of candy and stuffed it into Su Li's arms. Hold me. And this too. With quick reflexes, Su Li grabbed a vacuum-packed bag of farm-made sausages from beside the counter. It looked to weigh just over a pound. This is meat. Su Li's eyes lit up. Lin Bei was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Well done. 71.9 kilograms. Perfect. Perfectly executed. 005. The shouts of enthusiastic people could be heard outside the roller shutter door. Listen up, people inside. We've called the police. The police will be here soon. I advise you to open the door. Lin Bei and Su Li exchanged a glance. At that moment, the two of them surprisingly shared a tacit understanding as if they were on the run for their lives. Su Li hugged the candy and cured meat tightly in her arms, gripping the edge of the cart tightly. Midnight. Buzz. The feeling of time and space distortion returned. After the two disappeared for an unknown period of time, several police officers rushed over and broke open the roller shutter door. However, the small agricultural supply store was empty except for a television playing the news and an old cell phone on the counter. It was as if no one had ever been here. Chapter 13. Full-scale deployment. Waiting for the rabbit to run into the tree stump. In a remote border town in Yunnan province, Old Wan's agricultural supply station. Police sirens blared on the streets, and flashing red and blue lights alternated. Put up the warning tape. Quickly. Evacuate the surrounding crowd. Where are the border guards? Why haven't they arrived yet? Protect the scene. Don't let even a mouse in. Chun Li, the captain of the criminal investigation team, stood at the entrance of the agricultural supply station, his face darker than that of an African. He was covered in sweat. He has been a police officer for 20 years and has handled countless major cases, but never before has he felt so helpless as he is today. 5 minutes earlier, they received a report from the public that two wild men had robbed an agricultural supply station and were violently threatening the shop owner. They were patrolling nearby and arrived at the scene in less than 5 minutes. But when they pulled open the roller shutter door, they didn't see vicious thugs, but an empty, secluded room. Captain, this doesn't make sense. A young police officer walked over, carrying an evidence bag containing the necklace that Su Li had used to pay off a debt. This storefront only has a front door, and there are no signs of damage. Unless the suspect can walk through walls, it's impossible for them to disappear without a trace. Chun Li felt like he had encountered a ghost today. He took the bag of evidence. This is no ordinary necklace. It looks very valuable, like a top-tier luxury item. Where did they go? Chun Li muttered to himself. Captain, we found something. Another officer brought over a new evidence bag. A cell phone with dozens of missed calls was found on the counter. Chun Li took the evidence bag. It was an old phone with a cracked screen. Just then, a roaring sound came from overhead. A huge blast of air kicked up dust from the ground, and the surrounding crowd gasped in surprise. Chun Li looked up, his pupils suddenly contracting. It was a large black helicopter with no markings except for a gold spherical badge printed on the side of the fuselage. The helicopter hovered directly above the street, and several fully armed personnel in black special operations uniforms slid down the rappelling rope. They were well equipped, carrying not only tactical rifles but also various instruments that Chun Li had never seen before. The man in the lead was dressed in a black combat uniform, with a stern face, and appeared to be around 40 years old. He walked up to Chun Li, took out a black ID from his pocket, and flashed it in front of Chun Li. 305 Special Investigations Bureau. The man's voice was cold and emotionless. Captain, from now on, we are in charge of this area. Have your people cooperate with us, evacuate nearby residents, sign confidentiality agreements, and forget everything you saw today. Upon hearing the department's code name, which he had only ever heard of in legends, Chun Li stood at attention and saluted. Yes. The man in black put on white gloves and took the phone from Chun Li's hand. He glanced at his phone and whispered into his earpiece. Target item recovered. Target personnel confirmed to have disappeared. Establish a 5-kilometer radius cordon and implement signal jamming. 1 hour later, at an airport in Kunming, Su Qingwan practically jumped off the private jet. Ever since that phone call ended, she's been acting like a mad woman, determined to get to the town her daughter had just mentioned in the call as quickly as possible. As soon as the plane landed, before she could even leave the airport, several black Hongqi sedans drove directly onto the runway, blocking her way. "Who are you?" "I'm looking for my daughter." Although Su Qingwan looked haggard, she still exuded the aura of a person in a superior position. She pushed aside the bodyguard and glared angrily at the person blocking her way. "Miss Su, please calm down." A refined-looking middle-aged man came out of the command vehicle next to him to greet them. He was the special commissioner and the commander of this unusual incident, Li Yaodong. "I am a special advisor to the security department. You can call me academicianly." Li Yaodong reassured Su Qingwan. "Miss Su, please rest assured. We have confirmed that your 2 daughters are not in any danger." "Where are they?" "The situation is very special, and we are not sure of their location at the moment." Li Yaodong turned to the side and gestured for them to speak. "This is not the place to talk. Please come with us to the base. There are some things you need to see for yourself." The convoy sped along and eventually entered a secluded base deep in the mountains of Yunnan province. After passing through 3 armed guard posts and undergoing a full-body scan and identity verification, Su Qingwan was led by Li Yaodong to a conference room. One entire wall of the conference room is covered by a huge display screen. 5 or 6 people were sitting around the long table. There were generals in military uniforms and scientists in white coats. "Miss Su, please have a seat." The 2 took their seats. The meeting was chaired by a general with stars on his shoulders, who gestured to a staff member to pour Su Qingwan a glass of water. "Time is of the essence, so I won't beat around the bush." The general pointed to the large screen. "This is the video data we extracted from the mobile phone we recovered from the agricultural supply station an hour ago. Please be prepared." Su Qingwan gripped the water glass tightly. "I'm ready." The large screen lit up, but the picture was a bit shaky, and the old phone's camera resolution wasn't very high either. The first thing that appears on the screen is a dark, spacious cave, which looks about the size of a basketball court. Immediately afterwards, a dirty little face appeared in the frame. That's Su Yao. The little girl, who used to be as delicate as a porcelain doll, now had her face covered in soot and her hair in a mess. Those big, smiling eyes were now filled with tears. "Hello, police officer." "Mommy, it's Yao Yao Wa." Hearing her daughter's familiar sobbing voice, Su Qingwan's tears flowed freely. She covered her mouth, clenching her teeth tightly to keep herself from crying out loud, afraid of missing any detail in the video. The video continues playing. Su Yao sobbed incoherently before Lin Bei interrupted her. The camera shifts, revealing Lin Bei's face. There was also Su Li hiding in a corner, moving stones, and a small cart full of what looked like incredibly precious food. "This is an alien planet. I repeat, an alien planet." Lin Bei's voice echoed in the conference room as he took photos of the cave environment with his phone. Glowing ore, a red portal, and a blocked opening. The video is short, only 2 minutes long. After Lin Bei finished saying, "Burn the money for me," and turned off the video, the big screen went dark. The meeting room was quiet. Su Qingwan couldn't help but speak, her words somewhat incoherent. "Can the country help? Can it find a way to bring the 3 of them back?" Looking at his heartbroken mother, Li Yaodong nodded solemnly. "The country will not abandon anyone, and we will do everything we can to help them." These words were spoken with great solemnity, finally putting Su Qingwan's anxious heart at ease. But this is an unprecedented supernatural event, and determination alone is not enough. A practical and feasible solution is also necessary. Li Yaodong pressed the remote control, and the image on the big screen changed. "Miss Su, although the video is short and the quality is blurry, we can still deduce a lot of key information." Li Yaodong pointed to the screen. "First, regarding the environment. We invited top physicists and biologists to conduct a joint analysis of the video. By analyzing the frequency of Lin Bei's voice when he spoke, as well as the various environments in the video, the expert group reached a conclusion. The oxygen content in that cave is extremely high, even exceeding the levels seen on Earth during the Cretaceous period." Su Qingwan was startled. She was a highly educated person and knew about this. Wouldn't that lead to oxygen intoxication or even oxygen poisoning? Li Yaodong nodded, then shook his head. Logically, that should be the case. If an ordinary human were to engage in strenuous exercise in that environment, they would quickly experience oxygen intoxication, leading to death. But Li Yaodong pointed to the lively Lin Bei and Su Li in the video. In the video, they were not only lively and energetic, but also carried out high-intensity, moving work in that environment, without showing any physiological reaction. This illustrates a point. Li Yaodong's eyes became meaningful. They are either in the process of traveling or at the moment of arriving on that planet. The body may have been modified by some supernatural force that we cannot understand. This modification allowed them to adapt to the harsh environment of that planet and enhance their physical abilities. Upon hearing this, the generals and scientists present all showed expressions of interest. Secondly, regarding the transmission mechanism, Li Yaodong switched to a photo of the agricultural supply station, which was spotless. Apart from the ransacked goods, not even a speck of alien dust remained on Lin Bei's filthy body. This is the part that gives us the biggest headache. At the agricultural supply station, we used the most sophisticated instruments to try to find any soil, bacteria, or even air samples from outer space. The result is not found. We speculate that the transmission process is extremely fastidious, automatically filtering out all non-native substances. Alternatively, at the end of the transmission, completely erase any traces of the foreign object. This means that we cannot study that planet through physical objects, nor can we analyze data through the remains. Su Qingwan understood. She raised her question. Xiaoli has been brought back by Lin Bei. Why did he take Xiaoli back? Couldn't she stay? Li Yaodong shook his head. The teleportation mechanism is still unclear. The current guess is that when the time comes, they will all be immediately teleported back to the alien cave. The general tapped the table and said in a deep voice, Academicianly, present your proposal directly. Li Yaodong nodded and stated the only solution available at the moment. We've deployed a full-scale surveillance operation, waiting for the rabbit to run into our trap. Since we can't go there or track the signal, we can only use the dumbest, but also the most effective, method. Human wave tactics. Lin Bei said that the portal has a cooldown period of about 72 hours. The next opening will be in 3 days. Although the teleportation location is random, we cannot predict it. But whenever he reappears in our country, in any populated place, he will definitely leave a trace. Li Yaodong pulled up a huge map of roosters. We have already entered the photos of Lin Bei, Su Li, and the other two into the highest priority warning list of the national Skynet system. Whether it's cameras at train stations, airports, shopping malls, or rural towns. As soon as any camera captures their facial features, or if a member of the public reports that strange people have appeared out of nowhere, we will receive an alert within 3 seconds. At that time, the nearest patrol police, special police, and even the garrison will be deployed. They would all rush to the scene as quickly as possible, carrying large amounts of supplies. We may not be able to catch up, but this is the only way at the moment. The meeting was temporarily suspended. The general entered a small room, picked up the red secure phone, and dialed a number known only to a few people. Leadership, target location confirmed on exoplanet. Teleportation mechanism confirmed to exist and be stable. Request that all resources be mobilized to form a special support team of 3. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a dignified voice. Approve. No matter the cost, offer our support. At the same time, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which may be our first step towards the stars. Yes. After hanging up the phone, the general returned to the conference room and began announcing orders. I want you to prepare a foolproof individual supply pack within 1 day. It should include highly concentrated food, medicine, light weapons, and general survival tools. Pack these supplies into supply packs and distribute them to police stations and armed forces departments across the country. 3 days later, all military and police forces will receive orders to disperse and patrol. Once Lin Bei is found, no matter where he is, the local comrades must give him these supplies immediately. The general looked at Su Qingwan, his tone sincere. Ms. Su, please rest assured. Although we cannot bring the 3 back for the time being, the country will be their strongest logistical support. As long as Lin Bei can return to our territory, even if only once, we will send him the best equipment. Next time, we will never let them go back to fight with only sickles and hoes. Chapter 14, Sisterly Synesthesia. Let's rewind to an hour earlier, on an alien planet, inside a cave. Ouch! The 2 savages reappeared in the center of the cave, right next to the portal that had turned dark red. Lin Bei remained in the position he had just landed, panting heavily. His left hand gripped the small cart full of seeds and agricultural supplies tightly, his knuckles aching from the force. With his right hand, he held a soft little hand, their fingers intertwined. Su Li stood beside him, her body almost pressed against Lin Bei because of the weightlessness she had just experienced. As the dizziness subsided, she slowly opened her eyes and saw the familiar rock walls around her, knowing that she had returned to this hellish place. But for some reason, this time when I came back, I didn't feel as desperate as the first time. Maybe it was because of the heavy supplies in my hands, or maybe it was something else. Su Li lowered her head and looked at their tightly clasped hands. Lin Bei's hands were large and had some rough calluses, but at this moment, they gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Noticing Su Li's gaze, Lin Bei realized what was happening and loosened his grip a little. Su Li recoiled as if she had been burned, quickly pulling her hand back. "Hey, where's my sister? Where did that idiot Su Yao go?" She turned her head away, and by the faint glow of the mineral, one could see that her originally fair face was now flushed. Like a ripe apple, it looks especially cute in this dim environment. "It's good that you're back." She muttered something under her breath, trying to hide her racing heart. Lin Bei had no time to pay attention to the subtle atmosphere. His first instinct was to look at the corner of the cave. Su Yao, on the open ground where they usually sleep with their clothes spread out. A tiny figure was huddled there. Su Yao covered herself up completely, and the coat that Lin Bei had taken off earlier was draped over her head. She hid her entire body inside her clothes, breathing in the lingering scent of them while eating a small piece of ham. She had cut it off herself with a knife 2 minutes earlier. Even if their eyes are swollen like steamed buns from crying, there's still food left in their mouths. In this terrifying space where she was all alone, only the smell of ham and Lin Bei could calm her down a little. She pretended that Lin Bei was still by her side protecting her. Hearing the shouts from outside the clothes, the shivering pile of clothes shifted slightly. Su Yao peeked out. Its dirty little face was covered in tear stains, making it look pitiful, like a puppy abandoned by its owner on the roadside. When she saw the two figures reappear, and saw that familiar tall figure, the eyes, which had been dull and lifeless, lit up and burst forth with an amazing brilliance. "Brother Lin Bei, sister." Su Yao put the ham into her bag and scrambled to her feet. She didn't even bother to put on her shoes, stumbling and rushing over on the cold rocks and mud. Su Li felt heartbroken seeing her younger sister like this. Forgetting her earlier embarrassment, she quickly took 2 steps forward, opened her arms, and wore a gentle smile. "Xiao Yao, don't be afraid, we'll go back." However, a gust of wind blew past her. Su Yao acted as if she hadn't seen her sister's open arms at all, and with a nimble sidestep, she directly bypassed Su Li. Then, like a kitten, it crashed hard into Lin Bei's arms from behind. "Wow, brother Lin Bei." Su Yao clung tightly to Lin Bei's waist, buried her face in his chest, and burst into tears. "You're finally back? I thought you didn't want me anymore." "Wah." There are sounds coming from inside the cave. "I'm so scared." "Wah." Lin Bei was knocked back half a step by the bump, and had no choice but to let go of the stroller, patting her back helplessly. All right, we're back now." Ignored, Su Li remained in the position of opening her arms, begging for a hug. She stood frozen in place, watching the two people embracing tightly, as if several crows were slowly flying overhead. Su Li, looking at Su Yao, who was clinging tightly to Lin Bei and refusing to let go, Su Li felt a strange sensation. As twins, they share a kind of inexplicable telepathic connection. Even from a few steps away, she could feel the emotion emanating from Su Yao. It was a kind of unreserved, almost blind reliance and trust in Lin Bei, along with a blush-inducing sense of anticipation. Not good. Su Li's heart skipped a beat. The feeling was so intense that she couldn't tell whether it was Su Yao's emotion or her own. When she was teleported back, just now, she was holding Lin Bei's hand tightly and pressed against his body. In that instant, she truly felt that as long as this person was there, even hell wouldn't be so terrifying. "Su Li, wake up." Su Li pinched herself hard. "He's the kind of jerk who treats you like a laborer. How could you have such thoughts about him?" This dangerous sense of dependence terrified her. "Besides, my sister is the second young lady of the Su family. How could she be so easily subdued by a man? No, it must be disconnected." Thinking of this, Su Li quickly stepped forward, grabbed Su Yao by the back of her collar, and pulled her out of Lin Bei's arms like a chick. "Su Yao, come here." Su Li's face was stern, and her tone was somewhat stiff. "Don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? How old are you? Still trying to snuggle into a man's arms? What kind of behavior is that?" Su Yao was crying so hard when she was suddenly pulled away, and she looked at her sister with a blank expression. Hey, sis, why are you being so fierce? Su Yao sniffed, looking somewhat aggrieved. She just felt it. Her sister hugged her even tighter than she did. She sensed that her sister's emotions were a bit chaotic, a mixture of anger and inexplicable panic. Sis, why is your face red? Su Yao blinked her big eyes and asked deliberately. Shut up. It's hot. Su Li glared at her, forcibly concealing her guilty conscience, and then pulled Su Yao behind her, trying to use her body to isolate herself from the atmosphere that made her uneasy. Lin Bei watched this scene, somewhat bewildered. What's wrong with this young lady now? However, he was too lazy to guess what women were thinking, as long as it didn't interfere with his work. All right, stop acting out a family drama. Lin Bei patted the small cart behind him and began to count the supplies. Come and divide the spoils. This time we brought back some really good stuff. Whether the three of us survive or not depends entirely on them. Su Li tried her best to calm down the inexplicable flutter in her heart and resumed her usual aloof demeanor. No. She pulled Su Yao over, deliberately keeping a distance from Lin Bei. Lin Bei pulled the cart to a slightly flatter area of the cave and began to take stock of his spoils. The biggest harvest this time was more than 200 bags of seeds of various varieties. And amoxicillin and cephalosporins, these are life-saving drugs. Su Li, find a dry place to store them well, and make sure they don't get damp. Lin Bei spray. Give it to Su Yao. I just saw that her knees were scraped. Su Li released Su Yao. Although she was still a little excited after the adventure, seeing Lin Bei arranging everything in an orderly manner gave her a sense of security that quickly calmed her down. And this too. Lin Bei pulled out a sickle and a hoe wrapped in newspaper from under the car. Tearing open the newspaper, a cold glint flashed. It's brand new. The sickle has been sharpened, and the blade looks very sharp. Starting tomorrow, our mission will be upgraded. Lin Bei stood up and looked around at the two girls. Su Li, your hands are very long and slender, but you should learn how to wield a sickle these next few days. In addition, Lin Bei's expression became a little strange. He took out a black plastic bag from the corner of the cart. That was something he found behind the counter at the last moment of the transfer. I don't know why the shop owner, who looks to be over 70, would still buy sanitary napkins. He handed the bag to Su Li. Here, sanitary napkins. I looked, there are daytime ones, nighttime ones, and even pull-up pants. Use it sparingly. This stuff can't be grown. Once it's used up, it's really gone. Su Li blushed slightly as she took the black bag. She hadn't expected that Lin Bei would end up taking this. She held the bag, a slight smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. Thanks. No need to thank me. We're all in the same boat. Lin Bei waved his hand and turned to walk towards the cave entrance. Everyone, take a rest today and recover your energy. Starting tomorrow, we will officially begin our farming business on this alien land. Lin Bei turned around, looked at the two sisters, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. This time when we returned, the country was aware of our situation. Then next time we go back, as long as we can randomly travel to China and make contact, we will definitely receive comprehensive supplies. Chapter 15 This isn't dirt, it's gold. A kiss before leaving. Chapter 15 This isn't soil, it's gold. The next day, Lin Bei's biological clock, which he had already adapted to, woke him up on time. He felt a tightness in his chest and had some difficulty breathing. Looking down, he saw the familiar sleep paralysis episode again. Lin Bei was somewhat helpless. He skillfully reached out, supported Su Li's thigh, moved her to the side, and then pushed Su Yao's head away from his shoulder. Over the past few days, he has completely given up on treatment. I've scolded them and said everything I could, but these two, once they fall asleep, are like they have an autopilot system installed. They just have to stick to him, their only source of heat. Although he complained, Lin Bei wasn't actually that disgusted. After all, on this alien planet teeming with wild beasts, receiving this kind of treatment every morning was a welcome change from the monotonous life of survival, and he enjoyed it. Lin Bei sat up, stretched, and felt hot all over. He rubbed his face, and felt a slight stinging sensation on his forehead. Hiss. I took out a fruit knife and used it as a mirror. Damn, how did I get a pimple? Lin Bei squeezed the red pimple between his eyebrows. It seems that I've been too irritable lately and have nowhere to vent it. The scene shifts, and half an hour later, outside the cave where the three of them were staying was a dense primeval forest. At the edge of the dense forest, there is a gentle hillside covered with lush vegetation and huge tree canopies that block out the sun. Below the hillside, among the piles of rocks, there is a small opening, about half a meter in size, just big enough for one person to crawl through. That was the only entrance and exit to the cave. Gurgle, gurgle. A sound came from deep inside the cave entrance. It was the sound of stones being moved and scraping against the ground. Immediately afterwards, a large hand emerged from the half-meter wide opening. Instead of grabbing the weeds nearby, it reached directly under the thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground. He formed his 5 fingers into claws, dug them into the soil, and grabbed a handful of earth. Whoosh! He quickly withdrew his hand. Inside the cave, using a ray of sunlight shining in from the cave entrance, Lin Bei was squatting on the ground, his palm outstretched, staring intently at the handful of soil he had just grabbed. His eyes widened, his pupils gleaming with surprise. He looked even happier than if he had found gold. Great stuff. This is definitely great stuff. The soil in his hands was a jet black, oily black, and it emitted a fragrance of earth. Lin Bei stretched out his other hand and gently kneaded the clump of soil in his palm. It is delicate, soft, and very moist, without any grit mixed in. As he squeezed, a slippery feeling came from his fingertips, as if he could squeeze oil out of the soil if he applied a little more pressure. This is no ordinary soil. This is black soil. It is the black soil that was naturally formed by the countless fallen leaves, dead branches, and animal carcasses in this primeval forest over millions of years, through layers of decay and fermentation. On Earth, this level of black soil is known as the Hermes of soil, the top-grade fertile soil, where even sticking a chopstick in it can make bamboo grow. I can survive. Lin Bei was so excited that his hands were trembling slightly. He was initially worried that the alien soil might be too alkaline or too barren to grow earth crops. But now it seems that this is not barren at all, but a granary overflowing with wealth. With this soil, let alone growing some vegetables for ourselves. With enough manpower, he could create a major grain-producing country on this alien planet. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn, and there was also a strange sense of tragic grandeur. Send one here too. With red eyes, Su Li carefully tucked a textbook into Lin Bei's coat to protect his chest. And the back too, the back as well. Su Yao held 2 of the thickest books in her hands, trying to stuff them between Lin Bei's back and waistband. 2 women were surrounding Lin Bei, stuffing various books into his clothes. This is the only armor they can think of right now. Next, Lin Bei will step out of the cave for the first time in a real sense, and venture deep into the unknown jungle to explore. Although Lin Bei said it was only near the cave entrance, in this perilous alien world, no one knows if some 6-legged monster might suddenly appear. Seeing Lin Bei stuffed up like a Michelin man, both women looked at him with teary eyes, as if his departure was a final farewell. All right. Lin Bei was being squeezed so tightly he could hardly breathe, and he pushed away Su Yao, who was trying to stuff a dictionary into his trouser leg. If you keep blocking the way, I'll turn into a zombie. I won't be able to walk, let alone run. He stretched his slightly stiff hands and feet, and patted the hard textbook on his chest with a dull thud. That's enough. If we really run into something big, we can only hold our own for a couple of rounds. Besides, I'm just going to check the situation nearby, and see if I can find a water source. I won't go too far. Lin Bei adjusted the flamethrower and sickle at his waist, looking relaxed, trying to ease the tension between the 2 women. You 2 stay in the cave and keep watch, sorting and storing that cart of seeds properly. Don't come out if you hear any noise, understand? Su Li suppressed her fear, biting her lip tightly, and like a timid wife, straightened Lin Bei's collar. You must be careful. If you encounter danger, run back immediately and don't be reckless. Su Yao also came over, her little hands clutching Lin Bei's clothes, looking at him expectantly. Brother Lin Bei, come back soon. Looking at these 2 pampered young ladies, their hearts were now filled with worry for him. Lin Bei felt a warmth in his heart. If you're so reluctant to part with me, shouldn't you do something to show your appreciation? He smiled, turned his head to the side, and pointed to his cheek. Come on, let's have a send-off ceremony. Everyone give me a kiss. Give me a buff. If this had happened a few days ago, Su Li would have rolled her eyes and cursed, dream on. But after a few days of mutual support, looking at Lin Bei who was about to embark on an adventure, Su Li's face was flushed red as a ripe strawberry, but she did not hesitate. She tiptoed, closed her eyes, and quickly pecked Lin Bei on the left cheek. Instantly separate. Seeing that her sister had already kissed him, Su Yao, not to be outdone, leaned in and gave Lin Bei a loud kiss on the right cheek, her face flushed and dirty. After the kiss, Su Yao covered her face in embarrassment and turned to run away. Trying to run away? Lin Bei reacted quickly, grabbing Su Yao's arm, and also putting his arm around Su Li, who was about to back away. Only officials are allowed to set fires, while ordinary people are forbidden to light lamps. Then I should return the favor. Before the two women could react, Lin Bei lowered his head and, with lightning speed, planted a hard kiss on Su Yao's soft, round face. Then he turned around and gave Su Li, who was still in a daze, a big kiss on her rosy cheeks. Pop, pop. The sound was crisp and clear. Haha, now the buff is fully stacked. Let's go. Having taken advantage of the situation, Lin Bei didn't give them a chance to retaliate. He smiled, let go of their hands, lay down, and nimbly squeezed through the half-meter wide opening. Only two girls, their faces as red as monkey bottoms, remained in the cave. Su Li touched her burning cheeks, her whole body stiffening. And in front of his sister, Su Yao also covered her face, only revealing a pair of big, watery eyes, looking at her sister helplessly. The two women looked at each other. An indescribable sense of shyness and ambiguity filled the air. The same blush, the same racing heart. As twins, that damned synesthesia started acting up again at this moment. Su Li could sense that what Su Yao was conveying was not just shyness, but also a hint of sweetness. Deep down, besides the panic after being kissed, there seemed to be the same emotion mixed in. Su Li closed her eyes in despair. We're doomed. This buff seems to have truly taken hold of them. Chapter 16 3 Days in the Sky and the Temptation of Grass Skirts. Lin Bei used both his hands and feet to crawl out of the narrow opening. Call. He straightened up and took a deep breath of the alien air. Sweet. The high concentration of oxygen entering his lungs gave him a slightly tipsy feeling, making him feel excited. He looked back and realized that the cave they were hiding in was located at the bottom of a large mountain. The dark black rock walls were covered with countless thick vines and dark green moss. The entrance, which allows only one person to pass at a time, is like an inconspicuous pore on a giant beast, extremely well hidden. Lin Bei stood on the pile of rocks and tentatively took a small step forward. The soles of the sneakers rustled softly as they stepped on the thick layer of leaves. This was just an ordinary step, but Lin Bei's heart was pounding wildly. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. He couldn't help but mutter a phrase to himself as his Chinibu, middle school syndrome, kicked in. Although there were no audience members or a live streaming system, he was indeed standing on the land of another planet. It remains to be seen whether, in the end, the Earthlings he represents will be able to become the colonizers of this new world. After calming his excited emotions, Lin Bei began to look around. This is a true primeval forest. All around, the smallest trees are towering trees, hundreds of meters tall. The trunk was as thick as the 1,000-year-old redwood in the documentary Lin Bei had seen, and the bark was dark brown with wrinkle-like patterns. Overhead, the massive canopy of trees blocked out the sun, allowing sunlight to filter through the gaps in the leaves, casting beams of light in the Tyndall effect. The vegetation here is incredibly large. Even a single fallen leaf is as big as half a door panel and is incredibly thick. The shrubs on the ground are taller than a person. Lin Bei walked over, picked up a large, withered yellow leaf, and tugged at it forcefully. Nice one. It's very dense, and feels somewhat like treated leather. He immediately made up his mind. The temperature seems to be gradually dropping these past few days, and it gets even colder at night. In addition, all three of them had been wearing the same clothes for several days, especially the two young ladies. The once expensive JK school uniforms and skirts are now tattered and worn out, and the ripped stockings have become mere decorations, not only failing to keep warm, but also easily arousing interest. I'll bring back more of these leaves later. Lin Bei stroked his chin, and a picture began to form in his mind. Make each of them a grass skirt, or a leaf bikini set. This is not just for survival and warmth, but also for the development of tribal civilization. A tribe of three. Imagining Su Li's arrogant face paired with a wild grass skirt, Lin Bei couldn't help but smile. Continue to observe. It was quiet all around, and there was no sign of any large wild animals. Only a few clear and melodious bird calls occasionally drifted from afar, their sounds somewhat like cuckoos, and very penetrating. Some colorful orbs of light floated in the air. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be butterflies the size of heads. Their wings shimmered with fluorescence, and when they flapped, they scattered fine powder, creating an eerie beauty. Is this what alien ecology is like? Lin Bei sighed, raised his head, and wanted to look at the sky of this world. However, when the gaze passes through the gaps in the tree canopy and settles on the sky, that moment, Lin Bei was dumbfounded. He froze on the spot as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist. Holy crap! Amazingly, two golden suns were hanging in the sky directly above our heads. They were of different sizes, not far apart, and emitted a dazzling light, turning the entire sky golden. But that's not the most outrageous thing. On the distant horizon, there was a sun emitting a faint blue light, its radiance both cold and mysterious. 1, 2, 3. Lin Bei counted 3 times, his underwear soaked with cold sweat. Samsung operating system. The shock of this discovery was so immense that he even forgot to breathe for a moment. Just then, buzz, buzz, buzz. A low hum interrupted his shock. The sound was like the sound of mosquitoes dancing in your ear when you're asleep at night. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze and looked warily toward the source of the sound. A black and white mosquito, as big as an adult's fist, was flapping its wings and wobbling as it flew toward him. Its needle-like mouthparts were frighteningly long and gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Clearly, it smelled a long-lost aroma. Takeout, the sweet scent of fresh human blood. You want to suck my blood? Lin Bei sneered and pulled the flamethrower from his waist with a backhand motion. Maybe in the next life. Click. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled the ignition switch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blue flames erupted, engulfing the giant mosquito that was still hovering in midair. Sizzle. No continuous burning is needed. The mosquito's body bursts open the moment it comes into contact with the high-temperature flame, making a crisp popping sound, like a grasshopper thrown into a pot of oil. A burnt smell wafted over, and the charred mosquito carcass, emitting black smoke, fell to the ground with a thud, still twitching slightly. Lin Bei blew away the non-existent blue smoke from the mouth of the flamethrower. First blood secured. The first rule of alien survival: strike first and you'll win. Presented by Lin Bei. Chapter 17, A Ginseng Spirit? A Wild Boar Spirit. After dealing with the unruly blood-sucking mosquito, Lin Bei picked up the flamethrower again and headed towards the black soil forest. He stepped over the pile of rocks, moving step by step away from the safe cave entrance. After walking about 20 meters, Lin Bei stopped and looked back. The half-meter-wide opening was inconspicuous under the cover of the rocks, but he could almost feel 2 pairs of worried eyes looking through the dark opening. Lin Bei raised his hand and waved towards the cave entrance. Don't worry, wait for me to return with a full load, my little wives. He turned his gaze back to the rocky beach at his feet. There is a buffer zone of about 20 meters from the cave entrance to the edge of the jungle. Although this area is now filled with rubble and weeds, it is flat and backed by mountains. Excellent location. Lin Bei already had a blueprint in his mind. Once we have enough manpower, we can clear this area of rocks, cut down a few trees, and build a solid wood villa in the woods here. Then we won't have to hide in that dark cave anymore. The 3 of us can live outside. That's what life is all about. With high hopes for the future, Lin Bei officially stepped into the primeval forest composed of towering trees. As soon as you enter, the light dims instantly. The enormous tree canopies, like giant umbrellas, shielded the trees from the intense heat of the 3 suns, making the air extremely humid and stifling. Buzz, buzz. It was that annoying, resonant sound again. The mosquitoes here seemed particularly hospitable. Sizzle. Lin Bei used the sound to pinpoint the location and fired the flamethrower in bursts. 3 streaks of blue flame flashed, and the 3 giant mosquitoes that had attempted to ambush them were turned into smoking charcoal. Want to eat at a buffet? Don't you even check the almanac before you go out? Lin Bei snorted coldly, but he did not let his guard down. He stood under a huge tree that would take 20 or 30 people to encircle, looking up at it. Standing before this colossal tree, which is thousands of years old, humanity truly seems as insignificant as an ant. Lin Bei gripped the hoe handle tightly, remaining vigilant for any movement around him. Buzz. Another one that doesn't know its place. Lin Bei skillfully took it out with a single shot. Looking at the burning mosquito corpse falling to the ground, he quickly took 2 steps forward and stomped out the flames with his foot. This is a primeval forest. If a fire breaks out, we're doomed. After extinguishing the sparks, Lin Bei prepared to continue searching for a suitable planting site and a water source. A fire on the mountain, and the director falls in love with. Lin Bei was humming a little tune when suddenly his gaze was drawn to a strange color 10 meters to his left. Among a patch of large, green-leaf plants, there grew a peculiar plant. At its tip blooms a cluster of small, blood-red flowers, their petals translucent and crystalline, emitting a faint red glow in the forest. The leaves are compound leaves with 5 leaflets in a group, with serrated edges and veins that display a noble golden color. This look, Lin Bei squinted. The more he looked, the more familiar the face seemed. Isn't this just a giant version of ginseng flower? Although he had never dug up wild ginseng on Earth, he had seen it in textbooks. Aside from being dozens of times larger and having glowing flowers, this thing is exactly the same. Lin Bei's heart raced. My goodness, such a big flower. How big must the roots be? If it really is ginseng, it must be 10,000 years old to grow like this. Maybe it's already become a spirit? Despite thinking this to himself, Lin Bei's hands didn't stop moving. Whether it's ginseng or a radish, let's dig it up first. If we take this back and make a soup for those two weak young ladies, wouldn't it replenish their blood and make them bleed profusely? Lin Bei gripped the sickle tightly, moved quietly, and like Gaz stealing a dog, held his breath and slowly approached the plant that looked like ginseng. The distance between them gradually closed. Just as Lin Bei could see the dewdrops on the petals and was about to raise his sickle to dig, an accident occurred. The plant that had been standing quietly in the soil seemed to sense danger, and the red flowers on it suddenly trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, puff, a soft sound. Before Lin Bei could react, he saw the soil under the plant explode, and a yellowish-brown root with limbs, a head, and facial features jumped out of the soil on its own. It was about half a meter tall, covered with fibrous roots. Its two thick ginseng legs kicked off in the air, and after landing, it took off running. It was as fast as a startled mouse. What? It's really become sentient. Lin Bei stood frozen in place, sickle in hand, watching the ginseng darting through the grass, its flowers still trembling. Hey, the way you're running is all wrong. You're doing it the wrong way. He made a comment before he even had a chance to think about whether this giant alien radish could understand Chinese. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly. The tremor wasn't caused by the ginseng. Its small size, less than half a meter tall, didn't have that ability. Shoo shoo. Lin Bei was startled and quickly turned his head to look at the dense thicket of giant leafy plants on his left. The large leaves, which were at least 2 or 3 meters tall, were shaking violently, as if a bulldozer was rampaging through them, gnawing and snorting. The voice was so familiar, it sounded exactly like the white-skinned pigs that hadn't yet been sold at the pig farm in my hometown, and the volume was amplified several times over. A strong smell of wild boar wafted in on the wind, almost making Lin Bei vomit up his dinner from the night before. Not good. Lin Bei's pupils contracted sharply, and the hairs on his entire body stood on end instantly. Something big is about to come out. Run. Lin Bei didn't care about anything else and turned around to run back the way he came. All thoughts of finding suitable land for planting and building houses have vanished. What's the point of building something when you're about to lose your life? He had only run a couple of steps when a loud bang came from behind him. The plants that were blocking the view were smashed aside, sending shards of leaves flying everywhere. Lin Bei glanced back amidst his busy schedule, and that glance nearly made his soul fly away. A creature, 3 or 4 meters tall and resembling a heavy truck, suddenly burst out. It has a head like a wild boar, with 2 yellow tusks sticking out of its mouth like scimitars, each over a meter long, and its body is covered with thick black fur, like a layer of steel needle armor. Unlike Earth's wild boars, this guy actually has 6 legs. The first 4 legs are thick and powerful, responsible for digging and ramming, while the last pair of legs are longer and more slender, presumably for acceleration. Humph. The 6-legged wild boar saw Lin Bei fleeing, and its small, basketball-sized eyes focused. It abandoned its pursuit of the ginseng, which had already run far away, and instead set its sights on Lin Bei. To it, the hairless ginseng with 2 legs in front of it was a fresh, moving snack. Boom. With all 6 legs exerting force simultaneously, the ground trembled as it charged towards Lin Bei. Go to hell. Lin Bei felt the wind behind him whistling like knives, which terrified him so much that he used all his strength. He had never run so fast in his entire life. Don't chase me. My meat is sour. It doesn't taste good. As Lin Bei ran, he didn't care whether the dead pig could understand him or not, and kept spouting nonsense. The 20-meter-wide rocky beach, which usually doesn't seem far, now feels like an insurmountable chasm. Lin Bei stumbled and stepped on a loose stone, a sharp pain shooting through his ankle. Click. I sprained my ankle. The intense pain caused him to stagger and almost fall. But he dared not stop. He had to roll back, even if it meant rolling. As Lin Bei stumbled and crawled halfway down the rocky beach, the tremors behind him suddenly became even more terrifying. The feeling wasn't like a truck. It was more like an earthquake. Lin Bei looked back again. The truck pig that had been chasing him was now obediently standing at the edge of the woods, trembling like a child who had done something wrong. This gave Lin Bei time to escape. From the shadows behind it, a massive, suffocating figure slowly emerged. It was a mountain, a moving black mountain. It was as tall as a 3-story building. With every step, the surrounding trees trembled. The fangs were like 2 pillars reaching to the sky, with the remains of unknown animals hanging on them. It turns out that the one chasing him was just a baby pig that hadn't been weaned yet. This one is the real mother pig. The giant wild boar lowered its head, glanced at Lin Bei on the rocky beach, its eyes cold, as if looking at an insignificant ant. Roar! It opened its blood-red maw and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves crashed down on him like solid objects, and Lin Bei felt like his eardrums were about to burst. Oh my God! Lin Bei ignored the pain in his foot. The surge of adrenaline made him forget the fact that he had sprained his ankle. He used both hands and feet to frantically rush towards the half-meter-wide opening that could save him. Lin Bei, hurry! 2 small, fair hands had already reached out from the cave entrance. Li and Su Yao had been guarding the cave entrance. When they heard the roar outside, they turned pale with fright, but instead of retreating, they stretched their arms out as far as they could. Lin Bei rushed to the cave entrance, but before he could even crawl inside, 2 hands grabbed his collar. Li Yao, push harder! Li shouted. The 2 sisters, with strength they didn't know they came from, dragged Lin Bei, a man weighing over 140 pounds, into the cave like pulling up a radish. Bang! As soon as Lin Bei landed, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, feeling as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Outside the cave, the baby pig seemed unwilling to let the sweet treat go. It rushed to the entrance of the hole, grunted a few times, and stuck its long nose into the cracks between the rocks at the entrance, sniffing hard. A foul-smelling stench wafted in. The 3 people were so frightened that they held their breath and huddled in the corner, too scared to move. Chapter 18 Pig Mom. You 3 are finished, I told you. A few minutes passed. Huff, huff, huff. The piglet was still blocking the gap at the entrance of the hole, and the huge pig root was desperately sniffing inside. It smelled the food and didn't want to leave. Su Yao shrank into Su Li's arms in fright, her face pale, her hands tightly covering her mouth, afraid that she would scream. Su Li was also stiff all over, one hand tightly gripping Lin Bei's clothes, looking at him helplessly. The 6-legged piglet was clearly captivated by the aroma of ham in the cave, its persistent urges seeming to say, "If you don't give me any, I'll keep rubbing against the door." Judging from the commotion outside, the mother pig, that 3-story tall behemoth, doesn't seem to have gone far. It was pacing not far away, waiting for its cubs to have their fun. With each step, it shook the cave ceiling, causing pebbles and dust to fall. Lin Bei slumped to the ground, and after a few minutes, his wildly beating heart had calmed down. He glanced at the pig's snout that was still scurrying around, and then at the hole that was blocked up. Although these stones can keep the baby pig out of trouble, it's uncertain whether the hole can withstand the onslaught of the larger pig outside, if it goes berserk. This thing needs to get out of here right now. Lin Bei raised a finger to his lips and made a shoot gesture to the 2 women. Li and Su Yao nodded nervously, not daring to even breathe. Lin Bei quietly got up. Although his sprained ankle was still throbbing, he didn't care. He crouched down and slipped into the corner where the seeds were stored. There were 5 green plastic bottles there. He picked them up casually at the agricultural supply station. They were paraquat and dichlorvos, commonly known as pesticides. I wonder if this pesticide, which is so well known on Earth, would be effective against these thick-skinned alien creatures. Humph, since you don't want to leave, then have something good to eat. Lin Bei looked at the bottles, a ruthless glint in his eyes. If he had a better option, he wouldn't want to use those bottles of pesticide, but the pig just wouldn't budge. I'll treat you to some local specialties from Earth. Even elephants couldn't withstand this thing on Earth. I don't believe you're made of iron. You dead pig. He picked up the 5 bottles of pesticide and tried to loosen the caps, but couldn't unscrew them. Because once it's turned on, the pungent stench might alert this wild animal with its keen sense of smell, and it might also irritate the people inside the cave. Lin Bei crept closer to the cave entrance. I checked the pesticide bottle again to make sure the liquid inside could slowly flow out of the bottle opening. The wet, hairy pig snout was still there, trying to open its tusk-filled mouth and bite open the stone blocking the door. Just as it opened its mouth wide again, as if to bite into a rock, Lin Bei was quick-witted and nimble-fingered. Get out of here. With a flick of his wrist, As if shooting a basketball, he accurately threw all 5 plastic bottles into that gaping maw. Gurgle. Zhu Bao felt several round, hard objects roll into his throat. It didn't feel that anything was wrong. For an omnivorous behemoth like it, when it's starving, it can even chew up and swallow stones. What are a few small plastic bottles compared to that? It also thought the texture was quite crunchy, somewhat like some kind of nut. So it pulled its mouth out of the hole, tilted its head back to the sky, and swallowed the 5 plastic bottles containing high concentrations of pesticides without even chewing them. Belch. Piggy burped, seemingly still savoring the taste of the nuts he had just eaten. After throwing it, Lin Bei quickly retreated, pulling the 2 women back into the depths of the cave. Have you eaten? Su Li asked nervously, lowering her voice. Swallowed it all. Lin Bei's lips curled into a cold smile. Wait a moment, let the pesticides slowly flow out. That was the meal it regretted most in its life. Outside the cave, the little wild boar rooted around the burrow entrance for a while, and then, for some reason, felt a warm sensation inside its belly. It's warm and very comforting. The rock-hard mine was too difficult to break through, so it gave up its plan to eat the ginseng inside that night, and instead decided to call its parents over tomorrow. It grunted twice. Finally, the huge nose that had been blocking the entrance to the hole retracted. Immediately following was the sound of pigs' trotters fading into the distance. Will they retaliate against us? Su Yao asked softly. Even if we wanted revenge, there was nothing we could do. The little wild boar is bewitched by the smell of our food. It won't leave unless we kill it. Lin Bei leaned against the stone wall and let out a long breath. As long as the person didn't die in front of our house, I won't admit that I did it. Go ahead and sue me if you dare. 10 minutes later, Li and Su Yao, the 2 girls, were seen massaging Lin Bei's shoulders and rubbing his ankles to relieve his pain. From the depths of the jungle, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. Ah! The voice was no longer the imposing roar it had been just moments before. The pig's squeals were filled with pain, terror, and despair. Immediately following was a series of frantic crashing sounds, as if an out-of-control bulldozer was smashing into a tree. Boom. Crack. There was another, deeper, more frantic roar, like the rabid cry of a grown wild boar. Even from this distance, the 3 people hiding in the cave could feel the intense commotion. Su Yao was so frightened that she covered her ears. Hearing the pitiful sounds, Lin Bei silently set up a barbecue grill in his mind for the gluttonous pig. 5 bottles of highly concentrated pesticides exploded simultaneously in the stomach. It's unknown whether this will also poison the pork. TSK, what a pity. Lin Bei clicked his tongue. The meat is probably inedible, otherwise such a big pig would be enough for us to eat for half a year. 2 hours have passed. The screams and crashes from deep within the jungle finally ceased, and silence returned outside. Lin Bei was sitting next to the food when Su Yao carefully sprayed Yunnan Bai Yao on his sprained ankle again. She'll be gentle. Brother Lin Bei, does it hurt a lot? Su Yao asked tenderly, blowing on the wound. It's okay, no bones are broken. Lin Bei tried moving his ankle. This kind of injury will heal in a couple of days, as long as you avoid strenuous exercise. Before he could finish speaking, thump! A deep, muffled bang, like thunder, exploded outside the cave entrance. Immediately afterwards, thump, thump, thump. The sounds were extremely rhythmic, each one like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the 3 men. That wasn't thunder, it was footsteps. The footsteps were several times heavier than those of the little wild boar from before. The ease on Lin Bei's face vanished, replaced by a chill that ran through him. He stood up, ignoring the stinging pain in his ankle, and limped to the cave entrance, looking down at the outside. Outside the rocky beach, a massive, mountain-like black shadow was walking step by step toward them. The 3-story-high structure blocked the sunlight from the 2 suns, casting a huge shadow that shrouded the entire cave entrance in darkness. A fully grown wild boar. It's back. Its mouth was covered in blood. On the left side of the huge tusk, there was a small wild boar's head hanging. It's its baby, Piggy. Oh no. Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. So smart. They know it was us. They've come for revenge. Animals' vengeful instincts can sometimes be more terrifying than those of humans, especially apex predators that have lost their young. Quick! Retreat! Lin Bei let out a low growl and turned to charge at the 2 women. Bring water and food. Quickly! What's wrong? Su Li was also frightened by the terrifying noise and turned pale. It's here. The little one died, and the big one has come to take revenge. Lin Bei grabbed the flamethrower with one hand and dragged the cart deeper into the cave with the other. If the cave entrance collapses, we'll have no choice but to run into that unknown area deeper inside. There are bats there, but it's still better than being trampled into mincemeat by these things. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Li and Su Yao also realized the seriousness of the situation. They hurriedly grabbed a few bottles of water and seeds and followed Lin Bei deeper into the cave. Thump! Just as they retreated to a point about 30 meters from the cave entrance. The first impact came, and the entire mountain trembled. The rubble used to block the entrance was instantly knocked away, crashing into the cave wall like cannonballs and sending sparks flying. Dust fell from the cave ceiling, blinding people. Ah! Su Yao screamed in fright, covering her head and crouching on the ground. Don't be afraid. It can't get in. Although Lin Bei wasn't sure himself, he still tried to comfort her. This hole is too small. It's so big, it can't fit in. Boom! Another one. The impact was even more violent, shaking several pieces of the glowing minerals off the wall, which fell heavily to the ground. The wild boar outside seemed to have gone mad, frantically ramming the mountainside with its iron-hard head and tusks. It wants to smash this mountain open. It wanted to pull the people inside out and bury them with its children. Hold on. You have to hold on. Lin Bei stared intently at the cave entrance, his palms sweating as he gripped the flamethrower. Fortunately, the alien rocks, of unknown composition, were incredibly hard. Although each impact of an adult wild boar is powerful and shakes the earth, the mountain is like an impregnable fortress. Apart from some falling debris, it actually withstood the impact of hundreds or thousands of tons of force. The impact lasted for several minutes. Every second was agonizing for the three of them. Finally, the crashing sounds outside stopped. Only the giant beast's heavy breathing remained. It stopped. Li asked, trembling. Did it give up? Lin Bei remained silent, still staring at the cave entrance. He couldn't believe that such a clever beast would give up so easily. Really, the faint ray of light at the cave entrance disappeared, and the entire cave fell into darkness again. Immediately afterwards, a bloodshot eye appeared at the cave entrance. Their eyes are bigger than bus tires. Blood-red pupils stared intently into the depths of the cave, at Lin Bei and his two companions who were huddled 30 meters away. Lin Bei felt as if he were being targeted by the Grim Reaper. There was no wild animalistic ignorance in his eyes, only a deep-seated hatred. It's the hatred of killing my son. It holds a grudge. It's memorizing the scent of those 3 insects, and remembering this location. The blood-red eyes stared for a full minute, chilling the 3 of them to the bone, making them almost stop breathing. At last, roar! A venomous growl rang out, and the eyes blocking the doorway vanished. The heavy footsteps sounded again, but fortunately, this time they gradually faded away. Thump, thump, thump. Only when the footsteps completely disappeared did the 3 of them feel as if they had come back to life. The back of his clothes was soaked with cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Let's go. Lin Bei wiped the dust off his face, his voice trembling slightly. Chapter 19, You only lost 1 cub, but we've been disgusted by you for 3 days. Li and Su Yao skillfully shrank behind Lin Bei, like 2 little quails. It's here again. They no longer felt the terror they had the first time. Instead, they were filled with a numb helplessness. It's already the 3rd day. This vengeful 6-legged wild boar is more punctual than clocking in for work every day. Every morning at sunrise and every afternoon at sunset, it would appear at the cave entrance on time after it had eaten and drunk its fill. Not to actually break through the mountain, but just to disgust them. They symbolically rammed it a dozen times to vent their anger, and then stared inside with their bloodshot eyes for a while. Damn, that's disgusting. Lin Bei covered his nose and cursed with a look of disgust. This beast not only launched a psychological attack, but also a biological attack. It left the dead wild boar carcass on the rocky beach to rot and stink in the sun. What's even more outrageous is that it actually used the hole as its private toilet. After each collision, they would leave behind a pile of excrement at the entrance of the hole, as big as a small mountain. The stench of rotting wild boar carcasses mixed with the foul smell of fresh feces wafted into the cave through its breathing holes, a torture akin to that of a biological weapon. I can't live like this anymore. Lin Bei kicked the gravel on the ground hard. After 2 days of rest, and with Su Yao's diligent massage and care, his ankle has basically recovered and he can move freely again. But for the past 2 days, the 3 of them haven't dared to step out of the cave. That wild boar is guarding outside. Who can withstand that? Fortunately, this alien mind is indeed very useful. Over the past 3 days, The hundreds of tons behemoth outside has been battered and bruised. Lin Bei also observed that half of its left fang had broken off, and on the rock wall at the cave entrance, apart from a few white marks, not even a small stone had fallen off. This is absolute defense. Lin Bei sighed, feeling a little more at ease. As long as it can't get in, everything is fine. Huffing and puffing. The crashing sounds outside stopped. As usual, the large, blood-red eye stared at the cave entrance for a minute before stomping away angrily, its broken fang still clenched in its teeth. They're finally gone. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the teleportation portal behind him. The red light screen was flashing, its color gradually fading and turning green. Charging progress, 99.8%. It's almost full. Lin Bei stood up, dusted off his backside, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Just you wait, you dead pig. When I go back this time, all I need is an automatic rifle or a small pistol. Then you're dead. Lin Bei sneered. You only lost a baby that could have been reborn, but we were disgusted by your shit for 3 whole days. This grudge must be avenged. Lin Bei. Su Li's soft voice came from behind. Lin Bei turned around and found the 2 sisters staring at him expectantly. Su Li's eyes were red, and Su Yao had already started wiping away tears. Lin Bei walked over, and this time, he naturally reached out and pulled both girls into his arms at the same time. Su Li did not resist. Instead, she obediently rested her head on his shoulder. Su Yao hugged his waist like a koala. After spending these past few days together, and facing the threat of the wild boar king together, the relationship between the 3 of them had long surpassed that of ordinary classmates or friends. This is a kind of emotion born from relying on each other for survival in dire straits. Lin Bei gently patted their backs, his voice low. This time, I won't take you back. Su Yao froze, about to speak, when Lin Bei interrupted her. Be good, listen to me. This time, it only takes 3 minutes to get back, which is too short. Going back won't do you any good. Besides seeing your mother once, you'll have to endure the teleportation again. More importantly, Lin Bei loosened his embrace, looked into their eyes, and said earnestly, this time I need to bring back a large amount of supplies, even heavy weapons. If I bring you along, I won't be able to carry those things. We don't have much food left. Only by getting rid of that pig can we truly get out, start farming, and survive. Su Li pursed her lips. Although she was extremely reluctant to part with him, she knew that Lin Bei was right. If they don't deal with that wild boar, they'll eventually be trapped and die in this stinking cave. We understand. Su Li took a deep breath, forcing back her tears, and straightened Lin Bei's collar. Be careful. There must be many people on Earth waiting for you right now, right? Lin Bei smiled, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Yes. If I'm not mistaken, when I go back this time, I'll probably be greeted by people I only ever see on TV. Buzz. Just then, the portal behind them emitted a buzzing sound. A brilliant burst of green light. Charging complete. Available shuttle time, 3 o'clock. Be careful for the next 3 minutes. I'm leaving. Each person received a kiss. Under the twins' reluctant gazes, Lin Bei no longer hesitated, turned around, and strode towards the teleportation portal. Chapter 20. Welcome to Freedom City. Come and participate in the $0 purchase. The familiar dizziness subsided. Before Lin Bei even opened his eyes, he smelled a certain odor. The scent of freedom? Woo-wah woo-wah. The deafening noise and incessant sirens could potentially puncture one's eardrums if one stayed too long. There was also intense rap music, the sound of breaking glass, and the excited screams of the crowd. Isn't this welcoming ceremony a bit too noisy? Lin Bei opened his eyes, his face still bearing the excited smile of someone about to see their loved ones. He was ready to greet either fully armed special police or the beautiful Aunt Sue carrying flowers. I am Lin Bei. The sound stopped abruptly, and the radiant smile vanished from her face. Before my eyes, there were no red flags fluttering, and no People's Liberation Army soldiers standing in neat rows. There was only one wide but very dirty street, with fire hydrants spraying water and several wrecked cars belching black smoke. Where did you come from? Is it still in China? On a large screen in the distance, the words Times Square were displayed in huge English letters. Next to it is an even more conspicuous sign covered in graffiti, NYPD. Lin Bei blinked, thinking he was doing something wrong. He blinked again, and the countdown on his retina, visible only to him, was ticking away second by second. 2:55. New York? Lin Bei's lips trembled as he uttered a sound of disbelief. New York? How did I end up in the free country? The overwhelming sense of unreality nearly caused him to suffer a stroke on the spot. If this is a random teleportation, then this is just too unlucky, isn't it? Domestically, perhaps the beautiful Aunt Sue and the national team are waiting for her arrival. There may be tens of thousands of people waiting in front of the surveillance cameras and countless police officers patrolling the streets, waiting for you to appear. And what was the result? Like a headless fly, he crashed headfirst into Gotham City on the other side of the world. What kind of random teleportation to hell is this? Lin Bei let out a scream like a groundhog in his mind. But soon he discovered that even more hellish things were yet to come. He is currently on the sidewalk of a commercial street. He was surrounded by a group of people, or more precisely, a group of burly men who were making free purchases. This group of people were all dressed in hip-hop style hoodies, with their pants hanging down to their butts, showing off their West Coast style. Especially the few NI brothers closest to Lin Bei, who were as big as small mountains, with arms thicker than Lin Bei's thighs, strange hairstyles, and fierce eyes. That look, that physique, it's just like Kwisani. And it wasn't just one, it was a whole group of Kwisani. At this moment, the group of Kwisani were holding various spoils, shoe boxes, large-screen televisions, and luxury handbags from who knows who. Lin Bei, this suddenly appearing wild Asian, interrupted their revelry. The air froze for a second. Kwisanti, a man with dreadlocks and carrying a metal baseball bat, stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked Lin Bei up and down with the eyes of someone looking at prey. Then, he grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and uttered a phrase in authentic NI good dialect to his accomplice beside him. Hey, look at this kid, he fell from the sky. Although Lin Bei's English wasn't very good, he was all too familiar with that malicious look in his eyes. That was the look in the wild boar mother's eyes when she looked at him outside the cave. Kwisani might be more dangerous than wild boars. 2:35. The countdown is rapidly decreasing. Lin Bei swallowed hard, his mind racing. The next second, Lin Bei raised his hands in a standard French military salute, forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and slowly backed away as he spoke. Fortunately, the group of Kwisanti seemed to be busy emptying the brand-name shoe store next door and had little interest in Lin Bei, a homeless man who looked even poorer than them. And I, with his dreadlocks, swung his baseball bat, cursed, "Get lost, you little rascal," and then turned around and smashed the glass of the shop window next to him with the bat. Splash. The sound of shattering glass brought Lin Bei back to his senses. He turned and ran. Since we can't rely on the national team, we can only rely on ourselves. Weapons. I need weapons. Lin Bei weaved through the chaotic crowd while scanning the shops on both sides of the street. 2:10. A minute passed, and my heart ached terribly. These 3 minutes are so precious. Every second was a lifeline for the three of them to survive. If this were in China, he might be able to storm into a hardware store and grab something. But this is a $0 shopping event in New York, where most shops have already been looted, and the ground is littered with trash and broken glass. Nike. Useless. Starbucks. Get lost. Apple Store. What would I need a phone for? To smash a pig. Lin Bei was sweating profusely with anxiety. Without weapons, going back would be suicide. Am I supposed to go back empty-handed and tell the two sisters that I went on a trip to the Freedom Country? Suddenly, Lin Bei stopped in his tracks. At the street corner, a shop sign was crooked, but the design on it caught his eye. It was a red Target sign with the words Outdoor World Hunting Supplies Store written in English next to it. This is an outdoor hunting shop. Although the roller shutter door had been pried open halfway, faint shouting could be heard coming from inside. But this is our only hope. In a free country, gun ownership and hunting are permitted, so these kinds of shops definitely have big guns. Let's give it our all. Lin Bei glanced at the countdown. 1:45. He gritted his teeth and, like a nimble rabbit, dodged several old black men who were fighting over their spoils, and plunged into the half-open roller shutter door. Pig Mom, you just wait. Even if I die here today, I'll still bring you a big gift back with me. Bang. Lin Bei had just stepped 1 foot into the store when a thunderous gunshot rang out right next to his ear. The orange-red muzzle flashed briefly in the dimly lit shop. Countless tiny iron filings grazed Lin Bei's scalp and struck the door frame behind him, sending wood chips flying. Holy crap. Lin Bei was so frightened that his body reacted instinctively. He rolled to the side and hid behind a collapsed shelf. You ambushed me. He pressed himself against the ground, his heart pounding wildly. The people of free America are so welcoming. They offer peanuts as soon as we meet. That last shot was from a shotgun. If it had hit him, he would be riddled with holes by now, and the game would be over. 1:30. Time continues to pass. Lin Bei clenched his fists, held his breath, and strained his ears to listen to what was happening over there. He must react immediately to any sound of the other party pulling back the bolt or footsteps. However, a heavy thud came from the counter, followed by the sound of a weapon falling to the ground. Well, there were also the sounds of people groaning in pain. What happened? Lin Bei peeked out and took a look. A pale, fat hand hung limply behind the counter, with a shotgun lying beside it. At that moment, a stream of dark red blood was flowing out from the gap at the bottom of the counter. Lin Bei quickly understood. This is a redneck who is determined to defend his shop to the death. He has been shot. That last shot used up all his strength. It was his last burst of energy before he lost consciousness. Call. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief and sprang up from the ground after confirming there was no danger. There's no time left. He stepped over the mess on the floor and rushed straight to the counter. Without any hesitation, Lin Bei grabbed the Remington M870 shotgun, which was still warm from the ground. The heavy, weighty feel and the cold, metallic touch filled him with joy. He found 3 large boxes of red bullets in the drawer next to the old shop owner. Number 12 slug. This bullet wasn't a shotgun for shooting birds. It was a huge lead bullet. It is specifically designed to hunt large, tough-skinned beasts like bears and wild boars. A single shot can create a hole the size of a bowl in their flesh. With this thing, I'll see just how thick your pigskin really is. Lin Bei grabbed a hiking backpack from the side, emptied all the bullets into it, and then began his frantic stockpiling. Although most of the good stuff was sold out, the store was large, and there were still quite a few useful items left in the corners. He first pulled a thick tactical jacket and work pants off the shelf. Li and Su Yao sizes. The figures of the 2 women flashed through my mind. While thinking, he quickly grabbed 2 large sets. The nights on that alien planet are too cold, and those 2 delicate young ladies also need clothes to keep warm. Next up is the outdoor food area. High-calorie beef jerky. Take it all. Hiking cookware with solid alcohol fuel. Great stuff, take it. This axe is good. It's heavy enough to chop wood and use for self-defense. What is this? A first aid kit? We must take it. We're almost out of Lin Bei. Lin Bei's brain was rapidly calculating the weight. He currently weighs 73 kilograms, which means he can carry a maximum of 73 kilograms of supplies. If the weight exceeds the limit, the portal will not sever his hands and feet, but it will randomly leave the excess resources on Earth. He didn't want the gun he'd worked so hard to steal to be left here. Self-heating rice? No, it takes up too much space. Canned food. Canned luncheon meat. 10 more cans, please. Here are a few more thermal garments for Li and Su Yao to take. The backpack bulged at a visible speed until the zipper could no longer be closed. Lin Bei stuffed the 2 huge, powerful flashlights into his side bag and tried to lift them, his arm muscles contracting. It weighs at least 65 kilograms, plus the gun and the clothes on my body. It's about 70 kilograms, close to the limit. 0:30. The last 30 seconds. Lin Bei felt his legs sink as he carried the heavy backpack, and every step required a great deal of effort. He was about to find a corner to wait for the teleportation when his gaze swept over the unconscious old shopkeeper on the ground once again. The old man was very unlucky. He was shot in the abdomen, and blood was still gushing out. His face had lost all color. If left untreated, he will bleed to death in 3 to 5 minutes at most. Although the old man had almost shot himself just now, Lin Bei looked at him and then at the group of riders outside who were still celebrating. Fine, I'll take your supplies and give you a fruit in return. Consider this payment for the supplies you provided. Lin Bei gritted his teeth and pulled out a packet of hemostatic powder and a roll of strong bandage from the first aid kit he had just snatched. He squatted down, tore open the old man's shirt, and found a stolen iPhone in the shirt pocket, which he then stuffed into his pants pocket. Then, the entire packet of hemostatic powder was poured onto the shop owner's wound, and then a bandage was used to secure it tightly. FUC old man groaned in pain. The bleeding should have stopped. Whether he lives or dies depends on when the ambulance arrives. You're lucky to have met someone like me who has principles. After doing all this, Lin Bei stood up and glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner. The red dot is still flashing. He faced the camera, adjusted his tactical vest and backpack, and flashed a bright smile. Midnight. The countdown ended in that very instant. The surveillance footage was shaking violently, and all surveillance footage was lost. Lin Bei's figure, along with the huge backpack on his back, completely disappeared from sight. Half an hour later, on the other side of the ocean, on the Douyin media platform, a video suddenly appeared at the top of the trending searches. Shocking. A mysterious Asian man appeared at a free gun sale in New York, robbed the store, and then vanished into thin air. Chinese Kung Fu. Or magic. That dodge was so cool. The video was from the outdoor store's surveillance footage. Although the image is somewhat blurry, the Asian face with yellow skin and black hair is clearly visible. In the video, he moved professionally, not only dodging gunfire, but also quickly looting high-value supplies. That final, humane act of saving lives, and that last smile for the camera, were truly captivating. The comment section exploded. Wow, who is this guy? He's so strong. Look at that skill, he's definitely trained. The way he dodged the bullets was textbook perfect. Why are there no follow-up videos? Has the person been arrested? Upstairs, the internet is in an uproar. Even Furborg has intervened, saying that they can't find anyone at the scene, and the surveillance signal was jammed. They don't know where the person went. Netizens are still speculating about the identity of this mysterious person. Many people regarded him as some kind of secret agent hiding in anonymity or a highly skilled person walking among people. In the command center of Special Investigation Bureau 305, the atmosphere was so heavy that no one dared to speak. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the smiling image on the big screen. Academician Li Yaodong rubbed his temples and let out a long sigh. No wonder. No wonder we searched the whole country and sent out all the police officers to patrol, but we still couldn't find him. So it turns out the teleportation randomly took me abroad. The general beside him had a livid face, tinged with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Yeah, this kid actually went to the free country to buy goods. Fortunately, although he couldn't deliver the supplies we prepared, he did his best. Li Yaodong nodded. Fortunately, Lin Bei got the gun. A Remington M870 plus slugs. As long as you're not fighting a tough-skinned monster like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, this gun's power is enough for him to survive in that world. General, it seems we need to expand our surveillance area. 3 days from now, we need to find ways to mobilize resources not only domestically, but also overseas. Inside the alien cave, a flash of light appeared. Thump! Lin Bei was carrying 70 kilograms of supplies when the gravity suddenly changed. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, letting out a painful groan. Ignoring the pain, he immediately unzipped his backpack and touched the cold, yet exciting, gun barrel. Snap! The sound of the gun being cocked was crisp and pleasant, full of violent beauty. Lin Bei looked up at Li and Su Yao, who were rushing over to him with delighted expressions, and smiled like a sunny and cheerful young man. Men, start a fire and boil water. I'll get my revenge for all the humiliation I've suffered these past few days. Tonight, let's have braised pork snout. Chapter 21. We're going to take a bath. You're not allowed to turn around. Lin Bei was tackled to the ground, with 2 school beauties, one on each side, in his arms. Even though they were covered in dust, their natural beauty was still undeniable. Feeling the trembling and longing from the 2 delicate bodies in his arms, his heart, which had been tense amidst the hail of bullets, slowly softened. Okay, stop crying. Lin Bei reached out and ruffled Su Yao's messy hair, then patted Su Li's shoulder. There was a slight mishap this time. The portal threw me to the free country on the other side of the world, and I couldn't go home. Huh? You went abroad? Su Yao looked up, blinked her tear-streaked eyelashes, and looked shocked. Yes, although I didn't see Aunt Sue or have a hot meal. Lin Bei's lips curled up as he patted the huge, bulging backpack beside him, his tone tinged with smugness. But this time, I'm doing a 0 yuan purchase. Anyway, the Empress Dowager has already given me money, so it's not unreasonable for me to collect some interest, right? Come on, pull me up. We've been stuck in this damn cave for so many days. It's time for us to celebrate the new year. The 2 women pulled Lin Bei up, and he grabbed his backpack and unzipped it. The 3 of them were drawn to it. Lin Bei, like a cat staring at someone's crotch in an animation, started taking things out. Tada! Beef jerky. High in calories and fiber, 1 jerky lasts a day. Su Yao's beautiful eyes lit up, and she grabbed a ham stick and held it in her palm. Wow. Brother Lin Bei is so amazing. Yao Yao has been eating ham every day and hasn't been to the toilet in ages. And this, canned meat, canned vegetables, a whole 10 cans. Wow. There are vegetables. And this, a Swiss Army knife, a machete, we can use it to chop firewood later. Every time she pulled out something, Su Yao would act as the most dedicated atmosphere maker, exclaiming wow, incessantly, her eyes filled with admiration. Even the usually proud Su Li's eyes brightened as she looked at the piles of food and daily necessities, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Lin Bei, you're really amazing. She whispered something, her eyes filled with tenderness. Is that impressive? The best stuff is yet to come. Lin Bei chuckled and forcefully pulled out 2 sets of clothes from the bottom of the bag. Those were 2 sets of high-end waterproof and windproof outdoor jackets that cost several thousand US dollars. The inner lining is removable and lined with fleece, making it a lifesaver in this cold and damp cave. New clothes. This time, even Su Li couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Who knows how uncomfortable they must feel wearing those tattered, drafty JK school uniforms. The skirt was too short to cover her legs, and the stockings were already ripped and had holes. They were dirty and cold. Put these on later. They also come with matching hiking boots, which I specially chose as extra thick. Lin Bei handed the clothes over. The 2 women hugged the windbreakers that smelled of new clothes, their hands trembling with excitement, wishing they could put them on immediately. Just then, Lin Bei mysteriously pulled a small black packaging bag out of the side pocket of his bag. He glanced at Su Yao, who was still grinning foolishly, and then shoved the bag directly into the hands of the more sensible Su Li. For you. This is also clothing. Su Li was taken aback, and subconsciously pinched it. It was soft and thin. She curiously opened the bag, and took a look. At just one glance, her face flushed bright red, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. Inside the bag were several individually wrapped small packets of white pure cotton fabric. Disposable bras and underwear. It's still the kind of girly style, with little strawberry patterns printed on it. They actually took this. Su Li was so ashamed that she dared not look Lin Bei in the eye, and her voice was barely audible. These past few days, what they found most difficult to talk about wasn't hunger, but rather the hygiene of their underwear. The discomfort of wearing them for a long time drove the 2 clean-loving young ladies to the brink of madness. I just grabbed it casually. This is also for the sake of health. After all, we still have a long battle to fight here. Su Li bit her lip and hugged the small bag tightly. Although I was shy, I was genuinely moved. This man, who is always meticulous, even thought of such a detail. Thanks. She lowered her head, her voice gentle, unlike the young lady she used to be. No need to thank me, we're all family. Lin Bei stood up and pointed to the stone pillar in the corner that was always used to collect water. Although water has been scarce these past few days, I've been drinking bottled water, and I've accumulated a lot of water dripping from the stone pillar. You guys should change your clothes right away. Although there isn't much water, and I don't know if it will cause any problems if I drink it, it's still okay to use it to wipe myself down. Clean yourselves up, change into new clothes, and let's get a good night's sleep tonight. Hearing that they could wipe their bodies, both sisters' eyes welled up with tears. Bath. This is something they've always dreamed of. But, Su Li glanced at Lin Bei, then at the dark cave that offered no cover. Lin Bei, can you turn around? Su Li blushed and spoke softly, sounding like she was being coquettish. There's no need for that. It's not like I haven't seen it before I fell asleep at night. Lin Bei muttered something, but still obediently turned around and sat down not far away with his back to them. He took out the iPhone he had accidentally found from his bag and saw that it still had 90% battery left. Don't turn around. If you dare to peek, I'll. Su Li hesitated for a long time, unable to come up with any threatening words, and finally could only stomp her foot. I heard the rustling sound of clothes being taken off behind me. In the silent cave, the sound was amplified, like a feather gently tickling Lin Bei's heart. Sister, can you help me wipe my back? I can't reach it. Su Yao's soft, sweet voice rang out. Shoo, keep your voice down. Su Li lowered her voice, seemingly very nervous. Next came the sound of wet wipes soaking in water, being wrung out, and the soft rustling of a damp towel being wiped on the skin. Oh sis, your hands are so cold, Su Yao snorted softly. Bear with it, it has to be wiped clean. Su Li's voice carried a hint of happiness, and a slight tremor. Lin Bei sat on the ground, holding his phone and using the camera to film the environment outside the cave entrance. If I can get the phone back to China next time I go back, I'll leave it with me. He was taking the photos very seriously, but the noise behind him kept bringing back vivid images to his mind. If you get even slightly distracted, your mind will automatically fill in the blanks in the background. Her fair skin gleamed in the dim fluorescent light, and water droplets slid down her back. This is simply torture. But Lin Bei remained cheerful, and this kind of pre-showdown mood is the most memorable. Brother Lin Bei. Suddenly, Su Yao's voice came from behind. What? Lin Bei's Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't dare to turn around. I've finished wiping my sister too. Su Yao's voice was a little hesitant, yet carried a hint of innocent allure. Do you want to wipe it too? Shall we help you clean yourself? You must be very dirty. Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat, Does this little girl know what she's saying? You idiot, Su Yao. Shut up. Su Li's embarrassed and indignant voice immediately rang out. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Stop talking nonsense. But brother Lin Bei really works very hard. There was another sound of clothes being put on behind me. A while later. All right, came Su Li's voice. You can turn it around now. Lin Bei calmed his agitated blood and then slowly turned around. The scene before him caught his eye. The two sisters had already changed into their dark red windbreakers. Although the clothes were a bit big and wrapped them up tightly, their clean, fair faces, which had just been washed, had an alluring pink hue. Her wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders, looking especially captivating under the fluorescent light. Especially Su Li, who was still holding the bag containing the little secret, looked flustered and evasive when she saw Lin Bei looking over. Her hesitant and unspeakable appearance was even more captivating than Su Li sleepwalking at night. Lin Bei smiled, patted the empty space beside him, and his tone became exceptionally gentle. I won't wash it. It doesn't matter if it's a little dirty. It can even protect my body. Come over and get ready to eat. You'll have the energy to go after that pig. Chapter 22 Rice, only 1 spoon? The twins changed into warm windproof jackets and washed themselves clean, and the discomfort they had felt finally dissipated. But then, another feeling took over their minds. I'm hungry. Although I've eaten a variety of odds and ends to fill my stomach these past few days. But for Chinese people, if they haven't eaten hot food for 3 days, they always feel a sense of emptiness. Gurgle. It's unclear whose stomach growled first, but then, as if it were contagious, the stomachs of the 3 people started playing a trio. The 2 sisters covered their stomachs somewhat embarrassedly. Wait. Lin Bei smiled, turned around, and started rummaging through his backpack behind him. This time, he took out a small, round, silver stainless steel pot, a single-person pot set for outdoor hiking. Next came a small white box of solid alcohol fuel. Brother, what's going on? Su Yao blinked her big eyes, seemingly guessing something, and her mouth was already drooling. Cook, make delicious food. Lin Bei's words were concise and to the point. He found a few flat, broken stones in the cave and built a simple stove, placing solid fuel in the middle. Wow! Su Yao's cheer was an all-out effort. She was so excited that she completely forgot her composure and threw herself onto Lin Bei's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Long live brother Lin Bei. We can finally have a hot meal. Yao Yao is about to cry. Because of the large movement, Su Yao was pressed against Lin Bei's back. Even through the thick down jacket, Lin Bei could still feel the amazing softness and elasticity on his back. Especially since the girl was excitedly rubbing against his back. Although not as big as her sister, they were starting to form a pair, constantly squeezing and rubbing against Lin Bei's back. Cough cough. Lin Bei, breathless from the naked chokehold, felt his blood rushing to his head, and quickly slapped Su Yao's buttocks with his other hand. Get off. If you strangle me any further, I'll kill you. No one will cook for you anymore. Su Yao stuck out her tongue, blushed, and jumped down, but her eyes were still glued to the small pot. Su Li watched from the side, and although she didn't pounce on him, her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. She asked with some confusion, Lin Bei, there are so many dry branches at the cave entrance. Why didn't we light a fire a few days ago? These past few nights, when she was shivering from the cold, she wanted to go and gather tree branches to start a fire, but Lin Bei sternly stopped her each time. Because I don't want to die. As Lin Bei poured the mineral water into the small pot, he explained. Although we left a ventilation hole, the air convection is very poor. If we burn firewood inside the cave, not only will the smoke kill us, but even more terrifying is the carbon monoxide poisoning. As he spoke, he took out a flamethrower. Laugh. The blue flames danced on the solid alcohol, not as intense as a fire, but in the dim cave, the light felt especially warm and comforting. These alcohol blocks are smokeless and burn completely, making them ideal for use in tents or enclosed spaces like ours. The water boiled quickly, bubbling away. Lin Bei, like a master chef, began adding ingredients. Canned luncheon meat, cut into pieces, and put in the pot. Dehydrated vegetable pack, put it in the pot. And some salt and pepper that I picked up from your kitchen. As the seasonings were added, a meaty aroma filled the entire cave. To avoid the smell of biological weapons left by the wild boar at the cave entrance, they specifically chose a sheltered corner deep inside the cave. The air here is fairly fresh, and it's filled with the aroma of food. It smells so good. Su Yao squatted beside the small stove, her hands supporting her chin, staring longingly at the rolling chunks of meat in the pot, her throat bobbing incessantly. Even Su Li couldn't help but come closer. Although she maintained a reserved sitting posture, her frequent inhalations betrayed her. 5 minutes later. All right, let's eat. Lin Bei turned off the fire, used his clothes as padding for his hands, and carried the steaming pot to the center. Because his return to Earth was too rushed, and due to weight restrictions, he only managed to bring back a stainless steel spoon. We only have one spoon. Lin Bei tapped the edge of the pot with a spoon. The conditions are tough, so we can only take turns. I'm second. Su Yao didn't mind at all. In fact, she preferred anything Lin Bei had used. Lin Bei also doted on her. He first scooped up a large spoonful of meat with broth, blew on it to cool it down, and then held it to Su Yao's lips. Su Yao, like a hungry little bird, opened her mouth wide and swallowed it whole. It's so hot and delicious. It's so good. She gasped for breath from the heat, but her face was filled with happiness. The feeling of the food sliding down her esophagus into her stomach was so intense it brought tears to her eyes. My turn. Lin Bei was starving, so without wiping the spoon, he scooped up a spoonful and stuffed it into his mouth. Yeah, my skills are amazing. Then, he scooped up the third spoonful and handed it to Su Li. Here, young lady, please. Su Li looked at the spoon that had just come out of her sister's mouth, then into Lin Bei's mouth, and now was being handed to her. It looked like it still had the two of them drool on it. Isn't this an indirect kiss, and a series of kisses at that? Su Li's face flushed red instantly. She was a little embarrassed. You guys eat first, I'm not hungry yet. She turned her head away and said softly, gurgle. But his stomach gave a very loud growl, which was quite loud in the quiet cave. Lin Bei looked at her with a half smile. Really not going to eat? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Su Li looked at the still steaming luncheon meat, then at Lin Bei's teasing gaze. In the end, appetite prevailed. Let's kiss. With a determined heart, as if heading to her execution, she opened her small mouth and put the spoon in her mouth. The metal spoon still carried Lin Bei's body temperature and a faint trace of his presence. In that instant, Su Li felt as if she had swallowed Lin Bei's finger, not meat. Is it delicious? Lin Bei asked with a smile. Su Li chewed on the meat, her face flushed red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. She just gave a soft hum. It's delicious, it tastes just like you. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized what outrageous things she had said and wished she could disappear into the ground. Ha. And so, one spoon, three mouths. You take a bite, I take a bite. In this alien cave billions of light years away from Earth, amidst the danger of being surrounded by wild beasts. This simple stew turned out to be the most delicious, most intimate, and most heartwarming meal the three of them had ever eaten in their lives. After eating and drinking my fill, a warm feeling spread throughout my body. Su Yao leaned against Lin Bei's left, and Su Li leaned against Lin Bei's right. The three of them huddled together, watching the embers of the fire gradually die out. Lin Bei touched the gun beside him, his eyes gradually sharpening. Are you full? We're full, the two women said in unison, their voices filled with satisfaction and languor. That's good. Lin Bei stood up, pulled back the handguard, and the shotgun made a crisp cocking sound. Chapter 23 Piggy, be careful in your next life. Lin Bei sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands gripping the cold Remington M870 shotgun. The shotgun's weighty feel gave him a lot of peace of mind. Click, click. He practiced firing the gun repeatedly, and his movements gradually became smoother from unfamiliar to natural. Even if you've never eaten pork, haven't you at least seen a pig run? Although I've never fired a real gun in my life, this action has long been deeply ingrained in people's minds through movies and FPS games. This kind of close-range shotgun doesn't require very precise shooting skills. As long as the distance is close enough, the hand is steady enough, and you're daring enough, you'll succeed. Lin Bei raised his head and looked out of the cave. Only the dim afterglow of one sun remained in the sky. The other two suns had already sunk below the horizon. As darkness falls, the hunt is about to begin. Thump, thump. A short while later, the ground began to tremble slightly. It's here. This vengeful beast is more punctual than clocking in for work every day. Even with its fangs broken, it still comes to clock in. Step back. Lin Bei lowered his voice and waved to the two sisters behind him. Su Li and Su Yao immediately obeyed and shrank behind the rocks deep inside the cave. The two women covered their mouths, their eyes wide, their hearts pounding in their throats with tension. In the distance, their only line of defense was being defended, and he was fighting desperately for the future of the three of them. Seeing that the two women were in hiding, Lin Bei took a deep breath, crouched down, and moved silently to a dead corner next to the cave entrance, close to the rock wall. A nauseating, fishy stench assaulted the nostrils. Splash. The sound of water jets hitting the ground rang out. Lin Bei was furious. This slut was using his hole as a toilet again. This highly insulting act of marking is both a declaration of sovereignty and a provocation. Lin Bei remained expressionless and held his breath. Tolerate. Now is not the time. He was waiting for the behemoth to finish venting its anger, waiting for the moment when the other party's vigilance would drop to its lowest point. This Remington has an extended magazine that can hold 7 bullets. But when faced with such a prehistoric creature weighing hundreds of tons, the real opportunity is only a fleeting moment. If the first shot fails to inflict a fatal wound, the enraged beast will either launch a furious attack or turn and flee into the jungle. Once you've been fooled, there won't be a second chance. In that case, they will be the ones who die. Lin Bei leaned against the cold rock wall and slowly laid the gun flat on the ground. He remained calm and unhurried, took out 2 cotton balls he had prepared beforehand from his pocket, and stuffed them into his ears. Firing a gun through a narrow opening can create a powerful echo that, if left unprotected, can rupture eardrums or even knock someone unconscious. After doing all this, he turned his head and glanced at the 2 girls huddled in the corner, trembling. 2 pairs of large, teary eyes were staring intently at him. Lin Bei smiled, raised an eyebrow at them, and casually blew them a kiss. Su Li was stunned for a moment, then blushed to her ears, and her nervousness miraculously eased a lot. This guy is risking his life, and he still has the mind to show off? Huffing and puffing. The activity outside the cave has changed. The crashing sound stopped, and the heavy panting of the wild boar drifted into the cave. The wild boar was somewhat puzzled. Normally at this time, as soon as it bumps into the door, the insects inside will let out a terrified scream. Why is it so quiet today? Moreover, there was an unfamiliar fragrance in the air. It smells so good. It didn't know that it tasted like braised pork and canned luncheon meat from Earth. Did the bugs inside escape? Or is he dead? The wild boar was getting a little anxious. If the enemy who killed its son escapes, wouldn't the half of its fang that it broke off these past few days become a joke? Humph. The giant pig's head slowly lowered, bringing its large left eye closer to the entrance of the hole. Blood-red pupils contracted in the darkness, their gaze piercing through the rocks and scanning the cave interior. It saw 2 female insects huddled in a corner and a pile of fragrant food. But the one most despicable, the male who killed its offspring, was nowhere to be seen. It angrily exhaled a burst of hot air, wanting to look even deeper inside. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly flashed out from the giant beast's blind spot. Lin Bei has made a move. He turned sharply, half kneeling on the ground, the black muzzle of his gun like the scythe of death, aimed at the wild boar's eyes. The distance was less than half a meter. The gun barrel was almost piercing into that huge, blood-red eyeball. Be more careful in your next life. Lin Bei roared loudly and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The first gunshot, like a thunderclap, drowned out the wild boar's breathing. The orange flames illuminated the dim cave entrance. At such close range, the slug unleashed terrifying kinetic energy. The fragile eyeball instantly burst like a water balloon, splattering with fluid. The lead bullet encountered no resistance, and, carrying tremendous force, pierced the eye socket and struck the back of the head. Ah! A blood-curdling scream emanated from the wild boar's mouth. Even with cotton balls stuffed in his ears, Lin Bei still felt his head buzzing. But he didn't stop. He had to strike while the iron was hot and finish you off. Snap! Pull hard on the front handguard with your left hand, and the spent cartridge case flies out. Bang! The second shot. The shot blasted through the bloody hole that had just been blown open again. Double blow. The wild boar's brain outside the cave was turned into a mess by the slug. The massive body, which had been about to launch a fierce counterattack, seemed to have its soul ripped out and froze for a moment. Then, the giant beast that had given Lin Bei and his companions nightmares for 3 days staggered back 2 steps. Its body was still executing the brain's last instructions, taking it back to the familiar depths of the jungle. But the body was already out of control. Boom. A loud bang. The massive, 3-story-high body crashed heavily onto the gravel beach at the cave entrance, causing the ground to tremble violently and kicking up clouds of dust. In just over 10 seconds, the wild boar's 6 legs twitched a few more times before it went completely still. Lin Bei remained in the gun-raising posture, wisps of smoke rising from the muzzle, ready to deliver a finishing blow at any moment. 1 minute later, he removed the cotton balls from his ears, looked at the fallen shadow outside, and let out a long sigh. Good night's sleep. Chapter 24. Su Li's heart is set on returning home. A house must be built. Good night's sleep. Lin Bei put away his gun and glanced at the jungle outside the cave. With the moonlight, I could only see a little bit. Although the giant beast is dead, the strong smell of blood will surely attract other large animals in the jungle. Going out to cut meat now, you might encounter snakes, insects, or poisonous ants. With only moonlight, it's hard to see clearly, and you might not even realize when you step on a snake. Lin Bei would never leave the cave at night. He'd rather starve than go into the primeval forest to cut meat, waiting for the right time to steal it from Earth. As soon as he turned around, two soft, warm bodies, carrying a fragrant breeze, crashed into his arms. Brother Lin Bei. With a sob in her voice, Su Yao tightly gripped Lin Bei's waist, wishing she could bury herself inside him. Although Su Li didn't speak, she held Lin Bei tightly with both hands, her body still trembling slightly. The scene of that headshot was too shocking and too bloody. It was too much of a shock for these two sheltered flowers. It's all right now. Lin Bei reached out and put his arm around one of them, gently patting their trembling backs. Now that the scourge is gone, we can walk around with our heads held high. Su Li lifted her head from her embrace, her eyes red-rimmed, and the last shred of her young lady's composure shattered completely in her gaze as she looked at Lin Bei. All that remains is unconditional reliance. Lin Bei, let's go out to get the meat tomorrow. It's too dangerous now. Su Li's voice was soft and submissive. It's too late tonight, and it's dangerous outside. Tomorrow, Xiao Yao and I will do as you say. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. Su Li's voice suddenly became strained, sounding like the silly Su Yao next to her. It seems that these two shots not only killed the wild boar, but also completely subdued this proud peacock. Okay, we'll go out tomorrow. Lin Bei made the decision. The three of them worked together to push the rubble that had been knocked away by the wild boar back into the cave entrance. Although there's no longer a need to guard against impacts, it's still necessary to protect against the cold winds and small poisonous insects that might sneak in. After all this was done, the cave returned to its tranquility and seclusion. The three returned to the bed where their clothes were laid out. Still shaken from the fright, the two sisters instinctively laid down beside Lin Bei. Lin Bei laid down between the two of them, adjusting himself into a comfortable position. Su Li was resting on his left shoulder, and Su Yao was on his right. Strands of hair brushed against her cheeks, and a faint, sweet fragrance drifted into her nostrils, masking the stench of blood and decay emanating from the cave entrance. Call. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief and took out the cell phone he had casually stolen from his pocket. Luckily, the phone didn't have a password. Lin Bei swiped the screen, and it lit up. Foreign old men are really carefree. They don't even set a lock screen password. He opened his photo album and video player, hoping to find some downloaded movies or TV series to pass the time during this boring and long night. After all, on this alien planet without internet or electricity, a mobile phone is essential for spiritual nourishment. Two little heads also came closer from the side. Su Li and Su Yao, like two curious kittens, rested their chins on Lin Bei's shoulder, their eyes fixed on the phone screens in their hands. Feeling the soft touch and warm body temperature coming from both sides, Lin Bei couldn't help but feel a little elated. Such treatment, with women on both sides, would be something an ordinary test-taker like him could only dream of on Earth. Even in a dream, I'd probably have my legs broken by bodyguards hired by that strong woman, Su Qingwan. But here, anything is possible. Brother Lin Bei, what is this folder? Su Yao stretched out her slender finger and pointed to a video collection on the screen called Good. Her curiosity piqued. Don't pry into other people's privacy. Before Lin Bei could finish speaking, Su Yao's finger had already moved faster and traced the path. Let me see. Tap with your finger. The video's cover image popped up. Before the three could even see what was on the screen, the video started playing automatically. Oh yes. A series of enchanting and penetrating moans from a Western woman echoed unexpectedly in the silent cave. The sound was reflected by the layers of rock walls, creating a three-dimensional surround sound effect that was breathtaking. 1 second. Time seemed to stand still. Lin Bei could feel that the two delicate bodies leaning on his shoulders had become incredibly stiff, like two stones. On the screen, two wrestlers are performing the most primitive form of wrestling. Unexpectedly, the seemingly kind-faced old shop owner with a white beard was actually quite different in private, with such a rich and wild inventory. Ah! Su Yao screamed as if she had burned her hand, and waved wildly, accidentally knocking Lin Bei's phone out of her hand. Clatter! The phone fell more than 2 meters away. The screen was facing upwards and was not damaged. Not only was it not broken, but the dedicated voice of that European and American teacher continued, and because of the angle, with the microphone facing the ceiling, the sound was even louder. Baby, come on. Awkward. A silence filled the air that made one's toes clench. Su Li buried her face in Lin Bei's windbreaker. Her ears were so red they looked like they were about to bleed, and her whole body was trembling. Su Yao covered her eyes, her fingers clenched wide, and shouted, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Lin Bei's lips twitched. What kind of situation is this? He sighed, reluctantly got up, walked over to pick up his phone, and quickly turned off the video and locked the screen. The world is finally quiet. Cough, cough. Lin Bei cleared his throat, forcibly breaking the silence. Let's go to sleep. Whether it's a human or a wild animal, they all have the instinct to reproduce. This falls under the category of biology, so there's no need to be surprised. He was spouting nonsense with a straight face, trying to appease the two women. Lying back down in the middle, the two women were much more obedient this time, not daring to move around or mention looking at their phones again. Lin Bei closed his eyes, feeling the two heat sources beside him, but his mind began to consider serious matters. It seems we can't sleep in this communal room. Given the current situation, if we really want any substantial progress to happen, these twins keeping an eye on each other makes it impossible. To defeat them one by one, and to truly enjoy the blessings of having multiple wives. A blueprint appeared in Lin Bei's mind. Besides getting the meat, we also need to put building the house on the agenda. The rooms inside this cave are divided with wood. At least 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. At that time, each person will have their own room, and I will decide whose room we go to for a heart-to-heart talk at night. Chapter 25. The alien beasts have no manners. It was late at night, I don't know when. The fluorescent minerals inside the cave emitted a faint, cold light, and the air was so quiet that only the 2 steady, long breaths beside me could be heard. Lin Bei opened his eyes. Having just experienced a gunfight, he couldn't sleep soundly. Crack, crack. A series of smacking, chewing sounds, along with the crisp cracking of bones, pierced through the cracks in the rocks blocking the door and reached his ears. There were large creatures feeding outside the cave, and more than one of them. Clearly, the wild boar is dead and has lost its deterrent effect. The bloody smell emanating from the carcasses of the large and small wild boars has attracted late-night diners from the jungle. Lin Bei held his breath and listened intently for a while. Judging from the noise, it sounds like some kind of large carnivore, quite a few of them, fighting and tearing at the free buffet on the gravel beach. Lin Bei glanced at the tightly packed stones at the cave entrance and felt reassured. The defenses were impregnable. Unless a few more bulldozer-sized behemoths arrive, these opportunistic animals outside won't be able to get in. Eat up, and get out of here when you're full. Lin Bei turned over and hugged the 2 soft, warm bodies tightly again. Like an octopus, Su Yao sensed the heat and snuggled closer to him, still muttering that she wanted more braised pork. Holding the sleeping girl in his arms, Lin Bei suddenly had an extremely absurd thought. Etc. If those guys outside eat that little wild boar I fed 5 bottles of highly toxic pesticide, will he die from the poison on the spot? Then, when their extended family members find that their entire family has died suddenly at my doorstep, will they blame me for this blood feud? The legendary, Matryoshka-style revenge? Lin Bei's lips twitched. If that's the case, the area outside my cave will probably become a mass grave. Whatever. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. It's just a pity that I'm the tallest person in this cave right now. Lin Bei shook off the jumbled thoughts in his mind and buried his face in Su Li's long hair. A foul odor wafted in from the ventilation vents from time to time, making the 2 women smell much better in comparison. The next morning, after sleeping for 8 hours, Lin Bei woke up on time. He slept soundly in the latter half of the night, without even having a dream. He carefully moved the soft, white thighs that were pressing against his chest, then removed Su Yao's head from his stomach and quietly got up. A sudden urge to urinate struck. Lin Bei rubbed his sleepy eyes and, using the faint morning light, walked to the designated sanitation area deep inside the cave. He pulled down his pants and started releasing water into the deep pit in the corner of the stone wall. Splash. The water jet traces a perfect parabola, a moment of ultimate relaxation for the body. A woo. A shrill, wild howl suddenly rang out on the rocky beach outside the cave. The sound was extremely penetrating, reaching just a few meters from the cave entrance. Lin Bei shuddered, his sphincter muscles contracting instinctively. Holy crap. The water flow stopped abruptly. The feeling of forcibly holding it back made him feel terrible, and he almost suffered internal injuries from it. Calling back the soul so early in the morning. Lin Bei, his face dark, quickly finished urinating and pulled up his pants. He grabbed the spray gun next to him, rushed to the hole in a few steps, and peeked through the crack. Outside, all was quiet, except for a mess of bones and debris. It seems that a wild beast, having eaten and drunk its fill, made some post-meal remarks before leaving. "You're lucky you ran fast." Lin Bei grumbled as he put down his gun, feeling that these alien creatures were truly rude. Back at their sleeping spot, the two little pigs were still fast asleep. The shout just now didn't wake them at all. It seems that the mental attacks of the past few days have really frightened them. Having shed her guarded demeanor from the past few days, Su Li's cool and beautiful face appeared exceptionally gentle, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Su Yao's mouth was slightly open, with a trace of drool hanging from the corner of her mouth, making her look cute and adorable. "Get up, you lazybones." Lin Bei squatted down and looked at the two sleeping faces, as pink and tender as peach blossoms, and a thought struck him. He lowered his head and planted a loud, good morning kiss on each of their rosy cheeks. Pop, pop, Su Li's eyelashes fluttered, and she groggily opened her eyes. Her hand subconsciously touched her cheek, and when she saw it was Lin Bei, a lazy smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. "Morning." Her voice had a sensual quality to it, as soft as a feather tickling the heart. "Good morning, get up, the sun's already high in the sky." He chuckled and pinched her cheek. Lin Bei was in a great mood, and turned around to start fiddling with the small pot and alcohol blocks. "Get up and wash up quickly, there's big work to do after breakfast." Today's breakfast is very simple. I poured the remaining 2 cans of 8 treasure porridge into a pot, and heated them up. I also added a few slices of beef and cooked it into a pot of strangely flavored porridge with a sweet and savory taste. It smells so good. Su Yao had already woken up by the smell, and was now squatting by the pot. Although the presentation was SOSO, the 3 of them still ate with great relish, even scraping the bottom of the pot clean. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Bei put down his spoon and wiped his mouth. His expression turned serious. "Men, tidy up." He took a sharp dagger from his backpack and handed it to Su Li, then picked up a machete and a sickle from the corner of the wall. "The wild boar king we killed yesterday will be our food supply for the next few days. A lot of the food was stolen by wild beasts last night, and we must quickly retrieve what's left." Lin Bei stood up, stretched his shoulders, and his eyes gleamed. "There is only one task today. Bring the meat back, cut it into strips, and smoke it until dry. We're going to hang this entire cave full of our dried meat." Chapter 26 Dinosaurs? It's actually the prehistoric world. 1, 2, 3 push. At Lin Bei's command, the 3 of them worked together to push aside the larger rocks blocking the cave entrance. There are stones of different sizes inside the cave, and the 3 of them can only move the smaller ones so far. As soon as I opened the door and saw the long-awaited sunlight, a wave of foul stench rushed in. It tastes like someone put durian and feces in a pressure cooker and cooked it for 3 days and 3 nights, then suddenly lifted the lid. Vomit. Even though he was mentally prepared, before he could even take a breath of fresh air, Lin Bei's eyes stung from the fumes and his stomach churned. "I almost threw up the breakfast I just ate. Holy crap. This stinks. You all stay inside and don't come out yet." Lin Bei stood at the cave entrance and turned back to give a word of advice to the 2 sisters who were about to follow. "It stinks so bad, let's plug our noses." Lacking proper face masks, the 3 of them made makeshift face shields using torn pieces of cotton from their t-shirts. Cough, cough, cough. I endured the physical and psychological discomfort. Lin Bei gripped the gun, squinted, and slowly crawled out, sticking half his body out. The sunlight from the 3 suns was a bit dazzling, but Lin Bei had no time to appreciate it. His gaze immediately swept over the buffet scene from the previous night. This, despite having anticipated it, the sight before him still sent chills down his spine. To the left of the cave entrance is a wild boar that died after he fed it 5 bottles of highly toxic pesticide. At this moment, its body has vanished, literally vanished. Only a skeleton remained scattered on the ground, not a single piece of flesh left, as if it had been licked by a group of starving ghosts. On the ground beside them, there was a layer of dead mosquitoes covering the ground, their number countless. Lin Beiju felt a chill run down her spine. Luckily, she hadn't come out last night. If she had gone out at night, she might have been sucked dry by mosquitoes the size of fists as soon as she stepped out of her hole. Directly in front of the cave entrance, the Sow mother, who who had terrified him and the Su sisters for 3 whole days, was in no better condition. Its massive body is now half gone. His stomach was completely cut open, and inside were huge leeches, all sucked together into a ball. Lin Bei felt a chill run down his spine and quickly moved away from the swarm of leeches. Internal organs and debris were scattered all over the ground, and starting from the anus, it was thoroughly ripped apart by some unknown thing. It seems that the head of the proctology department visited him. Overnight, they ate a whole piglet weighing several tons, plus half a large pig weighing over 100 tons. Lin Bei felt somewhat confused. How big of an appetite must that be? But that wasn't the most shocking thing for him. His gaze was drawn to several corpses lying not far away. They were 3 strange creatures. It's not very big, only about a size larger than cattle or horses on Earth. But they look so outrageous. Its entire body is covered with fine, bluish-gray feathers, and it has a thick, long tail. Its hind legs are strong and powerful, while its forelegs are short but have sharp, sickle-shaped claws. Its mouth was still half open, filled with serrated sharp teeth. This is a feathered dinosaur. Lin Bei felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. Although there are some differences in color and detail, the shape and size are exactly the same as the ones he saw in the dinosaur museum. He looked up and surveyed the dense primeval forest around him. High concentrations of oxygen, giant ferns, towering trees, and dinosaur carcasses on the ground. A despairing thought surfaced in his mind. Could this planet still be a prehistoric world of dinosaurs? Have we traveled to the Jurassic era? Lin Bei mustered his courage, bypassed the leeches that wanted to get close to him, and walked over, kicking one of the dinosaurs with his foot. Yes, it was rock hard, completely dead. There was a trace of black blood hanging from the corner of its mouth, and there was a puddle of vomit under its body. Lin Bei understood after a moment's thought. These unlucky guys must have eaten poisonous wild boar meat last night and died from the poison. Paraquat is still very powerful. He immediately stopped laughing, and his face turned extremely ugly. He looked at the dinosaurs, which were clearly immature, and then at the wild boar king that had been half-eaten, etc. Could these be cubs too? Given the nature of this world. I killed a piglet a few days ago, which provoked the mother pig to relentlessly pursue me. Today, I poisoned a whole litter of dinosaur piglets. Could it be that a Tyrannosaurus Rex-level parent is on its way to block the door? Lin Bei's palms were sweating as he gripped the gun. He scanned the edges of the surrounding jungle, fearing that a Tyrannosaurus Rex head might emerge from the bushes at any moment and give him a friendly greeting. Who can withstand this? No, we can't stay here any longer. Lin Bei dared not think about it any further. He turned his head to look at the wild boar meat mountain that was still half intact. Although half of it was eaten, the remaining portion was still surprisingly large. When this wild boar king was standing, it was as tall as a 3-story building. Even now, lying down, the diameter of its head alone is 3 or 4 meters, and its body is over 20 meters long, like a collapsed city wall. Standing in front of it, Lin Bei felt as small as a baby. He walked over and gestured with his hand. The remaining half contains at least tens or hundreds of tons of meat. It's all high-quality protein. Lin Bei gritted his teeth, greed overcoming fear. The bold get rich, the timid starve. Even if a Tyrannosaurus Rex comes, I'll still snatch a few pieces of meat back first. He was about to call the 2 sisters out of the cave to work when his gaze swept over the huge laceration on the wild boar king's body. The wound had jagged edges, and the bones had been bitten off. Lin Bei's heart sank. This wild boar king has thick hide and tough flesh. Ordinary wild animals simply can't bite through it. This guy can tear through such defenses in one night and devour tens of tons of meat. Looking at this seemingly peaceful jungle, Lin Bei felt a chill run straight to the top of his head. Do the 3 of them still have a chance to survive? The people who came here for the buffet last night were definitely behemoths, no less large than this wild boar. And there's more than one. This planet is not only home to dinosaurs, but also to these enormous creatures everywhere. The wild boars that drove the 3 of them to despair are probably just at the very bottom of the food chain on this planet. We're like tiny ants that have fallen into a monster's nest. Lin Bei forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, turned around and growled at the cave entrance. Li, Su Yao, quickly bring your knives and come out. Whether it's a dinosaur or a monster, we must take the meat back before their parents arrive. Grab as much as you can. Chapter 27. The axe can't chop it down. The dragon blade is drawn. When? A crisp sound. Lin Bei raised the axe in his hand high, then brought it down heavily. But the result was like hitting a thick layer of tire rubber. The axe blade not only failed to cut through, but was also bounced off by the enormous recoil, causing Lin Bei's hands to go numb and almost making him throw the axe away. Lin Bei refused to believe it and moved to the other side, getting closer to examine the cut surface of the wound caused by the prehistoric creature. Upon seeing this, he gasped in shock. Beneath the black, stiff hairs was a layer of white, oily substance, along with a taut epidermis and dermis. I gestured to show the thickness of the pigskin, and even without counting the fat layer, it was a full half-meter long. Half a meter thick skin. What does that even mean? This is equivalent to the pig wearing a biological bulletproof vest. Lin Bei touched the Remington shotgun on his back, and cold sweat immediately broke out. I am truly blessed by the great sage equal to heaven. I used to think I was someone who owned a gun, and I got a little cocky. In retrospect, if this pig hadn't been so arrogant, insisting on exposing its only weakness, its eyes, to the gun barrel, it would have been a miracle. Let alone one shotgun. Even if you gave him two more, he wouldn't be able to hit any vitals. It would probably just tickle this pig. Lin Bei imagined it for a moment. If the pig had reacted a little faster and closed its thick eyelids. If a slug hits the eyelid, it will probably just break the skin. Whether it will be fatal is hard to say. It can't be divided. Lin Bei looked at the axe that gleamed with a cold light, feeling somewhat troubled. The problem now is that they can't even peel off the skin, so they can only look on with envy at this mountain of meat weighing hundreds of tons. Just then, Su Yao, who was not far away, suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Lin Bei, come quick. I think I've found something good." Lin Bei turned around and saw Su Yao squatting next to the pig skeleton, struggling to drag a white object in her hand. It looks like a broken tooth from a dinosaur's mouth. It is as thick as an adult's arm, about half a meter long, and is an ivory white color with serrated barbs on the edges. Lin Bei's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran over to take the broken tooth. It feels heavy in your hand, not only like jade, but also with a strange warmth. These are teeth left by dinosaurs, probably from a fight between dinosaurs last night. Lin Bei muttered to himself, slowly bringing his fingertip close to the edge of his teeth. But before it even touched my fingertips, a tingling sensation came from them. It felt like being struck by a weak static electricity. He looked down and saw that his finger, which hadn't touched his teeth, had actually made a cut and was slowly bleeding. Holy crap, there's sword energy. However, even if these teeth are strange, I don't have the bite force of a dinosaur weighing several tons. Can I cut through this half-meter thick wild boar skin? Lin Bei took out a flamethrower, lit it, and began to burn the surface of the dragon's tooth. Let's try it first, disinfect first, and make sure it doesn't contain any prehistoric viruses. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The eerie blue flames scorched the milky white dragon teeth. Under high temperatures, blood and bits of flesh on the tooth's surface carbonized rapidly. Under the scorching heat of the flames, the dragon tooth did not turn black or crack. Instead, it seemed to absorb the heat, and its milky white surface gradually became crystal clear. The originally dull, jagged edges now glowed with a barely perceptible reddish light. Lin Bei was startled, vaguely sensing that the owner of these teeth might not be an ordinary flesh and blood creature. The structure of this dragon tooth is somewhat like some kind of bioalloy. After disinfecting, Lin Bei, holding the natural dragon tooth dagger in his right hand, walked up to the wild boar. He aimed at the thick pigskin, used all his strength, and stabbed downwards. Uft! The moment the teeth touched the pigskin, a slight burning sound was produced. Unexpectedly, the tough pigskin, which even a machete couldn't break, melted and separated directly in the face of this faint light. Lin Bei felt no resistance at all. With a gentle press of his wrist, the dragon fang went straight into the hilt. His right hand pierced directly into a half-meter thick layer of skin. Wow, that's godlike gear. Lin Bei stared in shock, then became incredibly excited. Dragon fang actually has armor-piercing properties. Don't say he lacks strength. Lin Bei only needs the dragon fang's inherent cutting properties to tear any skin with just a light swipe. Su Yao, you are my lucky star. Lin Bei released Longya, hugged the still-dazed Su Yao, lifted her mask, and gave her a big kiss on her dirty but still cute little face. Oops. Su Yao covered her face, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter, feeling sweeter than if she had eaten honey. Su Li, watching this scene from the side, felt a pang of sadness and some frustration. Why did that idiot Su Yao help Lin Bei first? Alright, let's get started. Lin Bei tore a strip of cloth from his t-shirt and tightly wrapped it around the base of the dragon's tooth to make a simple handguard. With this dragon tooth, the dismantling work could finally proceed. Sizzle, sizzle. Lin Bei transforms into a top-tier butcher, his dragon fangs flying. Although I'm still tired, it's much better than not being able to break through their defenses before. He peeled pieces of premium pork shoulder and tenderloin from the wild boar. Men, get moving. Watch out for leeches and mosquitoes on the ground. Also, don't step into the cracks in the rocks. There are huge, highly poisonous centipedes and scorpions inside. The two sisters, Li and Su Yao, were not to be outdone, even though they were terrified of these poisonous creatures. One person dragged a leaf, the size of a door panel, with strips of meat on it, like a diligent little ant, carrying the pieces of meat that Lin Bei had cut off towards the cave entrance. This work lasted for an entire day. It wasn't until all three suns had set that the sky became completely dark. Although their bodies appeared to have been enhanced, the three of them were still so exhausted that they couldn't straighten their backs. Looking back, the massive mountain of wild boar meat had only had a small portion cut out from its back. It just looks like there's an extra small hole. Compared to the sheer volume of tens or hundreds of tons, all their hard work, even moving several thousand kilograms of meat, was just a drop in the ocean. It's too big, it's really too big. Lin Bei wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the still enormous pig carcass with a mixture of heartache and helplessness. No, I can't see my surroundings. If I get bitten, I'm done for. What a waste. Tomorrow, it will all be destroyed by other wild beasts. Night fell. The three of them dragged their tired bodies back to the cave and worked together to seal the entrance tightly once again. Lin Bei took out a powerful flashlight, turned it on towards the ceiling, and the scene before them healed all the fatigue in the three of them. Inside the cave, several flat, large rocks were covered with strips of wild boar meat. The red and white stripes, with their clear patterns, resemble strips of red carpet, gleaming alluringly in the light of a flashlight. This is the result of today's labor, several thousand kilograms of carefully selected high-quality meat. The air was filled with the strong smell of meat, but for the three who were starving, it was the most comforting aroma. Wow, so much meat. Su Yao slumped to the ground, looking at the whole of flesh, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. There's so much meat, we couldn't possibly finish it even if we ate it all the way until the new year, right? Lin Bei also sat down, but the smile on his face gradually faded. The meat is back, but a new problem has arisen. Although the temperature inside the cave is lower than outside, it is still a humid environment. So much fresh raw meat, if not processed, will likely rot and smell bad in just 2 or 3 days. We need to find a way to preserve it. Lin Bei looked at the meat with a troubled expression. The simplest way is to smoke or roast the meat to make it into jerky. However, he glanced at the sealed cave, which had only a small ventilation hole the size of a fist. There aren't many solid alcohol blocks left, so they can't be used to smoke meat. If they burned firewood to smoke meat in the cave, the resulting carbon monoxide and smoke would be enough to suffocate the three of them or cause them to die from poisoning. That's courting death. You can't burn it inside the cave. Lin Bei's gaze fell on the ventilation hole leading to the outside world. Suddenly, a crazy and audacious idea popped into his mind. Since I can't burn it inside the cave, I'll burn it outside. The whole mountain is covered with dead branches and dry leaves. If I could start a wildfire at the cave entrance. Even more outrageous. The rotting of wild animal and bat carcasses outside is also a hidden danger, as it will attract more large creatures and may even cause a plague. Why not just set the mountain on fire? They burned a forested area around the cave entrance to the ground. It can use high temperatures to dry the meat inside the cave and burn the carcasses outside into charcoal to prevent attracting new predators. It can also burn nearby poisonous centipedes, large spiders, and other small animals, clearing out a safe area for planting crops. A triple win. A quadruple win. Of course, this operation is extremely risky. Lin Bei decided to set the mountain on fire because the cave where the three of them were staying was very deep, providing enough shelter from the high temperatures outside. As long as the opening is sealed, there's no need to worry about oxygen. He glanced at the two young ladies beside him, who were groaning with exhaustion, and decided to keep this crazy plan to himself for the time being. Tomorrow morning, I'll explore the depths of the cave and then make a decision. If I told them tonight, they'd probably be too scared to sleep. Lin Bei, you're covered in blood. Su Li's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Bei looked down and saw that his down jacket had turned dark red, covered in sticky, foul-smelling pig blood splattered from cutting up the wild boar. It's too dirty, I'll take it off. Lin Bei took off his coat, revealing his muscular upper body, which was stained with a lot of blood and oil. Don't move. Su Li walked over with a damp towel, which she had just soaked with the little water left in the stone pillar. "Let me wipe it for you." Her voice was soft and gentle. Just as Lin Bei was about to refuse, Su Yao also came over with another piece of cloth. "I'll help too. Brother Lin Bei has worked the hardest today." The two women, one in front and one behind, surrounded Lin Bei. "It might be a little cold." Su Li knelt behind Lin Bei, the cool towel pressed against his burning back. "Wipe it gently, as if you were polishing a precious treasure." Su Yao squatted down in front of Lin Bei and carefully wiped the bloodstains from his face and chest. The cave was quiet, with only the faint sound of a towel rubbing against skin. At this moment, a sense of exhaustion from surviving a disaster mingled with the faint fragrance emanating from the two women and the tingling sensation of fingertips occasionally touching their skin. A sweet and ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Lin Bei sat in the middle, enjoying this emperor-like treatment, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. He looked at Su Li's downcast hair and at Su Yao's earnest eyes. "Okay, it's clean now." After a long while, Su Li withdrew her hand, her cheeks feeling slightly hot in the dim light. "Okay, let's go to sleep." Lin Bei's voice was somewhat subdued. He lay down on the soft bed made of several large leaves and pulled the two girls into his arms. Chapter 28: The Jailer's Wake-Up Service and the Underground Hot River. The three of them slept soundly for a long time. Yesterday's slaughtering and processing work had exhausted Lin Bei so much that he didn't even have a dream. He closed his eyes and opened them again, and it was already the next day. He didn't hear whether there were other diners eating at the buffet last night. He was fast asleep. Who cares? As long as they don't destroy the house, I don't care who they are. Lin Bei was half asleep and tried to turn over, but felt as if something was pressing on his face. It's cool, soft, and has a faint milky aroma. He struggled to open one eye. What comes into view is a tiny foot, exquisitely crafted like a work of art. The owner of this foot was sleeping in an extremely unrestrained posture, with his thighs straddling his chest, his calves raised, and his toes resting on his face. Lin Bei could see clearly with the help of the cave's faint fluorescent light. Her skin was as white as snow, and the pale blue capillaries beneath it were clearly visible. The arch of the instep is elegant and smooth, and the heel is round and pink. Especially her 5 toes, which looked like 5 crystal-clear cherries, were neatly arranged, and her nails were trimmed into rounded shapes with a healthy light pink sheen. These little feet, no one but Su Yao could have them. Lin Bei sighed helplessly and took the girl's foot off his face. "It feels smooth and warm to the touch, like a piece of fine mutton fat jade." A mischievous thought suddenly popped into Lin Bei's mind. He didn't let go, but instead grasped the ankle, extended his index finger, and gently tickled the sensitive sole of the foot a few times. "Itch." Su Yao frowned in her sleep, like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. Whoosh! As if by reflex, that leg jerked back and quickly retreated into Lin Bei's arms. Su Yao smacked her lips twice, turned over, and muttered, "Stop messing around. I'm eating meat. Go back to sleep." Lin Bei chuckled and stopped teasing her, then quietly got up. "The first thing to do is to check your assets." He walked up to the strips of meat that were laid out on the rocks and examined them closely. "It's all right, about the same as yesterday." Lin Bei picked up a piece of meat and smelled it. It only had the raw meat smell, not the sour smell of decay. It seems that the constant low temperature inside the cave, combined with ventilation, does indeed play a role in preserving the food. "Okay, as long as it's not broken." Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced back and saw that the two sisters were still fast asleep. They had been exhausted the day before. Perfect timing. While they're still asleep, I'll take care of some important business. His expression turned serious. He pulled a large, high-powered flashlight from a small pouch on the side of his backpack, held it in one hand, and picked up the heavy shotgun with the other. Once the plan to set the mountain on fire is carried out, the temperature inside the cave will rise sharply. I definitely can't stay here any longer. We must find a refuge. His gaze fell upon the unknown darkness deep within the cave. Previously, because they were worried about monsters inside and there was no powerful light source, they only dared to move around in areas with glowing ores. But now, with a gun and a flashlight, Lin Bei decided to explore the bottom of the cave. Hopefully we can find a larger space. Lin Bei turned on his flashlight. Click! A blinding white beam of light pierced the darkness in an instant, shooting straight into the depths of the cave like a sharp sword. He carried the gun and walked step by step deeper into the area. The further down you go, the fewer of those luminescent minerals there are on the surrounding rock walls. After walking down about 100 meters, there was no natural light source at all. If you turn off the flashlight, it will be absolutely pitch black here. The air became more humid, and there was a faint smell of mold and feces. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just then, a series of loud commotions suddenly came from the darkness above. Lin Bei immediately stopped, leaned against the rock wall, and swung his flashlight sharply upwards. What the hell? The beam of light swept across the cave ceiling, and there was a row of black things hanging on the dark rock ceiling. When exposed to the bright light, those things immediately went wild. It's a bat. But they weren't the small bats found on Earth. They were giant bats, each the size of a wash basin. They have ferocious pig faces, and their tusks, which are at least 2 inches long, are clearly ruthless bloodsuckers. Oh no, did we disturb a bat nest? Lin Bei's heart tightened. He rested the shotgun on his arm, his finger already on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. However, the next second, a strange thing happened. The giant bats that were illuminated by the powerful flashlight did not attack. Instead, they seemed to have been struck by high voltage. Crack! They let out a shrill scream. Their wings twitched wildly, and then their bodies stiffened, falling straight down from the cave ceiling like stones. Pat! 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 It was like a black rainstorm. Several bats landed right at Lin Bei's feet, one of them even brushing past his shoulder. Lin Bei poked the bat on the ground with the barrel of his gun. He died. He was completely dead, his eyes rolled back, and blood was flowing from his 7 orifices. This. Lin Bei was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. So that's why they never come out. They are extremely photophobic. You could say they die if exposed to light. This powerful flashlight is not only blinding to them, it's practically a death ray weapon. Huh, what's there to be afraid of? Lin Bei's courage increased greatly. Since the greatest weakness of the indigenous people deep in these caves is light, the powerful flashlight in his hand is even more effective than a shotgun. He held up a flashlight and swept it downwards. Wherever the beam of light passed, corpses fell from the cave's ceiling like dumplings, crackling and popping. You'll die along the way. Lin Bei stepped over the bat carcasses scattered on the ground and continued deeper into the area. The cave path is very long and is a downward slope. After walking for an unknown amount of time, about 200 or 300 meters more, Lin Bei stopped. In the dead silence of the cave, besides the sound of bats landing, he heard a completely different sound. Splash, splash. Crisp, melodious, and full of life. It's the sound of flowing water. And judging from the sound, there's quite a lot of water. Water. Lin Bei's heart pounded with excitement. He quickened his pace and turned a corner. The space in front of me suddenly opened up. It was an underground space. As the flashlight beam swept across, a dark river, about 10 meters wide, flowed out from one side of the rock wall and meandered into the abyss on the other side. The river water was crystal clear and shimmered under the strong sunlight. An underground river. Running water. He squatted by the river, scooped up a handful of water, and examined it closely. It was very clear and a little hot to the touch. Lin Bei was surprised. It was hot water. There is no strange smell yet. This means that when he is teleported back to Earth, he will no longer have to worry about water resources, and the 3 of them will no longer have to be frugal with water just to wash themselves. We found a shelter and a water source. Lin Bei excitedly clenched his fist and waved it. The space here is large enough and far enough from the cave entrance that there is no need to worry about the high temperatures when setting a fire. We need to go back and tell them right away. Lin Bei turned around and walked back quickly. Because of the distance, even though he quickened his pace, it still took him a full 10 minutes to walk uphill. Back to the living area. Lin Bei. Before Lin Bei could even stand up straight, 2 voices, trembling with sobs, came over. Li and Su Yao had already woken up. When they realized Lin Bei was missing and no one answered their calls, a huge panic overwhelmed them. In this godforsaken place, Lin Bei is everything. If he abandoned them and ran away, or if something happened to them, they wouldn't survive even half a day. Upon seeing that familiar beam of flashlight, the 2 sisters rushed towards it as if they had seen a savior. Where did you go? Wah! Su Yao cried her eyes out, snot and tears streaming down her face, clinging tightly to Lin Bei's leg. Although Su Li didn't cry out loud, she clung tightly to Lin Bei's waist, her body still trembling slightly, her eyes red-rimmed, clearly terrified. All right, don't be afraid. Lin Bei put the gun and flashlight aside and wrapped his arms around the 2 men. He could sense the deep-seated fear and dependence between the 2 of them. I didn't abandon you. I went to find us a new home. Lin Bei reached out and gently cupped Su Li's delicate face, which was streaked with tears, and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his thumb. Su Li was a little shy, but she didn't flinch. She just looked at him with her big, teary eyes. Stop crying. You won't be pretty if you keep crying. Lin Bei looked at the two sisters, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I have some fantastic news to tell you. Below the cave, there is an underground hot spring river. From now on, we can take a bath however we want. Chapter 29 Moving. Heading underground. What? The water's still hot. Upon hearing this news, Su Yao's big eyes widened, staring intently, as if they were twinkling with stars. Really, Brother Lin Bei? Is it the kind of hot water like a hot spring? The kind where you can take a bath? Although Su Li didn't speak, her obviously rapid breathing and the way she was tightly gripping the hem of her clothes betrayed her excitement. God knows how unbearable it must have been for two clean girls to spend so many days in this smelly and dusty cave, feeling all sticky and uncomfortable. Even though I just gave it a quick wipe yesterday. But the desire to soak myself in water and wash away the filth still gnawed at my heart like ants. I want to go too. I want to go right now. Su Yao cheered and rushed into the depths of the cave without even putting on her shoes properly. Return. Lin Bei grabbed Su Yao by the back of her collar and lifted her back like a chick. What's the rush? The water isn't going anywhere. Seeing the two girls' resentful looks, Lin Bei helplessly tapped their foreheads. We're going here to take refuge, not for a vacation. If we don't deal with that pile of rotten flesh outside, the bacteria and plague that emerge from it will wipe us all out in a couple of days. And I'm going to set the mountain on fire, which will make the cave entrance very hot. Lin Bei pointed solemnly to the supplies on the ground. Listen carefully, here is my plan. First, we need to move all these precious seeds, bottled water, and high-temperature sensitive ammunition and medicine to the other side of the underground river. Secondly, we should take advantage of the high temperature of this fire to smoke the meat, and the underground river cave is well ventilated, so we don't have to worry about the fire sucking out all the air. Lin Bei pointed to the rock wall near the cave entrance. Hang all the thousands of kilograms of meat strips on the stone wall near the cave entrance. In this way, the heat from outside is conducted in, forming a natural giant oven that can dry and roast the meat without burning it directly into charcoal. Once the fire is extinguished, the dried meat will be ready. The view outside the cave will be clear, and a layer of fertile wood ash can be burned to make a crop. After hearing Lin Bei's extremely meticulous plan, the two sisters exchanged a glance, and the resentment in their eyes turned into admiration. These are their men. No, wait. Their captain is so thoughtful. Okay, we'll do whatever you say. Su Li nodded emphatically and rolled up her sleeves. You tell us how to do it, and we'll do it. Start. For the next 2 hours, the three of them once again transformed into hard-working porters. Several thousand kilograms of meat strips were hung by the three men on the rock walls and stalactites near the cave entrance. From a distance, it looks like a red ribbon, a truly magnificent sight. After processing the meat, the next step is to pack the supplies. Lin Bei treated the large bag of seeds like a treasure, wrapping it in 3 layers of waterproof cloth and carefully placing it at the bottom of his backpack. This is the food supply for the future, more valuable than gold. Next came bottled water, a first aid kit, and the cell phone that served as a source of emotional support. Except for the portals that couldn't be taken with us, all important supplies were packed up. They're gone. Lin Bei slung the hiking backpack, which weighed at least 70 or 80 pounds, over his shoulder, holding a Remington in one hand and a high-powered flashlight in the other. Stay close to me, and don't fall behind. The two women each carried a small bag containing their personal clothing and toiletries, and followed closely behind Lin Bei. Click. The powerful flashlight shone again, its beam tearing through the darkness leading to the underground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just after crossing the 100-meter boundary, a small number of giant bats appeared overhead. It must have been replenished from other parts of the cave after Lin Bei left, and darkness returned. This was the first time Su Yao had ever seen such a monster. She screamed in fright, closed her eyes tightly, and buried her head in her sister's back. Su Li was so frightened that her face turned pale and her legs cramped up. The ground was covered with the corpses of the bats that Lin Bei had killed earlier. They were soft and squishy to step on, and somewhat disgusting. Don't be afraid. I'm here. These bat carcasses actually have a lot of meat. Would you like to eat them? The two women shook their heads like rattles. Haha. If you don't want to eat it, then forget it. It is indeed a bit disgusting. Once we've settled everything down, we'll throw all these corpses outside the cave and burn them to prevent them from stinking and polluting the air. Lin Bei held up his flashlight like the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe. As the beam of light swept across, the The bats overhead that had been trying to swoop down and suck blood screamed and fell to the ground. Continuing on, although Lin Bei walked steadily, he could still feel the weight on his back. The backpack was stuffed with seeds and food, and it was incredibly heavy, making his shoulders ache. But he didn't utter a sound. He just silently adjusted his breathing and continued forward. As he walked, Lin Bei suddenly felt a lightness on his back. The weight that was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe, seemed to have been partially relieved. He was somewhat surprised, slowed his pace, and turned his head slightly to look back out of the corner of his eye. All I could see was behind him. Li and Su Yao, these two young ladies who screamed at the sight of bats. They were now standing on either side, half a step behind him. Their faces were pale, and they trembled with fear at the sight of the bat corpses scattered on the ground, tears welling up in their eyes. But each of them stretched out a hand and used all their strength to support the bottom two corners of Lin Bei's backpack, lifting it upwards with all their might. Li gritted her teeth, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Su Yao's face turned bright red as she strained with all her might. They were afraid, but they felt even more sorry for Lin Bei, who was walking ahead to clear the way for them. Even if they could only share 1 pound of the weight, they wanted to help him carry a little. Lin Bei's heart trembled, and a warm current surged through his body, making even the cold underground cave seem warmer. He didn't speak, nor did he turn around to shatter this silent tenderness. He simply tightened his grip on the rope holding the two women, raised the flashlight higher, and dispelled the darkness beneath his feet even more thoroughly. Hold on tight. Lin Bei's voice echoed in the empty cave, carrying an unprecedented firmness. We'll be arriving at our new home soon. Chapter 30, a stunning underground river and shared bathing. Finally, the long, winding downhill road came to an end. As Lin Bei stopped, the three of them were suddenly greeted by a bright and clear view. This is a huge, irregularly shaped underground cave, which is estimated to be at least 400 square meters in size. The dome overhead is over 10 meters high, with countless oddly shaped rocks hanging upside down, reflecting a magnificent luster under the powerful flashlight beam. In the center of the cave, an underground river about 10 meters wide is slowly flowing from left to right. Unlike the chilly and icy feeling of the cave above, the air here is warm and humid, and a thin layer of white mist floats on the river surface. That's the heat. Squeak. The few remaining giant bats that had escaped the net overhead were struck by the beam of the flashlight and fell with screams. Plop, plop. They fell into the steaming river, and before they could even struggle for a moment before being swept away by the seemingly slow but actually powerful current, disappearing into the darkness downstream. Lin Bei held up his flashlight and repeatedly scanned the cave's ceiling and surrounding corners without leaving any blind spots until he was sure there were no more living bats before he felt relieved. All right, we're safe for now. Lin Bei pointed to a high, dry, and flat rock platform on the left side of the cave. We swept all the excrement into the water and flushed it away, and we'll camp there tonight. Being a bit far from the water means you don't have to worry about flooding, and you can avoid the dampness. After putting down their heavy backpacks, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. This place is simply paradise. A naturally temperature-controlled room with its own hot water supply, and free from the annoying stench of wild boar. Water. I want to take a bath. When Su Yao saw the steaming river, her eyes reddened, and her earlier fatigue vanished. She reached out to unzip her clothes. Although Li wasn't that outspoken, she blushed and silently began to organize her toiletries, her eyes constantly drifting towards the river. Don't rush. Lin Bei gave a low shout, stopping Su Yao's actions. He pulled a sturdy nylon rope from his bag, his expression becoming unusually serious. Su Yao, do you want to become the dead bat that was just swept away? Su Yao was so startled that her hand trembled. Huh. This is an underground river. Lin Bei pointed to the seemingly calm water surface and said in a deep voice. Although the current looks slow, no one knows if there are undercurrents or eddies at the bottom. Besides, this is alien space. What if the water is poisonous? What if there's something down there? The two women turned pale at his words, and their earlier excitement cooled by half. Then what should we do? Fetch water to wash it. Li was somewhat disappointed. The sticky feeling all over her body was really uncomfortable. Of course you need to wash, but you must do it my way. Lin Bei shook the rope in his hand and said with a serious expression. When 3 people are together, they must be tied with a safety rope. One person goes into the water, while the other 2 people hold the rope on the shore. I am also responsible for observing the water surface. If anything goes wrong, the The people on the shore will immediately pull the person out of the water. Hearing that he would have to take a bath while tied up with ropes, and in front of the other two people, Su Li's face turned bright red. She glanced at Lin Bei, bit her lip, and looked away, but she did not refute him. After spending so many days together, and after last night's back scrub, they both know what's going on. In this secluded place, Lin Bei was their only support. Both her physical and psychological defenses had long been completely breached by him. Since there's no escaping it, this level of security measures has ironically become a blush-inducing little game. I've been listening to your voice all along, Su Li. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, took the flashlight, and walked to the riverbank first. The water temperature is perfect, around 40 degrees Celsius. It feels warm and cozy when you put your hands in. It's practically a natural hot spring. He held up a flashlight, its bright beam piercing the water's surface and reaching the bottom. The water wasn't deep, about waist deep, and at its deepest point only reached chest deep. The river water was crystal clear, with a layer of fine white sand and pebbles at the bottom, and no aquatic plants. Su Yao squatted down to the side, watching Lin Bei's serious inspection, and asked curiously, "Brother Lin Bei, what are you looking for? I told you to study geography and biology properly, but you didn't listen. Now you don't know anything, do you?" Lin Bei didn't turn his head, the beam of light scanning back and forth underwater. "I'm afraid there might be some prehistoric giant crocodile lurking at the bottom of this water, or a creature like a Bakugan fish." "Huh? There are fish that eat human flesh." Su Yao shrank back in fright. "At present, no." Lin Bei carefully examined the water for a long time, and even threw a piece of dried meat into it. After waiting for a long time, no living creatures were found. "The water is too clean. There isn't even a small fish. It might be that the water temperature is too high, or the mineral content is too high, making it unsuitable for fish to live in." Finally, he dipped his fingertip in water and gently touched it to the tip of his tongue. "Pooh." Lin Bei spat out his saliva. "It's slightly salty, probably because rock salt or minerals have dissolved, and it might even have antibacterial properties." After confirming that the water quality was basically safe, Lin Bei took a flashlight and searched along the riverbank again. Finally, he found an ideal location. It is a naturally formed backwater. Several rocks blocked the rapid flow of the main river, forming a semi-enclosed small pool of water, only a few square meters in size. The pool water was crystal clear, and you could even see the fine white sand at the bottom. It was only waist deep, and the current was very gentle. "This is fine." Lin Bei stood up, tied a knot at one end of the rope, and made a loop. "All right, who wants to go first?" Lin Bei looked at the two women, his eyes filled with anticipation. The two girls exchanged a glance, and in the end, Su Li nudged her younger sister. "Xiao Yao, you go first." Although Su Yao is usually carefree, she was starting to have second thoughts when it came to getting serious. But seeing the tempting hot water, she blushed and walked over, turning her back to Lin Bei, rolling up her clothes around her waist to reveal her slender waist and navel. Lin Bei threaded the rope around her head, looped it around Su Yao's slender waist, tightened it, and made sure it wouldn't come loose. "Go ahead, take off all your clothes and wash them properly. I won't peek. Also, don't swim too far, just stay on the shore." Su Yao nodded, blushing as she turned her back to Lin Bei, and quietly took off her heavy windbreaker, revealing her inner layer. As her clothes slipped off, the girl's fair skin, as white as mutton fat jade, was exposed to the moist air, gleaming with a holy luster under the diffused light of the flashlight. Plop! Su Yao turned around and saw the two of them whispering behind her back, so she slid into the water like a mermaid. "Wow, sister, this place is so comfortable." The warm river water enveloped her entire body, and Su Yao let out a satisfied sigh, her earlier shyness replaced by a feeling of comfort. Ashore, Lin Bei held the other end of the rope tightly, talking to Su Li while keeping a watchful eye on the water. "Your gaze will inevitably fall on that figure frolicking in the water." Amidst the rising steam, the black rope tied around the girl's waist sank into the water, swaying with the ripples. This kind of partially obscured visual impact is even more lethal than seeing it directly. Su Li stood beside Lin Bei and helped hold the rope. She stole a glance at Lin Bei's focused gaze, then looked at the rope connecting the three of them in the water. For some reason, she suddenly felt her mouth was dry. This feeling of having your life under his control, of completely surrendering yourself to him. It made her legs go weak, and she felt a sense of anticipation for when it would be her turn to tie the rope. Chapter 31: A Fire on the Mountain. "Phew, I'm alive again." Su Yao was wrapped in an oversized down jacket, her little face flushed pink from the steam, like a freshly steamed meat bun. She sat on the rock, drying her wet hair, and handed the life rope in her hand to Su Li. "Sis, it's your turn." Su Li took the rope and took a deep breath. Although she watched her younger sister happily taking a bath, when it was her turn, a sense of shame made her feel somewhat helpless. Lin Bei stepped forward, took the rope, and naturally wrapped it around Su Li's slender waist. Lin Bei could feel the tension in her body through her thin undershirt. "Relax, I'm not a kidnapper." Lin Bei deftly tied a knot with his fingers, then gently tugged at it to make sure it was secure. After confirming it was firmly in place, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her side waist. Su Li trembled as if she had been electrocuted, and blushed as she glanced at him. "Don't look yet, okay? Let's wait until we have our own home. Then I'll just look at the water's surface, okay?" Lin Bei chuckled to himself. He hadn't expected that even after traveling to another planet, he would still need a house to see his own people. He turned his back to the riverbank, saying, "But I have to hold the rope, so be careful yourself." Behind me came the sound of clothes being taken off quickly, followed by the splashing sound of clothes entering the water. "All right." Lin Bei turned around. Su Li was already submerged in the water, with only her slender neck and stunningly beautiful face visible. Her damp, long hair clung to her collarbone, obscuring her chin. Even under the diffused reflection of a powerful flashlight, it still possesses a breathtaking beauty. She was somewhat afraid to look at Lin Bei, and could only pretend to focus on washing her arms, but her trembling eyelashes betrayed her inner panic. "How's the water temperature?" Lin Bei tugged at the rope in his hand, as if he were teasing a mermaid. "The water flows very slowly, which is very comfortable." Su Li bit her lip lightly, the warm water completely relaxing her tense nerves. "Thank goodness for you." 10 minutes later, Su Li emerged from the water, changed into clean clothes, and looked radiant. Her original aloof demeanor was now tinged with a touch of allure. "My turn." Lin Bei couldn't wait any longer. He quickly stripped down to just his underwear, revealing his well-defined muscles. "Here, take it." He handed one end of the rope to the two sisters. "This time it's your turn to pull me out. My life is in your hands now." Li and Su Yao exchanged a glance, then gripped the rope tightly, one in front of the other. "Don't worry, brother Lin Bei. Yao Yao is very strong," Su Yao said confidently. Thump. Lin Bei plunged into the water. "Cool." The warm river water instantly washed away the fatigue of the past few days, and my pores opened up as if every cell was cheering. He splashed around in the water a few times, thoroughly washing away the congealed pig's blood and grease from his hair. "Brother Lin Bei, do you want Yao Yao to help you scrub your back?" Su Yao called out from the shore, eager to try. "No, just hold the rope tight." Although Lin Bei was very tempted, the current, though slow, still had a hidden force, and he might need them to help him if he slipped. He leaned against the shallow water near the shore, closing his eyes and enjoying the moment of tranquility. On the shore, the two sisters held onto the rope connecting them to Lin Bei, their eyes fixed on his broad back. They were no longer like they had been, forbidding anyone to see them. Now everyone's afraid of missing a single glance. 10 minutes later, the three washed away the grime and fatigue, changed into dry and thick new clothes, and returned to the upper cave feeling refreshed. The back carcasses in the passageway had been cleaned up, so the two women were no longer afraid. At this moment, apart from the supplies left below, the only things in the cave were a wall covered with fresh meat and a portal glowing red. Lin Bei stood in front of the stone blocking the entrance to the cave, his expression turning serious. He took the flamethrower out of his backpack, checked the gas level in the canister, and then took out a few pieces of white solid alcohol fuel. "Lin Bei, are we really going to burn it?" Su Li looked at the crack in the cave entrance with some worry. "If this fire starts, will it get out of control and burn down the whole forest?" "It's uncontrollable." Lin Bei shook his head and told the truth. "This is a primeval jungle. Once a fire starts, the wind will fan the flames, and it could burn for months or even years." But Su Yao whispered, "Won't that burn a lot of animals to death? And what about those big trees outside?" Lin Bei paused. He looked at the two girls, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then smiled. "What does this have to do with us? Don't fight amongst yourselves. Think about it. Even rain and thunder can cause wildfires." He stuffed solid alcohol blocks into a homemade wooden torch. Lin Bei raised his head, his eyes turning cold. "We're trapped on this monster-infested alien planet. If we don't set this fire, the bacteria spawned from the rotting flesh will kill us. Wild animals lurking in the shadows will eat us. To keep us alive, let alone burn a mountain. Even if it means burning the entire forest to the ground, I would not hesitate. If you have to blame someone, blame this portal for sending the three of us to this godforsaken place. After saying that, he no longer hesitated. Click. The flamethrower was ignited, and a dark blue flame shot out. Sizzle. The high-temperature flame ignited the solid alcohol fuel on the wooden stick, and the flames shot up instantly. This fire is our signal to the world, officially announcing our arrival. Under high oxygen concentrations, the wooden torches began to burn intensely. Lin Bei, watching the fire grow larger, gave instructions. After I go out, hand me the torch, and you take the flamethrower and fuel and retreat. I'll be right back. Chapter 32 Ginseng Spirit. Baby, let's take a bath. Give me a torch, and you all stand back. Lin Bei took the burning wooden stick and gestured for the two women to retreat to the safe area deep inside the cave. He crawled out of the cave alone and stood on the rocky beach again. 3 rays of sunlight shone on me. It was very hot. The dry, withered leaves under his feet crunched under his feet. It looks like this jungle hasn't rained in a long time. It's practically a natural fuel depot. Lin Bei surveyed the battlefield from last night. As expected, the remaining half of the boar carcass, which was like a mountain of flesh, had been completely devoured, leaving only a few huge white ribs standing alone in the pile of rocks. Even more shockingly, the carcasses of the baby dinosaurs that died yesterday after eating poisonous pork have also disappeared without a trace. Good heavens, here we go again. These alien creatures are indiscriminate in their appetites. Lin Bei shook his head. He was relieved that no new bodies had been left behind. This means that the diners left after eating last night and didn't intend to die at his doorstep. Without lingering, I strode across the rocky beach and arrived at the edge of the forest. Before me stretched an endless primeval forest, the ground covered with a thick layer of withered yellow leaves and ancient pine trees rich in resin. A mere spark could ignite a prairie fire. Lin Bei held up the torch, looking at this vibrant green ocean, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Don't blame me. He took a deep breath, as if addressing the forest, and perhaps speaking to himself. If one could live a peaceful life, who would want to be an arsonist? But in this world, it's either you die or I die. I choose to preserve myself. After saying that, he no longer hesitated and plunged the torch in his hand into the thick layer of fallen leaves. Call. On this planet with extremely high oxygen concentration, the moment a torch touches a dry leaf, there is no slow ignition process. Instead, it bursts into flames instantly, as if gasoline has been poured on it. The blue-green flames shot up to about half a person's height in an instant, and a wave of heat hit you. To ensure everything went perfectly, Lin Bei quickly ran to several more points and lit fires at the left, center, and right edges of the jungle. Before long, the flames merged into one and began to sweep away the surrounding bushes and giant trees with the help of the wind. Done. Lin Bei threw away the wooden stick in his hand, quickly took out his phone, turned on the camera, and filmed a video of this spectacular scene. Make a record of this. This is the first spark of civilization that humanity ignited on an alien planet, although it was meant for destruction. Just then, a gust of wind blew past from behind. The wind fanned the flames, and countless embers of firewood were swept up like a dazzling rain of fireworks, scattering into the depths of the forest. It's safe. Feeling the surrounding temperature rise sharply and the air become scorching, Lin Bei put away his phone and turned to retreat towards the cave entrance. Within just a few minutes, the fire was completely out of control and spread like wildfire. The immense heat heated the air, creating a powerful low-pressure zone. The surrounding air was being frantically sucked in, creating a wind that blew towards the center of the fire, further accelerating the burning. Crackling and popping. The sound of trees cracking and splitting was incessant. Lin Bei, come in quickly. It's so hot outside. Su Li's anxious shouts came from inside the cave. Even though they were hiding inside, they could feel the terrifying heat outside. Immediately. Lin Bei did not go inside immediately. Before the fire reached the rocky area at the cave entrance, he began frantically stuffing wood into the cave. These were things he had collected before, originally intended for use as firewood for warmth in the underground caves, and now he just happened to push them all down. Just as he finished stuffing in the last few pieces of wood and was preparing to crawl into the hole for refuge. SHHHH. A series of extremely dense and strange noises came from the edge of the burning forest. The sound didn't seem like the wind. It sounded more like countless tiny feet stepping on fallen leaves. Lin Bei subconsciously turned around and was stunned. What? As the firelight illuminated the edge of the forest, countless small, Earthen yellow figures emerged from the ground, desperately trying to escape. The scene was like a giant radish in the market suddenly coming to life and starting a marathon. It's ginseng. A large quantity of ginseng that has become sentient. Some of them are only the size of a palm, while others are as tall as half a meter. They have bright red flowers on their heads, and the forked roots on their lower bodies have now completely turned into 2 legs, making them run very fast. Lin Bei had only encountered one such plant before and thought it was an isolated case. I never imagined that this ginseng doll, which is tens of thousands of years old, would be hidden underground in the forest near my home. They were clearly driven to desperation by the high temperature, and their survival instincts made them pull themselves out and scatter in all directions, trying to escape the sea of fire. This is like stirring up a ginseng nest. Lin Bei stared in disbelief, his eyes gleaming with wild joy. This is really good stuff. Whether used to nourish twins, for personal consumption, or taken back to Earth for research, it is a priceless treasure. Looking at the ginseng roots that were running in a panic, most of them were heading deeper into the jungle, but a few, dazed by the fire, were rushing towards the rocky beach. Don't leave. Wait a little longer. Lin Bei changed his mind. The temperature at the cave entrance was already very high. His eyebrows were almost scorched, but he kept his eyes fixed on the few ginseng roots that were running away in a panic. Su Li, hand me that dragon fang dagger. Quickly. Lin Bei didn't turn his head, but reached out his hand behind him. Huh? Here you go. A cold dagger hilt was shoved into my hand. Lin Bei gripped the dragon tooth tightly, crouching behind a boulder at the cave entrance like a patient hunter. Come on, little one, run into your brother's arms. It's too hot outside. Brother will take you to the underground river for a bath to cool you down. Lin Bei hid behind the scorching hot boulder, squinting as he observed the area ahead through the distorted air shimmering with heat. They've come, just as expected. 3 ginseng roots, driven to desperation by the raging fire, were stumbling around on the rocky beach like headless flies, their short legs made up of 2 rootlets. When they felt that cool breeze blowing from the cave entrance, it was like lost people in the desert seeing an oasis. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Bei didn't even need to lift a finger. The 3 little guys lined up and eagerly squeezed into the hole. Ha ha, you've got a road to heaven but you won't take it. You've got a door to my house, but you're coming here by yourself. Lin Bei was delighted, and he dared not delay any longer. The outside temperature was already frighteningly high. Even through the rocks, the skin felt a burning, stinging sensation, and the eyebrows and hair smelled burnt. Withdraw? He laughed loudly, followed closely behind the 3 ginseng roots, and with a leap, disappeared into the cave. Ew! What is that? Monster! Lin Bei! Lin Bei, help me! As soon as they entered the cave, before they could even stand still, they heard Li and Su Yao scream in terror. Clearly, the sudden appearance of these 3 strange creatures, which looked like both people and radishes, had greatly frightened the 2 girls who were still worried about Lin Bei's safety. Don't shout. It's our precious baby. Lin Bei shouted, then quickly turned around. He endured the heat and used both his hands and feet to firmly block the entrance of the hole with several large stones that he had prepared beforehand. Call. As the last stone fell, the suffocating heat and flames were finally shut out. The cave was once again dark and cool. Lin Bei leaned against the ground and took a couple of deep breaths before wiping the dust off his face and turning to look at the 2 sisters huddled in the corner. Where did those 3 little ones go? Li and Su Yao were huddled together, trembling. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Li tremblingly extended a finger and pointed to the left corner of the cave. There was a flat area of ground, a layer of soft soil where the 3 of them slept. Over there, they've burrowed into the soil. Lin Bei looked in the direction the finger was pointing. On the flat ground, 3 clusters of bright red, glistening flowers and green leaves sprouted. The 3 ginseng roots were clearly frightened, thinking that they would be safe as long as they buried themselves in the soil, completely burying their heads in the sand like ostriches. Huh, you're playing hide and seek with me. Lin Bei smiled and walked over, carrying the dragon fang dagger. He squatted down in front of the 3 small flowers, but instead of digging them up directly, he reached out and grabbed one of the stems and leaves that were exposed on the ground. Pull hard. It couldn't be moved. The thing underneath is quite strong. It clings tightly to the soil and refuses to come out. The soil was still trembling slightly. The 2 sides engaged in a silent struggle. You're going to refuse a toast only to suffer a penalty shot, aren't you? Lin Bei stopped pulling it out. He took the sharp dragon tooth dagger and gently patted it on the soil, making a pat-pat sound. Then, pointing at the few ginseng flowers on the ground, he threatened them fiercely. I'll count to 3, then I'll come out myself. If they don't come out, I'll just dig them out myself. If I break the skin or break their legs, I'll just throw them in the pot to make soup. He knew that this alien plant most likely couldn't understand Chinese. Somewhat miraculously, as soon as Lin Bei finished speaking, his fierce and menacing aura seemed to actually carry over. The shaking of the soil stopped. Immediately afterwards, pop, 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 3 soft sounds. Just like pulling up radishes, those 3 ginseng roots actually pulled themselves out of the soil. Then, as if resigned to his fate, he lay down on the ground, completely timid, and didn't move. Not bad, they're quite pragmatic. Using the fluorescent light from the minerals on the cave walls, the 3 were finally able to see the whole thing. They are about half a meter long, with a translucent, yellowish-brown skin that is wrinkled and resembles the skin of an old person. Its shape does indeed resemble a giant white radish, but 5 limbs branch out from the main body of this radish. Especially the head, where the outline of facial features can be vaguely seen, making it look adorably ugly. They were covered with a lot of roots, and were trembling slightly, making them look rather pitiful. Is this ginseng essence? Su Yao came closer, no longer afraid, and curiously poked one of the ginseng spirit's plump belly with her finger. It's so hard. All right, stop playing with our food. Lin Bei found a strip of cloth and, without any hesitation, tied the 3 large radishes together and carried them in his hand. This is a very nourishing food. I'll use the roots to help you recover. After saying that, he turned around and gathered the pieces of wood that he had just stuffed into the hole together, then dragged them along with a rope. The temperature at the cave entrance is rising rapidly. Even through the thick stone walls, one can feel the scorching heat from the outside. We can't stay here any longer, the heat will soon seep in. With his left hand, Lin Bei helped the 2 women drag the timber, while with his right hand, he carried 3 priceless, sentient ginseng roots. They returned with a full load of goodies. He glanced back at the 2 women and gave the order. Let's go, kids, let's go to the underground river and escape the heat. Oh, right, pick up those ginseng roots on the ground, we can't waste them. Chapter 33 Ginseng. I'm here to seek refuge, not to be cooked. The 3 undergo a marrow cleansing. The underground river is warm as spring. Compared to the cold, bloody, and foul-smelling cave above, this place is a paradise. The 3 arrived at the high ground they had chosen earlier, and Lin Bei put to use the timber that the 3 had worked so hard to drag down. Although there were no nails, a simple communal bed was quickly built by simply stacking stones and laying wood, which was about a fist height off the ground. Lay down some leaves and clothes, and a cozy temporary little nest is ready. Phew, I'm finally settled in. Lin Bei wiped his sweat, and his gaze fell on the backpack. There, 3 ginseng spirits, now possessed by supernatural powers, lay listlessly on the ground, bound tightly with ropes. Gurgle. Su Yao squatted down beside them, her hands supporting her chin, her big eyes staring intently at the 3 large radishes. Brother Lin Bei, these radishes look like people. Are we really going to eat them? Lin Bei walked over and looked at the 3 ginseng roots that emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, his heart pounding with apprehension. This thing looks so strange. It not only has hands and feet, but it can also run. What if the body is too weak to tolerate the tonic? Or if it is toxic? Don't rush. Let me taste it for you first to see if it's salty enough. Lin Bei dared not be careless. He searched carefully in his purse and found the few tiny roots that Su Yao had just picked up. He took out a ginseng leg hair that was only the size of a hair and looked at it in front of his eyes. There's only so much, it shouldn't kill anyone, right? Lin Bei gritted his teeth and put the tiny root into his mouth. Take a small chew. Click. When you put it in your mouth, you don't feel anything special. It doesn't have the earthy or bitter taste of Chinese medicine that you might expect. Instead, a sweet taste explodes in your mouth. Immediately afterwards, boom, Lin Bei felt as if he had swallowed a high-explosive grenade. No, it's a burning fireball. This was no ordinary food. An extremely powerful surge of heat rushed down my throat into my stomach, and then at an astonishing speed to every cell in my body. That feeling was like all the blood in my body was on fire. The muscles that were sore from carrying heavy objects were now bursting with explosive power, and the previously drowsy brain became clearer than if it had drunk 10 cans of Red Bull. Holy crap! Lin Bei's eyes widened, and he sprang up from the ground. He felt like he was in such a good state that it was almost unbelievable, and he had so much energy that he wanted to go outside and fight that dead wild boar again. This is hardly a health supplement. This is practically a super powerful energy booster with added stimulants. Lin Bei, what's wrong with you? Su Li was startled when she saw Lin Bei's face was flushed. Brother, blood. You're bleeding from your nose. Su Yao exclaimed in surprise, pointing at Lin Bei's nose. Lin Bei reached out and touched it. Good heavens, 2 streams of warm blood are flowing down my nose happily, and I can't stop them. It's nothing. I just overdid it. Lin Bei wiped the blood from his nose, his eyes gleaming with wild joy. We've struck it rich. This is definitely a divine medicine. I only ate a root the size of a hair, and I'm already like this. If I were to take a bite of the main body, I'm afraid I would explode and die on the spot. Now that the efficacy and dosage were determined, Lin Bei immediately had an idea. Start a fire. Make soup. He propped up the small stainless steel pot with stones, filled it with clear water from the underground river, and put in a few pieces of wild boar meat with some fat. Then, he carefully took out 2 or 3 fallen ginseng roots and threw them into the pot as if they were some rare treasure. Glug glug. As the water temperature rose, an indescribable fragrance began to permeate the cave. The aroma is incredibly strong, combining the richness of meat with a refreshing herbal scent. Just one whiff is enough to invigorate you and make your mouth water. 10 minutes later. Drink. Lin Bei served everyone a bowl of soup, which contained only a few pieces of meat and no ginseng. Li and Su Yao were so captivated by the aroma that they didn't care about the heat and started sipping the wine from their bowls. A bowl of hot soup was down. A miracle happened. The 3 people's faces turned rosy at a visible speed, becoming an unnatural red. It's so hot, but it feels so good. Su Li felt a warm current coursing through her body. Her skin, which had been somewhat dull due to the fatigue of the past few days, now looked like a peeled egg, becoming translucent, fair, and rosy, as if she had applied a level 10 beauty filter. Su Yao is even more amazing. The scrapes on her knees and the small scratches on her hands from when she knelt on the ground were now itchy. She rolled up her trouser leg and saw that the wound was healing and scabbing over at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then the scab fell off, revealing tender new flesh underneath. My wound is healed, Su Yao exclaimed in surprise. Lin Bei looked at the 2 radiant girls, then touched his still slightly bleeding nose and chuckled. Great news. Now we have another asset to rely on for survival on this planet. As soon as the words were spoken, the comfortable warmth in the 3 people's bodies suddenly turned into a burning heat. It wasn't just the heat. It was also accompanied by a tingling and itchy sensation that seemed to seep into your very bones. Why do I feel sticky all over? Su Li frowned slightly and reached out to touch her neck. It feels oily and grayish black, like dirt that you get after not showering for several days in the summer, and it keeps seeping out of your pores. Immediately afterwards, a nauseating, sour stench began to emanate from around the 3 of them. Vomit. Su Yao, with her keen sense of smell, was the first to lose her temper. She pinched her nose and looked at Lin Bei. Brother Lin Bei, your pores have pooped. You idiot Su Yao, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Bei's face darkened. He looked down and found that his arm was also covered in a layer of black, oily grime. The stench was coming from himself and the 2 women. This is a marrow cleansing treatment. The word flashed through Lin Bei's mind, and his eyes lit up with surprise. What is this washing tendons and marrow? It stinks so bad, wah. Su Yao looked at her once fair arms, now covered in black grime. Don't panic. This is great news. Lin Bei suppressed his overwhelming joy and quickly explained. The medicinal power of this ginseng and wild boar meat is so strong that it is expelling all the impurities, toxins, and heavy metals that have accumulated in our bodies for more than 20 years, as well as the food we ate before, through our pores. This is the legendary transformation. Detox. Upon hearing that it was about detoxification, Su Yao no longer felt nauseous. Instead, her eyes lit up. Will I become more beautiful after detoxing? That's how it is in theory. But the taste is just too strong. Lin Bei's eyes rolled back from the stench, and he grabbed the 2 women. Quick. While the drug is still working, let's go to the river. This time, the 2 women no longer held back. Without Lin Bei urging them, they rushed to take off their outer clothes, leaving only their inner garments, and headed towards the underground river. Splash, splash, splash. 3 water droplets splashed up. The warm river water enveloped their bodies, and the 3 of them scrubbed themselves frantically, like bathhouse attendants, washing away the grease and grime. As the black impurities were washed away by the river, a shocking scene unfolded. Under the refraction of the powerful flashlight, the skin of the 3 people underwent a qualitative leap. Su Li emerged from the water, her already exquisite features now resembling finely carved white jade. Her skin was so smooth that even the pores were invisible, and it shone with a lustrous sheen under the light. That subtle, cool aura was enhanced by an ethereal, otherworldly quality, like that of a fairy. If she was a school beauty before, now she's practically a monstrous beauty who brings ruin to the country. Sis, you're so fair-skinned, you're practically glowing. Su Yao was stunned. Little sister, you're just as beautiful. Su Li looked at her little sister and felt as if she were seeing herself in her. Oh yeah, I forgot, we look exactly alike. As for Lin Bei, he shook his wet hair, looked at his reflection in the water, and couldn't help but narcissistically stroke his chin. I've actually become handsome too. The dull complexion that was caused by staying up late playing games for a long time has completely disappeared, and it seems that his facial features have been slightly adjusted. Her nose was straighter, her eyes were brighter, and she exuded a vibrant and energetic aura. The most important thing is body shape. When he stood up from the water, his muscles were smooth and firm, his abdominal muscles were clearly defined, and he was full of wild explosive power, like a tiger ready to pounce. Wow, brother Lin Bei. Su Yao stared wide-eyed, swallowed hard, and poked Lin Bei's hard abs with her finger. It's so hard. I really want to kiss it. Even Su Li, who was standing to the side, quickly looked away as if she had been burned when her gaze fell on Lin Bei's muscular upper body. But she couldn't take her eyes off the corner of her eye. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart pounded like a drum. I used to think he was just a reliable and trustworthy man. Looking at it now, it seems to be brimming with male hormones that make your legs weak. Have you peeked enough? Lin Bei smiled and looked at the two women. Who's peeking? Su Li turned around, splashed some water on herself to cool her burning face, and stubbornly said, You're so vain. Hurry up and get dressed, or you'll catch a cold. Although they said that, all three of them were very happy. After this cleansing and rejuvenation process, they not only became more attractive, most importantly, they finally have a stronger ability to survive on this perilous planet. Chapter 34: A Night of Excessive Energy. Back on the makeshift wooden communal bed, a new problem arose. I thought taking a shower would calm me down, but the feeling of heat all over my body not only didn't subside, but it got worse because my body became more sensitive. The three of them lay side by side on the bed, staring at each other. The cave was eerily quiet, with only the slightly heavy breathing of the three people audible. The aftereffects of pork and ginseng soup are really strong. The immense medicinal power surged through his body, transforming into boundless energy with nowhere to be released. Lin Bei felt like a pressure cooker about to explode, every cell screaming, Get to work. Unfortunately, there were two stunning beauties lying next to him who had just finished upgrading their skills. The fresh scent after a bath, mixed with the unique fragrance of a young girl, kept wafting into my nose, which was like adding fuel to the fire. I can't sleep. I feel terrible. Su Yao tossed and turned on the bed, sometimes turning her head, sometimes putting her legs on Lin Bei's stomach. Brother Lin Bei, I feel so hot. It feels like ants are crawling inside my body. Lin Bei took a deep breath, grabbed Su Yao's fidgeting feet, and tucked them back into his clothes, his voice suppressed. Bear with it. This is the medicine being absorbed. You'll feel better once you fall asleep. But I just can't sleep. Gradually, perhaps because her mind was blank, Su Yao, after making a fuss for a while, finally couldn't resist the drowsiness and drifted off to sleep. He would occasionally turn over in his sleep. Su Yao fell asleep, but the atmosphere became even more enchanting. Su Li lay on her side, facing Lin Bei. In the dim light, she could see Lin Bei's eyes, which shone frighteningly bright in the darkness, staring intently at her. That intensely aggressive gaze made her body go weak, yet a strange sense of anticipation welled up inside her. Lin Bei. Su Li bit her lip, and as if possessed, she reached out and grasped Lin Bei's burning hot hand under her clothes. Then she pulled her clothes up to cover their heads. In a small, dark space, breaths mingled. She leaned close to Lin Bei's ear, her breath sweet and fragrant, her voice trembling with a hint of shyness as she made her decision. It's too dangerous outside. Let's live in the cave instead. Can you divide the cave into several small rooms, and give me my own room? Lin Bei's Adam's apple bobbed, and he felt his palms were sweaty. His voice was low and deep. Why a separate room? Are you afraid I won't behave? No. Su Li's fingers gently circled in his palm, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible, yet it struck Lin Bei like a thunderclap. Now that you have a private room, I'll leave the door open for you at night. The kind where it's just the two of us. Lin Bei felt like the string in his mind was about to snap. Where is the arrogant young lady anymore? She's clearly a deadly enchantress. If Su Yao hadn't been sleeping right next to him, he would have definitely beaten this woman who dared to provoke him into submission on the spot. You said it. You can't go back on your word. Lin Bei squeezed her hand. Su Li let out a soft moan, buried her head in his chest, and stopped talking, leaving Lin Bei with only her burning hot body. Let me help you first. For Lin Bei, this night was a bittersweet ordeal. Early the next morning, Lin Bei, sporting dark circles under his eyes, forcibly pulled the two sisters, who were still asleep, out of bed. Stand up. Assemble. What's wrong? I'm so sleepy. Su Yao rubbed her eyes and pouted. Exercise. Burn off energy. Lin Bei's face darkened. He felt that if he didn't vent his excess energy, he would explode and die. Thus, an extremely pleasing and hilarious scene unfolded along the underground river. 1, 2, 3, 4. Squat, get ready. Su Li, straighten your back. Squat down. Make sure your movements are correct. Su Yao, lift your legs high. Lift your legs higher. Lin Bei, like a devilish drill instructor, led two beautiful women in down jackets in a frenzied training session by the river. Watching the two women's graceful curves rise and fall with their movements, and their shapely buttocks and long legs encased in tight pants, Lin Bei discovered as he practiced. How come the efficacy of ginseng increases the more you practice it? And so, the three of them took refuge in the underground river for 2 days. For the past 2 days, when I was hungry, I ate roasted wild boar meat with ginseng soup, and when I was thirsty, I drank boiled groundwater. Under the combined effects of pork, ginseng, and intense exercise, the three men underwent a dramatic transformation in their physical condition. Su Li and Su Yao can now easily lift large stones weighing dozens of kilograms. They are no longer the delicate, panting losers who would only run a few steps. Lin Bei was even more terrifying. He tried it, and he could lift the 100-pound backpack with all the supplies with one hand. He was full of explosive power. Judging by the time, the fire up there should be extinguished by now. Lin Bei checked his phone. Even if it was a forest fire that had been burning for 2 days and 2 nights, the timber near the cave should have been burned up by now. Let's go up. Let's check the results. The three packed their things and climbed back up the upper cave along the long passageway. The passageway has been cleared, and no new bats have appeared at the top. As soon as he returned to the upper cave, the smoke had dissipated, and Lin Bei glanced at the portal as usual. Upon seeing this, he froze completely. The portal had already turned a light green color, indicating that it was fully charged. That was fine. There had been plenty of time. What shocked him was the countdown displayed by the portal. It's not 3 o'clock. Instead, it's 10:30. 10 minutes. Lin Bei rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. According to the rule of charging for 1 minute a day, it's only been 1 day, so it should be at most 4 minutes. How could it be 10 minutes? His mind raced, connecting the memory of eating ginseng to the relentless high temperatures outside the cave over the past 2 days. Could it be that? Lin Bei's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. My physical condition has improved, which can increase my energy recharge speed? Or rather, the charging mechanism of this portal can absorb heat energy? High temperatures accelerate its charging speed. This is a tremendous discovery. This means that in the future, as long as you light a fire or create a high-temperature environment, you can increase the time it takes to get home. But now is not the time to study that. The smoked meat next to me smells just too good. Su Yao swallowed hard and sniffed the air. It smells so good. Is the meat cooked? You'll know once you see it. Lin Bei raised the powerful flashlight in his hand, pressed the switch, and shone it on the rock wall near the entrance of the cave. At that moment, all three of them were so shocked by the sight before them that they held their breath. Wherever the beam of light reached, the thousands of kilograms of bright red raw meat strips that were originally hanging there had changed drastically. The raging fire outside forced heat and smoke in through the ventilation holes, turning the enclosed cave into a perfect natural oven. After 2 days and 2 nights of high-temperature baking and smoking, all the meat strips shrank and turned into tempting golden yellow cured meat jerky. They hang neatly on the rock walls and stalactites. Their surface has a crispy texture like roast suckling pig, and they are covered with glistening fat. Under the flashlight, the wall of dried meat reflected a golden light, resembling a magnificent golden wall of meat. Wow, it's all meat. Su Yao cheered and pounced on him. Lin Bei also stepped forward, reached out, and took a piece of dried pork belly from the wall. It felt slightly hard to the touch, but was still warm. With a gentle snap. Click. The sound is crisp and pleasant, the meat fibers are distinct, and the meat inside is reddish and firm. The heat is just right. You guys should try it. Lin Bei put it in his mouth and chewed it. It's crispy on the outside and firm and chewy on the inside. The rich, smoky flavor mixed with the aroma of wild boar meat explodes in your mouth. Even without salt, it gets more and more fragrant the more you chew. As the jerky went down, a warm feeling rose again. Although it wasn't as intense as ginseng, it still made people feel comfortable and full of energy. This wild boar meat is no ordinary product. After being smoked, all the essence is locked in, and eating it can increase our physical strength. Looking at the cave full of golden spoils, Lin Bei felt incredibly at ease. Having food in hand means peace of mind. Delicious. So delicious. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Su Yao grabbed a strip of meat and started munching on it, her mouth greasy with oil, her eyes narrowing into slits with happiness. Yao, don't just focus on eating. Lin Bei wiped the oil off his hands and looked at the hole that was completely blocked by stones. Although the meat was already smoked, he was more concerned about how the fire outside was doing. Come on, open the door. Let's go see the new land we've conquered. Chapter 35 The Firebird in My Scorched Earth World. Are you ready? We're going out. Lin Bei stood in front of the cave entrance blocked by a boulder and glanced back at the two sisters behind him. Yes. The two nodded vigorously, each grabbing Lin Bei's hand from the left and right. Don't be afraid. No living thing can survive outside. This is our home ground now. Lin Bei took a deep breath, flexed his arm muscles, and moved the stone that previously required 3 people to carry by himself. Boom. With a dull thud, the stone was slowly pushed aside and placed to the side. Outside, the temperature wasn't as scorching as one might imagine, but a wave of heat still crashed in like a wall. The air was very hot and dry. It felt a little hot when I breathed it into my nose. However, for the 3 whose physical condition had already been greatly enhanced, it was completely within their tolerance range. Lin Bei was the first to lean out, squinting as he adjusted to the outside light. Cough cough. Black smoke was still rising in the distance, and visibility in the air was not very high, as if it were smog. Lin Bei looked down at the rocky beach at his feet. The ground, which was originally dry and covered with gravel, is now very damp. Small puddles of murky water still lingered in the cracks between the rocks, emitting wisps of steam. That's strange. Lin Bei had some doubts. The temperature at the cave entrance is frighteningly high. Logically, it should be as dry as a desert outside. Why is the ground covered in water? Could it be that there was a heavy rain not long ago? But looking up at the sky, although the haze obscured the view, the brilliance of 3 suns could still be faintly seen, and there was no sign of dark clouds. Just as Lin Bei was puzzled. Clatter! A drop of icy liquid fell from the sky and hit him directly on the forehead. Then came the second drop, and the third drop. Is it really raining? Lin Bei wiped his forehead, put it under his nose and smelled it. There was no earthy smell of rainwater. Splash! Suddenly, a sound like muffled thunder came from above. It wasn't thunder, but a huge wind, like countless giant fans flapping at the same time. Along with the sound came a torrential downpour. Lin Bei suddenly looked up and headed toward the source of the sound. What is that? A huge dark cloud flew out from the mountain behind the 3 of them. The once empty sky was now obscured by a group of enormous objects. It was a flock of birds. But this is definitely not any kind of bird that Lin Bei is familiar with. Their size is outrageous. Each one, with its wings spread, resembles a giant glider. From the ground, it looks about the same size as a passenger plane on Earth. These large birds, with their gray-blue bellies, shimmered with a metallic sheen in the interplay of sunlight and smoke. Hundreds and thousands of these giant birds circled and intertwined in the air, blotting out the sun. The sunlight that had just fallen was blocked again, and the ground was plunged into a huge shadow. Gugu Gia. Gugu Gia. The giant birds emitted deep, long calls with such penetrating power that Lin Bei's eardrums buzzed. What Lin Bei found most incredible was that these giant birds were not simply flying. Through the gaps in the smoke, Lin Bei could see that the feathers on the bellies of these giant birds were unusually prominent, as if they were carrying a huge pouch. At this moment, water was dripping from the pouch and the feathers on its abdomen like a tap that had been turned on. Thousands of giant birds simultaneously sprayed water, creating a spectacular artificial rain belt in the sky. The water droplets that just landed on Lin Bei's head were raindrops that fell from them. They're putting out a fire? The flock of giant birds did not linger long above the rocky beach. They flew in groups toward the edge of the distant forest, where thick smoke was still rising. There's still a fire burning over there. As flocks of birds flew by, a large amount of water mist poured down, suppressing the raging flames and causing white steam to rise. Sharp. Lin Bei muttered to himself. The ecosystem of this planet is amazing. The ecosystems of other planets do indeed have their own unique balancing mechanisms. These giant birds, resembling forest firefighters, appear in the event of a large-scale forest fire. Using their enormous size and special body structure, they saturate with water from distant sources and then fly over the fire to drop it at a specific location. This efficiency feels even higher than firefighting helicopters on Earth. As Lin Bei watched the flock of birds fly away, he felt both awe for these wondrous creatures and a sense of relief. Lin Bei, what's wrong? Are there monsters outside? Su Li's voice came from inside the cave. She saw Lin Bei standing there motionless and thought something had happened. The absence of monsters is a miracle of nature. Lin Bei snapped out of his daze, turned around, and flashed a bright smile at the cave entrance. Come out, you're safe now. He stretched out his two hands to the two sisters in the darkness. Li and Su Yao exchanged a glance and placed their fair little hands into Lin Bei's large palms. Lin Bei exerted a little force and pulled the two of them out of the oppressive and dark cave that had trapped them for several days. Wow! As soon as they stood still, before their eyes could even adjust to the light, the sight before them rendered them speechless. The flock of birds has flown away, taking with them the last shadow. The light of 3 suns shone down on the earth. Once upon a time, this place was a dense, primeval forest where visibility was limited, and every step you took required worrying about whether a venomous snake or a wild animal would leap out from the bushes. Now, looking around, the whole world has turned into pure white. It was an endless expanse of wood ash. Thick white ash covered the earth like snow, covering all the gullies, rocks, and ground. On this white snowfield, hundreds and thousands of charred tree trunks stand. Those giant trees, some hundreds of meters tall, though their branches and leaves had been burned away, still stood tall with their thick trunks, like black monuments piercing the sky. Some of the tree trunks have collapsed and are lying across the ground. Now the view is extremely wide, and you can see several kilometers away at a glance. Did we do this? Su Yao stared wide-eyed at the magnificent scene before her, which resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland, her small face filled with shock. This is destruction, but also rebirth. Lin Bei took their hands and walked a few steps forward, stepping on the thick layer of grass and wood dust. The surface felt soft underfoot, like walking on a thick carpet. Although you can still feel a little warmth, it's no longer scalding your feet. Instead, it feels cozy, like stepping on a heated floor. Lin Bei pointed to several black tree trunks in the distance that were still emitting blue smoke. The fire destroyed everything, but it also took away all the danger. The poisonous insects and mosquitoes hiding in the grass, and the wild beasts that wanted to eat us, couldn't escape and were all turned to ashes in this fire. He let go, squatted down, grabbed a handful of black and white wood ash, and gently rubbed it between his fingertips. These ashes are the best fertilizer. Beneath this layer of ash lies fertile black soil that has been sterilized by the high temperature of the fire. Lin Bei stood up, dusted off his hands, turned to look at the two women, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Do you know what this means? The two women shook their heads blankly. This means that this will be the most fertile, cleanest, and safest land in this jungle. Lin Bei opened his arms and embraced this scorched earth. It won't be long. Maybe just after a rain, new shoots will sprout here. All the plants are now on the same starting line, competing for sunlight again. But before that, Lin Bei's lips curled into a domineering smile. He pulled the two women over and pointed to the vast, open space that stretched as far as the eye could see. This is the empire I conquered for you. We will plant our crops here and establish our tribe. Li, Su Yao, welcome to our new home. We call it Scorched Earth Farm. What do you think? Looking at the spirited man in front of her, Su Li felt all the oppressive feeling of being trapped on a strange alien planet vanish. There were no more dark corners, and no more monsters that could pounce at any moment. The sunlight felt warm on my skin. She gripped Lin Bei's hand tightly in return, and a beautiful smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Yes, our home. Su Yao excitedly hopped around on the ashes a couple of times, leaving a trail of adorable footprints. That's awesome. I want to grow lots and lots of delicious food. And I want to grow flowers too. Seeing the two women so happy, Lin Bei felt a surge of pride. Walk. Lin Bei pulled the two of them toward the left side of the cave entrance, towards several wild animal carcasses that had been burned to the skeletons. Let's go and see if there are any relics left. Chapter 36. The Divine Weapon Tempered by Fire and the 10-Minute Stay. Brother Lin Bei, you're amazing. Su Yao held Lin Bei's hand tightly, her face flushed. She looked at Lin Bei's profile as if she were looking at a general who had conquered new territories. Let's go and see if there are any relics left. Lin Bei, full of high spirits, pulled the two women down from the high place and came to the edge of the rocky beach. That place was formerly a mass grave. The once invincible wild boar, towering 3 stories high, is now nothing more than a massive skeleton, lying quietly in the ashes. The fire burned away all the remaining flesh and soft tissue on its body, and even the small animal and dinosaur carcasses that had been scattered on the ground were reduced to bare bones. It's so clean, it saves us from burying it in the ground. Lin Bei sighed and stepped forward to check. Although the crystal core and golden elixir that were imagined did not exist. But his gaze was drawn to the huge, broken tusks on the boar's skull and the sharp teeth in the mouths of the dinosaur skeletons nearby. Lin Bei squatted down and let out a surprised sound. Logically, bones burned at this high temperature should become brittle and turn black and carbonized. However, these fangs and teeth did not turn black. Instead, they shimmered in the sunlight with a cold luster similar to metal or jade. Especially the teeth of those dinosaurs, which looked like a translucent dark blue color, with a cold glint in them, and seemed to be extremely sharp. This texture is not right. Lin Bei's heart stirred, and he reached out and grasped the base of a dinosaur's sharp tooth. It felt cold and heavy to the touch, not like touching bones at all, but more like touching a piece of cold iron. He tried to pry it open with a little force. Click! Contrary to expectations, the sharp teeth emitted a clear, dragon-like roar as they were broken off by the roots. Lin Bei held the sharp tooth, which was about the length of a dagger, and examined it carefully. Quenching? A word suddenly popped into his mind. The bodies of wild boars and dinosaurs naturally contain a large amount of biological oils and special energy substances. This fire, combined with the burning of their own oils, created a unique high-temperature environment. It's like refining steel to remove impurities, forcing these teeth through 1,000 hammers and 10,000 temperings. To verify his hypothesis, Lin Bei carried the sharp-toothed dagger and walked to a giant tree that had been burned to charcoal. Although the tree was charred, the wood of this alien giant tree is extremely hard. Even when it turns into charcoal, it is as hard as stone, and even an earth-based axe cannot cut it down. Give it a try. Lin Bei clenched his teeth, twisted his waist, and casually waved his hand at the charred tree trunk that was as thick as 3 people could hug. He didn't use his full strength. He just swung his sword. Whoosh! A soft sound. I didn't feel any resistance, nor did I experience the dull sensation of hitting an object. Lin Bei felt a lightness in his wrist as the sharp teeth in his hand had already sliced through the tree trunk. The next moment, the seemingly indestructible, charred giant tree, when struck, slowly slid down before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Boom! The cut was smooth and flat. When Lin Bei touched it, there wasn't a single speck of wood. Hiss! Lin Bei gasped, staring at the sharp teeth in his hand, his eyes gleaming with wild joy. A divine weapon. This is absolutely a divine weapon. It's even more powerful than unquenched teeth. The axe he used before was so worn out from cutting the wild boar hide that it became dull. Now, this sharp tooth, tempered by fire, cuts through this hard wood as easily as cutting tofu. Lin Bei turned his head and looked at the pile of skeletons on the ground. The tusks of a wild boar king, the sharp teeth of a dinosaur, and some sharp claws. This is not a pile of bones. It's clearly an open-air armory. We've struck it rich. Su Yao, Su Li. Quick, get the bag. Lin Bei shouted excitedly. Carefully knock off all these teeth and claws, as long as they look shiny, and take them with you. With these things, even if we run out of bullets, we can still survive. 20 minutes later, the 3 returned to the cave with their spoils. Lin Bei glanced at the still scorching, parched earth, and shook his head. Although the fire is out, the surface temperature is still too high to be suitable for immediate cultivation or in-depth exploration. He glanced back at the portal. The light screen had turned a deep cyan green, and only he could see the countdown display, 10:30. There are 10 minutes and 30 seconds. This time, due to the high temperature charging, the time spent in the heat was extremely ample. Lin Bei's expression became serious. He emptied the miscellaneous items from his backpack and began to pack things inside. I have to go back. They've been waiting on Earth for far too long. By normal standards, it's been more than a day. Aunt Su and the higher-ups must be extremely anxious. Lin Bei doesn't plan to go back empty-handed this time. He first walked to the cave wall and picked up a large number of glowing ores that had been shaken down by the wild boar. This stone can glow, so it may be a rare energy source or a scientific research material. Hopefully, the research will prove effective, so that we here can also benefit from the results. He wrapped the ore in several layers of rags and stuffed it into the bottom of his backpack. Then, his gaze fell on a corner where there was a ginseng spirit, which he had brought up specifically for this occasion. He planned to take half of this ginseng back for research and give the other half to the beautiful Aunt Su to help her recover. Hee, little guy, let me take you to Earth for some fun. Lin Bei walked over, even though this ginseng spirit was the smallest in size. But there are also ginsengs that are half a meter tall and weigh about 40 kilograms. The little guy seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. When Lin Bei picked him up, he didn't struggle. He just looked at him pitifully with his tiny, sesame seed-sized eyes. The roots trembled slightly, as if begging for mercy. Don't be afraid, it won't eat you. Go back to Earth, and you will be the only ginseng ancestor. Lin Bei patted its chubby body and said with a smile. This ginseng that had become a spirit had been persuaded and educated by Lin Bei through physics and became very obedient. Lin Bei carefully stuffed it into his backpack, leaving only a few leaves and flowers outside to breathe. After packing his backpack, Lin Bei stood in front of the teleportation portal, quickly reviewing the plan in his mind. This teleportation is random. If we were in China, whether in a city or deep in the mountains, as long as they see our police or soldiers, I would give them all the minerals and ginseng in this bag. This is a groundbreaking scientific research sample. It might prove very useful, and we'll be able to benefit from it. Although Lin Bei is usually a bit stingy, he has never made the wrong choice when it comes to matters of principle. But if... Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. What if I get teleported to some free country, or some small-time world again? I'm sorry, but I'd rather bring fewer supplies back with me. We must not let the good stuff go to outsiders. Having made up his mind, Lin Bei shouldered his heavy hiking backpack and turned to face the two women. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat melancholic. Su Li stepped forward, extended her fair fingers, and carefully patted the plant dust off Lin Bei's clothes, her eyes slightly red. She was afraid that Lin Bei would reappear in a place like the free country, a place full of gunfire and explosions, and that he might accidentally. Be very careful. Her voice was soft, filled with deep affection. If you encounter danger or someone makes things difficult for you, come back immediately and don't try to tough it out. It doesn't matter if we can't bring back anything, as long as the person comes back. Su Yao also ran over, hugged Lin Bei's waist, and buried her face in his chest. Brother Lin Bei, you have to come back soon. My sister and I are scared when you're not here. Lin Bei felt a warmth in his heart and gently patted their heads. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have 10 minutes this time, which is enough for me to get things done. Block the door. If you hear any noise, run underground. Remember, the gun is loaded and right next to you. If anyone dares to force their way in, just fire a burst at them. Yes, we've got it. The two girls nodded obediently. Lin Bei took one last deep look at the two girls who had completely entrusted their hearts and souls to him, and then he no longer hesitated. Wait for my good news. After saying that, he turned around and stepped into the green light gate. Buzz! With a flash of light, Lin Bei's figure disappeared from the spot. All that remained was the lingering aroma of meat in the air, and two girls with worried eyes. Chapter 37: The Soulless Ginseng. As he rushed into the portal, the weightlessness of traveling through time and space lasted only a moment. Lin Bei had already gotten used to this feeling of time and space shifting. The alien scorched earth, which was originally filled with the smell of coke and kept people on edge all the time, has disappeared. The sounds of electric car engines and pedestrian conversations filled Lin Bei's ears. Call. Lin Bei stood still, squinting his eyes somewhat uncomfortably. The world has changed. The blinding sunlight shines through the gaps in the building onto him. Before me was a bustling crowd, and the huge glass curtain wall reflected the sunlight, a testament to the brilliance of modern civilization. This is Shanghai, Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street, one of the most prosperous and bustling places in all of China. Lin Bei's appearance was really too abrupt. He suddenly appeared in the middle of the sidewalk, startling the pedestrians who were shopping nearby, who all stopped in their tracks. Passers-by initially found it strange, but then they all looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at avant-garde art. It's no wonder that passers-by are turning their heads. Lin Bei's current style is just too avant-garde and too hardcore. His once expensive tactical jacket was now riddled with holes, revealing his muscles, and covered in black ash and pork grease. He wore a hat and a triangular cloth mask, revealing only a pair of sharp, deep-set eyes that exuded a murderous aura. Fortunately, her face was still quite clean, thanks to Su Li's careful wiping. Lin Bei carried a bulging backpack on his back and a white bone knife, about half a meter long, gleaming with a cold, sharp light in his hand. This outfit, if worn elsewhere, might be mistaken for a refugee or a madman. But when it appears on the streets of Shanghai, the most bustling and fashionable city, the style becomes more sophisticated. The battle-damaged windbreaker, the realistic bone props, and the cool, aloof aura that keeps strangers at bay. To the trend-conscious young people around them, this was the ultimate post-apocalyptic style outfit, the latest inspiration from Paris Fashion Week. Wow, look at that. That's so cool. Is this some kind of performance art? The metallic texture of that bone knife is amazing. It looks just like the real thing. His face is covered. His eyes are so sharp. With that height and build, he must be some foreign male model doing a street flash mob, right? He looks like a big star. Is he that top celebrity who likes to wear tattered clothes? Has he come to Shanghai? Instead of fear, excited whispers rang out from the surroundings. Several stylishly dressed young girls, their eyes lighting up, mistook the encounter for a low-profile international superstar and pulled out their phones to frantically snap photos of his face. A few bolder individuals stepped forward, holding notebooks and pens, their faces full of anticipation, and shouted in broken English, the kind that barely passed the CT for exam. Faced with this group of onlookers who treated him like a celebrity, Lin Bei was exasperated and had no time to pay attention to their absurd enthusiasm. He immediately slipped away from the crowd and went into the shade of a nearby building, looking at the prompt on his retina. 10:25. Warning, object transport detected. Note, based on current teleportation laws, no intelligent life form can obtain permanent residency rights at anchor point location, Earth number E773. Their residency time is synchronized with the teleportation countdown. The moment the countdown reaches 0, they will be forcibly returned to their original anchor coordinates. 10 minutes and 25 seconds left. He simply ignored the warning, since he hadn't brought the two women back this time. Lin Bei felt much more at ease and swung the bone knife in his hand fiercely. Great. This time I have plenty of time. Enough time for me to contact the authorities, not only to procure weapons, but maybe even to have a big meal. In his excitement, he subconsciously glanced at the backpack behind him and saw a bright red flower sticking out of the backpack, swaying incessantly. Special high-energy plant resources can be preserved. Great, the ginseng can stay. Lin Bei looked at the trembling ginseng flower with a strange expression. This thing has hands and feet, and knows how to seek advantage and avoid harm. But in the portal's judgment, it is not considered a living thing? Does this mean that, according to the portal's judgment, even if a plant becomes sentient, it is still just an inanimate resource? Looks like you're a soulless, pathetic big radish too. Lin Bei patted his backpack, no longer dwelling on this philosophical question. He quickly pulled out the cell phone he had borrowed for free in the free country. But when he swiped the screen, he was dumbfounded. The signal bar showed no service. Damn, this is a foreign ESGM card. It can't be used for data or calls in the country at all. Lin Bei cursed under his breath. What to do? Borrow from a passerby? Lin Bei looked around at the hurried passersby and the starstruck girls who were taking pictures with their phones but were more than 10 meters away from him. In this era of such effective anti-fraud propaganda, what are the chances of a strange person, masked, carrying a knife, and covered in filth, successfully borrowing a phone? Even if someone is willing to lend it, will they ask a lot of questions? Will they be suspicious if he calls the police? It takes at least 2 or 3 minutes to explain your identity and gain trust back and forth. No, it's too late. I bear the weight of my own life and Su Li's life on my shoulders. I have no time to play these childish games of gentleness, kindness, respect, frugality, and humility. Lin Bei's eyes turned cold, and a decisive quality honed on the brink of life and death erupted from him. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Even if I'm misunderstood, even if I'm treated like a criminal, as long as I can contact the authorities, all the costs are worthwhile. His gaze swept across the crowd and locked onto a young female anchor a few meters away who was doing an outdoor live broadcast and was walking towards him. The female anchor was dressed in a flamboyant manner, holding a brand new iPhone 20 Pro Max in her hand and passionately asking for votes from viewers in front of the camera. The phone seems to have a good signal, and the screen is unlocked. It's you. Lin Bei adjusted his breathing, tensed his leg muscles, and prepared to go. Now that I've made up my mind, I won't hesitate any longer. 1 minute ago, in Shanghai, at the Skynet Monitoring and Command Center, the once quiet and orderly hall was suddenly filled with the piercing sound of the highest level of alarm. On the main screen, a red pop-up window instantly filled the entire screen and was flashing wildly. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Special surveillance personnel have appeared. Feature identification lock. Location, Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street, Shanghai. Found it. When the supervisor on duty saw the person the leader had told him to remember from the meeting a few days ago, he got so excited that he jumped up from his chair, dropping his thermos to the ground. Quickly, report to the highest command immediately. Notify the Shanghai Military Region. Notify the Special Police Unit. Order all patrol teams searching for mission targets to proceed to Nanjing Road immediately. Target spotted. Target spotted. Just 5 seconds later, a direct order from the highest level was delivered to all armed forces within Shanghai via an encrypted channel. At all costs, get to the scene as quickly as possible. Protect the target. Meet all needs. Anyone who obstructs the mission shall be punished for treason. Chapter 38. Finally, the rendezvous was made. Family members. Today, Tian is taking you to Nanjing Road. Look at that young man over there. He's dressed so cool. He looks like a cosplayer. The female anchor, Tian, was interacting with tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room when she suddenly felt a blur before her eyes. A gust of wind rushed towards me. Before she could react, a large, dusty hand with visible veins suddenly appeared in the live stream. Smack! Sweetie felt her hands go empty. Her newly bought, top-of-the-line iPhone, which she hadn't even had a chance to enjoy, was snatched away in an instant. The live stream screen shook violently for a moment. Sweetie froze for a full second before letting out a piercing scream. Robbery! Someone's stealing my phone. That shout was like pouring a ladle of cold water into a scalding hot oil pan. The once bustling and orderly pedestrian street was thrown into chaos. Several female fans who were taking pictures nearby were so frightened that they dropped their phones. They looked in horror at their idol, who they had thought was cool just moments before, but now snatched their phones and ran away like a thug. Come quick. There's a robber. Call the police. Call the police now. The crowd around him excitedly gathered around, but seeing that Lin Bei had a knife, they kept their distance and started watching the drama unfold. The tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream were also stunned. Although the phone camera was shaking, Lin Bei held it very steadily and quickly focused it on his masked face. The barrage exploded. What the heck? What am I seeing? A live robbery? This guy is too audacious. Snatching a phone in broad daylight on Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. Is this a script? It must be a script. What robber carries a bone knife? Script my ass. Look at the horrified people behind us. Quick, call the police for the streamer. Lin Bei completely ignored the commotion around him and didn't run away. He walked slowly, his fingers flying across his phone. A human face? Just now when I was trying to grab it, the female streamer accidentally turned off the screen, and the screen displayed that I needed to unlock it with facial recognition. Lin Bei frowned and quickly turned back to the female anchor who was paralyzed with fear on the ground. Don't kill me. Here's your phone. I still have money. Sweetie was so frightened by the return of the ruthless bandits that tears and snot streamed down her face. Lin Bei grabbed her collar with one hand and shoved the phone directly in front of her face. Look at the screen. Not, shake your head. His voice was deep and commanding, making it impossible for anyone to resist. The female anchor stared blankly at the white bone knife that was only centimeters away from her throat, her mind going completely blank. Instinctively, she widened her eyes and stared at the screen. Unlocked. Thanks. Lin Bei released her, his tone as casual as if he were borrowing a lighter. I'll borrow you for 5 minutes. When you get back, tell the government my name, and they'll give you a reward. After saying that, he took the unlocked phone and quickly typed in a 3-digit number on the dial pad. Just then, 2 mall security guards who were patrolling nearby heard the commotion and rushed over with batons and riot shields. Don't move. 5-star security is here. Drop your weapons. Immediately cover your head and crouch down. The 2 security guards dispersed the crowd while surrounding Lin Bei. They looked tense because the person in front of them had a dangerous aura. That indifferent look in his eyes was something no ordinary petty thief would have. Go for it. You 2 uncles who earn $5,000 a month. A little girl, held in her mother's arms, cheered on the security guard. Lin Bei didn't even glance at them, but simply tucked the bone knife back into the side of his backpack, indicating that he had no intention of attacking. He didn't squat down. He held the phone to his ear and waited for the call to connect. Doo-doo. Two security guards were preparing to step forward and subdue Lin Bei. Boom, boom, boom. A heart-stopping roar of an engine suddenly came from the end of the street, drowning out the female anchor's cries. Immediately following was the piercing sound of sirens, which resounded through the sky. The crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle dispersed in fear. Several black SWAT armored riot control vehicles crashed through the pedestrian street's barriers and drove in against the flow of traffic. Two camouflaged armed helicopters roared in from the sky, their huge rotors whipping up a gust of wind as they hovered low above the crowd. The armored vehicle braked suddenly and stopped not far from Lin Bei. The car door opened. Dozens of fully armed special police officers, armed with automatic rifles, surged out like a black tide. Don't move. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and squat down. The dark muzzle of a gun locked onto the area. At the same time, several military trucks arrived, and hundreds of armed soldiers quickly set up a cordon, completely sealing off a radius of 500 meters. Signal jamming activated. Clear out all unauthorized personnel. Check the identification documents of all foreign nationals in the vicinity and immediately remove them for questioning. The scene became incredibly tense, and the air seemed to freeze. The two security guards, who were originally preparing to subdue Lin Bei, were completely dumbfounded. He turned pale with fright. The country mobilized such a large force to deal with this ruthless bandit, and you think you can take him down with just the two of you? The two exchanged a glance, and both saw the intention to resign in each other's eyes. That's terrifying. This is a scene of activity, even more impressive than arresting terrorists. An officer with 2 bars and 3 stars on his shoulder rushed over, glanced at the chaotic scene, waved his hand, and shouted sternly, "Clear the area." Yes. The special forces soldiers around him rushed up like tigers descending a mountain, protecting Lin Bei in the very center. The officer strode up to Lin Bei. He looked at Lin Bei, who was covered in dust, and at the dragon tooth-bone knife in his hand, his eyes filled with admiration. Smack! The officer straightened his back and gave Lin Bei a perfect military salute. The voice was strong and powerful. "Comrade Lin Bei, Special Operations Brigade of the Shanghai Military Region reporting for duty. We're too late." Looking at the familiar olive-green uniforms, at those young and determined faces, and at the bright red flags on the helicopters circling overhead, Lin Bei smiled with relief and returned a somewhat imperfect military salute. It's not too late, not too late at all. It came at just the right time. The wind seemed to have stopped. The two security guards, who were originally preparing to rid the people of this menace, dropped their batons to the ground with a clatter. At this point, their brains had completely shut down, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This script is wrong. Logically, shouldn't these special police officers rush up and pin the thug who snatched the phone to the ground? Besides, you're pointing your guns at us, aren't you? It's aimed at us, isn't it? Before they could even comprehend this bizarre and chaotic scene, Lin Bei hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. He tossed the phone back into the arms of the terrified female anchor and even thoughtfully wiped the dust off the screen for her. I already said I needed to borrow it. Lin Bei turned his head, pointed at Tian to the officer, and said, "I accidentally cracked the screen of her phone earlier, and I also accidentally startled her when I requisitioned it. Please help me compensate her." Upon hearing this, the officer saluted. "Understood. We will ask this lady to rest at the rear, arrange a special car to escort her, and apply for the highest level of National Security Contribution Award. At least 500,000 is the starting price." Sweetie was incredulous. Her mind was buzzing. "My phone was stolen. How did that become contributing to national security?" Chapter 39. Lin Bei, feeling guilty. "Aunt Sue, I will take good care of them. Without further ado, my time is running out." Lin Bei glanced at the countdown that was constantly flashing on his retina. 8:30. Only 8 minutes and 30 seconds left. I need to contact the highest command. Without the slightest hesitation, the Special Forces captain had already connected to the command center via his military encrypted satellite phone, waiting for Lin Bei to speak. He handed it to Lin Bei with both hands, his expression solemn. The connection between academician Li Yaodong and the highest level operational conference room has been established. Lin Bei grabbed the phone, not even having time for pleasantries. On the other end of the phone, the think tank advisor spoke at a machine gun-like pace. "Comrade Lin Bei, the saturated supplies have taken off and will arrive in 5 minutes. please briefly describe the current world situation, as this will determine the next activation plan. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the supplies were on their way. He replied, "The three of us are now on a prehistoric-like planet with high oxygen and low gravity. I can't take people back and forth through time now. Only mindless, inanimate objects can be taken away by me and preserved permanently. There are dinosaurs on alien planets. There are super-large predators like Tyrannosaurus rex and prehistoric creatures. My shotgun can't even penetrate their skin. We just set fire to the forest outside the cave, so we're safe for now, but danger could strike at any moment. In addition, there is an underground river at the bottom of our cave, special luminescent minerals, and even ginseng that has become sentient. The portal can accelerate its charging through a high-temperature environment. The charging mechanism is currently unknown." On the other end of the phone, in the highest-level operations conference room, academician Li Yaodong, along with several generals and scientists, and a think tank of tens of thousands of people behind them, listened to Lin Bei's report and quickly analyzed and recorded it. Upon hearing that the prehistoric behemoths and weapons were ineffective, the leading general's eyes narrowed, and he decisively pressed the red button on the table, responding into the microphone. "Comrade Lin Bei, the information has been received. Given the environment you described, we will immediately activate contingency plan number 8. "What is contingency plan number 8? Lin Bei didn't understand. The general's voice was steady and powerful, exuding the confidence of a great nation. "We have envisioned various world models that might exist behind the portal and developed corresponding support plans. Number 1 is the world of cultivation. Number 2 is the ancient world. Number 3 is the post-apocalyptic wasteland number 8, which is a special support plan for the world of giant beasts and high-risk creatures. The Shanghai Armory has the latest heavy armor-piercing weapons developed specifically for hunting large creatures in high-oxygen, low-gravity environments, delivered within 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt a surge of heat rush to his head. While you're still worried that trolls won't work, someone has already prepared a complete dragon-slaying plan for you. Is this what it feels like to have someone to rely on? Thank you, sir. I'll now submit the list of supplies. Please check if anything is missing." Lin Bei looked at the logistics soldiers who were already on high alert around him and loudly announced his needs. "First, energy. I need the best foldable solar panels and a high-capacity portable power station. It's too painful to be without electricity. Secondly, agriculture. High-yield hybrid rice, corn, tomato, and chili seeds. The soil over there is so fertile it's practically dripping with oil. Whatever you plant will grow. Third, weapons. In addition to the weapons from Plan 8 that I just mentioned, I also need high-explosive grenades. The more the better. The monsters over there have too thick hides. We need to blow them up. Fourth, daily necessities. Shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrush. Li and Su Yao urgently need them. All sizes are required." The SWAT officers around him remained calm, their hands pausing slightly as they took notes before they resumed writing even faster. Fifth, spiritual nourishment. 10 top-of-the-line smartphones and high-capacity power banks. Ideally, they should contain survival tutorial videos, as well as TV series and novels. And Lin Bei thought for a moment and added, "Seasonings. Salt, chicken bouillon, soy sauce, hot pot base. And antibiotics and vitamins too. And various veterinary drugs, mosquito repellents, etc. Received. All the supplies you mentioned have been prepared for you long ago and are currently on the delivery list. It's being deployed at full speed." The call was transferred as soon as the general finished speaking. Su Qingwan's trembling, tearful voice came through the receiver. "Xiao Bei, is that you?" "Aunt Su." The image of Aunt Su's frail and pitiful state appeared in Lin Bei's mind, and his heart softened, his tone becoming gentler. "Xiao Bei, before I apologize to you, I actually doubted you." Su Qingwan sobbed uncontrollably. The usually decisive and efficient female CEO was now just a vulnerable mother. "The auntie saw the video. It was you who protected Xiaoli and Xiaoyao. If it weren't for you, they would have. Xiao Bei, I beg you, please, no matter what, you must take good care of them for me. If you can come back, Annie will give you half of the shares in the Su Group. If you can't come back, as long as you're alive over there, that's enough." As Lin Bei listened to the tearful complaints on the phone and thought of how the two sisters had relied on him without reservation in the alien cave, a strong sense of guilt welled up in his heart. It's like taking away someone's hard-grown cabbage, pot and all, and then expecting the parents to say thank you. "Ahem, Aunt Su, don't worry." Lin Bei, somewhat embarrassed, stammered as he made his promise. "Well, they're doing pretty well now. They've all gained weight. They're really fat. There are videos on my phone that I left behind. Aunt Sue, you can take a look. I will definitely treat them as my own people and take good care of them. As long as I have a bite of meat to eat, I will never let them have any soup. Hey Aunt Sue, I brought back a big ginseng root, half of which is for you. Plucking one of its leg hairs to eat whenever you have free time is fine, but don't be stingy with it. Lin Bei let out a long sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. Making a promise to take care of the two women is also a way of giving my mother-in-law a clear answer. Just then, several white vans drove through the heavy blockade and directly into the core area outside the cordon. Make way, the medical team is here. They only have 2 minutes to test you. As the officer shouted, several special medical vehicles marked with red crosses braked suddenly and came to a stop beside him. When the car door opened, Lin Bei was surprised not to see a group of old, decrepit experts getting out. Instead, 7 or 8 tall, beautiful women in white protective suits rushed down carrying medical equipment. Even with masks on, their stunning looks were still evident. Behind the goggles, their large eyes were bright and full of anxiety and concern. Lin Bei was startled and subconsciously took half a step back, a question forming in his mind. What the heck? What's going on? Are they afraid I won't cooperate, or that I'm under too much psychological pressure, so they're using their honey trap on me? But a moment later, when several temporary barriers were quickly pulled up, isolating him from the outside world, Lin Bei understood the good intentions of those above. Mr. Lin, time is of the essence. In order to ensure the accuracy of the data, please cooperate by removing all your clothes. We need to conduct a full-body bioscan. The leader was a female doctor who looked to be around 30 years old, with a mature and intellectual demeanor and gentle eyes like a pool of spring water. Take it all off? Lin Bei clutched his waistband, his tender face flushing red. Do I have to take off my underwear too? Yes, completely naked. The beautiful doctor's eyes were smiling, and she made no attempt to hide it. Lin Bei was in an awkward situation. Although he was thick-skinned and there was a curtain, he was still a little embarrassed to be surrounded by a large group of beautiful women. But then I thought, what if a group of burly men with shaved feet came and looked him up and down and started to grope him? Wouldn't that be even more unpleasant? Thinking about it this way, all of them are beautiful women. This is the best welfare the country can provide. Seeing that Lin Bei was still a little hesitant, the leading female doctor gently stepped forward, softly took his hand, and spoke in a sweet, soothing voice, as if coaxing a child. Don't be shy. In the eyes of us doctors, everyone is the same. Sweetie, take your hand away. I'm quick, I won't hurt you. Under this gentle offensive, Lin Bei could only cooperate through tears. He let these fragrant angels in white coats touch him all over, scanning and drawing blood, keeping themselves very busy. Very good. No hemorrhoids. Strenuous activity is not affected. Blood microsampling complete. Broad-spectrum pathogen analysis in progress. Digestive tract and internal organ scan complete. Parasite screening in progress. This was a physical examination that was a race against time, and also a torment that brought Lin Bei both pain and pleasure. Just 1 minute and 30 seconds later, the newly customized testing vehicle, equipped with the nation's highest medical technology, provided Lin Bei with his full physical examination report on the spot. The leading female doctor stared wide-eyed at the string of green data displayed on the computer screen and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, Lin's body is amazing. She brought the report to Lin Bei and the highest-ranking official in Shanghai. Comrade Wanyu, what was the result? Reporting to the commander. Comrade Lin Bei's physical function data far exceed human limits. His muscle density and bone strength are more than twice that of extreme athletes. Most importantly, his internal environment is extremely pure. There are no unknown alien viruses, bacteria, or fungi remaining, not even any possible parasite eggs. Even common harmful bacteria and pathogens found on Earth cannot be found in his body. Through this physical examination, we can now draw conclusions about some microorganisms that we cannot currently determine are harmful. She looked at Lin Bei standing to the side, her eyes burning with passion. Comrade Lin Bei's body is an absolutely perfect body that has undergone super evolution. Hearing the beautiful doctor's confident conclusion, Lin Bei, who was tidying his clothes, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled completely. Although they had long sensed that the portal had purified and modified their bodies in some way when it sent them to outer space. This would enable them to adapt to the high-oxygen, low-gravity environment of alien planets, and even become immune to all poisons. But speculation is just speculation. In the past 2 days, the three of them have eaten a lot of raw ginseng roots, gnawed on a lot of the alien wild boar meat, and even drank raw water directly from the underground river. Lin Bei's biggest fear is that there might be some kind of alien horsehair worm or supervirus with a long incubation period. That was truly a case of dying before even getting started. Now, with the endorsement of the nation's top medical team, this medical examination report is like a reassurance. Looks like I can eat and drink there without worry from now on. Lin Bei felt secretly pleased, now completely free of any worries. Chapter 40. The handover is complete. We set off again for the vast universe. 3 o'clock. With 3 minutes left, the medical team packed up their equipment and reluctantly left. Before leaving, several young and beautiful nurses in white coats kept turning back to look at each other. She seemed to still be reminiscing about the perfect figure she had just seen. The female doctor leading the group stared intently at the muscles on Lin Bei's arm. That look in his eyes was the look of a research fanatic who had seen an exceptionally good white mouse. Her lips moved, but the request that had been stuck in her throat, "Could you donate 2 more vials of blood for research?" ultimately remained unspoken. The supplies have arrived. Another sharp screech of brakes followed, and a military truck came to a complete stop in front of Lin Bei. There were no messy packages. All the supplies had been packed into several specially made military tactical backpacks. "Comrade Lin Bei, please step onto the scale." An officer brought over an electronic weighing scale. "We need to confirm your current maximum weight." Without saying a word, Lin Bei stood up. Drop. The numbers fluctuated, eventually settling on 120.5 kilograms. 120 kilograms. The surrounding soldiers were all shocked. Lin Bei looks strong and has a very low body fat percentage, so how could he weigh more than 200 pounds? Even he was stunned for a moment, then he realized what was happening. It's pork and ginseng soup. The ginseng soup not only cleansed his bones and marrow, but also greatly increased his bone and muscle density. Right now, he's a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex in human skin. Great. Since we have 120 kilograms, we can carry 120 kilograms of supplies. The officer was overjoyed. Quick. Load the supplies. Load all the heaviest weapons, ammunition, and solar panels. Lin Bei looked at the old hiking backpack on the ground, which was about to burst. Wait, let me empty the things out of my bag first. This is what I brought back. He unzipped the backpack and turned it upside down. Splash. A dozen or so pieces of, or emitting a faint glow, rolled to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei reached into his bag, grabbed a clump of green leaves, and pulled them out forcefully. "Come out here." Squeak. Lin Bei roughly pulled out a giant radish that was half a meter long and had limbs and facial features. It was terrified, its limbs flailing wildly in the air, its roots lashing at Lin Bei's arm. It also emitted bursts of screams similar to a baby crying. This scene left everyone present speechless. The highest-ranking official from Shanghai, standing to the side, along with several white-haired top-level biologists and physicists who had accompanied him, almost popped their eyes out. What? Is that alive? It's become a spirit. The ginseng has become a spirit. Several senior scientists, in particular, trembled with heartache, and their temples throbbed as they watched Lin Bei carrying a legendary ginseng spirit like a dead dog, its roots constantly falling to the ground. Gently, gently, oh my little darling. An elderly academician, disregarding his appearance, stepped forward and, with trembling hands, accepted the struggling ginseng. He had just held the ginseng in his arms when an intense, irresistible medicinal fragrance wafted towards him. The old academician took a breath, and his previously cloudy eyes became clear, and even his long-standing ailments seemed to have improved considerably. "Baby, this is a precious baby." The old academician was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He gently stroked the ginseng leaves as if he were holding his own grandson. "Comrade Lin Bei, don't worry. We will definitely take good care of it. This is a priceless treasure, a national strategic resource." The Shanghai official solemnly picked up the glowing ore from the ground and had it placed in a specially made lead box. "Comrade Lin Bei, these samples are crucial to the country's scientific research. Thank you very much for your contribution." Lin Bei grinned. "Hopefully we can find a use for them. Then it won't have been in vain that I carried them back." Empty the backpack. The soldiers quickly stepped forward and attached the prepared supplies to Lin Bei. Hanging on his chest were 2 of the latest products of the No. 8 contingency plan, the QBZ-192 modified super heavy armor-piercing turrets. The drum magazine is filled with specially made 22mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. He carried a huge solar panel and battery pack on his back, and his waist was covered with high-explosive grenades and medical kits. 2 oversized tactical pistols were strapped to the outside of his legs. As for sanitary napkins, seeds, and cell phones, they were stuffed into various crevices. A full 200 pounds of weight. The weight pressed down on Lin Bei, but he only swayed slightly before regaining his footing. "This physique is simply that of a super soldier," the officer exclaimed in amazement. 010. 10 seconds left. The highest-ranking official in Shanghai stepped forward, firmly grasped Lin Bei's only free hand, and looked at him with unwavering determination. "Comrade Lin Bei, take care. The nation is researching the signal bands and transmission mechanisms for the teleportation portal. We hope to provide you with more direct support soon." Lin Bei nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Special police, soldiers, doctors, scientists, and troops on guard in the distance. This is his support. Salute. The Special Forces captain let out a roar. Brush. On Nanjing Road pedestrian street, hundreds of soldiers and police officers raised their arms in unison to pay the highest tribute to this lone hero who was about to return to another world. 001. Lin Bei flashed a bright smile at everyone. "I'm leaving. I might not be back for another 3 days." Buzz. Space distortion. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people and countless recording cameras. Carrying 100 kilograms of supplies and fully armed, Lin Bei vanished like a star collapsing into a black hole, turning into a speck of light. All traces left by Lin Bei were wiped away by an inexplicable force, leaving nothing behind. The entire room fell silent. A few seconds later, a scientist responsible for monitoring space data looked at the motionless instrument in his hand, his face full of question marks. How is that possible? How could our monitoring equipment not react at all to such a massive mass transfer? This teleportation mechanism completely surpasses our current understanding of physics. It can only be seen with the naked eye, but cannot be recorded by machines. What kind of advanced civilization technology is this? The officer stared at the spot where Lin Bei had disappeared, remained silent for a long time, and finally waved his hand. Block the news and immediately escort the cell phone, bone knife, or back to Beijing. We will also accept the ginseng from Ms. Su, since Comrade Lin Bei himself said that half of it belongs to Ms. Su. We also need to take her opinion into account when deciding how to distribute the ginseng. And another thing, plan number 8 is to be converted into a formal plan. Chapter 41. I missed him. A savage appeared. Inside the cave, as the light from the portal faded, Lin Bei's tall figure, who had reassured the two, disappeared. The cave, which was originally filled with a sense of security and the aroma of meat, suddenly seemed to have cooled down a few degrees. Although Lin Bei had sealed the cave entrance tightly before leaving only the necessary firing and ventilation holes, the loss of their anchor and the oppressive feeling of being isolated on a strange planet once again overwhelmed the two women. Li and Su Yao sat back to back next to the teleportation portal. Li gripped the Remington shotgun left behind by Lin Bei tightly in her hand, the muzzle pointing diagonally at the ground. Although his finger was not on the trigger, he maintained a tactical posture ready to fire at any moment. His movements looked much more professional than Lin Bei's. "Sister." Su Yao hugged her knees, rested her head on her sister's shoulder, and spoke in a soft, sweet voice with a hint of grievance. "Brother Lin Bei has only been gone for 5 minutes. But I miss him a little." Li stiffened slightly. She had originally intended to adopt the airs of an older sister and scold her younger sister for being so spineless. The words were on the tip of my tongue, but they turned into a helpless agreement. "Silly Xiao Yao." Li didn't refute, but gently rubbed her cheek against her sister's head, her eyes somewhat dazed. "Actually, I'm the same way." The telepathic connection between the twins became exceptionally clear at this moment. Su Yao raised her head, blinked her big eyes, and looked at her sister's profile, which was exactly the same as hers, but with an added touch of determination. "I can feel it. My sister's heart is beating so fast. She's thinking about him too, isn't she? Especially thinking about that night." "Shut up." Li's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she glared at her sister angrily. "It's alert time now. No talking nonsense." Although she said that, Li's heart was far from calm. Back in school, she was a high and mighty school beauty and heiress, while Lin Bei was just an ordinary classmate earning an hourly wage, a working-class person in her eyes. But now, that man has become their everything, their only support in this hopeless world. "You must come back safely." Just as the two sisters were snuggling together, whispering to each other to ease their tension. Whoosh! A strange roar suddenly followed the wind, seeping into the cave through the gaps in the pile of rocks. The sound was neither like the grunt of a wild boar nor the roar of a dinosaur. Instead, it sounded more like a human woman's scream, or a wild roar of an ape, sending chills down your spine. This caused Su Yao to experience an extremely uncomfortable uncanny valley effect. Someone's there. Su Yao's little ears twitched, and she immediately bristled, her hair standing on end, jumping up like a frightened kitten. Sister, there's more than one. The footsteps are light, but there are many. They're getting closer. Although she lacked physical and mental strength, Su Yao's senses were greatly enhanced by the ginseng soup. Yao, don't panic. Su Li grabbed her sister's shoulder, her eyes turning sharp. Unlike before when Lin Bei was still around, she didn't feel afraid or hide. She responded with extreme calmness. Snap! Su Li skillfully pulled back the handguard of the Remington to check the bullets in the chamber, and then released the safety. This set of movements was so fluid and graceful, it didn't seem like something a delicate, pampered young lady would do. Xiao Yao, go get the spare ammunition and stand behind me. Su Li, carrying the heavy shotgun, crouched down and walked to the firing port at the cave entrance. If Lin Bei were here, he would be amazed by Su Li's level of professionalism at this moment. But this is not surprising. As a single mother, Su Qingwan raised her eldest daughter, Su Li, to be an elite, and Su Li received a truly top-tier education from a young age. In addition to courses like piano and ballet to cultivate her character, Su Qingwan took her daughter, Su Li, to live fire shooting clubs abroad every year starting when she was 12, in order to foster her courage. Su Li has handled more real guns than Lin Bei has seen in games. However, with Lin Bei standing in front of her before, she had become accustomed to relying on him and to being a protected little woman. But Lin Bei isn't here now. She's the older sister, so she has to protect this family. Call. Su Li adjusted her breathing, pressed the butt of the gun tightly against her shoulder, and peered out through a fist-sized gap. The scorched plains outside offer a wide-open view. Under the sunlight, several white shadows wandered in the distant scorched earth forest. What is that? Su Li narrowed one of her large eyes, quickly assessing the target's distance and level of threat with her single eye. It's too far away, I can't see clearly. Is it an ape? Or? The white figure moved nimbly, pausing from time to sniff the lingering aroma of meat in the air. Sister, is it a person? Su Yao held a box of slugs in her hands and nervously squatted behind Su Li. Still 300 meters away. Su Li's voice was very calm. They must have come to the scorched earth forest to search for the carcasses of wild animals that had been burned to death in the fire. Xiao Yao, listen. Su Li glanced back at her sister, her hand gripping the gun slightly tense. If they dare to come near our rocky beach, I will shoot. Lin Bei entrusted his family to us. Before he returns, no one can take a single piece of our flesh away. At this moment, Su Li shed her spoiled and arrogant demeanor. She was like a lioness protecting her food, displaying the confidence and sharpness befitting the eldest daughter of the Su family. Time passed second by second. For Su Li, for some reason, every second felt incredibly long. She stared intently at the opening in the cave, peering through the crosshairs at the group of humanoid figures in the distance. The humanoid creatures did not rush directly towards the cave entrance. Instead, they stopped at the edge of the scorched earth about 200 meters away. There was a thicket of bushes that had been burned to the ground, leaving only withered branches. Several prehistoric creatures that hadn't managed to escape were roasted and lay on the ground. Wah! Crack! The humanoid creature let out an excited shout. Although Su Li couldn't understand the sound, it didn't sound like the roar of a wild beast. Instead, it sounded more like they were communicating in some kind of language. With the help of the sunlight, Su Li finally saw what they looked like. A savage. Indeed, the figures in her field of vision were not the long-armed, long-legged monsters with blue faces and fangs that she had imagined. It's not some unevolved ape. Their body proportions are almost identical to those of humans, with symmetrical limbs and upright posture, unlike apes on Earth which are hunched over. The only thing that made her feel pressured was their size. That's too high? Even from 200 meters away, using the surrounding collapsed and charred tree trunks as a reference, Su Li could tell that these people were at least 3 meters tall. They looked like the legendary giants. Because of the distance and the swirling smoke, Su Li couldn't see their faces clearly, only vaguely discerned that their skin was somewhere between that of a yellow-skinned and a white-skinned person. It is a healthy, white flower. They were not naked. They were all wrapped in white clothing, including animal skins and grass skirts. Some giants also had tools resembling axes hanging from their waists. Are they an indigenous tribe from outer space? Su Li muttered to herself. Her gaze moved upwards and landed on the heads of the giants. 3 suns outside, and he's still wearing an animal skin hat. Su Li squinted and saw that on the heads of several giants, there were 2 fluffy things standing upright. It could be a pointed triangle or a round fan shape. It looked as if they were wearing some kind of animal skin hat made of wild animal fur. The 2 had ears stand up high, and they occasionally tremble with their movements, making them look rather endearing. Seeing that her sister was not speaking, Su Yao was getting impatient waiting on the side, so she pushed Su Li aside and went forward to observe her. Sister, look, they're looking for food. Chapter 42 Meticulous Arrangements, State-of-the-Art Drones. Sister, look, they're looking for food. Su Yao's voice interrupted Su Li's consideration. She stepped forward and saw the giants wearing hats pulling several roasted animal carcasses from the ashes, excitedly raising them above their heads, and then cheering like farmers celebrating a bountiful harvest. They also seemed somewhat interested in the rocky beach here. 2 giants twitched their noses, turned their ears, and took a few steps toward the cave entrance. Oh no, they heard us. Su Li held her breath. She never expected that their quiet conversation could be heard from so far away. Even though the other person looked human, she wouldn't hesitate to shoot when the time came. Fortunately, it seems there is enough food. The 2 giants merely observed each other for a moment, exchanged a few words, and then turned back to their ranks. They carried the few pieces of cooked food they had collected and swaggered away to the other side of the forest. They're finally gone. Only after the white figure completely disappeared from sight did Su Li let out a long breath and realize that her back was covered in sweat. Slowly lowering her arm, which was a little sore from holding it up, and leaning the shotgun against the wall, Su Li wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and turned to look at the still reddened portal. Lin Bei, why aren't you back yet? A minute later, the group of figures had disappeared from sight. Buzz! Deep within the cave, the portal, which had been silent for 10 minutes, burst forth with a dazzling white light, and a figure as large as a moving mountain appeared in the center of the cave. Oh my god! I can't see clearly. The familiar sound of complaints came through. Lin Bei was covered in various tactical backpacks, with a gun hanging on his chest, a blue solar panel on his back, and 2 large bags in his hands. He was completely submerged in supplies, and his face was not even visible. Lin Bei. Upon hearing that unforgettable voice, the 2 sisters immediately broke down. All the strength and vigilance were thrown to the back of their minds at this moment. Brother Lin Bei. Su Yao was the first to rush forward, like a small cannonball. Although Su Li was a step too slow, she quickly went to meet her with red eyes. The female warrior who had just stepped forward disappeared and turned back into a gentle and delicate woman. Quick, help him take it off. Su Li was heartbroken. Seeing Lin Bei overwhelmed with supplies, she quickly reached out to help him untie the heavy hooks. The 2 women frantically worked together, unloading backpacks and taking over bags, finally managing to free Lin Bei from the mountain of supplies. Phew, I'm back again. Lin Bei stretched his shoulders, looking at the 2 pretty faces in front of him, their faces filled with worry, and felt incredibly happy. How was it? Nothing happened while I was away, right? Before he could finish speaking, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Wow, Brother Lin Bei, I've missed you so much. Su Yao didn't care whether Lin Bei was dirty or not. She jumped up and wrapped her legs around Lin Bei's waist and held his neck tightly with both hands. She was clinging to him. Hey, watch out, you might fall. Lin Bei stumbled a little from the sudden request for a hug and quickly reached out his hands to support Su Yao's plump little bottom to prevent her from falling. I got a bouncy one. Hee, I won't fall. Su Yao buried her face in Lin Bei's neck and rubbed against him, then looked up at Lin Bei with a pleading expression, her big eyes sparkling. Brother Lin Bei, you must praise me. There were bad guys here just now, and I was the first to hear it. I even noticed before my sister. My ears are very sharp. I can hear them treading on leaves from far away. When Lin Bei heard that someone had mentioned a bad guy, his expression turned serious, but he still affectionately pinched Su Yao's little nose and then gently patted her pert buttocks. Good, good, good. Our Su Yao is the best. She's the #1 contributor. Su Yao was pleased with the praise she received. She kissed Lin Bei on the cheek, then looked at her sister with a smug look. Seeing this, Su Li didn't feel uncomfortable as usual. Instead, she nodded gently, testifying for her sister. Yes, this time it's all thanks to Xiao Yao. If she hadn't given me a heads up, I wouldn't have reacted so quickly. Lin Bei put Su Yao down and turned to look at Su Li. What is that? A wild boar? Or a dinosaur? Su Li shook her head, still feeling a little nervous as she recalled what had just happened. Not a beast, but a human. A person. Lin Bei's pupils contracted sharply. To be precise, they are creatures that resemble humans. Su Li gestured to indicate the height, her tone very certain. They weren't those strange monsters. They looked a lot like us, with white skin. They wore clothes made of animal hides, and had tools hanging from their waists. The key point is that they are very tall. I estimate they are at least 3 meters tall. Just now, they were scavenging for the carcasses of animals that had been burned to death in the scorched earth 200 meters away. They only stayed for a few minutes before leaving and heading west. Their senses are very sharp. They must have heard my conversation with Xiao Yao. Lin Bei frowned after hearing this. They are intelligent and live in groups, making them much more difficult to deal with than mindless wild boars and dinosaurs. Damn, this planet is getting more and more lively. Even giants have appeared. Lin Bei cursed under his breath. Now that their tracks have been discovered, even if they were just passing by this time, there's no guarantee they won't bring a large force to raid our territory next time. We must find out their background and where their stronghold is. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Lin Bei turned around, squatted down in front of the newly arrived supplies, and took out a black waterproof plastic box from a military backpack. What is this? Su Yao asked curiously. Lin Bei opened the box. There weren't any powerful weapons inside, just 4 small drones, a red button in the middle, and a military-grade tablet computer next to it. This is a life-saving device that the country provided to me after I returned to China this time. Lin Bei pointed to the red button device and explained. This button is a signal generator that continuously sends signals outwards. Pressing the button indicates that the situation is extremely critical. As you all know, the landing point after being teleported back is random. This time I was lucky to be in Shanghai, but what if I landed in a war zone or some foreign city next time? I'd be dead. With this, as long as I bring it back to Earth next time, no matter where I land, the country can pinpoint my location within seconds. Even if I get arrested, I can negotiate immediately and offer enough leverage to save my life. The 2 women were stunned, their eyes filled with shock. That's wonderful. The country has really thought of everything. Su Li covered her mouth, very happy. Even if you don't know where you'll appear next, the country will know your location immediately. Yes, that's its function. Lin Bei smiled, then picked up a drone that was less than 50 centimeters in size. This is the most advanced small drone currently available, exceeding the capabilities of other drones on the market by more than 5 generations. A drone? Su Li asked, somewhat puzzled. So small? It's much smaller than the DJI drone that Ben Yao used to play with. Su Li had seen Su Yao play with drones before, and in her memory, drones all had 4 propellers and were quite large. My dear lady, even the most expensive drone your mother could buy is far behind this thing in terms of technology. Lin Bei took out a drone. Then start with 1 click. Only one drone, less than 50 centimeters in size, bounced up and hovered in the air. The rotors started spinning, making almost no sound. This is the top-of-the-line version. Not only is it quiet, but it also has built-in thermal imaging and night vision functions, a range of 120 kilometers, and can automatically return to its home location. Lin Bei picked up the control computer and operated it with his fingers on the joystick. Link successful. High-definition, real-time footage of the cave immediately appeared on the screen, with excellent clarity. Let's go and see who these wild giants are. Lin Bei piloted the drone out of the cave, following the retreat direction Su Li had indicated, and chased after the distant depths of the forest. Su Li and Su Yao squeezed next to Lin Bei. 3 heads huddled together, watching the screen on the tablet. Chapter 43 Lin Bei, the Idiot, and the Snow White Beast Girl. As Lin Bei piloted the Black Bee drone, the screen began to shake as soon as it flew out of the cave. The tiny drone darted up and down in the air, like a drunken bee, almost crashing into a tree branch one moment and nearly falling to the ground the next. The 2 women were so frightened that their hearts pounded. Oh no. Left. Left. We're going to crash into a tree. Su Yao stomped her feet in frustration as she watched, but finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brother Lin Bei, you're so clumsy. You fly around like a headless fly. Lin Bei blushed and glared at the girl. What nonsense are you spouting? His fingers were stiff as he fiddled with the joystick. Go away, what do you know? This is called a tactical maneuver. Besides, this is my first time using this high-tech stuff. I'm still getting used to it. Forget it. Seeing Lin Bei's flustered state, Su Li couldn't help but smile slightly and spoke up to help him out. Lin Bei, you should give the control tablet to Xiao Yao. That girl used to be bored at home and collected dozens of drones. She has ridden all kinds of shuttles, from beginner to professional, and she flies better than the professionals. Really? Lin Bei was starting to lose his composure. Really? Brother, let me try it. Su Yao had been eager to try for a long time. She stretched out her fair little hand and looked at Lin Bei expectantly, with a look of anticipation and confidence on her face. Okay, it's up to you. Lin Bei wasn't one to be overly concerned with saving face, so he handed over the control panel. Su Yao took it, and her previously mischievous expression immediately became focused, her slender fingers skillfully manipulating the joystick. Buzz! The drone, which had been twitching in the air, seemed to have gotten a new brain and hovered steadily in the air, without moving. Immediately afterwards, with a light push of Su Yao's finger, the drone, like a black lightning bolt, drew a beautiful arc in the air and quickly rose into the air. Xiao Yao, you've got some skills. Lin Bei couldn't help but admire. As you ascend, the view on the tablet expands. The three of them finally saw the full picture of their surroundings. It's so beautiful. Su Li covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. On the screen, the cave they were in was just an inconspicuous little hillside at the foot of a majestic mountain. This mountain is several thousand meters high, piercing the clouds. Most shockingly, after the fire burned away the surface vegetation, the entire exposed mountainside was filled with the glowing minerals that the three of them had seen in the cave. Under the sunlight, the entire towering peak, several thousand meters high, reflects the crystalline sunlight, like a sacred mountain formed from jewels. It's all mines. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. The entire mountain, above the surface, is filled with special minerals. No wonder a dead pig can't be knocked over. If our hometown can figure out how to use this thing, even if it's cheaper and the price is the same as gold, wouldn't we be sitting on a whole gold mine? The drone continued to hover, its camera sweeping across the distance. In the sky, the giant fire-extinguishing birds continue their tireless reign, extinguishing the last embers of fire deep in the forest. Stop looking, let's go find someone first. Lin Bei pointed to the edge of the screen. Roger that, sir. Su Yao gave a playful salute. She maneuvered the drone to a low altitude, skimming the treetops at about 200 meters above the ground, and flew westward. The flight was extremely stable. Lin Bei looked at Su Yao's serious profile and was secretly surprised. Surprisingly, Su Yao, who usually does nothing but eat and sleep and seems a bit silly, is actually a top-notch drone pilot. A loser can instantly become a tech genius. I see it. It's there. Not long after, Su Yao exclaimed in surprise. On the screen, several white figures were moving through the scorched forest, standing out conspicuously. Don't rush, approach slowly, don't get spotted, Lin Bei whispered instruction. Su Yao obeyed and slowed down, and the drone silently descended its altitude. It hovered behind a dead tree about 200 meters away from the figure. Zoom in, enlarge. High-definition images appeared before the three of them. Wow! After seeing through the true nature of these people, Su Yao's eyes widened like saucers, and she excitedly grabbed her sister's arm. Sis, look, it's a beast-eared girl. There really are animal-eared girls. Look at their ears, they're all fluffy. Su Yao pointed at the screen, her voice excited. Sis, this is exactly the same as the clothes and hats you have in your closet. Su Li, who was still focused on observing the situation, blushed like a ripe red apple upon hearing these words. She glanced at Lin Bei in a panic, only to find him looking at her with an expression that said, I didn't expect you to have this kind of taste. I didn't. Su Li was filled with shame and indignation, wishing she could cover her sister's mouth. That was bought for a comic convention. I've hardly ever worn it. All right, let's get down to business. Lin Bei suppressed a laugh and refocused his attention on the screen. Upon seeing this, even he couldn't help but gasp, his eyes widening in astonishment. On the screen, the so-called white giant was indeed as Su Li had said, with a massive body that was over 3 meters tall. But they are not ugly. On the contrary, it aligns well with human aesthetics. They possess facial features that are just as perfect as those of humans, and even more so. The skin is a pale, cool-toned skin that rarely sees sunlight, so delicate it seems to reflect light. They were only wrapped in a few simple brown animal skins. The small animal hides couldn't hide their incredibly hot and outrageous figures at all. Her long, straight, white legs were completely exposed to the air, every inch of her muscles exuding a primal, wild, and powerful beauty. Looking further up, one sees a magnificent bosom, like 2 snow-capped mountains, trembling violently as the food is carried. Even Lin Bei was awestruck by the sheer scale of the snow-capped mountain and stood up in awe. Their hair was silver white, very smooth, and casually draped down their backs. Above its head, a pair of still-grown animal ears listened to the sounds around it, occasionally twitching, creating a charmingly contrasting effect. Lin Bei felt a little hot in his nose, and unconsciously bent over, giving a slight salute to the screen. What? Is there no law left? A large, white animal-eared girl with a primal, wild beauty. It's totally Lin Bei's aesthetic. Seeing Lin Bei staring intently, Su Li felt a pang of jealousy and couldn't help but ask a question. Is it pretty? Just as Lin Bei was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something was wrong, and his IQ immediately outpaced his EQ. It doesn't look good at all. I'm observing the enemy situation. At this moment, on the screen, a beast-eared girl walking at the very back stopped. Her fluffy ears perked up, as if she had heard the faint sound of the drone. The next second, she turned around, her pale golden vertical pupils locking onto the drone hovering 200 meters away. A hint of wariness and wild ferocity appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Oh no, we've been discovered, Lin Bei shouted. Raise the price quickly. Su Yao reacted quickly, pushing the joystick hard with her fingers. But it was too late. The animal-eared girl used her arm strength to grab a stone from the ground and threw it without even looking at it. The stone tore through the air, making a sound similar to a bullet being fired. It was so fast that even a camera could only capture a fleeting afterimage. Bang! The tablet screen went completely black, and the system started displaying errors. Signal lost. My drone. Su Yao stared at the black-screened tablet, her mouth slightly agape. Lin Bei swallowed hard, feeling a chill on his back. At such a distance, you could just casually toss it and my drone would take it out? What kind of arm strength is this? Is he a human catapult? He glanced at the two women, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant. It seems that our group of animal-eared girl neighbors are not only good-looking, but also physically strong. Chapter 44. To deal with beast-eared girls, one should rely on cleverness. Oh no, it's gone. My drone is gone. Looking at the tablet screen, which had turned into a static display, Su Yao felt a pang of heartache and pouted. Brother Lin Bei just gave me this drone, and after playing with it for a little while, it was smashed to pieces by that fierce big cat with a rock. As she spoke, she couldn't help but reach out and tap the screen, seemingly trying to bring the signal back. Lin Bei couldn't help but chuckle at her reluctant expression. He reached out and ruffled Su Yao's hair, then pulled out 3 identical black drones from the box. It's okay, I still have 3 left, I'll give you one more. However, don't get too close this time. Lin Bei played with the brand new Black Bee drone, his tone revealing a sense of caution. We must learn from this lesson. Lin Bei handed the new drone to Su Yao. Xiao Yao, immediately increase altitude after takeoff and activate silent reconnaissance mode. Also, this mission is to find out where their hideout is and to get a map of our surrounding environment. I'd rather not see their faces clearly than not see if there are weapons hidden under their animal hides. We absolutely cannot afford to be shot down again. After all, backup aircraft are not unlimited. Su Li sighed softly from the side. She urged, hurry up, or we won't be able to catch them if they run too far. Roger. Xiao Yao Unit 2 deploy. Su Yao rallied her spirits and pressed the start button. Buzz. A faint whirring sound rang out, and the Black Phantom took to the air once more. This time, Su Yao learned her lesson and maneuvered the drone to a height of several hundred meters, until it was almost invisible to the naked eye, before starting to move forward. On a tablet, as the drone ascends and moves, a map centered on the cave is being drawn in real time by a military AI system. Wow, how spectacular! Su Yao looked at the screen and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. From a high altitude, the terrain is clearly visible. The giant crystal mountain behind them, composed entirely of luminescent minerals, acted as a natural barrier, isolating them from the world beyond. At the foot of the mountain, there is a scorched area that appears as a semicircle. It was Lin Bei who created this safe zone by burning it down. With a radius of 30 to 40 kilometers, it resembles a huge black scar, branded onto the earth. Beyond this semicircle lies an endless, colorful ocean of primeval forest. The drone's camera was pointed at the boundary between the scorched earth and the forest. The scene seemed to switch from a black and white movie to a 4K high-definition sci-fi blockbuster. The distant forest was so beautiful, it was almost eerie. It looks just like Pandora from the movie Avatar. The enormous trees are hundreds of meters tall, with layered canopies, and some leaves displaying dreamy purplish red and deep blue hues. Glowing, dandelion-like seeds float in the air, dancing in the wind. On the ground, You can see groups of six-legged herbivores strolling around, and in the distance, winged monitor lizards gliding through the forest. Is this the prehistoric world? Lin Bei was deeply shocked. There they are. I see them. Su Yao, with her sharp eyes, tapped the screen with her finger. The drone immediately locked onto several white figures moving quickly through the forest. Although the drone was flying 500 meters in the air, the animal-eared girl below had equally terrifyingly sharp senses. On the screen, the leading beast-eared girl seemed to sense something. Suddenly looking up at the sky, her golden pupils slightly contracting. She bent down again, picked up a stone, and made a throwing motion. Holy crap! You can feel it from that height. Lin Bei gasped. Fortunately, the altitude was too high this time, and the beast-eared girl hesitated for a moment before finally giving up the attack. It only made their companions quicken their pace. They are incredibly fast. In the complex terrain of the primeval jungle, they were like fish back in water, leaping more than 10 meters at a time. It's like the Naruto anime that Lin Bei once watched, where ninjas fly low through the forest. The drone had to fly at half speed to avoid being lost. After tracking for about half an hour, it flew a full 50 kilometers. The terrain ahead began to change, and the trees became sparser. Several beast girls arrived at a clearing in the forest, where several large creatures were tied up. A dinosaur? Suli exclaimed in surprise. Those were several feathered dinosaurs, 4 or 5 meters long, resting on the ground. The beast girls skillfully flipped over and mounted the dinosaur's back, clamping their legs together. Roar! With a roar, the dinosaur carried them away, its speed instantly increasing. They can even tame animals. Lin Bei's expression grew increasingly solemn. They know how to use tools, they are social beings, and now they even have mounts. Their level of civilization is higher than he imagined. After tracking for a while, they crossed a small hill ridge. My vision suddenly opened up. Is it their tribal settlement? Beneath a strangely shaped hill, a huge natural cave appears. The cave entrance is wide open, and there are many traces of human intervention around it. This is a settlement resembling a primitive tribe. But there's something out of place about this tribe. It is both primitive and sci-fi. The drone zooms in. Outside the cave, on the open ground, the beast-eared girls had built a fence using huge animal bones and wood. Inside, there was a group of large, fat birds that looked like dodos, as well as several small herbivorous dinosaurs, clearly indicating that they were engaged in animal husbandry. To the left of the cave entrance stands a huge black rectangular stone tablet. This stone tablet stands out starkly from its rough surroundings. It's so aesthetically pleasing. It's like an artistic creation of technological civilization. At this moment, several adult, graceful animal-eared girls were kneeling in front of the stone tablet, kowtowing and worshipping devoutly, chanting incantations. That stone tablet. Su Yao tilted her head, stared at the screen for a while, and suddenly blurted out. It looks like a supersized cell phone. Cell phone? Lin Bei and Suli thought about it carefully. It really does look like it. The black panel, rounded corners, and the texture reflected in the sunlight all make it look like a giant sci-fi holographic panel phone. Are these primitive people worshipping a cell phone? Lin Bei felt that this alien world was becoming more and more absurd. Moreover, he noticed that the decorations worn by those animal-eared girls were not all animal teeth and bones. Several of the seemingly higher-ranking animal-eared girls wore ornaments around their necks that resembled metal gears. There were also things that looked like circuit boards, shimmering in the sunlight. They held crude, handmade stone axes in their hands, but around their necks hung high-tech wreckage. Advanced technology and outdated systems coexist in this tribe. These things are definitely not something they could make. Lin Bei concluded, it seems that this planet once had, or was visited by, an advanced civilization. Just as the three were examining the strange items, the image on the screen suddenly became somewhat chaotic. Look, the people in the cave have all come out. Suli pointed to the plaza in front of the cave, her voice tinged with excitement. Through the high-definition lens, the three people saw the true foundation of this tribe. The entire tribe is filled with female, animal-eared girls. There were not a single male. There are approximately 200 of them. The three observed carefully and found no aging individuals among the group of beast-eared girls. Lin Bei was sweating profusely at the sight of these beast-eared girls' fighting prowess. In the center of the plaza outside the cave, several adult beast-eared girls were warming up, preparing for their meal. One of them grabbed a huge rock that looked like it would take at least 2 people to hug it with one hand, and did squats as easily as if he were holding a bubble. It can also be held in one hand, making it easy to switch hands. On the other side, A group of beast-eared girls who had just returned were dragging the carcass of a giant elephant, whose size was comparable to that of a mammoth. It looks like a lucky find. The giant elephant's body is missing half of its length, and it's unclear whether it was eaten by other wild animals. The most outrageous ones are a few lowly-like beast-eared girls who look to be only about 1.5 meters tall. They are playing a chasing game. One of the little girls was running too fast and couldn't stop in time, crashing headfirst into a tree trunk as thick as a thigh. Snap! The tree broke. The little girl rubbed her forehead, acting as if nothing had happened, and giggled as she continued chasing after her companions. Gulp! 3 sounds of swallowing saliva were heard from inside the cave. Lin Bei looked at the broken tree and felt a dull ache in his ribs. Is he 8 years old? More than 200 such super soldiers. Lin Bei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling that the new rifle he had brought was no longer so appealing. Although modern weapons are powerful, they are no match for these beast girls who possess immense strength and ridiculously fast speed. If a real fight breaks out, our 3 people wouldn't be enough to withstand a single wave of stones thrown by the enemy. After thinking it over, Lin Bei marked the coordinates with a red skull on the tablet's map. High risk, beast girl tribe. Babies. Lin Bei turned his head and looked at the 2 women. These neighbors are a true fighting race. Our current firepower isn't even enough to fill their teeth. At this stage, we absolutely cannot have a direct conflict with them. What should we do then? Su Yao asked, somewhat frightened. They are only 73 kilometers away from us. We can get there in an hour by riding a dinosaur. If the hard approach doesn't work, we have to try the soft approach. Lin Bei rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining. Looking at these beast-eared girls on the screen, who were powerful but still lived in primitive and simple conditions, he said. For this kind of race that is physically strong but whose minds don't seem very complex, we should use strategy to outsmart them. Lin Bei paused, then repeated to confirm. Yes, a wise marriage. The air in the cave suddenly became quiet. Su Li's previously tense expression froze, and she narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. True Chu. The Chu you're referring to is the kind of Chu that means to seize by trickery or force. Or should one marry a wife? Chapter 45. Su Li. He doesn't want to lie to me. He has me in his heart. When Su Li asked him a question, Lin Bei coughed lightly but did not give a direct answer. Hey, Xiao Yao, the drone is almost out of power. Let it return to home automatically. Let's get down to business first. Seeing that Su Yao had finished the return operation, Lin Bei continued. Now that the map has been fully explored, what is the most important task? Su Yao, you tell us. Su Yao obediently raised her hand. Reporting, Captain. Next, we should divide the spoils. That's right. Now let's divide the spoils. Su Li sighed softly. Although she didn't get an answer, seeing Lin Bei's willingness to pretend to be stupid rather than lie, a strange sweetness welled up in her heart. He must be trying to take care of my feelings. She didn't press the matter further and instead helped Lin Bei open the packages on the ground. This trip home was a truly terrifying experience. First and foremost, it is the source of a sense of security. Lin Bei patted the 2 giant guns that were wrapped in black shock-absorbing foam. To reduce weight and carry more supplies, the firearms were not packaged in metal boxes. The gun was much thicker than a regular rifle, with an extremely long barrel. It was also equipped with an underbarrel grenade launcher and a high-magnification optical sight, and the drum magazine was frighteningly large. QBZ-192 modified into a super-heavy armor-piercing version. Lin Bei picked up a handful, and its heavy weight reassured him. This was specially modified for our prehistoric world. They didn't use ordinary bullets, but specially made 22mm tungsten core armor-piercing bullets, with power comparable to large-caliber machine guns. One shot, let alone half a meter thick wild boar hide, even a meter thick, can be pierced right through it. And this too. Lin Bei then took out several heavy green plastic boxes from his bag. 100 tungsten core armor-piercing rounds, each of which weighs 1.2 pounds, accounting for the majority of the weight. There were also 20 high-explosive grenades and 5 incendiary bombs. With these possessions, we can finally stand firmly on this planet. From now on, whoever dares to invade, whether it's a savage or a monster, we'll just shoot it. Looking at this pile of long guns and cannons, Su Li and Su Yao were not physically strong enough to use them, but they also felt the overwhelming sense of killing intent and a strong sense of security. Next, I brought you some gifts. Lin Bei smiled, pulled over a black bag, and unzipped it. This is... Su Li's eyes lit up, revealing a look of surprise. The bags didn't contain any gold or silver jewelry. Instead, They contained packets of shampoo, conditioner, shower gel, and facial cleanser. And most importantly, several large packs of sanitary napkins of various sizes. Enough for 2 women to use for half a year. Of course, if he can't go back in the future, Lin Bei has a way. It's so easy to keep 2 women from needing sanitary napkins for 10 months. In addition to these, there are dozens of manual toothbrushes and Yunnan Baiyao toothpaste. My toothbrush. My toothbrush. Wah. Su Li hugged the toiletries tightly, tears welling up in her eyes with emotion. Only those who have experienced it can understand how unbearable it is for a clean girl to brush her teeth with tree roots and have a mouthful of bitterness. For so many days, they brushed their teeth with fibrous strips torn from tree roots, dipped in coarse salt, and scrubbed hard. Later, Lin Bei dug up some ginseng. In order not to waste it, he gave them the broken ginseng stems to use as toothbrushes. Finally, I don't need ginseng root anymore. While Su Li was happy, she took out the ginseng leg that had been rubbed raw from her clothes bag and threw it away without hesitation. Clatter. A priceless ginseng shank, which could fetch an astronomical price on Earth, was ruthlessly tossed into a corner of the ash heap like trash. I'm here too. Su Yao also squeezed in, but her target wasn't toiletries. It was the digital storage bag in Lin Bei's hand. Phone. Power bank. Su Yao held a brand new pineapple phone as if it were a priceless treasure. This is the latest generation of pineapple phone. I know, Su Yao said with a smile. Foreign countries have apples, and we have pineapples. Lin Bei helped her unlock the screen. There are already more than 200 TV series, hundreds of novels, and various variety shows prepared inside, enough for you to watch until next year. And this too. Lin Bei opened a video file in his photo album. On the screen appeared Su Qingwan's beautiful yet haggard face, filled with concern. Yao Yao Xiaoli, it's mommy. As soon as the video started playing and the sound was heard, Su Yao burst into tears. Mommy. Wah. She hugged her phone, shrank back to the side, and watched it while crying. Su Li also joined in, and the 2 sisters snuggled together, looking at their mother's instructions from Earth, and burst into tears. Lin Bei did not disturb them. The video from their mother, lost on another planet, is the best comfort to their souls. Chapter 46. Lin Bei cleverly employs a series of schemes. Ginseng mistakenly becomes a wage earner. Half an hour later, the 3, having calmed down, were ready to set off again. Let's go? Let's get to work. Lin Bei, carrying a hoe and with a dragon tooth tucked into his waistband, led the 2 women out of the cave. Outside the cave, standing atop a raised rock, Lin Bei pointed to the vast, scorched plain ahead and began to survey the landscape. Over there, we'll cultivate the land into farmland and plant corn, potatoes, tomatoes, and peppers that we brought from Earth. No matter what season it is, we'll just plant them in the soil first. We've cleared and leveled this area, the gravel beach closest to the cave entrance, to prevent any poisonous insects from getting in. As for the surrounding area, leave it for now. We'll build a fence around it when we have time. Lin Bei took out several plastic bottles from his bag, which contained a light blue liquid. This is a specially formulated biological repellent from the Earth Biological Laboratory. Don't understand? It's a super enhanced version of pheromones, far more powerful than tiger urine. As long as it is sprinkled around, wild animals and poisonous insects with a keen sense of smell will feel fear and disgust when they smell it and will walk around it. As for mosquitoes, those trashy things, the fire burned them so cleanly that there might not even be any mosquito eggs left within a radius of several kilometers, so there's no need for mosquito repellent for now. The plan was perfect. But when the 3 of them actually stood on the designated farmland, they encountered a problem. Why is this soil so hard to dig? Su Yao held a hoe and wiped the sweat from her forehead. It was so hot outside the cave that the sun was high in the sky for 3 days straight. When the hoe bounced up, making her hands go numb. Although the scorched earth was fertile, after 2 days and 2 nights of high temperatures, the surface soil had been completely dried out and hardened like bricks. Lin Bei, too, tried wielding his hoe and digging a few times. Although I can dig it up by brute force, this is dozens of acres of land. With just the 3 of them, 2 hoes and a shovel, how long would it take them to dig? I'm afraid that before the 2 women have even started tilling the land, I, the ox, will have already worked myself to death in the fields. No, it's too inefficient. Lin Bei leaned on his hoe, wiped the sweat from his brow, and looked at the hard, unyielding ground with worry. If only we had a rotary tiller. Su Li sighed, rubbing her aching wrist. There is no rotary tiller. Suddenly, Lin Bei had a flash of inspiration, and his gaze fell on the cave. He realized that the underground river base still had 2 ginseng roots left. They didn't struggle even when tied to the rocks, comfortably sprawled in the shady underground spot, their leaves swaying gently with the underground winds, looking quite content. These 2 have completely given up since they were arrested. They neither run nor make a fuss, and spend their days either sleeping or spacing out. They probably know that Lin Bei won't kill them, but will only eat their useless roots. Although we lack mechanized equipment, we have biological equipment. Lin Bei's lips curled into a kind smile. He first led the 2 back to the cave and pulled out a ball of red yarn from the supply pack. This was an additional supply that the think tank added on short notice after they discovered the presence of ginseng essence. Li, Su Yao, let's go to the underground cave to find help. 10 minutes later, Lin Bei, holding a red yarn, walked toward the 2 ginseng roots that were still fast asleep. The 2 ginseng roots seemed to sense the murderous aura, and their roots trembled as they tried to burrow into the soil. Unfortunately, he was surrounded by rocks and was bound, unable to move. Lin Bei reacted quickly, grabbing one of the cat's heads and using his other hand to wrap the red yarn around its neck and the forked parts of its limbs. What's that old saying? Ginseng is afraid of red string. Once it's tied, it can't run away. Although this is a kind of metaphysics on Earth, it is unexpected that alien ginseng would also fall for it. Once the red rope was tied around its body, the ginseng, which had been struggling desperately and trying to burrow underground, became like a zombie with a talisman stuck to it. It froze, completely still. Yeah. Amidst screams, the 2 ginseng roots were brought to the ground. A tortoise-shell binding made of red wool was tied around its body, with the other end attached to a boulder in the rocky beach. They huddled together, trembling, and looked at the 3 humans with evil smiles in front of them. The leaves were terrified. Hee, you can't escape now, can you? Lin Bei squatted down and patted the ginseng's hairy head. Don't be afraid, I won't eat you. Let's make a deal. He pointed to the hard, bare farmland not far away and said, Go, loosen up that patch of land for me. Turn the soil over and soften it, understand? Although the 2 ginseng roots couldn't understand human speech, they understood Lin Bei's gestures. They shook their heads frantically, their roots flailing wildly, as if to say, Go ahead and eat me if you dare. Why should such a precious, ancient elixir be reduced to a beast of burden? Dream. Oh, you've got some backbone, haven't you? Lin Bei wasn't angry. He took out a small, transparent bottle. The bottle contained a bright green liquid, which shimmered alluringly as it swayed gently in the sunlight. This is an ultra-high concentration plant nutrient solution developed by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, rich in technology and intensive processing. It was originally intended to germinate the seeds that were transported this time. It is said that even a little bit can bring dead trees back to life and make old trees bloom. Come on, let me show you the technology and ruthlessness of Earth. Lin Bei unscrewed the cap, sucked up a little with a straw, and dripped it onto the leaf on the head of one of the larger ginseng roots. Tick-tock. Green droplets seeped into the leaves, just like Popeye eating spinach. The ginseng shuddered. Its leaves, which had been somewhat wilted from not being buried for several days, turned a vibrant, lush green. Its 3 short legs kicked excitedly in the air, its roots danced wildly, and it even brought the ginseng head closer, wanting another drop. The other ginseng was stunned. Do you want it? Lin Bei shook the bottle in his hand, as if he were teasing a dog with a meat bone. Squeak, squeak. The 2 ginseng roots nodded frantically. Lin Bei pointed to the hardened ground after the fire and made a dog paddle gesture. Then he pointed to the nutrient solution in his hand. Get to work. Loosen up this patch of land for me. Once this land is cleared, this bottle of nutrient solution will be yours. Despite language barriers, the comprehension of living organisms is boundless when it comes to the allure of nutrient solutions. Whoosh! After Lin Bei untied most of the red rope, leaving only the one around his neck, 2 yellow afterimages rushed out. Dust flew everywhere and mud clumps were scattered all over the designated fields. The 2 ginseng roots transformed into ruthless rotary tillers, turning the scorched earth, so hard that even a hoe couldn't dig it up, into something as fragile as tofu dregs in front of their roots. Unlike humans who dig bit by bit, they rotate their bodies at high speed, drilling into the soil like a drill bit, then arching upwards to bring the deep black soil to the surface, breaking up large clods of earth in the process. Clatter! Li and Su Yao were stunned. The hoe they were holding fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing the 2 ginseng roots working diligently, without supervision, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. He has the face of a heartless farmer. That's what you call matching your major to your job. The things in the soil should be left to the plants. That is the natural law of nature. With the most strenuous physical labor already taken care of, and double protection provided by red ropes and nutrient solutions, they can't escape their small plot of land. Lin Bei looked at the sky. The blue sun had already set, but 2 golden suns were still hanging in the sky. Let them do their work here, we can't just sit idle either. Lin Bei slung an empty backpack over his shoulder and carried a dragon-tooth knife, which could cut trees like mud, in his hand. Let's go, change our clothes, and while it's still light, let's go scavenge for scraps in the scorched earth forest. Finding a bargain? The 2 women were puzzled. The fire burned for 2 days and 2 nights. Although it destroyed the forest, it also left us with a treasure trove. Lin Bei looked at the edge of the scorched earth forest. Besides the food that the beast girl picked up, there should still be a lot of good stuff left. This is all natural, pollution-free cooked food that has been sterilized at high temperatures. You might as well pick it up. A glint of light flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Besides that, I'd also like to see if I can pick up a few more ginseng roots. The live ones can be used for work, and the dried ones can be used to make wine. Every part of them is a treasure. Let's go. Scorched Earth Treasure Hunt Team. Chapter 47 Extraterrestrial Relics. I'd be willing to live this life, even if it meant driving a luxury car and living in a big villa. Lin Bei, with a large backpack on his back and a rifle in his hands, looked at the 2 sisters who were already fully prepared. Li and Su Yao had already changed into light tactical trousers and quick-drying clothes, wearing high-top hiking boots, with rifle bullets and water bottles prepared for Lin Bei hanging on their waists. The 2 women were carrying dragon-tooth knives to scout ahead, looking quite heroic and resembling wasteland female warriors. Let's go. Let's go into the forest to get some supplies. Stepping on the thick layer of wood ash, the ground felt soft underfoot. The surroundings were deathly silent, save for the soft rustling of the 3 people's footsteps. The once perilous jungle has been transformed into a giant open-air barbecue area. Countless charred tree trunks, some standing upright, and others fallen, paint a desolate yet magnificent picture on the earth. It smells so good, like barbecue. Su Yao sniffed and swallowed. Be more confident, and remove the word, like. As Lin Bei brushed aside a clump of ash in front of him, he said, "This is a super barbecue area spanning several thousand square kilometers." Beneath the ashes, a blackened, charred shell was revealed. Lin Bei pried open the charred shell, revealing the carcass of a large bird. It looks exactly like the extinct dodo bird that lived on Earth. It has a large, stout body, vestigial wings, and a huge beak. This poor dodo bird has been completely roasted by the fire. Lin Bei gently sliced the skin open with his knife, revealing tender, white meat inside. The aroma of roasted meat burst forth, and clear oil dripped down the cut. Wow! Su Yao's eyes widened in surprise. Is this edible? Su Li was also tempted, but she remained somewhat wary. After all, it's a corpse we found. Eat without worry. Lin Bei cut off a piece of leg meat, put it in his mouth, tasted it, and gave it a 5-star rating. Good meat. The meat is very tender, a bit like chicken, because it is cooked at high temperature, so the juices are locked inside. Seeing that Su Li was still somewhat worried, he explained. The fire was extremely hot, and the 2-day heat wave was equivalent to the most thorough sterilization and disinfection, killing off all parasites and bacteria. Furthermore, our bodies have been confirmed to have been modified by the portal, and we've also consumed ginseng, so we're practically immune to all poisons. This bit of wild game is no problem for us at all. Lin Bei tore off a piece of meat and handed it to Su Li. Try it quickly. This meat is 10,000 times better than the chickens we eat on Earth. It's tender and smooth, and it even has a smoky pine flavor. Su Li took the meat and took a small, refined bite. The next second, she swallowed the food in her mouth, throwing all pretense to the back of her mind, and began to eat heartily. It's really delicious. It's flavorful even without salt. Received. Extra dinner tonight. Without saying a word, Lin Bei stuffed the whole roasted bird, which weighed more than 20 kilograms, into his backpack. The journey ahead will be a bountiful feast. The fire destroyed the forest vitality, but it also left a rich reward for the survivors. Animals that didn't manage to escape became easy and delicious cooked food. There's an unlucky rabbit here that died in a tree, and it even had 3 tails. What is this? It looks like a pig and a badger at the same time, and it's so fat. Lin Bei, look at this. It looks like a giant python that's been roasted into dried snake. The 3 of them walked and picked up items along the way, and soon their 3 backpacks were half full. Just when Lin Bei thought that today's harvest was limited to meat, another surprise came. They arrived at an area that had once been covered in lush bushes, but had been burned to the ground. Huh? This shape. Lin Bei found some shriveled and withered objects in a pile of grayish-white ashes. He crouched down, gently blew away the dust, and picked it up. Big ginseng. Su Li exclaimed in surprise. That's right. These are wild ginsengs that didn't have time to pull themselves out and escape, or that were caught up by the fire because they were too slow. The intense heat dried out their bodies, rendering them inactive and unable to run, jump, and work like 2 lively creatures, but the medicinal effects were perfectly locked inside them. This is the real good stuff. Lin Bei held a ginseng root that had been roasted until it was rock hard. After simply peeling off the blackened and charred surface, the remaining dried goods weighed over 10 kilograms. He held it under his nose and smelled it. The strong, almost pungent, medicinal aroma hits you right in the head, making you feel refreshed just by smelling it. Live ginseng is too delicate and difficult to catch. Be careful it doesn't escape. But these dried ginsengs are top-grade dried ginseng. Whether you use it to make medicinal wine, stew soup, or grind it into powder to carry as an emergency medicine, it is priceless. Lin Bei was so excited that his hands were shaking. The 2 dogs at home have already developed a bond, so it's not a good idea to kill them. If I kill them, there will be no one to help them with the chores. He showed no mercy to those who died. Quick, search carefully. Don't miss a single one. The 3 conducted a thorough search of the area. Before long, Lin Bei's backpack contained more than a dozen shriveled, top-quality dried ginseng roots. They don't even want the meat anymore, they just want the ginseng. It's too big to fit. Just as Lin Bei was immersed in the joy of the harvest. Ouch! Su Yao, who was not far away, suddenly cried out. Her body swayed, and she almost fell. Yao, what's wrong? Lin Bei was startled and raised his rifle to aim. Su Yao was holding her feet, pointing with a wronged expression at a thick pile of ashes on the ground. Brother Lin Bei, there's something really hard on the ground. It made my toes hurt from kicking it. Stone. Lin Bei walked over, took out the dragon tooth, and tested it with the tip of his knife. When the tip of the knife touches an object, it makes a metallic clanging sound. This sound is wrong. Lin Bei's heart stirred. He squatted down and used his hands to scrape away the thick layer of wood ash. When the object's true nature was revealed to the sunlight, all 3 people present were stunned. It is a cube the size of a human head. The surface is a matte silver gray, the material of which is unknown. It is neither as cheap as iron nor as reflective as stainless steel. After surviving a forest fire that could crack even rocks, the cube's surface remained completely undamaged, without a trace of deformation or blackening. The strangest thing is its shape. It is not a solid lump of iron. It is a hollow structure made up of countless intricate and precise metal lines. The smooth and elegant metallic lines form countless nested geometric shapes. Strange symbols and characters are also engraved on the lines of several faces of the cube. Unlike any language on Earth, or the graffiti in the Beast Girl tribe, they are full of mathematical beauty and logic, with every stroke exquisitely beautiful. Su Li squatted down beside her, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. It couldn't have been formed naturally, nor could it have been created by those beast-eared girls who used stone axes. It's too exquisite. Even the most advanced machining on Earth probably couldn't produce such a complex hollow structure. Lin Bei agreed. He carefully reached out and tentatively picked up the cube after several attempts. It feels heavy and cool to the touch. Looking through the perforated gaps, you can see an even more complex structure inside, with one layer inside another. High-tech civilization. Lin Bei uttered these words with certainty. We had some doubts when we saw the stone tablet that the beast-eared girl tribe worshipped in the drone footage looked like a mobile phone, as well as the metal parts hanging on their bodies. Now, the evidence is conclusive. This planet is definitely not just home to primitive people and dinosaurs. A long time ago, there must have been a highly advanced civilization here. Or perhaps, extraterrestrial visitors from an advanced civilization once descended upon this place. Take it back. Su Li asked. Lin Bei hesitated for a moment, looking at the creation in his hand that was ahead of Earth's time. The value of this thing is currently unknown. It may be useful, or it may just be a piece of scrap metal. Throwing it away is definitely not an option, but bringing it back into the cave raises concerns about radiation or other dangers. This thing is too weird. If it's some kind of black hole bomb or a container for some kind of biological weapon, the 3 of us will be dead here today. After thinking for a while, Lin Bei made a decision. He wrapped the cube up. We still need to take it back. But it cannot be taken inside the cave. We'll find a spot outside the cave entrance, dig a hole to bury it, or find a crevice in the rocks to hide it. Treat it as an untouchable hazardous material, and when I have the chance in the future, I'll bring it back to Earth and give Earth scientists a headache. Okay. The two girls nodded obediently. After dealing with this unexpected little incident, the three of them had filled their backpacks. As the sun gradually slanted, the two suns painted the horizon with an extremely magnificent golden-red sunset. Lin Bei carried ginseng and the mysterious cube on his back, while Su Yao, who was holding extra dried ginseng and beaming with joy, stood to his left. On the right is Su Li, who looks somewhat tired but has hopeful eyes. Let's go home. Lin Bei was in a great mood. Let's have a big meal tonight. Roast a dodo bird, stir-fry snake segments, and then stew a three-tailed rabbit soup with dried ginseng. I'd be willing to live like this every day, even if it meant driving a luxury car and living in a big villa. Su Yao cheered and ran ahead. I want to eat the biggest bird leg. Chapter 48. Unless a King Kong comes along, I, Lin Bei, am not afraid. When Lin Bei returned to the cave entrance with the two women, carrying loads of spoils, the sight before them made them burst into laughter. Two ginseng roots, tied with red ropes, lay sprawled in the field, their limbs spread out in a stark shape, their roots limp and hanging on the ground. Even the little red flowers on their heads drooped, looking like they had been hollowed out. However, despite the exhaustion, the results are gratifying. The originally hardened, scorched earth has been loosened and softened by turning over a small portion of it, and the deep, damp black soil has been brought to the surface, where it mixes perfectly with the white wood ash. Well done, old guys. Lin Bei walked over and, without being stingy, took out some plant nutrient solution and generously poured half of it over each of their heads. Hey. The ginseng, which had been feigning death and misery, was fully revived and began absorbing the technological nutrients from Earth's civilization. All right, we don't need to work today. We can finish the rest tomorrow. Lin Bei selected two auspicious locations next to the farmland and spoke to the ginseng. Go to sleep. Your status has been gloriously upgraded. You'll be laborers during the day, but automatically become watchdogs at night. If there's any disturbance at night, remember to call out a few times. Although the two ginseng roots had no souls, they were extremely intelligent and perceptive. They nodded, like two obedient dogs, and burrowed into the soil, leaving only their leaves and flowers exposed to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. With the labor force secured, the next step is to sow the seeds of hope. After putting all the spoils into the cave, Lin Bei said to the two women, Come on, while we can still see it, let's choose an experimental field and plant it all with seeds. Let's see which seeds have sprouted. Lin Bei returned to the cave and took out a sealed bag with the words National Agricultural Seed Bank written on it. Open it and take out several small packages. This is a high-yield, drought-resistant corn. It's planted in the very center, otherwise it will grow too tall and be hard to see. These are tomatoes and potatoes planted next to them. This small bag contains chili peppers, the devil's hot kind. They're planted on the outermost edge. If they grow successfully, they can be used to control wild animals in the future. The three divided the work. Lin Bei was in charge of digging the holes, Su Li was in charge of sowing the seeds, and Su Yao was in charge of covering them with soil. Soon, the experimental field, which was about 1 acre in size, was filled with crops. But how do we water it? Su Yao patted the dirt off her hands and looked at the vast farmland with a troubled expression. If we draw water from the underground river, it won't be finished in one night. No need for that much trouble. Watering is very simple, all thanks to the special mechanism of this planet. Lin Bei laughed heartily. He ran a short distance away and piled up some unburnt petrified wood charcoal and wet branches that had been soaked by the fire-extinguishing birds. Click! The flamethrower ignites the ignition source. Because of the added wet branches, the fire did not blaze up. Instead, thick smoke billowed into the sky. Only a few minutes had passed. Gurgle, gurgle. A loud bird song echoed from the sky, sounding almost like a complaint. Perhaps it's complaining. I just got off work. How come there's another fire? A gray-blue firebird with a wingspan of about 30 meters spotted the smoke. Its left wing looked a bit damaged, missing a few large feathers. It swooped down from the sky. It first circled over the farmland, then opened a hole in the water sac on the fire extinguisher's abdomen. Splash! A localized downpour drenched the experimental field where the group had just planted seeds. The fire was extinguished, and the big bird flapped its wings contentedly and flew away. keeping its accomplishment and fame hidden. Ha! This is so much fun. Su Yao cheered and jumped in the ring, and Su Li couldn't help but laugh so hard she bent over. This is called using someone else's resources to achieve your goals. Lin Bei wiped the water droplets from his face, somewhat smug. From now on, when we want to water the plants, we just need to light a fire to set off smoke signals, and the fully automatic sprinkler system will be online immediately, without any trouble at all. After finishing the farm work, it was getting late. Only the last sun was struggling on the horizon, casting a golden red afterglow over the scorched earth. The last two tasks for today. Power system. On the left side of the cave entrance, on a sunny, high spot, Lin Bei set up 4 huge folding solar panels. This high-tech board has an extremely high photoelectric conversion rate. It can automatically track sunlight during the day and generate some electricity even on cloudy days. Connect the cables of the solar panels to a solid-state battery energy storage station the size of a computer mainframe. Drop. Once the power system was completed, the power station's screen lit up, displaying 95% remaining power and indicating that it was inefficiently charging. With electricity, we officially stepped from the tribal era into the electrical era. Next up is the main event. Automatic defense system. Lin Bei took out the QBZ-192 modified super heavy armor-piercing gun with an exaggerated design. This gun is entirely black, with an alarmingly thick barrel. It can also be mounted on the included bracket to become an automatic defensive turret. This isn't a gun, I'd say it's a cannon. Lin Bei secured the support to the pile of rocks at the cave entrance, with the gun barrel pointing directly at the open ground outside. Then, the large drum magazine containing 10 tungsten core armor-piercing rounds is inserted into the gun body. Snap! Once the power is switched on, the intelligent fire control system starts up, and a red laser pointer shoots out instantly, leaving a red dot on a tree trunk 100 meters away. Try its power. Although this gun can automatically lock onto the target and fire, its power is still unknown. Lin Bei removed the gun, held it in one hand, and braced his shoulder against the thick buffer stock. If it were him in the past, he definitely wouldn't have been able to lift this 30-kilogram iron lump. But now, thanks to the ginseng enhancement and the low-gravity environment of this planet, the gun only has a slight weight in his hands. Lin Bei aimed at a small tree about 2 meters away, which had been charred and blackened in the fire. Pull the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out like a bolt from the blue, startling Su Li and Su Yao so much that they covered their ears. The immense recoil caused a jolt in Lin Bei's shoulder, even with the cushioning device in place, and he felt a sharp pain. But the sight in the distance made the 3 of them gasp in shock. There was a transparent hole the size of a wash basin in the center of the carbonized sapling, which was 2 meters in diameter. Charcoal flew everywhere, the whole tree shook violently, and then with a crack, it snapped in half at the wound and collapsed with a crash. Hiss! Lin Bei stared at the gun in his hand, his eyes burning with desire. What beautiful power! If this hit a dinosaur, it would go right through it. With this guardian deity in place, Lin Bei was finally completely at ease. Unless you encounter a monster of Godzilla or King Kong, your own den is a no-go zone for all wild beasts. Chapter 49. Su Li, Ben Yao is asleep. Night fell completely, and the large lights inside the cave were installed. The 3 of them didn't rush back to the cave. Instead, they stood on the gravel beach at the cave entrance, experiencing the alien night for the first time. The surroundings were plunged into complete darkness. The forest after the fire was eerily quiet. Beside them, the artillery emplacements were faithfully performing their guard duties. Sizzle. The intelligent fire control radar mounted on the gun flashed red, and the muzzle slowly rotated with the infrared beam, tirelessly scanning every inch of darkness in the fan-shaped area in front of it. It will spew out deadly armor-piercing rounds as soon as any heat source identified as hostile approaches. It's so quiet around here. Su Yao shrank her neck and looked up at the sky, trying to find a glimmer of light. Brother Lin Bei, why is there no moon? There are hardly any stars either. Lin Bei also raised his head. Indeed, the sky was like a huge black curtain, and only by looking carefully could one find a few scattered points of light. That's strange. That shouldn't be the case. A few nights ago, we could see the moonlight outside the cave. Perhaps it's because the clouds are too thick today, or is it due to the special structure of the atmosphere? Lin Bei was guessing. Suddenly, a faint blue-green halo rose in the distant sky. Immediately afterwards, a scene appeared that the 3 would never forget, a scene that made their souls tremble. Lin Bei, is that the moon? Su Li raised her voice. and her hand pointing to the horizon trembled. The outline of a colossal sphere, too vast to be described in words, is slowly rising from the horizon. As it rises, moonlight appears and spills onto the ground. It illuminated the dark, scorched forest. It's a planet, and this planet is huge. It is so large that it completely exceeds the limits of human cognition. As it rises, the once pitch-black and empty night sky is gradually filled by it. The three of them saw that the surface of the planet was covered with vast expanses of deep blue, which was a boundless ocean. Between the oceans lie countless vast, verdant landscapes, continents completely covered by lush vegetation. It's like an Earth magnified 100 times, hanging overhead and taking up most of the sky. The visual impact on people is devastating. The swirling clouds, the outlines of the continents, and the ripples of the ocean on the planet are clearly visible, as if they could be touched. The immense pressure made it hard to breathe, as if the two planets would collide violently at any moment. It's going to fall. Su Yao hugged Lin Bei's waist, hiding her head in his arms, not daring to look up at him. Even Lin Bei was so shocked by this magnificent spectacle that his scalp tingled and his legs went weak. Compared to such a colossal celestial body, they are not even ants. No wonder we can't see the stars and the moon. Lin Bei's throat was hoarse as he looked up at the giant planet that seemed within reach. It's quite possible that the planet we're standing on is actually a satellite of this giant planet, and we are its companion moon. This mind-blowing discovery left the three of them somewhat devastated. Back to the cave. Quickly back to the cave. Su Li's face was pale, and she grabbed Lin Bei's hand, trying to pull him inside. I can't take it anymore. I feel like it's falling towards us, about to drop. Let's go. Lin Bei didn't dare linger. The phobia of megalophobia was truly unbearable. The three of them fled into the cave in a panic. Until there was a snap. Lin Bei pressed the light switch. Soft, bright white light filled every corner of the cave, dispelling the darkness of the past few days and the fear from the cosmic behemoth. Seeing the familiar lights, Li and Su Yao were moved to tears. It's so bright. Su Yao looked up at the glowing light fixture on the wall, and tears streamed down her face. It wasn't because it was glaring, but because it moved me. For the dozen or so nights before, they could only huddle in the darkness, shivering by the faint glow of the mineral, listening to the roars of beasts outside, and fearing the unknown dangers. This lamp is like bringing Earth's home here. This light brought Su Yao a different kind of reassuring sense of security, besides that of Lin Bei. Yes. Su Li's eyes also reddened. She stood up and reached out her hand, trembling slightly, as if she wanted to touch the light. Finally, I don't have to fumble in the dark anymore. Lin Bei walked over, gently put his arm around the two women's shoulders, and pulled them into his embrace. Looking at their cozy little home under the lamplight, the three of them regained their peace. They all tacitly chose to selectively forget the terrifying behemoth planet overhead. Soon after, the cave was filled with long-lost cheers. The three people squeezed together, with a sumptuous meal laid out in the middle. Brother Lin Bei, look, this is the latest episode of Where Did My Grandson Go? Su Yao held her phone, laughing so hard she almost fell over, her mouth stuffed with a piece of roasted, fragrant dodo bird meat, her cheeks bulging. It seems that the person who was scared and cried just now was not her at all. Su Li sat gracefully to the side, holding a bowl of steaming hot brown sugar and ginseng water. He sipped his drink while watching a period drama, a long-lost sense of relaxation on his face. Lin Bei lay on Su Yao's lap, occasionally opening his mouth to catch the jerky Su Yao offered, enjoying the treatment of an emperor. The lighting is warm, the food is plentiful, there are beautiful women around, and you can even play on your phone. If you ignored the terrifying alien night sky outside the cave entrance, this would be the most pleasant weekend stay-at-home life on Earth. I don't know how much time passed. Su Yao yawned widely and put down her phone. I'm sleepy. Although my physical condition has improved these past few days, the amount of work I did today was just too much, and I'm completely exhausted. The little girl finally couldn't hold on any longer. She snuggled into Lin Bei's arms like a kitten, found a comfortable position, and a few seconds later, she began to purr softly, like a kitten sleeping. Lin Bei carried her to the three of them sleeping in their bed, and Su Li followed. After the lights were turned off, the cave became quiet. You should go to sleep too. Using the fluorescent light, Lin Bei looked at Su Li. Su Li put down her phone, but showed no intention of going to sleep. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were fixed on Lin Bei, her gaze somewhat unfocused, and two blushes appeared on her cheeks, as if she were drunk. Lin Bei, she called out softly, her voice somewhat suppressed, with a barely perceptible tremor. Su Li didn't speak. She slowly moved her body closer to Lin Bei. Seeing this, Lin Bei didn't stand on ceremony and took the initiative to pull her into his arms. Su Li stretched out her slender fingers and gently brushed them across Lin Bei's arm, her fingertips sending a jolt of electricity through her, before finally stopping at his waist. Ben Yao is asleep. She whispered in Lin Bei's ear, her warm breath brushing against his neck, carrying a pleasant, youthful scent. Lin Bei shuddered and took the initiative. The inner fire that surged after drinking the ginseng soup, though suppressed by the sense of survival crisis, was like a pile of dry tinder. Even the slightest spark could ignite a raging fire. Are you out of your mind? Your sister just fell asleep. Lin Bei held Su Li in his arms, his throat a little dry, and he said sincerely, "How about we go outside?" Su Li rolled her eyes at him. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with seductive allure as she whispered in Lin Bei's ear, her voice as soft as a feather tickling his heart. "When that planet appeared, I felt like I was going to die. I was really scared. I've never been in a relationship before, and I don't want to have any regrets." After saying that, she pulled the blanket up and slipped into bed like a slippery fish. A sound came from under the covers. "Actually, besides Xiao Yao, I can also operate drone joysticks." Half an hour later, Su Li had already fallen asleep. Lin Bei, wearing a coat, went alone to the rocky beach outside the cave. "Hey." Hearing the noise, a ginseng plant pulled itself out of the pit, half of it, and put its face above the ground to observe, while the other half remained in the soil. "Go back to sleep." Lin Bei kicked the ginseng that had come out to investigate after hearing the noise. Chapter 50. Su Li, Ben Yao, go and wake your brother-in-law up. In the early morning, the air quality inside the cave was difficult to assess. Su Yao wrinkled her little nose and unconsciously sniffed in her sleep. There seemed to be a strange smell in the air. It wasn't the aroma of last night's food, nor the smell of roasted meat from the cave. It's a complex scent that has a slightly strange aroma, yet also possesses the sweet fragrance unique to young girls. What a strange taste. Su Yao mumbled something in her sleep, then tried to turn over and continue sleeping, but suddenly felt something was off. It feels a bit cool. Is there water dripping from the ceiling? She opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually returning, and she subconsciously reached out her hand. What's wrong? Su Yao's face turned bright red as a ripe apple. Although she usually seems carefree and a bit naive. But after all, he had taken biology class and even scored 20 points on a test. I do understand physiological knowledge. Su Yao bit her lip shyly, her big eyes filled with confusion and embarrassment. I didn't have any weird dreams, so why is this happening? Could it be because I saw those two ginseng spirits sleeping together yesterday? No. It must be that the feeling between me and my sister has become stronger recently. It must be that my sister is having strange dreams. The mysterious telepathic connection between twins is not only reflected in their emotions, but sometimes even in their synchronized reactions. Su Yao slowly turned her head to look at her sister beside her. Su Li was lying on her side with her back to her. Although her breathing was steady, if you looked closely, you could see that her eyelashes were trembling slightly. She was already awake, or rather, she woke up a little earlier than Su Yao. "Sister." Su Yao reached out and gently poked Su Li's back with her finger, her voice soft and tinged with a pleading cry. "Sister, are you awake?" Su Li pretended to be woken up by her sister, and after several seconds, she slowly turned around. In the dim light, Su Yao couldn't see the flushed face on her sister's face, or the hint of guilt and panic in her eyes. "What's wrong, Xiao Yao?" Su Li tried her best to make her voice sound calm, but she couldn't hide the hint of guilt she felt. "Sis, I want to change my pants." Su Yao buried her head in the blanket, her voice muffled. "I need to use the restroom. Can you come with me to change? I'm too scared to go to that corner by myself." Hearing this, Su Li dared not look up at her younger sister. She knew perfectly well why Su Yao felt uncomfortable. Last night, after Su Yao fell asleep, she was incredibly absurd and daring. Although he was stopped at the crucial moment, he tried almost everything else, whether he should say it or not, for Lin Bei's sake. That pleasurable and exciting feeling was inevitably passed on to his younger sister. Cough, cough. Su Li coughed twice guiltily, her eyes darting around, not daring to look directly into her sister's pure and innocent eyes. "Great. That's perfect. I need to change it too." Su Yao peeked out from under the covers, looking surprised. "Sis, why are you changing too? Are you really dreaming? My relative is here." In a moment of quick thinking, Su Li brought up this all-purpose excuse. "Oh right. It's about time. Su Yao suddenly realized, but then became even more confused. What's wrong with me? Am I about to get my period? But my stomach doesn't hurt. Stop asking. Let's go? Su Li was afraid that if the girl kept asking questions, she would want to crawl into a hole in the ground. He quickly pulled Su Yao up, and the two of them crouched down, like thieves, and tiptoed to the depths of the cave, to a simple changing room separated by large leaves. The sounds of the two changing clothes could be heard in the dim light. A moment later, the two women changed into clean and fresh clothes and came out again. Phew, that feels much better. Su Yao stretched, the embarrassment from just now coming and going quickly. She sniffed, and a fresh scent that drifted in through the crack in the cave entrance dispelled the smell inside. Huh? What's that smell? It smells so good. Su Yao's big eyes lit up. She ran to the boulder blocking the door, pressed her face against the vent, and took a deep breath. Sister, come and smell it. It doesn't smell like meat. It smells fresh and delicious. Su Li also walked over, and indeed, a refreshing plant fragrance was continuously flowing in. What happened? The outside was clearly burned to the ground and turned into a white expanse. Su Li was puzzled and peeked out through the crack. Oh my god. What's wrong? What's wrong? Su Yao couldn't see and was so anxious she was jumping up and down. Quick, wake your brother-in-law. Our seed has sprouted. Su Li's voice was somewhat excited. Su Yao? Who are you calling? Lin Bei, who was still asleep, was pulled up by two small hands. What? It's only a few o'clock. Lin Bei rubbed his eyes, looking at the two energetic and rosy-cheeked beauties in front of him. Especially when he saw Su Li's evasive gaze, he couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? It's so early in the morning. Are you going to exercise? Training my foot. Su Li was embarrassed and annoyed. She lightly punched his arm and said coquettishly, Get up quickly. The seeds we planted last night have sprouted. It sprouted? Lin Bei thought he was still half asleep, but then he realized what was happening. After tidying up, the three of them worked together to push away the boulder blocking the door. Boom. As the first rays of morning sunlight pierced the cave, the scene unfolded before the three of them. Holy crap. Outside the cave, the land and forest that were lifeless yesterday had undergone tremendous changes. It's green. The world, which was originally black and white, was covered by an overwhelming expanse of tender green overnight. The most conspicuous thing was the several acres of land that had been loosened by two ginseng spirits. In the experimental field, the seeds that were planted just yesterday have all sprouted. It's not as simple as just sprouting. The corn seedlings have already grown to knee height, with broad, thick, and vibrant green leaves, stretching out their forms in the morning sun. The tomato seedlings are growing very well, with branches already sprouting and several tiny green flower buds hanging on them. All the seeds sprouted, growing lush and vibrant. Were these planted just last night? What if we slept for 10 days, and it turned out to be today? Su Yao rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had traveled through time. Lin Bei walked into the farmland, squatted down, and carefully observed the plants. That's an exaggeration. He pinched the corn husks. They were full of life. At this speed, Lin Bei swallowed hard and gave his judgment. In a week at most, we'll be able to eat fresh corn and tomatoes stir-fried with dodo bird eggs. Not just farmland. Looking out, the vast scorched earth forest is no longer the lifeless place it was yesterday. Beneath the black, scorched earth, tender green grass and saplings are pushing through the ashes and peeking out at a speed far exceeding that of the factory. The scattered green spots are like splashes of green paint on a gray canvas. Is this the resilience of alien ecosystems? Lin Bei stood up, looked around, and was deeply shocked. Why is this happening? Su Li asked, puzzled. Even if the soil is fertile, it shouldn't grow this fast, right? Lin Bei glanced around at the surroundings and pondered for a long time. Forehead. I don't understand either. Maybe we'll learn this kind of knowledge in our second year of college. Su Yao happily bounced around on the side. Who cares about the principle behind it? Anyway, as long as it can grow delicious food quickly, then it's a good principle. No seats available. Lin Bei nodded. If he didn't understand, he wouldn't think about it. With such a terrifying growth rate, their survival on this planet will become significantly easier. Not only will you not have to worry about starving to death, but you can also achieve food freedom and live a bourgeois life. Let's go take a look at our power station. Lin Bei led the two women to the high place where the solar panels were set up. Before even getting close, you can hear a faint hum of electricity emanating from the power station. When I checked the remaining battery level, it was still 100%. Full. Su Li asked in surprise. Last night we watched TV, turned on the lights, and there was the cannon at the door. We must have used a lot of electricity. How could it be fully charged so quickly? Lin Bei looked up at the sky. The oppressive superstar had already gone offline. 2 suns are diagonally above, and another one is isolated on the other side. The 3 suns shone brightly, their heat intense. Photovoltaic power generation efficiency, max. That's the advantage of the 3-body problem. It's the 3 suns soaring in the sky. The efficiency of photovoltaic power generation is ridiculously high. From now on, we won't have to be stingy with electricity anymore. We can turn on the lights whenever we want, and even cook hot pot with electricity whenever we want. Chapter 51 Plant Metamorphosis. Ginseng submits. Is 8 minutes enough for an extra time? Time flies, slipping away quietly amidst the 3 of them's busy work. For days have passed since 4 days ago. That morning, as 3 suns rose above the horizon in succession, their golden rays bathed the scorched earth forest. If you didn't know, no one would believe that just 4 days ago this place was a barren wasteland. Heave-ho, heave-ho. In the farmland, Su Yao, wearing a straw hat woven from leaves, was wielding a small shovel and fighting against an unknown weed. It's growing so fast. I just plucked it yesterday. How come it's grown so tall again today? Su Yao wiped the sweat from her forehead and stomped her feet in anger at the weed in front of her that was half a person tall and had a stem as thick as a small tree. On this planet with its extremely high oxygen concentration, plants grow at a speed that's practically on fast forward. Not only weeds, but crops are growing like crazy. Lin Bei stood in the middle of the field, looking up at the cornfield in front of him. Yes, it's already Lin. In just 4 days, the high-yield corn seed from earth has grown to more than 5 meters tall, with its thick corn stalks resembling green pillars. What's outrageous is the corn cob that formed the day before yesterday. Lin Bei reached out and pried open a thick layer of bracts, revealing the golden granules inside. This isn't a corn cob. These are clearly golden spiked clubs. Judging by appearance, it is at least 60 centimeters long, and each kernel is as plump as a large broad bean, emitting a sweet aroma of glutinous corn. This 1 ear of corn is probably enough for the 3 of us to have a meal. Lin Bei marveled at the fertility of the alien soil, then turned to look at the tomato field on the other side. That's even more exaggerated. To support the heavy tomato fruits, Lin Bei specially cut down a lot of tree branches to make supports, but now the supports are all bent under the weight. Bright red tomatoes hung from the branches, each as big as a basketball. With thin skin and thick flesh, they gleamed enticingly in the sunlight, looking like little red lanterns hanging on trees. Lin Bei, the potatoes over here are almost sprouting too. Su Li squatted not far away, looking at the cracks in the ground caused by the potatoes, and said with some worry, if we don't dig them out soon, I'm afraid they'll just grow wild in the soil. Never mind, we have enough to eat right now. Lin Bei was in a great mood. The joy of this bountiful harvest is enough to lessen the loneliness of being on a foreign planet. Just then, a furtive sound of dogs could be heard coming from the ridges of the field. Then, 2 tan-colored figures darted out like lightning, each carrying a bundle of weeds that were much taller than themselves. Cough, squeak. They are 2 ginseng spirits. These 2 are no longer in the same state of giving up that they were in when they were kidnapped. Instead, they all grew up to be plump and healthy, their originally wrinkled skin now smooth and shiny, and the little red flowers on their heads bloomed brightly and vividly. Lin Bei had already untied the red ropes binding them, because there's no need to tie it up at all. In the past few days, they have been completely corroded by the plant nutrient solution in Lin Bei's hand and the white rabbit milk candy that Su Yao occasionally fed them. They won't leave no matter how hard you try to get rid of them. Now they treat this farmland as their own territory, and their favorite thing to do every day is to patrol, pulling out weeds and loosening the soil when it gets hard. They are simply the most perfect working person. Well done. Lin Bei smiled and took out a small bottle from his pocket, which contained diluted nutrient solution. Hey. He smacked the flowers on the heads of the 2 ginseng spirits twice. The 2 ginseng spirits displayed extremely human-like expressions of ecstasy, lying sprawled on the ground, twitching with pleasure. Luckily we have these 2 little guys, otherwise the 3 of us would probably be exhausted and still not be able to finish weeding. Su Li looked at the 2 ginseng roots that were already excited and couldn't help but laugh. By the way, Lin Bei, shouldn't we go plant that defensive belt? The mention of the defensive zone made all 3 of them look wary and somewhat apprehensive. Here's what happened. 2 days ago, the extra spicy chili peppers that Lin Bei had been testing around the farmland ripened overnight. The chili peppers are huge, shaped like red ram's horns, and are about half a meter long. Early in the morning, the The three of them excitedly ran off to check. As soon as we approached the chilly field, an invisible wave of capsaicin hit us. Cough, 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 cough. Su Yao, who was walking at the front, was choked so badly that tears and snot streamed down her face, and she coughed so hard she almost passed out. Lin Bei and Su Li, who followed closely behind, were not much better off. Their eyes burned as if they had been sprayed with chilly water, and their respiratory tracts were also burning. This level of spiciness, after being mutated by extraterrestrials, is significantly more intense than the hottest ghost pepper on Earth. Finally, with no other option, the three of them covered their mouths and noses with several layers of wet towels and, with tears in their eyes, removed all the chili peppers. Chili peppers are terrifying, comparable to biological weapons. Lin Bei still felt a dull ache in his nose when he recalled the terrible scene that morning. Let's go plant a circle of them. Lin Bei led the two women to the outermost edge of the designated safe zone, which was about 150 meters away from the cave. Lin Bei had already dug a shallow circular ditch here with a hoe. If even we can't stand this chili pepper, then wild animals with a sense of smell dozens of times more sensitive than humans certainly can't stand it either. Lin Bei took out a large bag of chili seeds from his bag. We don't plant them at home, we plant them on the outermost edge. As long as this ring of chilies grows, it will form a barrier of capsaicin. Unless it's a monster with thick skin and no need to breathe, ordinary poisonous insects and ferocious beasts would never dare to come near our territory. The three men scattered chili seeds into the ditch and then covered them with soil. They formed a semicircle, with the cave of the three people at the center. After finishing all this, Lin Bei looked up at the sky. At dawn, the sun rose in 3 directions. Finally finished. Lin Bei patted the dirt off his hands. It's time to go back and recharge my return scroll. The three returned to the cave. Although the fire had been extinguished for several days, Lin Bei discovered that the teleportation portal's charging mechanism was indeed related to thermal energy. As long as a sustained high temperature is created near the portal, the color of the light curtain will become darker, and the charging speed will increase. So, for the past few days, Lin Bei has been lighting a large bonfire next to the teleportation portal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the flames rose, thick smoke billowed out of the only opening after the three left the cave. The temperature inside the cave began to rise, and the light screen of the portal began to flicker slightly, as if it were breathing and releasing heat. Just then, gurgle, gurgle. High above the cave came a bird call that sounded like a hoarse gong. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Lin Bei, our old friend is here again. Lin Bei also looked up. In the sky, a giant gray-blue bird with a wingspan of 30 meters was seen circling down. This bird is quite unique. It is missing several primary feathers on its left wing, as if they had been plucked, and it flies with a slight limp. These past few days, as long as Lin Bei lights a fire, this bald bird will appear on time. It appears to be a patrol bird responsible for this area, and is extremely sensitive to smoke. Call. The giant bird, accompanied by a gust of wind, flew low over the cave entrance. Its sharp eyes were fixed on the smoking hole, and its belly feathers were already soaked with water, indicating that it had been soaking up water and was ready to put out the fire. After circling twice more, it still did not see any flames. The smoke was coming from a hole in the stone, so it couldn't reach the target area. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The featherless bird seemed a little angry, feeling that it had been tricked again. It cried out twice in frustration in the air, then its abdominal water sac suddenly contracted. Splash. A large puddle of water, as if venting its anger, slammed hard onto the gravel beach at the cave entrance, splashing up a spray of water. After doing all this, it grumbled and flapped its wings, flying towards the distant forest, leaving the three of them with a lonely silhouette. What's wrong with this silly bird today? Lin Bei wiped the water droplets splashed on his face, feeling both amused and exasperated. It didn't spill a single drop of water the past 2 days. I'm getting anxious. They must be in a hurry. After seeing off the irritable firefighter, Lin Bei dodged the thick smoke and went to the cave entrance for a look. The campfire was still burning, and waves of heat were rolling in. Lin Bei looked at the portal. Current charging speed, 206%. Available time, 8:33. It's been more than 8 minutes. Lin Bei looked at the number, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. In addition to the 1 minute that automatically recovers each day, he gained an extra 4 minutes over these 4 days thanks to the high-temperature charging method. Although it's not enough to go back for one more shift, it's still quite considerable. Not enough. Lin Bei didn't rush back. He turned to look at the twins who were sunbathing. You need to save up at least 10 minutes before you have enough time. Chapter 52. I'll come find you tonight. Shall we chat? The sun scorched the earth. There were no trees to block the heat on the rocky beach, and the air was slightly distorted by the heat, with waves of heat rolling in. Cough, cough. This is too pungent. Lin Bei waved away a wisp of smoke that drifted towards them, and pulled the two women back to a shady rock a little distance from the cave entrance. In order to accumulate the last 2 minutes of charging time for the portal, Lin Bei stuffed a large amount of wet firewood and charcoal into the campfire. Inside the cave, the temperature is so high it could scald a person, and the carbon monoxide concentration is off the charts, making it impossible for anyone to stay. The advantage is that after going through this every day, not only is it warm to sleep at night, but there are also no small insects. Just bear with it. Once it's fully charged today, it should be able to hold for about 10 minutes. Lin Bei handed each of the two women a bottle of boiled groundwater and took a big gulp himself. The three sat in the shade of the rocks, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. Su Yao sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a military-grade tablet computer in her arms, her fingers sometimes controlling the joystick and sometimes swiping across the screen. Big, focused eyes. The beast girl's tails can move too. Ever since she got the drone, this girl has made monitoring the beast-eared girl tribe her daily task. On the screen, a high-definition camera is looking down from above at the primitive tribe built at the foot of the mountain. It was still a busy scene. The adult Kemonomi girls are taming dinosaurs or polishing stone tools, while the young lowly Kemonomi girls are chasing and playing in the square, seemingly without any worries. Brother Lin Bei, sister, look. Su Yao pointed at the screen, her voice tinged with surprise. A group of beast girls who went out hunting have returned. They also went to catch ginseng. Lin Bei and Su Li went over to take a look. Sure enough, in the scene, a group of animal-eared girls who had gone out hunting were returning to their tribe. Each of them carried a heavy load of prey on their backs. The girls with animal ears walking in the middle carried several vines in their hands, with strings of yellowish-brown ginseng tied to them. There were more than a dozen of them, all ridiculously large, each about 70 or 80 centimeters tall, even bigger than the two Lin Bei's family owned. They were still twisting and struggling desperately. Lin Bei exclaimed in surprise. Good heavens! We treat ginseng like a treasure, and we feed and treat it well, and coax it to work. These beast girls are really something, eating ginseng like it's a radish? Su Li couldn't help but sigh. This must be racial talent. Catching ginseng is so easy. What was a miraculous tonic for the three of them might just be a common food supply or some kind of wild vegetable that could run away, in the eyes of the planet's native inhabitants. After watching the ginseng suffer for a while, Su Yao turned the camera back to the voluptuous adult beast-eared girl and continued her observation. While Su Yao was engrossed in watching, Lin Bei quietly reached out and wrapped his arms around Su Li's slender waist from behind. Su Li trembled slightly, but did not dodge. Instead, she leaned back into Lin Bei's broad embrace. Her cheeks glowed with a fine downy sheen and an alluring blush in the sunlight. Gone. Lin Bei leaned close to her ear and asked in a low voice, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Su Li knew exactly what he was asking. She bit her lower lip and nodded gently, her voice so soft that Su Yao couldn't hear her. Yes, I left last night. Good. Lin Bei tightened his grip slightly, his fingertips gently rubbing against the soft flesh of her waist, and said, How about I come to see you tonight? Let's just chat. 2 days ago, Lin Bei had already begun extensive renovations inside the cave. Using dried-out dead trees from the outside world, along with the skeleton of a wild boar, he partitioned off 3 separate small rooms inside the cave, some distance away from the portal. Each room was covered with hay. Although simple, it at least provided some private space. Lin Bei's original intention was to have separate rooms for sleeping so that he could rest more easily. However, this plan was never implemented. The reason is simple. Neither of the girls dared to sleep alone. Su Yao was genuinely afraid. Every night, she would sneak into Lin Bei's bed like a cat, and no amount of chasing her away would get her away. As for Su Li, she would say she wanted to sleep by herself, but after Su Yao fell asleep, she would sneak over. He said he was afraid his younger sister would misbehave, but in reality, he just craved a warm embrace. So even today, despite having 3 rooms, the 3 of them still sleep in the same way every morning when they wake up. I won't block the door. Su Li whispered in Lin Bei's arms, her voice filled with a shy anticipation. The two were whispering sweet nothings to each other, oblivious to everyone else, enjoying their intimate moment. Just then, Hey, who's that? Su Yao suddenly let out a gasp, breaking the enchanting moment. Oh, brother Lin Bei, stop being so lovey-dovey and come look. And sister, I know you're thinking about embarrassing things. Chapter 53 New Neighbors. Would you choose a pretty beast girl or an ugly beast man? Sister, I know exactly what you're thinking. Without turning her head, Su Yao shouted loudly, her tone tinged with anxiety. There's new information. There are so many monsters, and they look terrifying. Lin Bei and Su Li were caught red-handed, and their hearts tightened. He immediately released Su Li and moved closer to the tablet. Is it coming towards us? How far away are they? At this moment, the drone is on its way back. Since the battery was still quite full, Su Yao didn't take a straight route, but instead took a slightly detour to see how well the scorched forest was recovering. As a result, on the edge of the scorched forest, about 50 kilometers from their cave, the drone's camera captured a large convoy moving at high speed. Su Yao quickly controlled the drone to increase its altitude and hide in the clouds. A tiny bit is revealed as the drone zooms in. The moment they saw the creatures clearly, all three of them gasped in shock, their brows furrowing deeply. On the screen was a huge team, numbering over 50. Their height is even more exaggerated than those beast-eared girls, generally estimated to be over 4 meters. If beast-eared girls are beastmen who conform to perfect human aesthetics, then these guys are terrifying upright beasts that are not fully evolved. Their heads retained all the characteristics of wild beasts: green skin, protruding fangs, and red eyes. Not only was its entire body covered in dirty, messy brown hair, but its muscles looked like they had been fed protein powder, exuding an explosive sense of power. This group includes not only male orcs, but also female orcs. However, the female beastmen in the picture do not have the beauty of beast-eared girls. They are also burly, covered in long hair, and have ferocious faces. It just had 2 extra lumps of flesh on its chest, making it look even more ferocious and ugly than a male. These are real orcs? The idea popped into Lin Bei's mind. What alarmed Lin Bei even more was their equipment. They were clad in animal armor and rode on giant beasts that Lin Bei had never seen before. It was a creature over 6 meters long, with 6 thick legs, and its entire body was covered with a layer of black bone. Their 6-legged structure allows them to move with ease through complex jungle terrain, making them extremely agile whether climbing slopes or crossing fallen tree trunks. A 4-meter-tall orc rides on a 6-meter-long behemoth. Holding weapons, the oppressive feeling is overwhelming, like a group of heavily armored tanks rushing towards you. The three looked at the weapon in the orc's hand. It's metal. Su Li pointed to the silver-white staff in the orc's hand, her voice solemn. But there was no gunhead. It looked like a broken metal pipe or a solid steel pipe used in construction. Could it be a relic from a previous civilization? The heavy cavalry unit is advancing within the boundaries of the scorched earth forest. They seemed very hungry, rummaging through the ground in search of food. But this is on the outskirts of the scorched earth area, and 4 days after the fire, plants are beginning to sprout. The meat they ate had long been eaten by other animals, and what was left had rotted. Unable to find food, the largest and most imposing green-tusked orc became somewhat agitated. It kicked a charred rock to pieces, then lowered its head, pressed its huge nose to the ground, and sniffed hard. They are tracking smells. The route taken by this group of orcs overlapped with the route taken by the beast-eared girl foraging team a few days ago. Roar! The one-eyed orc seemed to have confirmed the scent and footprints, letting out an excited and savage roar. Then, it let out an excited roar, brandishing the metal staff in its hand and pointing it towards the direction of the beast-eared girl tribe. Roar! More than 50 orcs roared simultaneously, urging their 6-legged scab beasts to surge forward like a black torrent, following the tracks left by the beast-eared girl at full speed. They're after the beast girls. Su Yao understood. Her face turned pale, and she gripped Lin Bei's arm tightly. Brother Lin Bei, these ugly monsters are so fierce. If they find us, they'll definitely kill us. And they look like they have huge appetites. If they finish eating the beast girls, will they come looking for us by following the smell? Su Yao's concerns were not unfounded. The aggression displayed by these beastmen far surpasses that of the beast-eared girls who are still trying to tame livestock. Lin Bei's face was grim, his mind racing. The situation is very clear now. There are 2 factions in this area. One is the tribe of animal-eared girls who seem relatively peaceful and even raise dinosaurs. On the other side is this fully armed orc legion riding 6-legged mounts. There is a clear conflict between the 2 forces. Lin Bei looked at the 2 women and held up 3 fingers. Now, as a third party, we have 3 options. First, we'll ignore everything. hide in our cave like turtles, and pray that they'll finish their battle and go home without finding us. Second, help these orcs. Third, help the beast-eared girl. Now, let's hold an internal vote. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yao raised her hand without hesitation. I choose 3. I'll help the Kimononomy. Although Su Yao was afraid, she had a clear sense of right and wrong. Because these hairy monsters are too ugly. Su Yao pointed at the orcs on the screen. They're so ugly, they must be bad people. And they look so fierce. If they win, they'll definitely come and eat us too. On the other hand, those beast girls, although they are also quite fierce, at least they look like humans. They raise baby dinosaurs and dodo birds, so they seem a little more civilized. Lin Bei looked at Su Li. Su Li had calmed down by this point, and she analyzed. I also choose number 3. It's not just about appearance. Strategically speaking, although the beast-eared girl tribe has more than 200 people, their weapons are outdated and they do not have heavy mounts. Although this group of orcs only has 50 people, their size and combat strength clearly overwhelm the beast-eared girls. But you taught me an article called If the Lips Are Gone, the Teeth Will Be Cold, when you tutored me before. If the beast-eared girl tribe is destroyed, these beastmen will become the overlords of this area, and then we will be the next target. We need an ally to restrain them, or to put it bluntly, we need a shield. Lin Bei listened to Su Li's analysis and was quite satisfied. But then again, could Su Li only recall the content of the tutoring lessons now? Why couldn't I remember it during the exam? Your analyses are all correct. But for me, the reason is simpler. He pointed to the drooling, ferocious orc on the screen, and then recalled the long white legs and furry animal ears he had seen before. Only by offering timely help can we reap the greatest rewards. This will be an excellent opportunity for us to make contact with the Beast Girl tribe. Furthermore, having good looks is, in a sense, a form of justice. Since it passed unanimously, let's do it. But how can we help? Su Yao asked. We're so far from the Beast Girl, and there are only 3 of us. We can't possibly defeat these 50 giants. No, our existence cannot be exposed. Lin Bei shook his head, his gaze falling on the tablet in Su Yao's hand. Let's play something more sophisticated. The orcs are trying to launch a sneak attack, aren't they? Then we'll give them a live broadcast. Lin Bei took out his pineapple phone and turned on the video recording function. Yao Yao, you control the drone to continue tracking the orcs from a distance. Find an opportunity to get closer. I need to record it. Li, take out the fully charged Unit 3 and add some equipment to it. I need to give the Beast Girls a heads up without revealing our presence. Chapter 54 Cat Girl, do you think my tribe is a public toilet? Come and go as you please. The 3 of them stared at the screen in Su Yao's hand, their breathing becoming cautious. On the screen, the second unit, which had not yet returned, was being precisely controlled by Su Yao, silently skimming along the treetops and approaching the orc cavalry who were investigating the footprints. Brother Lin Bei, I'm about to start. Su Yao pursed her lips, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Although she is usually a cute and adorable foodie, at this moment, it seems that some kind of ability has awakened. Ace Pilot, Su Yao is now online. Stay calm. Our goal is to record their sounds, especially their communication or howls. Lin Bei whispered instructions from the side, holding a pineapple-shaped phone and turning on the recording function on the screen. Sure. In the picture, 4-meter-tall orcs are gathered together. Some were feeding raw meat to the 6-legged scabies beasts, while others were drawing something on the ground with the long, silver-white metal rod, seemingly discussing how to distribute the beast-eared girls. The distance has been shortened. Perhaps due to their species, beastmen do not possess the keen sensory talents of beast-eared girls. They were not discovered until they were 200 meters away. Continue to slowly approach. The drone finally picked up a low gurgling sound. Who jie are you? Lin Bei frowned and gestured to Su Yao, meaning, fly directly over their heads. Su Yao gritted her teeth and pushed slightly with her thumb. The drone left the trees and descended rapidly, passing quickly over the head of the chief orc, a distance of no more than 30 meters. Hearing the noise, the lead orc suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a ferocious, cold light. A deafening roar exploded back to the 3 of them, causing the speakers to crackle and hiss. Even the ginseng plant working nearby was startled. Lin Bei recorded it all, and mentally gave the orc a thumbs up. That was a great shout. The orcs reacted extremely quickly. The leader roared, grabbed the metal rod beside him, tensed his arm muscles, and hurled it into the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The metal rod, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, tore through the air. Startled Su Yao, She almost cried out, but her fingers kept moving, so fast that they left afterimages. The scene on the screen spun around as the tiny drone made an emergency maneuver in midair to avoid the deadly metal rod. Impressive footwork. Lin Bei couldn't help but cheer in his heart. But this is just the beginning. Roar, roar, roar. The 50 orcs below were all enraged. They roared, grabbed stones from the ground, raised their metal rods, and hurled them wildly at the strange insects in the air. Lin Bei recorded all the roars. Su Yao's face was tense, and she was completely focused. She maneuvered the drone, weaving left and right amidst a hail of bullets. However, this is reality, not a game, and there is a delay in the controls. Bang! Finally, a piece of gravel, which seemed to have come from nowhere, struck the side of the drone. The video link has been lost. It's all over. Even Xiao Air is gone. Su Yao sighed. Unit 2 was gloriously sacrificed. No problem. Mission accomplished. Lin Bei hugged Su Yao, gently kissed her forehead, and softly comforted her. Next, it's our turn to take the stage. Su Li, who was standing to the side, had already taken out a new, fully charged number 3 drone. Lin Bei securely fastened his phone to the bottom of the number 3 drone. This is such a mismatch. Su Li couldn't help but complain as she looked at the bizarre combination. As long as it works. Lin Bei turned the volume up to maximum and pressed the play button. Roar. The roar of the orcs echoed across the rocky beach, startling 2 ginseng spirits who were weeding in the field, causing them to tremble and burrow directly into the ground. Perfect. Lin Bei turned off the sound, his eyes sharpening. Unit 3, take off. Full speed ahead to the beast-eared tribe. Tip them in the foot. 50 kilometers away, the tribe of beast-eared girls. The afternoon sun was a bit too bright. The beast-eared girls, who had just returned from hunting, were processing their spoils at the cave entrance. Several bonfires for grilling meat have already been lit. The dozen or so ginseng roots that had been collected were also hung up, swaying and trembling in the wind. The tribe's chief, a stunningly beautiful cat-eared woman in the eyes of Lin Bei and his companions, was sitting on a rock covered with white animal hide. She had long, flowing silver hair and pointed white cat ears that drooped relaxed on either side of her head. Her features were exquisite and aloof, with slightly upturned eyes that exuded a natural allure and majesty. Although she was only covered by a barely concealing animal skin bodice and short skirt, her well-defined abs and long, powerful legs, honed through regular exercise, still showcased her formidable charm as a tribal chief. At this moment, she is holding a whetstone and carefully polishing the double-edged stone axe in her hand. Suddenly, she saw a small black dot appear in the eastern sky. The cat's ears, which had been drooping, suddenly stood up and nimbly rotated 45 degrees, facing the eastern sky. Here we go again. This time, they even swaggered around without trying to avoid being seen. She stood up, her golden vertical pupils contracting, her expression somewhat angry. Its tail was out of control, swaying wildly from side to side. The cat girl wanted to curse. These days, I've only come once a day, and I haven't really thought much of it. I never expected them to be so arrogant today. They've only been gone a short while. Here they come again. The other beast-eared girls in the tribe also sensed the chief's anger and stopped what they were doing. Chapter 55 Beast Girl pays homage to the god of cell phones. Lin Bei, Grandpa, I want that bracelet. I absolutely need it. The wind speed is so fast. Su Yao controlled the drone with focused concentration, afraid of ruining Lin Bei's plan. After attaching a mobile phone to the drone, its center of gravity shifted significantly. Su Yao pursed her lips and offered a brief explanation. A military rotary-wing drone, about 50 centimeters in diameter, approached the distant beast-eared girl tribe, braving the high-altitude airflow. A pineapple-shaped mobile phone was strapped to the belly of the drone. The screen remained constantly lit. Before takeoff, Lin Bei set the volume to maximum and played the orc's murderous roars on a loop. The strange bird in the sky did not back down because of the kitten's anger. Instead, it recklessly continued to lower its altitude. They were closing in on the tribe. The cat-eared leader had already raised the stone in his hand, his arm muscles taut, exuding a powerful and beautiful aura. Hiss! She breathed out. As long as that ungrateful bird enters her throwing range, she will definitely shoot it down. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Just as she was about to enter her maximum attack range of 200 meters. The drone stopped and hovered in the air. A strange cry traveled on the wind and reached the sensitive ears of the beast-eared girls first. Zzz. It's the roar of the walkers. The cat-eared leader's originally murderous golden vertical pupils shrank into a small black at the moment it heard the roar. She knew that voice all too well. It was so familiar to her that it was etched into her very being, so familiar that it froze her blood at that moment, only to have it boil and burn again. It's that man's voice. It was that tyrant who ruled the 800 Walker tribe, who wanted to enslave these lowly, deformed children and even sell them to other tribes. Her own brother. That's right. Although one is a ferocious beast that stands 4 meters tall, the other is a 3-meter-tall humanoid beast-eared girl with an exquisite face. But by blood, they are indeed siblings, sharing the same father and mother. Just before the tribesmen behind him were about to throw stones, the cat-eared chieftain let out a sharp shout. She stopped her people from moving and stared at the strange thing in the sky. Why can it make that walker's voice? Su Yao looked at the arms that had been lowered on the screen and breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the beast-eared girls wouldn't be able to hear her and that the drone would get close and get smashed. Brother Lin Bei, they seem to have heard us. Lin Bei nodded. They put down the stones in their hands. Come closer so they can see clearly. Under Su Yao's control, the drone slowly descended and hovered at a height of about 100 meters above the ground. This distance is sufficient for the animal-eared girls with excellent eyesight to clearly see what's strapped to the drone's abdomen. It is a black cuboid, and its front is still glowing. The cat-eared leader tilted its head back, its long silver hair dancing in the wind. When she saw the shape of the glowing object, her body trembled with uncontrollable excitement. She turned her head and looked at the black stone tablet at the entrance of the tribe's cave, which had been enshrined for many years and was considered sacred and inviolable. Although there are some differences, it can be determined that they are the same object. The strange bird that flew in from the sky had a miniature version of the holy monument hanging from its belly. Moreover, the steel was lit up, with mysterious images shimmering on it. Woo! The monument is warning us. The wariness in the cat-eared leader's eyes dissipated, replaced by a deep-seated awe and reverence on her face. A miracle has occurred. It was a pioneer or a god who sent a divine bird to warn them with the voice of her brother. Plop! Without hesitation, the cat-eared leader knelt down and crossed her arms in front of her chest. It lowered its head deeply towards the direction where the drone was hovering. Even its 2 cat ears drooped down. Seeing their leader kneel, the more than 200 beast-eared girls behind him understood that it was a totem worship from their bloodline. Splash! A large number of people immediately knelt down. Whether they were adult beast-eared female warriors or little Lolas who were just playing around, they were all now prostrating themselves in worship to the tiny drone. The furry animal ears and tail were trembling slightly. The 3 of them were stunned by the shocking scene on the screen. He knelt down like that? Lin Bei blinked, looking at the long legs and snow-capped mountains kneeling on the screen. He stared thoughtfully at the huge black stone tablet at the edge of the screen. It seems we guessed right. The stone tablet is their totem, and our cell phones, in their eyes, are probably the manifestation of that totem. This misunderstanding is wonderful. Lin Bei's lips curled up in a wild smile. That's great. Not only did the warning go through successfully, but we also managed to get the identity of the beast-eared girl tribe totem. Quickly, increase the altitude. The phones look quite different, so we need to keep it a secret and not let them notice anything amiss. Lin Bei said to Su Yao, the most exciting thing is to show off and then run away. Okay. Su Yao immediately controlled the drone to ascend and quickly disappear into the clouds, continuing to act as the Eye of God. Only the echoing roars of the orcs remained, like a final ultimatum before the battle. As the divine messenger ascended into the sky and departed, the cat-eared leader slowly stood up. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and on her beautiful face, which was considered ugly and lowly by the Walker orcs, a look of resignation to her fate appeared. The gods have already given a hint. Enemy. That damned brother and his beast army are closing in. Meow. Instead of leading her tribe to flee, she issued a battle order. All the beast-eared female warriors quickly stood up, their originally gentle eyes turning fierce, and they began to prepare for battle. The cat-eared leader did not go to get the stone axe. She stood in the center of the small square at the entrance of the cave, seemingly making a major decision. Then, she raised her hand and took out a bracelet from between the 2 snow-white cleavages. Is this correct? Under the drone's high-definition lens, Lin Bei and his 2 companions saw that the bracelet was silver-white, with a futuristic feel, and a faint blue light swirled around it. She stretched out her right hand and gently pressed it on a certain spot on the bracelet, as if performing some kind of ritual. Buzz! The bracelet emitted a bright blue light, projecting a fan-shaped light screen onto the open ground in front of it. Immediately afterwards, a scene unfolded that made Lin Bei and the other two's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. A strange ripple appeared in the air, as if the tranquility of space had been broken. Splash! It was accompanied by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Dozens of 5-meter-long, well-maintained, double-edged giant stone axes suddenly appeared out of thin air on the open ground. This pile of stone axes must weigh at least several thousand kilograms. It just appeared like that. Holy crap! Lin Bei jumped up from the ground, leaping almost 2 meters high, so excited he nearly snatched the tablet and smashed it. Did you see that? It's a storage space? A spatial bracelet? Li and Su Yao were also dumbfounded. This thing, which only exists in fantasy novels or science fiction movies, actually appeared in the hands of a beast-eared girl from a primitive tribe? Lin Bei stared intently at the silver-white bracelet on the screen, his eyes reddening. They've really become famous, but it's the fame of jealousy. He thought of his 200-odd pounds of weight, of having to carry heavy bags like a camel every time he passed through the teleportation portal, and of the days he spent hauling timber to the point of exhaustion. Look at other people. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of supplies can be carried with him. This is a true marvel. What are rifles? What are ginseng? No, I'm going to tell my grandfather that I did something wrong, that I didn't. Never mind. I want that bracelet. I have to get my hands on that bracelet. Lin Bei grabbed Su Li's shoulders, so excited he was incoherent. Su Li, did you see that? Spatial equipment. That's spatial equipment. If I had that, I could bring a tank next time. Su Li was dizzy from the shaking, but equally shocked. It seems that the technology of the pre-civilization on this planet was much more advanced than we imagined. Even a small tribe can have space to store items. On the screen, the cat-eared leader distributed heavy weapons taken from the bracelet. The 80 beast-eared female warriors, each wielding a giant axe, exuded a chilling aura. Led by their chief, they quickly rushed out of the tribe and lay in ambush on both sides. The remaining animal-eared girls began to plan. The strongest beast-eared female warriors rode on feathered dinosaurs and began digging traps and laying spikes on the only road leading to the outskirts of the tribe. Even the little girls who weren't even adults started moving stones and piling them up high in the cave. The remaining weak, sick, and disabled quickly got into character, pretending nothing was happening outside the cave, singing and dancing and slaughtering ginseng. A massive net has been cast to target the intruders. But at this moment, Lin Bei's mind was no longer on the upcoming battle. His eyes were fixed on the silver bracelet that shimmered in the sunlight. A clever strategy is necessary to achieve this. Lin Bei muttered to himself, a flame of greed burning in his eyes. I, Lin Bei, am determined to have this cat girl. Not even the beast men can keep her. I'm telling you. Chapter 56 Lin Bei. I don't really want a space bracelet that much. The drone recorded everything that was happening below from high above. The three never expected that the beast-eared girl tribe would know how to use stratagems, even employing the empty city ploy. The seemingly weakest beast-eared girl was sitting in the most conspicuous spot at the cave entrance, holding half a piece of beast meat in her hand, nibbling on it bit by bit. They looked relaxed, some even grooming each other's tails, appearing completely unguarded. The bushes not far away swayed slightly. Gaog. A walker orc, tasked with scouting ahead, poked half its green head out of the bushes, acting furtively. The beast-eared girl, who had been lying in ambush in the tree, let it reach the edge of the forest on the outermost edge of her tribe. The orc scout's eyes greedily scanned the unsuspecting prey at the cave entrance, a long trail of drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. In its eyes, dozens of lowly people were gathered around a campfire, handling food without any precautions, and the aroma of meat wafting through the air had captivated its soul. It did not further confirm whether there were any ambushes nearby, nor did it carefully observe the terrain. In its mind, these two-legged creatures that only knew how to run away posed no threat at all. The orc scout withdrew his head, turned, and ran, eager to return to his leader and claim credit. Is this spy a bit dim-witted? Looking at the screen, Su Yao couldn't help but complain. There's a trap not far ahead, and it doesn't even bother to clear away the bushes to check. That's so unprofessional. Lin Bei shook his head. It's not stupidity, it's arrogance. Faced with an absolute power disparity, they simply did not believe that the beast-eared girls would dare to resist. Not long after, the earth began to tremble. Boom! More than 50 fully armed walker orcs, riding heavy six-legged beasts, charged out of the forest with strange cries. Yo! The lead orc raised his metal club high, let out an excited roar, spurred his mount, and launched the first charge. Just as the main force entered the trap zone. Boom! The flat, leaf-covered ground had collapsed. The trap had been dug beforehand. The traps dug by the animal-eared girls were very deep, with sharp stones and hardwood stuck in the bottom. The dozen or so orcs at the front of the charge fell in with their beasts and mounts, their screams echoing through the air. Yay! Su Yao cheered, waving her little fists. However, what happened next made Lin Bei and his two companions' hearts sink to the bottom. Roar! The orc who fell into the pit was not pierced by the spikes as expected. They let out a furious roar, and the sharp hardwood pierced their rough, thick skin, only managing to break through the flesh a little before failing to go any further. An orc pulled a wooden splinter from his thigh, drawing out a spurt of black blood, then furiously stomped on his mount's body, plunged his hands into the pit wall, and roared as he climbed up. This physique is practically a tank in human skin. Lin Bei gasped. Although the trap did not cause fatal damage, it successfully disrupted the orc cavalry's piercing formation. Meow? At the command of the cat-eared leader, the beast-eared female warriors, who had been lying in ambush in the giant tree, leaped down like tigers descending the mountain. In the distance, several animal-eared girls unleashed their eager dinosaur army, setting their sights on the six-legged beast. Close combat ensued, and a bloody battle broke out. Six-legged beasts battle captive dinosaurs, and beastmen battle beast-eared girls. Only at this moment did Lin Bei and the other two truly and directly experience the terror of a collision of pure physical strength. A voluptuous tiger-eared woman wielded a 5-meter-long giant stone axe in both hands, using the momentum of her fall to slash fiercely at an orc. The walker orc reacted quickly, raising his long metal pole to block. When? Sparks flew everywhere. The tiger-eared girl was shaken so badly by the force of the impact that her tiger's mouth split open, and she slid back 4 or 5 meters, her feet carving 2 deep furrows in the black soil. The walker orc merely swayed his body before grinning and kicking the tiger-eared girl away. The difference in strength is too great. It takes 2 or even 3 beast-eared girls to barely hold off a berserk walker beastman, and they are still at a significant disadvantage. Although they outnumbered each other, if they were even slightly careless and were brushed against by an orc, the relatively delicate bodies of the beast-eared girls would fly out like kites with broken strings, spitting out blood. This was a brutal hand-to-hand combat. To Lin Bei's astonishment, the seemingly primitive and crude stone axes in the hands of the beast-eared girls showed no signs of cracking even after clashing wildly dozens of times with the alloy clubs in the hands of the orcs. In contrast, the metal poles in the orcs' hands had been hacked open with numerous nicks, and some were even bent and deformed. The eyes of the stone axe forest north are shining. Isn't this the kind of or found on the mountain behind us? Suli was also surprised. She exclaimed, so this kind of or can not only glow, but its hardness is also so outrageous. No wonder we see animal-eared girls tirelessly sharpening stone axes every day. If you sharpen these things, they're as powerful as divine weapons. On the battlefield, the fighting reached a fever pitch. Although the beast-eared girls are not strong enough, they are more agile and have better teamwork. They used the terrain to their advantage, forming small groups of 3 or 5, and hunted lone orcs like wolves. Some were responsible for attracting attention, some for attacking the lower body, and some for jumping onto the orc's back and hacking at its vulnerable neck with stone axes. Blood stained the land in front of the tribe, some green and some bright red. In the center of the battlefield, the cat-eared leader and the orc leader were engaged in a deadly battle. He was clearly her older brother, yet every move he made was deadly. His long metal staff whistled through the air, each strike capable of shattering rocks and splitting the ground. As it fought, it hurled the most obscene insults at its sister in the orc language. The cat-eared leader remained silent, her giant axe striking relentlessly. Instead of directly confronting her brother's attacks, she used her petite size to move around his massive body, specifically targeting his joints and genitals. Finally, with the support of a tribal warrior, she seized upon a flaw in the enemy's arrogance. The cat-eared leader leaped up. With a powerful push off the ground, she launched herself into the air and performed an incredible spin. With the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, the double-edged giant axe in his hand slammed down hard on the back of his brother's head. Bang! Even with thick fur and a skull protecting him, the orc chieftain was still struck so hard by the fatal blow that he saw stars, his massive body swayed twice, and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. It didn't die, it just fainted. The sounds of fighting around them gradually subsided. With their leader gone, the remaining orc army was thrown into chaos. After paying a heavy price, the beast-eared girls, together with the dinosaurs, finally managed to cut down all the remaining beastmen. The orc's six-legged mount, seeing that things were going wrong, had already fled, leaving behind more than 20 corpses. The cat-eared leader stood beside his fallen brother's body, his chest heaving violently, the animal hide barely able to contain him. The battle is over. She looked down at this blood relative who had brought her countless nightmares, her eyes filled with no pity, only boundless hatred. She raised her foot and stepped on the orc chieftain's chest. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, as well as Lin Bei and his two companions in front of the screen, she raised the stone axe high, not aiming it at the neck, but at the filthy source of evil between the orc chieftain's legs. Lin Bei, sitting in front of the screen, suddenly had a bad feeling. The next second, with a swift movement, the axe fell, clean and efficient. The one-eyed orc, still unconscious, convulsed violently, letting out a blood-curdling scream that was horrific even in its unconscious state, before falling completely still. This time, it really hurt terribly. A bloody, mangled mass, more than half a meter long, was impaled on the tip of an axe and held high by the cat-eared leader. Meow. She announced her victory. Meow. Woof. Roar. Upon seeing this, all the surviving beast-eared girls raised their weapons and let out a deafening cheer. The humiliation that had been building up for years was released at this moment. Lin Bei felt a cold breeze enter his crotch and subconsciously clenched his legs together, as if a phantom pain was coming. Just as he brought down the axe, he reacted swiftly, covering Li and Su Yao's eyes with both hands. Don't look. It's not suitable for children. It's too brutal. Lin Bei broke out in a cold sweat as he stared at the stunningly beautiful, aloof woman on the screen, her axe still dripping blood. He swallowed hard, his voice slightly weak. That's Su Li. What's wrong? Su Li asked curiously, pushing his hand away. I don't really want any space bracelets anymore. Lin Bei wiped his sweat. The risk seems a bit huge. Although the Kemonomy, animal-eared girl, won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. On the battlefield, the cheers gradually subsided, and sorrow began to spread. The ground was littered with corpses. Besides the orcs who were all killed, there were also 8 young and beautiful beast-eared girls. Some of them had their heads smashed, and some were torn in half. More than 30 people were seriously injured, and almost everyone had minor injuries. If it weren't for Lin Bei's advance warning and trap, and if they hadn't had the absolute advantage of location and initiative, what lies here today is probably the entire beast-eared girl tribe. Seeing the beast-eared girl groaning in pain after being injured, Su Yao could no longer bear it, and covered her eyes, unable to watch any longer. Chapter 57. Even if I get it, I won't know how to use it. Let the beast girl keep it for me for now. The battle for survival is over. But the blood and dismembered limbs scattered on the ground were still shocking, even through signal transmissions dozens of kilometers away. Brother Lin Bei, are we really not going to do anything? Su Yao looked at the corner of the screen with a pang of pity, where a little girl with animal ears was curled up in pain, clutching her broken leg. Yes, of course we should do it. Now is the best time to offer timely help. Su Yao, send Unit 3 back to base. It's running low on battery. Lin Bei quickly made a decision and took out the number 4 drone, which had never been used before. Following the same pattern, another pineapple-shaped phone was fixed to the bottom of the drone. Lin Bei opened the video software and found a video file titled Wilderness First Aid Guide. There is a 10-minute video inside, recorded by the country's top emergency medical experts. The entire process of wound cleaning, hemostasis and bandaging, fracture fixation, and cardiopulmonary resuscitation was demonstrated in detail. The demonstration of first aid techniques is so simple that you don't need to understand the language to follow it. Turn on loop playback mode, set the screen brightness to maximum, and set the screen lock time to never. Lin Bei has completed the operation. Is that all? Watching Lin Bei's actions from the side, Su Li asked timidly, should we give him the medicine? But we don't have much, so maybe we should just forget about it. Lin Bei looked up, his gaze falling on the live feed on the tablet, and his lips twitched slightly. Keep the medicine for yourself. I think our medicines from Earth are really not presentable in front of these super-rich tycoons. Lin Bei pointed at the screen. In the scene, the stunningly beautiful cat-eared leader, after a brief moment of grief, quickly demonstrated the decisiveness of a leader. She raised her left hand, which was adorned with a silver bracelet, and a flash of blue light appeared. Splash! A large pile of yellowish-brown stuff fell to the ground. It is ginseng. They were all fresh ginseng that had just been dug up, with soil still on their skin, but they were all dead and motionless. The injured beast-eared girls around them, regardless of the severity of their injuries, each received a whole earring. Without even washing their hands, even with their mouths full of blood, they grabbed the priceless, ancient ginseng and chewed it like it was a radish. One bite, and the essence burst forth. As the ginseng was consumed, a miraculous scene unfolded. Although the bone had not yet been set, the wound, which was still bleeding, began to stop bleeding and scab over at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her originally pale complexion quickly regained its rosy hue. Su Yao stared in disbelief, suddenly realizing that the first aid kit she cherished so much no longer held any appeal. See that? Lin Bei shrugged, his tone full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Their constitution is such that they can eat ginseng that it lasts for thousands of years. With such vitality and recovery ability, sending them a little antibiotic is like showing off our limited skills to an expert. What they lack more now than medicine is knowledge. Knowledge on how to properly treat wounds and heal broken bones. The way they treat fractures is too primitive. Just now, a beast-eared girl broke her leg, and another beast-eared girl actually held up a stone axe to amputate her leg. Lin Bei ordered, Unit 4, take off and deliver the real divine skill to them. Animal-eared girl tribe, on the battlefield. The battle has been over for 20 minutes. These valiant female warriors moved with extreme agility. To prevent the strong smell of blood from attracting even more terrifying jungle predators, they dragged all the orc and six-legged beast carcasses to a distance. Dozens of beast-eared girls in relatively good condition were racing against time to harvest meat from the six-legged beasts. They had to gather as much food as possible before the other wild beasts arrived. They were starving, extremely starving. The remains of their own tribesmen were carefully carried back to the depths of the cave, in preparation for some kind of sacred purification ritual. The remaining wounded were all gathered outside the cave on a sunlit open ground. Looking around, the once picturesque tribal square has been transformed into an open-air field hospital. Dozens of animal-eared girls lay on animal skins or leaned against rocks. The long, beautiful legs and fair skin that once inspired such passion are now covered with shocking wounds. Some of the animal-eared girls had twisted arms, and some had their abdomens wrapped in thick herbs, still oozing blood. A suppressed groan filled the air. The cat-eared leader squatted down next to a young rabbit-eared girl. The little girl's leg bone was broken by a metal rod, and the broken bone pierced her skin, exposed to the air. A flicker of pain crossed the leader's eyes. According to the tribe's millennia-old tradition and experience, such open fractures are irreversible. If left untreated, the wound will fester, become foul-smelling, and eventually lead to death. The only solution is to cut it off directly. She raised the sharp stone knife in her hand, about to strike. Just then, buzz. The familiar voice came from above again. The cat-eared leader paused, then quickly looked up. Divine messenger. The stone knife in the cat-eared chieftain's hand fell and accidentally hit the wound of a tribesman next to him, causing the tribesman to faint from the pain. She disregarded the amputation surgery performed on her tribesman, got up from the ground, ignored her injuries, knelt down, and raised her arms to the sky. This time, there was no longer a trace of doubt in her eyes, only piety. The divine messenger gave them an early warning, saving the lives of their entire tribe. As the leader knelt in worship, the beast-eared girls around him, who could still move, struggled to their feet. Even those with broken legs forced themselves to stand up and bowed in unison to the drone in the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular and deeply moving. Inside the cave, Su Yao was operating the drone, her hands sweating nervously as she watched the beautiful women kneeling in a sea of black on the screen. Brother Lin Bei, I'm about to land. Okay, be careful. The drone descended slowly, and the screen brightness of the phone strapped to its abdomen was already turned up to the maximum. The cat-eared leader, his breathing rapid, watched the approaching divine messenger. She listened to the soft humming sound as if she were receiving a divine oracle. Finally, the drone hovered a meter above her head, with the phone screen facing her. When the cat-eared leader saw the glowing black cuboid with moving images on it, his pupils trembled. So alike. Absolutely so. It's a miniature version of the huge black holy stele at the entrance of the tribe's cave. It's a sacred relic carried by the pioneers. The cat-eared leader looked at the divine bird hovering in front of him, feeling both fear and gratitude. The descent of a divine messenger must have been for some instruction, or perhaps to collect offerings. She quickly retrieved the spatial bracelet that was clipped into the ravine and began selecting the best offerings from it. Buzz! A flash of blue light. A large, freshest, and fattest piece of six-legged beast hind leg meat appeared out of thin air. She held the still dripping meat in both hands and respectfully presented it to the drone. The drone did not react at all, and even retreated slightly. Don't want meat. The cat-eared leader was starting to panic. She waved again. The most perfectly polished ore, the most precious luminous gemstone, and a scepter symbolizing tribal power were also retrieved. She held these things in both hands, raised them high above her head, and presented them to the drone. His golden, vertical pupils were filled with humility and ingratiation. However, the divine bird in front of them still showed no intention of accepting. Isn't that enough? The cat-eared and beast-eared girl gritted her teeth, put all the supplies back into her bracelet, and presented the spatial bracelet with both hands. Brother Lin Bei, she seems to think we're going to rob us. Looking at all those nice things on the screen, Su Yao felt a little sorry for Lin Bei. It seems like they gave us the bracelet too, but it's a pity we can't get it. I really want it. I'm not in a hurry. Even if I get it, I won't know how to use it. I might as well let the beast-eared girl keep it for me first. Chapter 58. The resurrection technique given by the pioneer didn't work? It must be because I'm not skilled enough. I'm not in a hurry. Even if I get it, I won't know how to use it. I might as well let the beast-eared girl keep it for me first. Lin Bei forcibly looked away from the spatial bracelet, then painfully closed his eyes. His fists were clenched so tightly they were cracking. Su Li, standing next to him, felt both amused and sorry for him. It was a pity that the drone had no hands and couldn't communicate with him. Otherwise, I would have gotten my hands on the space bracelet. Yao Yao, control the drone to nod and hand the phone to her. Su Yao followed the instructions. The drone made a nodding motion in the air, swayed up and down, and then slowly moved forward. The phone strapped to its abdomen was almost pressed against the cat-eared leader's face. The cat-eared leader was stunned. She looked at the sacred object so close to her, then at the divine messenger. An ancient legend flashed through her mind. Legend has it that the pioneers did not ask for anything. They only gave. Give wisdom, give sparks. Given to me. With trembling hands, she carefully reached out and took the phone. The drone did not dodge. Instead, as if it had completed its mission, it shook and then gained altitude. Clatter. Holding the phone in his hand, at that moment, the cat-eared leader felt as if he were holding not an object, but the weight of the entire world. Her eyes filled with tears, and she kowtowed deeply once more. He uttered a phrase in broken, archaic language. Phew, finally it's been sent out. However, what she said is quite interesting. I don't understand the words, but I think I get the meaning. Great, Holy Mother? Are you praising us? Lin Bei stared at the mature woman on the screen, who was holding her phone and lost in thought. Don't press any buttons randomly. Turn off the screen. Even if it's a foolproof tutorial, I can't remotely teach you how to unlock it if you turn it off. Fortunately, the cat-eared leader did not make any rash moves. She remained frozen in place, as if holding a fragile gemstone, her gaze fixed on the scene playing on the screen. It is a small person wearing white clothes. He was making strange gestures toward a test subject lying on the ground. Press on the chest, blow air, then press again. A few minutes later, the experimenter who was lying on the ground sat up, seemingly revived. The visuals are very intuitive, and there are no language barriers. Although the cat-eared leader couldn't understand the words, her high intelligence immediately made her understand the meaning of the image. Is this a way to save lives? She turned her head sharply and looked at the several tribesmen behind her who had just stopped breathing and whose bodies were still warm. According to the tribe's understanding, when breathing stops, it means that the soul has returned to the earth and there is no hope of salvation. However, in the sacred object bestowed by the forerunner, the little man clearly brought the dead back to life. Give it a try. The cat-eared leader carefully placed the phone on a clean rock, making sure the screen was facing him. Then, she rushed to the side of a leopard-eared girl who had just died. She imitated what she saw in the video, overlapping her hands and pressing the heels of her palms against the other person's chest. Snap! The first strike was too forceful, and with a crisp crack, it broke the other person's ribs. The leader was startled, quickly glanced at his phone, and adjusted his strength and posture. 1, 2, 3. She mimicked the rhythm of the video, pressing the buttons clumsily but firmly. The surrounding beast-eared girls all gathered around, not daring to breathe, their eyes filled with doubt and anticipation. Once, twice. A minute passed, and there was no response. The leader didn't know how much longer it would take, but she didn't give up. Her eyes were terrifyingly determined. Pioneers don't lie. Just as she was about to blow air into her mouth a second time. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. The leopard-eared girl, who had already stopped breathing, suddenly convulsed violently, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then coughed violently. Her unfocused pupils regained focus. He's alive. Oh my God. Mia is alive. The surrounding beast-eared girls instantly erupted in chaos, covering their mouths in horror as they stared at this unbelievable scene, as if witnessing a ghost come back to life. The cat-eared leader plopped down on the ground, looking at his trembling hands, tears streaming down his face. A miracle. This is a miracle. The pioneers have given us the power to snatch our souls back from the clutches of death. Quickly carry the tribespeople out of the cave. Without stopping, the cat-eared leader and several clever members of their tribe, having learned the ropes, immediately rushed towards the other dead. Although due to clumsy technique and poor control of strength, several unfortunate men had their ribs completely crushed and never woke up again. They pounded the ground in frustration. Meow, meow, meow. We were too stupid. We failed to make good use of the power given to us by God. The beast-eared girl didn't blame the so-called resurrection spell for being ineffective. She only blamed herself for not being devout enough or for not being skilled enough. But miracles still happen. 2 more members of the tribe who had suffered cardiac arrest had their hearts restored through cardiopulmonary resuscitation. 3 precious lives. If it were before, they would have been buried in the ground. The fact that 3 members of their tribe had come back from the dead was enough to make these primitive people have an absolute faith in the small mobile phone. After the video finishes playing, it starts playing in a loop, with the scene changing. Begin playing the tutorial on fracture fixation. The leader learned what she was doing. She wiped away her tears, picked up her phone, and ran to the little girl with the broken leg. She threw away the stone knife she had prepared for amputation. Bear with it. Following the example in the video, she found 2 straight tree branches and tore off strips of animal hide. Snap! With a forceful twist, the dislocated bone was forcibly repositioned. The little girl let out a piercing scream of pain and then fainted again. But the cat-eared leader had a steady hand and quickly used a branch to clamp the broken leg and tightly wrapped it with vines to secure it. After doing all this, she took out a ginseng from her bracelet, broke off a leg, and stuffed it into the little girl's mouth. A miracle happened again. The little girl, who was convulsing from the intense pain, recovered quickly and her breathing became steady after eating the ginseng. The immobilized broken leg stopped bleeding as much as before and began to visibly reduce swelling and return to normal. No need to cut off the legs. Her leg has been saved. The onlookers, all with animal ears, wept with joy. Previously, this type of injury meant lifelong disability and loss of function. Now, the pioneers tell them, all it takes is 2 sticks and a vine to preserve the dignity of the warrior. The cat-eared leader held the phone, which was still playing a video, as if it were the most precious relic in the world. She slowly turned around to face the drone. All clansmen, kneel down. We pay the highest tribute to the pioneers who gave us new life. Splash. The entire tribe, more than 200 beast-eared girls, regardless of the severity of their injuries, all prostrated themselves on the ground, their foreheads pressed tightly against the earth, unwilling to lift them for a long time. Su Yao stared at the screen, her mouth slightly agape, having completely forgotten how to operate it. Su Li's eyes were slightly red as she gently leaned on Lin Bei's shoulder. Did we do something good? Looking at the screen full of kneeling figures, Lin Bei felt no sense of superiority. Li Xiao Yao. Lin Bei turned to look at the 2 women beside him, a smile playing on his lips as if his plan had been successfully completed. Now, we need to think about it. How can we lure the beast-eared girl leader here alone? Chapter 59. Beast-eared girl changes homes, heading in both directions? All the animal-eared girl's injuries have been treated. Using first aid techniques from Earth and the main benefits of ginseng, they revived 5 beast-eared girls who were supposed to be dead. But as the cheers subsided, emotions grew more subdued, and low sobs began to rise. The cat-eared leader is named Sylvie. Suppressing her grief, she directed the remaining members of her tribe who were still able to walk to begin preparing for the purification ritual. 15 corpses lay before Sylvie. Apart from the 8 who died on the spot, the others were seriously wounded who did not survive their injuries. In their lifetimes, they were the bravest warriors in their tribes, possessing athletic figures that would be the envy of earthlings and vibrant animal ears and tails. But now, they lay on the cold ground, some with their bodies mutilated, their blood staining the soil beneath them. The camera zoomed in, and Su Yao suddenly covered her mouth. It's that little fox with fox ears. A girl with animal ears who looks very young. She has a pair of bright red fox ears and a fluffy orange tail. Just over 10 minutes ago, the drone's camera had captured her. At that time, she was hiding behind a tree, trembling with fear, but she still picked up stones and hurled them at the orcs who were trying to break through the defenses. She must have a lovely smile. But now, his beautiful orange tail is soaked in blood, and a long metal rod has pierced his chest. His once bright eyes were now tightly closed, never to open again. What a pity. Lin Bei sighed, reached out and gently patted Su Yao's back, feeling a lump in his throat. This is the law of the world. The strong prey on the weak, and no one is absolutely safe. On the screen, Sylvie walked to the corpses of her clansmen and slowly knelt down on one knee. She reached out her hand gently and closed the fox-eared girl's eyes, then tidied her messy hair. Woo-ha! All the animal-eared girls gathered around. They formed a circle, heads bowed, emitting a low, sorrowful sob, as if humming an ancient farewell song. There wasn't much sentimentality involved. On this perilous planet, sadness is a luxury. Sylvie stood up, her eyes regaining their resolve. With a wave of her hand, several beast-eared girls brought over a large amount of dead wood and animal fat, piling them around the corpse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flames roared to life. Why did they burn it? Suli asked, somewhat understanding. Didn't they bury it? It cannot be buried. Lin Bei shook his head and explained. This is a primeval, prehistoric jungle, teeming with predators with a keen sense of smell. If we just bury them, the animals will dig them up and eat them in less than a night. Cremation is the cleanest way to let them return to nature. The three fell into a brief silence as they watched the flames rise on the screen. The ceremony was extremely brief, lasting only a few minutes. As the fire subsided, before the firebirds could even begin their shift, the catgirl Sylvie issued orders to extinguish the flames and for the entire clan to migrate. She knew she couldn't stay here any longer. The smell of blood will soon bring more trouble. Moreover, if the escaped orc's six-legged mount returns alive, there might be even more walker orcs coming to seek revenge. The cave, where people had lived for several years, was no longer safe. You're really fast. Lin Bei looked at the bustling scene on the screen and couldn't help but admire it. These beast-eared girls have amazing execution capabilities. They rushed into the cave and began packing up everything they could carry. Animal hides, dried meat, polished stone tools, and a straw mat for sleeping. Sylvie stood where the tribe originally worshipped the stone totem. She pressed a button on her spatial bracelet. Buzz! A beam of blue light swept across. The 3-meter-tall black stone tablet vanished into thin air and was stored in the space bracelet. It's been taken in. Lin Bei's eyes lit up as he looked at the spatial bracelet, his greed undisguised. Such a large stone tablet and stone axe can be put inside. Next, Sylvie went to the area where herbs were stored and put all the ginseng and other medicines inside. What happened next surprised Lin Bei. After collecting the stone tablet and ginseng, Sylvie did not collect anything else. Large quantities of smoked meat, animal hide tents, and heavy stone axes were not stored in the space, but were moved out and piled up outside the cave. The animal-eared girls brought over tamed dinosaur mounts and hung the heavy supplies on the dinosaurs' backs one by one. Several large dodo birds were also used as pack animals, their backs laden with stone bowls and basins. The dozen or so dinosaurs that remained after the war were crushed, groaning, and staggering. The animal-eared girls themselves were also carrying heavy bundles, their backs bent under the weight. Strangeness. Lin Bei frowned slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Could it be that? Su Yao blinked. The bracelet is full. Possibly. Lin Bei nodded. Either the space capacity is limited, or perhaps the bracelet has usage restrictions. For example, it may have a limited number of times it can be turned on, or it may consume some kind of energy. Whatever the reason, this discovery slightly dampened Lin Bei's desire for the space bracelet. It doesn't seem to be a bottomless pit of an all-powerful artifact. Half an hour later, a large and impressive migrating procession set off. More than 230 animal-eared girls, carrying the wounded, herding dinosaurs and dodos, and carrying large and small bags, left the home where they had lived for so long. Sylvie walked at the very front of the group. She held the stone axe in her left hand, but raised her right hand high. In her hand was a pineapple-shaped phone with its screen lit up, still playing emergency rescue videos on a loop. Like an inextinguishable sacred torch, It guides the beast-eared girl in the right direction. The procession moved with great wisdom. There were soldiers specifically tasked with covering the rear. They used huge tree branches to sweep away the footprints on the ground. They also sprinkled some unknown white powder on themselves to cover up their tracks and scent. They even deliberately created false traces in several different directions to confuse any orcs that might be chasing them. That counter-surveillance awareness is professional. The more Lin Bei looked, the more he felt that the beast-eared girls were no ordinary race. The drone followed them from high altitude. At the very front of the group, Sylvie led the way. They didn't go very far. Instead, after circling around, they arrived at an extremely hidden cave entrance in the mountain. The terrain here is treacherous, easy to defend, and difficult to attack, and there is only one narrow passage to enter. But inside lies a hidden world, a dry and spacious natural cave, perfect as a temporary refuge, etc. Lin Bei looked at the real-time map location on the tablet and chuckled. Their new home is closer to us now. Now, the straight-line distance from this new outpost to the rocky beach has been shortened to less than 50 kilometers. If the Kemonomi, animal-eared girl, runs at full speed, the journey will probably only take about half an hour. Su Li smiled too. Wouldn't you say this is a two-way street? That's great. That's perfect. Lin Bei was in high spirits. With such a close proximity, it will be much more convenient to collect protection money. No, to visit neighbors, in the future. It was already late. The drone's battery warning light started flashing red. If the battery level is below 35%, it is recommended to return to base immediately. Su Yao, let's retreat. Lin Bei ordered. There are only 2 left, don't lose this one. Receive. Su Yao controlled the drone, slowly descending the altitude, circling once above the new cave, as if to say a final goodbye. Chapter 60. A long talk with Su Li, reciting poems and composing verses. Where did the balloon come from? Inside the new cave. Sylvie was directing her people to move supplies when suddenly, the familiar sound of the divine bird's wings flapping appeared again. She sensed it immediately. After settling her people in, Sylvie walked alone to the cave entrance. The divine bird is leaving. A strong sense of reluctance welled up in Sylvie's heart. Although this divine bird looked strange and couldn't sing, it saved the entire tribe in the most critical moment. She glanced down at the still-lit holy monument in her hand. It is still shining, still imparting the knowledge of its pioneers. The messenger was leaving, but he did not take back this precious holy relic. Sylvie held the phone in both hands and tentatively raised it upwards. The drone simply retreated a short distance, as if to say, "Here, keep it and play with it." Then, the drone stopped, turned around, its tail lit up with a red indicator light, and disappeared into the vast forest as a streak of light. Sylvie held her phone, her eyes welling up with tears. She looked in the direction where the divine bird had disappeared, and bowed deeply to the drone. Arteniscula. She suddenly spoke, shouting a string of syllables towards the sky. The sound was crisp and melodious, with a strange rhythm. Unlike the crude orc language, this language seemed to contain profound meaning, with each syllable sounding like a chant. This is the language of the pioneers, found only in the oldest ruins on this planet. It means, thanks to the Forerunners, your followers will serve you forever until the 12 stars fall from the heavens. After saying that, she knelt down, her forehead pressed against the cold ground, and remained there for a long time. The tribespeople inside the cave also put down their work, left the cave, and knelt down in the direction they had left to worship devoutly. It flew too fast, I didn't hear you clearly. What did you just say? Su Yao, a poor student, scratched her head. I only heard a few words, and they sounded like they were tickling my brain. Lin Bei shook his head. I didn't hear clearly, but this is definitely not the orc language from before. It looks very high-end. Su Li thought to herself. Just hearing a little bit of it made me feel like images of stars falling were flashing into my mind. Lin Bei watched the drone automatically return to base and stretched. Who cares what she's babbling about? We can't hear her anyway. It will take a while for the drone to return to its home automatically. Let's take care of dinner first. Gulu. Su Yao, who was standing next to him, clutched her stomach and looked at Lin Bei pitifully. Brother Lin Bei, I'm so hungry. I got hungry watching them fight. Lin Bei also rubbed his stomach. Haha, okay, let's eat. Lin Bei smiled and patted her head, then picked up the dragon fong and walked towards the farmland not far away. Today is a good day. Let's skip the smoked meat and have some fresh meat. In the very center of the farmland, thick corn cobs are stuck diagonally on the corn stalks. He picked the thickest corn stalk and swiftly chopped it down. Snap! The corn stalk, as thick as a thigh, snapped in two, leaving 3 enormous golden ears of corn hanging from it, which then crashed to the ground. Peel back the outer skin, and you'll find plump, golden corn kernels, like inlaid gold gems. With a gentle pinch, the milky white liquid burst out. This is too big. Lin Bei sighed. There are 3 of us, and each of us has to finish one. Lin Bei walked into the tomato field and picked a tomato the size of a basketball, so red it was almost black. Let's go? Back to the cave. Tonight's dinner is all vegetarian. Grilled corn with tomatoes dressed with sugar. Yay! Su Yao cheered. Lin Bei carried corn and tomatoes, looking like a bountiful old farmer. Inside the cave, the large fire that had burned during the day had been extinguished, leaving only dark red embers that emitted a warm but not scalding residual heat. Su Li deftly set up the pot and poured in the underground river water. Lin Bei stuck the huge corn cobs onto tree branches and roasted them directly over the embers of the bonfire. Before long, the surface of the corn was roasted to a golden brown, and a sweet aroma of glutinous corn filled the entire cave. It smells so good. Su Yao's mouth watered. Lin Bei blew on an ear of corn, then handed it to her. Eat it directly. We're all immune to poisons. We won't die. Su Yao couldn't wait to take a bite. Ugh. The little girl's eyes lit up like light bulbs, and she mumbled something indistinctly. It's so delicious. This corn is so sweet, and it even bursts with juice. It's both chewy and crispy, and so juicy. It's 100 times better than any sweet corn on earth. Su Li also took a bite, and was equally captivated by the amazing taste, a satisfied blush spreading across her face. Seeing the 2 women's satisfied expressions, Lin Bei felt a sense of accomplishment. On a perilous alien planet, to have such a warm little nest, to be able to eat a hot, fresh meal, and to have 2 stunningly beautiful women by your side. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? After eating and drinking their fill, the 3 of them quickly washed up. It's late at night. Outside the cave, the enormous planet rose again, bringing a silent sense of oppression. But inside the cave, the lights were warm. Okay, let's go to sleep. Lin Bei stood up, stretched his limbs, and his eyes drifted towards Su Li, seemingly unintentionally. Su Li was drying her hair when she felt Lin Bei's burning gaze. Her movements paused slightly, and 2 red clouds rose on her cheeks. She didn't say anything, but quickly lowered her head, turned around, and silently walked towards her own cubicle. Furthermore, the door was not closed properly. Good night, brother Lin Bei. Su Yao, as always, went straight into Lin Bei's room. After Lin Bei came in, she rolled into his arms with practiced ease, found a comfortable position, and closed her eyes. Lin Bei patted her back stiffly, his mind drifting to the next room, the one with the door slightly ajar. Time passed second by second. Su Yao's breathing gradually became deep, as if she had truly fallen asleep. Lin Bei tentatively pulled his arm, which was being held down by Su Yao, out. It went smoothly. The little girl simply rolled over, hugged the blanket next to her, and didn't wake up. A good opportunity. Lin Bei's heart raced. He quietly got up and, like a thief, slipped out of the room, glancing back every few steps. He gently closed the wooden door behind him. The moment the door closed, Su Yao, who had been fast asleep, suddenly opened her big eyes. In the darkness, her big eyes shone brightly, showing no sign of sleepiness. Su Yao's face was flushed, and her heart was pounding like a drum. Oomph, you bad brother. He must be going to find your sister. Su Yao bit her lip, listening to the deliberately lowered footsteps outside the door as she walked towards her sister's room, feeling like 100 kittens were scratching at her heart. He really wanted to find his sister. My sister is a bad person too. Although she is usually a bit naive, the feeling of being connected with her sister made her realize that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. My heart is beating so fast. Su Yao clutched her chest, feeling a mix of nervousness and shyness transmitted through the bond between twins, which made her curl up in the blankets, feeling both shy and somewhat inexplicably expectant. Next door. Lin Bei pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door. The room was dark, with only a faint glow from the minerals coming in from outside. Su Li was curled up in the quilt, wrapped up like a silkworm cocoon, her shy and flustered eyes tightly closed, not daring to look at the door. You've come. His voice trembled, as if he was about to cry. Lin Bei closed the door behind him, walked to Su Li's side, and looked at this once proud young lady who was now like a frightened little rabbit, feeling a surge of affection in his heart. He didn't speak, but simply reached out and slowly pulled down the clothes covering her face. Her stunningly beautiful face, flushed crimson, was revealed. He leaned down and kissed her. As if by magic, Lin Bei pulled a small square box out of his pocket. By the dim light, Suli could make out the words on the box. She nearly jumped out of bed, pointing at the small box. Where did this balloon come from? How could something like this possibly exist on an alien planet? Lin Bei solemnly opened the packaging, looking completely innocent. It was found in the country's supply package, hidden deep in the bottom layer of the first aid kit. I strongly suspect that the command center didn't dare tell my Aunt Sue when they were preparing these supplies. Lin Bei complained as he spoke. If your mother found out about this, she'd probably cross galaxies to wipe me out. Puff. Suli couldn't help but laugh at his words, which eased the tense atmosphere considerably. But then she tensed up again, glancing nervously at Lin Bei, who was so close by, her eyes darting nervously towards the next room. Please keep your voice down. Don't wake Xiao Yao up. That would be so embarrassing. Lin Bei leaned down and gently blew into her ear. Don't worry, you're the one who's speaking quietly. What did you say? Su Li's eyes widened. But Lin Bei didn't give her another chance to speak. Shoo. The two sat down for a long talk, and Lin Bei recited a poem on the spot. Goose, 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 with its neck bent, it sings to the sky. Chapter 61 Su Yao, Don't Leave Me. At dawn, before the three alien suns had fully risen above the mountain, the light inside the cave was dim and ambiguous. There was an indescribable, sweet scent in the air. Lin Bei opened his eyes groggily, still not fully conscious. Last night was indeed a bit like King Zhou of Shang. In alien caves, soundproofing is practically non-existent. Long-term repression, culminating in an emotional outburst under extreme circumstances, is like dry tinder igniting a raging fire. Once lit, it's difficult to extinguish. I instinctively tried to stretch, but found myself as if I were locked in place by something. I looked down. In his arms, Suli was curled up like a tired kitten. Her usually aloof and proud face was now pressed against his chest, and she was sleeping soundly. Her long hair was scattered messily on Lin Bei's chest, and her exposed shoulder had faint red marks. The two had a long talk last night. To Lin Bei's surprise, there was a pendant hanging on his back. Lin Bei turned his head slightly, and saw that Su Yao had slipped in at some point. She was now wrapped around his back like a koala, her face pressed against his back, sleeping in an extremely unrestrained manner. This girl. Lin Bei was both amused and exasperated. He carefully tried to sit up without waking the two of them. But as soon as he moved, Su Li in his arms woke up. She opened her beautiful eyes slightly and glanced at Lin Bei with a somewhat dazed look. Then, as if recalling some ancient poem, her cheeks flushed red, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. Morning. Her voice carried a hint of seduction, making Lin Bei's bones go weak. Lin Bei lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, his eyes tender. Sleep a little longer? Su Li shook her head, trying to sit up, but felt weak and sore all over, as if her body had fallen apart. She gave Lin Bei a reproachful glare, her eyes filled with both shyness and a touch of longing. Just then, the pendant on the back also moved. Ugh, bad guy. Su Yao mumbled in her sleep, rubbed her eyes, and sat up. Her hair was a mess, like a bird's nest. When she looked up, Su Li quickly pretended to be still half asleep. The girl's originally fair face now had two enormous dark circles under her eyes, and her big eyes looked at Lin Bei with deep resentment. Uffed. Lin Bei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yao, did you go to dig coal? Or did you transform into a giant panda last night? Su Yao pouted and looked at him with a wronged expression. She snorted, her voice filled with resentment. Do you know what time it is now? I also want to go to bed early, but last night in the cave, I don't know who was reciting poetry or which oriole was singing. The blunt truth completely shocked Su Li, who was still pretending to be asleep. Su Li's eyelashes trembled a few times. She simply couldn't keep up the act any longer and could only slowly open her eyes. Xiao Yao, Su Li stammered. You're bullying me. Su Yao wrinkled her nose and poked Lin Bei's waist with her finger. Brother Lin Bei is a bad guy. He only tells stories to my sister and not to me. I heard it all. He told stories for a long, long time. Xiao Yao. Su Li reached out from under the covers and took her younger sister's hand. Seeing her sister's helpless and guilty expression, Su Yao's pent-up grievances suddenly vanished. She wasn't actually angry. Rather, she felt a sense of loss at being excluded, along with shyness and curiosity about her sister's bold behavior. Su Yao pouted, let go of Lin Bei, turned around and hugged Su Li's waist, burying her head in her sister's arms and nuzzling against her. We agreed to go together, but he secretly came to study on his own. Don't leave me alone next time. Su Li stiffened, then gently stroked her younger sister's long hair, her eyes filled with doting affection and apology. I'm sorry, it was my sister who was too selfish. It won't happen again. The two sisters snuggled together in bed for a while, and their little knot loosened up. Get up. Get to work. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Lin Bei quickly turned over. At times like this, one should talk less and do more. After a quick wash, the three of them sat around a small stone stool and ate breakfast. Today's breakfast is crispy and fragrant wild boar jerky, paired with fresh giant tomatoes. The sweet and sour flavor is refreshing and very appetizing. Lin Bei and Su Li looked radiant and full of energy, their skin glowing. On the other hand, Su Yao, although she ate with relish, looked quite distressed by her constant yawning. Lin Bei silently placed the largest piece of meat from his bowl into Su Yao's bowl. Eat more to nourish your brain and body. Thank you, brother Lin Bei. Su Yao immediately beamed, forgetting all about her dark circles. After finishing his meal, Lin Bei habitually walked to the teleportation portal to check it out. The light screen displayed a reassuring emerald green color, with a countdown timer on it. 11:05. It's been 11 minutes. Lin Bei swallowed the jerky in his mouth, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. According to the previous plan, this was enough for him to return to Earth again, allowing him to make some arrangements at a more relaxed pace. Lin Bei, when do you plan to go back? Su Li handed him a glass of warm water and asked with concern. No rush. Lin Bei shook his head and made a decision. The opportunity to go back is rare, and I don't want to just go back to let people know I'm safe or to get some supplies. The space bracelet, if we don't get our hands on it, I will not consider going back. With this, I can bring more supplies when I return to Earth next time, and I can also bring all the belongings you want to take with me. Upon hearing this, a hint of anticipation flashed in Su Li's eyes. Although Lin Bei is now home on this alien planet, there are still many things on Earth that are hard to let go of. Yao Yao, get ready to work. Lin Bei greeted him. Although Su Yao was sleepy, she immediately perked up when she heard that she was going to play with drones. Received. Ace pilot Su Yao requests to be deployed. She skillfully opened the military tablet, connected it to the drone, and after automatically returning to base last night, the two remaining drones were fully charged. With a buzzing sound, the drone took off. The first thing to do is a routine patrol. The drone ascended to an altitude of 500 meters and quickly circled along the boundary of the scorched earth forest. The direction from which the orc cavalry attacked was the primary focus of the investigation. Under the high-definition camera, everything is clearly visible. The distant primeval forest remained lush and green, and apart from the occasional herbivorous dinosaur, some of which were 20 or 30 meters tall, wandering along the edge, there were no signs of any large-scale biological migration. No large green creatures were found, Su Yao reported, looking at the screen. And no six-legged monsters either. Safety. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that although a few six-legged beasts escaped yesterday, they did not attract the main force. Or rather, the orcs' revenge is still gathering momentum and won't happen anytime soon. As long as those ugly freaks don't come, we're safe, Lin Bei said. Next, we should go and see the Kimonomi's new home. With a flick of her fingers, Su Yao controlled the drone to change direction and head straight for the hidden cave dozens of kilometers away. I wonder if the pretty lady has learned how to use a mobile phone yet. Su Yao was somewhat expectant. If she accidentally turns off the video, she'll probably cry in a panic. Probably not. I've set it to never lock. It'll keep running as long as it has power. Lin Bei smiled. However, when the drone flew over the Kimonomi's new home and zoomed in, the scene that appeared on the screen froze the smiles on the three of them, turning them into utter bewilderment. What are you doing? Su Li's eyes widened, somewhat unable to believe what she was seeing. Originally, Lin Bei thought he would see the animal-eared girls start a new life, hunting and raising dinosaurs. But reality was completely different from what he expected. Outside the cave, all the animal-eared girls were gathered around a giant rock. They all had their heads down, ears drooping, tails tucked between their legs, and faces filled with fear and unease. Right in the center, in front of the black stone tablet that the beast-eared girl regards as sacred and inviolable, their clan leader, the noble and aloof cat-eared chieftain Sylvie, was kneeling on both knees at this moment. She did not wear the fur coat that symbolized her leadership status, but instead went topless, exposing her fair, smooth, and beautifully shaped back to the air. She held the phone in both hands, raising it high above her head. It was the pineapple phone that Lin Bei had given her yesterday. However, the phone she cherished as her life was now completely black, and no matter how she held it up, it no longer emitted any light. Behind Sylvie stood two cat-eared and beast-eared girls. They were carrying out the execution while wiping away their tears. Slap, slap. With each lash, the two beast-eared girls cried even harder, as if the blows to their leader were piercing their hearts. Sylvie's face was filled with remorse and a sense of atonement. Chapter 62 The Pioneer's Test for Me? Sylvie's fair back was now marked with shocking scars. She's being punished? Su Yao was dumbfounded. How dare these beast girls punish their leader? She is punishing herself. Lin Bei stared at the black screen of his phone and realized what was happening. My phone is out of battery. We set it to loop playback, so it would definitely shut down automatically after playing videos all night. She must think she has damaged the sacred object bestowed by the Forerunner and extinguished the holy light, so she is here to apologize with thorns on her back. After hearing this, Su Li's expression was a mixture of helplessness and amusement. Isn't that a bit too honest? Watching the cat-eared girl kneeling on the screen, being tortured from time to time, Lin Bei felt both amused and inexplicably heartbroken. No, it's more like a financial pain. Such a perfect back, it's such a pity not to get cupping done, but instead it's left with scars. No, we have to stop it immediately. Lin Bei made a decisive decision. I was originally thinking about how to play tricks and lure her, a cat, over, but now it seems I don't need to bother anymore. She is currently filled with fear and self-blame. If the divine messenger appears at this moment and beckons to her with a finger, she will definitely follow without hesitation. Yao Yao land. Fly the drone right up to her face. Don't point the camera at snow-white areas. Okay. Su Yao pushed with her finger. Sylvie is indeed on the verge of a breakdown. She gritted her teeth and endured the torture. The pain in her back was nothing compared to the panic in her heart. Yesterday, the divine bird bestowed a sacred object, saving the lives of 5 members of their tribe, the greatest miracle of their tribe. She carefully made offerings all night long, not daring to sleep, and kept staring at the magical glowing scene. The small monument that had been imparting knowledge to the pioneers suddenly went black, without warning this morning when the sun rose. No matter how she called out to it, pressed the raised button, or tried to feed it the best jerky, the sacred object remained unresponsive. Has God abandoned us? Or is it because I wasn't devout enough and accidentally broke it? Just when Sylvie was in despair. In order to appease God's anger and to make the sacred objects shine again, she chose the oldest method of atonement: asceticism and corporal punishment. She ordered 2 cat-eared girls from her tribe to execute her, hoping to express her remorse in this way. Wah, Chief, stop hitting us. We can't keep going. The little girl behind me cried until her voice was hoarse and she could barely stand. Continue. Sylvie gritted her teeth, her voice firm. This is my sin. If we don't appease the gods, the Cloud Silk tribe has no future. Buzz. A familiar and sacred humming sound, like heavenly music, resounded overhead. Divine bird. The divine bird has returned. Sylvie raised her head, ignoring the burning pain in her back. The divine bird hovered in front of her, its indicator lights like a pair of scrutinizing eyes, coldly staring at her. My lord divine envoy. Sylvie frantically grabbed her animal skin coat to cover her body, fearing that her lowly flesh would insult the eyes of the divine messenger. Then he raised the black-screen phone high with both hands and lay prostrate on the ground. I am guilty. I have damaged the sacred monument. Please punish me. Do not take your anger out on my people. Oh dear, how pitiful. Su Yao couldn't stand it anymore. Under Lin Bei's command, she manipulated the drone to sway left and right in the air, as if it were shaking its head. It made a very human-like gesture. The fuselage tilted forward, as if nodding, then turned and flew away. After flying a short distance, it stopped in midair and looked back at her. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Keep up, stop talking nonsense. Sylvie looked up, her golden vertical pupils, still wet with tears, filled with confusion. Seeing that she didn't move, the drone flew back, circled her once, and then flew away again, stopping every now and then, as if waiting for her. This time, even the slowest person understood. Does God want me to follow him? The messenger did not abandon her. The messenger of God came to guide her to atone for her sins. Sylvie dismissed the 2 tribesmen who were still hesitating about whether to continue the execution, ignoring the wounds on her back. She grabbed her phone, hugged it tightly to the snow-capped mountain, and shouted to her people. I'm going to see the pioneers. I beg for forgiveness. After saying that, She took long strides and ran wildly in the direction the drone had flown away. Under the scorching sun, a silver-white figure raced through the newly formed scorched earth forest. Against a black and white backdrop, countless tender green seedlings sprout from the soil, vying for sunlight. Sylvie was incredibly fast. Even rugged roads seemed like flat ground to her. She was like a tireless leopard cat, closely following the drone in the sky. For a physically strong animal-eared girl, a 50-kilometer journey is nothing more than a warm-up. 40 minutes later, after crossing a low, scorched hillside, the scenery ahead changed. She had excellent vision and could see a sudden oasis 500 meters away. The enormous solar panels reflected a dazzling light under the sun, like a mirror left behind by the gods. At the entrance of the cave, a black turret, spinning tirelessly, flashes red lights. It exuded a dangerous aura that made her hair stand on end. It is Lin Bei's farm. The overgrown cornfields and tomato groves stand out against the backdrop of the rocky beach. Is that the habitat of the divine bird? Sylvie slowed her pace, looking at the enormous fruit with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Having lived in the jungle for 120 years, she had never seen these plants before. The drone didn't fly in. It hovered around the edge of the oasis, seemingly waiting for her. Sylvie took a deep breath, tidied her messy hair, and walked forward solemnly, holding her phone. However, just as she stepped into the boundary, which was 200 meters away from the farmland, an invisible and intangible, yet extremely terrifying, poisonous gas attacked her. Cough, 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 cough. Sylvie felt as if a burning ember had been stuffed into her nasal cavity, and a burning sensation shot through her throat. The feeling of suffocation rushed up her trachea and into her lungs, almost killing her on the spot. Next are the eyes. His once sharp, golden vertical pupils now felt like they had been splashed with acid, burning with pain. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably, blurring my vision. This is poison gas. Sylvie was horrified and instinctively wanted to back away. But she quickly stopped. She looked at the vibrant habitat of the divine bird ahead, and then at the sacred object. A thought popped into her mind. This is not poison gas. This is a barrier set up by the pioneers. It is a trial I must pass. I am guilty. I damaged the sacred object. This is my punishment. I must endure this pain in order to receive forgiveness. Sylvie gritted her teeth, her beautiful face showing a look of resignation to her fate. She didn't retreat a single step. Instead, she closed her eyes, held her breath, and endured the excruciatingly spicy taste, moving in step by step with great difficulty. The mutated pepper defense line planted in Lin Bei has matured after several days of growth. The ones that mature quickly have already fallen off and rotted naturally, and the high concentration of capsaicin has evaporated into the air, forming a natural barrier that even the animal-eared girls cannot defend against. Every step Sylvie took was an act of torture. Chapter 63. Sylvie, bound hand and foot, her spatial bracelet glowing. Every step Sylvie took was an act of torture. Snot and tears streamed down his face. His once fair skin turned bright red from the irritation, and the wound on his back throbbed with excruciating pain, as if salt had been rubbed into it. But she didn't utter a single word. Finally, she passed through the area where the chili peppers had the strongest flavor and walked forward 50 meters. Just when she felt like her lungs were about to explode, the terrifying smell around her finally faded. She made it through. Sylvie staggered out of the chili pepper barrier, gasping for fresh air as her vision cleared a little. What came into view were two earthen yellow figures diligently weeding in the field. Is it a club? Although Sylvie felt dizzy and lightheaded, her instincts as a ginseng-digging beast-eared girl remained. Two ginseng spirits who were working looked up and saw this evil star who was all red, disheveled, and looked like a demon. The little red flowers on their heads were instantly startled and stood straight. They had witnessed firsthand how these ear-covered, tail-wearing monsters treated their own kind like carrots. Driven by a deep-seated fear, the two ginseng spirits let out a pig-like scream and scrambled into the cave. Don't run away. Sylvie reached out her hand, wanting to explain that she meant no harm. But her body had reached its limit. The intense physical stimulation, combined with the frantic running and mental stress, caused her vision to go black. Plop. The powerful cat-eared leader, the strongest combat force Lin Bei and his companions had encountered so far, collapsed next to two large cabbages. Inside the cave, the three of them fell silent after watching the horrific scene on the screen. The two ginseng spirits rushed into the cave and met their master. As if she had found a powerful backer, she clung to Lin Bei's leg and pointed at the unconscious figure outside, making accusations. Lin Bei kicked the two drama queens away, one after the other. The three looked at each other in bewilderment. Hiss. It's collapsed already? They had imagined countless scenarios for their meeting. It could be a majestic divine decree, or it could be equal negotiation, and they were prepared to use firearms to suppress anyone who disobeyed. But I never imagined that the other person would be knocked out by a ring of chili peppers. Su Yao scratched her fair arm, as if she could also feel the soreness. Brother Lin Bei, isn't the chili pepper we planted a bit too abnormal? She looks like she's almost ripe. Su Li frowned, feeling a little reluctant. Perhaps the beast-eared girls have an extremely sensitive sense of smell. The mutated chili peppers are practically gas chambers to them. Lin Bei smiled, a smile tinged with unexpected surprise. I had originally prepared a whole set of scripts for supernatural tales, such as divine light descending and stern reprimands, but now it seems I've wasted my time. I never expected that the chili pepper wall would be more effective than firearms. He waved to the two women. Take a rope, the strongest kind. Tie her up before she wakes up. With this level of combat power, if she woke up and went berserk, the three of us combined wouldn't be enough to defeat her with one hand. Lin Bei, rifle in hand, led the two women out of the cave. As our ancestors once said, first use force, then courtesy, to firmly grasp the initiative. He first checked the gun emplacements at the entrance and confirmed that they were currently in closed mode. Lin Bei didn't want the catgirl he'd finally managed to trick to be shot in two by a cannon. The three then arrived at the edge of the field, where the pungent smell emanating from the catgirl was still somewhat irritating. Sylvie lay quietly beside the cabbage, her eyes closed, tears still streaming down her face unconsciously. Her once exquisite and aloof face was now flushed and streaked with tears, giving her a heartbreakingly beautiful appearance. The most problematic thing is her figure. Because of her frantic run and her act of apologizing, her upper body was almost bare, with only a few layers of animal skin bandages wrapped around her vital areas. The defined abs from long-term exercise, the full and firm chest, and the slightly undulating belly that shone brightly in the sunlight. The tattered animal skin skirt on her lower body couldn't conceal her long, powerful legs, which exuded a wild and explosive energy. Gulp. Lin Bei's Adam's apple bobbed, and he quickly recited to himself, if the heart is pure as ice, one will not be alarmed even if the sky falls. Do it. He handed the rifle to Su Li, and with great effort turned Sylvie over so that her back was to him. Although the other party was unconscious, Lin Bei did not dare to be careless. Instead of using the usual bundling method, he adopted a technique he learned from a small website. It is said to be the most difficult tactical binding technique to break free from. This binding method is not only secure and greatly restricts the opponent's strength, but also has an excellent visual effect. The rope passed under his armpits, around his neck, and he was tightly bound. It made her already stunning figure even more prominent. Phew, all done. Lin Bei tied several tight knots, wiped his sweat, and looked at the stunning catgirl in front of him, whose height only reached his armpits when she stood up, yet she was bound hand and foot. Very satisfied. The Christmas gifts are packed. Lin Bei. Su Li stood to the side, watching this scene, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at Lin Bei with a strange expression. Where did you learn this way of tying people up? It looks so shady. Cough cough. Lin Bei, without blushing, continued to spout nonsense with a straight face. This is called tactical bondage. It's a special force technique used to deal with high-risk prisoners. It might look a little indecent, but it's incredibly effective. If you don't believe me, wait until she wakes up and try it. The more she struggles, the tighter it gets. After confirming that she was safe, the three men stood beside her, looking at her with curiosity and inquiry, as if they were observing an alien. Is this really a cat-eared girl? Su Li said softly. Their facial features are even more defined than ours, and their skin looks like it's been photoshopped. Except for their heads and tails, you can't see a single hair anywhere else. Su Yao's curiosity also surged up. She crouched down in front of Sylvie, reached out her little hand, and gently pinched the fluffy white cat ears. Warm, soft. They're real ears. Su Yao felt like she had discovered a new continent, and her courage grew. Then her gaze moved down and landed on Sylvie's still magnificent chest, even though it was being restrained. Is this real? It's huge. The little girl looked at her own respectable size, then at the other person's, and immediately felt a little unconvinced. She reached out as if possessed, wanting to poke it to verify its authenticity. Su Yao, where are you touching? Lin Bei was stroking Sylvie's fluffy tail, checking for any hidden weapons. When I looked up, I saw that girl's hands were even souther than mine. I think I see something hidden inside. But, brother Lin Bei, didn't you touch it too? Su Yao made up an excuse, but her fingers actually touched a cold object. Huh? There really is something. She pulled a dead cell phone and a metal ring from the white expanse. For some reason, the bracelet is faintly flashing a blue light. Brother Lin Bei, look. The bracelet. She's hiding the bracelet in her bosom. It seems she also knows this thing is the most important and is afraid of losing it. Lin Bei's gaze shifted away from Sylvie's long, smooth legs, which were taller than his chest, and was drawn to what Su Yao was holding. It was the space bracelet he had always dreamed of. Why is it glowing? Let me see. Lin Bei took the bracelet. It felt cold to the touch, and the material was unknown. He mimicked how Sylvie operated the bracelet, as he had seen her do on the screen, and reached out to touch the surface of the bracelet with his finger, attempting to input his fingerprint. The bracelet didn't react at all. The blue light continued to flash slowly. No? Lin Bei frowned and handed it to Su Yao. Yao, you try it. Su Yao poked at it for a long time, but there was no response. Su Li also tried, but was unable to activate it. It seems there is a biolock or a special unlocking method that we don't know about. Lin Bei sighed and casually slipped the silver bracelet onto his wrist. Never mind, let's leave it for now. We'll interrogate this cat girl properly to find out how to use it once she wakes up. Shall we? Keep watch with your gun and see if you've woken up. Yao, lend a hand. Let's get her to the cave entrance, so she doesn't catch a cold lying in the field. Good. The two men, one in front and one behind, lifted up Sylvie, who was bound hand and foot. Rise. Lin Bei exerted all his strength, thinking he could lift it with his current power, but his body suddenly sank, and he almost strained his back. Wow. It's so heavy. Lin Bei was stunned. Although the cat girl looks tall, her figure is well proportioned and doesn't have that explosive muscle look. But once they started, it was as if the two of them were moving a solid block of iron. It's so heavy that neither of us can lift it. It weighs at least 400 kilograms. Su Yao was also exhausted and grimaced. Brother Lin Bei, is this sister made of iron? It took the two of them a great deal of effort to drag the unconscious Sylvie to the cave entrance and let her sit down with her back against the hard mountainside. I had barely sat down and hadn't even had a chance to catch my breath. Huh? Lin Bei, your hand. Su Li pointed at Lin Bei's wrist. Lin Bei looked down and his pupils suddenly contracted. The silver bracelet on his wrist was now more than twice as bright as it had been before. Moreover, the flashing frequency is getting faster and faster, as if it is responding to something. What's going on? Why did it become brighter when we got to the cave entrance? Lin Bei tried taking a step back, and the light dimmed slightly. He took another step forward, and the light intensified once more. It is reacting to something. A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Bei's mind, and he turned to look at a raised patch of ground to the left of the cave entrance. There lies the mysterious metal cube that the three men retrieved from the scorched earth forest. It's that Rubik's Cube. Lin Bei's heart pounded. He quickly walked to the burial site, and, without even using a shovel, dug through the loose soil with his bare hands. A metal cube covered with openwork patterns was revealed. Chapter 64. Here's a bird's leg for you. Don't bite my hand. The sun shines brightly on the rocky beach. Lin Bei squatted in front of the small pit he had dug, holding a metal cube with a hollowed-out structure in his hands. At this moment, the space bracelet on his wrist shone brightly, like a high-powered lamp, flashing a blue glow that almost made people's eyes blur. Buzzing. The cube trembled slightly in his hand, as if yearning for some kind of connection, or perhaps performing some kind of verification. How exactly do I use it? Lin Bei was so anxious that he scratched his head and cheeks. He tried touching the texture on the cube with his fingers, tried twisting it like a Rubik's Cube, and tried rubbing the bracelet against it. But nothing happened. This thing is like a stone that only glows, without any real reaction. It neither popped up a holographic projection, nor transformed into a transformer. Does it require a spell? Open sesame. Summon the dragon. Lin Bei shouted at the cube twice, but there was no response. Could it be a signal generator? Could the Trisolarans be on their way? After trying for a few minutes, Lin Bei had to admit that the anti-theft measures of high-tech civilizations were indeed not something that a country bumpkin like him could easily crack. Forget it. I'm not going to bother anymore. He sighed and had no choice but to give up. He turned to look at the cat-eared girl who was still unconscious at the cave entrance. Although the woman had a strong constitution, she was now fast asleep after being exposed to high concentrations of capsaicin for so long. Let's wait until she wakes up. She's an indigenous person and a chief, so she should know how to use this thing. Lin Bei stood up and patted the dirt off his backside. Since we're just idling around anyway, let's get some work done. In the following period, the three of them transformed into hard-working decorators. We've decided to live in the cave long-term, so the living conditions there need to be improved. The ground is still a rough, uneven surface that makes it easy to trip. Lin Bei used a twig to draw on the ground, and the three of them redesigned the layout of the cave. Our cave is roughly a long, deep oval shape. The first half, although close to the cave exit and well-ventilated, is where the portal is located. Every day, a campfire had to be lit to recharge it, which made it smoky and unsuitable for living. Lin Bei drew a circle in the first half with a twig. This area will serve as the work area, kitchen, and storage space for miscellaneous items in the future. The latter half of the ellipse. He pointed to the back part of the cave. It's temperature-controlled, quiet, and close to the underground river. We've demolished all our small rooms, leaving only one as a living area. Your separate rooms are just for show, especially Su Yao. Your room is still brand new. The two girls exchanged a glance, their faces flushing slightly. Great. I want to lay floor tiles. The ground is uneven right now, and it's easy to twist your ankle. Su Yao raised her hand and suggested. Approved. Clear division of labor. Lin Bei was responsible for selecting flat, moderately thick, sheet-like rocks from the rocky beach outside. The two ginseng spirits who were still slacking off in the cave were ruthlessly driven out by Lin Bei. Move bricks. Lin Bei placed a rock slab weighing over 20 kilograms on the head of one of the larger ginseng roots and secured it slightly with ginseng whiskers. Bring it in. You'll get white rabbit milk candy after you finish the work. Upon hearing that there would be milk candy, the two ginseng spirits became incredibly energetic. With his two thick, chubby legs, he huffed and puffed as he took on the role of a porter. One of the larger ginseng spirits, relying on Lin Bei's backing, dared to extend a tendril and gently tug at Sylvie's head while moving stones. Slap. The sound was crisp and clear. It remembered that one of its 8-year-old friends had its head bitten off by this creature. Inside the cave, sisters Li and Su Yao were responsible for laying the stone slabs that had brought the ginseng on the ground of the living area. They then filled the gaps with fine sand dug from the corners to make them as flat as possible. As for the cat-girl captive, she was still bound hand and foot, leaning against the mountainside at the cave entrance, her head drooping limply to one side. Her long silver hair covered half of her face, giving her a somewhat desolate, battle-damaged appearance. I doubt he'll wake up anytime soon. Time flies, and 3 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. Brother Lin Bei, that's enough. Su Yao called out from inside the cave. Oh, I'm exhausted. Lin Bei threw down a stone and went into the cave. Thanks to the efforts of the three, the residential area has been paved with a smooth layer of bluish-gray stone slabs, making it look much cleaner and tidier, and finally giving it a bit of a homely feel. Take a break and have something to eat. The three of them were exhausted and started to replenish their energy. Just then, Nai. Outside the cave entrance came a piercingly shrill scream. Immediately afterwards, two tan-colored figures rushed into the cave as if their butts were on fire, crawling and scrambling to hide behind Lin Bei, trembling with fear. Woke up. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed, and his body reacted. The only thing that could scare these two potatoes like this is the animal-eared girl at the door. Let's go. Xiao Li, grab your weapons. Let's get out. Su Li reacted quickly, putting down the canned food bowl and wooden chopsticks. He grabbed the rifle leaning against the wall, released the safety, and the movement was swift and decisive. Su Yao was holding a freshly heated dodo bird leg in her hand, sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, which smelled delicious. She couldn't bear to put it down, so she simply took it with her and went out. Before leaving the cave, Lin Bei, wanting to show off, deliberately placed the drone on his and Su Yao's heads as headdresses. Outside the cave entrance, Sylvie felt a splitting headache and a burning sensation in her throat. She struggled to open her heavy eyelids, and her confused gaze gradually focused. Where am I? She instinctively tried to raise her hand to rub her eyes, but found that she couldn't move her arm at all. I looked down. He found himself bound hand and foot in an extremely bizarre way. The strange knots were deeply embedded in her body, not only rendering her unable to move, but also making her already impressive figure even more exaggerated. Is this another test for me? A hint of doubt flashed through her mind. Just then, three figures blocked the sunlight and stood in front of her. Then, she saw the three people who came out. The little man and girl walking at the front each had a four-winged divine bird perched on their heads. The divine bird perched quietly on the top of their heads, its red and green lights shimmering like a divine halo. The woman next to him, who looked exactly the same, held a black, strangely shaped metal rod. When the end of the metal rod pointed at her, Sylvie's fur stood on end. Danger. Extremely dangerous. This feeling was exactly the same as the fear I felt when a red dot pointed to my chest. Sylvie's gaze swept over the three of them. She had no hair, smooth skin, and wore strange but exquisite animal skins. Her features resembled hers, but were softer. A thought flashed through her mind. Isn't this the race that appeared in the Holy Monument? Could they be the ancient gods who, according to legend, created this world and then abandoned it? Pioneers. Pioneer. Sylvie was overwhelmed with shock. This must be a test from an adult. I broke the sacred relic and was brought here, where I met the true pioneer. Sylvie imagined everything. She stopped struggling and tried to kneel down to pay her respects. But the ropes binding her were too tight. The special binding method made it even tighter the more she struggled, making it hard for her to breathe. Helpless, she could only give up standing, lean against the wall, lower her head as humbly as possible, and utter a series of hurried words to the three of them. Gulu Karasher Miao. This is a complex collection of Orsish common language, interspersed with honorifics. It means, the lowly sinner Sylvie pays homage to the great pioneer. Please forgive my ignorance. I am willing to accept any punishment. However, the three people opposite them looked at each other in bewilderment. What is she saying? Su Yao took a bite of her chicken leg and asked indistinctly. Is she cursing us for tying her up? Can't understand. Lin Bei shook his head. It's all gibberish, completely impossible to communicate with. The biggest obstacle right now is the language barrier. Sylvie also noticed this. Seeing the three adults' blank expressions, she felt even more panicked. It's over. The pioneer cannot understand the lowly orc language. But she doesn't know how to speak the noble, pioneering language. She only knew a few phrases, which she used for sacrificial prayers. The scene was quite awkward at one point. Don't get agitated. Lin Bei waved his hand, signaling her to stop. Sylvie immediately shut up, looking obediently at Lin Bei with eyes full of expectation. Gulu. Just then, a loud clap of thunder came from inside Sylvie's stomach. She felt a little ashamed and blushed. How utterly impolite it is to be hungry and growl in the presence of the messenger of God. But she was so hungry. After running dozens of kilometers and being overwhelmed by the spiciness for half a day, I was starving. At this moment, smelling the fragrant roasted bird leg in Su Yao's hand, he couldn't help but drool. Are you hungry? Lin Bei understood this reaction. Yao Yao, give her your bird leg to eat. Oh. Su Yao looked at the delicious food in her hand with some reluctance, but still obediently walked over. She knelt down in front of Sylvie, held the huge dodo bird leg sprinkled with cumin and chili powder to Sylvie's mouth, and said in a cute and adorable way, Here's some food for you, but don't bite my hand. Chapter 65. Oh no. The cat girl has barbs. Language development terminal for young children. Here's some food for you, but don't bite my hand. Hill looked at the food being offered to his mouth, feeling flattered and overwhelmed. Is this food bestowed upon us by an adult? She dared not refuse, so she opened her mouth and carefully bit into a piece of meat. Sylvie, who had never eaten chili peppers before, only felt a burning sensation when she ate them, but then the aroma of meat filled the air. This kind of food, cooked with earth seasonings, is a complete game-changer for Kemonomi girls who only know how to eat it raw or simply grill it. Sylvie wolfed down the food, quickly chewing and swallowing the huge bird leg, meat and bones alike. After finishing her meal, she stuck out her small tongue, which had fine, soft barbs, as if she wanted more. He licked the chili powder off his lips. All right, we've eaten. It's time to get down to business. Lin Bei took the drone he had been using to show off back into the cave and put it away, then took out the mysterious metal cube. He walked up to Sylvie, knelt down, and held up two complimentary items to her face. Hello, big cat. Lin Bei pointed to the still glowing bracelet on his wrist, then brought the metal cube closer to Sylvie's eyes, gesturing with his hands. Do you recognize this? Sylvie's gaze fell on Lin Bei's wrist. She certainly recognized the glowing bracelet. It was the relic of the forerunner that she risked her life to sneak into the treasure vault of the Walker Orc tribe several years ago. As a result, their Yunsha tribe has been hunted down ever since, and as recently as yesterday, they were attacked by orcs. However, when her gaze fell on the metal cube held in Lin Bei's hand, her vertical pupils widened suddenly, and she even stopped breathing. The holy box of enlightenment. Legend has it that this is the pinnacle of wisdom left to the world by our forefathers. Over tens of millions of years, countless walker orcs have tried to open it, either by burning it or by smashing it with brute force. But the holy cube never responds to the orcs, who only know violence. However, these half-orcs, whom the orcs regarded as deformed and lowly, were different. According to ancestral teachings, as long as an orc possesses sufficiently devout faith and touches the sacred box with the tip of their tongue, there is a very small chance of receiving a response from the Forerunner. Granted 1 to 3 sentences of the pioneer's divine words. The few words of the Forerunner's prayer that she shouted into the drone earlier were words that orcs had painstakingly obtained from the holy box in this way and passed down from generation to generation. Sylvie looked at the cube so close to her, her whole body trembling with excitement. Is this great man testing me? Or perhaps it's because I followed along devoutly even after being punished, so the adults are going to reward me. Grant me more knowledge of divine language? Thinking of this, Sylvie's eyes welled up with a misty haze. Meow. She nodded vigorously, then stretched her neck, slightly opened her rosy lips, and stuck out her pink and moist tongue. She made a ritualistic licking motion towards the cube in Lin Bei's hand. Hiss. Lin Bei was startled and quickly pulled his hand back, almost causing the cube to fall to the ground. What are you doing? Looking at the stunningly beautiful cat girl so close to me, at her nimble, barbed tongue, and those big, watery eyes. She glanced at Su Li, who was frowning, and Su Yao, who looked on with curiosity. This action is too easy for people to misunderstand. She wouldn't be thinking. Want a French kiss? Or is it some kind of special ritual for animal-eared girls to show their submission, like licking their master's hand or face? Lin Bei felt his throat go dry and his heart race. This is so exciting. Su Yao hasn't even eaten yet, and he's already starting to mess with the cat girl. Isn't that too beastly? I wonder if this alien beast-eared girl brushes her teeth. What if it has rabies? What would the child born from a human and a cat girl look like? Lin Bei's mind flashed through countless images that were neither suitable for adults nor hygienic. What are you thinking about? Su Li glared at him. As an observer, she had noticed him more closely. She wasn't staring at you. She was staring at the cube. Is it possible that this thing needs to be licked to activate? I've seen many novels where the way of recognizing a master is through DNA authentication, such as blood recognition or saliva recognition. With saliva? Lin Bei looked at Sylvie. When Sylvie saw the holy box being taken away, she cried out in distress, her tongue sticking out as if she desperately wanted me to lick it. Really? Genetic lock. Biometric authentication. This is all too common in science fiction movies, except some use fingerprints and others use irises. Could it be that this alien black technology is so wild that it uses DNA directly from saliva? Hearing Su Li's words, Lin Bei looked at the cat-eared girl in front of him, who was sticking out her pink tongue and trying to get closer. He became possessive of his food. This is mine. Put your tongue back in. Lin Bei pushed Sylvie's large head away. You guys help block my view. If that doesn't work, I'll still have to let this cat lick it. Lin Bei spoke to Su Li and Su Yao, then turned around and hid behind the two women, his back to Sylvie, who was tied to the ground. I'll give it my all for the cheat code. Lin Bei looked at the cold metal cube in his hand, made a firm decision, and quickly lowered his head. He stuck out his tongue and quickly licked the intricate openwork pattern. It smelled a bit like pig urine and had a metallic coolness. The moment his saliva touched the metal surface, it was absorbed. Boom! The cube, which had originally been just emitting a faint glow, suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly violent reaction, like a newly started nuclear reactor. The cube stopped flickering and burst forth with an extremely dazzling blue beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Holy crap! The beam of light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Then, the cube broke free from Lin Bei's grasp and automatically floated in midair. The hollowed-out metal lines began to rotate and recombine, producing the pleasant sound of gears turning and mechanical meshing. A ball of light appeared. Immediately afterwards, a childlike and cheerful voice rang in Lin Bei's mind. The sound contained a strange rhythm and was extremely pleasant to the ear. It was a language he was familiar with, yet he could inexplicably understand its meaning. Lin Bei scratched his head. What do you mean by preschool version? The ball of light hovering in midair seemed to pause for a moment, its light flickering twice. It seems they didn't expect that this noble first-class citizen with a 99.99% genetic purity would be an illiterate person who couldn't even speak his mother tongue. The sphere of light emitted a soft, blue, fan-shaped beam that enveloped Lin Bei's head. Check if there's something wrong with his brain. Lin Bei felt a slight chill in his brain, as if knowledge had washed over his mind, but nothing remained. There was no discomfort. On the contrary, my thinking became unusually clear. That is, less than a second. Unknown language logic architecture detected. Scanning the brain's language center. Parsing complete. Target language, ZYP 1129, Milky Way Galaxy, Earth Chinese. Language packs loaded in real time. The next second, the orb of light spoke again. This time, it spoke in standard Mandarin with clear pronunciation and a broadcaster's accent. The pioneering kindergarten version of the language learning terminal for young children has been launched. Identity verification in progress. It was detected that citizens have not yet mastered the Herald language. Although the Herald language possesses the characteristic of forced comprehension, this operation has a 0.00001% probability of causing brain damage in pups. In accordance with the first-class citizen protection law, the forced interpretation function has been automatically disabled. Your safety is paramount. Oh dear. So it's a newly born, first-class citizen, stranded in the countryside. No wonder you couldn't understand, poor thing. But it's okay. To take care of the newborn baby, Little Fairy has already learned your dialect. Hello, little friend. I'm your language learning teacher, Little Fairy. Lin Bei. Is this thing sentient? It can learn Chinese in a second. You have been detected to be in kindergarten number CB 12. The environment in this kindergarten is extremely harsh, with many native small animals and exotic wild animals. Please be careful. Downloading essential local survival language packs for you. Lo Orsish and Heraldese. Download complete. Start installation now. Although Lin Bei was a little resentful of being called a kid, the words of the light sphere stirred his heart. And still, behind him, Sylvie stared wide-eyed at the holographic projection floating in the air. She trembled violently, not from fear this time, but from extreme shock and ecstasy. Holy Spirit. She had only ever seen such a sight in the oldest murals of the Walker Orc tribe. Legend has it that tens of millions of years ago, the true pioneers arrived. That was the first time the holy box had shown such a completely liberated posture. She felt ashamed. She had just tried to activate the sacred box with her humble saliva, which was blasphemous. These three adults in front of me are truly pioneers. Sylvie could no longer hold on. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from sheer joy. Chapter 66. Teacher, are you serious? Tutoring sessions last a century. And still, with Lin Bei's command, the ball of light floating in the air suddenly expanded and then transformed into countless streams of light, rushing straight towards his brow. Lin Bei instinctively closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and braced himself for a sudden, intense headache. He thought about it, and concluded that this so-called learning knowledge from alien high technology was like dumping all the data from a USB drive into a hard drive. Simple and crude. However, the expected pain did not occur. There was only a strong feeling of weightlessness. When Lin Bei opened his eyes again, the scenery around him had undergone tremendous changes. The three alien sons have disappeared, as have the unconscious cat-eared girl and her twins. This is a pure white space. It was blindingly white and utterly white. Lin Bei was stunned. This feeling was all too familiar. Isn't this the space where I was bound to the portal when I first transmigrated? Before he could react, the white space began to distort and recombine. The floor was laid out, the walls were erected, and sunlight streamed in through the windows, bringing with it the distinctive smell of chalk dust and old books. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bei found himself sitting at a desk with some peeling paint. Looking around, there's a blackboard and a podium. There's also the slogan, "Study hard and make progress every day," on the bulletin board on the back wall. This is clearly his high school classroom on Earth. Exactly the same. Even the words, "I was here," that I carved with a compass on the white wall were perfectly replicated. Scene generation complete. A crisp sound of high heels clicking on the ground came from the classroom doorway. Tap, tap, tap. Amidst the clatter of high heels, the classroom door was pushed open, and a tall female teacher walked in. She was wearing a white shirt, with the top button undone and the collar slightly open. She wore a black bodycon miniskirt that hugged her long legs, covered in black semi-transparent stockings and red-soled high heels. He wore black-rimmed glasses and held a thin pointer in his hand. Lin Bei's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Is this teacher serious? Hello, little friend. The female teacher walked to the podium, adjusted her glasses, and gave a professional smile. I am your first teacher, Little Fairy. This is a scene automatically generated based on your deep brain memory of the learning environment you most desire. Lin Bei blushed. She's slandering me. She's slandering me. Ahem, how do we learn it? Is it that if you point at me, I'll learn it? Lin Bei asked tentatively. Of course. No. Teacher Xiaoxian smiled and shook her head, tapping her pointer on the blackboard with a crisp cracking sound. Knowledge needs to be accumulated, and language needs to be practiced. Even genetic infusion requires a digestion process. Here, the flow of time is completely isolated from the outside world. Please sit down and open your textbooks. We'll start by learning the basic orc language. As she finished speaking, a book as thick as a brick appeared on Lin Bei's desk. Lin Bei swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding washing over him. How long does it take to learn that? I'll keep going until I learn it. Teacher Xiaoxian pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and said with a smile, if you fail the exam, Teacher Xiaoxian will punish you physically. Now that we've talked about the rewards, what about the punishments? Little fairy. Hell. It's absolutely hell. Lin Bei originally thought this was a cheat code, but it turned out to be a cram school prison that lasts for years. Lin Bei spent the first 3 months in the learning space in agony. Orcish is not actually difficult. It has a small vocabulary, a simple and straightforward grammatical structure, and most of its pronunciation relies on vibrations and roars from deep in the throat. Roar. Time to eat. Ga. Kill. Woolala. Mating with me. Lin Bei shouts at the air in the classroom every day. Under Teacher Xiaoxian's strict tutelage, he spent 3 months finally mastering this wild and violent language. In the final mock exam, he can now exchange insults with virtual orcs without any problems. Ultimately, relying on his imagination from Earth, he created new words and directly cursed a walker orc to death. Congratulations, you have passed the exam. The orc language course has ended. Teacher Xiaoxian nodded in satisfaction, then waved her hand and replaced the book on the table with another one. This was no longer a brick, but a thin booklet radiating starlight, with runes that Lin Bei couldn't understand flowing across it. Next comes the esteemed words of the pioneers. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. This book is so thin, it should be ready in no time, right? Teacher Xiaoxian revealed a meaningful smile. The pioneer language is a language of universal rules. Each syllable contains multidimensional information. It is not only a language, but also a collection of mathematics, philosophy, art, and the application of energy. This booklet is just a table of contents for the textbook. The nightmare has begun. Lin Bei never imagined that learning a foreign language would be even more difficult than cultivating immortality. The pronunciation of the avant-garde is extremely counterintuitive, sometimes requiring the simultaneous emission of 3 frequency bands, and sometimes a single word represents an entire logical formula. A year has passed. Lin Bei just learned to say mom. 10 years have passed, and Lin Bei is now able to have simple daily conversations. 50 years have passed, and Lin Bei has gradually begun to understand the logical beauty behind the pioneering language. In this enclosed classroom, there is no sunrise or sunset. It's just endless studying, memorizing, and taking exams. Lin Bei broke down several times, wanting to give up and smash his desk. But every time this happens, the seemingly gentle teacher will smile and wave her pointer, letting him experience what it means to be a teacher. 100 years. A full 100 years. Lin Bei felt his beard had grown to the ground, and his eyes, which had initially been clear and foolish, had become weathered and profound. Finally, in the final exam of the first 100 years, he recited a poem praising the stars in avant-garde language and passed. Congratulations, Lin Bei, a first-class citizen. Teacher Xiaoxian closed her textbook, and the smile on her face finally became more genuine. You have grasped the basics of the precursor language, enough to use it on this inferior planet. Get out of class dismissed. As those 2 words were uttered, the surrounding classrooms shattered as if a mirror had been turned. Lin Bei's body trembled. Outside, at the cave entrance. In Li and Su Yao's eyes, Lin Bei only trembled slightly. His eyes glazed over for a moment, then regained their clarity. The whole process took less than a second. Hoo-hoo. Lin Bei, however, was panting heavily as if he had just emerged from the deep sea, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. His eyes held a hint of confusion, followed by deep fear and relief. The tedious learning memories that have lingered in my mind for over a century are fading and blurring at an alarming rate. It's like having a very long dream, which quickly dissipates upon waking. All that remains are the knowledge and muscle memory etched into one's bones. The obscure and difficult to understand avant-garde language now flowed from his lips as if it were his mother tongue. The roar technique in the orc language has also become instinctive. Chapter 67. Private tutoring lessons for 2 women. Lin Bei? What's wrong? Su Li noticed that Lin Bei was not in a good state, so she quickly stepped forward to support him and asked with concern. Brother Lin Bei, you're sweating so much. Su Yao came over to wipe his sweat. Looking at the 2 vibrant, concerned faces before me, the surreal feeling on Lin Bei's face finally dissipated. I'm back. I'm finally back. He could no longer control his emotions and stretched out his arms to tightly hug the 2 bewildered girls in front of him. The real body temperature, the faint fragrance on their clothes, and the bewildered beating of their hearts. All of this tells him that the monotonous, silent prison of a century, where only studying was possible, is over. Lin Bei, are you alright? Su Li was struggling to breathe from the tightness, but she could feel Lin Bei trembling. Instead of pushing him away, she gently patted his back. It's nothing, I just had a nightmare. I dreamt that I went back to class. Lin Bei took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and released the 2 women. He turned to look at the sphere of light floating in the air. At this moment, the once dazzling enlightenment terminal had dimmed considerably, like a light bulb running out of power. Hey, little fairy. Lin Bei tentatively asked, using the pioneering language he had just learned. Since you are the enlightenment terminal, do you know the specific situation of this planet? For example, what is the origin of alien technology? And what is the deal with the huge planet above us? The orb of light flickered twice, and Teacher Xiaoxian's voice rang out. Excuse me, Your Excellency first-class citizen. This terminal is intended solely for language learning for young children and does not include a space database or a biological encyclopedia. Citizens are encouraged to explore the local indigenous population and the ecological environment on their own. Sigh, I'm nothing but a teacher. Lin Bei was somewhat disappointed. But thinking about it, it makes sense. It's like asking a digital reading machine how an atomic bomb is made. Of course it wouldn't know. In that case, let's teach them both too. Lin Bei pointed to Su Li and Su Yao beside him. In the future, when dealing with the beast-eared girl tribe, I can't always be the translator. This opportunity to quickly master 2 foreign languages is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Although the process was a little painful, Lin Bei has almost forgotten about it. Instill in them Orsish and Protoss languages. Received. Scanning for target organism features. The sphere of light emitted 2 beams of blue light, enveloping Su Li and Su Yao. The 2 women were a little nervous, but seeing Lin Bei's encouraging gaze, they didn't flinch. A few seconds later, the red alarm light flashed. Warning. The test results are as follows. Pioneer gene purity, 82% hybrid degenerative gene. Judgment. The candidate has not met the Pioneer language learning qualification line, which requires a minimum of 90%. Forced indoctrination may overload the brain. Only low-level orc language can be instilled. Lin Bei frowned. 82%? Judging from this, the portal really was aimed at me back then. Did the 2 women just casually bring them along? Lin Bei thought for a moment and asked, is there any other way? As a first-class citizen, do I have any special privileges? The sphere of light remained silent for a second. It has been detected that you have the highest privileges on this terminal. Solution search in progress. Warning. Insufficient energy to sustain the master-teacher teaching mode. Program change. Switch to subconscious self-learning mode. This mode will access deep memories in the student's brain and automatically generate the most authoritative and trusted figure in the student's subconscious as a virtual mentor. Note, due to non-standard teaching methods, learning efficiency will decrease by 50%, and the subjective learning time will be extended to over 200 years. A teacher's teaching style depends entirely on the student's subconscious perception of the teacher. Cost. Upon completion of the infusion, this terminal will degrade due to energy depletion, reverting to its basic material form, the phase bracelet. Execute. Phase bracelet. Lin Bei glanced at the spatial bracelet on his wrist. So this is what it looks like when it's out of power. Since you have no other use for it, turning it into a bracelet is not bad. As long as I can learn 2 languages, I don't care how long I spend in my dreams. I'll forget the pain as soon as I come out of them. Lin Bei waved his hand. Execute. Use your privileges to cram them with the full language package. Yes, Your Excellency, first-class citizen. Authorization granted. Energy core unlocked and overclocking mode activated. The ball of light in the air no longer maintained its spherical shape. It flowed down like liquid, splitting into 2 soft streams of light that entered the spaces between Su Li and Su Yao's eyebrows respectively. The 2 women went limp and, before they could even speak, collapsed into Lin Bei's arms and closed their eyes. This time it seemed to take a little longer than Lin Bei had just experienced. Lin Bei could see their eyelids spinning rapidly, as if they were experiencing a long dream. About 3 seconds passed. The light flowed out from between their brows and then reconverged in the air. But this time, the light from the orb dimmed and eventually went out completely. The clicking sound of the metal structure being reassembled rang out. Bite! A delicate silver bracelet fell into Lin Bei's palm, exactly the same as the one Sylvie had brought. Done. Lin Bei put away the bracelet and looked down at the two sleeping beauties in his arms. Hey classmate, wake up, get out of class is over. As he called out, the two women in his arms trembled slightly and slowly opened their eyes. However, the moment they saw Lin Bei's face clearly, their eyes made Lin Bei freeze and get goosebumps all over. It wasn't the usual look of dependence or admiration. The two women's eyes were filled with resentment, tenderness, and endless longing. It's like looking at a heartless man who abandoned them hundreds of years ago, or like looking at a lover who has spent countless years with them. His gaze was so intense, it seemed to melt Lin Bei away. Lin Bei felt uneasy under their gaze, instinctively shrinking back and swallowing hard. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you looking at me like that? Were you being punished? Corporal punishment? Su Li interrupted Lin Bei. Who is your teacher? Lin Bei asked curiously. Li and Su Yao didn't speak, but just kept staring straight at him. After several seconds, as if they had agreed beforehand, the two answered in unison. You? Lin Bei was stunned, pointing to his own nose. Su Yao suddenly hugged Lin Bei's neck and burst into tears, her eyes filled with tears of joy. Brother Lin Bei, you're so mean. I couldn't beat the orcs in the exam, and now you won't even let me eat in my dreams. If I can't memorize the words, I want to eat that bird's leg, and you'll hit my butt with a pointer. Lin Bei was stunned. So, in Su Yao's subconscious, she was a devilish tutor who wouldn't feed her? Su Li, with red eyes, reached out her hand. His fingertips trembled as he stroked Lin Bei's cheek, as if to confirm if it was real. Her voice was very affectionate, carrying emotions accumulated over a century. Do you know how good my upbringing is? Su Li looked into Lin Bei's eyes, and tears streamed down her face. In the classroom, where there were only the two of us. You've been teaching me for 200 years, holding that pointer. Every day, every minute, every second. It's all about you. Chapter 68. Activating the phase bracelet and gaining storage space. Su Li stroked Lin Bei's cheek, calming her emotions somewhat, her gaze as gentle as water. She reached out her hand, her eyes glazed over. She carefully straightened Lin Bei's slightly disheveled collar. 200 years have passed. Although many memories have become blurred after I woke up, I have learned 2 languages. But more importantly, she tiptoed and whispered in Lin Bei's ear. I have seen my own heart clearly. She didn't continue speaking, but instead leaned forward and gently kissed Lin Bei's lips. Thank you for always being so understanding of us. Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat, and he stretched out his arms to hug the 2 girls tightly. The atmosphere was warm and inviting. This bond has nothing to do with lust, yet it was heavier than any physical union. Don't worry. Lin Bei gently patted their backs. Whether it's 200 years or 2,000 years. As long as I am here, I will never let you be alone. The 3 of them embraced quietly, letting the lingering charm of a century pass flow through their hearts. Until the tedious memories of learning gradually faded from my mind, leaving only the instinct to master language and a profound sense of emotion. A long time. Su Yao rubbed her eyes and slid off Lin Bei. Brother Lin Bei, where's the little light ball? Why is it gone? Su Li was also a little embarrassed. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, Yes, did it run out of energy and disappear in order to instill language in us? There was a hint of regret in her voice. The light sphere is, after all, a product of high-tech civilization, and it looks very impressive. Yes, it's completely gone. Its energy was depleted, and it degenerated into this. Lin Bei opened his palm, showing the phase bracelet that had been transformed from a cube. In the learning space, I tried asking around and found out that this cube is essentially just a children's reading machine. Lin Bei felt somewhat helpless. I asked it, what are the coordinates of this planet? It said that this question was beyond the scope of kindergarten knowledge. When asked why a day on this planet also has 24 hours, the answer is that it's elementary school physics. When asked why we were chosen, they knew nothing, only knew how to sing nursery rhymes and physically punish students. They didn't even have a monster encyclopedia. Lin Bei weighed the silver bracelet in his hand, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. In exchange for a cube that requires some kind of vacuum zero-point energy to be charged, You two are fluent in the language, plus a real space equipment. We made a killing on this deal. Upon hearing about the space equipment, the two women's eyes lit up. Brother, let's try it quickly and see if we can put anything in it. Su Yao urged excitedly, taking out half a bird leg from her bag that she hadn't had time to eat yet, and handing it to Lin Bei. Don't rush, we still need to verify the genes. Lin Bei looked at the new bracelet on his wrist, which had been transformed from a cube. It looked exactly the same as Sylvie's bracelet. Lin Bei put the bracelet to his mouth. Do you still want me to lick it? Sully felt it was a bit disgusting. This is a necessary method for genetic certification. If you don't want to lick it, you can use blood. Lin Bei didn't stand on ceremony. He stuck out his tongue and gently licked the outside of the bracelet. Buzz! A pale golden halo flowed across the surface of the bracelet. Level 1 citizen certification passed. The phase space folding force field has no time flow, thus initiating a spatial fluctuation that only Lin Bei could perceive spread out. It's open. Lin Bei was overjoyed. He had seen with his own eyes the phase space located in the bracelet. Holy crap! What's wrong? Sully noticed Lin Bei's surprise. Is the space small? That's okay. Even if it's only a few cubic meters, it's fine. How many cubic meters? Lin Bei swallowed hard and drew a circle in the air with his hands. Its length, width, and height are all estimated to be 10 meters. 1,000 cubic meters, a full 1,000 cubic meters. It's like carrying a small villa inside the bracelet. Li and Su Yao exclaimed in surprise. So big? Wouldn't that be able to fit all the supplies in our cave inside? Lin Bei rubbed his hands together excitedly. Although it can't carry people, with this bracelet, things like generators, gasoline cans, and even getting a tank in the future are not a dream. But then, a question suddenly occurred to him. That's not right. With such a large space, why did Sylvie and the others only take the stone tablet and a few supplies when they moved? We clearly saw them using dinosaurs and dodos to carry large quantities of pots, pans, and tent frames, panting and groaning from exhaustion. Why use such a large space instead of manual labor? Lin Bei's gaze fell on the bracelet on his other hand. Those were spoils that Su Yao picked up from the Sylvie Snow Mountain. You'll know once you try it. Lin Bei reached out and lifted the phase bracelet, which still retained the body heat of its original owner. He unconsciously brought the bracelet to his nose and smelled it. A faint milky aroma wafted into my nostrils. Abnormal. Sully blushed and spat. Lin Bei remained calm and focused on getting down to business. He skillfully stuck out his tongue and gently licked the outside of the bracelet. The familiar light shone again, but this time the message was completely different. High-level gene authentication was detected. Forcefully stripped the original owner of their permissions during permission override. Existing space constraints, 100 by 10 by 1 cubic meters. Phase space expansion is underway. Expansion complete. Current available space, 1,000 cubic meters. Upon hearing this series of hints, Lin Bei suddenly realized what was going on and couldn't help but laugh out loud. I see. He explained to the two women. It's not that they're stupid, it's that they don't have the authority. In Sylvie's hands, the spatial limit was locked. They could only use 100 cubic meters of space. The height was also limited to 1 meter. No wonder it can only hold a stone tablet and a few supplies before it's full. The rest of the junk can only be carried by dinosaurs. Lin Bei flicked his wrist, exuding an air of domineering arrogance. Now, I'm a privileged user, and I've unlocked the entire space. We now have 2 super warehouses with a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters each. But that's not the most crucial point. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lin Bei's eyes, and he said excitedly, when I was binding just now, I received a core message. The bracelet stores items in another phase space, which overlaps with the current world but does not interfere with it, and does not depend on the universe we live in. After 200 years of study, Sully had become much smarter. It means. You guessed right. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. This means that even if I return to Earth through the portal, the space inside the phase bracelet can still be opened. The contents inside will still exist. Although the teleportation mechanism limits me to carrying only inanimate objects less than my own weight. But the items in my bracelet are not subject to this restriction. In other words, we now have a portable warehouse that can ignore the weight restrictions of teleportation. The three of them exchanged a glance and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Chapter 69. Everyone sit tight. I, Lin Bei, am about to show off to the cat-eared girl. The sun lingered for 3 days, its light and shadow fading westward. A gentle breeze stirred up the remaining white ash from the grass and wood on the ground, swirling it into the distance. Lin Bei left the two women inside the cave. We can't possibly send the whole army out every time we see a cat girl, can we? He sat alone on a boulder a few steps away from Sylvie, fiddling with two things in his hands. The left hand holds a dragon fang, its blade gleaming with armor-piercing light after being tempered by fierce fire. For detailed specifications, please see Chapter 27. On his right hand was a phase bracelet. Under his control, the dragon teeth kept disappearing and reappearing. Continuously, items are inserted and removed from the phase bracelet. Suddenly, Lin Bei had a flash of inspiration. Let's see if we can exploit a bug. He tried to put Sylvie's bracelet into his own bracelet space, like a nested doll. Let's see if we can exploit a bug to create a nested space. However, when he began to try to operate it, a strong repulsive force arose out of nowhere, just like two magnets with the same polarity repelling each other. No matter how hard he tried, the bracelet in his hand could not pass through the invisible phase space barrier. As expected, it didn't work. It seems my wish for an endless nesting doll-like effect has failed. Lin Bei pursed his lips with some regret and put his mind at ease. He put the bracelet, filled with dried ginseng and fresh animal meat, on his other hand. The bracelet automatically shrinks to fit Lin Bei's wrist size. Li, Su Yao, stay in the cave and don't come out. Without turning his head, Lin Bei gave an order to the cave entrance. Next comes the moment of judgment from the adults. Too many people will ruin the atmosphere. I know. A sweet response came from inside the cave. The two girls were hiding in the shadows, peeking. Not long after, bound hand and foot, Sylvie, still unconscious, let out a groan, her long eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. The moment consciousness returned, previous memories flooded back like a tide. The burning sensation of chili peppers, the suffocating aroma, the delicious food, and the arrival of the pioneer. Woke up? A detached voice came from behind. Sylvie looked up abruptly. What came into view was the pioneer sitting against the light. Although he was small, he was tall and straight, with a handsome face and deep eyes that seemed to hold the stars and the sea. He toyed with the dragon tooth in his hand, exuding a dangerous aura. Sylvie suffered cardiac arrest. She instinctively wanted to kneel down, but she couldn't move. She could only lower her head and dare not look directly at this living pioneer. Lin Bei looked at the cat-eared girl who was terrified of him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He didn't use Orcish or Chinese. The vocal cords vibrated slightly, and the position of the sound production changed in a wonderful way. Combined with a specific mental fluctuation, a string of beautiful and mysterious syllables was uttered. She understood. To Sylvie, it was as if a heavy hammer had struck deep into her soul. This language has a unique rhythm, with each syllable subtly conforming to the rules of the universe, carrying a natural sense of superior authority. Pioneer's words. It is a sacred language that exists only in the oldest records of the tribe and was used only by the pioneers to communicate. Sylvie trembled violently. She dared not disobey this divine decree. She raised her head, trembling, her golden eyes brimming with tears mixed with fear, but even more so with a longing and fervor at having encountered faith. Oh God! She tried to speak, but found that she didn't know how to speak such a noble language and could only whimper. Seeing that the deterrent effect had been maximized, Lin Bei's lips curled slightly, and he switched to the orc language he was more familiar with. Do you understand this, little cat? The contrast created by this seamless transition left Sylvie's mind blank. 1 second, she was a high and mighty deity. The next, she was speaking the language she knew best. Grown-ups. You actually understand such a lowly language. She responded haltingly in the same Orcish language. In her mind, pioneers were the supreme creators. How could they possibly deign to learn the language of slaves and beasts? Oh, Lin Bei smiled faintly, a smile that was utterly classic, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain and nonchalance. It's just the simple howling of a lower creature. If I want to, I can learn it in a second. Lin Bei gave himself a perfect score for this show-off. Although he was slapped in the palm of Tokyo-sensei's hand for 100 years in the white space, in Sylvie's eyes, this was the omniscience and omnipotence of an adult. Sylvie lowered her head even further, almost touching the ground, as a sign of absolute submission. The pioneer not only possessed great power, but also wisdom that mortals could not attain. All right, since we can communicate, let's have a chat. Lin Bei gently patted Sylvie's smooth thigh with the side of his dragon fang blade, signaling her to relax and not be so tense. The rope was digging into their flesh and snapped. Name? Sylvie Moonshadow. The cat-eared girl lowered her eyes, her voice extremely respectful. Identity. The current leader of the Yunxiao tribe. At this point, Sylvie's expression dimmed slightly. A nomadic tribe consisting of more than 200 orcs who escaped from the Walker orc tribe. A half-orc. Lin Bei caught the word and raised an eyebrow slightly. This title is too awful, I don't like it. From now on, no one is allowed to be called a half-orc in my territory. Lin Bei pointed at Sylvie's ear. From now on, you will be called beast-eared girls. Beast-eared girl? Although Sylvie was tied up, her ears still twitched twice. The pronunciation is a bit awkward in Orcish, but it sounds strangely noble and pleasant. It sounds much better than the discriminatory terms half-orc or deformed species. Was this the name bestowed upon our race by our forefathers? A warm feeling welled up in Sylvie's heart, and her gaze towards Lin Bei became even more devout. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, Your Excellency. All right, don't thank me yet. Lin Bei sheathed his knife and got down to business. He desperately needed to understand the information about this world. I ask you, why are there 3 suns in this world? Why is a day considered a day? You probably don't know the answer to these questions. Lin Bei originally wanted to ask why this planet has 3 suns and why a day is also 24 hours long. But seeing Sylvie's blank expression, he decisively gave up on the profound astrophysics question. Let me ask another question. Lin Bei pointed at her, then pointed in the direction of the beast-eared girl tribe in the distance. Where did you beast-eared girls come from? Why are you all women? Upon hearing this question, Sylvie's eyes dimmed, and an unspeakable shame and sorrow appeared on her face. Back to my lord. She bit her lip, her voice low. We half-beast girls were all born to walker beast men. What? Although Lin Bei had made various guesses before, he was still so shocked when he heard the result with his own ears that he almost lost his footing. Chapter 70. Some speculations about the world. Orcs, your emperor has returned. What? The walker orc, standing 4 meters tall with a blue face and fangs, covered in black fur, and looking even uglier than a wild boar. It's incredible that she could give birth to such a stunningly beautiful mature woman with snow-white skin, exquisite features, a hot figure, and adorable animal ears. Is this a gene mutation? The selfless orc gave all his virtues to the beast-eared girl and kept all his flaws for himself. Lin Bei felt that his basic biological knowledge had been seriously challenged. So Lin Bei swallowed hard and asked tentatively, Your mother is? They're all ordinary female walker orcs, Sylvie whispered. Lin Bei, the scene is too beautiful to imagine. He quickly shook off the absurd images in his mind and continued to ask, Since you are all born of beast men, why do you look so unique? Lin Bei recalled what he had seen in the drone footage before. Some have cat ears, some have fox ears, and some have rabbit ears. Even though all the walker orcs look the same, how come their daughters are all different, like 100 flowers blooming? How chaotic must the orc genes be? Sylvie shook her head, her eyes also filled with confusion. I don't know, sir. We are born like this. Some of the sisters have pointed ears, so they are stronger than others. Some women have long ears, so they can hear farther than others. Like me, because I have these cat ears, I am more agile than the other sisters. But in the eyes of the walker orcs, we have no thick fur, no strong muscles, and no fangs. We are merely degenerate, deformed children. Sylvie gave a bitter smile, her eyes filled with desolation. Most importantly, we are unable to have children. There seems to be some kind of curse between us and the walker orcs, which prevents all the beast-eared girls from reproducing. If we weren't still able to work, or if we weren't stored as food, we would have been killed by falling at birth. Lin Bei frowned as he listened. This is unreasonable. If it were natural evolution, it would be impossible for such a diverse range of mutations to occur within the same species. Unless it's not natural evolution. Could this be the result of some kind of artificial intervention? Or perhaps some ancient genetic lock has been unlocked? Alright, next question. Lin Bei's expression turned serious, and he asked the question that concerned him most. How much do you know about God, the forerunner you speak of? When the pioneers were mentioned, Sylvie's expression became extremely solemn. She gathered her thoughts and spoke in an epic, reciting tone. Legend has it that a long time ago, long enough that even mountains had not yet risen up, the great pioneer has suddenly descended upon this barbaric world. At that time, this planet was ruled by a terrifying 6-legged behemoth. In order to transform this world, the pioneer brought a powerful creature called the Waka beast dinosaur from his homeland, as well as other 4-legged beasts. Later, he even used divine power to create the walker orc race. Lin Bei's heart stirred. Create? The pioneer led the orcs and wakamen in a long war against the native six-legged behemoths. Those were glorious years. The orcs were the most loyal warriors of the pioneers. Sylvie's eyes suddenly turned filled with grief and indignation. However, with the victory in the war, the adults left and went to the heavens, which only appear at night. The remaining walker orcs became greedy and arrogant. They not only started killing each other, but also attacked the wakamen indiscriminately. They even betrayed the pioneer, attempting to steal the sacred relics and ruins he left behind. Final. Sylvie sneered. Although they have taken over the world, they have lost the favor of their forefathers, their intelligence has degenerated, and they are left with only savage instincts. The walker orcs of today no longer acknowledge the existence of the Forerunner. They destroy history to cover up the filthy sins of their traitors. Lin Bei understood. This is an alien version of a drama about the grudges and love affairs between the creator and the created. If what Sylvie said is true, then orcs are indeed a species that isn't very bright. And what about you? Lin Bei looked at her and asked, since the orcs have betrayed you, why can you still use the sacred artifact? Sylvie raised her head, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. Because we are different. Although the sinful blood of orcs flows in our veins, our souls belong to the pioneers. Only our beast-eared girl race, in very rare circumstances, can receive a response from the sacred object. Like this bracelet and the holy box. She stared at the glowing bracelet on Lin Bei's wrist, her eyes burning with fervor. Although we can only use a little bit of our power, it is enough to prove that the pioneer has not completely abandoned us. We are the chosen ones who redeem ourselves. For tens of millions of years. We've finally waited for you again. When Lin Bei heard Sylvie's request for loyalty, he did not rush to accept it. He seemed to be deep in thought. The relics are unusable by orcs, but can be used by beast-eared girls with limited abilities. As for himself, an earthling, he immediately gained access to the highest level of privileges. Connecting these clues, a startling conjecture emerged in his mind. Could the so-called pioneers be the ancestors of earthlings, or some advanced civilization with the same genes? Orcs were his failed experiments. As for these beast-eared girls, Lin Bei looked at the creature in front of him, which was almost too beautiful. Perhaps this is the perfect race that the pioneers of the past truly wanted to create? A perfect creature that combines the powerful physique of orcs with the aesthetic sense and potential for intelligence of humans. However, this experiment may have been interrupted or delayed for some reason. This perfect gene only happened to awaken accidentally among the descendants of the orcs millions of years later. You've got something special. Lin Bei touched his chin. If that's the case, then wouldn't my identity as a fake pioneer make me the legitimate supreme ruler on this planet? Could it be that? Orcs, has your emperor returned? Grown-ups? Seeing Lin Bei deep in thought, Sylvie mustered her courage and asked to submit again. Lin Bei snapped out of his daze. What a pioneer. Since you don't want it anymore, then I'll take over this world and these beautiful beast-eared girls without hesitation. He calmed Sylvie, who was eager to submit, and continued to ask the last few questions. Chapter 71. I accept the submission of the beast-eared girl clan. Very good. After asking all his questions, Lin Bei stood up and looked down at Sylvie. Li, Su Yao, come out. Bring your weapons and wet towels. Lin Bei shouted into the cave. Soon, two beautiful figures emerged. Li held a fully modified rifle in her hand, the muzzle intentionally or unintentionally pointing at Sylvie, her index finger always resting not far from the trigger. She perfectly played the role of a pioneering guard. Su Yao stood by, observing, holding a damp towel in her hand. With Li standing by as a deterrent, Lin Bei finally felt safe enough to step forward. He reached out his hand. Whoosh. The rope was untied. Sylvie let out a relieved groan. The suffocating feeling had finally disappeared. She did not get up. Slowly moving his somewhat stiff body, some marks were left on his originally fair and jade-like skin. But Sylvie didn't care about the pain. She did something that made Su Yao blush. She simply gazed intently at Lin Bei with her golden vertical pupils, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear, awe, and gratitude, which ultimately transformed into pure reverence. Without any hesitation, she began the oldest and most sacred submission ceremony of the beast-eared girl tribe. Sylvie rolled over, her back pressed against the rough ground, and lay obediently at Lin Bei's feet. She curled up her long legs, trying to expose her abdomen to Lin Bei's view without reservation. The pair of cat ears on its head drooped obediently at this moment, still trembling slightly. Along with its large cat tail, it was also pressed against its body. This reveals her inner tension and submission. In the animal kingdom, showing one's most vulnerable and fatal abdomen to another signifies absolute trust and submission. Please grant me your blessing, Your Excellency. Sylvie closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, awaiting the pioneer's mark. Lin Bei looked at the visually striking scene before him, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Is the cat girl using this trick to test herself? He remained calm and withstood the test. Lin Bei squatted down and slowly extended his right hand. His warm palm gently pressed against Sylvie's flat stomach, which had defined abs. The skin beneath my palms is as delicate as silk, with a smooth and silky feel. As is customary, we must compose a couple of lines at this point. Lin Bei mobilized the language pack in his mind, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He slowly recited a contract phrase in rhythmic, pioneering language. The sound was ethereal, echoing across the pebble beach. In the language of the pioneers, this phrase originally meant that Bluetooth was connected, but it was more than enough to fool cavemen. Sylvie shuddered violently, as if an electric current had struck her soul directly from Lin Bei's palm. She opened her eyes, her golden pupils filled with tears and fervor. My body, my soul, my people, all belong to you. From this day forward, you are the sole faith and ruler of the Yunsha tribe. With a trembling voice, she made the most solemn vow. Very good. Lin Bei withdrew his hand, the warmth of his palm still lingering. He stood up, hands behind his back, resuming his inscrutable demeanor. I accept your submission, the contract is signed. From this day forward, you, Sylvie Moonshadow, and your beast-eared girl clan, will be my subjects. Here I will grant you the right to live and the power to take revenge. Get up. Thank you, sir. Sylvie stood up, keeping a low profile, afraid that she might accidentally exceed Lin Bei's eye level. Having established their dominance, the next step was to distribute benefits. This is the famous saying, slap me, then give me a treat. Lin Bei took off the phase bracelet from his wrist, which he had seized from Sylvie. I have already broken the seal on this sacred object. Lin Bei tossed the bracelet back. Sylvie caught it hastily, her face filled with disbelief. My lady? This sacred object. Now, I give it back to you for the time being. Although its core authority remains in my hands, I grant you the right to use it. You can use it to load supplies and move heavy objects. Sylvie stroked the bracelet she had found again, feeling the space inside that was at least 10 times larger than before, and was so grateful that tears streamed down her face. In her view, it was only right for the adults to take back the sacred object. But now, the Master has bestowed it upon us again. What trust! What grace! Thank you for the gift, Master. Sylvie will protect it with her life. Stop! Lin Bei frowned slightly and corrected him. Don't call me Master anymore. It sounds weird, like you're keeping a pet. Call me Sir. Yes. Thank you for the reward, sir. Sylvie immediately changed her tune, her eyes filled with admiration. In her heart, whether it was her master or an adult, they were all her only ones. All right, let's go back. Lin Bei glanced at the chili pepper strip not far away and knew that it was a biohazard zone for the beast-eared girl. He took a damp towel from Su Yao and handed it to Sylvie. When leaving, cover your mouth and nose, lower your head and run quickly, and whatever you do, don't breathe. After you go back, immediately organize your people and have them come here to report for duty first thing tomorrow morning, bringing all their belongings. Sylvie took the wet towel as if it were a treasure. She gave Lin Bei a deep look, then bowed respectfully to Li and Su Yao. She covered her mouth and nose, enduring the spicy smell, and turned to rush into the area covered by the chili peppers. Although my eyes were still watering from the fumes, and my skin was still burning. But this time, with preparation and guidance from adults, her steps were light and firm. Watching Sylvie's departing figure disappear into the distance, Lin Bei breathed a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing. He turned around and looked at Li and Su Yao behind him. The two women were looking at him with smiles on their faces, their eyes full of pride. How was it? Did I act well? Lin Bei asked. So lifelike. Brother's acting is so convincing. Su Yao gave a thumbs up. Li gently patted the dust off his clothes and whispered. The matter is settled, and the space bracelet issue is resolved as well. Yes. Lin Bei took their hands. Let's go home. We should have a proper celebration and a family meeting while we're at it. Chapter 72. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm my sister. Back inside the cave, Lin Bei glanced at the slowly rotating portal light screen. The countdown was approaching 12 minutes. But he wasn't in a hurry to go back. On the one hand, They wanted to wait until tomorrow to settle the beast-eared girl tribe. On the other hand, he also wanted to take this opportunity to get to know the two women better and exchange information with them. The dream of 200 years has passed. However, psychological attachment needs to be reinforced by real-life warmth. The three of them cleaned up the stone slabs that had been laid earlier. Lin Bei pulled the two women and comfortably laid down in their small apartment in the residential area. The nest was lined with thick hay and a down jacket brought back from Earth, with a warm, incandescent light overhead, so cozy that one didn't want to move. Lin Bei lay in the middle, with his left arm around Su Li and his right arm around Su Yao, enjoying a rare moment of comfort. Lin Bei, you talked to the cat girl for so long. What did you get out of her? Su Li leaned on Lin Bei's shoulder, drawing circles on his chest with her fingers. There's a lot of information, and it is all very important. Lin Bei's smile faded, and his expression became slightly serious. He recounted without reservation all the information he had gleaned from Sylvie about the pioneers, the origins of the orcs, and the history of the bracelet. Therefore, we are not facing just a group of barbarians, but an orc empire with a clear class system and possibly even weapons from a pre-high-tech civilization. At this point, Lin Bei emphasized his words. Especially the team that came to ambush the beast-eared girl yesterday. That's just the tip of the iceberg. According to Sylvie, there were at least 800 adult orcs who attacked the Walker orc tribe's stronghold yesterday. 800. Upon hearing about the orc tribe of 800 people, both women turned pale with fright. 800 4-meter-tall monsters. Su Yao shrank back. Then aren't we doomed? Don't be afraid. Lin Bei comforted him. The bad news is that these 800 people are the same number as when Sylvie escaped 5 years ago. In recent years, they have certainly continued to invade and annex other tribes, and their numbers have only increased. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the cave became somewhat heavy. Yesterday, 50 beastmen almost wiped out the entire beast-eared girl tribe. Just thinking about it, if there were 800 is enough to make one despair. Seeing that the two girls were a little scared, Lin Bei smiled and comforted them. But there's no need to worry too much. There's another piece of good news. What good news? Winter is coming. Lin Bei pointed outside the cave. Sylvie said that the three suns are about to disappear, and the planet will soon be facing the White Death. This is what we know as a year-long Ice Age winter. A year. Yes, the seasonal cycle here is very long. Lin Bei explained. According to Sylvie, all the orc tribes are currently busy hunting and storing food for the winter and have no time to launch a large-scale war. The reason they were able to send 50 cavalrymen this time is purely because they want to capture Sylvie and take her space bracelet to store food. Now that the orc cavalry has been wiped out, the tribe will definitely be severely weakened. Before they figure out our strength, they will definitely not dare to come and die again in the short term. This gives us precious time to develop. After listening, Su Li nodded thoughtfully. So, we need to take advantage of this ice age to build the base and arm the beast-eared girls? That's right. Lin Bei kissed her on the cheek. As long as we have a strong fortress and enough firepower, once winter comes, it will be our home ground. At that time, it will only be those green-skinned monsters who freeze to death or starve to death. After listening to Lin Bei's analysis, the two women finally felt relieved, and hope rekindled in their eyes. The three of them chatted about their future plans while eating dinner. Dinner was a simple soup of mutated cabbage with wild boar meat and rice, but in this hopeful atmosphere, the three of them ate with extra relish. Before we knew it, the night had deepened. The world outside the cave was plunged into darkness, and a huge planet overhead silently watched over the earth. But inside the cave, spring was in full bloom. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, and having chatted until they were tired, certain thoughts began to stir within them. Lin Bei's hands began to wander restlessly over the two women's bodies. Su Li blushed and stopped Lin Bei's mischievous hand, but her eyes drifted to the small wooden cabin partition that had not yet been demolished not far away. One of them is Lin Bei's room. It's getting late. Su Li bit her lip, her eyes flickering. She pulled up Su Yao, who was still clinging to Lin Bei and unwilling to leave. Xiao Yao, my sister and I will be sleeping tonight. I have something to tell you. Huh? But I think Su Yao was just about to protest. Listen to me. Su Li's tone was gentle, yet carried an air of elder sisterly authority, while she secretly gave Lin Bei a wink. Lin Bei didn't understand, but his heart couldn't help but pound wildly. He solemnly escorted the two women back to their rooms, then obediently returned to his own single room. Good night. Good night, brother Lin Bei. The wooden door was closed. Lin Bei lay on her small bed, listening to the sounds of the two sisters washing up and whispering outside, feeling like her heart was being scratched by a cat. Su Li's gaze just now was so alluring. Is she planning to wait until Su Yao falls asleep before coming to find her? Time passed slowly, the lights in the cave went out, and the sounds outside quieted down. Just as Lin Bei was drifting off to sleep. Creak. The simple wooden door to his room suddenly made a very faint sound. It was pushed open from the outside. Lin Bei instantly regained consciousness, but he didn't move. He simply squinted his eyes. I looked towards the doorway, using the faint glow that shone through the crack in the door. A petite figure, barefoot, slipped in silently like a thieving kitten. She was wearing a shirt from Lin Bei, the hem of which barely covered her upper thighs, revealing a pair of fair and slender legs. Although the light was dim, Lin Bei knew the two sisters very well. Look at her slightly bulging chest and her cute, cautious walking posture. It's definitely Su Yao, no doubt about it. This girl, is she afraid to sleep with her older sister? Lin Bei found it amusing and was about to scare her with a shout. The figure had already reached the edge of the bed. She didn't pounce on him as usual. Su Yao stood by the bed, hesitating for a long time, as if she was making some preparations. Finally, she took a deep breath, lifted the corner of the blanket, and slipped in like an eel. Warm, soft, and with the fresh scent of a recent bath, filled Lin Bei's embrace. Yao Yao. Lin Bei reached out and hugged her, deliberately lowering his voice to ask, "Why are you here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Are you having another nightmare?" The person in his arms stiffened for a moment. Then, she looked up. In the darkness, her large eyes sparkled, revealing a hint of shy allure. She stretched out her arms and hooked them around Lin Bei's neck, pressing her burning cheeks against his ear. The warm breath blew into Lin Bei's ear, bringing a tingling sensation. Lin Bei. She lowered her voice deliberately, her voice trembling slightly. "You've mistaken me for someone else. Brother, I am not Yao Yao. I am my older sister." Chapter 73, Chapter 72, The Orbital Drop Project, The Rejuvenating Ginseng. The capital city. The morning smog had not completely dissipated, and the bus stops during the morning rush hour were already crowded with sleepy-eyed commuters heading to work at 8 a.m. A young programmer was munching on a meat bun while idly scrolling through short videos. He swiped his thumb up, skipping away a bowl of chicken soup. He couldn't stand watching this kind of video so early in the morning. A blazing flame shot straight into the sky on the phone screen, accompanied by an exhilarating roar as a massive launch vehicle lifted off. The headline, in bold red, read, "Shocking. 4 in a row? What is the purpose of this high-frequency space launch mission? Another rocket launch?" The young man muttered something, forgetting to chew the bun in his mouth. He remembers clearly that he saw similar news on his social media feed yesterday and the day before. Open the official account's homepage and scroll down. He was utterly astonished when he saw it. 4 launches this week already? Is the country giving up? Are they just setting off firecrackers? This frequency is even higher than when I order takeout. He opened the latest comment section. The top comment reads, "If you don't understand, are you in a hurry to go to a planet that has discovered life? Or are you going to build a villa on the moon?" The programmer shook his head, swiped his finger again, and switched to the next video of dancing that skirted the edge of the screen. For an ordinary person like him, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. No matter how many rockets you launch, nothing is more important than this month's perfect attendance bonus. But right beneath his feet, his gaze pierced through the thick concrete pavement, through the intricate subway network, and continued downward, downward. Deep underground, hundreds of meters below the surface. This is a top-secret base that doesn't exist on any map. 305 Special Operations Command Base. The air purification system operates silently, maintaining a constant temperature and humidity. But the atmosphere in one of the meeting rooms was so hot, it was suffocating. Academician Li Yaodong sat in the main seat, rubbing his throbbing temples. He had been hiding in this underground base for 4 whole days. His stubble had grown quite a bit, and his eye sockets were sunken, making him look much older than before. Smack! He slammed a report marked "Top Secret" onto the table. The 4th suborbital resupply test has failed again. Li Yaodong's voice was hoarse, revealing in barely suppressed anger. Across the conference table, a research director stood up nervously, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Chief Engineer Li, to be precise, has basically succeeded. Speak like a human being. Our delivery accuracy has been controlled within 50 meters, but the time still cannot be reduced. The supervisor brought up the projected image, which simulated the trajectory of a black, shuttle-shaped capsule falling from space. From receiving the order to ignition and launch, to entering orbit, changing orbit, and finally accurately landing near the mission point, the whole process takes at least 23 minutes. This is already the speed limit in the history of human spaceflight. Li Yaodong slammed his hand on the table, splashing water from his teacup all over the table. 23 minutes? Comrade Lin Bei only gave us less than 8 minutes of window time when he opened the portal last time. Next time, it might only be 3 minutes. By the time your 23-minute delivery arrives, the daylily will be cold. What we need is immediate support. When he's in danger and presses the button, the supply pod must be crashing down in front of him within 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes. The supervisor, with a bitter face, spread his hands. Engineer Li, this defies the laws of physics. The high temperatures and blackout zones generated by atmospheric friction necessitate slowing down the cargo hold. Otherwise, it will burn up completely. Unless. His secret thoughts were exposed. His eyes were fixed intently on Li Yaodong, revealing a hint of longing. Unless you can grant our project team another 50 kilograms of rare minerals. With enough alien ore, we can create a fully covered, absolutely rigid outer shell. With this outer shell, the airdrop capsule doesn't need to slow down at all. It can withstand atmospheric friction without burning up, and there's no need to consider aerodynamics. It crashes down like a meteorite, then slows down as it gets close to the ground. It's another rare mineral deposit. Upon hearing those 3 words, Li Yaodong felt his head ache even more. 7 days ago, Lin Bei brought back a bag of glowing minerals from the mysterious planet. The people at the Academy of Sciences temporarily gave it a very down-to-earth name, Rare Mine. It means, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I am fortunate to have it. After overnight analysis by the nation's top materials laboratory, the physical properties of this ore were found to be challenging the very foundations of geophysics. First, there is room temperature superconductivity. Special metals extracted from rare minerals retain their room temperature superconducting properties over a wide range of room temperature conditions. This means that it is possible to manufacture superchips without any heat loss. It is the dreamstone of quantum computers and supercomputing centers. Secondly, it also has 2 special states. Under normal conditions, the metal atoms in the ore are locked in place by an unknown internal magnetic field, which manifests as the characteristics of an absolutely rigid body at the macroscopic level. It is not only dozens of times harder than diamond, but also has high temperature resistance. The 1,000-degree high temperature generated by atmospheric friction is just a tickle to rare minerals, and no other heat insulation methods are needed. The second form is the transformation of matter under an electric current. Once a rare metal is extracted and a specific ultra-high frequency current is applied, the diamagnetic effect will disrupt the lattice lock inside the metal. The hardest metal will soften instantly, turning into a highly viscous, silvery gray fluid. The most amazing thing is that this softening process does not involve heat absorption or release. It's still cold. Simply put, what was an indestructible shield 1 second can become fluid and deformable like mercury the next second after being electrified. After the power is cut off, it quickly solidifies into a sturdy structure of any shape. This is simply a god-tier material in industrial manufacturing. That's all. I don't have a single gram left. Li Yaodong waved his hand helplessly, interrupting his supervisor's fantasy. 3 days ago, the Institute of High Energy Physics took away 10 kilograms, saying it was to conduct experiments on the inner wall of a fusion reactor. Yesterday, people from the Supercomputing Center and the Quantum Computer Research Institute came with official documents and took away 20 kilograms of it directly from me. As you all know, besides being hard, this thing also has the property of being superconducting at room temperature. Those computer freaks say that with these 20 kilograms, our computing power can increase 1,000-fold in 6 months, directly ushering in the era of quantum computers. The meeting room was quiet. Everyone knows what this means. What Lin Bei brought back was not stones, but the key to unlocking the next technological revolution. The problem is, there are too few. There was only 1 backpack in total, which was divided among the various departments of materials science, energy science, and biology, and it was quickly devoured. Li Yaodong sighed. You should experiment with the existing alloys first. Rare minerals are too precious. Until it's certain there will be another batch, not a single gram will be released. Why? The supervisor had no choice but to take the report and leave dejectedly. The meeting room fell silent again. It has been a full 7 days since Lin Bei last left. Li Yaodong looked at the huge screen on the wall. The screen displays a global map with thousands of red dots, which are monitoring stations standing by around the world. Where's the signal? Is the black box responding? The communications team leader stood up, shook his head, and looked exhausted. Report. We have been monitoring the entire frequency band since the third day. But in these 7 days, we have not received any matching signal source worldwide. The signal generator in Comrade Lin Bei's hands never appeared on Earth. Li Yaodong felt somewhat anxious. 7 days is just a week on Earth. But on a perilous alien planet, 7 days is enough for a lot to happen. What made him anxious was not only Lin Bei's safety, but also the pressure from within his own ranks. He not only had to worry about technical issues, but also had to deal with the pervasive social niceties and the demands for bribes and favors. Besides the ore, Lin Bei also brought back a ginseng that had become a spirit last time. Although ginseng extract was immediately classified as a top-secret national biological substance and sent to a top-level biological laboratory, the news was strictly kept under wraps. But there are no secrets that stay hidden forever. Rumors of rejuvenation and resurrection have quietly spread in certain circles. Chapter 74: The Ginseng of Happiness. Roots exchanged for super nutrient solution. There are no secrets that stay hidden forever. For the first 3 days, Li Yaodong's confidential phone was ringing off the hook. Countless people he could never normally meet sought out a single ginseng root through various roundabout connections and promises. Even just one would be fine. Li Yaodong can't give anything to anyone, but he can't afford to offend anyone either. They simply moved their bedding to this underground base, cutting off all contact except with the Supreme Command, and decided to bury their heads in the sand like ostriches. Out of sight, out of mind. Li Yaodong organized the documents. Let's adjourn the meeting. After everyone left, Li Yaodong walked out of the conference room alone. After passing through several heavy alloy doors and iris-scanning checkpoints, he arrived at a special area located in the deepest part of the base. This is Biological Laboratory Number 0, the area with the highest security level in the entire base. Here, there's a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Even the air circulation system is independent. Through the one-way special glass wall, you can see that the laboratory has been set up as a miniature primeval forest environment. The soil is the most fertile black soil airlifted from Changbai Mountain, and the light source simulates the spectrum of the 3 suns in the sky from another world. In the center of this artificial forest, a plant with a few emerald green leaves and small red flowers is lying comfortably on the ground, stretching out its branches and leaves. It was the ginseng essence that Lin Bei brought back. However, it now looks completely different from the ugly appearance when Lin Bei first brought it back. It's gotten so much fatter. What was once a withered and wrinkled skin, like that of an old woman, has now become round and plump, with a jade-like luster. His once thin limbs are now as thick as lotus root segments. It was lying on a huge piece of Hetian jade, with its legs crossed, leisurely basking in the sunlight. It looks very stylish. You're living a really good life. Li Yaodong gave a wry smile. Just then, the airtight door behind them made a soft sound and slowly opened. An elegant figure walked in. Upon recognizing the person who had arrived, Li Yaodong suppressed the envy on his face and revealed a gentle smile. The person who came was Su Qingwan. At this moment, Su Qingwan is completely different from the haggard mother she was 7 days ago because of her daughter's disappearance. At this moment, she was wearing a light blue cheongsam. Her long, black hair was shiny and casually tied back. Her skin was fair and firm, with a healthy rosy glow. The fine lines around her eyes had completely disappeared, and she looked radiant and elegant. If you didn't know, who would believe that this is a mother of adult twin daughters? If she were to stand next to Li and Su Yao now, they would definitely be mistaken for the 3 sisters. Ms. Su, you've arrived. Li Yaodong greeted her politely. In this base, besides him, only Su Qingwan has the highest authority to enter Laboratory 0 at any time. Lai Yutong had to admit that Ms. Su was a very respected person. This is not only because she was Lin Bei's designated ginseng guardian. It was also because she made a decision that shocked the business world 3 days ago. She sold all of her shares and assets in the Su Group, as well as overseas projects, in a package, cashing out hundreds of billions of yuan in cash flow. She then donated this astronomical sum of money entirely to the current Extraterrestrial Intelligence Exploration Program and Special Task Force 305. In her words, money is just a number to me. As long as it can help Xiaobei and my daughters, what does it matter if I go bankrupt? Su Qingwan knew very well that the ginseng root she had been consuming these past few days was something that couldn't be bought anywhere else, no matter how much money you spent. Even the bathwater left over from Ginseng's bath on the first day it arrived at base 305 was all taken by certain beings. Money means nothing to her now. Academicianly, thank you for your hard work. Su Qingwan smiled and waved the incubator for medicine she was carrying. It's mealtime for the little guy now. She walked to the laboratory, passed the verification, and then went inside. Upon hearing the familiar footsteps, the ginseng spirit, who had been lying flat, stirred. It rolled over and sat up, its tiny, beady eyes sparkling with excitement. Hey. The ginseng spirit took off running and trotted to Su Qingwan's feet, nuzzling her calves affectionately like a lapdog waiting to be fed. It remembers very clearly that this person had something good. Little glutton. Su Qingwan squatted down and gently stroked the ginseng spirit's head, her eyes full of affection. In this little one, she seemed to see a connection that linked her to her daughters. Little one, have you been a good boy/girl today? Squeak. The ginseng spirit nodded frantically, then stared longingly at the box in Su Qingwan's hand. Su Qingwan smiled, opened the box, and took out a test tube. This is a super chemical agent specially tailored for this ginseng, created by pooling the resources of the entire nation and bringing together countless scientific and technological expertise. It was many times more advanced than the general-purpose nutrient solution in Lin Bei's hand. This is your portion for today. Su Qingwan shook the test tube. The ginseng essence was so excited that the dog almost drooled. But it knew the rules and didn't snatch it directly. Under Su Qingwan's gaze, he stretched out his left leg and found a root that looked about the thickness of a toothpick. Squeak. A leg hair, exuding a strong medicinal fragrance, was plucked off by itself and placed in Su Qingwan's hand. This is a transaction and also a tacit understanding. Su Qingwan took the rootlets and carefully placed them into her personal food storage container. Then she poured the medicine into a small dish. Ginseng immediately rushed over and smeared all the liquid on her body. With each bit it absorbs, its luster grows brighter, and the wounds from which its roots were just pulled heal instantly. Clearly, this deal was a sure thing for it. Outside the glass wall, Li Yaodong watched this scene. Although he had seen it several times before, he still couldn't help but sigh. This little thing is too clever. They ignore people like us, but they're so attentive to Ms. Su. After feeding, Su Qingwan stood up and left the laboratory with the roots. She came to stand in front of Li Yaodong. Lin Bei said before he left that half of this ginseng belongs to me. Consider this root a gift from me to academicianly. You can dispose of it as you see fit. You've worked so hard these past few days to ensure the safety of the 3 children. Li Yaodong was moved. Ms. Su, this. I have no use for it. Su Qingwan stroked her smooth, youthful face and told the truth. She hadn't finished eating the food from a few days ago, and she didn't dare to eat too much. I've come to terms with it. Wealth is an external thing, and power is fleeting. What I need to do now is to use the resources I have, this precious ginseng, to take care of everything for my 3 children. Su Qingwan's gaze became incredibly firm. More importantly, I want to take good care of my health and live a long and healthy life. I will wait for the day they come back. Whether it's 1 year, 10 years, or 50 years. As long as I am still here, they will have a home when they return to Earth. Looking at this strong mother, Li Yaodong solemnly saluted. Chapter 75. Lin Bei's debt of gratitude is never fully repaid. It was the morning of the 7th day since the last teleportation back to Earth. The first rays of sunlight from the alien planet pierced through the clouds, gilding the rocky beach with a golden edge. The living area deep inside the cave still retained the warmth of last night. Lin Bei was the first to open his eyes, his biological clock waking him up on time. He didn't rush to get up. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the person beside him. On the spacious floor mat, sisters Li and Su Yao were sleeping in each other's arms. Su Yao's sleeping posture remained unrestrained, but deep fatigue was evident between her brows. She hugged her sister, her small mouth slightly open, emitting soft breathing sounds. Li slept on the other side, her arm gently resting on Su Yao's waist, as if she were protecting her younger sister. Perhaps because the synesthesia session next door last night was too exhausting, Li insisted on coming over to join in the fun late at night. She was just as tired. These 2 girls. Lin Bei quietly sat up, tucked the blanket that Su Yao had kicked off, and covered up the exposed view. Afterwards, he dressed and carried his shoes a distance away before putting them on, afraid of making any noise that might wake the sisters. Stepping out of the cave after removing the boulder, a breath of fresh air washes over you, instantly invigorating you. The perceived temperature is about 40 degrees Celsius. For Lin Bei, whose body had been enhanced. It was neither hot nor cold. Lin Bei stretched, and his gaze fell on two ditches at the edge of the farmland. Two small, yellowish-brown heads were drooping out, their little red flowers and leaves on top almost withered. A good day begins with saving the exploited workforce. He pulled out the last small bottle of plant nutrient solution from his pocket. They've really had a tough time these past few days. Not only was he responsible for loosening the soil and weeding several acres of land, but yesterday he was also terrified by Sylvie, his natural enemy. Her once plump and round body has visibly lost a lot of weight, looking like a dehydrated hollow radish. Nah. Seeing Lin Bei approach, the two ginseng spirits weakly called out twice as a greeting. How pitiful, who did this? Lin Bei squatted down, uncorked the bottle, and dripped some of the emerald green nutrient solution into the stone bowl in front of them. Hurry! Nourished by the high-tech, intensive treatment, the two ginseng spirits shuddered, and their originally withered yellow leaves straightened up. The ginseng body swelled up again, regaining some vitality. Looking at the two little ones who had regained their energy, Lin Bei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I have already learned the proto-language. Since it is said to be a high language that is universally used by all spirits, can I use it to communicate with these two plants that have become sentient? Thinking of this, Lin Bei cleared his throat. As soon as the sound was made, a magical scene unfolded. The two ginseng roots, which were vying to absorb the nutrient solution, froze in place. They slowly turned around, stood up straight in a very human-like manner, crossed their two forelimbs in front of their chests, and made a bowing gesture towards Lin Bei. They understood. This language seems to have a natural oppressive force on them, making them instinctively want to submit. Since you can understand it, that makes things easier. Lin Bei smiled kindly. If we can communicate, things will be much easier. Being able to communicate means being able to be fooled. He crouched down and began his PUA career. Listen to me. Since you can understand what I'm saying, I'll give you names. Lin Bei pointed to the ginseng, which was slightly larger and about 60 centimeters long, and said, "From today onwards, you will be called Ada." He then pointed to the smaller ones on the side. "Your name is Xiao'er." The two ginseng roots nodded as if they understood, and were quite curious to have a name for one of their ginseng roots. "Ada Xiao'er." Lin Bei changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. "Do you know? You originally had a brother, the mistress I took away before." The two ginseng roots were taken aback, as if they remembered that unlucky guy. They had personally witnessed Lin Bei stuff the mistress into his bag and disappear with her. A hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. The mistress is no longer in this world. Lin Bei sighed and described it vividly. It was snatched away by a terrible two-legged creature on earth. There is no fertile black soil there, nor such abundant sunshine. Lin Bei's voice was low and deep. It was kept in a transparent glass box every day, and a group of strange people in white coats would drool over it, slice it up, and stew it into soup. He must be skin and bones by now. Maybe he's been eaten down to just a stubble. When he got emotional, Lin Bei even dripped 2 drops of nutrient solution onto their heads. Squeak! Ada and Xiao'er were so frightened that they trembled all over, their roots clinging tightly together, as if they had already seen the hellish scene called Earth. That's terrifying. The outside world is terrifying. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Bei changed the subject, a fatherly smile spreading across his face. But you are different. It was I who saved you. It was I who nourished you with precious divine water. Also, yesterday that ginseng-eating female demon came, and I was the one who chased her away, right? Ada and Xiao'er nodded frantically. Indeed, after that terrifying orc came in yesterday, it was the master who put them into the cave. Otherwise, they would have been swallowed alive long ago. This is a debt of gratitude. Lin Bei's voice softened, as if a savior had descended. A life-saving grace is a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid in a lifetime. Lin Bei too revealed his true intentions, extending a single finger. As long as you work obediently for me, protect this farmland for me, and find other ginseng companions for me when you have time. I promise I won't eat you, and I'll give you holy water to drink every day. It won't take long, just 100 years. After 100 years, I will give you your freedom. 100 years? For these plant spirits whose lifespans can easily be thousands or tens of thousands of years, 100 years is simply a blink of an eye. Ada and Xiao'er exchanged a glance, feeling that this deal was too good to pass up. Not only did they save their lives, but they also received nutrient solutions, and they only needed to work for 100 years before retiring. Squeak! Squeak! The 2 ginseng roots were moved to tears, knelt on the ground and hugged Lin Bei's ankles, looking like loyal martyrs. Very good, very energetic. Lin Bei poured the remaining half bottle of nutrient solution into them, watching the two farmhands, now revitalized, voluntarily go to patrol the fields. He actually felt a slight sense of guilt. TSK, being a heartless capitalist isn't easy. If little Fairy, who had taught him for 100 years, knew that the noble and sacred words of the Forerunner were used by Lin Bei in actual combat for the first time, it was actually to fool two radishes. He'd probably be so angry he'd jump out of the dead bracelet and punish him for another 100 years. Chapter 76 this time, let's go home together. After fooling Ada and Xiao'er. Just then, footsteps came from the cave entrance behind them. Su Li helped Su Yao out. After a night's rest, Su Li looked radiant, her skin glowing with a healthy pinkish hue, exuding a pure yet alluring charm. And Su Yao. Although he seemed very excited, he walked with an awkward limp. Su Yao frowned, one hand on her waist and the other on her sister's shoulder. Why are you awake? Lin Bei's heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward and reached out to support her arm. Su Yao raised her head, glared at Lin Bei, and her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. At this point, she couldn't continue and buried her head in Lin Bei's arms. Su Li, who was standing to the side, heard everything clearly, and her face turned red, but she felt more helpless and doting. She reached out her finger and gently tapped Su Yao's forehead. You still dare to impersonate me? Now you know how powerful I am, right? Lin Bei watched this heartwarming and beautiful scene, not daring to say a word. He bent down and, amidst the gasps of the two women, scooped Su Yao up in his arms, while using one hand to hold Su Li's hand. Let's go eat. I'll give you all something nourishing today. Breakfast was still plentiful. Besides the roasted meat and vegetables, Lin Bei specially picked out a large root from the dried ginseng, chopped it up, and simmered it in the soup. Come. Lin Bei served Su Yao a large bowl, saying, this is meat porridge with ginseng root added. Drink more to nourish your body. Su Yao didn't stand on ceremony, picked up the bowl and gulped it down, finishing it all. After swallowing the hot soup, the medicinal effects dissipated. Within minutes, Su Yao's pale complexion returned to its rosy hue, and the soreness and fatigue in her body dissipated considerably. I'm alive again. Su Yao waved her little fist. I can do it again. The atmosphere at the dinner table was warm and friendly. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Bei put down his chopsticks and bowl. Now that things have recovered, I have something important to announce. He raised his wrist to demonstrate the phase bracelet. This time, I plan to take you all back to Earth. What? The two women froze, dropping their wooden chopsticks to the ground. Go back together? But don't teleportation portals have weight limits? Last time, Xiao was trapped because she was overweight. The second teleportation was at its limit, as Lin Bei's physique had not yet been strengthened and he was already taking Su Li with him. In addition, Su Yao was already overweight, which resulted in her being left behind. I didn't bring you guys before because my carrying capacity was too precious. Lin Bei explained. I have to set aside all my carrying capacity to carry back weapons and various supplies from Earth by human hands. If I had taken you with me then, I wouldn't have been able to bring any supplies, and we would still be doomed here. At this point, Lin Bei raised his wrist, a smile playing on his lips. But things are different now. We have this amazing tool. I can put all the ores I bring back and the supplies I want to bring into the phase bracelet. No matter how much stuff is inside the bracelet, from the portal's perspective, I'm just wearing a light silver ring on my wrist. In this way, the weight limit I originally used to carry supplies is now completely freed up. Lin Bei stretched out his arms, showing off his incredibly strong muscles, which had become thanks to the ginseng soup. In addition, my physique has improved, and my weight has exceeded 150 kilograms. Don't even mention bringing the two of you. Even if you add Aunt Su, I can still pack you all up and bring you back safely. After hearing Lin Bei's explanation, their eyes shone brightly. Su Yao's voice trembled with excitement as she gripped Lin Bei's arm with her small hands. Can we go home now? Can we see Mom? Lin Bei nodded affirmatively, his gaze gentle. Can. In the blink of an eye, we can return to Earth from this primeval forest and then contact Aunt Su via mobile phone. That's great. That's great. The two women hugged each other tightly, tears welling up in their eyes. Although Lin Bei was with them, their lives were quite prosperous. But Earth is, after all, our home, and it offers the conveniences of modern civilization. More importantly, they have their mothers whom they miss day and night. Being able to go back and see them, even if it's just to let them know they're safe, even if they have to come back eventually, is their greatest wish during this time. Let's get ready. Lin Bei smiled and wiped away their tears. After packing the supplies, we'll set off. Su Yao, use the drone to check the situation in the vicinity. Su Yao had just lost her little cook and was still clinging to Lin Bei, but upon hearing Lin Bei's arrangement, she obediently picked up the tablet. Unit 4, take off for patrol. The drone took off and began its routine morning patrol. The camera pans across the edge of the scorched earth forest. The big idiot who didn't find the green one. Su Yao reported. Very good. As long as the orcs don't come, they have enough time to go to Earth to buy goods. Next up is the new camp for the Kemonomi, animal-eared girls. In the scene, Sylvie is directing her people to pack their belongings, and the wounded are being placed on makeshift stretchers. With the help of the super-large space bracelet, all the Kemonomi girls have had a much easier time. It looks like we'll arrive before noon. Safety. Su Yao gave a brief report and continued to monitor the surrounding area. Lin Bei heard this and then stopped paying attention. He and Su Li stayed in the cave and did the hard work of collecting ore. These glowing minerals are definitely good stuff. Lin Bei held a quenched dragon toothbone knife in his hand and pried hard at a protruding piece of ore on the rock wall. Collapse. Sparks flew everywhere. Although the dragon tooth blade was intact, only some fragments of ore fell off. Too hard. Lin Bei reluctantly stopped what he was doing. The entire mountain is made of this kind of mineral, so hard that even a wild boar mother couldn't break it open. We couldn't even widen the cave entrance a little bit. The two could only look for naturally loose pieces or pieces knocked down by wild boars. Hopefully, the samples from last time will allow them to develop methods for cutting or blasting. Lin Bei picked up a few pebbles and threw them into his bracelet, then sighed. Otherwise, it would be too frustrating to be sitting on such a huge gold mine, but not be able to mine it. Su Li wiped her sweat and comforted him with a smile. Forget about it. When we go back this time, let's see if the government can provide us with a special mining cutting machine, or give us a whole bunch of explosives. Lin Bei shook his head. It's hard to say. Teleportation is random. What if we're dumped in a foreign city? No one can help us then. We need to be prepared to purchase items for free. Chapter 77. If we serve the Master well, the Master will give us hope. At dawn, a gentle breeze from the alien planet swept across the scorched earth, stirring up wisps of dust that had not yet settled. Outside the cave, a peculiar demolition operation is underway. Hey waiter, are you there? Listen to my command. Su Yao stood on a towering rock, hands on her hips, exuding a commanding presence. She uttered a prehistoric phrase that even ginseng could understand. Go, pull up all the chili pepper plants and move them out of the area. Between the ridges of the field, Ah Shao and Air, who had just finished drinking nutrient solution and were full of energy, immediately obeyed orders and got to work. In just a few days, the chili peppers that were originally planted as a biological defense barrier were nourished by the alien planet's terrifying fertility and special mechanisms. The chili pepper tree has grown wildly to 2 or 3 meters tall. The thick branches were covered with bright red, banana-sized mutant peppers, emitting a terrifyingly spicy aroma. However, the spiciness of chili peppers is not a problem at all for ginseng, which does not need to breathe. Ada and Shao Air brandished their roots like 2 small excavators, grabbing the base of the chili pepper plant and pulling it up with a sudden burst of strength. Hey! A ginseng plant uprooted a chili pepper tree. Mud flew everywhere as the giant chili pepper plant was uprooted and then piled up to be transported away later. Sigh, I was indeed too hasty before. Lin Bei and Su Li had finished collecting the ore inside the cave and came outside to continue collecting. As he picked up the ore, he listened to the noise and exclaimed. At the beginning, we only thought that there were 3 of us, and it would take at least several decades to create a tribe. So the chili pepper rings used to ward off wild animals are too small. Lin Bei didn't expect to incorporate the entire beast-eared girl tribe so quickly. His current territory is definitely not enough to live in. The chili pepper rings must be expanded outwards, at least another 2 kilometers. Su Li was bending down to pick up a fist-sized piece of ore when she heard this. She smiled and pointed to the several large birds circling in the sky. Lin Bei, our chili peppers seem to be very popular with the strange birds on this planet. Lin Bei looked up. Several large birds with brightly colored feathers and 4 wings were seen circling down. Ignoring the suffocating spiciness in the air, they took advantage of Ada's inattention, swooped down, snatched a huge red chili pepper, and swallowed it whole. It ate with great relish, and after finishing, the big bird dusted itself off and flew away. The funniest thing is that as they fly, They spray out unidentified red substances from behind. Wow, jet-powered flight. Lin Bei's lips twitched. By pulling as it flies, it's also spreading our seeds. It's estimated that before long, the ghost pepper, a specialty of our planet, will become rampant on this planet, and then alien beasts will have a feast. Ignoring the gluttonous birds, the two continued to focus on their work. After working for more than an hour, the two of them had almost scavenged all the glowing ores scattered inside and outside the cave. Lin Bei touches the bracelet to check the phase space. In a corner of a huge space of 1,000 cubic meters, these ores occupied less than 2 cubic meters of volume, appearing insignificant. Oh right. Lin Bei suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Su Li. Since we discovered this thing, don't we have the right to name it? How about calling it Lin Bei Mine? It sounds nice and is easy to remember. Su Li glanced at him, seemingly questioning his taste. It doesn't sound nice. It sounds like an insult. What should we call it, Su Lin Mine? No, that doesn't sound right either. Lin Bei thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, how about calling it Yao Li Mine? Su Li paused slightly as she tidied her hair. She didn't speak, but a beautiful smile curved her lips. Just then, Su Yao's excited shout rang out. Brother Lin Bei, sister, the beast-eared girl is here. There are so many people. Su Yao turned and walked towards her younger sister, her steps seeming lighter. Lin Bei followed behind, watching her profile, which was both expectant and shy. It seems that Su Li is satisfied with this name. Finally, some movement came from afar. They're here. Su Yao, who was directing the filling of soil with ginseng essence, exclaimed in surprise. The three of them quickly ran back into the cave to hide and peek from the drone's perspective. A large, imposing procession was seen passing through the woods and heading towards the rocky beach. The leader was none other than Sylvie, the cat-eared leader. She had changed out of the blood-stained animal skin from yesterday and was now wearing a tight-fitting leather armor that looked like it was made of some kind of white wild animal fur. It wobbles when it walks. After one night, the scars on her back had disappeared. The price was that a ginseng lost its lower leg. Behind her were more than 200 beast-eared girls. They were leading dinosaurs that had been domesticated and raised from a young age, and also herding a large herd of livestock that were 2 or 3 meters tall. When the group was about 500 meters away from the rocky beach, Sylvie raised her hand, signaling her tribesmen behind her to stop. 300 meters ahead of them, 2 tan-colored clubs were uprooting terrifying chili pepper trees, clearing a wide passage through the deadly gas field. This is a gift from the master. Sylvie watched the 2 busy figures, her eyes welling up with tears. She knew very well how terrifying this barrier was. It was a barrier that could render even the strongest orc warriors incapable of fighting. But now, the great pioneer, for the sake of these lowly subjects, has personally sent his club-wielding divine beast to break the barrier. All Kemonomami, listen to my command. Sylvie turned around and shouted loudly to the more than 200 apprehensive beast-eared girls behind her. Ahead lies the barrier of the pioneer, but the pioneer has already opened the gates for us. Put on a water-soaked mask and a wet animal skin, bow your head, and follow me with the utmost devotion. The animal-eared girls took out the masks they had prepared and covered their own mouths and noses, as well as those of their livestock. Yes, many animal-eared girls were moved to tears. In their minds, a powerful sanctuary is not to be set foot in by lowly orcs. It was an incredible blessing that the adults were willing to open their doors to them. The procession began to move forward. Although the chili pepper tree was uprooted, the lingering spiciness in the air was still strong, causing many Kemonomami girls to burst into tears. However, compared to the pain that caused Sylvie to suffocate and fall into a coma yesterday, the current concentration is within a tolerable range. After passing through the defensive line, the sight before them completely stunned the group of primitive people. The visual impact of crops is even more direct when viewed up close. Can we eat the red fruit? A rabbit-eared girl stared wide-eyed at her ruby-like eyes. Looking at the plants laden with huge tomatoes, I instinctively swallowed. But his eyes held a deep sense of apprehension. There is actually no shortage of food on this planet. The dense jungle was filled with all sorts of strange fruits and wild vegetables, and countless ferocious beasts roamed freely. But the fruit in the forest is often more deadly than the wild beasts. The more vibrant the fruit, the more toxic it tends to be, and the more succulent the leaves, the more corrosive the sap may be to the stomach and intestines. More than 90% of wild plants are highly poisonous or hallucinogenic. Eating just one could be fatal. These beast-eared girls, though possessing some fighting ability, could only flee when faced with the terrifying behemoths deep in the forest. As for plants, they wouldn't dare touch any other weeds unless they recognized them. Don't be afraid. Sylvie walked at the front, and seeing the desire and fear in her people, she stopped. She reached out and gently stroked a corn stalk thicker than her arm, her tone filled with immense pride and awe. These are not the poisonous plants that harm people in the forest. This is non-toxic food that the pioneers specially brought back from the heavens. Whether it's the long, golden club or the red berries, they can all be eaten directly. We only need to serve the master, and he will grant us hope of surviving the White Death. Chapter 78: The Modified Dinosaur and the Beast-Eared Girl Who Loves to Dig Holes. The procession continued onward. They led their enormous dinosaur mounts and herded their plump dodo birds carefully across the farmland, afraid of trampling on a single leaf. Finally, they arrived at the open space in front of the rocky beach. Sylvie tidied her appearance and led her people into a neat line. Submit. Sylvie gave the order. Splash. Without any hesitation, more than 200 beast-eared girls prostrated themselves on the ground. Their foreheads were pressed to the ground, and they dared not breathe loudly, quietly waiting for the supreme being to descend. Inside the cave. They're here. They're all kneeling down. Su Yao looked at the images transmitted back by the drone, her face flushed with excitement. Lin Bei straightened his clothes and adjusted his sunglasses. Let's go, he said to the two women. Let's settle them in first, get Sylvie's bracelet, and then we can head back to Earth. The three walked towards the cave entrance. Lin Bei paused for a moment before reaching the narrow opening that could only accommodate one person at a time. It was a little awkward. He glanced at the group of animal-eared girls kneeling outside, then at the dog hole through which they had to crawl on their stomachs to get out. If the enthusiastic fans outside saw their adults crawling out of their burrows like groundhogs, with their butts sticking out, it would be a disaster. Does this pioneer still care about saving face? Su Li saw through Lin Bei's thoughts and said in a low voice while suppressing a laugh. Fortunately, they all had their heads down. As long as we move quickly, no one should see us. Okay, keep a cool demeanor, and stand up straight when you go outside. Lin Bei took a deep breath and crawled out of the hole. He then quickly got up, dusted off his knees, and adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Su Li and Su Yao followed closely behind. When the three of them finally stood on the rocky beach, facing the massive tribe of beast-eared girls, the visual impact still made Lin Bei's heart race. That's spectacular. Would you be tempted if more than 200 hot-bodied, uniquely beautiful big-tailed beast-eared girls were lying in front of you? There are cat ears that exude a cool and aloof aura, cute rabbit ears, and alluring fox ears. There are also a few bare-eared girls with round ears who look rather silly. A grand live-action cosplay extravaganza unfolded before the three of them, featuring top-tier, all-natural, and unadulterated originals. Not to mention the docile dinosaurs lying on the ground. Although its body was covered with animal skin bags, its ferocious fangs and claws still exuded the ferocity of a prehistoric behemoth. This was the first time that Lin Bei and his two companions had seen a living dinosaur up close. Grown-ups. Sensing Lin Bei's presence, Sylvie, who was kneeling at the front, did not raise her head. She raised both hands high, holding a silver bracelet in her palms. The entire Yunsha tribe has arrived. Supplies, weapons, mounts, and this sacred relic are all offered to you. Lin Bei stepped forward, reached out, and picked up the bracelet, which contained the most valuable assets of the Yunsha tribe. Very good. Lin Bei will put it on his wrist. In this way, he and Su Li will each have a spatial device, which will double the efficiency of their zero-cost purchases back on Earth. His gaze swept across the entire area, finally landing on Sylvie's side, where the largest dinosaur, with dark red feathers, lay sprawled. This dinosaur is Sylvie's mount, and its eyes reveal a kind of intelligence. Lin Bei's heart stirred. He wanted to verify one of his conjectures. He slowly walked up to the dinosaur. The beast was initially agitated, breathing heavily through its nostrils. But when Lin Bei approached, it seemed to sense something, and a hint of submission appeared in its eyes. Lin Bei opened his mouth and tentatively issued a command in standard pioneering language. The words had barely left his mouth. Roar. The ferocious dinosaur, which had been lying on the ground, seemed to hear the command of its new master and let out a submissive growl. Its massive body slowly rose to its feet, its head lowered, and it gently nuzzled Lin Bei's hand. Oh my God! Sylvie covered her mouth. Although his own waka beast, which he had raised since it was a cub, had been tamed, its wild nature remained untamed. Normally, apart from the person who raised it from a young age, no other beast-eared girls dare to get too close. But the pioneer only said one sentence, and this most irritable wacka beast became as docile as a fat-headed dodo. Really? Lin Bei stroked the dinosaur's rough skin, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. The historical legends that Sylvie mentioned are true. These dinosaurs were truly biological weapons brought by the previous generation of pioneers. He reached out, pried open the dinosaur's mouth, and looked at the fangs protruding from its mouth. Cold and hard. It doesn't look like bone, it's more like some kind of bioalloy. Looking at its claws, they are as sharp as knives, and the keratin layer on them has a metallic sheen. And the skin covering the feathers was abnormally tough. Lin Bei Xin was certain. It must be a masterpiece of genetic engineering, a biological weapon created for war. Not only have their teeth, claws, and skin been strengthened, but they may also have been implanted with some kind of gene lock that obeys the instructions of the herald. No wonder these little dinosaurs could fight back and forth with a 6-meter-long heavy six-legged beast. Having confirmed his suspicions, Lin Bei was in high spirits. This means that, if he so chooses, the dinosaur horde can become his most loyal henchman. Get up, everyone. Lin Bei waved his hand, signaling the beast girls to stand up. Sylvie stood up, and it looked like Lin Bei's head just reached her chest. Sir, shall we set up camp here? Sylvie glanced at the rocky beach around her, then at the farmland in the distance. Her eyes filled with envy, but also some confusion. Although there is food here, there is no natural cave large enough to accommodate more than 200 beast-eared girls. What kind of living environment do you prefer? Lin Bei did not make any immediate arrangements, intending to first listen to public opinion. After all, they are family members who will be living together for a long time, so making them more comfortable will also make it easier for them to do their work. Sylvie shook her head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, Sir, we used to live in tree houses in the jungle and caves on cliffs. But actually, what everyone likes most is living underground. Underground. Lin Bei was taken aback. Yes. Behind Sylvie, a bare-eared girl with round ears timidly added. It would be great if we could dig our own holes in the adults' territory. The winding, deep underground caves are warm and safe, which is our favorite. Lin Bei's lips twitched. Drilling a hole? Do they have the hibernation gene? Su Yao muttered softly in Chinese. Lin Bei was amused. I was originally planning to go back to Earth this time, and get some explosives to blast a cave in the nearby mountain for the beast-eared girls to live in. This saved me a lot of trouble, even the explosives. Since you prefer to live underground, then so be it. Lin Bei assigned the sloping area below the rocky beach, which connected to the scorched earth forest, to Sylvie. That area is relatively high and the soil is thick. Today, you should first clear away the rubble around the rocky beach and level it to create a plaza. Wait a moment, I'll plan a special underground apartment area for you, so you can dig as many holes as you like. Yes, thank you for your kindness, sir. The animal-eared girls' eyes lit up when they heard they could dig their own holes to live in, and they cheered with joy. The year-long White Death is about to descend. Living in the cave next to the pioneer gave the beast-eared girls a great sense of security. Yes, I will obey your excellency's orders. Sylvie loudly accepted the order. At her command, more than 200 beast-eared girls immediately sprang into action. They were incredibly strong. A 2 or 300-pound stone could be picked up and carried away by a little girl who was 2 meters tall. Their movements were so swift that the 3 of them were speechless. Looking at the bustling construction site, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Let's go, he said to Su Li and Su Yao beside him. Go back to the cave. Chapter 79. Xiao Li wears a ring on her finger. Xiao Yao has a candy in her mouth. The greenish-blue light emanating from the portal shone on the faces of the 3 people. The bracelet that Sylvie offered has been cleared out. The supplies inside, along with the huge black stone tablet, were temporarily piled up in a corner of the cave, and there was no time to deal with them. Lin Bei stood in front of the teleportation portal, making a final check to ensure he was fully prepared. This time when I returned home, I was no longer in the same wretched state as before, like a refugee or beggar. Su Li and Su Yao have changed into modern casual clothes brought from Earth. For ease of movement, all 3 wore slim-fit jeans and windbreakers, with non-slip boots on their feet. However, after being nourished by human intervention and ginseng, the 2 women experienced a qualitative leap in their figures and appearances. Even in the most ordinary attire, her stunning beauty and ethereal charm shine through. Xiao Li, give me your left hand. Lin Bei said softly. Su Li obediently extended her left hand, her slender and long fingers looking exceptionally beautiful under the green light. Lin Bei took out a phase bracelet. Under his control, the bracelet that could originally be worn on the wrist rapidly reorganized and shrank. With a blink, it transformed into an exquisite silver ring. Lin Bei held Su Li's hand gently and solemnly. He slowly slipped the ring, which represented spatial access, onto the ring finger of Su Li's left hand. The size is just right. Lin Bei held her hand, his fingertips lightly tracing the surface of the bracelet. A faint blue light flashed, confirming the user's identity. I have already given you the permissions. Lin Bei looked into her eyes, his gaze carrying a hidden meaning. Su Li felt a slight coolness at the base of her fingers, but her heart was burning hot. She certainly knew what wearing it on her ring finger meant. She looked at Lin Bei with deep emotion, her eyes sparkling as if a pool of spring water was about to overflow. The ring is empty now. In a moment, you will be responsible for collecting all the living supplies you can see, especially food and household items. Anything that we think will improve our quality of life in the future, we'll pack it all in. Understood, I will fill the space. Then, she slowly withdrew her hand, holding her left hand, which was wearing a ring, tightly to her chest, feeling her heart pounding. My brother is biased. Suddenly, a disgruntled, coquettish voice came from the side. Su Yao looked at the ring on her sister's hand, her little mouth pouting so much it could hang an oil bottle, and stomped her foot angrily. Why does my sister have a ring? I want one too. I want to wear a ring on my ring finger too. Lin Bei sighed helplessly. Su Yao had become quite clever. She had even learned to be jealous. As if by magic, he took out a white rabbit milk candy from his bracelet and tore open the wrapper. Open your mouth. Huh? Su Yao opened her mouth subconsciously. The candy was stuffed directly into her mouth, silencing her protests. We don't have the rings for now, but there's plenty of good food. Lin Bei patted her head and promised. Yao Yao, be good. When we get back, we'll pack lots of delicious food for you. It's all yours, and we won't give any to your sister. Real? The milky aroma melted in her mouth, and Su Yao's eyes lit up, curving into crescent shapes. What had just happened was completely forgotten. With a candy in her mouth, she happily rubbed against Lin Bei's arm. Hee, brother Lin Bei is the best. Go back to Earth, I want to eat sunflower seeds. Okay, I'll take it for you. The three of them took out their phones and made the final adjustments. In particular, the cell phone in Su Yao's hand is not only a communication tool, but also her battlefield recorder. Her memory was filled with all sorts of videos she had filmed over the past few days. There are panoramic views of the scorched earth forest from a drone's perspective, scenes of beast-eared girls battling beastmen, and scenes of two ginseng spirits fighting over nutrient solution. There's also a heartwarming moment of three people sitting around a fire eating a giant ear of corn. These are all for Mom to see. She wanted to tell her mother that she, her sister, and she were doing well, so that her mother wouldn't worry. Battery at 100%, signal enhancement module activated, encrypted video software running in the background. Su Yao muttered to herself, raising her head. Her large eyes held both nervousness and, even more so, excitement at the prospect of seeing her mother. Brother Lin Bei, I'm all ready. Good. Take a step forward. Lin Bei didn't hold their hands like he did last time. He squatted down, opened his arms, and put his arms around the two women's legs, one in each hand. The two women gasped in surprise, and before they could react, Lin Bei easily lifted them up in his arms. Su Li and Su Yao wrapped their arms around Lin Bei's neck, their long legs naturally encircling his waist. Her pert little bottom sat steadily in his strong arms. It's as easy as holding two rag dolls. Lin Bei weighed the weight on his arm and estimated it in his mind. Yes, about 150 kilograms. Although the two women looked slim, after the enhancement, their bone and muscle density increased significantly, and their weight naturally went up as well. This weight is not a problem to pass through the portal. Holding her like a child, Su Li's face flushed slightly. She buried her head in Lin Bei's neck and whispered a reproachful complaint. Do you have to hug me like this? What kind of behavior is this? This is called checked baggage, and it's free. Lin Bei chuckled, having no intention of putting them down at all. He looked up, his gaze fixed on the rotating light screen in front of him. 13:25. 13 minutes and 25 seconds. This is the most ample time they've ever had to stock up. Listen carefully. Lin Bei's smile faded, his expression turned serious, and he confirmed the tactical arrangements one last time. Yao Yao, the moment you travel back in time, once your phone finds a signal, you need to open the encrypted software with the red icon and make a video call to my mother-in-law. Okay, I've got it. Su Yao nodded vigorously, her finger already resting on the top of the screen. Su Li, you'll come with me to be in charge of guarding and looting. No matter where we end up, remember, Someone will pay for it. Take whatever you see. Don't be shy. Clear. Su Li's fingers touched the ring on her ring finger, ready to take out the loaded shotgun from her storage space at any moment. Set off. Without further hesitation, Lin Bei, carrying the two little beauties, strode into the portal that shimmered with turquoise light. Buzz. Light and shadow intertwine. Time and space are distorted. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came over me, then quickly disappeared. For Lin Bei, who had already undergone several teleportations and whose physical abilities were comparable to those of a superhuman, this was nothing. Earth's gravity is greater than that of other planets. The moment he appeared, Lin Bei felt his body sink slightly, as if an invisible shackle had been added. But this discomfort was fleeting, and his robust physique quickly adapted to the change in environment. Noisy and bustling. This was Lin Bei's first feeling after regaining consciousness. Arrive. Lin Bei did not immediately put down the two women in his arms. He remained highly vigilant and quickly looked around. In front of me was a pedestrian street, but there were very few people on it. The roadside is lined with neatly trimmed ornamental trees, and the utility poles are adorned with signs displaying a mix of Chinese characters and radicals. In the distance, there are rolling low buildings, mostly detached wooden houses, exuding a compact atmosphere. There was no smoke of gunpowder, no monsters, only the bustling scene of peacetime. Not in China. After confirming that they were temporarily safe, Lin Bei gently put the two women, who had regained consciousness, down. He then quickly took out the pineapple-shaped phone and signal generator from the bracelet. The phone screen lights up, and a countdown timer software specifically developed for the transmission starts automatically. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The countdown from the old-fashioned pendulum clock begins. But this countdown wasn't for him. It was for the command center thousands of miles away. In less than a second, they would know that Lin Bei's time travel lasted a total of 13 minutes. At the same time, Lin Bei glanced at the signal generator in his hand. The green indicator light above is on and flashing once per second. This means that the encrypted signal was automatically transmitted the moment he took the box out of the bracelet. The command center located in China should have already received the signal that the extraterrestrial wanderers are returning home. But Lin Bei did not press the red emergency button. Cannot be pressed. He was well aware of the significance of this button. Once pressed, it means, help. My life is in danger, please help. At that time, the territory of any country will likely tremble under the madness of the Eastern Rooster. Now it seems that although the surrounding environment is unfamiliar, it is not dangerous. There's no need to trigger a third-ranking war. Su Yao kept staring at her phone screen. We have a signal. Her fingers trembled with excitement as she tapped the encrypted communication software with the red icon and pressed the video call request. This specially designed pineapple phone has global satellite communication capabilities. Doo-doo. The waiting tone only sounded once. It was answered almost instantly. On the screen appeared Su Qingwan's elegant and graceful face, yet unable to conceal her excitement. Yao, Xiaoli. Mom. When Su Yao saw her mother, tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls, and all her strength crumbled at that moment. Mom, I miss you so much. We're okay. We're doing great. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Su Qingwan covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Su Li also came over, her eyes red, and called out Mom. Lin Bei did not disturb the reunion of the mother and her two daughters. While they were on the phone, he activated another specially designed location tracking app, Tiansong. A high-precision satellite map was quickly loaded. A small blue dot is flashing. Current location, Kyoto Ward, Sapporo City, Hokkaido. A country where people are living a good life. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. What a coincidence. Since we're not in the country, there's no need to be so polite. Aunt Su, time is tight, we can't chat any longer. Lin Bei leaned close to the camera and quickly said, the video footage is being uploaded automatically in the background, and you can see what's going on over there. Don't worry, they're doing well with me here. We will be forcibly sent back in 13 minutes. We need to collect supplies now. Su Qingwan nodded quickly. Okay. Xiao Bei, thank you for your hard work. Be careful. Take whatever you need. I'll pay for it. Even after hanging up the phone, data transmission continues in the background. Let's go. Let's get to work. Lin Bei continued looking at his phone. Tiansong is very simple and has no unnecessary functions. In addition to location, it will automatically provide all markers within a 3-kilometer radius of the location point. These markers represent the surrounding large supermarkets, warehouses, hardware stores, etc. It is a zero-yuan purchase navigation map specially created for Lin Bei by a national think tank combining global big data. At this moment, a striking red icon pops up on the screen. Recommended store, Costco Sapporo Warehouse. Distance, turn left, straight line distance, 500 meters. Status, open for business. With a goal in mind, Lin Bei grabbed the two girls and started running. It's just ahead. Turn left and run 500 meters along this road. There's a Costco there, the biggest warehouse club. Chapter 80. You grab it first. We're on our way. Huaxia, Command Center 305. The piercing red alarm shattered the silence. Target number 1 spotted. Cell phone signal locked. Black box beacon activated. Coordinates confirmed. Academician Li Yaodong, who was taking a break in the lounge, jumped up like a spring the moment he heard the alarm. Holy crap. He didn't even bother to put on his shoes properly and ran barefoot out, sprinting at the speed of a 100-meter dash along the corridor leading to the central operations room. 19 seconds. Splash. The automatic door opened, and Li Yaodong and the general, whom they had bumped into in the corridor, rushed into the operations room, panting heavily. The general braced his hands on the control panel, his eyes bloodshot. Report your location. Where is number 1? On the large screen, a map unfolds, with a striking red dot flashing on it. The red, it did not fall within the territory of China. By sheer coincidence, it landed on that long, narrow chain of islands to the east. Reporting, sir. The sergeant in charge of intelligence spoke very quickly and in a loud voice. 4 signal sources locked, including 3 mobile phones and a black box. All of them are located in Kyoto Ward, Sapporo City, Hokkaido. Remaining transmission time, 12 minutes and 30 seconds. A small notebook? Li Yaodong frowned and slammed his thigh hard. Why did it have to go there of all places? This is troublesome. If he were in China, even if the plane landed deep in the mountains, he could get the fighter jets patrolling day and night to arrive within 5 minutes. However, in foreign countries, especially in sensitive countries where troops are stationed, this involves extremely complex power struggles. 3 cell phone signal sources? What's the current whereabouts of target number 1, Lin Bei? The general beside him asked in a deep voice. Number 1's route is straight, and its destination is clear. Based on the location data and data transmitted from the Tiansong backend, there is a large warehouse supermarket 200 meters away from number 1, and number 1 is heading there quickly. We're going to buy goods. Li Yaodong understood Lin Bei's intention. Since we are not in the country and cannot obtain supplies, we will become self-sufficient. So decisive. A hint of appreciation flashed in the general's eyes, and he immediately gave the order. Since he wants to buy goods, we'll pave the way for him. We absolutely cannot let him waste a single second on trivial matters. Within 10 seconds, I need a working Costco Global Black Card sent to 3 mobile phones. Yes. The sound of keyboard typing suddenly intensified. This is not just a hacker intrusion, but a devastating blow from legitimate forces. Just 3 seconds. Intrusion successful. Member information added. Member card generated. Sending to target phone number 1. Sent successfully. After doing all this, the general turned around and stared at Jiamusi, the closest Chinese military stronghold to Hokkaido on the map. Order. Jiamusi Base, 8 mighty dragon fighter jets. Take off immediately. Meanwhile, in Sapporo, Hokkaido, Lin Bei had no idea that, for the sake of his shopping trip to the supermarket, the other side of the ocean had already pressed the start button on the war machine. All he could see now was the huge red and blue sign in front of him. Hurry, it's right ahead. Lin Bei pulled the 2 women along, moving as fast as the wind. With the enhancement of ginseng and the alien environment, the distance of 500 meters was only a matter of 40 seconds for them. As they got closer, Lin Bei saw that there weren't many people at the supermarket entrance. Trouble. Costco is a membership-based supermarket. There are no cards, so it's difficult to sneak in if there aren't many people. Lin Bei's eyes turned cold, but he didn't stop walking. Time is life. Every second is priceless. How could he have time to queue up to get a card? Since we've chosen to buy for free, let's go all the way. Li, prepare for battle. Lin Bei gave a low shout, his previously empty right hand clenching into a fist. Consciousness connects to the space of the bracelet. The QBZ-192, equipped with an extra-large drum magazine, is ready to go. With just a thought, this deadly weapon would appear in his hand. Lin Bei's plan was simple and brutal. The 3 rushed to the door, took out their guns, and fired a shot. If the security guards dare to stop you, give them a reward. After the gunshot rang out, the crowd scattered and fled, and the supermarket doors were left wide open. He could then lead the two women straight in, as if they were in an empty place. Although this would cause riots and attract police and self-sufficient groups. But if they acted quickly enough, they could fill the space bracelets before anyone arrived. Stay close to me. If anyone tries to stop you, give them a good whack. Clear. Su Li's hand also reached for the ring. 50 meters, 30 meters. Lin Bei's murderous aura was already overflowing, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Just as Lin Bei was about to take out his rifle and give the supermarket a little shock from the suzerain state. Ding dong. 3 urgent notification sounds rang out simultaneously from the 3 people's phones. It's not a regular text message ringtone. It's a specially set maximum alert tone. Su Yao looked down and quickly reached out to pull Lin Bei back. Brother Lin Bei, don't grab the gun yet. Look. Lin Bei paused. His murderous intent abruptly halted and looked down at the screen. The phone screen lit up automatically, and a black and gold QR code floated quietly in the center of the screen with a prominent label. Costco Global Black Card Membership. Privileges. Skip the queue. Exclusive lane. Below the QR code, there is a short message with only a few words. You grab it first. We're on our way. Lin Bei paused for a moment. Then his tense muscles relaxed. Good. Since I have a membership card, I'll be a civilized person for now. Instead of slowing down, the 3 quickened their pace, ignoring the people in line and rushing straight toward the security guard at the entrance. Konnichiwa, Private Marseille. The diligent security guard at the entrance saw someone cutting in line and reached out to stop them. His hand hadn't even touched Lin Bei's clothes yet. Lin Bei had already held up his phone with one hand and shoved the QR code on the screen directly onto the barcode scanner in the security guard's hand. Drop. The barcode scanner emitted a beeping sound that lasted for 3 seconds, a special sound effect that is only triggered by the highest level members. The security guard was taken aback and glanced at the display on the barcode scanner. Premium Black Card Membership, globally acceptable. His arm, which he had been trying to use to stop, froze in midair, then with an incredibly smooth motion, transformed into a standard bow. He bent over at a 90-degree angle and shouted loudly, "Arigato. Welcome." The 3 of them rushed inside like a gust of wind, ignoring the bowing security guard. There were no pauses or unnecessary words throughout the entire process. Chapters 81 and 82. Happy Zero Yuan Shopping. The 3 rushed into the supermarket at full speed, and the noise and bustle hit them like a heat wave. The huge, high-ceilinged warehouse space was brightly lit, and the mountain of goods on the shelves formed a maze-like corridor. Lin Bei was surprised to find that the supermarket was quite crowded today. Not only were there families pushing huge shopping carts, but also many young people taking advantage of the discounts to go on a shopping spree. The aroma of freshly roasted chicken wafted into the nostrils of the 3 people. The 3 held hands and did not stroll around slowly with their shopping carts like ordinary customers. They strode through the supermarket at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. This bizarre behavior, coupled with the 3 people's outstanding appearance, attracted countless amazed glances from those around them. Lin Bei has sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. After being enhanced, his height has exceeded 1.9 meters, and his posture is as upright as a pine tree. Li and Su Yao on his left and right sides were even more breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin, nourished by ginseng, glowed with a radiant whiteness. Her perfect figure and stunning beauty made all the other housewives around her pale in comparison. The first in the country. Is this a celebrity? Are they filming a variety show? Quick, take a picture. It's so beautiful. Whispers could be heard incessantly. Many young Japanese shoppers forgot to select items and instead took out their phones to snap photos of the 3. The sounds of flashes and shutter clicks that wouldn't stop rose and fell. Su Li felt the countless burning gazes around her and felt slightly uncomfortable. She quietly reached out her finger and gently scratched Lin Bei's palm, whispering, "Lin Bei, aren't we being too high profile? So many people are taking pictures, and their faces are clearly visible in the photos." Lin Bei kept his eyes straight ahead, his steps unwavering, merely shaking his head slightly, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. "I can't worry about that anymore. Even if we cover our faces this time, as long as we make a move, it will definitely shock the whole world. Identity exposure is unavoidable." He knew very well that after this operation, these 3 mysterious individuals, possessing the superpowers of telekinesis and time travel, will make headlines in major intelligence agencies worldwide. In the future, if we cannot precisely control the teleportation landing point, or freely control the return time, we will be in trouble. I will absolutely never take you back to Earth for another adventure. But this time, a glint of light flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Since we're already here, let's do something big. The three of them seemed to be surveying the territory they were about to take over. They didn't rush into action. Instead, they quickly moved between the different zones. Lin Bei's brain worked at lightning speed, memorizing all the high-value areas and essential survival resources. Area A, the fresh food cold storage, is full of fresh meat and seafood. Section B, fast food and snacks, high-calorie foods. Section C, outdoor equipment. This is the key area. In Zone D, the digital appliances section has a nice little heater. Let's take it back and see if it can power the portal. For minutes later, the layout of the entire supermarket was deeply imprinted in the minds of the three. Lin Bei focused his mind and glanced at the countdown on his retina. 6:13. Only 6 minutes left. Lin Bei pulled the two women to a stop and stood in the very center of the supermarket. The timing was perfect. 6 minutes is enough for them to sweep through all the targets they have chosen. But for the slow-witted police officers, it wasn't even enough for them to finish a cup of tea. No matter how fast the police respond, it's impossible for them to organize an effective encirclement and break in within 6 minutes. Let's get started. Lin Bei turned his head and exchanged a glance with Su Li. A sharp, cold glint flashed in both of their eyes at the same time. With a low shout from Lin Bei, with a slight thought, 2 streaks of light flashed from the wrists of the two individuals. The next second, a black gun appeared in each of their previously empty hands. Su Li held a Remington M870 shotgun. What Lin Bei held in his hand was even more extravagant, a rifle cannon that had undergone radical modifications using the nation's highest military technology. To deal with giant beasts, the caliber of this gun was violently expanded to a terrifying 22 millimeters, equipped with a 10-round armor-piercing drum magazine and a muzzle brake. This isn't a gun, it's clearly a man-portable cannon. Several young girls who had been secretly taking pictures froze on their faces when they saw this scene, their brains completely shutting down. Nanani. Before they could even react to whether it was a magic trick or a terrorist attack, Lin Bei had already fired his gun. He didn't need to aim at all. He simply raised the muzzle of his gun and pointed it at a concrete wall to the side covered with a huge advertisement. Pull the trigger. Boom. It didn't sound like gunfire. It sounded like thunder. For some reason, Lin Bei felt that the gun in his hand was much more powerful. Gun's soul is overjoyed. The sonic boom generated by the 22 millimeters tungsten core armor-piercing projectile upon leaving the barrel made the glass of the entire supermarket vibrate. The deafening roar echoed through the enclosed supermarket, making every customer's heart skip a beat. In the distance, a thick concrete wall suddenly cracked open. Debris flew everywhere, dust billowed, and a hole the size of a wash basin was blasted open in the wall. The steel bars were twisted and turned outwards, a truly terrifying sight. After a brief silence, there was a hysterical scream. The people who were leisurely shopping were stunned, and countless people were so frightened that they lay on the ground trembling. Many others dropped what they were holding and ran frantically toward the exit. Get out, all of you! Lin Bei roared in the pioneer language, which everyone could understand. The sound rolled across the entire venue like thunder. To increase the deterrent effect, he fired another shot at the ceiling. Boom! The overhead light was shattered, and shards of glass fell like rain. This shot completely shattered everyone's psychological defenses, and the entire supermarket descended into chaos as people cried out and rushed out. Clearance complete. Let's get to work. Lin Bei lowered the muzzle of his gun, his eyes burning with fervor. Su Yao, lead the way to your sister. Let's go get what you want to eat first. All right, let's go. Su Yao jumped up excitedly and pulled her sister straight to the fresh food section. In the next few minutes, a physics-defying event unfolded in the supermarket that would have made Newton turn in his grave. The three ran side by side, and wherever they went, it was as if an eraser had been used to wipe away all supplies. Lin Bei rushed to the frozen meat counter. The cabinet was filled with rows and rows of Wagyu beef, thick-cut steaks, and whole fresh lamb legs. He doesn't need to take it. He just needs to gently brush his palm across the edge of the freezer. Receive. Whoosh. Along with the freezer, all the meat inside had disappeared. The two girls weren't idle either. Su Yao and her sister rushed into the snack and prepared food section. Potato chips. Sis, I want these. Good. With a touch of her small hand, Su Li caused an entire wall of potato chips, along with the shelves, to disappear, and she piled them up in a corner of the phase space. Cookies. This brand is delicious. And this too, the ultimate comfort drink. Brother Lin Bei specifically asked for it. Chapters 82 and 83. Aunt Su, don't worry. After packing the snacks Su Yao wanted, Su Li became even more practical. She led her sister into the cosmetics and clothing sections. For the three of them, some things were more important than food. Tissues, down jackets, the cotton quilts. I heard winter is coming soon. Take them all with you. Su Li moved with extreme speed. With just a few touches, hundreds of boxes of tissues and a large quantity of bedding from the entire shelf were placed into her spatial storage. I want shampoo, shower gel, laundry detergent, and all the skincare products here. The three of them were like 3 human vacuum cleaners, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. Lin Bei's goal became clearer. He wanted heavy industrial products. We arrived at the outdoor area. Generator? No fuel. Take it first. This tent is good. It's windproof and rainproof. Take it. This toolbox contains an electric drill, a chainsaw, and a small snowplow. I don't know if they'll be useful, but I'll keep them for now. Lin Bei paused as he passed the optical instrument counter. Several professional-grade astronomical telescopes were displayed on the stand, with huge apertures and an incredibly sophisticated appearance. This thing is great. Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Take it back. It'll be a good opportunity to study the big planet above us and see if there are any people on it. With a wave of his hand, several telescopes, along with the accessory boxes below, disappeared, just as the three were having a great time sweeping through the place. Sis, someone's here. Su Yao's little ears suddenly twitched. Her enhanced hearing had come into play once again. She quickly turned her head and pointed to a corner leading to the staff passage. Several security guards dressed in riot gear, holding shields and batons, were seen trembling as they peeked out from behind the wall. They were trying to assess the situation of these 3 terrorists. They held up transparent riot shields, seemingly trying to use them to block the heavy weapons in Lin Bei's hands that could penetrate walls. Lin Bei didn't even bother to turn his head, continuing to frantically collect rice, flour, and cooking oil from the shelves. Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, Su Li's eyes turned cold. With practiced ease, she raised her Remington shotgun and fired a shot. Bang! A burst of orange-red flame shot from the muzzle, and the deafening gunshot rang out. The slug struck the concrete wall where the security guard was hiding, sending up a shower of sparks and gravel. The 2 security guards at the front, who were about to reveal themselves, were so frightened that their legs went weak and they knelt down on the ground. The security guard, who had just been trying to show off his courage, was terrified. They threw away their shields, scrambled back into the passage, and locked the door. Snort. Su Li blew away the non-existent gunpowder smoke and turned around coolly. They were scared away. The 3 continued their sweep. As the shelves disappeared one by one, some of the swindlers that had been hiding at the bottom of the shelves were exposed. Under the rice shelf, a young couple clung to each other in fear, their eyes closed and too afraid to make a sound. As a result, Lin Bei waved his hand, and the shelves they were using as cover, along with the several tons of rice on them, all disappeared. The couple felt a chill on their heads. When they opened their eyes, they found that the cover was gone, and a terrorist holding a gun was looking down at them. At this moment, I felt like my soul was leaving my body. Lin Bei glanced at them and said in a pioneering language that anyone could understand. Stay put and don't move. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. After saying that, he turned and walked to the next shelf, ignoring him completely. These people may be a burden, but they are also the best protection. As long as these ordinary people are present, the police outside will not dare to throw stun grenades or launch a forced attack, thus buying them valuable time. Time flies. 2:44. 2 minutes left. Lin Bei. It's full. There's no more room. Su Li's anxious voice came through. She shook her wrist, and the silver bracelet emitted a faint red light, indicating that the space had reached its limit. Lin Bei glanced at his bracelet, which was also fully charged. The 3 of them filled 2 super spaces with a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters each in just 4 minutes. This also demonstrates just how abundant the goods are in this warehouse supermarket. Well, Lin Bei looked at the remaining large portion of the goods and sighed with heartache. It's such a pity. It would be great if there were more bracelets. That's enough. Su Li wiped his sweat with a touch of heartache. This much stuff is enough for us to use for several years. All right, retreat. Lin Bei made a decisive decision. Let's go to the staff break room. It has thick walls and only one small window, perfect for defense and passing. The 3 men herded more than a dozen people who were lying on the ground and still crying into the staff break room toilet as hostages. Then close the door and use a mop to wet the toilet door handle. If you don't want to die, stay inside and don't come out. Bang. The world is finally peaceful. The three of them hid in the staff break room, leaning against the wall, sitting on the floor without any regard for their image, panting heavily. Although it only lasted a few minutes, the intense work of grabbing, moving, still sent my adrenaline soaring. The three exchanged a glance, looking at each other's flushed faces and the joy of a bountiful harvest in their hearts. Ha 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 ha. All three of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. This is so exciting. This is what grocery shopping should be like. Su Yao patted her chest, her face flushed. Yes, it's much more exciting than mining in a cave. Su Li tidied her slightly messy hair, her eyes filled with excitement. 2 minutes left. Hurry, make the call. Su Li and Su Yao immediately huddled together and dialed Su Qingwan's video call again, seizing the last moment to let their mother know they were safe. Lin Bei then dialed another number. Beep. The call was answered instantly. From the other end came academician Li Yaodong's urgent voice, and in the background, one could hear the hustle and bustle of countless people working. Comrade Lin Bei, this is Li Yaodong. We have located your position. What's the situation now? We are doing well. Both 1,000 cubic meter spaces are fully equipped. Lin Bei leaned against the wall, listening to the familiar local accent, and felt a sense of peace. This situation is special. It's been passed on to the little notebook. The three of us might become famous worldwide soon. Also, we couldn't leave behind the dozen or so tons of, or we brought back this time. On the other end of the phone, I could hear the sounds of space bracelets and tens of tons of ore, and it seemed that many of the people listening in had fallen down. Li Yaodong turned his head, looked at the group of scientists who had collapsed to the ground because their legs were weak, and then laughed during the call. Okay, nothing else matters. As long as people are alive, that's all that matters. Lin Bei glanced at the countdown timer and spoke faster. Old Li, we have already established a foothold over there. We not only have a base, but we have also incorporated an indigenous tribe. The specific video should have already been transmitted back to China via the phone's backend. You'll know once you watch it. The two quickly exchanged information. Old Li, wait for my news in 3 days. Lin Bei was quite satisfied after hanging up the call with Li Yaodong, because he obtained a preliminary plan on how to process and utilize the Yaoli ore. Once we get the latest equipment, we can try to expand the cave. 015. Outside the supermarket, the piercing sound of police sirens finally grew louder as a large number of police cars and special police vehicles surrounded the area, and announcements could be heard over loudspeakers. Ignoring requests for negotiation. Brother Lin Bei, Mom wants to say a few words to you. Su Yao handed over her phone. On the screen was Su Qingwan's similar face, which looked more mature than the two women. Her eyes were very red and swollen. Clearly she had been crying. Aunt Su, we're leaving. Lin Bei looked at the screen and spoke rapidly. Time is almost up. Su Qingwan's voice trembled, carrying a hint of humble pleading. Xiao Bei, can you take me with you? Annie doesn't want anything anymore. I'll donate all the money in the company. I just want to be with Xiao Li and Xiao Yao, even if it's on another planet. Hearing this, Su Li and Su Yao, who were standing nearby, almost burst into tears again. Lin Bei was also deeply moved. But there was nothing he could do. He had to harden his heart and shake his head resolutely. Aunt Su, not now. Lin Bei's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Current teleportation is limited, and I cannot bring anyone from Earth over. Upon hearing this answer, the light in Su Qingwan's eyes dimmed, and she seemed to have all her strength drained away. Aunt Su, don't worry. Lin Bei, seeing only 3 seconds left on the countdown, loudly promised. Trust me, give me some time. Once I understand the mechanism of the teleportation portal, I will definitely reunite you with Xiao Li and Xiao Yao. Chapter 83. The three became famous worldwide, according to netizens. Small country, Hokkaido. The piercing sound of police sirens shattered the tranquility of the Kyoto ward. Dozens of black and white police cars and special police armored vehicles surrounded the Costco supermarket, and even the self-propelled helicopters were circling overhead. The enormous propeller rattled the glass. Break in. Break in. At the command of the on-site commander, a special assault team, dressed in heavy bulletproof vests and armed with submachine guns, stormed into the supermarket and broke down the door to the supermarket's staff break room. Don't move. The gun barrels were pointed at every corner of the lounge. The anticipated fierce firefight did not occur. The room was empty. Apart from the dozen or so hostages locked in the toilet, who were in a daze of fear, the 3 heavily armed terrorists had all disappeared. Reporting, Commander, The robbers have disappeared. What? They've disappeared? Do they know how to use earth magic? This is just the beginning. When the police entered the core area of the supermarket and saw that it looked like it had been hit by a tornado, all the team members fell silent. Just 1 hour later, an explosive news story swept across major media outlets around the world like a tsunami. Breaking news. Ghost thieves appear in Sapporo, Hokkaido. 3 mysterious East Asian figures vanished after robbing a warehouse supermarket. A mysterious armed trio, suspected of possessing space-folding technology. BBC reports, shocking. Supernatural phenomenon, or alien invasion of Earth. On-site video captures an astonishing scene. NHK emergency broadcast. Hokkaido Metropolitan Police Department cordons off Kyoto ward. Self-feeding squadron intervenes in investigation. Thousands of tons of supplies mysteriously disappear. No fingerprints or footprints left at the scene. Within just half an hour, the entire internet around the world was in an uproar. A video secretly filmed by a frightened customer on their mobile phone has gone viral on Twitter and YouTube. There are also domestic acne scars and microblows. In the video, inside the bustling supermarket, a tall man dressed in black was holding the hand of a stunningly beautiful woman on each side. The 3 were not wearing masks, and their stunning good looks remained incredibly striking even under the shaky camera lens. Then, something truly mind-blowing happened. The man's eyes narrowed, and a menacing-looking heavy firearm suddenly appeared in his previously empty hand. At the same time, the woman next to him also had a shotgun in her hand. The whole process was extremely abrupt, with no gun-drawing action whatsoever, just like switching weapons in a game. Boom. The walls shattered, and dust flew everywhere. The man addressed the terrified crowd, uttering a phrase that carried immense pressure. This sentence does not belong to any known language system on Earth, and it sounds strangely beautiful. But the moment those words are transmitted through air vibrations and network signals to everyone's ears. Whether it was people who were panicked at the scene, or people from different countries watching the video on their screens right now. Everyone's brain felt as if it had been struck by an invisible electric current. No translation is needed, and language barriers are ignored. At that moment, the language center was forced to understand the meaning of this sentence. Get out, all of you. This is language that strikes at the very soul. It is a command from a higher life form to a lower life form, a command that diminishes the dimensionality of the latter. The video then abruptly ended with the second gunshot. In China, the night is deep. Although it was the early hours of the morning, the Weibo hot search list was like boiling water. The top 10 topics all turned dark red, followed by the eye-catching word hot. The netizens were no longer sleepy, and the comment section turned into a huge gossip forum. I knew it. I knew it. This guy is definitely the big shot from the last New York free shopping spree. Look at that handsome face, it's exactly the same. The comment above is correct. The old man that the big shot rescued at the outdoor store was still posting a video on Twitter a couple of days ago looking for him, saying he wanted to repay the favor and even marry him. Who knew the big shot would be so scared that he went and messed with his notebook? Haha, well done. I'll definitely buy from Zio Benzi's store. This is a perfect score. Wait, guys, we're focusing on the wrong thing. Am I the only one who noticed that the 2 girls the guy is holding hands with are absolutely gorgeous? Even though the image quality is blurry, that figure and that face are like they stepped out of a celestial realm. And why does he have 2 identical ones? Twins. You noticed too? I wanted to say the same thing. Even in tactical gear, his looks are absolutely stunning. Did this guy transmigrate to the world of cultivation and bring back 2 fairies along the way? What kind of heavenly life is this? Surrounded by beauties, wielding magical artifacts, shopping globally for free, and disappearing without a trace? Even novels wouldn't dare write something like this. Don't just look at the pretty girl, look at the gun. The barrel caliber looks to be over 20 millimeters. This isn't a gun, it's a man-portable cannon. And looking at the structure, doesn't it look a bit like a modified version of our latest QBZ series? It's terrifying to think about, everyone. There are many different opinions online. Some say it's aliens, some say it's the return of immortal cultivators, and others say it's a secretly developed time-traveling warrior. Chapter 84 Earthlings developing rapidly on extraterrestrial planet. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. 100 meters underground in Beijing, at the 305 Special Operations Command Center. Compared to the online celebrations, the atmosphere here was very somber. The huge circular conference table was filled with bigwigs from the military, the Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and various special departments. Academician Li Yaodong sat to the side, holding a cup of strong tea in his hand, his brows furrowed. He pointed to the image frozen on the big screen. Lin Bei, holding a heavy gun, watched as the mountain of shelves in front of him vanished. There's a lot of diplomatic pressure right now. A middle-aged man in a suit spoke with a wry smile. The notebook protested, saying that we secretly sent chrono warriors and dragon fighters into their territory to carry out sabotage activities. The United States also sent a note requesting that we disclose our teleportation and spatial storage technologies. What's there to explain? An old general, his shoulders adorned with star marks of a general, slammed his fist on the table, his eyes wide with fury. Tell them this is a private, individual act. Don't escalate it to the national level. Or you could say, we're also after him. Let them go and arrest him themselves. Ahem, Laoli, calm down. The higher-ups have already given their orders. Li Yaodong tapped the table, steer the conversation back on track. They will withstand all pressure and let us have no reservations. As long as Comrade Lin Bei is still in the other world, as long as he still needs our support. As for the rest, we don't need to worry about it. Our core task now is to digest the intelligence sent back by number 1 and prepare for the next contact. The atmosphere in the meeting room became heated when the word intelligence was mentioned. Especially the elderly scientists sitting on the left, each clutching their chests, their expressions a mixture of pain and ecstasy. It's a bit like discovering that all today's lottery numbers are correct, but watching yesterday's lottery draw video instead. Number 1 confirmed during the call that he had 2 space bracelets, each with a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. Li Yaodong turned on the projector, which showed footage of Lin Bei shopping at a supermarket. Let me correct you. Number 1 has already named the rare mine Yali mine. Please don't make that mistake in the future. More importantly, he made it clear that he had already mined and stockpiled more than 10 tons of Yali ore on the alien planet. It's all in the space bracelet. Thump. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud crash came from the corner of the conference room as a chair overturned. Everyone turned around in astonishment. An elderly man with a full head of white hair was seen falling straight backward, his eyes rolling back, his limbs twitching. Old Wang, what's wrong? The people around him were startled and quickly helped him up. This Mr. Wang is a leading figure in the field of materials science in China. He is over 80 years old and has spent his entire life dealing with special metals. 10 tons. Old Wang tremblingly extended a finger, tears streaming down his face. The voice was so mournful, like that of a lonely old person who had lost their child. I'm already this old, and yesterday I had to fight with old Zhang next door over a few grams of sample. Haven't fought yet. 10 tons, right there, but we can't get them back. What a terrible thing. The old man couldn't catch his breath and really fainted. Quick, bring me the special supply fine wine. Li Yaodong was prepared and roared. The guard quickly handed over a small thermos cup, which contained the bathwater that Lin Bei had used to bathe in the ginseng he brought back yesterday. Regardless of whether it was hot or not, he grabbed old Wang's chin and poured a mouthful down his throat. Gulp. Bathwater went down my throat. Only 3 seconds passed. Old Wang, who had been pale and barely breathing, regained his rosy complexion, and his cloudy eyes shone with renewed brilliance. He sat up straight, shoved away the person supporting him, and roared in a powerful voice. Help me up. I must live to see the day I bring the ore back. The immediate effects of ginseng bathwater made everyone present's eyelids twitch. All right, Mr. Wang, please sit down. Li Yaodong wiped his sweat, thinking to himself that this alien ginseng was indeed a life-extending artifact. Although we can't get the ore, the intelligence that number 1 brought back this time is very important. He demonstrated a highly mature spatial storage technology that not only has a huge capacity, but is also phase space, which is not limited by spatial location. This means that the support we provide to him in the future could be in the tons. Secondly, regarding the processing methods for the Yali ore, number 1 mentioned on the phone that he hoped we could provide equipment for processing the ore. Li Yaodong looked at Old Wang. Old Wang, now that you've cracked this tough nut, why don't you tell everyone about it? Old Wang, who had just been clutching his chest and crying for help, now stood up with a radiant face and immediately pulled up a video. Simply put, you can't force the issue of Nanyao glass, but we discovered that it's the kind of guy who responds better to gentle persuasion than force. Looking at the animated demonstration on the projector, Mr. Wang used an analogy. We only need to input a specific ultra-high frequency pulse current into the Yali, just like inputting the correct unlocking code. Once the password is correct, the atomic lock inside the ore will unlock instantly. No high-temperature smelting is required. No heat is generated. The indestructible or will turn into a high-viscosity cold fluid like mercury due to the magnetostrictive effect. The old professor waved his hands, as happy as a child. But as soon as the pulse current is turned off, the atomic lock will lock again, turning back into a rigid body that is harder than a solid body. Therefore, number 1 does not need explosives or excavators. We have prepared the latest pulse turbulence device for him. We just need to wait for number 1 to bring the equipment over, and we can easily start mining. Li Yaodong nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Wang. I'll continue. Third, and most importantly, currently, it's not just about survival. Number 1 has begun to build up his influence. On the big screen, footage shot by Su Yao appeared, showing more than 200 beast-eared girls prostrate on the ground, waiting for Lin Bei to take them over. The vast farmland is teeming with thriving crops, while automated artillery emplacements guard the cave entrance. Number 1 incorporated the natives, established a base, and began agricultural production. What does this mean? A strategic analyst stood up, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This means that they have evolved from mere survivors into lords. This also means that our support strategy for Unit 1 must be changed. In the past, we would deliver life-saving kits to number 1, as long as the person was alive. The analyst pointed to the primeval forest on the map. Now, we're going to give number 1 a huge industrialization gift package. These words shocked everyone present. That's right. The higher-ups have already agreed. Li Yaodong issued a series of instructions, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Ministry of Industry. Adjust the plan immediately. A full 2,000 cubic meters of transport capacity means we no longer need to be stingy when delivering small items. Bring over the latest industrial-grade solar arrays, box-type solid-state energy storage power stations, and engineering vehicles. As long as the wristbands can fit, stuff them in as much as possible. We need to help him achieve electrification directly on this alien planet. Ministry of Agriculture. Prepare more high-yield, regenerable seeds, as well as potent nutrient solutions for ginseng. Ministry of Military Industry. Increase investment in Plan Number 8. In addition to human individual weapons, we also need to develop heavy weapons in the form of orcs. At this point, Li Yaodong pointed to the incredibly strong beast-eared girl on the screen. Don't just focus on building equipment for number 1. He can't go out on adventures all the time. According to the latest analysis, the physical qualities of these beast-eared girls are 8 to 10 times that of the most capable humans. Design their own heavy weapons and special armor, taking into account the structure of their tails and ears. Since number 1 is going to be the lord of this alien planet, then we'll arm his beast-eared girl army to the very end. The conference room was filled with a cheerful and enthusiastic atmosphere. Only old Wang remained, clutching his chest and muttering to himself. The entire mountain is filled with yaoli, or that must be billions of tons. Li Yaodong looked at the group of excited scientists and slowly shifted his gaze to the large screen. On the screen, Lin Bei was leading 2 women to take over the beast-eared girl tribe, in a position of absolute control. The smile on Li Yaodong's lips slowly faded, and his eyes became somewhat complicated. He glanced at the document beside him, a document that hundreds of top strategists had worked day and night to produce. Alien version of 3-year survival and 5-year development plan. Now it seems like just a stack of waste paper. Lin Bei incorporated the natives, established a base, acquired space technology, and achieved initial food self-sufficiency in just 4 teleportation opportunities. The time span was less than a month. This rate of growth shattered all the development data models of the think tank. This makes the reaction speed of the state apparatus seem somewhat slow. It took off too fast. Li Yaodong muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously stroking the rim of the teacup. A strange mix of disappointment and anticipation welled up inside me. At this terrifying rate of development, it probably won't be long before we no longer need our so-called support. Chapter 85. Returning to the cave, bunk beds prepared for the beast-eared girls. Inside the alien cave, 3 figures appeared. Hoo-ha! Lin Bei stood still, and in his arms, 2 warm and soft bodies were pressed against him at 0 distance. Li and Su Yao clung to Lin Bei like 2 frightened kittens seeking comfort. One on each side, their cheeks pressed tightly against his neck, their warm, rapid breaths blowing on Lin Bei's skin, bringing a tingling sensation. The experience just now was too exciting. In less than a quarter of an hour on Earth, it began with drawing a gun in public and ended with the tension of being surrounded by the state apparatus. It made the hearts of two girls who had lived in peacetime for 20 years race, and their adrenaline surge. Now, back in this primitive yet safe territory belonging to the three of them, their tense nerves suddenly relaxed. The stark contrast between the dangerous and relaxed environments fostered a deeper attachment to the men around them. At this moment, Lin Bei was their only safe anchor. Su Li raised her head, her usually cool and aloof eyes now sparkling, her cheeks flushed. There was even a trace of girlish modesty. She stared at Lin Bei with a sly look in her eyes, as if she wanted to devour the man in front of her whole. Lin Bei, your heart is beating so fast. She called out softly, her voice so sweet and gentle it seemed to melt in your mouth. Lin Bei looked down at her and smiled. Your heart was racing because you were too nervous just now. But if your hands don't behave, things will be a different story later. But before Su Li could make a move, Su Yao on the other side couldn't hold back any longer. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Bei on his right cheek. This is so exciting. Brother Lin Bei, don't we look like a pair of swashbuckling thieves from a movie? Lin Bei gently stroked their backs, feeling their heartbeats gradually calming down, a smile on his lips. It's all right, we're home. After a while, Su Li, blushing, finally broke free from Lin Bei's embrace. Ben Yao, come with me to change my pants. Oh, go by yourself, I don't need to change. No way, you stupid Yao, don't think I don't know. Su Yao grumbled and complained for a while before reluctantly following her sister to the cubicle to change her inner clothes. After the two women finished tidying up and came out again, the three of them sat together and took stock of what they had gained from the trip. Come on, line up to watch, but only one person can watch at a time. Lin Bei raised his wrist. Although the phase bracelet's permissions were enabled, it could only accommodate one person's consciousness into the phase space at a time. I'll go first. I'll go first. Su Yao couldn't wait to lean closer, her finger touching Lin Bei's ring. She closed her eyes and let her consciousness explore it. The next second, the corners of the little girl's mouth and eyes curved upwards at the same time. My mouth is watering. Wow, so much food. My big cherries. And potato chips. In her perception, rows of steel shelves were neatly stacked within the vast space. It's like bringing in the entire supermarket, stacking it up layer by layer. All right, just take a look at the food. Now it's your sister's turn. Lin Bei took out a can of potato chips and stuffed it into Su Yao's arms, then pulled her aside so that Su Li could also take a look. After Su Li checked the spoils of the trip, Lin Bei looked at the huge heavy-duty storage racks in the space and said, besides the food and household items, these shelves themselves are also good things. Shelves? Su Li asked, somewhat puzzled. Even though it's made of iron, it's not very useful, is it? No, this is good stuff. Think about it. There are more than 200 people in the beast-eared girl tribe. If they all had to sleep on makeshift beds underground, how much area would that take up? And the underground is damp and cold. Lin Bei looked at the sturdy steel shelves and said, as you just saw, the shelves are divided into several layers. The structure is sturdy, and the height is just right. If you lay down wooden planks and animal hides, wouldn't that make a ready-made upper, middle, and lower bunk? Using as a bed for a beast-eared girl? Su Li and Su Yao realized what was happening, and their eyes lit up. Yes, the animal-eared girls can only sleep on the ground covered with grass, which is both damp and unsanitary. If you can use shelving as a bed, you can not only save a lot of living space, but also make a qualitative leap in comfort. But what about the things up there? Su Yao asked worriedly. If we take the shelves out, won't all the delicious food fall all over the floor? That's the magic of phase space. Lin Bei decided to show the two women the advanced technique he had just discovered. Watch. With a thought, he locked onto a steel shelf piled high with flour. Come out. With a loud bang, the huge shelf appeared on the open ground of the cave, about 5 meters high, still some distance from the top of the cave. The shelves were brought out, but the flour that was originally piled on the shelves did not come out with them. Su Yao quickly probed her consciousness into the bracelet space again. Where the flour was originally placed on the shelf, it remained in its original stacked shape, suspended in midair, as if supported by an invisible tray. There is no gravity or time in phase space. Lin Bei lay down on the shelf bed and tried it out. It felt pretty good. He then explained. The contents inside are absolutely still. We can take out any supplies if we want without disturbing the others. It's a pity that you can't choose when you put them in, otherwise so many useless freezers wouldn't have been put in. It's okay, brother is very capable. Lin Bei and the two women discussed it and decided that since there wasn't enough space in the cave, they would temporarily put away the supplies in the hand ring. The three then turned their gaze to the other side of the cave. The once spacious front half of the cave was now piled high with Sylvie's tribal dowry. Most of them were simply processed animal hides. There were white snow wolf pelts, spotted saber-toothed tiger pelts, and several huge scaled hides. Each sheet was carefully peeled and is completely intact. Next to the animal hides, there were piles of semi-cooked jerky and herbs tied with straw ropes. There were also several large animal skin bags filled with various colored gems that emitted a faint glow. The gemstones come in a variety of colors. Some are as red as rubies, while others are as green and translucent as jade. These stones. Su Li walked over, picked up a sapphire the size of a basketball, and said, "On Earth, you could probably buy my mother's company with just a few of those." Among these miscellaneous items, the most conspicuous was a huge black stone tablet. The stone tablet leans against the rock wall, its surface smooth as a mirror, without any dust. Lin Bei walked over and reached out to touch the cold surface of the stone tablet. There was no reaction. It was just like an ordinary piece of obsidian. This thing looks even more advanced than the Enlightenment Cube. It must hold many secrets. However, Lin Bei was not in a hurry to lick it. Now is not the time to study it. Nothing is more important than eating. The animal-eared girls outside are making a lot of noise. Let's go out and see. Chapter 86. Ready to eat. Preparing to feed all the beast-eared girls. The three of them crawled out of the hole one by one. The afternoon sun was a bit too bright. Lin Bei raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight. When he saw the rocky beach in front of him, even though he was prepared, he still couldn't help but gasp. Less than 20 minutes had passed. The rocky beach, which was originally full of potholes and sharp pebbles, has now been cleared to create a mostly flat area. Is this our front door? Su Yao rubbed her eyes. Thump, thump, thump. The dull thuds of impact echoed one after another, and the earth trembled slightly. Dozens of adult animal-eared girls did not use any tools. With their incredible strength, they lifted stones weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds high and then slammed them heavily to the ground. Each impact compacts the loose soil a bit more. The originally uneven ground quickly became flat and hard under the operation of these human-shaped pile drivers. Elsewhere, a group of lowly-like girls with animal ears, each only about 2 meters tall, were also busy. Although they were not as strong and could not move the huge rocks, they were using baskets woven from vines to carry rubble and soil to fill in the low-lying areas. The entire rocky beach was bustling with activity, a scene of bustling activity. This efficiency would make even the infrastructure powerhouse weep. Lin Bei sighed. Just then, Su Li suddenly tugged at Lin Bei's sleeve. She pointed to a corner of the rocky beach, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Bei, look over there. Following Su Li's finger, on a cleared area, there was a small, creepy hill. It was the corpses of all sorts of insects. There were giant pincers, ants the size of a fist, centipedes with thousands of legs as thick as a thigh, and spiders the size of a wash basin. Just as the three were watching, a little girl with rabbit ears seemed to notice something strange under a rock at her feet. Without a care, she stretched out her fair little hand and probed deep into the crevice in the rock. Then, she used her waist to pull it out forcefully. She forcibly pulled a giant snake, as thick as Lin Bei's thigh and nearly 10 meters long, out of the cave. The snake had been dead for a long time. The little girl smelled it and realized it had gone bad. Eating it would give her diarrhea. She casually tossed the giant snake's corpse into the pile of monsters nearby. This scene sent chills down the spines of Lin Bei and his two companions who were standing not far away. No wonder. Lin Bei covered his nose, his face turning slightly pale. These past few days I've been smelling a faint stench. I thought it was the smell of feces and urine left by some dead pig. I never imagined that so many small animals were hiding under the rocks. Fortunately, although the intense heat from the fire a few days ago didn't reach under the rocks, the terrifying heat wave suffocated all the small animals hiding in the crevices, scalding them to death. Su Li looked at the mountain of poisonous corpses and felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, our tunnel entrance is usually sealed tightly, so the ventilation opening is not large. Otherwise, if these things were alive, they could crawl into the cave through the cracks. The three exchanged glances, all feeling fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Although the sharp-eyed, beast-eared girls saw Lin Bei and his two companions emerge from the cave. But without instructions from adults, they dared not approach. Lin Bei scanned the crowd but didn't see Sylvie. She must have been busy. But his attention was drawn to a figure by the edge of the farmland. She is a little bare-eared girl with round ears. She looked quite young, with a touch of baby fat on her face. She was wearing a slightly oversized animal skin skirt, and looked silly and endearing. At this moment, she was squatting on the edge of the field, her hands gripping the ridge, her big eyes fixed on the huge potatoes in the field. The potatoes have already sprouted, with more than half of them above ground. It's like the potato mine from Plants vs. Zombies. Gulp. Even from a distance, Lin Bei could hear her swallowing. His greedy look was exactly the same as Su Yao's when she saw ham after being starving for 3 days. This little guy. Lin Bei smiled, a hint of amusement rising in his heart. He tiptoed over and silently walked over, standing behind the little bear girl. Completely absorbed by the food, she didn't even hear Lin Bei's footsteps. Want some? The sudden sound startled the little bear mother, making her tremble all over, and her round ears, which had been standing tall on her head, instantly pressed down to her head. He bounced up 5 meters high like a ball. Wow! The bear girl fell from the sky and turned around in a panic. Upon seeing the imposing pioneer, the little girl turned deathly pale with fright. She quickly lay down on the ground and stammered. "Sir, I didn't steal any food. I was just looking." She kept her head down, not daring to look at Lin Bei, afraid that her coveting of the adult's food would cause the entire beast-eared girl tribe to be driven away. "Take it easy." Lin Bei squatted down, trying to make his voice sound gentler. "May I have your name?" Little bear mother secretly glanced at Lin Bei and saw that the adult wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he was smiling very nicely. Only then did her fear subside a little. "My name is Winnie." "Winnie?" Lin Bei was taken aback. "Who gave you this name?" "It was Sister Sylvie who gave me that name. She said I'd definitely grow up to be big and round, even rounder than hers." Winnie muttered under his breath, seemingly bothered by the roundness of the comment. "A good name. It suits you very well." Lin Bei smiled and extended his hand. Winnie shrank his neck and closed his eyes, thinking he was about to be hit. The expected pain did not materialize. The adult's small hand landed on its head and gently rubbed its round, furry bear ears. Lin Bei couldn't help but rub it a few more times. "It feels amazing." The thick plush, warm touch, and bouncy elasticity make it irresistible. "It feels so good, the feel is unbeatable." Su Yao, who had been eyeing it for a while, also came over and reached out her devilish hand. "I want one too. I want one too." Her hands were wreaking havoc on Winnie's head. Winnie was so dizzy from being rubbed that he didn't dare to resist. He let the 2 adults rub his ears, which he was so proud of, until they were red and burning hot. Although it seems quite comfortable, she squinted her eyes in comfort, making soft gurgling sounds in her throat. "Are you hungry?" Lin Bei withdrew his hand, looking at the little guy's enjoyable expression, and felt great. Winnie blushed, clutched her stomach, and whispered, "No, I'm not hungry." Gurgle. But my stomach, true to its nature, let out a protest. When his lie was exposed, Winnie was so ashamed that he wanted to disappear into the ground, so he buried his head even lower. "All right, don't be shy." Lin Bei had his fill of playing with his hands, so he took out a white rabbit milk candy from his spatial storage, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into her mouth. Upon tasting the candy, Winnie's eyes widened, and his ears perked up with sweetness. Go and call Sylvie over here for me." Lin Bei patted her head. "Tell everyone that we're ready to eat after we finish our work." "Is dinner served?" Winnie quickly swallowed the candy, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Really? Can we eat now?" "Of course, it's not just about eating. Today is a good day, so we're going to have a celebration. All the Kemonomami girls can eat their fill." Lin Bei waved his hand with great enthusiasm. "Go." "Yes, sir." Winnie responded excitedly and ran off towards the center of the construction site. Perhaps afraid that Lin Bei might change his mind, she ran while shouting, "Come quick, dinner's ready." The adults said to make sure everyone is well fed. Chapter 87. An old friend has arrived. You're not allowed to leave until you've eaten your fill. A few minutes later, Sylvie, who was carrying the remains of the sow mother, came running quickly, covered in dust. "Sir, Winnie said you were looking for me." Sylvie stopped in front of Lin Bei, slightly out of breath. A layer of sweat rose on her cheeks, sliding down her delicate face and disappearing into her heaving chest. Her eyes were filled with joy, and she was about to kneel down to pay her respects. "These things are not allowed in my territory." Lin Bei told her to wipe the sweat from the ditch first, then looked at the cleared land around them and said, "Tell everyone to stop." Everyone worked hard today, not only moving house, but also doing so much work. To welcome the beast-eared girl tribe and to celebrate the initial completion of our new home, I've decided to hold an open-air feast today. Let's have a nice meal together. Eat from the same pot. Sylvie repeated the unfamiliar word with some confusion. It's a meal where everyone eats together, and there's no limit to how much you can eat. Su Yao explained from the side that when it comes to food, she is the most authoritative among the three. All you can eat. Sylvie was moved. For these beast-eared girls who wander the forest, food is always the most precious resource. In order to stockpile the large amounts of food needed for the Ice Age, they often eat only one meal a day, and it's mostly undercooked grilled meat. Over the years, apart from the fire a few days ago that gave all the beast-eared girls a feast, at other times, the animal-eared girls are always in a state of being neither starving nor well-fed. Sylvie had never heard of anyone like Lin Bei, who could feed over 200 people and ensure they were well-fed, even after traveling to countless orc tribes. Thank you for your generous gift, Lord Pioneer. Sylvie was so excited that she almost knelt down. Stop kneeling. Save your energy for cooking. Lin Bei helped her up and began assigning tasks. Go and make arrangements to send some people to the nearby forest to collect as much wood and charcoal as possible that has been burned by a large fire. Let some people pick a few baskets of tomatoes and corn from the field, and dig up some potatoes. I will prepare the tools and meat. Since it's a celebration, let's make it lively and festive. We'll light the biggest bonfire and make this meal a truly joyous occasion. But upon hearing the word campfire, Sylvie's expression changed. A flicker of fear crossed her eyes. She hesitated, glancing at the sky, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. It's too dangerous for adults to light a fire outside the cave. Afraid of the firebird? Lin Bei thought for a moment, and this was the only possibility. Sylvie nodded, looking at the sky with a solemn tone. Yes, because of the Milky Way sparrow. Celestial river bird? So that's the name of the big bird that can put out fires. Sylvie explained. The skybird is the guardian of our southern forest and hates fireworks. Once they spot smoke rising, they will fly over and bring rain to extinguish the fire. At this point, Sylvie gave a wry smile. We used to live in the forest and didn't dare to light a fire to cook during the day. Each time, we could only sneakily light a small fire, and sometimes it would be extinguished by the celestial birds before the meat was even cooked. Sometimes, if the fire gets a little bigger, it will attract their attacks. The claws of the skybird are extremely sharp. They can easily tear even the skin of a dinosaur. Many of our people have been injured by them while trying to start a fire. In the past, when we cooked, we would throw the meat into the fire, then quickly hide in the cave and wait for the birds to leave before coming out to eat. After hearing Sylvie's explanation, Lin Bei suddenly understood. No wonder the meat that beast-eared girls eat is often undercooked or burnt. No wonder the featherless bird goes crazy to water the plants whenever it sees smoke. It turns out, that's its job. Judging from this, the forest firefighter used excessive force. Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh when he thought of the grumpy, featherless bird that patrolled the area every day. It's okay, I have a way. Lin Bei waved his hand confidently. We're definitely having this dinner tonight. Even if I, the fire extinguisher, come, I can't stop you. Go, do as I say, and start a fire. Since the pioneer had spoken, Sylvie naturally dared not disobey. Soon, in the center of the newly leveled square, 5 oversized iron pots brought back from Earth were set up. To enhance the smoke effect, Lin Bei added a few pieces of wetwood inside. Call. Under conditions of high oxygen concentration, the flames ignite violently, and billowing smoke, like 5 black dragons, shoots straight into the sky. The smoke in the clear sky looked like a huge, mocking signal. Really, the fire had only been burning for 2 minutes. From the distant horizon came a familiar, yet noisy cry. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. The voice grew louder as it approached, filled with anger and anxiety. They're here. The heavenly river sparrow is here. The timid cat-eared and rabbit-eared girls screamed. They had a natural fear of these large birds in the sky. Stay where you are. Keep cutting the meat. Lin Bei's voice brought the situation to a standstill. He looked up. Then, a familiar figure appeared in the sky. It was our old friend, the firebird, whose left wing was missing a few feathers, and whose size was comparable to a giant passenger plane. But this time, things are a little different. The featherless bird flew with extraordinary difficulty, flapping its wings at an extremely rapid frequency, as if it were carrying a heavy burden. Only when they flew closer could Lin Bei and the other two see them clearly. On its back was a giant celestial bird that was even larger than itself. 2 giant birds flew over like a stack of cats, blotting out the sky. Good heavens! Li and Su Yao watched in disbelief. Is this a family-run law enforcement operation? No wonder it flew like a tractor, making a lot of noise. Lin Bei was also amused. Sylvie explained from the side. My lord, The one above is the king of the celestial bird flock in this area, and also the father of the one below. Perhaps the fire alarms in the adult's territory have been too frequent these past few days, and the Sparrow King was worried, so he came to supervise in person. Lin Bei understood. It was an inspection of work. Gurgle. In the sky, the old bird on its back let out a majestic cry, as if scolding its son below to fly more steadily, or as if issuing a final ultimatum to the arsonists on the ground. Ignore the giant bird's warning. Lin Bei has many ways to deal with these two birds. The simplest way is to fire a cannon and blast it down, then add 2 pairs of extra spicy chicken wings tonight. The taste will definitely be great. But Lin Bei hesitated for a moment and then gave up the idea. The heavenly finch is the guardian of the forest, and in a sense, the forest also provides free irrigation water. Killing him would be a great pity and would also damage the harmony of the relationship. If it were to collapse directly, it would be too violent and might provoke a furious retaliation from the entire flock of birds. Let's try a different approach then. Watch me. Lin Bei took out a megaphone from his spatial storage and turned it on. He first drew upon the knowledge base of pioneers he had studied for 100 years, searching for the most suitable words for the present. The sound waves were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the sky. In the sky, the bird father and son, who had been so aggressive and ready to give these ignorant orcs a bath, froze. The son, who was acting as the mount below, almost forgot to flap his wings and fell off. Especially the old bird on its back, being a highly intelligent being, understood. This sound is an ancient sound engraved deep in our genes, a sound that once ruled this world. Huh! The old bird let out a strange cry in fright, no longer daring to put on airs. With a sudden flap of its wings, it glided off its son's back. The featherless bird below was also terrified. The sound coming from the ground made it feel as if it were facing its ancestor, and its whole body trembled. The sphincter muscles of the sac, which had already loosened, were forcibly pulled back in. Splash! Only a few drops of water leaked out and were blown away by the wind. Then, to the astonishment of all the beast-eared girls, the 2 once arrogant giant birds looked as if they had seen a ghost. It made a very awkward sharp turn in the air, flapped its wings and flew high, then disappeared in a flurry. It ran away? Sylvie and the beast-eared girls were dumbfounded. In their minds, the giant sky river sparrow was incredibly powerful, and even dozens of beast-eared girls throwing stone spears would have difficulty driving it away. Yet, it was chased away by the adult with just a single sentence. The animal-eared girls hugged each other happily, bursting into a deafening cheer. Lin Bei calmly put away the megaphone and clapped his hands. Keep the music playing, keep dancing. You're not allowed to leave today until you've eaten your fill. Chapter 88. The buffet was bankrupted by the beast-eared girl. I'm only half full. Gurgle. The 2 celestial birds left without stopping. As the Mahjong King ran, he was still thinking about what the 2-legged creature meant. There was no fire here. If it smokes again tomorrow, should I come or not? In the center of the crowd, 5 large iron pots, each a meter in diameter, were placed on a simple stone stove, with firewood burning fiercely underneath. This was the first proper meal Lin Bei prepared for his newly joined subordinates. A big, chaotic stew in an iron pot. The method is simple and crude. Lin Bei held a long ladle and stirred the soup in the pot. In several pots, chunks of unidentified meat, cut into fist-sized pieces, were tumbling around, along with a few dodo birds that had willingly sacrificed themselves. Also brought by Sylvie were various non-toxic giant wild vegetables that her tribe used to collect from the forest. Lin Bei poured in whole bottles and bags of hot pot base, 13 spice powder, soy sauce, and other seasonings he brought from Earth. As the heat rose, the aroma began to spread in all directions. Not far away. Unit 4. Activate automatic cruise alert mode. Su Yao lay on the body of a white-haired, red-eyed fox-eared girl named White Silk, controlling the drone to take off. The woman in white smelled sweet and had been entangled with Su Yao for quite some time. The black drone took off, quickly climbed to 800 meters, and began patrolling within a 30-kilometer radius along its set route. Brother Lin Bei, it's all done. Su Yao swayed the pigtails her sister had just braided for her and sat up from her white stocking thighs. I set up a thermal imaging alarm. As soon as any creature larger than 2 meters enters the warning zone, the alarm will sound immediately. Here you go? Chef Lin was sprinkling salt into the pot when he heard this and nodded. The fire destroyed the forest, and the wild animals in the vicinity were either scared away or turned into food. This scorched earth area offers neither cover nor food for wild animals, so they won't be returning anytime soon. Therefore, if an alarm sounds, it's highly likely that the green-skinned orcs are coming to retaliate against the beast-eared girl tribe. Seeing that Su Yao had completed her guard duty, Lin Bei turned his attention back to the large pot in front of him. I was so focused on listening to Su Yao that I think I added too much salt. I need to add some water. Gulu. Just then, a series of cries of hunger came from the side. Lin Bei turned around and saw that the more than 200 beast-eared girls surrounding him were practically spitting out green light in their eyes. Although they maintained a respectful kneeling posture, the short animal skins could not conceal their voluptuous figures. But all the pairs of eyes, each a different color, were fixed on the bubbling meat in the pot. Some of them already had glistening threads hanging from the corners of their mouths. It smells so good. Hot pot base and various spices from Earth are a treat for these Kemonomi girls who rarely even get to eat cooked meat. The impact is no less than when you're starving and a bowl of braised pork trotters appears in front of you. The rabbit-eared girl couldn't bear it any longer, but she didn't dare to ask, so she turned away and stopped looking. Lin Bei glanced at the pot. Although the aroma was coming out, the large chunks of meat were not yet cooked. I don't know where Sylvie got the meat from. It was still rock hard even after stewing for half an hour. However, looking at the eyes of these beast girls, Lin Bei was afraid that if he waited any longer, they might eat the pot up. We'll have to wait a bit longer. The meat isn't fully cooked yet. Lin Bei wiped his hands, shouted loudly, and turned to look at the farmland not far away. However, if you are really hungry, you can eat some vegetarian food first to fill your stomach. Looking at the thriving cornfields and tomato patches, he gave the order. Eat whatever you want from the field. Self-picking is available, and there's no limit. This land was originally an experimental field, and its location is a bit obstructing the road. Tomorrow, as we expand the base, this land will also need to be leveled to make room. It's better to eat it than to throw it away and waste it. Go ahead, bring it over, and put it in the pot to boil. Upon hearing the adult's command, the group of beast-eared girls, who had been sitting in neat rows, immediately disintegrated. Meow. Hockey. More than 200 figures kicked up a cloud of dust and charged toward the still lush farmland with howls. It seems like a locust swarm has passed through. Snap. Snap. The sound of corn stalks snapping filled the air. Before Lin Bei could react, he saw a tiger-eared woman rush into the cornfield. This tiger girl didn't even bother to skin her. She grabbed a corn stalk as thick as her calf with both hands and snapped it off. The 3 golden corn cobs, each over half a meter long, broke off along with the stalk. She first caught the falling corn stalks and ate them from one end to the other, like eating sugarcane, chewing them with great relish, juice splashing everywhere. After finishing her meal, she grabbed another corn cob, still covered in the thick green husk, opened her mouth wide, and took a big bite. In less than 2 minutes, the entire ear of corn disappeared into her mouth, leaving not a single crumb. Adult food is so delicious. It's sweet, and it even bursts with flavor. Tiger-eared girl excitedly told her companions, then turned around and broke off another one. The tomato field on the other side was in even worse shape. The mutated tomatoes are each the size of a basketball, with thin skin and thick flesh. A group of little lowly girls with animal ears rushed in. They were only 2 meters tall and couldn't reach the corn cobs, so they chose tomatoes instead. The red juice burst open, splattering all over their faces and bodies. The place with the most animal-eared girls is the potato field. A group of incredibly strong bare-eared girls came to the potato field. They don't need hose. They just stick their hands into the soil and lift it up. Amidst the swirling dirt, giant potatoes, each the size of a wash basin, were unearthed. The potatoes were still covered in damp black mud. They simply wiped them on their animal skin clothing and then started eating the raw potatoes. Crack, crack. Su Yao stared in disbelief at the scene of swift and decisive destruction before her mouth slightly agape. Brother Lin Bei, you're not allowed to call Yao Yao a foodie anymore. They are the ones who are. 60 centimeters long corn stalks, each with 3 ears, and in just 10 minutes, our 1 acre of cornfield is gone. Looking around, the once lush cornfields have now been turned into flat land. The vegetables and fruits in the field, not even a potato peel, were all eaten by these beast-eared girls. Lin Bei, the owner of a buffet restaurant, has declared bankruptcy. Lin Bei and Su Li stood together and exchanged a glance. Oh no, I underestimated their appetite. The beast-eared girl's terrifying physical attributes, her 3-meter height, and her immense strength must require a massive amount of energy to sustain her. Their stomachs are like highly efficient bioreactors, digesting food immediately after it's eaten. Fortunately, Lin Bei felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he had obtained the phase space, and fortunately, he could still go back to restock from time to time. When Lin Bei looked at them again, he found that all 200 pairs of eyes were staring longingly at the big pot. Sylvie walked over. She had eaten quite a bit earlier, and there was still a trace of tomato juice on the corner of her mouth. "My lord, these fruits are delicious, very juicy and sweet." "That's right. It doesn't seem to fill you up very much." "Is it still edible?" Lin Bei asked. "Yes, sir. I can eat. I'm about 2/10 full now." 2/10 full. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Why is it so tragic? 2/10 full. Lin Bei's lips twitched. "Great, really great. Since vegetarian food isn't filling enough, let's serve you some hearty dishes." Lin Bei took a few steps back and came to an open space. With a thought, he connected to the phase space. Splash. A spatial fluctuation flashed by. Countless boxes appeared, piled up like a small mountain, along with boxes of black carbonated drinks stacked higher than a person. Lin Bei stepped forward, tore open the top packaging box, and found that the food inside was still warm and had a fragrant aroma. "Wow, it smells so good. It's Orlin's roast chicken." Su Yao walked up, and even Su Li swallowed hard. The two of them hadn't eaten earth food in a long time, and even Su Li was feeling a bit craving it. Slurp. "What kind of meat is this?" Sylvie's eyes widened. The aroma was even more potent than the sweet fruit from before. "This is fried chicken, and there's also roast chicken." Lin Bei picked up a golden, crispy whole roasted Orlin's chicken and handed it to Sylvie. "Try it. This is also a delicacy from the heavens." Sylvie took it with trembling hands and took a bite. Snap! The crispy chicken skin crackles between your teeth, and the juicy meat, mixed with the salty, savory, and slightly sweet seasoning, bursts in your mouth. Tender chicken doesn't require vigorous chewing. Ugh! Sylvie's pupils dilated, her pointed cat ears stood straight up, and her long tail behind her suddenly tensed up and stood up. "It's so delicious. How can anything in this world taste so good?" There was no need to spit out the bones. Under the beast-eared girl's terrifying bite force, they were all chewed up and swallowed. "What are you all standing there for? Come and get one. One for each of you. And there are more if you need more." At Lin Bei's shout, Su Li and Su Yao also came up to help distribute the food. All that remained were the sounds of chewing and swallowing. The beast-eared girls had no time to talk. They used both hands to eat chicken legs one bite at a time, and half a roasted chicken in 2 bites, their mouths dripping with oil, completely disregarding their image. "The skin of this little chick tastes the best. Wah, this is so delicious, I'm crying." But after eating greasy fried chicken and barbecue, thirst is inevitable. At this moment, Su Yao ran over carrying a case of cola and handed Lin Bei a bottle. "This is happy water. You have to open it before drinking it." "That's right. Don't shake it." Su Li stood on a stack of Coca-Cola boxes, watching the animal-eared girls line up and take what they wanted. She was very satisfied. There are no greedy animal-eared girls who want to take more. Sylvie had just finished eating a chicken and felt her throat was a little dry. She picked up the bottle, looked at the black liquid inside that resembled poison, and decided to take the plunge. Since it was given by the pioneer, even if it's poison, I have to drink it. "Drink up. This is a perfect match with roast chicken." Su Yao gave a thumbs up. Sylvie closed her eyes and took a sip. Sizzle. Countless tiny bubbles burst on the tip of the tongue, creating an icy cool sensation, while the intense sweetness rushes straight to the top of your head. This unprecedented feeling sent a shiver down Sylvie's spine, and her cat ears trembled into a blur. "This water will bite your tongue." She picked up the bottle in surprise, the refreshing sensation of the soda making her unable to stop drinking it. He gulped it down in one big mouthful. The high concentration of sugar was quickly absorbed by Sylvie's stomach, bringing her an unprecedented sense of pleasure. Belch. A loud burp came from the cat girl's mouth. The sound was so loud that it completely drowned out the chewing sounds around them. Sylvie immediately covered her mouth, her face turning bright red. Before she could apologize to Lin Bei, hiccups started coming one after another, as if they were contagious. Belch. In a corner of the crowd, 2 figures, tan in color, were buried in the soil, with only their heads sticking out, looking pitifully at the scene. It was the ginseng spirit, Da and Xiao Air. They are plant spirits and do not eat meat. But seeing the beast-eared girls floating on air after drinking the black water, the 2 country bumpkins, who had never seen the world, were so tempted that their mouths watered. "I want a drink." Ada stretched out a beard and poked Xiao Air. just as they were hesitating whether to risk their lives to go out and beg the beast-eared girl for a bite. A shadow fell over them. Lin Bei stood behind them with a smile, holding an unopened can of cola in his hand. What? Are you craving something? Squeak. The two ginseng spirits were startled, then nodded frantically, pointing at the happy water and gesturing as if they were drinking it. Okay, it's a holiday today. Everyone who sees this gets a share. Lin Bei unscrewed the bottle cap and poured it over the heads of the two ginseng spirits. Glug glug. The high-sugar, carbonated liquid seeps into their skin and is absorbed by the flowers on their heads. A few seconds later, the little red flowers on Ada and Xiao Air's heads swayed wildly, and their roots began to dance erratically out of control. That feeling was like that of a drunkard. The sugar and caffeine in cola seemed to have a stimulating effect on both of them. Hey, hey, hey. The two little ones, as if they were on drugs, rushed to work in the empty field. Goodness, this is really high. At this time, the stew in the several large pots was finally ready. The rich, white meat and vegetable soup exuded a fragrant aroma. Despite eating all sorts of cooked food brought from Earth, the Kemonomi girls still had room in their stomachs. Dozens of animal-eared girls sat around a large pot, eating meat and soup with great relish. As the sun sets, the clouds on the horizon are dyed a magnificent golden red. The beast-eared girls, having eaten and drunk their fill, radiated an unprecedented happiness and peace. This was the most peaceful and fulfilling afternoon most of the Kemonomi girls had ever experienced in their lives. Woo-huh! Sylvie stood up, wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth, and began to hum an old melody. This is the Moon Shadow song, passed down from ancient times, which only beast-eared girls sing during the grandest festivals. As she sang, the other tribespeople also stood up. Holding hands, they danced a wild yet graceful dance around the soup pot. Their ears twitched to the beat, and their tails drew graceful arcs in the air. Brother Lin Bei, let's go too. Infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere, Su Yao pulled Lin Bei and Su Li into the circle. Hey, I can't dance. Su Li, the older sister, was still a bit reserved, blushing as she wanted to refuse. But a few little girls with animal ears, who were having a blast, ran over, two on each side, and grabbed the hands of the three of them, pulling them into the cheerful crowd. My lord, this is the first time I've ever eaten my fill. A little bunny-eared girl shouted happily at Lin Bei. Lin Bei held Su Li's hand with his left hand and Su Yao's hand with his right. Laughter echoed under the alien sky. At this moment, Lin Bei felt that beast-eared girls seemed no different from humans. After jumping around for a while, the two girls were having a blast and were reluctant to stop, bouncing and jumping with the little girls. Lin Bei quietly withdrew from the circle. Sylvie didn't dance the whole time. After getting his permission, she carried a bowl of meat soup to the edge of the square. There were several dinosaurs and livestock that had been brought there, as well as a few animal-eared girls whose injuries had not yet healed and who were unable to move. Sylvie carefully fed the wounded the broth and threw a few bones to the dinosaur. While everyone was celebrating, these wounded people and animals could only watch with wide eyes, which made them very envious. Lin Bei walked over and stood beside her. Sylvie sensed Lin Bei's presence and quickly tried to get up to pay her respects, but Lin Bei pressed her shoulder down. You're too tall, sit down. Lin Bei looked at her and asked a question. Sylvie, since you beast-eared girls can't have children, where did all these hundreds of beast-eared girls and those little kids in the tribe come from? Upon hearing this question, Sylvie's smiling face fell. She lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. My lord, they were obtained through a trade. Change. Yes, sir. Sylvie looked up, seemingly recalling painful memories. Whenever the White Death descends, or when the orc tribes are short of food, we will use all the dried meat, herbs, and precious animal hides that the entire tribe has saved up by living frugally. They risked their lives to bring them to various orc tribes. Use these supplies to exchange for them. Sylvie looked at the sleepy little girl in the distance, who had finished eating. In the tribe of the Walker Orcs, it is a disgrace to give birth to a deformed child like us, who has no hair and no fangs. Because we can't do heavy work, and we can't reproduce for them. So, Sylvie's voice began to tremble, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Newborn, still-growing beast-eared girls are treated as lowly people by the Walker Beastmen, and are even used as food reserves. When there is plenty of food, they will throw the little animal-eared girls into the snow to freeze to death. When food is scarce, we are their food reserves. Lin Bei felt a lump in his throat upon hearing this cruel news. Grain reserves. No wonder. No wonder they store food so desperately, No wonder they preserve meat, even when they themselves are hungry. And what about you yourselves? Lin Bei asked, looking at her. If all the food is exchanged, how will we survive the winter? Sylvie gave a shrill laugh. My lord, this is why we like to live in underground caves. Once the heavy snow closes the mountain, we hide deep underground and huddle together for warmth. Try not to move around, sleep like an animal, and if you don't move, you won't need to eat. If all else fails, just eat a little bit of the body of a club. Although you'll still be hungry, it will last a long time. The air was still for a few seconds. Sylvie lowered her head, waiting for the adult's scolding or pity. But the expected words did not come. She only felt a tightening at the base of her tail. The large tail, which was swaying wildly beyond its control, was caught by a warm hand. Meow. Sylvie shuddered. Her tail was a sensitive spot for felines, and Lin Bei's action of grabbing it made her cheeks flush red. She lowered her head shyly, bringing her face close to Lin Bei's, looking as if she were ready to be taken. Looking at the magnified, stunningly beautiful face before him, and the cat ears that were still trembling slightly, Lin Bei couldn't help but reach out and stroke them a couple of times. Don't worry. Lin Bei didn't show any particular expression. He was just stroking his own cat's fur gently. You don't need to worry about the Ice Age. During this Ice Age, I will ensure that you all have hot meat to eat and warm beds to sleep in. He didn't lower his voice when he said this. Not far away, the beast-eared girls who had been pretending not to care, but were actually eavesdropping, all stopped what they were doing. Their tears were welling up, but they bit their lips tightly to stop themselves from crying. How many years has it been? Animal-eared girls struggle to survive in the cracks, are considered outcasts, and are treated as food. No one had ever said such a thing to them. At that moment, all the grievances turned into tears, and also into unwavering loyalty to this pioneer. The sky grew completely dark. A gigantic planet slowly rose, taking up 3/4 of the sky. Because the underground excavation hasn't started yet, the animal-eared girls will have to sleep outdoors tonight. Under Lin Bei's arrangement, Sylvie directed her people to spread the animal hides they had brought all over the square. More than 200 animal-eared girls huddled together, keeping themselves incredibly warm. Although the conditions were simple, this was the most peaceful sleep most of the animal-eared girls had ever had since birth. Chapter 90. There are 2 tasks tonight. The meal consumed enough food that Lin Bei and his 2 companions could eat for 1 or 2 years. The animal-eared girls, their bellies full of oil and their hopes for a bright future, snuggled together and fell into a deep sleep. Deep inside the cave, the residential area was brightly lit. The presence of over 200 unpaid bodyguards outside the cave gave the 3 a sense of unprecedented security. Su Yao slumped in the beanbag chair she'd smuggled from Earth, clutching a giant goose-shaped pillow in her arms. Brother Lin Bei, life here doesn't seem so bad after all. Except for not being able to watch videos, I feel more comfortable than I am on Earth. I no longer need to practice the piano or take lessons. Su Yao let out a sigh. But they are so pitiful. Su Li sat beside him, holding a thermos cup in her hands containing ginseng root for Lin Bei, and gently blowing on the steam rising from the rim of the cup. Hearing her sister's words, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, and she said softly, "We are at ease because we have enough food, guns in our hands, and support behind us." She recalled the past that Sylvie had mentioned, those tragic experiences of being. If it weren't for Lin Bei, these beast-eared girls probably wouldn't have survived the first wave of sneak attacks from the orcs. Su Li handed the warm water glass to Lin Bei, her eyes gentle as water. Lin Bei took the hot water and sipped it. Don't think of me as something noble. I just want to make ourselves more comfortable. For example, tonight, with them keeping watch outside, we don't have to worry about wild animals sneaking in. Lin Bei reached out and pinched Su Li's slightly flushed cheeks, then ruffled Su Yao's hair. All right, enough with the sentimentality. I have 2 important things to do tonight. What's wrong? Su Yao peeked out from under the cushion, blinking her eyes. Decryption. Lin Bei stood up, his gaze sweeping towards the starry sky outside the cave entrance, then turning back to look at the silent black stone tablet in the corner. First, we need to figure out what exactly the huge planet above us is. I don't understand. How could there possibly be such a large planet with life? Secondly, we also need to investigate the purpose of this large stone tablet tonight. The 3 packed up their gear and walked out of the cave again. The moonlight was exceptionally bright tonight, illuminating the rocky beach as if it were daytime. At the cave entrance, 2 figures on night watch perked up their ears alertly upon hearing the noise. It's Sylvie, and there's also a fox-eared girl with long, snow-white hair and a fluffy tail. White silk. Lin Bei remembered her. She smelled very sweet, and Su Yao had been clinging to her all day. Upon seeing Lin Bei and the other two emerge, the two immediately lowered their heads, crossed their arms in front of their chests, and performed a standard gesture of submission. Master Miao, you haven't rested yet? Sylvie lowered her voice, afraid of waking her tribesmen who were sleeping soundly in the distance. I couldn't sleep, so I came out to look at the stars. Lin Bei stepped forward, jumped up, and gently stroked Sylvie's soft cat ears. The feel was still so addictive. Then he casually rubbed the head of the white-haired girl next to him. White Silk was clearly not used to this intimate treatment. Its white tail swayed uneasily behind it, and its face turned red to the roots of its ears, but it dared not dodge and could only endure it. You all continue to keep watch, don't worry about us. Lin Bei led the two women to a place where no animal-eared girls were sleeping and began setting up a telescope. The weather is excellent tonight, with not a cloud in the sky. But it is precisely because of this that the night view of this alien planet appears particularly eerie. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A sound of air currents churning came from extremely high altitude. The three looked up and saw that the light of the huge planet above them suddenly dimmed for a moment. A six-winged, strange bird with an unknown wingspan glided through the sky, its enormous shadow passing not far in front of the three people. Its tail trails long, ribbon-like tentacles, leaving pale purple phosphorescent trails in the moonlight, eerily beautiful. Looking down, even deep within the scorched earth forest, it is not entirely desolate. Countless fist-sized, transparent, luminous objects emerge from beneath the charred tree stumps, like jellyfish floating in the air, emitting a cold blue-purple light and moving up and down. On the ground, several lizard-like creatures with red crystalline dorsal spikes and glowing tails darted through the ashes, chasing after glowing insects. This scene was both dreamlike and left the three tourists from out of town in Lin Bei feeling uneasy. Their understanding of this planet is barely scratching the surface. Stop looking at this. Let's get down to business. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze, awkwardly adjusted the focus of the telescope, and aimed the lens at the huge planet that occupied most of the sky above. In the footage, the blurry land masses gradually become clear and sharp. Vast blue oceans dominate the planet, while the land masses are covered by lush green vegetation. It looks like a magnified version of Earth, full of life. It seems like it's nothing special except for being very big. Su Yao looked at it through the eyepiece for a while and was somewhat disappointed. It's all water and trees, not even a city light. Is it also prehistoric up there? Don't rush, look carefully. Lin Bei took over the telescope, but he didn't rush to conclusions. The very existence of such a large Earth-like planet is a huge anomaly. He patiently turned the knob, conducting a thorough search of the planet's surface. If the high-tech relics on your own planet originated from the planet above, they could never be as primitive as they appear. The camera slowly pans across oceans and jungles. Suddenly, Lin Bei's hand paused. At the edge of the camera's field of view, at the boundary of a lush green forest, a strikingly conspicuous man-made mark appears. The camera zoomed out to its limit. Lin Bei gasped. On the ground is a vast plain paved with some kind of metal or black rock, probably covering tens of thousands of square kilometers. In the center of this black plain stands a towering black tower that pierces the clouds. The tower is pitch black and has no reflection, like a black needle piercing the sky. What did you see? Li and Su Yao also came over and took turns watching. What a tall tower. It looks like it's about to pierce the atmosphere. Su Yao exclaimed. Lin Bei remained silent, his expression grave. These things, which look like tiny black dots to the naked eye, he had previously thought were a special type of landform. Unexpectedly, they are all products of technology. He manipulated the telescope, slowly shifting his view along the location of the black dot visible to the naked eye. 1, 2, 3. The black tower is not an isolated entity. They follow specific orbits, with one at regular intervals, and when connected, they form a straight line on the planet's surface, like some kind of array. Strangeness. When Lin Bei moved the camera to a flat, metallic plane that was directly in his direction, he froze. I did not see the towering structure reaching into the clouds. There was only a single circular black spot, embedded in the center of the metal surface. Has this tower collapsed? Or was it never finished? Lin Bei was puzzled and tried to adjust the focus to see the details of the black dot. The clouds surrounding the black dot appeared to be pushed aside by some invisible force, forming a perfect ring shape. What is this? A black hole. I thought about it for a couple of seconds. Oh no, something's not right. It's not a black hole, nor is it a plane. That's a hollow spire. A chill ran through Lin Bei's heart. He straightened up, his face pale, and looked at the enormous planet above him. Lin Bei, what's wrong? Su Li was startled by his reaction. Locked. Lin Bei muttered to himself, a sense of dread about being targeted by a planet-destroying cannon welling up within him. That's unscientific. The Earth has revolution and rotation, so why is that tower always facing us? Chapter 91. Giving the stone tablet a charge. Brother Lin Bei, what are you talking about? What do you mean it's been locked? Su Yao was startled by Lin Bei's appearance and asked in a low voice. Lin Bei took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. It's nothing. I just discovered something incredible. He did not explain immediately, lest he frighten the two women. To verify his hypothesis, he turned the telescope away from observing the oppressive star. If the tower directly opposite points to itself, then which towers point to? Lin Bei followed the directions of the other towers, searching in the pitch-black space. Really? Along the extended line pointed to by one of the towers, countless kilometers away, lies a star emitting a pale yellow light. Adjust the focus to magnify. It is a desolate planet with endless yellow sand. Lin Bei noted down the location and then turned to point to another tower. Similarly, a gray, rocky planet lies on the extension of the tower's apex. Mercury, rock star, sand star, ice star. Lin Bei put down the binoculars. His palms were covered in cold sweat. If we see 6 towers on this side, then there should be 6 more on the other side. Including this forest planet beneath our feet, there are at least 12 planets in this star system with completely different ecological environments. Moreover, each planet corresponds to a giant tower on the main star. Kindergarten no. CB 12. Lin Bei suddenly recalled a sentence that teacher Xiaoxian had inadvertently revealed in the learning space. At the time, he thought it was just a simple number. 12 planets, 12 different ecosystems. This is hardly a naturally formed galaxy. Lin Bei looked up at the starry sky. As far as the eye can see in the depths of the universe, there is only a despairing void. There is no Milky Way, no constellations, and not a single star can be found in the cosmic background. It's like an isolated island. We may be in a giant experimental field created by an advanced civilization. What we are standing on is the 12th Forest Park. After listening to Lin Bei's analysis, Li and Su Yao looked at each other in bewilderment. They both saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Su Yao, however, remained optimistic. Brother Lin Bei, we are really lucky. If I had landed on a planet that was all water, or a place that was all sand, I would have starved to death long ago. Yes. Lin Bei gave a wry smile. If that's the case, Su Li's voice was somewhat bitter. Then aren't we also guinea pigs? Very likely. Lin Bei nodded, his gaze turning to the depths of the cave. The Blackstone tablet and the bracelets in our hands are probably toys left to children by an advanced civilization or some kind of testing tool. With heavy and complicated feelings, the three returned to the cave. A huge black stone monument stood in the corner. Lin Bei walked over and knocked. It has a dull sound, extremely high hardness, and its material is unknown. Come on, let's try the old method. Since the cube is activated by saliva, this stone tablet might be the same. He didn't care whether it was dirty or smelly, and he leaned in and took a bite out of the surface of the stone tablet. However, a minute passed. The stone tablet remained unresponsive, with only Lin Bei's saliva slowly drying on it, creating an awkward scene. Useless. Lin Bei wiped his mouth. Could it be because my gene concentration is not high enough? How about we try the blood oath? Su Li suggested from the side. In novels, magical artifacts all recognize their masters in this way. Okay, I'll give it a try. Lin Bei didn't hesitate either, taking out the dragon fang blade and lightly slicing it with his fingertip. A drop of bright red blood fell onto the surface of the stone tablet. The blood slid down the smooth surface of the stone tablet and dripped onto the ground without any sign of being absorbed. That won't work either. Next, Lin Bei tried various methods, even shouting at the stone tablet in the newly learned Protoss language. Open sesame. I am your father. Initiate self-destruct program. Unfortunately, the stone tablet was like a stubborn rock, unyielding to both soft and hard approaches. Just then, Su Yao, who was watching from the sidelines with some boredom, suddenly spoke up. Brother Lin Bei, do you think it might run out of battery like my phone? It looks black, it doesn't emit light or heat, so maybe it's just out of power and shut down. No power. Lin Bei paused for a moment. Then his gaze fell on the dark surface of the stone tablet. That makes sense. Lin Bei squatted down and used a flashlight to carefully observe the complex patterns on the base of the stone tablet. He had been stuck in a misconception, mistaking the stone tablet for a creation like a cube. But the cube has never been used. But who knows how many Kemonomi girls have manipulated this stone tablet? After being used for tens of millions of years, it is indeed the most likely scenario that it will automatically shut down when its energy runs out. There's no connector here. Su Li searched around the stone tablet, but there wasn't even a crack, let alone a charging port. Lin Bei's fingertips traced the cold surface of the stone tablet. With this level of technology, the way energy is obtained certainly wouldn't be through a low-level method like plug-in charging. How does our portal accelerate its charging process? Lin Bei's eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers. It's electricity. It's light. It's thermal radiation. Since it can't be charged, let's give it some of the most basic thermal energy injection. Let's try it first and see if it works. Let's get right to it. The three of them immediately sprang into action. Before long, more than a dozen boxes of unopened solid alcohol blocks were piled up next to the stone tablet. Lin Bei tore open the packaging and neatly arranged the blue solid alcohol blocks, each about the size of a bar of soap, around the base of the stone tablet. This outdoor-specific high-energy solid alcohol has an extremely high calorific value. One piece is enough to boil a pot of water. There are more than a dozen boxes here now, and if that's not enough, there are many more in Lin Bei's space. Everyone stepped back. Lin Bei took out a windproof lighter and turned it to the largest flame. Brother Lin Bei, is this really going to work? Su Yao asked, hiding in the distance, somewhat worried. What if we burn it to a crisp? Then the beast-eared girls outside won't have a memorial stone to worship them with. It's okay, I took a picture. If it explodes, I'll go back to Earth and have Aunt Sue make an exact replica. Lin Bei lit a piece of alcohol and threw it into the pile of alcohol. Call. A ghostly blue flame erupted instantly. Solid alcohol burns very stably, producing only high temperatures without choking black smoke. The flames spread rapidly, forming a blue wall of fire in the blink of an eye that tightly enveloped the black stone tablet. A terrifying heat wave churned within the enclosed cave, distorting and warping the air. Lin Bei squinted, feeling the heat wave rushing towards him. The raging blue flames, upon contact with the surface of the stone tablet, seemed to be drawn by some unseen force. Instead of spreading outwards, it burrowed directly into the stone tablet. That's right. The stone tablet was like a giant sponge, greedily absorbing the surrounding heat. There's hope, Lin Bei excitedly said to the two women. It's consuming fire, just like when the portal is charging. 1 minute, 2 minutes. It burned for a full 5 minutes. As the solid alcohol burned out, the three of them prepared to add a little more. Brother Lin Bei, look! Su Yao pointed at the stone tablet and shouted. Inside the cave, there was a huge stone tablet that had been unresponsive. At this moment, a pure white light was shining through from within. The light grew brighter and brighter, eventually illuminating the entire cave. On the surface of the stone tablet, countless complex patterns began to flow, and finally, a huge holographic projection interface appeared, floating in midair. The text above was a pioneering message that the three of them could understand. Thermal energy injection detected. Thermal energy conversion, 0.0015%. Terminal restarting. Chapter 92 The sun goes home to recharge and 10 million animal-eared girls. Thermal energy conversion efficiency, 0.0015%. Monitoring terminal restarting. The cave was filled with a pure white light, even more dazzling than the LED lights overhead. The source is a black stone tablet that has been silent for countless years. It came to life. Countless streams of light intertwined and danced on the surface of the monument, eventually projecting a huge holographic projection interface in midair. Hurry up. Su Yao held up her pineapple-shaped phone, frantically clicking the record button on the scene before her, her face flushed with anxiety. What's going on? Why can't I get a picture? Did you take a picture? Lin Bei rushed out of the cave entrance, his eyes fixed on the light screen, and asked without turning his head. Su Yao was so anxious that she stomped her feet and held up her phone to show Lin Bei. Brother, the camera is clearly on, but the screen is black. I don't know if it's broken. Lin Bei felt a chill run down his spine. The principle behind this holographic imaging may go beyond ordinary optical reflection. It might be some kind of high-dimensional projection that acts directly on the retina. Just like passing through a portal, it is completely undetectable by electronic devices on Earth. Forget about the phone. Shaoli, get me paper and a pen. Quickly. Lin Bei quickly issued the order. Su Li reacted quickly, immediately finding paper and pen in her ring space. and sat cross-legged on the ground, ready to take notes. The efficiency of thermal energy charging is so low. No wonder Sylvie couldn't be turned on even though she was left out in the sun every day. I thought it was because my tribe's worship wasn't done properly. Monitoring terminal self-test completed. Seeing that the startup was successful, Lin Bei stepped forward. When he got within 3 meters of the holographic projection, the phase ring on his hand suddenly became hot. Then, a white light emanated from the stone tablet and swept across Lin Bei's body. Gene sequence alignment of living organisms detected. In the center of the projection, a line of large, eye-catching characters is flashing. Identity confirmed. Your Excellency, first-class citizen. Attempting to connect to the Pioneer Universe Network. On the light screen, an icon resembling a signal tower was flashing continuously. Lin Bei held his breath. Are they calling for reinforcements? If I could make contact with the true pioneer civilization, wouldn't I, a first-class citizen, immediately transform into a celestial dragon? When the time comes, we can just apply for a starship or get a few psionic warriors. Punching green-skinned orcs, kicking prehistoric beasts, and having beast girls warm your bed at night. However, 3 seconds later, network access failed. Attempts to call the CB Sector Control Center have yielded no response. Uploading citizen coordinates. Upload failed. Error code 404. Analysis. The parent node is offline or destroyed. The series of failure messages was like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Bei's head. It seems that after so many years, the civilization that created this world has either completely disappeared, or they've already gone to a place where they can't even contact their own technological creations. The 3 of them failed to find a powerful backer. Just as Lin Bei was feeling disappointed, the interface changed again, the color changing from a warning red to a soft green. Local protocol initiated. In light of the main network outage, in accordance with the emergency legislation, Your Excellency first-class citizen is hereby granted temporary supreme authority. Change of citizen rights. Temporary administrator of Ecological Zone CB, 12. Unlocking local database. Administrator? Lin Bei clenched his fists, his heart pounding. Although it's only temporary, it's still the highest level of authority. As permissions were unlocked, the projection interface that was originally floating in the air instantly exploded, turning into a sky full of starlight. The next second, countless starlight converged again. A magnificent starry sky scene was created in the center of the cave. Wow. Su Yao looked up at the scene that made her feel as if she were at the center of the universe, and was completely speechless. Lin Bei's gaze swept across the entire star map, his brain working at lightning speed. Shao Li, start drawing. Focus on remembering the structure. Drawing. The perspective zooms in from the far distance. The first thing that caught the 3 of them's eye was the outermost structure of the entire galaxy. At the edge of the star map model, 3 huge luminous celestial bodies are suspended. 2 of them emitted a golden light and were slightly smaller in size. They were ordinary suns. They are like twin stars, orbiting each other. At a gravitational equilibrium point far away from them, a gigantic giant star, emitting a faint blue light, floats. A 3-body galaxy, consisting of 3 stars, is orbiting an inner celestial body. Rebel against the heavenly gang. Lin Bei watched this scene and couldn't help but say something. Stars revolve around planets. What kind of physical rule is this in the universe? The camera zooms in further, passing through the orbits of 3 suns and entering the interior of the galaxy. In the middle orbit, there are 12 planets of different colors but identical sizes, like a string of exquisite beads placed in space. Some of them are entirely red, while others are covered by a thick layer of ice. Some areas are covered in yellow sand, making it a giant desert planet. And at the center point around which all these planets revolve, a massive, suffocatingly large solid planet floats silently there. It is not a gas giant because its surface has the outlines of oceans and land. Its size is illogical, more than 100 times larger than 12 satellites combined. This was the very blue-green star that Lin Bei had seen through the telescope, the one that occupied most of the sky every night. 12. There really are 12. Su Yao pointed at the 12 small spheres orbiting the main star on the light screen, her mouth agape in astonishment. Sigh, there's my profile picture here. This is our location. Lin Bei looked at his own headshot, tapped his finger, and the image changed. The viewpoint is locked onto one of the 12 moons, a green forest planet. The holographic projection changed again, from a galaxy map to a map of the planet's surface. Towering mountains and vast primeval forests, All the terrain and landforms were presented to the three of them in holographic modeling. The image zoomed in further, eventually settling on a charred, crescent-shaped area. It was Lin Bei's masterpiece left behind by setting fire to the mountain. At the center of the semicircle, a large headshot shimmered with a faint light, which was the very cave they were in. God's perspective. Looking at the map, Lin Bei felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he were in complete control. With this, we will never get lost again, and we can easily find where there is water and mineral resources. At this moment, Lin Bei noticed a reminder on the projection screen that read, Experimental Subject Monitoring. He tried clicking it. Buzz! An invisible wave emanated from the stone tablet, spreading outwards in all directions, penetrating the rocks, piercing the earth, and sweeping across the entire surface of the forest planet. The image on the holographic map has changed. How disgusting, there are too many of these. Su Yao felt like her trypophobia was about to flare up. The entire green planet model was covered with black dots of light. They looked like black mold. The black spots covered most of the area, especially in the forested areas near the equator, where the black spots were so dense that they formed a patch of black. Amidst this black ocean, there are occasionally a few sparse specks of golden light. Lin Bei looked at the area where he was located. At the cave entrance, a small cluster of golden lights gathered. Black represents orcs, and gold represents beast-eared girls. Su Li understood. The golden light at the entrance of our cave is Sylvie and the rest of the tribe. That's right. The scan is complete, and a set of statistics pops up on the holographic projection. The numbers are constantly changing and updating in real time. Experimental Subject Statistical Report. Code name, Walker 91. Experimental failure, genetic hybrid. Current quantity, 1,545,892,103, continuously growing. Evaluation, 91st generation genetic hybrid, extremely prolific, genetic lock has been unlocked, possesses low-level sociality, and extremely strong aggression. 15 billion. Lin Bei felt his throat go dry, and his voice trembled involuntarily. 1.54 billion. Even if all of China were to distribute them, everyone could take one home on the spot. Are we fighting a violent race with a population the size of the Chinese for territory? A sense of powerlessness welled up inside me. He previously thought that with armor-piercing bullets and heavy guns, he could hold his own against orcs and beasts. But now, facing these billions of orcs, even a single spit from one of them could drown them in the cave. Let's look at the next row of data. Code name, sequence, 12 perfect gene, atavism. Current quantity, 10,054,231. Evaluation, unable to provide an evaluation. They are animal-eared girls, and there are only 10 million of them. The numbers keep changing, sometimes increasing by a dozen or so, sometimes decreasing by a dozen or so. Sequence 12. Lin Bei lowered his gaze to the golden dots gathered outside the cave entrance, and clicked on the projection to view more detailed information on the distribution of orcs. The finger just touched the illusory image. The original statistics suddenly disappeared, and a huge notification popped up. Warning. The environmental control system is about to enter low-power maintenance mode. Friendly reminder. Dear first-class citizens, please keep warm. Keep warm. Before Lin Bei could react, a new dynamic rendering of galaxies popped up. In the outermost layer of the galaxy, two of the three suns, which were originally moving stably, suddenly broke away from their original orbits. They began to move away from this galaxy, flying into the depths of the universe, their speed increasing and their light receding into the distance. Finally, only one blue giant star remained in place, orbiting alone in its outer orbit. A line of explanatory text then appeared. Stellar Class Energy Core Codenames, Jinwu 1 and Jinwu 2. Fuel is about to run out. It will execute an automatic return procedure to proceed to the Sector Energy Supply Station for recharging. Expected absence period, 365 planetary days. During this period, each ecological zone will only be provided with minimal lighting and enhanced light sources by Lingyuan Blue Giant. The surface temperature in this ecological zone will drop significantly, expected to fall to -60 to -80 degrees Celsius. Chapter 93, Untitled Draft. The surface temperature in this ecological zone will drop significantly, expected to fall to -60 to -80 degrees Celsius. Upon seeing these lines, Lin Bei understood completely. The so-called White Death, the so-called Great Ice Age. It's not the natural cycle of the 4 seasons, nor is it winter caused by the revolution of a planet. The truth is surprisingly simple. Lin Bei felt like his worldview had been shattered. Using stars as power banks? Taking them back to recharge when they run out of power? Just how powerful was this pioneering civilization? The pen in Su Li's hand fell to the ground, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. An artificial sun? What level of civilization is this? Lin Bei stared at the countdown with only 34 days left, his expression grave. -80 degrees Celsius, colder than Antarctica on Earth. At this temperature, you can't even go outside, let alone farm. I can't imagine how the orcs, who only wear animal skins, survived on this planet. In the remaining 34 days, the three must use the portal to transport enough supplies and grow a large number of crops. They also wanted to build the cave into a fortress that could withstand the extreme cold. We must. Just as Lin Bei was about to speak, the holographic projection in front of him suddenly began to flicker violently. Red warning signs kept popping up. Warning. Energy depleted. Terminal is forced to hibernate. Wait a minute. I haven't finished reading yet. Lin Bei grew anxious. He hadn't finished reading yet, and wanted to see more details about the distribution of the orc tribes. But if there's no power, there's no power. Puff. With a shutdown sound, the star map and terrifying numbers in the sky all turned into nothingness points of light and dissipated into the air. The shimmering light on the stone tablet dissipated, and it returned to its original state as a cold, imposing stone tablet. That's it. Su Yao blinked. How could it be so fast? Lin Bei sighed helplessly. Never mind. Let's go to sleep. Try moving it outside and burning it all day tomorrow. Knowing the definite news actually relieved the three of them of a great weight that had been hanging over them. Fear stems from the unknown. Now that we know winter is coming in 34 days, let's prepare for it. All right. Lin Bei clapped his hands, breaking the silence, a relaxed smile on his face. He walked between the two women, one in each arm, and put his arm around their slender waists. Tonight we won't talk about important matters, we'll only talk about romance. After cooking all day, I smelled like hot pot all over my body. Our top priority now is to wash off the smell and then get a good night's sleep. Yay! Su Yao cheered, completely forgetting what had just happened. I want to take a nice bath. She obtained a phase space filled with hygiene products from her sister and immersed her consciousness within it. It feels like playing a blind box game. Every time you explore a new space, there's a new surprise. Let me see. I found the shampoo and conditioner. Whoosh. As if performing magic, Su Yao kept pulling out all sorts of exquisite bottles and jars from thin air. Tada! A shampoo and body wash that make life pretty good. They're even cherry blossom scented. Su Yao held up the bottle like she was showing off a treasure, and then took out a few pink bath sponges. The towels and bath towels are all made of pure cotton. And this too. Pure cotton pajamas from the clothing section. They feel incredibly comfortable. Sis, here, take this. Su Yao handed a set of pajamas with a Doraemon pattern to Su Li, and kept a set of pink bunny pajamas for herself. Su Li took the pajamas, unfolded them, and took a look. Dislike. Xiao Yao, get me a different set. Too childish, it doesn't suit my style. Where is it childish? It's cute, Su Yao argued. This fabric is very comfortable. No, change to a solid color one. Su Li's attitude was firm. I don't want pink. Lin Bei watched the two sisters bickering over their pajamas and couldn't help but laugh. This is what life should be like. Even on an alien planet, people can argue over a set of pajamas. In the end, at Su Li's insistence, Su Yao could only pout and change her into a simple light purple nightgown. As for Lin Bei, he chose a pair of loose-fitting shorts. Let's go take a shower. All the supplies were prepared, put them all together, and put them back into the wristband. Lin Bei held one woman's hand in each hand, while the two women held powerful flashlights in their free hands. The three of them walked along the winding cave passage deeper into the earth. The further down you go, the more humid and warm the air becomes. After turning the last bend, the view suddenly opened up before us. Inside the enormous underground cavern, a wide underground river flows quietly. A thick layer of white mist floated on the water, creating a scene resembling a fairyland. The three arrived at a naturally formed backwater with a gentle current and fine sand at the bottom, making it an excellent natural bathing spot. Arrive. Lin Bei put down the flashlight, wedged it into a crevice in the rock, adjusted the angle, and let the light illuminate the entire bay through diffuse reflection. It's not glaring, yet it creates a hazy atmosphere. He turned around and looked back and forth between the two beauties. Although the three had already been intimate, the two women were still somewhat shy about being completely honest with each other under the bright lights. Suli turned her back and her fingers trembled slightly as she unzipped and buttoned her clothes. Clothes slipped off one by one. With only the innermost layer of clothing left, a delicate body, as perfect as white jade, was displayed in the misty steam. She strode into the water, letting the warm river water reach her chest. Only her long neck and head were visible above the water before she dared to turn around, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. Su Yao was a little bolder. She finished in no time, just like her sister. Plop. She jumped into the water, splashing a large amount of water onto her sister. Brother Lin Bei, come down quickly. The water temperature is perfect. Without further hesitation, Lin Bei took off his outer trousers, put on his boxer shorts, stepped into the water, and slowly sat down. Call. The moment he entered the water, Lin Bei couldn't help but let out a long, refreshing sigh. The hot water, close to 50 degrees Celsius, enveloped my entire body, opening up every pore. So comfortable. The water rippled. A pair of soft, boneless hands rested on his shoulders. Suli swam up behind him and gently massaged his shoulder muscles. As the movements intensified, her soft, warm body inevitably pressed against Lin Bei's back. Is the information displayed on the stone tablet really that serious? Suli whispered in his ear from behind, her voice tinged with worry. Yes, it's very serious. Lin Bei closed his eyes, enjoying the beauty's service, his voice languid. At -80 degrees Celsius, ordinary living things simply cannot withstand it. I think this is why orcs hoard food like crazy. He took Su Li's small hand in his own and pulled her close, letting her nestle in his arms. The good news is that we know the exact time, and we have 34 days to prepare. Moreover, the water temperature of this underground river is very hot, indicating that there are extremely active geothermal resources deep underground. Lin Bei looked at the steaming water. If there's really no other way, we can hide here for another year or two. Hearing this, Suli felt relieved. Splash. Suddenly, a large handful of water was splashed on their faces. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Sister, you're almost sitting on brother's lap. Su Yao splashed water not far away, her little face flushed. Well, you little brat, you dare to launch a sneak attack. Lin Bei wiped his face, laughed, and retaliated by splashing water at Su Yao. Help. The originally heavy topic was dispelled by the laughter and chatter. The three chased and laughed in the water. Gradually, the playful banter lost its meaning. Chapter 94 it came, and then it left. Much later, the three of them, who had intended to wash away their fatigue, ended up feeling even more tired as they washed, their bodies warm and cozy. They also have no plans to return to the upper-level residential area. Lin Bei walked step by step, swinging his arms, until he reached the platform where he was sleeping. Looking at the simple bed on the platform where they once shared a life of mutual support, I just couldn't stand the sight of it. Throw it away. There was no other way before. That was just how the conditions were. But now, with 2 phase spaces fully loaded with supplies in hand, sleeping on this uncomfortable floor would be a disservice to the supplies I borrowed from Earth. Were people with space now, even dogs wouldn't sleep on these primitive leaf beds. Su Li and Su Yao cheered. The three of them immediately set to work, clearing away all the sharp wood and large leaves into a corner, intending to burn them when they returned to the ground. A large, flat open space was cleared. Lin Bei walked to the center of the open space and made a thought. Come out my big bed. Bang, bang. 2 mattresses, each at least 30 centimeters thick, appeared on the floor. Lin Bei put the 2 mattresses together to form a super king-size bed big enough for 5 or 6 people to roll around in. Even adding Sylvie would be more than enough. Wow, it's so soft. Su Yao couldn't wait to pounce on it, rolled around on the mattress, and hummed comfortably. Su Li took out a brand new down comforter, pure cotton sheets, and several soft large pillows from her bracelet. The 2 women carefully laid out the sheets, pillows, and cushions, as if they were decorating a wedding room. A few minutes later, looking at the luxurious bed in front of them, which could be considered luxurious even on Earth, the 3 of them were completely satisfied. Sleep. The portable lamp went out, and the 3 of them crawled into bed. Su Yao crawled around on the new bed, then found the most comfortable spot by following the heat source. It feels so good, she murmured, a hint of barely perceptible worry in her voice. Brother Lin Bei, we have hot water, heating, and such a warm bed here. But what about Sister Sylvie and the others outside? Su Yao thought of the beast-eared girls who could only sleep outside the cave. Our cave entrance is too small. Su Yao gestured. It's only this small, and we have to crawl in and out. Sister Sylvie and the others are so big, they definitely can't squeeze in. If winter comes, will some people freeze to death? Lin Bei tightened his arms, holding the little girl in his arms even closer. Don't worry, Lin Bei said. They've lived here for so many years, they must have a way to get through the winter. Besides, we're here to help them. Hearing Lin Bei's words, Su Yao, who got along very well with the beast-eared girl, finally felt relieved. That's all for the casual conversation. The temperature inside the blankets was gradually rising as the three of them huddled together. Ouch! Su Yao, who was being held in Lin Bei's arms, felt a little uncomfortable. The next day, Lin Bei overslept today. She was sleeping soundly and peacefully. He shifted his body, feeling a slight discomfort in his lower back, but his spirits were unusually high, filled with boundless energy. He lowered his head, looking at the two pretty faces still fast asleep beside her, each with a contented expression. Suli had a faint smile on her lips, as if she were having a sweet dream. Get up, the sun is already high in the sky. Lin Bei gently nudged Suli beside him. Suli's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she groggily opened her eyes and sat up. The blanket slipped off, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and collarbone. As for Su Yao, she was fast asleep and couldn't be woken up no matter how much you tried. What a lazy little pig. Lin Bei smiled helplessly and decided not to wake her up. He rolled up the blanket and wrapped Su Yao up, blanket and all, then carried her on his shoulder with one hand. Let's go. We have to get up whether we want to or not. Let's take this lazy pig upstairs for some fresh air. Su Li straightened her clothes, and the two walked hand in hand, one in front of the other. Return to the upper cave and push aside the boulder blocking the entrance. As soon as I emerged from the cave, a breath of fresh air rushed towards me. The scene before him made Lin Bei pause for a moment. I originally thought that these beast-eared girls, who had just experienced a great battle and migration, had not yet woken up. Unexpectedly, the area outside the cave was already bustling with activity. More than 200 beast-eared girls had already woken up. They didn't make a sound and, under Sylvie's command, were clearing away the rubble that hadn't been finished yesterday. They moved with lightness and gentleness, handling the stones carefully to avoid making a sound as heavy objects fell to the ground. Upon seeing Lin Bei and his two companions emerge, all the beast-eared girls stopped what they were doing and bowed in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. Sylvie, Lin Bei called out. The cat-eared girl immediately put down a large rock in her hand, and with a few light leaps, she covered a distance of dozens of meters and arrived in front of Lin Bei. When Sylvie's gaze fell on Lin Bei's neck, an extremely complex expression appeared in her golden eyes. There was a sense of reverence, a feeling of being moved, and a touch of heartache. On both sides of Lin Bei's neck. It was left behind last night, when Su Li and Su Yao were arguing over how to play Go. But in the innocent Sylvie's eyes, it had another layer of meaning. Sylvie's voice choked with emotion, her hands clasped in front of her chest, and she bowed her head deeply. Sir, you've worked too hard. To protect us useless relatives, you must have been performing some kind of mysterious ritual that drained your life force last night, right? We are not worth it. Adults, don't sacrifice your life force to obtain food from the heavens for our sake. Lin Bei. He touched his neck, then looked at Su Li next to him, whose face was as red as a monkey's bottom, and roughly guessed what the big cat was imagining. Cough cough. Lin Bei blushed, too embarrassed to explain that this was a Gamoka battlefield, so he could only give a vague answer. It's not hard work, it's just serving the people. He quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. Are you hungry? Sylvie immediately straightened her back, patted her firm, flat stomach, and answered seriously. Reporting to Your Excellency, no one is hungry. The feast Your Excellency bestowed yesterday was far too lavish. After eating this meal, based on our previous situation, we wouldn't need to eat for at least half a month. Half a month. Lin Bei frowned. That won't do. You're going to be doing heavy physical work later. How will you have the strength if you don't eat? Go, set up the pot. I'll cook some porridge for you all, so everyone can have a pot of porridge to warm their stomachs. Yes. Sylvie felt it was a waste, but the adults' orders were divine decrees and could not be disobeyed. Soon, smoke rose again. Just then, a familiar bird call came from the sky. The Milky Way sparrow has arrived. It's gone again. It glanced at the forest from afar, made sure the flames below couldn't reach it, then flapped its wings and flew away as if it hadn't seen anything. You have good eyesight. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 95 Eating Watermelon, Animal-Eared Girls Grouping, Planting Tutorial. After breakfast, Su Yao finally woke up. She rubbed her eyes as her sister pulled her out of the hole, and she looked at the bustling scene around her. Then I just spaced out. Lin Bei was issuing orders from a short distance away, summoning all the beast-eared girls together. Men, assemble. More than 200 beast-eared girls quickly lined up, and their high level of discipline greatly pleased Lin Bei. However, a problem arises. Lin Bei stood on the flattened, rocky beach. Before them stood a group of 9-foot-tall beast girls, averaging 3 meters in height. Without looking up, he could only see the semicircular hills beneath the animal hide. Sylvie. Lin Bei waved to the cat girl. Sylvie immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Lin Bei said without changing his expression, "Pick me up a little, so the people behind can't see me." Sylvie was taken aback, then flattered and reached out her hands to easily support Lin Bei under his armpits, lifting him high up. Lin Bei. Although the posture is a bit embarrassing, like Simba being lifted up in the Lion King animation, but it did broaden my horizons considerably. At Lin Bei's prompting, Sylvie placed Lin Bei on her shoulder. Lin Bei cleared his throat and shouted loudly. "Listen up, everyone. We have 2 tasks for today. First, dig a tunnel. We're going to dig an underground city that can accommodate everyone, so you'll have heating in the winter and soft beds to sleep in. Second, clearing the land. We need to clear a piece of land in this withered forest in front of us and plant seeds." Upon hearing about farming, some of the animal-eared girls looked confused, as they had no concept of farming. Lin Bei had anticipated this. He jumped off Sylvie's shoulder, and with a thought, the ring on his hand flashed. A dozen or so large watermelons, each the size of a person's arm, appeared on the ground, and they were all guaranteed to be ripe. "What's this?" "Waka egg." The animal-eared girls below speculated, looking at these round things, that they thought they were the eggs of some kind of small dinosaur. "Fruit knife." Suli took out a fruit knife from her own space and handed it over. Lin Bei raised his knife and brought it down. Snap! The watermelon split open with a snap, dividing into 2. The bright red flesh of the melon is exposed to the air, dotted with black seeds, and red juice flows down the cut surface. Gulp! The beast-eared girls, who had only finished 1 pot of porridge and were far from full, made a continuous sound of swallowing saliva. "This is a watermelon." Lin Bei cut the large watermelon into smaller pieces and picked up a slice. "Have a taste, 1 small piece for each person." Sylvie, who had just been riding as a mount, had the advantage of being close to the source of the food, and Lin Bei jumped up and stuffed a piece into her mouth. Ugh! The cool, sweet, honey-like taste won over her tongue. Xian. So sweet. It tastes even better than soda. Sylvie even swallowed the melon rind. The other animal-eared girls each got a small piece of melon, and they all ate it without spitting out the rind. "Is it tasty?" Lin Bei climbed onto Sylvie's shoulder and asked loudly. "Tasty. My lord, can this kind of divine fruit really be grown? Won't it be poisonous if it grows up?" Lin Bei smiled confidently, pointed to the giant star emitting a faint blue light overhead, and said something nonsensical. "Of course, all my seeds can be enhanced by sunlight. As long as we work hard, cultivate the land, and plant seeds. Under the special light of the spiritual source, I guarantee that in 10 days, this melon will grow even bigger than it is now, and it won't be poisonous. Then you can all hug and gnaw on it. This pie looks so perfectly round and delicious." A whoa! The beast-eared girls below erupted in thunderous cheers, their morale soaring, and their work efficiency reaching 1000%. With the mobilization concluded, large-scale production officially commenced. Based on the racial characteristics of the beast-eared girls, Lin Bei divided them into 4 teams. First team, excavation team. Lin Bei named the girls, the bear-eared girls, led by Winnie, along with other skilled burrowing animal-eared girls, will be in charge of digging the tunnels. Winnie the Pooh is in particularly good spirits today. When Winnie heard the adults call his name, his 2 round ears twitched. She carried a vine basket on her back and led dozens of her sisters, who had the gene for digging holes, out of the way. Second team, the logging crew. Bella, you lead the team. Bella is a leopard-eared girl with streamlined muscle lines, a graceful figure, and agile movements. You are responsible for uprooting the burned trees and clearing the land. All the tree trunks were dragged back and piled up in the center of the square. We'll use it to fuel the fire and power up the sacred monument. Yes, sir. Leopard girl Bella, she replied sweetly. Third team, planting group. Who is Mian Mian? I heard from the other beast girls that you are the most meticulous. You and your skillful sisters are in charge of sowing seeds. A succubus with soft, large ears and a seemingly gentle personality emerged. Fourth team, Sylvie, you will lead the team yourself. Lin Bei looked at Sylvie. Take your most agile sister, bring the seeds, and follow your Lord Yao's drone. First, remove all the chili pepper trees that have already sprouted in the jungle, and then push the chili pepper defense perimeter outward by 10 kilometers. Once the tasks were assigned, the more than 200 beast-eared girls started working non-stop, like wound-up machines. The forests recover at an astonishing rate after the fires, catalyzed by ultra-high oxygen content and the special light of blue giant stars. Numerous saplings have sprouted from the once scorched earth. If we don't establish a chili pepper defense perimeter now, it won't be so easy for the chili pepper trees to grow once the alien plants have grown into towering trees. To the left of the rocky beach lies a newly developed planting area. The land here has already been turned over by Ada and Xiao. Mian, bring your sisters over here. Lin Bei beckoned over the sheep ear-shaped woman in charge of the planting group. Just like her name suggests, Mian is gentle and shy. She had long, curly, off-white hair and two soft, droopy ears that clung to her cheeks. She was beautiful. Unfortunately, it lacks horns, which diminishes its allure. Grown-ups. Mian was a little nervous, and the dozens of beast-eared girls behind her who were in charge of planting also lowered their heads and looked at Lin Bei. They used to only know how to gather readily available, non-poisonous wild fruits from the forest. Where would they know anything about proper agricultural technology? Moreover, their orc ancestors also tried it. Seeds thrown on the ground could germinate and grow. However, a large portion of the vegetables and fruits that grow there will always contain some form of toxins. So much so that over tens of thousands of years, no animal-eared girl has ever tried to grow plants. Regarding why the seeds they brought from Earth not only grow quickly, but are also completely non-toxic, Lin Bei didn't understand either. He simply stopped thinking about it, and guessed that perhaps all the harmful seed genes were removed after the seeds passed through the portal. Lin Bei took out his pineapple-shaped phone, which was full of data. I opened a video folder titled Common Crop Planting Guide. Come on, everyone, come closer and take a good look. Lin Bei held his phone up to Mian and clicked play. On the screen, a dark-skinned farmer is wielding a hoe, demonstrating how to create ridges. Did you understand? Lin Bei looked at the screen and explained. You can't just scatter the seeds on flat ground. You have to pile the soil into long, small mounds, like this, which is called a ridge. Why pinch it? Mian blinked her big eyes, lowered her head, and looked on with a thirst for knowledge. Because plant roots also need to breathe and are afraid of being drowned. Lin Bei patiently explains the science. After ridging, the soil layer becomes thicker, allowing the roots to penetrate deeper. Moreover, when it rains, the water will flow into the ditch and won't soak the seedlings to death. This is especially important for places like ours where large birds frequently come to artificially ring. Mian nodded as if she understood, but since it was an adult who said it, it must be true. Also, plant spacing and row spacing. Lin Bei pointed to the neatly arranged seedlings in the video. Seeds shouldn't be sown too densely. Plants, like people, also have to compete for food. If we crowd together, we will all starve and never grow up. They must be given enough space so that each seedling can get sunshine and water. Did you understand? If you understand, then go and put it into practice. Go, plant all these seeds. Lin Bei distributed seeds of various varieties, including watermelon, pumpkin, and bok choy. Yes. Although Mian couldn't understand many of the words, she learned them extremely quickly. Before long, he was able to direct his people to start sowing in a very professional manner. Chapter 96. Which beast girl excavator is the best? On the other side, at the excavation site of the underground apartment, Lin Bei originally thought that without machinery, it would take the beast-eared girl at least 10 days to half a month to dig out a huge space in the hard underground. But he didn't expect that he had underestimated the built-in advantage of racial talent. Boom. Crash. Before even getting close to the construction site, a series of dusty, roaring sounds could be heard. Is this excavator possessed by some kind of spirit? Below the small earthen slope, the outline of a huge cave entrance, about 5 meters wide and 4 meters high, was already visible. Led by Winnie the Pooh, the excavation commando team is staging a violent aesthetic that leaves Lin Bei speechless. Winnie the Pooh isn't as big as the other bear girls. But while she looks adorable, when she gets to work, she's like a human tank. Xiaonyang and the others didn't use Lin Bei's shovel at all. Winnie stood in front of the soil, his two chubby little hands with their fingers spread out. Bass, accompanied by a soft sound of a blade being drawn from its sheath. 5 black claws, each 20 centimeters long and gleaming with a cold light, sprang from the tips of her originally pink and delicate fingers. The The claws have a texture like 5 obsidian claw knives embedded in your hand. What? Wolverine. Lin Bei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Normally, these beast-eared girls' hands look no different from human hands, slender and long. Who would have thought that such a deadly weapon was hidden inside his body? Huh. Winnie let out a low, childish shout and waved his arms. Swish, swish, swish. The soil that Lin Bei and his 2 companions couldn't dig with their hoes was easily shredded and dug up by her, as if it were made of tofu. Whether it's tangled tree roots or ordinary stones mixed in the soil, they are all utterly helpless against Winnie's terrifying claws. Not just Winnie the Pooh. The other barriered girls followed suit, each displaying their sharp claws. They lined up in a row, their hands waving in afterimages, like a dozen human-shaped tunnel-boring machines operating simultaneously. Too strong. Lin Bei watched with great excitement, wishing he could rush up and doggy paddle with them. But as he looked around, he noticed some details. These barriered girls, Winnie the Pooh, aren't just digging blindly. They seem to possess some kind of genetic intuition etched into their DNA. Without instruments or blueprints, they could precisely plan the excavation route and angle solely based on instinct. Every curve and every arch's curvature conforms to mechanical structure. In addition, the soil on this planet is extremely unique. Perhaps because it is backed by the Yali Mine Mountain, the deep soil is in a very hardened state. This level of hardness was incredibly difficult for Lin Bei and his 2 companions. But for the beast-eared girl with indestructible claws, it is the perfect building material. Once dug, it takes shape and requires no additional support pillars, so there's no need to worry about collapse. The excavation is progressing rapidly. The first row is the heavy assault team, led by Winnie. The bear girls wielded their alloy-like claws, tasked with crushing the hardest layers of rock and soil and advancing forward. As soon as the person in front dug out the soil, the person behind immediately took over. Several fox-eared girls with huge, fluffy tails turned around and used their 2-meter-long tails as brooms to sweep the heavy dirt out the door in a few strokes. Lin Bei was completely convinced. No wonder Sylvie said they like to live underground in the winter. Digging a hole is that simple. If you want a 3-bedroom apartment, just dig one yourself. At this terrifying speed, it won't be long at all. 3 days at most. A large-scale underground dwelling can then take shape. Grown-ups. Winnie's ears twitched as he heard Lin Bei making noises while inspecting the work. She stopped what she was doing and came to Lin Bei's side. She shyly wiped the dirt off her face, her 2 large paws retracting back to their normal shape. Does the master have any plans? Is it because we didn't dig well? She asked somewhat nervously, afraid that the adults would be dissatisfied. It's more than just good. Lin Bei didn't hold back his praise, giving a thumbs up. Absolutely perfect. Winnie, you're our tribe's #1 excavator. Hey. Winnie couldn't understand what an excavator was, but she guessed it was a very impressive title. She happily wiggled her ears, looking at the tunnel behind her that had already gone more than 10 meters underground, and proudly puffed out her big chest. Sister Sylvie said that the hole should be dug very, very big, and the biggest and best room should be left for the adults. Okay, I'll wait. Lin Bei was in a great mood, so he took out a handful of white rabbit milk candies and stuffed them into Winnie's hand. Take it and distribute it to replenish your energy. Once the tunnel is dug, we'll have a big meal. Oh, whoa. Seeing this bustling scene, Lin Bei felt a surge of confidence. They have food, housing, and people. This alien start is incredibly lucky. Next, we need to solve the energy problem of the stone tablet. The stone tablet was only turned on for a short while last night before running out of power, and I didn't have time to look at a lot of important information. The map showing the distribution of nearby walker orcs is particularly important to pay attention to. Just then, a group of animal-eared girls who had just finished cutting down trees passed by in the distance. They dragged along the thick, charred tree trunks. These are large trees that were killed by forest fires. The wood is completely charred, making them excellent fuel. Following the previous instructions, they piled all the timber in the center of the square. Seeing that there was already a lot of timber, Lin Bei stepped forward, took out the stone tablet, and placed it in the center of the timber pile. Ignition. Boom. A towering inferno shot into the sky, engulfing the stone tablet. The high temperature distorted the air, and heat waves rolled in. Countless flames were drawn into the stone tablet by the suction force generated on its surface, continuously drilling into the tablet's interior. Complex patterns began to appear on the surface of the stone tablet, emitting a faint light, as if it were absorbing heat energy. Eat up, eat up. A glint of light flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Bella, burn it. Lin Bei gave orders to leopard girl Bella. Arrange for people to work in shifts. This fire can't be stopped. Yes, my lord. The fire burned for a whole day. Thick smoke billowed and flames soared into the sky. Even as evening approached and the last sun was about to set, the stone tablet in the bonfire was still charging. It did not automatically turn on until the flame went out. Enough. Put out the fire. Lin Bei gave the order. The animal-eared girls extinguished the flames with sand. Lin Bei took the still-cold stone tablet, which had been scorched by the fire for a day, into the time-stagnant phase space. Get off work. Chapter 97I, Lin Bei, failed the exam? Are you kidding me? Lin Bei stood in the center of the cave. This area had already been cleaned up by Su Li. The ground was paved with smooth stone slabs. Dang, dang, dang. A series of light footsteps approached. Su Yao ran over, carrying a small round wooden stool in her arms, as if presenting it as a treasure. The little girl placed the stool behind Lin Bei and carefully wiped the surface of the stool with her sleeve before placing it behind him, even though there was no dust on it at all. She tilted her little face up and smiled sweetly. Brother Lin Bei, please sit down. I'll go get you some sunflower seeds and potato chips. Seeing the girl's attentive manner, Lin Bei felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to gently pinch her collagen-rich face. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Bei sat down as instructed. Come out. Lin Bei's thoughts stirred slightly. Thump. With a dull thud, the terminal stone tablet stood up. It was less than half a meter away from the location of the portal. The two are about the same height. One is black, and the other is red and charging. This time, the stone tablet did not perform a self-check upon startup as it did last time. The moment the stone tablet hit the ground, it eagerly turned on automatically. A huge white holographic projection erupted out, once again covering half of the cave. This time it was so fast. Su Li was somewhat surprised, as she had previously had to perform a self-check for quite a while. Now it not only boots up instantly, but the projection effects and brightness are also several levels better than before. The screen unfolds, revealing the stunning Samsung system star map once again. This time, Lin Bei didn't waste any time. He reached out his hand, his fingertips passing through the ethereal light and shadow. Try clicking on the 3 suns at the edge of the star map, as well as the 11 other satellites. He thought that since the 3 of them had been teleported to this planet, there might be other unlucky people like them on other planets. However, no matter where his finger touched, the holographic projection would pop up a cold, red notification. Warning, insufficient local terminal permissions. Unable to access other star system nodes. He then tried clicking on the enormous main star at the very center. Warning, unable to access the main control center. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Lin Bei said to the 2 women. If you can't see anything else, then you can only focus your attention on this forest planet beneath your feet. Lin Bei loosely clenched his hands, making a stretching and enlarging gesture. The holographic projection responded, and the emerald green planet rapidly magnified, filling the entire field of vision. This time, the 3 of them saw the entire planet. Su Li exclaimed in surprise, pointing to the planet's equator. Lin Bei, look there. Lin Bei looked in the direction the finger was pointing. The equator of this planet is neither land nor ocean. There is a vast river there that is unimaginably wide. This great river is like a white belt, encircling the entire planet and separating the southern and northern hemispheres. Tianhe. Lin Bei muttered to himself, and suddenly the name of the big bird that always came to hang around came to mind. Tianhe. So that's how it is. The name isn't just for show. The featherless bird tribe probably lives along a tributary of the Milky Way. He turned his gaze away, zoomed in on the map, and focused on the southern hemisphere where the 3 of them were located. Centered on the crescent-shaped scorched earth area, the surrounding terrain and landforms outside the cave are clearly visible. The rear is safe. Lin Bei looked at a giant mountain range on the map. The Yalimine mountain above our heads is a natural cliff. Unless the orcs grow wings and learn to fly, they are absolutely safe behind you. My gaze shifted to the front of the mountain. The vast, semicircular scorched earth area offers excellent, unobstructed views. Outside the scorched earth, in the forest areas untouched by the flames, black dots representing orc tribes were faintly flickering. Lin Bei stretched out his hand and gestured the radius of the scorched earth area on the holographic projection, measuring the distance. Half a kilometer, about 50 kilometers. 1 card, 2 cards. The nearest orc tribe settlement is about 200 kilometers away from us. Su Li frowned, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. This distance is a bit short. The orcs' 6-legged monsters run very fast. If they want to attack us, They could probably get here in 2 or 3 hours. Don't panic. Lin Bei waved his hand. Look at the distribution of the orcs. Although the number is large, it adds up to as much as 1.5 billion. But in our vicinity, they did not gather into super large tribes of tens of thousands of people. Lin Bei counted the number of orcs in the nearest tribe. These orc tribes only number a few hundred units. The others are not much different. What does this mean? Su Yao, holding a bag of sunflower seeds, tilted her head and thought for a moment. Does this mean they are not united? No, it just means they eat a lot, Lin Bei said, offering his opinion. As you all saw, Sylvie and her friends could eat us out of house and home in one meal. These beast men, who are even taller and stronger than the beast-eared girls, must have an even more terrifying appetite. Although forests are rich, their carrying capacity is also limited. If thousands or tens of thousands of orcs gather together, it won't be long before they eat up all the food in the vicinity. Then you eat me and I eat you. And in the end, the ball starves to death. Lin Bei turned his gaze toward the Milky Way near the equator. The black dots there were so dense it was unsettling. They were countless, glowing black, and all overlapped together. Unless it is in a place with extremely rich resources, such as the Milky Way, it is possible for a million-strong orc king tide to appear. But in our rural area, Lin Bei clenched his fist, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. As long as we don't do anything stupid and don't provoke all the orc tribes at the same time, causing public outrage and getting ganged up on. Facing a tribe of a few hundred people, with modern weapons, there is nothing to fear. This analysis put the two women at ease. Lin Bei continued to explore the interface, trying to discover more functions of the stone tablet. His fingers slid across the complex menu of pioneering languages. Suddenly, he saw an icon. The shape of this icon looks familiar. It's similar to the vortex icon next to it that resembles a portal. Huh? A portal? Lin Bei thought this was an option to adjust the teleportation portal and was overjoyed. He quickly clicked on it. Buzz! The holographic projection suddenly changed color, turning into a striking orange warning color. Lines of text danced before my eyes. An administrator has been detected requesting to initiate the phase gate directed repatriation procedure. Target location search in progress. Search target. The safe zone of the main universe of the pioneer civilization. What? Lin Bei jumped up from the stool. This line of text struck them like a thunderbolt, stunning all three of them. Direction? To the pioneer's homeland. Lin Bei's voice trembled with excitement. Hurry. Start it. However, the excitement didn't last even a second. Startup failed. No phase gate directed jump permission is available. Reason. This terminal detected a first-class citizen, and the current early childhood education course score is unsatisfactory by 1 point. Assessment. This cub does not yet possess the ability to create a civilization and is not qualified to return to the main civilization. Solution. Remain at the kindergarten to repeat the course until you pass. Chapter 98, Main Quest launched. Repeat the course until you pass. The air suddenly became quiet. The three of them stared at the glaring 1 point and the word retake. Their expressions quite interesting. 1 point. Lin Bei felt he had been greatly insulted. Uffed. Su Yao was the first to burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Ha ha. Brother Lin Bei, it's disgusted by your poor grades. Lin Bei took a deep breath, forcibly trying to save face. It's okay if you don't pass. We can take the test again. We can retake it and get a higher score. Now that we know there's an exam system, there must be ways to improve. I refuse to believe that I can be stumped by a kindergarten exam. Lin Bei rolled up his sleeves and began searching on the holographic screen, trying to find information about the exam. Click left, swipe right. Fingers weave through the light and shadow. Drop. Initiating the planet reboot program. Insufficient terminal energy detected. Planet restart failed. Should this terminal be forcibly detonated? Oh no. Cancel. Cancel it now. Lin Bei was terrified and quickly clicked the cancel button. Ugh, this Android interface design is so anti-human. How can the self-destruct button be placed in the main menu? Fortunately, it was a false alarm. After some careful searching, Lin Bei finally found a tiny, almost invisible plus sign next to the golden icon of sequence, 12 Beast Girl. Hidden so well. Lin Bei tentatively nodded. Whoosh. A new interface has appeared. This is an interface similar to an achievement system or technology tree in a game. At the very top, a line of large characters reads, Core Mission, Species Conservation and Civilization Revival Plan. Mission Description, a new atavistic species, Sequence 12, has emerged on this planet. numbering in the tens of millions, but they are extremely dispersed and in an incomplete evolutionary state. Citizens are requested to complete the collection, shelter, and evolutionary guidance of the experimental subjects. Below is a row of gray icons, with only the first one slightly glowing. Current collection of sequence, 12, quantity, 255. Phase 1 objective, 100 experimental subjects achieved. Status, rewards available. Lin Bei's eyes lit up. There's a reward? He clicked without hesitation. Congratulations. You have achieved the first stage milestone. Reward, gain the autonomous jump selection authority for the phase gate. Note, starting today, citizens can manually interrupt the countdown and return immediately at any time during teleportation without waiting for the time to reach 0. In case of life-threatening situations, the system will automatically teleport. This is good. After seeing the details of the reward, Lin Bei slapped his thigh in excitement. This reward is so useful. Previously, every time I returned to Earth, I had to wait for the countdown to reach 0 before I could be passively teleported back, which was full of uncertainty and danger. What if I land and die immediately, or encounter danger and can't escape? Now things are much better. We have the right to choose for ourselves. If things go wrong, even if it's only for a second, it can be replenished immediately. At worst, I'll just give up my time. My life is more important. Having tasted success, Lin Bei continued reading. Phase 2 objective, 1,000 experimental subjects. Reward preview, choose one. 1. Phase space load amplification increases the maximum weight capacity tenfold. 2. The portal's charging efficiency is increased by 100%. Seeing these two options, Lin Bei was torn. 10 times the load. I now eat ginseng every day and exercise constantly, and my weight is now close to 200 kilograms. With the tenfold increase, he could take 4 beast-eared girls like Sylvie, who weighed no more than 500 kilograms, back at a time to serve as temporary bodyguards. This reward is too tempting. Another bonus is double the energy. That means you can accumulate 2 minutes every day and charge faster when you're burning fuel. Let's look further ahead. Phase 3 objective, 10,000 experimental subjects. Reward preview. Please unlock the second stage milestone first. Although we can't see it, it must be something even more powerful. Lin Bei closed the interface, pulled Su Yao and Su Li along, his expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation. I think I understand now. The previous pioneer's test task may have been to create the orc race. He didn't finish the exam until the 91st generation was created, and then he left. Now that it's my turn, the exam task has become recruiting followers. The more Kemonomi girls I recruit, the higher my score will be, and the better the reward will be. Su Yao counted on her fingers to the side. But 200 beast girls would need to eat a lot. If there are 1,000 or 10,000 of them, won't they eat up all our stored grain? Chapter 99. He grew taller and bigger. He harvested dinosaur eggs. 2 days later. Today is 3 days ago, the date I made an appointment with the other side of Earth to return. At dawn, the 3 suns rose again as usual, gilding the newly grown forest with a golden edge. Lin Bei was leading 2 beautiful girls on a routine patrol of his territory. Standing on the edge of the farmland, Lin Bei looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but marvel. The 2 little ones are weeding in the field. Only 2 days have passed since the last planting, but in those 2 days, this land has been like it's been put on fast forward. In the hundreds of acres of newly cultivated farmland, the tender shoots that broke through the soil yesterday have grown into seedlings that are half a person tall today. The corn stalks are as thick as small trees, and the leaves are lush and green. The watermelon vines spread wildly, forming a huge green net on the ground, covered with fist-sized green melons. No matter how many times I watch it, I still think it's amazing. Lin Bei squatted down and pinched a thick pumpkin leaf. Having absorbed the special light energy of the blue giant, this plant underwent a benign giantification mutation. Still 5 days. Lin Bei mentally estimated. At this rate, we should be able to have our first big harvest in 5 days at most. As long as the soil fertility is good, at least 3 to 4 crops can be harvested before winter arrives. No, there isn't enough land yet. Bella needs to lead people to continue clearing the wasteland. Lin Bei looked at the dark, fertile land beneath his feet, a gift left after the forest fire, and the most precious treasure of this planet. The production volume is a bit alarming. The bracelets definitely won't be able to fit it all. The huge harvest just 5 days later would be so abundant that even if both rings were completely emptied, there wouldn't be enough room to store it all. Lin Bei glanced at the ring on his hand and made a decision. We need to have Winnie dig out more storage areas underground and store all these mutated vegetables and fruits underground as winter reserves. After inspecting the farmland, the three went to an open space and began their daily morning exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lin Bei shouted a chant and led the two women in doing burpees. Sweat trickled down his forehead. But for them right now, this kind of high-intensity exercise is just a warm-up. After finishing their morning exercise, Lin Bei led the two women to the entrance of the beast-eared girls' cave. The dungeon, which the beast-eared girls worked day and night to excavate, was finally completed today. Outside the cave entrance, the excavated hard soil and gravel have been piled up into a small hill several tens of meters high. Several barriered girls compacted the soil and stones, creating a natural outer windbreak. Grown-ups. A little bear mother carrying a large basket of gravel and soil walked up from the sloping cave and greeted Lin Bei with a blush on her face. In their eyes, Lin Bei and the other two had the most perfect bodies and appearances. As the last basket of rubble was removed from her body, the underground project came to an end. Lin Bei led the two women into the underground city. One has to admire how naturally gifted animal-eared girls are. With their innate intuition, they carved out an intricate yet orderly honeycomb structure from the hard rock. The three descended along the spiral passage. The core area of the lowest level is an extremely spacious main hall, with a height of 8 meters. The area is the size of 2 basketball courts, enough to accommodate all the beast girls to have a meal and activities here. Although we were underground, it didn't feel stuffy or hot. Because they cleverly created several tiny air vents connecting to the ground, they used the pressure difference between the inside and outside to form a natural air conditioning system, ensuring smooth air circulation. A good place. Lin Bei really likes this place and plans to bring his 2 daughters to stay here for a while in the future. Lots of people, it's lively. Let's go up and get some fresh air. We just dug this place up, and the smell hasn't dissipated yet. Lin Bei held one in each hand and walked up the spacious spiral passage. Su Yao, in a playful mood, deliberately broke free from Lin Bei's hand and hopped around in front of him like a happy little rabbit. Su Li braided her pigtails so they could swing back and forth. Run slowly, don't fall. Lin Bei watched her lively figure, quickly caught up with her, grabbed Su Yao's slender waist, and pulled her into his arms. I casually patted the pert stool next to me. Oops. My sister is still here. Su Yao glanced at him shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Su Li felt the same way and slightly tightened her legs. The three of them bickered and joked along the way, and soon returned to the ground. Just then, a burst of cheers came from the edge of the farmland. They're back. The hunting party is back. The beast-eared girl on watch shouted loudly. The three looked over and saw Sylvie leading a group of beast-eared female warriors who had gone out to forage, returning in high spirits. They did not bring back any bloodied prey this time. More than 20 animal-eared girls, in pairs, worked together to carry huge, oval-shaped objects. It was also covered with blue tattoos. What is this? Lin Bei took a closer look and immediately gasped in shock. It's an egg. But this egg is way too big. Each egg, when stood upright, was a head taller than the animal-eared girl, its surface covered with rough textures, and it exuded a warm aura. Good heavens, a dinosaur egg. Sylvie instructed the team to gently place the giant egg on the ground. She stepped forward, bowed to Lin Bei, and her face beamed with the joy of a bountiful harvest. My lord, these are the eggs of the waka beast that we found in the scorched earth forest. The nest has been abandoned, and there are no adult wakamen to guard it, so we brought it all back. Lin Bei understood. The giant dinosaur had been driven away by the wildfire and had not yet returned. He circled the giant egg twice and then tapped the shell. Clang, clang. The sound was crisp, and the eggshell was surprisingly thick. Good heavens. Lin Bei couldn't help but complain. If I were to use this to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, my 1-meter diameter pot wouldn't be able to hold it at all. Chapter 100, Extra Dinosaur Eggs. The beast-eared girl is an immortal. If I were to use this to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, my 1-meter diameter pot wouldn't be able to hold it at all. If you crack open one egg, it's probably enough to feed 100 people for one meal. It seems that this time when we return to Earth, in addition to having the higher-ups prepare clothes and equipment for the beast girls, we also need to order a few supersized woks with a diameter of 3 meters. But since we brought it back, we can't waste it, no matter what dinosaur it is. Extra meal today. Lin Bei waved his hand. Bake these eggs. Celebrating the official opening of our dungeon. Lunchtime. To celebrate the completion of his new home, Lin Bei specially approved a grand housewarming banquet. The main hall of the underground city was brightly lit. The underground power supply has been connected, and high-powered LED lights illuminate the entire hall as bright as day. In the center of the hall, there were more than 20 huge round tables. These tables were made from the heartwood of a giant, ancient tree that was killed in a forest fire. Although the outer bark was charred, after it was removed, the remaining heartwood still had a diameter of over 5 meters. 10 animal-eared girls sat around a table, yet it didn't feel crowded. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Besides the essential barbecue and wild vegetable ginseng soup, today's main attraction is a dozen or so giant dinosaur eggs. Because they didn't have a big enough pot, the chef team led by Beast Girl Mian Mian could only use the most primitive methods. Roasted over a fire. At the very center of each table was a giant dinosaur egg, cracked from being roasted, its aroma filling the air. In addition, there is an alien-themed dish. Roasted insects used to be the favorite food of Kemonomami girls. They were caught by Sylvie and her companions while they were cleaning up the underground caves. Each one was the size of a wash basin. After baking, the outer shell is crispy, and the meat inside is like shrimp. Although the animal-eared girls ate with relish, Lin Bei and his 2 companions remained unmoved. I only dare to eat stir-fried pork with chili peppers. It's worth mentioning that the chili peppers used in the stir-fried pork with chili peppers are the mutated ghost peppers. In a large pot of meat, I only dared to put 1 chopped chili pepper. Even so, the spiciness still hit him right in the head, 10 times spicier than any Hunan dish Lin Bei had ever eaten on earth. Li and Su Yao ate until they were sweating profusely, exclaiming how delicious it was. During the meal, Lin Bei ate an egg yolk that was bigger than himself, while asking Sylvie a question. If we eat this egg, will its parents come looking for us? Sylvie, who was focused on dealing with a giant roasted worm leg, looked up and wiped her mouth when she heard this. No, sir. These giant waka beasts leave after laying their eggs, completely ignoring the lives of their offspring. That's good. Lin Bei nodded, then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked curiously. By the way, I've always been curious about this. How long do you beast-eared girls usually live? This question silenced the lively dining table for a moment. Lifespan? How long do you live? Sylvie put down the food in her hand, a look of confusion on her face. No way. We have never heard of any of our people dying because of insufficient lifespan. Only the walker orcs die of old age. It seems that we beast-eared girls never grow old or die. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei, Li, and Su Yao were all stunned, their chopsticks frozen in midair. Will not grow old? Who is the oldest person in your tribe? Li couldn't help but ask. Sylvie thought for a moment and recalled the songs passed down through generations of the beast-eared girl tribe. In our traditional folk songs, there was once a legendary turtle goddess. The ballad says that she experienced the arrival of the White Death more than 3,000 times. 3,000 times. Su Yao exclaimed in surprise, counting on her fingers. 1 White Death means a year. 3,000 times means 3,000 years. Plus, this planet has many other seasons. How many years would that be? Yes. Sylvie nodded and continued. Moreover, it is said that tens of millions of years ago, the arrival of the White Death was not as frequent as it is now. At that time, there could be a gap of tens of thousands of years between the arrival of 2 death gods. Unlike now, only a year has passed since the last time it came. Lin Bei's heart stirred. Does this mean that the sun used to charge less frequently, or that it used to have more energy? The fact that they only need to be charged once a year indicates that the 2 artificial suns are aging, or that they haven't been able to replenish their energy at all when they go back. Lin Bei secretly speculated in his heart. And then what happened? Su Yao pressed. Is she still alive? Sylvie's expression darkened, and she shook her head. Dead. But it didn't die of old age. During a large-scale siege by an orc tribe, he was smashed in the head by the orcs with a giant club while covering the retreat of his people. Hearing this, Lin Bei had already made a judgment in his mind. Animal-eared girls are truly immortal beings. As long as they are not killed by external forces, they will not age after reaching adulthood. These are the seemingly delicate and beautiful animal-eared girls. It actually possesses the immortality gene that countless emperors and generals on Earth have dreamed of. After the housewarming meal, all around were Kemonomami girls who were full and happy. Time to get down to business. Lin Bei stood up, and several barriered girls immediately came over, squatted down, and gestured to carry the 3 of them back to the ground. In their view, the esteemed pioneer should not walk on his own. No need. I just ate, and this is a good way to digest. Lin Bei smiled and declined their offer, then looked at Sylvie beside him. Sylvie, have everyone clear out the newly dug storage rooms and living quarters. I'm going to store all the supplies in the ring underground now. Yes. Sylvie immediately evacuated the crowd. In this warm and spacious underground city, Lin Bei began a clearance sale. With a slight thought, the two rings began to glow. The salvaged heavy-duty storage racks were taken out first. Lin Bei directed the beast-eared girls to neatly arrange the shelves on both sides of the living caves they had dug. Lay down cotton and animal hides, and this will be your bed. 3 layers are available for sleeping. Lin Bei gave a brief demonstration. The animal-eared girls jumped for joy at the sight of the novel 3-tiered shop. Several little girls even climbed up to the upper level using both their hands and feet, rolling around excitedly. The shelves are very sturdy. Originally designed for storing rice and flour, it can now house hundreds of kilograms of animal-eared girls sleeping on it without collapsing. Immediately afterwards, tons of grain, clothing, and daily necessities were piled up in the dry underground storage room, until the 2 rings were completely cleaned, leaving only about 4 cubic meters of Yali ore. All right, everything's settled. After finishing all this, Lin Bei clapped his hands, looked at the bustling dungeon, and nodded in satisfaction. He then gestured for the 2 women to follow, and the 3 of them went through the passage back to the upper cave on the ground. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 No, it's only been a few days? You've already had a technological explosion? This time, I went back alone. Lin Bei stood in front of the teleportation portal and looked at the 2 women. These past 2 days, we've only had 5 minutes to charge the batteries with fire, which is too tight. Moreover, my goal this time is simply to deliver supplies, and/or I don't need your help. Li and Su Yao nodded obediently. I just saw my mom and let her know I was safe, so I'm not so worried about her anymore. Be careful, brother. Su Yao stepped forward, straightened Lin Bei's collar, and tiptoed to kiss him on the cheek. If you end up in a foreign country where there is still a war, come back quickly and don't go to send them away. Su Li also stepped forward and hugged Lin Bei. Go soon and come back soon. Rest assured. Lin Bei put the stone tablet beside him back into his spatial storage, took a deep breath, turned around, and stepped into the portal. A flash of light, and the figure vanished. Earth. A dizzying sensation of time and space shifting washes over you. There was no sea breeze as I had expected, nor the hustle and bustle of the city. Lin Bei felt his feet sink into solid ground, and a nauseating stench filled his nostrils. What kind of dog poop smells like this? Just moments ago I was holding the sweet and soft twins and the animal-eared girl, but suddenly the whole room reeked of stench. The contrast is too stark. Lin Bei instantly became alert, his body tensed, and he quickly looked around. This is a narrow, dark room. The walls were covered in stains and dark red scratches, with large patches of plaster peeling off to reveal the blackened bricks underneath. There were a few cigarette butts and a dirty leftover lunchbox on the ground. In the corner were several blood-stained ropes and an electric batten covered in an unknown liquid. The only window was welded shut by rusty iron bars, letting in a sliver of light from the outside. Faint sounds of cursing and swearing could be heard from outside, along with the dull thud of a belt striking flesh and piercing screams. This is... Lin Bei frowned. Torture room. Or is it the legendary little dark room specifically used to lock up piglets? Looks like I wasn't very lucky this time. I almost got eliminated right after landing. Fortunately, no one was in the room at the moment. Lin Bei remained calm. He now possesses the authority to teleport at will, and can return to another world at any time with a thought. First, determine the location. Lin Bei quickly took out a signal generator from the ring. The green light flashed, and the positioning signal was automatically sent. Immediately afterwards, he took out his pineapple-shaped phone and dialed Li Yaodong's encrypted hotline. Beep. The call was answered after just one ring. Comrade Lin Bei. Li Yaodong's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone, and a piercing alarm could be heard in the background. Keep silent immediately. Do not make a sound. According to the signal location, you are now in the core area of a 3K fraud park in a Southeast Asian country. You're surrounded by desperados and armed men. It's extremely dangerous. Our personnel are being mobilized urgently, but it will take at least half an hour for the fighter jets to arrive. Scam park. Lin Bei smiled. He had guessed correctly. No wonder the environment was so terrible. It turns out I fell into a dog kennel. Don't worry, elderly. I'm safe now, there's no one in the room. Moreover, I already have autonomous jump privileges and can withdraw at any time. Hearing Lin Bei's calm tone, Li Yaodong breathed a slight sigh of relief, but still spoke very quickly. That's good, that's good. Since it's safe for now, let's hurry up. Comrade Lin Bei, the past 3 days have seen earth-shattering changes, and I have important intelligence to share with you. Although only 3 days have passed, but for the Xia Kingdom's scientific and technological community, which possessed the Yali mine, these 3 days felt like 3 centuries. Li Yaodong's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. First, quantum chip. Utilizing the properties of Yali, or our first-generation Yali quantum computer prototype, has been lit up. Computing power has increased by a full 500 times. Data that used to take a year to process can now be processed in just 1 minute. Various network technologies are about to experience a singularity explosion. Second, laser weapons. The energy storage problem has been completely solved. The supercapacitors made from Yali or have allowed laser weapons to completely say goodbye to bulky battery packs. As long as we have enough, or we will no longer fear any long-range threats. Third, miniature nuclear fusion. The small controlled cold fusion reactor is tackling the most critical step, and Yali, or is the most crucial magnetic confinement material. As long as we have enough, or we can build the first fusion reactor the size of a suitcase within 3 months. Hearing this news, even though Lin Bei was mentally prepared, he was still quite shocked. No, didn't I bring back more than a dozen pieces of, or last time? How come you guys suddenly have a technological explosion? Besides, Li Yaodong paused, his tone becoming somewhat subdued. Our top material scientists have gone half-mad in the last few days because of their research on Yali ore. After in-depth research, they came to a surprising conclusion. This ore has no flaws in its microstructure, and its physical properties can switch freely between conductor, insulator, rigid body, and fluid. It doesn't look like a naturally occurring mineral at all. It's more like an industrially standardized material manufactured by an advanced civilization. How to describe it? Lai Yutong gave an example. It's like an all-purpose clay designed specifically for kindergarten children to make crafts. With just a little force, you can shape it however you want. There are no technical barriers involved. Lin Bei was secretly alarmed upon hearing this. There's one last thing. Li Yaodong's voice became extremely serious. Because of these technological breakthroughs, the original international situation has completely changed. Our technological gap has widened to the point that other countries are in despair. At the latest within 6 months, with our strength, we can take on 300 at once. Now, except for 2 who disagree. Those who got wind of it have mostly chickened out and are secretly requesting cooperation. Therefore, our think tank has discovered that the existing system is no longer suitable for the upcoming era of new mining revolution. They are discussing this above. It is to establish a human federation with China at its core. Or should we go even further and directly establish a unified Earth government? Comrade Lin Bei, as the only one who has access to the interstellar passage, you are the key to everything. We need your opinion. This is a heavy topic. Lin Bei remained silent for 2 seconds. Human Federation? Earth United Government? This sounds like something out of a science fiction novel, but now it's about to become a reality in his hands. People's Union. Lin Bei said that he didn't think this matter could be successful. Our ancestors said, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. People's Federation sounds better and is more in line with the current situation. But elderly, if you're going to do it quickly, stop dawdling. By the way, elderly, should I keep this batch of, or I have? Lin Bei thought that since he hadn't been discovered yet, once the ore was left behind, the command could simply send some people to haul it away. Unexpectedly, Li Yaodong refused. No, let's take it back. There are 2 who are not convinced and have been watching our actions closely, but we are not yet confident that we can take them down without taking any damage. All right. Upon hearing that 40 tons of ore were unavailable, a large group of scientists collapsed on the other end of the phone, urgently needing ginseng bathwater for treatment. You can also hear someone shouting, "Stop pretending, the special nectar is all gone." I'm hanging up now. Lin Bei glanced at the minerals in his spatial storage. He would take them back this time. Next time, let's see if we can randomly select a location in China or a controlled area in 3 days. Just then, Lin Bei heard footsteps approaching from 30 meters away. He remained silent. Bang! Suddenly, the iron door of the dark room was kicked hard from the outside, making a loud thud. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a key turning could be heard. A rough male voice came from outside the door, speaking in Mandarin that Lin Bei was very familiar with. Damn it! Bring in that new piglet. Dare to run? I'll break his leg today and teach him a lesson he won't forget. Hearing this, Lin Bei didn't panic. Instead, he lowered his voice and chuckled into the phone. Old Li, let's stop here for now. Let's take this place back as soon as possible. After saying that, he hung up the phone. With a flash of light, a fully upgraded 22mm cannon appeared in his hands. Lin Bei stared coldly at the slowly opening iron gate. Perfect timing. I also want to try it out. What effect a 22mm armor-piercing round would have on a person. Is it a patchy mess, or does it not hurt at all? Chapter 102 The Rui Divine Sword, cut in two with one slash. In the dimly lit prison cell, Lin Bei stood against the wall, holding his breath, his body hidden in the blind spot behind the open iron gate. He held a 22mm rifle weighing at least 30 kilograms in his left arm, the muzzle hanging low and not raised. In less than a second of thinking time, Lin Bei decided to launch a stealthy attack without firing a shot. His right hand held the dragon tooth, which had been tempered by the fire of another planet, with the tips of the teeth pointing upwards. In the dim light, a faint, cold glint flowed along the edge of this bioalloy sharp tooth. Like the enhanced weapon effects in a game, it exudes a chilling aura. Sharpness +3. While waiting for the door to open, a thought inexplicably flashed through Lin Bei's mind. Clang. The iron gate was violently kicked open from the outside, slamming against the wall with a loud bang and sending dust and debris flying to the ground. Immediately following was a burst of cursing and the scraping sound of heavy objects being dragged on the floor. Damn it, Brother Han, the pig you brought in is pretty tough. It didn't make a sound even after I beat it for so long. Stop talking nonsense. Throw him in and lock him up for a few days. This time, break one of his legs first and see if he behaves himself. If he can't trick two people into replacing him, it won't be so simple next time. He'll be sent straight to have his parts dismantled. Two burly men wearing vests and slippers, one on each side, dragged a blood-covered man in like a dead dog. The man being dragged appeared to have suffered inhuman torture. His legs dragged weakly across the ground, leaving a shocking trail of blood. His face was covered in bruises, and he could only let out weak whimpers unconsciously. The two thugs had no idea that behind the door of this supposedly empty solitary confinement cell stood a bystander. Leave him here, starve him for 3 days, and see if he dies. Lin Bei, who was hiding behind the door, was provoked by those words. Starve for 3 days? You just said you'd starve yourself for 3 days, right? One of the thugs let go, letting the unlucky guy fall heavily onto the dirty cement floor, then took out a lighter, ready to light a cigarette to relax. In the instant the flames shot up, Lin Bei made a move. Without the slightest hesitation, and without any unnecessary words. He stepped out from the blind spot behind the door, his right arm muscles taut, the dragon fang in his hand drawing a white arc in the air. Brush. The sound was very soft, like a utility knife slicing through a thin sheet of A4 paper. Lin Bei felt nothing. The male lead, who had just lit a cigarette, froze. He looked down and watched as his body below the chest remained in place, while his perspective began to slant downwards. At the same time, the second male lead standing next to him also didn't react in time and felt a chill on his waist. Dragon Fang kills 2 enemies with a single strike. Only when the 2 severed bodies fell sideways did the warm, crimson liquid erupt like a fountain. Yes, it's a piece here and a piece there. From the moment Lin Bei appeared to the moment his 2 henchmen were killed, the entire process took no more than 2 seconds. Apart from the sound of bloodworm pupae, there were no other sounds. Lin Bei stood at the edge of the pool of blood, the dragon fang dagger in his hand still as white as jade, without a single drop of blood on it. This was the first time he had killed someone. They were killing their own kind. In the laws and moral frameworks of Earth, this is a serious crime. Lin Bei originally thought he would feel nauseous, his hands would shake, and he might experience severe physical discomfort, just like in the movies. But to his surprise, he found himself very calm. My heartbeat is steady and my palms are dry. Everything tastes delicious. Deep down, there was no fear, but rather a sense of pleasure and a kind of indifference that belonged to those in power. In his eyes, these 2 thugs were no different from the wild beasts in the forest that wanted to eat him. Since they are beasts, they deserve to die. Lin Bei put away the dragon tooth and turned his gaze to the survivor on the ground. Weya. The man who was dragged in was now awake. Or rather, he was awakened by a splash of warm liquid on his face. He was trembling violently, his hands were tied behind his back, and his feet were kicking wildly on the ground. It desperately tried to get away from the 2 piles of parts on the ground, which were still twitching slightly. Despite his extreme fear, he clenched his teeth and did not scream. This was a smart man. He knew that once he made a sound and attracted the guards outside, the killing god in front of him might be able to escape, but he would definitely be dead. Lin Bei gave him an approving look. Calm, pragmatic, and capable of longevity. Lin Bei ignored the man on the ground and walked straight to the two corpses. He bent down, enduring the smell of blood, and rummaged through his clothes. A lighter, cigarettes, 2 small pistols, and 2 magazines. Lin Bei was somewhat dismissive of them, but adhering to the principle that a thief should never leave empty-handed, he used his mind to store all the spoils into his face space. Take it back and have a look. Does Ada air smoke? After doing all this, Lin Bei walked to the door and tentatively pushed the iron gate. This is a security door specifically used to keep piglets. The lock cylinder is on the outside, and there's only a bare handle inside, making it impossible to lock from the inside. Trouble. Lin Bei frowned. The inability to lock the door means that someone could push it open and come in at any time. Fortunately, his senses are now extremely sharp. Lin Bei tilted his ears slightly, and every rustle of wind or grass within a 30-meter radius was clearly audible. At the end of the corridor, 2 guards were playing cards and shouting. There seemed to be screams coming from upstairs, and faint sobbing could be heard from the next room. No one is approaching yet. After confirming that it was safe, Lin Bei glanced at the countdown on his retina. 2:15. There are still 2 minutes left. He took out his phone again and glanced at the data transfer progress bar in the background. 90% of data is being uploaded. It's a bit slow. It's not just because the signal here is being interfered with by the park's jammers, but also because there are quite a few files being transmitted. In addition to the galaxy structure map and the surface sketch of the forest planet drawn by Su Li herself, there are also a large number of high-definition videos of aliens filmed by Su Yao. Lin Bei glanced at Su Li's preview image and couldn't help but twitch his lips. This painting skill is truly unparalleled. Hopefully, astronomers in China can understand this abstract star map. Since he had to wait a while, and since he had nothing else to do, Lin Bei turned his attention back to the man who had climbed to the corner of the wall. He walked over slowly. When the man saw Lin Bei approaching, he trembled with fear and instinctively tried to crawl into the wall, his eyes full of pleading. Don't shout. Scream and you'll die. The man nodded frantically, panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. I almost couldn't catch my breath. What's your name? Lin Bei asked calmly. Panpanson. Chapter 103. Hello, someone is lost in your house. I'll go inside and look for them. Panpanson. The man swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. What are you doing here? How did you get in? I am a programmer who writes code. Pan's son glanced at the familiar lower half of one of the people on the ground, a flash of pleasure and hatred in his eyes. I was tricked into coming here by him. He was a former colleague of mine, and he said there were high-paying jobs here, doing game development. Oh, it was someone you knew who committed the crime. Lin Bei nodded. The script sounded familiar. There were too many similar stories in the news. But people keep falling for it. Not voluntary. No, absolutely not. Pan's son was so excited that he tried to stand up, but he fell back down because of his leg injury. His eyes were red, and he lowered his voice. They made me write a fraudulent program, and when I refused, they broke my legs. All right, calm down. Lin Bei pressed down on his shoulder and glanced at his phone screen. Data upload complete. 100%. Upload complete. Task completed. Lin Bei put his phone back in his pocket and took one last look at the unlucky guy named Pan's son. If it wasn't voluntary, then there's still hope. Now that we've spoken with Elderly, some people should already be on their way. Listen, Pantheon. Lin Bei patted his face, his tone serious. You're lucky to have met me. Hold on a little longer, then find a place to hide. In a few minutes at most, or maybe just a few minutes, someone will come to pick you up and take you home. Real? A spark of hope ignited in Pantheon's gloomy eyes. Are you a police officer? Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. More powerful than the police. He glanced at the countdown. There was 1 minute and 10 seconds left. This time, he did not choose to open fire and kill everyone. Although the 22mm cannon in his hand was incredibly powerful, he knew very well that this was the hideout of a fraud ring. There are at least several hundred armed militants armed with AK-47s and rocket launchers stationed outside. Let the professionals handle the rest of the work. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Bei suddenly remembered something. His consciousness quickly sank into the phase space, and with great difficulty, he found a scrap of, or only the size of a fist, in a corner. Although it's only the size of a fist, it's heavy and feels substantial in your hand. Although Old Li told him to take the back, Leaving a little bit behind shouldn't have any impact, right? He walked up to Pantheon and stuffed the ore directly into Pantheon's arms. Keep it safe. With the stone here, even if you die, we'll get your body back. Then, Lin Bei took out his phone and took a picture of Pan's son, who looked completely bewildered and was holding the glowing stone in his arms. The photo was sent to Lai Yutong. Afterwards, Lin Bei straightened his clothes and waved to Pan's son. All right, I should go now. There was only 1 minute left, but there was no need to stay any longer. Buzz. When the teleportation is activated, the unique energy fluctuations of the teleportation portal ripple through the air, under Ponson's dumbfounded gaze. Suddenly, a strange, distorted light emanated from the black-clad figure before them. Immediately afterwards, his entire body collapsed into a point of light and vanished instantly. Not only have people disappeared, as the transmission mechanism is triggered, a microscopic cleaning process begins. The dust was still there where Lin Bei had just stood, the footprints he left behind as he walked. Everything was wiped clean in an instant by an invisible force. It was as if he had never been in the room. Where's everyone? Pan's son was dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed at the empty room, then at the two still bleeding corpses on the floor. If the body hadn't still been there, he would have even wondered if he was hallucinating from the beating. Ghosts, gods, aliens. Programmer Pan Sen's worldview completely collapsed at this moment. But he soon forgot about these philosophical questions, because he suddenly realized something extremely terrifying. I'm going. He looked down at his hands, which were still tightly bound behind his back. Boss, don't go. Have you forgotten something? Untie me before you leave. Pantheon was on the verge of tears. His hands were tied, his legs were injured, and there were 2 corpses lying next to him. The door was unlocked. What if another patrol comes? Play dead. Yes. His will to survive unleashed astonishing power. He struggled desperately to crawl toward the 2 people resting on the ground. They smeared their blood on their bodies. He pretended to be dead while silently chanting in his mind. 10 minutes, you absolutely have to come. Another world, deep within a cave. The turquoise light gate was still slowly rotating. The 2 sisters, Li and Su Yao, stood nervously in front of the teleportation portal, each holding a stopwatch and staring intently at the numbers on it. 3 minutes and 30 seconds, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Su Yao's hands were sweating with nervousness. It's almost 4 minutes. Don't rush, there's still plenty of time. Although Su Li said that, she was also extremely nervous. This time, Lin Bei is going back alone, and his landing point will be random. What if he lands in the big and small goose battlefield? Just as the 2 women were waiting anxiously. Buzz. As the portal lit up, a familiar figure expanded out from a point of light. Lin Bei, elder brother. The 2 girls rushed over in delight. Lin Bei caught the 2 of them, and smiled as he checked the time on his bracelet. It's okay. I came back a minute early this time. Su Yao kissed him on the cheek, then sniffed him like a puppy, her brows furrowing. Huh? What a nasty smell. It smells like blood and stench. Su Li's expression changed as well. She was so nervous, she almost cried. Quickly check Lin Bei's body from head to toe. Are you injured? Are you in danger? I'm not injured. This blood isn't mine. Lin Bei took off his smelly coat and threw it aside. This time I was unlucky and ended up in a park where scams are rampant. I casually chopped down 2 beasts. Upon hearing that 2 people had been killed, the 2 women did not show any fear. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief. Having survived for so long on this alien planet where only the fittest survive, they understand better than anyone that being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to themselves. If they're killed, they're killed. Those kinds of people don't deserve to die. Su Li said coldly, feeling relieved, and brought over a glass of warm water that she had prepared for Lin Bei earlier. Lin Bei sat down and recounted his experience of returning home, including his conversation with Li Yaodong and the current state of technological advancement in the country, to the 2 women in detail. The 2 women were stunned when they heard that the country had developed quantum chips and laser weapons and was preparing to establish a human federation. Southeast Asia, 3K Park. Just 10 minutes after Lin Bei left, the sound of missiles whistling through the air suddenly echoed in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen precision-guided missiles descended from the sky, trailing long plumes of flame. It accurately covered the park's fortifications, armories, and high-level personnel gathering areas. Boom! Flames shot into the sky, and the explosions were deafening. Immediately afterwards, several semi-stealth helicopters coated with new materials hovered over the park. Dozens of Special Forces soldiers, dressed in the latest combat gear and armed with first-generation laser rifles, rappelled down at high speed via ropes. Action! One of our personnel has gone missing within this park. Hurry up and retreat before other forces enter the fray. This was a crushing defeat with no suspense whatsoever. In the cramped, dark pigsty, Panson lay on the ground pretending to be dead, listening to the deafening gunfire and the familiar language outside, tears streaming down his face. They're here. They're really here. The boss wasn't lying to me. 3 minutes later, the door was broken open, and a bright light shone on his face. Chapter 1. Oh, for the Wild Boar Family. Deep within the cave, the warm atmosphere of reunion faded as the portal changed color. The originally green portal turned dark red. The countdown has reached 0, and charging has begun again. Even though Lin Bei didn't use up all his time during this teleportation, rules are rules. Once you choose to return, even if you only stay for a second, all the previous time will be reset to 0. This completely eliminated Lin Bei's idea of exploiting a bug and constantly refreshing the teleportation destination. Get to work. Lin Bei lifted the red-faced Su Li off his lap. With a slight thought, one can communicate with the phase space on their wrist. Thump. The terminal stone tablet appeared empty on the ground. In the past 2 days, Lin Bei has also figured out the capabilities of the terminal stone tablet. It has powerful features, offering a full-view monitoring experience from a godlike perspective. But it is a complete energy black hole. Once released, it will automatically activate global scanning mode and consume energy rapidly. The heat energy accumulated by burning a fire all day is often wasted in less than 10 minutes, turning the object back into a dead rock. So, Lin Bei has learned his lesson now. Normally, the stone tablet is kept fresh in a phase space where time is frozen. I only take it out to glance at it when I need to check intelligence, and my main principle is to save where I can and spend where I can. The stone tablet emitted a surge of white light, and a holographic map unfolded in the center of the cave. There was no boot screen. It went straight to the most crucial real-time monitoring map of the ecological zone. Let me see what my dear green-skinned neighbors have been up to lately. Lin Bei focused his inspection on the area within a 200-kilometer radius of the cave. In the deep forest 180 kilometers away from the scorched earth forest, several small, scattered tribal clusters suddenly began to stir. The black dots, interspersed with a few golden specks, left their respective nests. They are slowly converging towards a certain center point. They're gathering. Su Li looked at the map, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Are they coming to attack us? It doesn't look like it. Lin Bei shook his head, his fingers tracing patterns in the light and shadow. Judging from their movement speed and trajectory, it's loose and slow, not like a march, but more like a market trip. Or it could be some kind of intertribal trade or merger. Unbeknownst to Su Li and Su Yao, a cold glint flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. He had another guess he didn't tell the two women. Perhaps the orcs were engaged in a slave trade of beast-eared girls. As long as they don't affect our development, we don't care what they do. Lin Bei shut down this energy-intensive appliance and put the stone tablet away. Beep. Beep, beep. Just as the stone tablet was retrieved, a rapid alarm sounded from the military tablet in Su Yao's hand. Su Yao was startled and scattered the melon seeds in her left hand all over the ground. She looked down at the screen, and her face instantly turned deathly pale. Brother Lin Bei, alert, red alert. It's Unit 4's alarm. It spotted something super huge while on patrol. Super big. Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly moved closer. On the tablet screen, there is a real-time view transmitted from the top of the sky by the number 4 drone. The location is on the northwestern edge of the scorched earth forest, about 30 kilometers from the base. In the scene, the once peaceful scorched earth now seems to be teeming with thousands of horses galloping. Countless trees that had burned but not yet fallen were broken off, raising clouds of dust. At the forefront of this billowing dust were 4 enormous creatures, each the size of a mobile fortress. But they were frantically trying to escape. It's a wild boar. Su Li recognized him at a glance. That's right. It's the same kind of 6-legged pig mother that left a deep psychological scar on the 3 of them before. But these 4 wild boars were even larger than the original mother boar. Lin Bei used the diameter of trees as a reference point. It is estimated that the 3 adult ones have a shoulder height of more than 12 meters, which is the height of 3.5 stories. Including their thick, whip-like tails, their body length is nearly 25 meters. As they ran, the earth trembled, and the charred tree trunks along their path were easily crushed by them. Even when watching it on screen, a sense of oppression unique to prehistoric behemoths is palpable. This is a large family. Lin Bei looked at the smaller cub, which was still 5 or 6 meters tall, in the middle of the 3 giant beasts, and his heart sank. However, what happened next was even more alarming. Behind these 4 wild boars, 5 even more terrifying figures followed closely. It is a giant beast with 5 heads and 2 legs that run upright. They have a similar body shape to the Earth's Tyrannosaurus rex, with a huge head and a gaping maw full of sharp teeth, and his signature short arms. But it's different from how it's portrayed in Earth movies. These dinosaurs were covered with a thick layer of colorful feathers that shimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. In particular, their backs have evolved rows of sharp, blade-like spikes. So big. Is it a Tyrannosaurus rex? A hairy Tyrannosaurus rex? Su Yao exclaimed in surprise. No, it's a feathered Tyrannosaurus. Its size is even larger than that of an adult wild boar. In the scene, the 5 feathered Tyrannosaurus rex did not rush forward at once. They demonstrated remarkable tactical acumen and intelligence. 2 heads drove them from behind, while 3 others flanked them, always maintaining a delicate distance from the wild boar family. They are deliberately driving away their prey. Don't push too hard. Let the wild boar fight back desperately. They are not given a chance to catch their breath, and their energy is constantly being depleted. Holy crap, Lin Bei cursed. These dinosaurs are sentient. Lin Bei gritted his teeth and analyzed. They know that the dense trees in the forest are not conducive to their speed advantage, nor to encircling and capturing them. So they deliberately drive their prey into open, scorched earth. As expected of a man-made biological weapon, its tactical skills are far superior to those of orcs who only know how to mate. Despite his admiration, Lin Bei's expression was extremely grim, because the slaughterhouse that feathered Tyrannosaurus chose happened to be its home. At this rate, it would only take about 10 minutes for these prehistoric behemoths to reach my doorstep. Su Li gasped. If we let those 9 giant beasts charge into the square, the consequences would be unimaginable. There are currently over 100 beast-eared girls working in the square. There are also newly reclaimed farmland and underground cities that haven't been reinforced yet. Once these hundreds of tons heavy human-powered tanks storm in, even if they're just passing by, all the vegetables and farmland will be destroyed. We can't let them get here. Lin Bei made a quick decision and shoved the tablet back into Su Yao's hands. Yao, continue monitoring and report the distance and location to me at any time. Li, come with me. With a thought, Lin Bei's phase bracelet on his wrist flashed. 2 weapons appeared in his hands. Come with me. Let's go help our family's dinosaur kill a pig. Chapter 105. Mount Sylvie, facing the battle at the front. The drone is constantly transmitting warnings. In the transmitted footage, billowing smoke and dust, like several raging earth dragons, were frantically tearing apart the scorched earth and forest. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that a living organism could grow to such a size that defies the laws of physics. Each wild boar, when it runs, is like a runaway 100-ton heavy tank. Each one weighs several hundred tons. Lin Bei gritted his teeth. If these out-of-control heavy tanks were allowed to storm my doorstep, the consequences would be unimaginable. 100 acres of newly reclaimed fertile land, with its thriving watermelons and pumpkins, can be razed to the ground in an instant. Even more terrifying is that the dungeon entrance that the beast-eared girls painstakingly dug out hasn't even had time to be hardened and supported. It is highly likely that a landslide will occur under such violent ground shaking. That was their new home, and also their refuge for the winter. Never let wild boars get close. He led the 2 women out of the cave, where the beast-eared girls were still working enthusiastically. The beast-eared girls had no idea that a wild boar tide, enough to feed all of them for half a year, was approaching from 20 kilometers away. Sylvie, Lin Bei roared, his voice carrying the imposing aura of a pioneer, echoing throughout the entire square. Sylvie, who was directing her people to polish stone tools, was startled. She immediately dropped the stones, rushed to Lin Bei in a few leaps, and knelt down on one knee. Grown-ups, all combat beast girls, assemble immediately. Lin Bei spoke very quickly, pointing to the edge of the forest in the northwest direction. Something big is coming. Prepare for battle. Sylvie's expression hardened, and without saying a word, she stood up and let out a long howl. Meow. The alarm blared throughout the camp. The animal-eared girls, who were working, instantly switched to a different mode. The strong, animal-eared girl dropped her tools and went to the weapon rack. He drew out an incredibly hard yaoli or axe and a long spear. The wounded, Weak and cubs, led by Mian Mian and the other beast girls, quickly ran up the mountainside. You can't go into the underground cave. In just 30 minutes, a square formation of 80 beast-eared girls had been assembled in front of Lin Bei. Although they were dressed differently, the fighting spirit in their eyes was exactly the same. Lin Bei handed one of the heavy rifles to Sylvie. Take this and try to see if it works. Use your finger to poke that ring. Sylvie took the heavy metal object with both hands. It was cold to the touch, yet it gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. This gun might be too heavy for the average human and would require a tripod to use. But for Sylvie, who is 3 meters tall and has terrifying strength, this is just a slightly larger one-handed weapon. Her slender fingers fit perfectly through the trigger guard, just the right size to grip the trigger. Sir, this is howling. Lin Bei named it simply and bluntly. Just pull this button and bullets will shoot out, making the beasts howl in pain. Stay close to me, and I'll tell you where to hit. Yes. Sylvie gripped the gun tightly, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Bei. Sir, where is the enemy? Sylvie held a heavy rifle, and although her posture was still a bit clumsy, she already exuded an imposing aura. Follow me. We're going to intercept them up ahead. After issuing the combat orders, Lin Bei turned around and looked at Li and Su Yao behind him. Li, Yao, don't stay in the cave. Listen to me. Follow the remaining beast-eared girls and hide on higher ground up the mountain. Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed across Li and Su Yao's faces. Li opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say that she wanted to go to battle with him. But seeing the concern in Lin Bei's eyes, they realized that they were too weak and would only distract him. We will obey. Li held her sister's hand, her eyes slightly red, trying to suppress her worry. You must be careful and come back for dinner early. Lin Bei summoned Mian Mian, who was leading the beast-eared girls, to relocate. Mian Mian, take the 2 mistresses to higher ground and protect them. Don't leave their side for a moment. Yes, sir. Mian Mian will protect the mistress even if it means death. Mian Mian nodded vigorously and pulled the 2 women to join the main group that was moving to higher ground. Watching their departing figures, Lin Bei felt somewhat at ease. Although the cave is supported by the hardness of the Yaoli, or it is theoretically absolutely safe. But he dared not gamble. If the wild boar went berserk and caused a landslide that blocked the entrance to the cave, or shattered the internal structure, that would be a real problem. In contrast, following the main force of the beast-eared girls from a high, open area not only provides a better view, but also allows for more flexible retreat should anything change. There are no more worries now. Lin Bei glanced at Sylvie's tall and slender figure, which was over 3 meters tall, and then looked at his own legs. Although they had been enhanced, they were still within the human category. In the complex terrain of the primeval jungle, if you try to run on your own 2 legs, you might not even reach your destination before being trampled to death by a wild boar. I need a mount. Sylvie crouched down. Lin Bei shouted. Without any hesitation, Sylvie knelt down on one knee. Lin Bei disregarded saving face, put away his gun, and stepped directly on Sylvie's knee. He rolled over and straddled her shoulders, his legs clamping tightly around her neck. Walk. Sylvie froze, and the pair of snow-white cat ears on her head trembled into a blurry blur. Is this riding a big horse? In orc culture, only the closest family members or absolute masters are entitled to ride on their backs. But at this moment, riding on her is the supreme pioneer. A strange feeling I'd never experienced before instantly spread throughout my body. This is the first time an adult has ridden her. Previously, I would sit on someone's shoulders. A sense of glory, as if being controlled by a deity, mixed with an indescribable shyness and excitement. Sylvie felt her blood burning, her heart pounding like a drum, and an endless surge of power coursing through her body. Sir, please sit tight. Lin Bei felt his vision suddenly rise higher. Was this what air was like at a height of more than 4 meters? It is indeed more refreshing. Let's go. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lin Bei held on to one of Sylvie's cat ears with one hand to maintain his balance. The other finger points forward. A whoop. Sylvie let out an excited meow, and with a burst of strength from her legs, she blasted 2 craters into the ground. Boom. She shot off like a silver lightning bolt, carrying Lin Bei. Seeing this, the 80 beast-eared female warriors behind them were greatly encouraged and followed their leader with loud shouts. The wind whistled in my ears. The scenery on both sides rushed past, forcing Lin Bei to lower his body and tightly grab Sylvie's 2 big ears. That's too fast. The big cat ran at full speed, and even on the complex terrain full of rocks and tree stumps, Sylvie was still able to maintain a speed of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. Behind him, 80 elite beast-eared girls also ran wildly, closely following their leader, kicking up clouds of grass and wood dust. Chapter 106 Sun Tzu's Art of War. Encircle 3 sides, leave 1 open. 5 kilometers. For the beast-eared girl army rushing at full speed, it was only a few minutes' journey. Stop. Lin Bei patted Sylvie's head. Sylvie's feet dug 2 deep furrows in the ground before she came to a steady stop. This is the outermost edge of the chili pepper defense zone that Lin Bei had previously demarcated. On the ground, the chili pepper plants, which had been planted just 3 days ago, were growing well, but had only just reached a height of about 1 meter. Before the terrifying ghost peppers have even formed, an effective biological barrier cannot be established. The terrain is too low. Lin Bei looked around. Although the fire destroyed the dense canopy of trees, the resilient shrubs on the ground have grown back to human height, severely obstructing the view. To intercept a giant beast charging from several kilometers away, it is necessary to seize the high ground. Lin Bei's gaze swept around and finally settled on a giant tree 100 meters to his left. This is an ordinary prehistoric tree. Although it had died in the previous fire, with all its branches and leaves destroyed, only a bare trunk and a few branches remained, reaching straight into the sky. However, the main trunk is over 10 meters in diameter, and its height is estimated to be over 100 meters. It is completely black and its surface is completely carbonized. That's it. Lin Bei pointed to a giant tree. Sylvie, help me climb up. Yes. Without saying a word, Sylvie carried Lin Bei to the tree. Facing the vertical, carbonized tree trunk with no foothold, she took a deep breath and suddenly stretched out her hands. Base. 10 sharp, knife-like cat claws shot out and pierced deeply into the hard, carbonized wood. Immediately afterwards, she used both her hands and feet, like a giant gecko, to carry Lin Bei as if walking on flat ground, and quickly climbed up the vertical tree trunk. Charcoal fragments fell one after another, and the sound of the wind grew louder and louder in my ears. In just over 10 seconds, the two of them had climbed to a position close to the top of the tree. This place was originally a huge fork in a tree, but the branches have been burned off, leaving a wide platform. Right here. Sylvie immediately brandished her claws and dug a small hole about 1 meter deep inside the tree trunk in a few strokes. After cleaning away the surface dust and charcoal fragments, a perfect 2-person sniper position was created. Lin Bei jumped off Sylvie's shoulder and entered the dark tree trunk. The other beast-eared warriors followed suit, each searching for tall, carbonized, dead trees to climb up and take up advantageous positions, preparing to throw their spears. Set up your guns. Lin Bei crouched in the tree pit, not daring to stick his head out, because it was too high. My hands trembled if I looked down even for one more glance. He took out a QBZ-192 modified heavy rifle from the space, set it up on a tree trunk, and pointed the muzzle to the northwest. Sylvie followed the adult's example, lying down next to Lin Bei and setting up another heavy gun. Although her movements were slightly awkward, her golden pupils were already locked on the distance, and she had entered hunting mode. Xiao Yao, Shaoli, can you hear me? Lin Bei pressed the earpiece. I heard it. I heard it. Above their heads, drone number 4, controlled by Su Yao, was circling. Su Yao's tense voice came through the earpiece. Brother, the drone is right above your heads. The picture is very clear. I'm recording. Very good. Keep me informed of the distance. Lin Bei adjusted his breathing and brought his eyes close to the high-powered optical sight. Just then, Su Li's slightly surprised voice suddenly came through the earphones, with the sound of howling wind in the background. Lin Bei, wait. We're hiding behind a huge rock on the mountainside, and Mian Mian has discovered a strange place. What? Lin Bei's gaze remained fixed on the scope, the crosshairs rising and falling slightly with his breath as he asked in a deep voice. It's a door. Mian Mian said it looks like it's made of metal, embedded in the rock wall, and hidden by the rocks. Su Li's voice was filled with disbelief. It's right above the cave where we live, about 100 meters above the ground. Lin Bei paused for a moment. His finger on the trigger stiffened slightly, and his brows furrowed. Having lived in this cave for so long, how could there be a door hidden above my head? Thump, thump, thump. The increasingly violent tremors in the distance interrupted his thoughts. They were the approaching footsteps of death. Don't worry about it for now. Remember the location and don't get close, or something might go wrong. Lin Bei forcibly suppressed his doubts and curiosity, and refocused his attention on the giant beast that was about to enter his firing range. I'll study what it is when I have time. Set aside your doubts for now. Lin Bei hid high in the air above the 100-meter-tall tree, where his view was extremely expansive. The sight in the distance caused Lin Bei's pupils to contract slightly. No telescope is needed. You can see the billowing yellow smoke rising several kilometers away with the naked eye. Thump, thump, thump. The dull thud traveled along the massive tree trunk directly to Lin Bei's chest, making his heart pound. With each tremor, charcoal ash falls from the tree trunk, blinding people. They're here. Lin Bei murmured something and lightly placed his finger on the trigger. In the dust and smoke at the edge of the horizon, several moving mountains of flesh finally revealed their true forms. A wild boar with 4 heads and 6 legs. The largest pig was even bigger than the one Lin Bei had killed before. Its 6 thick legs kept running in alternating motion, especially its 2 hind legs used for acceleration, which left a large crater in the ground with each landing. Huffing and puffing. Even from 2 kilometers away, Lin Bei could hear their heavy breathing and see the bloodshot red light in their eyes. About 500 meters behind them were 5 even more terrifying predators. Feathered Tyrannosaurus. This is a top-tier hunter similar to a Tyrannosaurus rex, but more evolved and more deadly. They are nearly 15 meters tall, stand upright on 2 legs, and lean forward while running to maintain perfect balance. The 5 feathered Tyrannosaurus rex were not in a hurry to hunt them down. They spread out in a fan shape and hung slowly behind the wild boar herd. Occasionally, it would let out a powerful roar, forcing the wild boar herd to change direction. Oh shit. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but curse aloud. They really are herding ducks. Sun Tzu's Art of War. Encircle 3 sides and leave 1 open. The only way out was Lin Bei's hometown, the indestructible Yali Mine Mountain. This is a dead end, a natural trap. These dinosaurs are trying to use the open space of the scorched earth and the sheer cliff in front of it to trap us like pigs in a jar. Lin Bei gritted his teeth. He slapped the tree trunk in frustration. Dinosaurs can understand human speech. Next time we go back, we'll have to order a super high-pitched military loudspeaker. If there were a megaphone, he could just stand on the top of the tree and yell something like, "Turn around," or "Get the hell out of here." Why go through all that trouble? Unfortunately, there's no such thing as knowing beforehand. Chapter 107: The Dead Pig and Peppa Pig's Family. The herd of beasts moved at an extremely high speed, covering a distance of tens of meters per second. Prepare for battle. Lin Bei quickly adjusted his mindset, his voice turning cold. Sylvie, listen carefully. The biggest pig on the left is yours. Don't hit his body, he's covered in mud. Aim the red laser dot at its eye, and then press the metal bar inside the ring. Yes, sir. Although this was Sylvie's first time using a gun in actual combat, as a top hunter, she had excellent mental fortitude. She imitated Lin Bei, resting the butt of her gun on her shoulder and inserting her long cat tail into the tree trunk for balance. Its golden vertical pupils, without the need for a scope, locked onto the behemoth that was frantically approaching. The distance is shrinking rapidly. Brother, I'm 2 kilometers away from you. The earth trembled, and even the giant trees, hundreds of meters tall, swayed slightly. 1,500 meters. The wind pressure generated by the running beast stirred up the rubble on the ground. 1,200 meters. The herd of wild boars broke through a patch of low bushes and entered a brief open area. Now, Lin Bei held his breath and slowly pressed his fingers down. Sylvie, get ready. Boom. A gunshot rang out. Lin Bei fired the shot. The 22mm tungsten core armor-piercing projectile tears through the air at terrifying speeds several times the speed of sound. The bullet, accompanied by a deathly shriek, hurtled towards the behemoth a kilometer away. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and a burst of dazzling flame shot from the gun barrel. They weren't firing guns, they were clearly firing cannons. In the blink of an eye, the tungsten core armor-piercing projectile that had been fired had already covered a distance of 1 kilometer. There was absolutely no suspense. Protected by 3 wild boars at the front, the smallest baby pig hadn't even had time to see what had attacked it. Its iron-hard skeleton and thick flesh are as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of the tungsten core. There was no scream. There was no time to make any sound. The enormous pig's head, as big as a car, exploded instantly, and red and white matter erupted like a fountain, raining blood in the air. The immense kinetic energy directly shredded its brain, then remained inside its body, losing its kinetic energy. Despite its massive size, the piglet charged forward, maintaining its original posture due to inertia. Boom. The out-of-control mountain of flesh slid forward, flattening dozens of meters of bushes along its path and breaking several charred tree stumps. Finally, amidst a cloud of dust, it flipped heavily to the ground. I got it. Lin Bei was overjoyed. At the same time, Sylvie, who was standing next to her, also pulled the trigger. Boom. This was the first time she had used a divine weapon. This was, after all, the cat-eared girl's first time firing such a heavy weapon in actual combat. At the moment of firing, the muzzle of the gun jumped slightly due to the impact of Lin Bei's gunshot. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the jungle. Sylvie had originally aimed for the largest boar's eyes, but the muzzle tilted slightly downwards and struck its foreleg joint hard. The power of a 22mm armor-piercing projectile is beyond doubt. Even though it didn't hit a vital spot, it still pierced through the wild boar's thick, pillar-like foreleg, sending bone fragments flying. A hole about half a meter long appeared through his leg. But this wild boar's tenacity is outrageous. Even with its legs severely injured, its massive body staggered but did not fall. Driven mad by the intense pain, it went completely berserk, its eyes becoming bloodshot. Relying on its remaining 5 legs, it not only did not slow down, but instead charged even more frantically toward Lin Bei's location. Its thick mud armor and pigskin gleamed black in the sunlight. Wow, what a thick health bar. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed, and he roared. Don't stop. Finish them off. Hitting the torso won't work. You have to hit the head. Lin Bei realized that for this prehistoric behemoth weighing several hundred tons, with thick skin and covered in mud armor, it was a formidable opponent. Unless the brain or heart is hit, a typical penetrating wound cannot stop them immediately. Yes. Sylvie gritted her teeth, her touch returned, and she fired 9 shots in quick succession from her heavy gun. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of gunfire exploded atop the trees, like rolling thunder. Sir, we're out of bullets. Give it to me, I'll change it for you. Use mine first. Lin Bei and Sylvie unleashed their firepower on the remaining 3 wild boars. Dirt flew everywhere, and bone armor shattered. Each bullet that hits a wild boar will blast a bloody hole about half a meter in size. 5 shots, 10 shots. As Lin Bei handed the weapon, now reloaded, to Sylvie, he silently counted. Until the largest male wild boar had 7 or 8 transparent holes in its body, with fragments of its internal organs spilling out all over the ground. With a final, unwilling cry, its massive body collapsed, never to rise again. The other 2 sows were also caught in the intense firepower and fell one after another on their way to the front. Lin Bei stopped shooting only when the last wild boar stopped moving. At this moment, the gun barrel was already hot, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Reload. Lin Bei glanced at the empty drumsticks, then at the large shell casings scattered on the ground beside him. A total of 34 shots. It took 34 22mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds to completely eliminate these 4 behemoths. This defensive power is truly insane. The physical strength required to support a body weighing hundreds of tons is certainly not something a small handgun can be used to stage an accident. Lin Bei wiped away his sweat, secretly relieved that he had brought heavy equipment back to Earth. If you were carrying a regular AK or a small caliber rifle, it probably wouldn't even be enough to scratch these wild boars. You'd be the one who dies. For corpses, as large as small hills, lay scattered across the land, their dark red blood flowing into streams that stained the earth crimson. Chapter 108 The Feathered Tyrannosaurus Submits. Why don't you look up? Ahead, the entire herd of wild boars has been wiped out. Behind them, the 5 feathered Tyrannosaurus rex that had been leisurely herding pigs suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Huh? What's going on? The leading red-feathered Tyrannosaurus king tilted its enormous head. It stared at its prey that had suddenly died not far away, its eyes filled with a human-like bewilderment. Feathered Tyrannosaurus rex is highly intelligent and can understand simple tactical combinations. But in Tyrannosaurus King's mind, he had never seen such a scene before. There was no sign of predators, no trace of hand-to-hand combat. After just a slight sound, all of his prey were dead. How could those 2 tiny insects at the top of the tree launch such a terrifying attack? As the apex predator of this forest, the feathered Tyrannosaurus not only possesses immense strength, but also an instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. The sight of several wild boars dying tragically made the Tyrannosaurus king even more wary. Roar. Go. After weighing the pros and cons, the leading feathered Tyrannosaurus rex decisively let out a low growl of retreat. Although the meat on the ground was tempting, The unknown dangers ahead were even more terrifying. Huh? What? The other 4 feathered Tyrannosaurus hesitated, unwilling to give up the delicious meat that was so close at hand. But that hesitation led to disaster. Sir, they're trying to escape. At the top of the tree, Sylvie saw this and immediately raised the gun, which had been reloaded, to take aim. Don't move. A hand rested on the hot gun barrel. Lin Bei stared intently at the 5 prehistoric overlords who were still discussing whether to leave or not, a Nike-like smile curving his lips. We don't have many bullets, so don't waste them. I still have a use for these big guys. This is a ready-made heavy tank. Moreover, it is a biological tank that can go off-road, carry heavy loads, and hunt automatically. If we can recruit them, they will be an excellent fighting force, whether for transporting supplies or dealing with orc cavalry. Sir, what do you want? Sylvie thought of Lin Bei's abilities, her eyes filled with anticipation. Without explanation, Lin Bei retrieved a handheld megaphone from the phase space. Turn the switch on and turn the volume up to maximum. By this time, all the giant wild boars were dead, and there were no footsteps to disturb them. It was very quiet in the forest. Lin Bei raised the megaphone and aimed it at the fleeing feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex. Kneel down, you lowly creations. Obey the commands of your master. The sound, amplified by the loudspeaker, was like an invisible sword. The troop of feathered Tyrannosaurus dragons, who were still discussing whether to leave or not, suddenly froze. It is an absolute command etched deep within the DNA double helix and flowing in the blood for tens of millions of years. It's like a machine that's out of control, suddenly having the highest level administrator password entered into it. Their brains went completely blank for a moment. All wildness, ferocity, and thoughts of escape were forcibly formatted by the pioneer language at this moment. The leader, the strongest feathered Tyrannosaurus, which was nearly 30 meters long, felt its body slipping out of its control. Woo! It let out a low whimper, like a puppy that had been wronged. Immediately afterwards, boom! The prehistoric overlord, as tall as a building, slowly bent its powerful hind legs, strong enough to kick and shatter the skulls of giant beasts. Its massive body crashed to its knees on the scorched earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. It obediently pressed its huge, ferocious head against the ground. To demonstrate that it posed no threat, Tyrannosaurus King also concealed the bioalloy feathers that had sprung up from its body and hid its short, deadly claws under its belly. Behind it, the other 4 feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex did the same thing. Boom, 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 boom. For muffled thuds, 5 colossal beasts, each the size of a small mountain, knelt down in unison. They offered their most humble loyalty to that tiny figure at the top of the tree. At the top of the tree, Sylvie nearly dropped the gun in her hand. She stared wide-eyed at the scene. Although she knew that the adults could speak divine language, and that they could make the little dinosaurs in the tribe kneel down. But these are wild, enormous beasts of the southern forests. Grown-ups. Sylvie squeezed her legs together, staring fervently at Lin Bei beside her, her eyes filled with an adoration that seemed to reach the heavens. Big what? Quickly, carry me down. I want to go see my little dinosaur baby. Lin Bei put away the megaphone, his face calm, but he was secretly delighted. This pioneering message is practically a bug in the system. Any creature on this planet that has any connection to the pioneers, whether it's Cheminonomy girls or these bioweapon dinosaurs, they all have backdoor programs. Yes. Sylvie carried Lin Bei on her back and slid down the tree trunk at high speed. The two landed, stepping on the soft, newly sprouted grass, and walked towards the kneeling giant beast. The closer you get, the stronger the sense of oppression from the behemoth becomes. Even when kneeling on the ground, the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex's back still exceeded 5 meters in height. Lin Bei walked up to the Tyrannosaurus King, who was leading the group. Observe closely. Its feathers are brightly colored, but they don't feel soft to the touch. Instead, it resembles layers of stacked alloy sheets, hard yet resilient. It's not just a thermal layer, but also a natural alloy armor. What a great thing. If I rode one back to Earth and took a ride around the Arc de Triomphe, it would be more impressive than driving a tank. Lin Bei admired it in his heart. The Tyrannosaurus Rex sensed its master's approach and trembled even more violently, its hot breath scattering dust from the ground. Lin Bei reached out, wanting to pat the Tyrannosaurus King's head as he had done when he accepted Sylvie's submission, to signify that he had been granted a title. Embarrassingly, even when standing on tiptoe, one can only barely reach the dinosaur's chin. Cough cough. Lin Bei coughed to cover his embarrassment and changed his patting to touching. His palm rested on the feathered Tyrannosaurus's rough chin scales. From today onwards, you are my #1 security captain. Work with me, and you'll get great treatment. You need to find your own food. Also, from now on, all the heavy and tiring chores at home, as well as the task of guarding the gate, will be entrusted to you. Roar. The feathered Tyrannosaurus let out a low, submissive growl, and its massive head gently nuzzled Lin Bei's palm. It even stuck out its tongue in an attempt to lick him, but Lin Bei dodged it. It's covered in barbs. You have to scrape off a layer of skin with each scrape. A simple ceremony of acknowledging God was completed. Sylvie, have Winnie bring some men over to butcher the wild boar meat. Lin Bei was in high spirits and was about to turn around and give the order to begin enjoying the joy of the harvest. Sudden, the once bright sunshine suddenly dimmed without warning. What happened? It was as if a huge dark cloud was overhead, obscuring the brilliance of 3 suns. A sharp, whistling sound cut through the air as it swept overhead. Several feathered Tyrannosaurus rex lying prone on the ground sensed the danger and let out uneasy roars. At this moment, the drone that had been hovering high in the sky taking pictures suddenly went berserk and lost its balance. Lin Bei heard Li and Su Yao's terrified screams coming through his earphones. Brother, run. Up in the sky. Lin Bei, something incredibly huge is falling from the sky. Chapter 109 The Wind Goddess. The bright sunlight that had been shining above Lin Bei's head suddenly disappeared. It's like someone turned off the sun switch. The beast-eared girls, who were celebrating their victory and preparing to clean up the battlefield, suddenly stopped and looked up in confusion. Brother, run. Su Yao's shouts were still echoing in the earphones. Standing in front of the Tyrannosaurus King, Lin Bei felt every hair on his body stand on end. This was a biological instinct warning. He sensed that he was being targeted by some kind of apex predator. Subconsciously, upon hearing the 2 women's alarm, Lin Bei had already jumped onto Sylvie's back. Retreat. Sylvie. He didn't know what was coming, so he just ran as fast as he could. Meow. At Sylvie's command, she disregarded the dinosaurs and led Lin Bei and the dozens of beast-eared girls behind them on a quick escape. A strong wind was blowing overhead. The 5 prehistoric overlords who had been chasing the wild boar and were so arrogant just moments before now seemed to have encountered their natural enemy. Roar. The 5 feathered Tyrannosaurus rex lying on the ground let out a terrified roar. They wanted to stand up and run away, but under the lingering power of Lin Bei's divine command, their bodies were unable to move. All I could do was close my eyes in despair, hoping that I wasn't the unlucky one. Overhead, 3 enormous, suffocating shadows swooped down from 10,000 meters in the sky with a piercing shriek. Riding on Sylvie's back, Lin Bei, who had already run 100 meters, suddenly noticed that the white hair on Sylvie's head had all stood on end. My lord, it's the Wind Goddess, the Grim Reaper of the sky. They are the natural enemies of all small and medium-sized wacka beasts in the southern forests. Wind Goddess. A chill ran down his spine, and before he could ask for details, Sylvie beneath him sped up her escape. Lin Bei looked up. The thick clouds overhead seemed to be torn apart like rags. When Lin Bei finally saw the true appearance of the 3 monsters, his pupils suddenly contracted. A massive, despair-inducing black shadow swooped down from the sky with a deafening sonic boom. It's too big. Each monster's wingspan was estimated to be over 150 meters. What does this mean? Compared to these behemoths, even the largest passenger plane on Earth looks like a toy. Just moments ago, the 15-meter-tall feathered Tyrannosaurus rex seemed majestic and imposing, but in front of these 3 dark clouds, it looked like a few newly hatched chicks. Lin Bei looked up and saw that the banshee had a streamlined body similar to a pterosaur, but was even more grotesque. Their entire bodies are covered with an opaque membrane of vibrant colors, resembling the colorful patterns on a peaking opera mask. Its enormous outstretched wings resembled a bat's membranous flesh, with sharp bony spikes along their edges. At the front of its long neck is an oval head covered with fangs. Hee. The 3 wind goddesses had a very clear objective. Their cold, cruel eyes stared at the 4 dead wild boar carcasses on the ground, as well as the 5 still living feathered Tyrannosaurus rex. In their view, good luck has come today. They found a sumptuous buffet as soon as they stepped out the door. As for Lin Bei and the beast-eared girls, sorry, but for a 100-meter-tall wind goddess like Lin Bei, his body isn't even enough to fill their teeth. The succubus didn't even glance at Lin Bei, who was running away. Call. The wind pressure was like Mount Tai pressing down on you. The lead wind goddess folded her wings, and her sharp claws reached straight for the trembling Tyrannosaurus King on the ground. Before the claws even arrived, the gale had already snapped several dead trees on the ground. You touched my dog right in front of me. Sylvie, put me down. Lin Bei, who had already run 500 meters, became enraged. The underling I just recruited, whom I haven't even had a chance to get to know yet, is about to be taken away like takeout? He even wanted to ride back to Earth to show off. Lin Bei took out the megaphone and uttered a preemptive statement to the succubus. To Lin Bei's surprise, the three wind goddesses, despite having heard him, merely glanced at him before continuing their attack on the food. Lin Bei understood that look in his eyes. It means, I understand, but I'm ignoring you. Oh my god. Lin Bei had a sudden thought. Disobedient, huh? Then go eat the purple egg. Sylvie, here. A heavy gun, already reloaded, appeared in his hand, and he tossed one of them to Sylvie. Just like you slaughtered the pig, give them a good beating. They're not on our side. Beat them hard. Yes, sir. Although Sylvie had a natural fear of such a sky overlord, at this moment, with weapons in hand and the master's orders, it was like a divine decree. She forcefully suppressed her instinctive fear, slightly bent her long legs, and raised the muzzle of her gun to aim at the sky. No scope is needed, and no prediction is required. Faced with a target 100 meters tall, anyone who isn't an idiot could hit it with their eyes closed. Bang, 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 bang. Deafening gunshots rang out over the scorched earth forest. The orange-red muzzle flashes resembled two fire dragons, firing deadly tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. The bullet tore through the air and struck the banshee who was leading the charge. This is an armor-piercing shell specially designed to deal with prehistoric behemoths, with power comparable to the main gun of a light tank. However, what happened next chilled Lin Bei's heart. Puff! The bullet struck the banshee's broad, fleshy wings. Several bloody holes exploded on the banshee's wings, and blue blood flowers bloomed in the air. The banshee let out an angry screech. But that's all. If it were a creature on Earth, it would have stalled and crashed long ago after being hit by that. But for a massive body with a wingspan of over 150 meters, these few half-meter-sized holes are like a human being pricked by a needle. Although it hurts, it doesn't affect its flight posture at all, and it's not fatal. In addition, its muscle structure is extremely strange, and the muscles near the wound contract rapidly, which forcefully stops some of the bleeding. It's too big. Lin Bei gritted his teeth, his fingers gripping the trigger tightly. Hitting the body won't work. Hit the head. Hit the eyes. The spent cartridge cases were ejected and landed on the ground with a thud. 2 heavy guns and 2 10-round drum magazines were emptied in just a few seconds. Just as the magazine was about to be emptied, Lady Luck finally lifted the hem of her skirt. Under extreme tension, Sylvie made a brilliant move. The spinning tungsten core warhead struck the banshee's long, gaping maw with pinpoint accuracy. Uft! The bullet entered through its jaw, its terrifying kinetic energy penetrating directly through its brainstem and exiting from the back of its head, turning the banshee's brain into a complete mess. Gallop. Chapter 1:10 You caused me to lose a key, General. Just you wait. Gallop. The sharp chirping stopped abruptly. The banshee's fierce gaze became unfocused, and her massive body went out of control. Due to inertia, it veered down at an angle, like a crashed passenger plane. Boom. A deafening roar. The 100-meter-long behemoth crashed heavily less than 500 meters from Lin Bei. The earth trembled violently, and soil and rocks exploded dozens of meters high. The resulting dust and shockwave snapped several dead trees in two. It turned into a pile of meat patties, dead beyond any hope of survival. I got it. Sylvie was so excited that her ears twitched and her tail wagged. This is a magical tool for adults. Even the sky wind god, who reigns supreme in the region, can be instantly killed. Lin Bei's ears were ringing from the shock, but he didn't care. He quickly released the magazine and replaced it with a new, fully loaded magazine. Snap! The empty magazine landed on the ground. 2 more left, don't stop. Unfortunately, the death of this female banshee did not frighten her companions. Instead, it aroused the ferocity of the remaining 2. They possess extremely high hunting intelligence. Seeing their companion knocked down by a small insect holding a black stick, the remaining 2 banshees immediately let out a shriek. Its massive body made a right-angle ascent in the air, rapidly increasing its altitude before disappearing back into the sky. The wind howled. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Bei and Sylvie unleashed a second wave of bullets. But this time, the effect was minimal. The banshees, now on guard, began performing irregular spinning maneuvers high in the sky. Although the 22mm armor-piercing rounds were powerful, they did not hit any critical parts, only leaving a few transparent holes in their wings. Damn, it's so slippery. Lin Bei stopped firing. It's flying too high. At this distance, firing any more would be a waste of precious bullets. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The two female banshees circled several times in the air at an altitude of 3,000 meters without leaving. They were assessing the risks and looking for weaknesses. The 5 feathered Tyrannosaurus rex on the ground were so frightened that they buried their heads in the soil. Even though they are land behemoths, they can only tremble in fear when faced with this kind of dimensional attack from the sky. Just when Lin Bei thought the female demons in the sky were about to give up, they seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. One of the smaller ones suddenly let out a hiss and pretended to swoop down towards Lin Bei and the beast-eared girl. Ja! Lin Bei and Sylvie immediately turned their guns around. But just as he aimed and fired, the banshee suddenly flipped over and retracted its wings. Like a sharp arrow, it swept low from the flank, dodging most of the bullets fired by the two and the spears thrown by the beast-eared girls. Blood was flowing from the bullet hole in its rear end as it flew away without looking back. Oh no, we're out of bullets. Lin Bei realized what was happening and quickly changed the magazine. But it was too late. The other banshee had already reached the top of the feathered tyrant's head while the two were reloading. A gust of wind blew by. As the banshee swept across the ground, her two claws, as large as crane grabbers, slammed into the back of a feathered Tyrannosaurus. The claws pierced 3 meters into the flesh, locking onto the spine. The feathered Tyrannosaurus, weighing over 100 tons, was pulled from the ground by a terrifying force before it could even let out a scream. Roar! The feathered Tyrannosaurus struggled wildly in the air, its tail thrashing wildly as it tried to retaliate with its sharp teeth. But its power seemed so insignificant in the face of the aerial overlord with a wingspan of 150 meters. The banshee flapped her enormous wings wildly, gripping her prey beneath her feet, and defying gravity, she crookedly climbed into the sky. Even though Lin Bei replaced the magazine, he could only watch helplessly as it flew higher and higher, soon exceeding its effective range. Holy crap! The wind goddess, clutching her prey, did not fly far. It flew with its prey over a forest dozens of kilometers away. Thousands of meters in the air, the wind goddess loosened her claws. Roar! The desperate roar of the feathered Tyrannosaurus rex faded into the wind. The enormous body of the feathered Tyrannosaurus rex, under the influence of gravity, transformed into a meteorite and crashed into the ground with a roar. Lin Bei couldn't see how it landed, but he could imagine the scene. A moment later, a faint tremor came from the ground. The wind stopped. All that remained at the scene were large shell casings scattered on the ground, and the strange blue, bloody smell emanating from the body of the crashed banshee. The remaining 4 feathered Tyrannosaurus rex were completely terrified. Lin Bei put down the scorching rifle. His arm was sore and numb from the immense recoil. He had Sylvie lead him back to Tyrannosaurus rex and patted its big head hard. Get up, stop pretending to be dead. You vanished. Tyrannosaurus rex then pulled its head out of the ground. It nuzzled against Lin Bei's hand, as if seeking comfort. Ignoring the Tyrannosaurus king, Lin Bei was heartbroken. These are all free laborers we managed to coax in with great difficulty, and before they've even started working, one of our key members has already been lost. Lin Bei raised his head, squinted, and looked at the sky, which seemed to hold hidden danger. They killed my dog and stole my meat right in front of me. This was the first time he had suffered such a great loss since arriving in this other world. Even the original pig mother was killed by him first. Air superiority. As Lin Bei uttered those 3 words, he finally truly understood their weight. On this planet teeming with behemoths, without air superiority, one is nothing more than a passive, ground-based crawler subjected to attacks. No matter how strong your ground fortress is, people can come and go as they please, and they can even catch your dog and send it flying to its death. Lin Bei turned around and put the heavy gun back into his spatial bracelet. Sylvie, exist. Bring your men over here and dismember this dead bird that fell to its death, as well as the dead pig on the ground. Lin Bei said through gritted teeth. Damn it. They didn't even run away when their natural enemy came. What an idiot. Give these 4 silly dragons a treat tonight. Let them have chicken wings. The really spicy kind. We're going to eat this big bird so badly that not even the bones are left. Yes, sir. Although Sylvie didn't know what extremely spicy meant, she could feel the adult's anger. She immediately straightened her back and loudly accepted the order. After giving the order, Lin Bei gave the middle finger to the succubus figure descending from the sky to feed. Just you wait. Chapter 111 The flood washed away the Dragon King temple. As the smoke and dust cleared, the forest returned to silence. Only the heavy smell of blood in the air still tells the story of the battle that just took place. Lin Bei briefly mourned for the unlucky feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex. A cheerful smile returned to his face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up wildly. This is an unprecedented bumper harvest. I'm rich. Now this is what hunting is all about. Happiness also brings its share of troubles. It's a bit big. Lin Bei stood in front of several giant wild boar carcasses, each as large as a small mountain, looking up at the mountain of flesh. Although the phase bracelet has a cubic space of 10 meters in length, width and height, the boar in front of us is nearly 25 meters long, including its tail. It simply cannot be stuffed into phase space. If you want to take it away, you'll have to dismember it on the spot. Lin Bei made a quick decision and turned to look at Sylvie and the 80 beast-eared girls behind him. All beast-eared girls, listen to my command. Draw your weapons and divide them. First, take the meat, the skin, and the big whip. Yes. The beast-eared girls gave a sweet, coquettish reply, and each pulled out their jade or axes and bone knives, climbing onto the wild boar's carcass. Sylvie, wielding the dragon tooth-bone knife, served as the main swordsman. Laugh. Under the terrifying strength of the beast-eared girls, the giant wild boar was quickly dismembered. Pieces of lean meat, each weighing hundreds of kilograms, were cut off and then stored in Lin Bei's spatial bracelet on the ground. This six-legged wild boar has extremely high muscle density, and its meat has an enticing deep red color with white fat marbling interspersed with lean meat. Just by looking at it, you can imagine how it will taste after it's cooked. One pig can yield at least 200 tons of pure meat. Lin Bei calculated the potential income in his mind as he worked. 3 large and 1 small, totaling approximately 800 tons. Including the wind goddess, the total amount of meat harvested this time will exceed 1,000 tons. Sir, catch. Sylvie, who was in charge of the dismantling, stood atop the tall pig carcass, covered in blood, her ears twitching with excitement. She picked up a 2-meter-long ball of flesh with both hands and threw it down. Lin Bei stood on the ground, and with a thought, the fleshy ball was stored in his spatial dimension. His heart is that big. Lin Bei muttered to himself. Not long after. My lord, you're here again. Another heart, 2 meters in size and radiating astonishing heat, was thrown down. Besides, Lin Bei had just put it away and hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath when another one was thrown down from above. The third one. Lin Bei was stunned for a moment before he could ask a question. The fourth one. The fifth one. 5 enormous hearts were successively pulled out by the beast-eared girl from different parts of the same wild boar. I'm going. V5 engine. The process only stopped when the 5th heart disappeared into the bracelet's light. Sylvie, lying on the massive ribcage, poked her blood-stained head out and shouted at Lin Bei below without any surprise. My lord, there are none left. These ordinary giant beasts only have 5 hearts. Lin Bei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at the 20 large hearts in the bracelet with amazement. No wonder he runs like a train and is impossible to kill no matter how hard you hit him. 3 hours later, as the sun began to set in the west, it turned the scorched earth forest into a golden hue. After everyone's frantic work, the 4 giant wild boars on the ground and the smashed wind goddess not far away have been completely cleaned up. Only a few white skeletons remained on the ground. Sir, look at this. Sylvie, holding her hands full of viscous blue liquid, shyly approached Lin Bei and looked at the pool of Banshee's blue blood that had gathered in the low-lying area. She then spoke to Lin Bei. What's wrong with this blood? Is it edible? Lin Bei asked. No. Sylvie looked around and, seeing that the drone wasn't nearby, squatted down and whispered in Lin Bei's ear. My lord, the 2 mistresses will surely like this blood. Our historical records show that the blue blood of this sky overlord contains an extremely strong masculine energy. It is said that if male creatures drink it, they will be able to. Sylvie blushed so deeply it looked like she was about to bleed, and stammered as she spoke. It is said that it can keep orcs tireless for days and nights, and make them indestructible. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, his eyes becoming righteous and awe-inspiring. He straightened his back and spoke with righteous indignation. That's utter nonsense. It's utter rubbish. I, Lin Bei, am strong and healthy, a righteous gentleman. Why would I need such unorthodox methods? After saying that, he looked straight ahead, not even glancing at the pool of blue blood. 1 second later, Lin Bei turned around and looked at the wild boar's heart, lungs, and intestines in the phase space, his face full of heartache. But waste is the greatest crime. Since this blood is so precious, it would be excellent to take it back for scientific research or to feed the dinosaurs. Someone come here. With a wave of his hand, Lin Bei pulled out the dozens of tons of wild boar entrails that he had just stuffed into his spatial storage and threw them on the ground. Quickly, throw all this trash in front of the feathered Tyrannosaurus. Let them eat it. Also, go and cut down a few trees. Under Lin Bei's command, the beast-eared girls used their sharp claws to quickly hollow out several thick tree trunks. Dozens of simple yet sturdy giant wooden barrels were made on site. Then, they took a wooden ladle and scooped every last drop of the blue blood from the pit into a wooden bucket, then sealed it. Lin Bei looked at the dozens of buckets of research materials, and after confirming that nothing was missing, he nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he stuffed them all into the most conspicuous and easily accessible location in the phase space. Then, Lin Bei glanced around and saw that the space was already completely filled. Even the crevices were filled with flesh and blood scraped off the body of the wind goddess. Looking at the wind goddess, now just a skeleton, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh, his face filled with regret. Alas, it's truly a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. They're family members, yet they don't recognize each other. Lin Bei, heartbroken at the loss of his ally, complained to the skeleton. Brother Bird, if you had told me earlier that your blood had this function, we could have been friends. You just want a good meal, right? We can't finish eating all 4 of these wild boars, so why not share 2 with you? If you donate a little blood every few days, it's like giving love. This is a long-term strategic partnership that is mutually beneficial and win-win. What a pity, the road has become too narrow. Lin Bei wiped the blood off his face. Let's go home. The team regrouped. This time, however, there were 4 big guys in the team. The 4 surviving feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex had their mouths full of blood from the feast. At this moment, they looked like 4 docile, large mongrel dogs, heads bowed, obediently following behind the group. It also carried some skeletal frames of banshee wings that it couldn't fit on its back. On the way back, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Sylvie hugged Lin Bei tightly, her long legs moving with boundless energy. Despite having experienced a thrilling encounter, her eyes were filled with an unprecedented sense of security. Lin Bei lay on the blood-soaked mountain peak and asked casually, Sylvie, that big flying creature we just saw, is it called a siren? Yes, sir. Sylvie looked up at the sky, a trace of fear still lingering in her eyes. They are the rulers of the sky and the nightmare of small ground creatures. Apart from some large waka beasts and some 6-legged beasts, almost all of them are on the Banshee's menu. At this point, Sylvie sighed and said with a hint of self-deprecation, Actually, in this world, whether it's us beast-eared girls or the strong walker beast men, we are only in the lower middle of the food chain. Lin Bei was slightly taken aback. Orcs are also of the lower and middle classes? Yes. Sylvie gave a bitter smile. We usually don't dare to provoke wild boars like this, or large waka beasts. We can only hide in burrows or climb to the top of the tallest tree. Only orcs whose minds are filled with mating, relying on their thick skin and fast reproduction, would act like madmen. They called up dozens, even hundreds, of people to surround and attack a wild boar. They often have to kill several orcs in exchange for a single prey. Orcs are just a bunch of idiots who only know how to mate. Lin Bei nodded. This does fit the setup for an experimental subject. As long as the reproductive ability is strong, nothing else matters. Even though a large number of orcs die every winter, a large number will grow back the following year. It's like chives that can't be completely cut off. That. Lying in Sylvie's arms, Lin Bei looked at the sky and asked a different question. Sylvie, besides the Banshee, is there anything more powerful than it? Have. Sylvie's answer was very affirmative. She looked north, towards the equator of this planet, where the Milky Way is located. His eyes were filled with deep awe. My lord, I have heard that on the distant banks of the Milky Way, there live real divine beasts. There are super crocodiles that are hundreds of meters long and can swallow an entire giant koan in one gulp. There is also a giant beast with 3 heads that breathes fire and is covered in red scales. They are said to be the mortal enemies of the Milky Way finch and the overlords of the northern skies. Here, Sylvie looked around at the surrounding forest. I once heard a panda girl who has lived for more than 2,000 years say that the southern forest is actually the most remote and barren corner of this planet. It is precisely because there are no colossal beasts that we have been able to survive until now. After listening, Lin Bei suddenly understood. I see. So I've ended up in a newbie village. This scorched forest is located on the edge of the southern hemisphere, a safe zone with relatively scarce resources and low-level behemoths. The truly advanced maps are all over the Milky Way at the equator. But it's fine this way. Lin Bei looked up at Sylvie, who was hugging him tightly. Looking at her delicate profile and slightly trembling cat ears, a protective instinct welled up in his heart. Such a weak race. They are slaves to orcs and food to wild beasts. They were able to develop into a multi-million-strong race on this hellishly difficult planet, all thanks to the fact that beastmen can form relationships so quickly. Chapter 112, Triumph. A genuine, hearty war. The journey home always seems to go by quickly. As the team of 81 entered the chilly defense zone, the familiar Yali mine came into view. Boom. The Earth's tremors were the first signal of its return. On the mountainside, at a height of about 100 meters, there is a small to medium-sized fissure platform. The two women and the remaining beast-eared girls were all crouching in this spot. Su Yao stared at the screen with her big eyes, controlling the drone to follow Lin Bei back. Sister, you're coming back soon. Brother Lin Bei has brought the dinosaur and has reached the edge of the forest. Su Li, who was studying the metal door, came over for a look, and her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed completely. Looking at the figure in the picture, her eyes were full of pride. She turned around and shouted to the nervous and uneasy beast-eared girls behind her. Everyone, stop hiding. Get up. Your Lord Lin Bei has returned with his prey. Let's go down and greet him. Yes. Although Mian Mian and the other beast-eared girls hadn't seen the scene yet, they cheered immediately upon hearing what their mistresses said and carefully escorted the two mistresses down. The group had just reached the edge of the square at the foot of the mountain. Su Li stood on high ground, looking at the beast-eared girls standing in neat rows behind her, craning their necks and peering into the distance. Everyone, look carefully. Su Li smiled and pointed ahead. Lord Lin Bei has returned with his new mount. The earth trembled slightly as soon as the words were spoken. The dark trees at the edge of the forest were knocked down, and four enormous feathered Tyrannosaurus dragons, each as large as a building, revealed their ferocious bodies, exuding a strong stench of blood. With its mouth full of fangs and a body as large as a mountain, it is indeed frightening. But none of the beast-eared girls present backed down. Instead, a series of suppressed gasps erupted from the crowd. Wow. This is the first time we've seen a woolly Tyrannosaurus Rex that didn't have to run away. It was really huge. A few of the bolder tiger-eared girls couldn't help but take a couple of steps forward, as if they wanted to get a better look. They really don't bite. Look, the adults are at the very top. To show off, when they were about to arrive at Shijezhuang, Lin Bei deliberately made the feathered Tyrannosaurus lower its head, and then jumped onto its head and sat on it. In the simple understanding of the chemonomy, animal-eared girl, since they are being ridden by adults, even if they are world-destroying beasts, they are just like adults. They were all the adults' mounts, or their subordinates. The four terrifying feathered Tyrannosaurus dragons stopped in their tracks on the muddy ground outside the plaza. They lowered their heads meekly, and the hot breath exhaled from their nostrils stirred up the dust on the ground. Lin Bei sat cross-legged on the head of the most ferocious and strongest Tyrannosaurus king at the very front. Looking down at the curious eyes of the pairs of children below who were not only unafraid, but also eager to come up and touch them, he chuckled. Oh, so everyone's waiting here? Lin Bei smiled and waved, then jumped down from above and landed steadily on the ground. You all stay here for now. Lin Bei spoke to the feathered Tyrannosaurus. The four feathered Tyrannosaurus dragons obediently lay down, guarding Lin Bei's territory like four small mountains. Lin Bei strode into the square, ignoring the bloodstains on his body, and hugged Su Yao and Su Li who came to greet him, calming their frightened hearts. It's all right now, a narrow victory. He looked at the expectant beast-eared girls surrounding him and grinned. Men, clear the square. Today we're going to have some meat. With a wave of Lin Bei's hand. Splash. The phase space opened, and countless enormous chunks of flesh cascaded down like a waterfall. Deep red wild boar meat, enormous entrails, and blue flesh and blood scraped from a banshee. In just a few seconds, a red mountain made of flesh and blood was piled up in the square. Meow. Various animal-eared girls' cries rang out throughout the venue. All the animal-eared girls were stunned. A few of the bolder ones slowly approached, reaching out and trembling as they stroked the enormous banshee's wings. The cold touch told them that this was not a dream. The nightmarish sky death is a monster that even the orcs, whom they fear most, must avoid. And now, it has turned into a pile of food placed in front of them, becoming their future meat? My lord, this is a true miracle. A beautiful squirrel girl who had lived for hundreds of years knelt before the food, sobbing uncontrollably. Stop looking and get to work. Lin Bei clapped his hands and loudly commanded. There's so much meat, it'll spoil if left out too long. Everyone's out today. Cut the meat. Marinate it, and if it's not salty enough, smoke it. We will turn all of these thousands of tons of meat into winter reserve food. Whoa! The animal-eared girls erupted in deafening cheers, their voices now devoid of their previous fear, filled only with a thirst for food and boundless hope for the future. The campfire is lit. Su Yao curiously cut off a small piece of blue banshee flesh, roasted it over the fire, and took a bite. Tui, it's so sour. Su Yao had just taken a bite of the demon's flesh when her face scrunched up in disgust. She spat it out and complained with a bitter expression. It's so tough you can't even bite into it, and it tastes weird. Acid. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei not only showed no disdain, but instead revealed a meaningful smile. Sour is just right. He reacted swiftly, snatching the remaining half of the meat from Su Yao's hand and issuing a serious warning. Yao, listen to me, don't eat this meat. Why? Su Yao looked puzzled. Why wouldn't she be allowed to eat? This only fueled her curiosity. The more she was told not to eat it, the more she wanted to try it. Brother, will eating this make me gain muscle? Lin Bei leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, I don't know if it makes you gain weight, but this stuff is very irritating. If a girl eats too much, she will feel hot all over at night, feel so uncomfortable that she can't sleep, and she will even cry out in pain. I want to eat it, and I'm going to beat my brother so badly he can't get out of bed tonight. What are you two saying outside? Su Li glared at Lin Bei, then grabbed Su Yao, who was still preparing to ask for details, and pulled her away from the place. Let's go, Ben Yao. Don't listen to his nonsense. That meat is poisonous. Let's go eat pork. Hey, sis, slow down, I want to eat. Watching the two women flee in disarray, Lin Bei chuckled to himself, holding the sour and tough female demon meat. He stuffed the meat into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. Chapter 113 Threatening the Heavenly River Sparrow. Come down and have some fun? At dusk, the setting sun was like blood. What was originally a rocky beach is now called the Base Plaza by Lin Bei. In the square, to deal with the mountain of meat, the beast-eared girls set up dozens of huge bonfires. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wild boar meat was cut into strips and hung on the supermarket shelves that Lin Bei had stolen from Earth, where it was smoked layer by layer. The animal-eared girls guided the smoke with huge animal skin fans, blowing it towards the rows of wild boar meat strips hanging on the ground. In an instant, the entire square was filled with smoke. Cough, cough, this is too pungent. Lin Bei waved his hand, dispelling the smoke in front of him, which choked people so much they couldn't open their eyes. Thanks to the beast-eared girls' efforts, the first batch of six-legged wild boar meat has been roasted dry. With its perfect balance of lean and fat and enticing muscle texture, it exudes a rich aroma even without any seasoning after roasting. Lin Bei strongly suspects that the wild boar meat has been genetically modified to satisfy certain people's taste buds, otherwise, it wouldn't taste so good. Looking at the busy and productive camp, and at the mountains of food, he raised his head, his gaze fixed on the setting sun, and as he recalled the two fleeing female demons, Lin Bei's eyes sharpened. We must gain air superiority. He looked at the thick smoke billowing from the meat-smoking rack next to him. A plan to forcibly conscript airmen came to mind. Just then, goo-goo. A familiar, unpleasant scream pierced through the thick smoke and echoed above everyone's heads. Lin Bei looked up and chuckled. I was just thinking of you, and here you are. What a coincidence. In the sky, a celestial bird with a few feathers missing from its left wing was circling overhead. Lin Bei looked at it with hostility. Although this featherless bird is not as terrifying as the 150-meter-tall wind goddess, but its size is impressive. With a wingspan of 30 meters, it stands 3 stories tall, and when it flies, it's an aerial fortress. Moreover, the Milky Way finches are social animals, often appearing in groups of hundreds or thousands. Isn't this better than having only a few wind goddesses? We need to incorporate it. Lin Bei pictured himself riding a giant bird, flying through the sky with 2 women in his arms. That's what you call making rapid progress. Sylvie, Lin Bei called over the cat-eared girl. Does this bird eat meat? Sylvie nodded, Food, sir. The skyfinch is an omnivore, usually eating fruit from trees, but also cooked meat and small wild animals. However, they generally do not actively hunt live animals. In the forest after the fire, there is a lot of charred meat left behind. After the fire is extinguished, the skylark usually eats this kind of meat. Okay, it'll be easier if we eat meat. Lin Bei took out a handheld megaphone. He took a deep breath, raised the megaphone, and launched into his pioneering verbal sparring mode at the featherless bird in the sky. The sound, amplified by the loudspeaker, carried the unique spiritual pressure of the pioneer's language, soaring straight into the sky. In the sky, the featherless bird, which was preparing to go home, froze. Its sharp bird eyes were fixed on the tiny human figure below. It understood. Seeing its hesitation, Lin Bei smiled kindly. You're not going to listen, are you? Lin Bei told the beast-eared girls to stop fanning, and the smoke dissipated, revealing the winged skeleton of the wind goddess below. He shouted, "Look what this is. This is the big bird I just killed today. Do you want to become the next skeleton?" The featherless bird had excellent eyesight, and after the smoke cleared, it immediately recognized the remains of the wind goddess. It was so frightened that its wings trembled and it almost fell down. These two-legged beasts actually killed the Sky Reaper? Lin Bei had already delivered the deterrent. Now it was time to offer incentives. Under his command, several beast-eared girls worked together to drag several large pieces of blue, still smelling strongly of bloody banshee flesh, to the center of the open space. Lin Bei held up a megaphone, pointed to the meat on the ground, and spoke to the sky. As long as you come down and behave, that's all that matters. This piece of meat is yours. Not only will you get meat today, but I'll also make sure you eat spicy food and drink numbing drinks from now on. If you're worried, you can ask around. Working with me, Lin Bei, offers top-notch benefits. The two ginseng roots beside them nodded in agreement, their roots waving to the celestial birds in the sky. The heavenly river sparrow's gaze was drawn to the raw meat on the ground. It lingered there, reluctant to leave, and slowed the frequency of its wing flapping, clearly tempted. But it still hesitated a bit. After all, the group of people on the ground looked too ferocious, capable of killing even banshees. Seeing that it was still dawdling, Lin Bei's face darkened. He immediately unleashed his trump card. You're not coming down, are you? Okay. If you don't come down, we'll start setting fires tomorrow. Let's not make a fire here. Let's go make one in the primeval forest. Burn from east to west. Burn this entire southern forest to ashes. Let's see where you'll stay then. I'll see if you get away with this. These words startled even Su Yao, who was standing next to him. Her face turned pale, and she gently tugged at Lin Bei's sleeve. Brother, are you really going to set the mountain on fire? That's not a good idea. Stupid Su Yao. Su Li rolled her eyes helplessly and covered her sister's mouth with her hand. That's just a bunch of idiots, and you actually believed it? Our home is right here. If the forest is burned down, what will we do? Really? In the sky, the Milky Way sparrow was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this blatant threat. It had never seen such a shameless creature in its life. It couldn't beat it in a fight, and it was unreasonable to reason with it. Moreover, that piece of raw meat on the ground looks really delicious. Guga. The plucked bird let out a low, aggrieved cry. It folded its large wings, circled twice in the air, and finally landed carefully at the edge of the square. I tried to shrink my body as much as possible to make myself look harmless, for fear of causing misunderstandings with the two-legged creatures. That's right. Lin Bei put away the loudspeaker with satisfaction and strode over. Only by getting up close can you truly feel the imposing presence of this bird. It stands 7 or 8 meters tall, with gray-blue feathers covering its entire body, layered like fish scales. Its enormous claws were as thick as pillars, with sharp nails digging deep into the soil. Eat. Lin Bei stepped forward and threw a piece of half-cooked banshee meat over. The plucked bird stretched out its neck, caught the piece of meat precisely, and swallowed it with its head tilted back. Gulp. The meat chunks were swallowed. Chapter 114. Successfully taming a flying mount. Traveling 1,000 miles a day is no longer a dream. The meat chunks were swallowed. The next second, its eyes lit up instantly, as if it had opened the door to a new world. Semi-cooked food, and cooked food with added seasonings. The rich texture and flavors were unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. They were a world apart from the charred meat and poisonous fruit I usually ate. It smells so good. Lin Bei didn't rush to give it a second piece of meat. While it was engrossed in the delicious food, he walked over to its huge head. If he's a foodie, things will be easier. Lin Bei reached out and touched its hard outer feathers. Without genetic control, this bird did not have the genetic program that allowed it to absolutely obey the herald's words, like the dinosaurs. It acts on intelligence and instinct, which means that to completely subdue it, you have to win its heart. Lin Bei leaned close to its ear and, like a devil's whisper, began to paint a rosy picture for it in a pioneering language. Big bird. I've heard that on the other side of the Milky Way, there is a fire-breathing lizard that is your mortal enemy. The featherless bird trembled, a flash of hatred in its eyes. That was their mortal enemy, and the source of the gap in its wing. Look, I can kill a banshee. As long as you follow me, I can help you take down those fire-breathing lizards. At that time, the northern sky will also be under the control of you, the heavenly river sparrows. A flicker of interest flashed in the eyes of the featherless bird. Seeing this, Lin Bei decided to add fuel to the fire. He remembered the bird, and its miserable appearance as it flew carrying its father. And another one. Lin Bei's tone became somewhat sharp, like a bad uncle instigating a good child to do bad things. Was that your dad riding on your back before? It looks quite heavy. It must be tiring for you to carry it while flying. You, who are so strong and handsome, why are you being pinned down by an old guy? Follow me. Lin Bei drew a huge pie. I'll help you take the throne of Mahjong King. Once you become king, you'll be riding on your father's back. You can fly however you want. So, are you in or not? These words struck right to the soul. The plucked bird was stunned. In its not-so-bright brain, things started to run wild. Food, revenge, throne, riding daddy. None of these things matter to it. But the important thing is that once it becomes the king of sparrows, all the female sparrows belong to it. Let's do it. The temptation is too great. It looked at Lin Bei, the fear in its eyes disappeared, and a flame called ambition burned in its big eyes. Gaga, let's finish. It nodded frantically, its huge beak nearly knocking Lin Bei flying. Very good, promising. Lin Bei dodged the headbutt and chuckled. Although the methods were not exactly above board, the results were outstanding. Now that you're in, let me give it a try. Lin Bei wasn't afraid. After climbing the tree today, he found that his fear of heights was gone. Grasping the bird's stiff feathers, I climbed up its broad back using both hands and feet. It's really hard. Even through his pants, Lin Bei felt as if he were sitting on a steel plate. Moreover, the bird's back is streamlined and very slippery, making it impossible to sit steadily without a saddle. One has no choice but to sit on the bird's neck. Take off. Circle around. Lin Bei gave the order. The plucked bird flapped its wings, and a sudden gust of wind arose. Call. Its enormous body rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Riding a flying mount for the first time felt completely different from riding a dinosaur. The view suddenly opened up, and the earth shrank beneath our feet. The wind whistled in my ears, sending my adrenaline soaring. Damn it. Slow down. It's too bumpy. Tianhe seemed a little uncomfortable being ridden, and instinctively swayed her body, trying to shake off the foreign object on her neck. Behave yourself. Lin Bei suddenly tugged at its feathers and uttered a stern, piercing shout, which finally silenced the sky river sparrow. Without the gene lock, it's troublesome to subdue them, and they need to be constantly disciplined. Lin Bei, perched on the shoulders, adjusted his posture, feeling as if he were sitting on a country tractor. Stop, stop, stop. That's enough, you can go now. A minute later, Lin Bei jumped back to the ground, his face pale, feeling like he was about to vomit up the food he had just eaten. The experience was terrible. Lin Bei rubbed his buttocks, looking at the bird with disgust. From now on, your name will be Chuanxiu. Gu? What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's just a tribute to a legendary airline. Although he said that, Lin Bei was actually very happy inside. Anyway, I've got my first Air Force unit. After a short rest, Lin Bei was in high spirits as he gazed at the magnificent alien sunset. Xiao Li Yao Yao, come here. He waved to the two women. I'll take you to the heavens. Let's see the scenery of this world. Really? I want to go. The two women had been itching to see this for a long time, and upon hearing this, Su Yao was the first to rush over. This time, having learned from experience, Lin Bei had Sylvie find some thick animal hides to pad the bird's back, and then used vines and nylon ropes to make a simple saddle. Due to limited seating space, Lin Bei decided to take the planes in batches for safety reasons. Suli went up and tried it out first. When she came down, her face was flushed, and she was both excited and a little weak in the legs. Next up is Su Yao. The little girl was quite daring. She insisted that Lin Bei take her on a difficult dive maneuver. Lin Bei satisfied her request, and Chuanxiu made a sharp turn and a slanted dive in the air. Su Yao screamed as the two faced each other, her body pressed tightly against Lin Bei's chest, her arms wrapped around his waist, and her legs unconsciously clamping down on his thighs. The afterglow of dusk spilled onto the clouds, making them shimmer with gold. During this romantic and exciting flight, Su Yao suddenly felt that something was wrong. She shifted her body, pressed her face against Lin Bei's chin, and asked, her face flushed. "Brother Lin Bei, it's not possible in the sky. Going back into the cave is not a good idea." Lin Bei stiffened and blushed. Cough, cough. "That's a flashlight." "Yes, a tactical flashlight." Lin Bei coughed twice and forced an explanation, but inwardly he was groaning. "Damn it, I was careless. Just now, to taste the flavor, I ate a bite of banshee flesh. How come this medicine is even more potent than ginseng?" Chapter 115, Tianhe Sparrow becomes a guide. "I want to be the Sparrow King." Belch. A loud burp broke the whispers of the animal-eared girls in the square. The featherless giant bird, named Spring and Autumn by Lin Bei, was now slumped on the ground, utterly disheveled. Its belly was swollen like a ball. It had eaten too much at its first buffet since joining the group. Lin Bei walked over and patted the giant bird's hard, iron-like claws. "Are you full and satisfied?" "Goo." Chuanxiu responded lazily, looking like he didn't want to move, as if he planned to stay there all night. After all, there's food and drink here, and no firefighting duties. It's practically a paradise for birds. "All right, stop lingering here. It's getting dark. You should go home now." Lin Bei saw through the silly bird's thoughts at a glance and laughed and scolded him. "Get up quickly." Chuanxiu reluctantly shifted his position, tilting his head to look at Lin Bei, his long-term meal ticket. It's as if it's saying, "It's almost evening, what else can we do?" Seeing this, Lin Bei explained his arrangements for Chuanxiu. "Go back first, and come back tomorrow morning. And don't come empty-handed." Chuanxiu was taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "Not empty-handed? Do you expect me to bring a gift, even if it's just a bird?" Lin Bei looked at the clueless bird and said with exasperation, "Get all your distant relatives, as long as they can fly and are big, to come over here. Whether you use deception, persuasion, or kidnapping. As long as you can bring back one of your kind." Lin Bei held up a finger and waved it in front of Chuanxiu's eyes, his tone full of temptation. "I'll make you the Mahjong King a day early. Bring 2 days in advance. If I can bring them all, I'll take you to kick your father off the throne tomorrow." "Huh, really?" Upon hearing the keyword King of Mahjong, Chuanxiu, who had initially been reluctant to move, instantly perked up. Its bird eyes suddenly widened, gleaming with a light called ambition. Gurgle. It let out an excited cry, as if it could already see the moment when it would rule the world. Without any hesitation, the giant bird, which was prepared to betray its father for the throne, flapped its wings rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sudden gust of wind arose, stirring up dust from the ground. Spring and Autumn's massive body rose from the ground, taking advantage of the updraft, and quickly soared into the night sky, flying towards the depths of the forest. That's the direction of its home, and also the place where it will soon launch its Amway business. Watching Chuanxiu's figure disappear into the night, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. This bird is reliable. It'll really help when there's trouble. Hopefully I can lure a few more tomorrow. Then I can equip the beast-eared girls with heavy weapons and form an Air Force squadron." Just then, Su Yao, who was standing next to her, suddenly pointed to the sky and said weakly, "Brother, what's wrong? We seem to have forgotten to remove the saddle from its back." Su Yao pointed to the spot where Chuanxiu had just been lying, which was now empty. On the back of that gradually shrinking black in the sky, one could vaguely see a simple saddle made of a pile of animal hides and vines. Lin Bei was stunned for a moment. Then his lips twitched. "Oh no, I forgot. If it were to fly back to the flock of birds carrying a saddle." A bird, with a cushion tied to its back, swaggered into the relatives group chat, saying it would bring everyone wealth. This scene looks exactly like a guide who's been driven mad by a two-legged beast. "Never mind, I don't care anymore." Lin Bei waved his hand, somewhat amused and exasperated. Hopefully it won't be dealt with too badly. After seeing Chuanxiu off, Lin Bei withdrew his gaze. The work of smoking meat in the square was proceeding smoothly, and Sylvie had arranged everything perfectly, so he didn't need to worry about it at all. "Sylvie." Lin Bei waved to the cat-eared girl, who was patrolling not far away. "Grown-ups." Sylvie immediately jogged over, bowed respectfully, and looked at Lin Bei. Xiaoli just said that when she was hiding from a herd of wild boars, she found a strange place on the mountain. Lin Bei pointed to the cliff face about 100 meters above his head. It's right above our cave, about 100 meters away. Find 2 nimble animal-eared girls and have them take us up there to take a look. Yes. Sylvie accepted the order, stood up, and scanned the busy group of beast-eared girls. Soon, she summoned 2 animal-eared girls. They were 2 animal-eared girls dressed in white short-pile animal skins and looking almost identical. Upon hearing the order, they skipped and hopped over. When they stood in front of Lin Bei, he felt a sudden flash of inspiration. These are a pair of bunny-eared girls who look exceptionally petite. Of course, this petite is relative to the average height of kemonomami, animal-eared girls. They are about 2.7 meters tall, which is considered a lowly-like size among adult beast-eared girls who are at least 3 meters tall. They have short, pinkish-white hair and 2 long, fluffy ears on their heads. Because of nervousness, her 2 long ears were drooping down, pressed against her cheeks, covering half of her slightly flushed face. A pair of large, ruby-like eyes looked timidly down at Lin Bei, appearing both comical and endearing. My lord, this is the beast-eared girl with the best jumping ability in the tribe. Sylvie explained, don't let their young age fool you. Their leg power is the strongest among all of us. Even on vertical cliffs, they can walk as if on flat ground. Moreover, they are quite daring and usually like to go to high places, so they are most familiar with cliff terrain. Lin Bei looked at the 2 adorable bunny-eared girls and asked them a question. Does it have a name? The 2 rabbit girls exchanged a glance and shook their heads. In the tribe, apart from the chief and the powerful beast-eared girls, most people do not have official names, but only code names. No name. Lin Bei thought for a moment, then pointed to the one on the left. Then you'll be called Kaluo from now on. Then, pointing to the one on the right, he said, your name is Kelly. Kurikuri. The 2 little ones repeated the novel sound, their eyes lighting up and their ears perking up with excitement. Although I don't understand its meaning, since it was a name bestowed by the pioneer, it is an unparalleled honor. All right, take us up the mountain. Upon hearing this, the 2 rabbit girls immediately turned around and squatted down. Please come up, sir. Therefore, the allocation plan was quickly determined. Lin Bei remained perched on Sylvie's back, while Li and Su Yao were cared for by Koro and Kelly, respectively. Sir, we're about to sprint. With a low shout. Whoosh. Koro and Klee's long legs, which looked slender but were actually full of explosive power, slammed into the ground. Like 2 pink and white cannonballs, they jumped directly from the spot and shot up the rock wall more than 10 meters high. Immediately afterwards, Sylvie also grabbed the rocks with both hands and followed closely behind. Chapter 116 Earth's Extraterrestrial Office. The wind whistled in my ears. Lin Bei held Sylvie tightly around the neck, feeling the thrill of alternating weightlessness and G-force. Just a few ups and downs. The 3 of them were safely transported to a platform 100 meters high, which was the very place where Li and the others had hidden not long ago. Lin Bei jumped off Sylvie's back, tidied his hair a bit, and then looked around at his surroundings. This is a natural platform located at the bottom of a cliff. It's hard to find this place unless you come up here yourself. Because the platform was perfectly blocked by a huge, outward protruding piece of Yaoli ore. Lin Bei suddenly realized. No wonder Xiao Yao's drone circled around in the sky so many times but didn't capture anything. This place is practically a natural hiding place. Li climbed off Kaluo's back and pointed to the rock wall inside the platform. This is the place. While hiding from the wild boar herd, Mian discovered the innermost metal door. Lin Bei looked in the direction she was pointing. At the deepest part of the platform, where what should have been rock was embedded a huge door. The door is about 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, and it has a high-tech feel. The material is extremely similar to the bracelet in Lin Bei's hand and the cube he had found before. There were no handles or keyholes on the door. It was completely sealed. It appears as if it was poured directly into the mountainside, blending seamlessly with the surrounding rocks. If you don't look closely, you might even mistake it for a flat stone wall that is slightly lighter in color. It's that metal again. Could it be that there is a phase space inside? Lin Bei was filled with curiosity, so he stepped forward and reached out to touch the storefront. Having already encountered the cube and the stone tablet, Lin Bei had developed a certain habitual way of thinking. Cool, smooth, with a unique metallic texture. This confirmed to him that it was definitely a relic of a pioneering civilization. Perhaps it's the operations center of this Yaoli mine? Once inside, you can control the mine and transform into Optimus Prime? A hint of excitement flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Since it's something from the pioneers, that makes things easier. Following the previous pattern, the simplest universal key will most likely still be the method of verifying identity through a toddler's saliva. Su Li said from the side. I tried pushing it and knocking it, but there was no response. It's normal that there's no reaction, Xiao Li. You should try licking it. Sylvie and Crockley lead the two mistresses back to stand guard. Yes. After everyone retreated to the edge of the platform, Lin Bei, with a rope tied around his waist, approached the gate again. The other end of the rope was in the hands of several animal-eared girls. Lin Bei was prepared that if anything unexpected happened, Sylvie and the others would immediately pull him back. He took a step forward, stuck out his tongue as if preparing to lick it, and moved closer to the door. Seeing this, Su Yao behind her couldn't help but cover her face and peek through her fingers. My brother is just like a little kid. He wants to lick everything he sees. First they were blocks, then stone tablets, and now they're even going after doors. Last night, I saw even my older sister was. Before she could finish speaking, a slender hand covered the brat's outspoken mouth. Su Li's face was flushed, but she still had to hold the gun in her other hand to keep watch. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll confiscate your snacks when we get back. Lin Bei completely blocked out the noise behind him. His mind was now filled with speculation about what lay behind the door, and his tongue was less than 5 centimeters from the cold door panel. At this critical moment, a sudden change has occurred. There is absolutely no need for contact. Buzz. Without any warning, the previously silent and seemingly unchanging silver gray gate suddenly emitted a low buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards, a soft white light strip illuminated the edge of the door frame. Lin Bei was startled and quickly retracted his outstretched tongue. He instinctively took a few steps back and assumed a defensive stance. Before he could even figure out what was going on, sizzle. A fan-shaped beam of white light suddenly shot out from a certain part above the gate. It moves with lightning speed, leaving no time to dodge. The beam of light instantly enveloped Lin Bei's entire body, scanning him quickly from head to toe. Lin Bei, be careful. Be careful, sir. The two women and the beast-eared girl were terrified, thinking it was some kind of offensive weapon, and instinctively rushed forward to protect them. Don't move. Lin Bei raised his hand to stop them. He felt no pain or discomfort. The beam was simply scanning, just as the terminal stone tablet scanned his body. The scan lasted only 1 second before the beam disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a voice came from above the metal door. Drop. Authentication successful. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Bei, Su Li, and Su Yao all shuddered violently, as if struck by lightning. The three of them heard a clear, pleasant female voice. But that's not important. The important thing is the language she speaks. Chinese. It was very standard Mandarin, with a broadcaster's accent. The woman's voice echoed across the empty cliff, so clear it seemed unreal. Race, carbon-based humans. Genetic origin, ZYP 1129, Earth in the Milky Way. Welcome to Pango Labs, Your Excellency first-class citizen. As the sound faded, the door slowly slid open to one side, revealing a deep, dark passageway inside. But by then, nobody cared what was behind the door anymore. Silence enveloped the platform. At that moment, even the wind on the mountaintop seemed to stop howling. The rifle in Su Li's hand slammed into the rock with a thud, but she didn't even notice. Su Yao loosened her hand that was covering her mouth, and her mouth opened into an O shape, big enough to fit an egg. Lin Bei, the person involved, stood frozen in place, his pupils dilating violently. A tingling electric current shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, making the hairs on his body stand on end and giving him goosebumps. On this alien planet, light years away from Earth, in this primitive world teeming with dinosaurs and animal-eared girls, he actually heard a standard Mandarin phrase. Lin Bei swallowed hard, wondering what the hell this Pangu laboratory he had just heard about was. Pangu, that's a legend that only exists on Earth, right? Is this an alien ruin? Or is it Earth's overseas office? Chapter 117 Fellow Earthlings, who was the last pioneer? Did we hear that right? Su Yao rubbed her ears, looking completely bewildered. Was it speaking Chinese just now? The metal gate's loud, clear Mandarin speech completely overwhelmed Lin Bei and his companions. We didn't mishear. Su Li raised the rifle in her hand again, pointing the muzzle directly into the doorway. It's Chinese, and it's standard Mandarin. Lin Bei took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He reached out and pressed down on Su Li's gun barrel, signaling her not to act rashly. Is anyone there? Lin Bei called out tentatively towards the gate, his voice echoing in the empty corridor, but there was no response. Are you from the same planet Earth? Come out, and let's meet. He was very polite verbally, but Lin Bei decided that if what came out was some kind of monster that mimicked human language, he would give it 2 purple eggs. If some old sage from Earth were trapped here, 1 shot would be enough. A few seconds later, the halo on the door frame flashed, and the female voice came again. Abnormal fluctuations in citizens' emotions were detected. Explanation. This laboratory is currently unattended, and no signs of other intelligent life forms have been detected. This system has been continuously running in standby mode. 65,502,080 Earth years converted from interstellar time. Snatched the young master. Upon hearing this number, Lin Bei's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his voice involuntarily rose in volume. 65 million years. Li and Su Yao also gasped. What era on Earth was 65 million years ago? It should still be in the ancient wilderness where dinosaurs have just gone extinct and mammals are still trembling in fear. If it was 65 million years ago, at that time, humans hadn't even evolved on Earth yet. So how could there be a Chinese language? That's not scientific. Before the 3 could even process this astonishing time span, the lab's system voice continued to broadcast, seemingly to answer the visitors' questions. We're trying to contact the current administrator of this lab. Calling on Wang Mang, a second-class citizen of the pioneering civilization. Communication request being sent. Contact failed. High-dimensional signal lost. Administrator unreachable. The air seemed to freeze. Wang the Blind? Or Wang Mang? Lin Bei turned to look at the 2 sisters. Is it the one I've heard of? The emperor who usurped the throne and established the new dynasty at the end of the Western Han dynasty. However, the 2 sisters, Li and Su Yao, looked completely bewildered, staring at each other blankly. Who is Wang Mang? Su Yao's eyes were filled with clear stupidity. Li frowned, tried hard to recall for a long time, and finally gave up helplessly. I think I read something like that in the textbook, but back then, I think I was drawing lots. Lin Bei covered his face in pain. What a waste of all the tutoring I gave you, he said with exasperation, and then launched into a science popularization session. Wang Mang was an emperor from over 2,000 years ago, but he is most famous not for being an emperor, but for being recognized online as a suspected time traveler. Time travelers? Just like us. The 2 women's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing the word. Right. In the past, netizens used to joke that he traveled back to ancient times from modern times. At this point, Lin Bei came back to his senses. Now it seems that everyone's guess was correct. He really is a time traveler. And he's a modern time traveler, since the access control system speaks Mandarin. I just don't know whether Wang Mang traveled to ancient times and the age of dinosaurs first, or to this planet first. Now, everything makes sense. Lin Bei couldn't help but swear. So we weren't the first unlucky ones on Earth. There were people who came here more than 60 million years ago. Moreover, it seems like he's not doing too well. Lin Bei keenly caught another key word in the system's words. It just said that administrators are second-class citizens. Brother, you've been around for so long, and you've only managed to get a second-class rank. Or is it that the class of citizens is determined entirely by bloodline, and no matter how hard one tries, one cannot improve it? Just as the 3 were still processing this shocking revelation, the access control system beeped again. Visitor identity detected, first-class citizen. During permission determination. According to the Pioneer Citizens' Rights Protection Act and Section 3 of the Child Protection Ordinance, first-class citizens naturally have superior rights over second-class citizens. It was detected that the original administrator, Wang Mang, a second-class citizen, had been out of contact for more than the legally stipulated period. Executing permission override procedure. Buzz. The lights on both sides of the gate changed from soft white to green, which represents authority. Coverage successful. Your Excellency Lin Bei, Panga welcomes you. You have become the highest-level owner of the Panga Biolab. The access control system's voice became exceptionally respectful. Pangu. Lin Bei's lips twitched. Goodness, Wang Mang's naming style is quite grand. I just inherited the estate like that. Looking at the gate that allowed him to pass through, Lin Bei had a sense of absurdity, as if he had just gone out for a walk and ended up picking up a listed company. Let's go in and take a look. A surge of courage arose within him. Although we don't know where the previous time traveler went. But since the laboratory has determined that the access rights have been overridden, this place is now Lin Bei's territory. Moreover, since it's a laboratory, it must contain many good things. Perhaps we can find medicines to enhance the body, or even more advanced technology. Come on, let's go inside. Sylvie, you all follow. The group carefully walked into the doorway, which led to a long, seemingly bottomless corridor. As Lin Bei stepped across the threshold, a faint green light swept across his body without any obstruction. Li and Su Yao also passed smoothly. However, when the beast-eared girl following behind tried to enter. Ouch! Meow! The three of them turned around and looked. Sylvie, Koro, and Klee, who had been following behind, suddenly seemed to have run into an invisible wall. They covered their noses and foreheads, and were blocked a meter away from the gate, unable to enter. A faint red light barrier was blocking them in the air. Warning, an unauthorized experimental subject has been detected attempting to intrude. Race identification, G-Series experimental derivative, sequence, 12 prototype. Determination, not a citizen, prohibited from entering the core control area. The access control system's voice was cold and impersonal. Sylvie was terrified, thinking she had angered the gods, and immediately knelt on the ground. My lord, I am guilty. I should not have approached the Holy Land. The two little rabbit girls were so frightened that they huddled together and trembled. Lin Bei turned around and looked at Sylvie, who was turned away and looked frightened, with a helpless expression. Access control, grant them authorization. Lin Bei commanded the air, they are my attendants. You are allowed to enter. Received administrator instructions. Temporary visitor privileges have been granted. Buzz. The red light curtain turned back into a soft green. Come in, it's all right now. Lin Bei waved his hand. Sylvie then stood up, took the two little bunny girls by the hand, and carefully stepped into the forbidden land belonging to the gods. Chapter 118 I fear not being shattered to pieces. I only wish to leave my innocence in the world. The group walked into the corridor. As soon as I entered, 2 rows of lights suddenly lit up on both sides of the originally dark corridor. Hiss! After seeing the surrounding scene clearly, Su Yao gasped and was so frightened that she clung to Lin Bei's arms. Brother, this place is scary. This is a wide corridor of biological specimens. On both sides of the corridor, there are rows of huge, cylindrical glass jars that reach all the way to the ceiling. Each jar was filled with a murky green liquid. Suspended within these liquids are gruesome biological specimens. Lin Bei looked at the contents of the first jar and felt a surge of emotions running through his mind. It was a huge fleshy ball as tall as a 3-story building, its surface covered with constantly wriggling tentacles and eyeballs of varying sizes. It looks like something out of the Cthulhu mythos, full of a twisted and chaotic beauty that is not aesthetically pleasing. Experimental subject code, G01. Name, a collection of billions of primitive genes. Evaluation, failure. Genetic breakdown, unlimited cell proliferation, and loss of intelligence. Was this done by Wang Mang? Suli suppressed her nausea and looked at the next jar. Lin Bei frowned as he looked at the holographic annotation beside him. It seems that our predecessor Wang Mang took a rather unconventional approach at the beginning. The group continued walking inside. The further you go in, the greater the visual impact and psychological pressure. Sylvie and the 2 bunny girls were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. The atmosphere here made them instinctively tremble, as if it were a fear etched deep in their blood. As the numbering increased, the creatures inside the glass jars began to change shape. Although still terrifying, they gradually began to take on the rudiments of life. In specimen number 10, the monster began to show the rudiments of limbs. But that's even more terrifying, because it looks like a forcibly sewn-together collection of tigers, lizards, and countless other species with a large number of unknown insects. Not only are its limbs twisted, but its joints grow in the opposite direction, and it has countless compound eyes and several mouths growing on its belly. Experimental subject code, G10. Evaluation, failure. Severe rejection reaction. Survival time, less than 3 hours. Specimen number 50. The monster began to walk upright. This is a giant 8 meters tall, covered in sharp bone spurs, with outward-facing muscles, no skin, and bright red muscle fibers directly exposed in green liquid. Its face only has a mouth full of fangs, without eyes or a nose. Ferocious and tyrannical. Vomit. Su Yao couldn't hold it in any longer and gagged. Lin Bei patted the back of Su Yao's hand to comfort her and pulled her to walk faster. Finally, the group reached the end of the corridor. Here, only a huge glass jar remains. But the liquid inside is clearer than the others. When Sylvie finally saw the creature floating inside, she let out a sound filled with hatred, having been terrified the whole way. Meow. My lord, it's the Walker Orc. That's right. The jar contains the Walker Orcs, who now number in the billions and are found all over the planet. Lin Bei looked at the annotation below. Experimental subject code G91. Name, Walker Orc. Evaluation. Physical condition is barely acceptable. Possesses basic intelligence, extremely strong reproductive capacity, and environmental adaptability. 2 test subjects were released for a brief test. Wang Meng's note, too ugly. Can't do that with them, trash. Lin Bei looked at these few lines of comments, and the truth came to light. Walker? Worker. You're a working class person, right? It's confirmed. Only modern people would name such a creation, designed for manual labor, a worker. Only modern people would be so timid and still set their voice to standard Mandarin. It's terrifying to think about. Did something go wrong when he traveled back in time, and his return point was tied to more than 2,000 years ago? A modern person travels back in time to become an emperor 2,000 years ago. They were transported to the prehistoric world, bringing dinosaurs to this alien planet. Next time I go back to Earth, I have to make sure they investigate. Let's see if there are any other people who have suddenly disappeared and are suspected of being time travelers. The experimental subjects have been examined. After passing through the specimen corridor that drove everyone mad, the view suddenly opened up before them. A colossal, domed hall came into view. There were no pillars, no display screens on the walls, and even the floor was some kind of translucent crystal with pale blue energy veins flowing beneath it. The entire hall was empty except for a huge ball of light, 10 meters in diameter, floating in midair at the very center. To Lin Bei and his companions, it was like a miniature universe model. Countless tiny points of light are born, die, and rotate within them, forming nebulae, vortices, and data streams. After everyone arrived at the center, the sphere of light dispersed, transforming into countless dazzling data galaxies that revolved around Lin Bei and his companions. Wow! Su Yao tilted her head back, her pupils reflecting a dazzling galaxy. Brother Lin Bei, are we in space? Lin Bei could not hide the shock in his heart. He tentatively reached out, wanting to touch that galaxy. As his fingertips approached, the data galaxy automatically dispersed, and countless intricate data chains, like swimming fish, actively wrapped around his fingers, bringing a slight tingling sensation. Hiss! Lin Bei gasped. The feeling was so incredibly comfortable, like the shivering sensation after urinating. He muttered to himself. It actually has a physical feel. I have to say, the technology of this pioneering civilization is far ahead of Earth's. After marveling at the technological gap, the data galaxy returned to its original form as a large sphere of light, and the group finally remembered their business. Pangu. Facing the miniature universe of data, Lin Bei gave the order. Retrieve for me the experimental operation log of the former manager, Wang Meng. I want to know what he did here, and where he went in the end. As the command was given, the miniature universe, which was in operation, suddenly stopped for a moment. Instructions received. Pangu's voice responded quickly, but instead of the answer Lin Bei wanted, it brought him a bucket of cold water. Retrieving log database. Warning. Error. The originally silvery white sphere of light suddenly vibrated violently, turning into a dazzling orange-yellow, like a star about to explode. The surrounding data streams also became chaotic and turbulent. Warning. Laboratory energy is critically low. Current energy reserves are only 0.002%. The Pangu laboratory has lost its primary civilization's energy supply for 130 million years. Explanation. During the past 65 million years of standby, priority was given to maintaining the minimum operational requirements of the experimental sample bank and ecological cycle system. The Pangu main control system automatically executes the energy-saving protocol, shutting down and deleting 99% of unnecessary data and test modules. Deleted. Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly pressed for an answer. What about the logbook? Logs containing historical operation records, detailed experimental data, and personal video footage of administrators were all completely deleted at the strong request of the original administrator, Wang Meng. The current log has only one comment remaining. Do you want to play it? Play. Immediately, a young man's voice appeared, sounding somewhat exasperated, with the sound of a cat meowing in the background. If any brothers come after me, no matter who you are, listen to my advice. I deleted all the logs here. Don't ask why. It's just because I formatted the page. I fear not being shattered to pieces, but only wish to leave behind a pure reputation in the world. Depend on. Chapter 119 Game Job Change. Gene Modulation. Besides deleting the database and running away, what usable functions are left in this place? Lin Bei looked helplessly at the floating sphere of light and uttered a soul-searching question. He finally inherited a listed company, only to find out he had nothing but an empty shell. This sense of disparity is truly unbearable. Pengu, take a self-examination and see what else you have left. Instructions received. The suspended orb of light flickered slightly, and streaks of light darted through the entire laboratory. Self-checking in progress. The weapon development module is missing its offline core components. The biological cultivation module has been suspended due to depletion of raw material reserves. The ecological simulation module has been damaged and lacks maintenance for a long time. The series of unavailable messages made Lin Bei's heart sink. So, besides the access control system, there's nothing left? Just when he was about to give up, the system finally gave him good news. One available functional module has been detected. G-Series Gene Knockout and Optimization Matrix, abbreviated as Gene Modulation. Status: Online Low Power Standby. Gene Modulation? Lin Bei's eyes lit up. What exactly can it do? Give me an instruction manual. Explanation: This module is not used to create new experimental subjects, but rather to purify and upgrade existing bodies. For newly born pioneer citizens, it can activate dormant recessive pioneer G gene fragments within the body, repairing defects at the cellular level, achieving 0.5% of the theoretically perfect physical state. Expected effects: lifespan extended to 3,000 Earth years, enhanced brain development, and partial unlocking of bodily functions. 3,000 years. Li and Su Yao's breathing quickened when they heard the number. For humans, this is practically the myth of immortality. Pengu continues broadcasting. 4 sequence, 12 test subjects. The redundant G91 ORC gene remaining in their bodies can be removed, inducing them to fully awaken into the complete form of sequence 12. On the holographic projection, a row of extremely prestigious-looking career options was immediately displayed. 1. Driving Control System. Starweaver, a natural-born master of operation, skilled at weaving cosmic routes, able to pilot even a spaceship. Star Shuttle Master, the ultimate in spatial perception, capable of performing Star Shuttle micromanagement in subspace. God's Throne. 2. Combat, Assault Type. Blade Maid, a melee specialist, a reaper who charges in alone. Valkyrie, an all-around battlefield Valkyrie with a built-in psionic shield. Extinction Angel. 3. Psychic Perception System. Listener, Prophet, MindNet Spirit Woman. 4. Logistics Research Department. Interpreter, Master Architect, Creator. I'm going. Lin Bei was dumbfounded when he saw the list of cool names. It's so high-end, and it doesn't look like a scientific experiment. It looks more like a special job change in an online game. He turned to look at Sylvie, his eyes burning with desire. If only we could transform all these beast-eared girls into Valkyries or Extinction Angels. After that, forget about orc tribes. Even sweeping across the other 11 planets wouldn't be a dream. By the way, didn't they say that only 0.02% of the energy was left? Lin Bei suddenly thought of a crucial question and asked it with some concern. Can it even handle such advanced functions? Don't let the power go out halfway through and ruin my chemonomy. Administrators, please rest assured that 0.02% is relative to the total energy required for planetary-level ecological transformation. For single-cell biomodulation, the required energy is extremely low, even negligible. Calculations show that the remaining energy is sufficient to support the complete modulation of approximately 2 million standard experimental subjects. 2 million. Lin Bei gasped, then was overjoyed. There are only about 10 million beast-eared girls in total. If I had 2 million awakened super soldiers under my command, I would have unified the planet long ago. That's enough. More than enough. Come on, since it's a benefit, we should let our own people enjoy it first. Lin Bei didn't hesitate at all. Good things should be tried by himself and his closest relatives first. Give us 3 a set first. He looked at the 2 obedient girls. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although we don't know what the process will be like, the benefits will be enormous. We all believe in you. Suli nodded firmly. I want to become strong too. I want to protect my brother. Su Yao waved her little fist. Okay, let's begin. Following Lin Bei's command, the sphere of light dispersed once more. Countless data streams materialized on the ground, coalescing into 3 egg-shaped experimental chambers emitting a soft white light. Creating something out of nothing. Amazing. Lin Bei exclaimed again. After removing their outer garments, the 3 of them lay down in the experimental chamber. The hatch slowly closed, plunging us into darkness. There was no suffocating feeling as I had imagined. Instead, a pale golden liquid gushed out from the bottom and quickly enveloped my entire body. This liquid doesn't have the viscous feel of a liquid. Instead, it's like a warm glow. There was no pain, only a warm and peaceful feeling, like returning to the womb. Lin Bei felt as if he were floating on clouds, every cell in his body cheering and greedily absorbing the golden energy. This feeling is even more enjoyable than doing 100 assignments at the same time. 1 hour later. Laugh. With the sound of the air valve opening, the hatch slowly opened and the white mist dissipated. Lin Bei sat up from inside the cabin and casually waved his arm. Lin Bei let out a long breath and looked down at his hands. His already impressive muscles became even more defined, with smooth and toned lines. Most importantly, it's about temperament. Even if he did nothing at this moment, he exuded an aura of a natural superior. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, as if they could see through all illusions. This is a sublimation at the genetic level, a leap in the essence of life. Wow. A gasp of surprise came from the side. Su Yao also woke up. She leaned over the edge of the cabin, staring intently at Lin Bei. Brother, you look just like one of those legendary immortals. Lin Bei turned his head and was also stunned. Not only him, but the changes in Li and Su Yao were even more astonishing. Their skin was not only fair and smooth, but also had a jade-like glow, as if it had a built-in soft focus filter. Although the facial features remained unchanged, their combination created a captivating, ethereal aura. Even now, wearing only simple inner layers, they are still incredibly beautiful, like goddesses who have mistakenly descended to the mortal world. Is this the power of pioneer genes? Su Li raised her hand and looked at her crystal-clear fingertips. I feel that my vision, hearing, and reaction speed have improved countless times. The whole world became clearer and more vivid in their eyes. That's incredible. It's only activated 0.5% of the pioneer gene, and it's already this powerful. Lin Bei clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. Next, it's their turn. Chapter 1, 20 lowly with beast ears. The best things come in small packages. Next, it's their turn. The three of them walked out of the experimental chamber and looked at the three beast-eared girls who were hiding in the distance, trembling with fear. Sylvie, come here. Sylvie looked at the jars containing the terrifying monsters, then at the eggshells that had swallowed and then spat out adults, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She thought she was going to be turned into a specimen in the hallway outside. But when she saw Lin Bei's dignified yet encouraging gaze, her loyalty as a member of his family overcame her fear. Yes, sir. For loyalty. For our Lord. She gritted her teeth, walked forward step by step, and lay down in the experimental chamber as if facing death. Although Koro and Klee were scared, they gritted their teeth and followed. Choose a career. Lin Bei stood in front of the large ball of light, looking at the awakening options before him, eager to try. Of course, we'll choose the most handsome one. I want the Valkyrie. Without hesitation, he clicked on the Valkyrie icon, not for any other reason than that the Valkyrie was still big. However, Pengu ruthlessly poured cold water on the situation. Error, awakening path missing. Error, gene pool damaged. Huh? It's gone. Pengu's answer remained ruthless. It's gone too. Lin Bei, feeling helpless and unwilling to give up, continued to choose. What about the extinction angel? It sounds very powerful, but is it feasible? Sorry, data is missing. The blade maid. Sorry, data is missing. Lin Bei clicked on several cool-sounding awakening names, but they all turn out to be gray. Damn it. This won't work, that won't work, what's left? Left with no other choice, he could only ask Pengu to list the only available option at the moment. In the end, only one lonely icon remained lit up on the screen. Starweaver. Warning. Genetic recombination will eliminate the reproductive isolation barrier between the experimental subjects and the pioneer citizens. Please take good care of your health, Your Excellency, first-class citizen. Upon seeing this note, Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat. Eliminate reproductive isolation? Sylvie previously stated that both beast-eared girls and beast men are reproductively isolated and cannot reproduce, relying solely on continuous mutations to produce offspring. But now, as long as she goes through this bathing process, the beast girl can give birth to monkeys. No, to kittens? Lin Bei's Adam's apple bobbed, and his gaze became somewhat strange. He turned his back, avoiding looking at the two women. Why are you warning me? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Snort. The Star Weaver is the Star Weaver. Although it's not a purely combat-oriented profession, considering that I'll definitely be working on spaceships and mechs in the future. Such technically skilled personnel are even scarcer. Start it up, hurry up. The hatch closed as the command was given. An even more intense green light began to flicker inside the cabin, and all the energy in the entire laboratory was converging on it. Deleting inferior G91 gene fragments. Bone density is being regenerated. Compressing bioenergy. The waiting time always feels long. Lin Bei and the other two stood guard beside the experimental chamber, studying the newborn's perfect body. After the three of them got tired of playing, Su Yao lay on Lin Bei's arm and imagined what was going on. I wonder what Sylvie will be like after she comes out. Will it grow wings? Or become as strong as the Hulk? Probably not. Finally, the countdown reached 0. A crisp notification sound rang out. Gene modulation is complete. The experimental subject's vital signs were stable, indicating successful optimization. As the pressure valve loosened, white mist gushed out from the gap, filling the entire laboratory. All right. Lin Bei and the two women eagerly rushed over, wanting to inspect their new subordinates as soon as possible. However, once the hatch was fully opened and the white fog dissipated, Lin Bei was stunned. He craned his neck to look into the large cabin that had originally contained Sylvie. Where are they? Where did Sylvie, who was originally lying there, with a height of 3.2 meters, a hot figure, and an imposing presence, go? The cabin was empty except for a pile of scattered, large animal skin garments. Could it have been lost through training? Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat. Just then, the large pile of animal hides moved. A delicate, fair hand suddenly emerged from beneath the pile of animal hides and gripped the edge of the hatch. Immediately afterwards, a petite figure, with long, wet, silver hair, struggled to crawl out of the pile of animal hides. When the full figure was seen, Lin Bei, Li, and Su Yao were all petrified at the same time. Sylvie. It's Sylvie, but it's completely different from the Sylvie we knew before. Her height underwent a dramatic reversal, shrinking from an imposing 3.2-meter giantess to, it looks only 1.55 meters tall. Her original wild and mature figure had completely disappeared, leaving only a delicate and supple girl's body with perfect proportions. Her skin was so tender it seemed like you could squeeze water out of it, and her features became more delicate, losing some of their sharpness and gaining a more tender and endearing quality. The white cat ears on its head became smaller and more delicate, and the tail behind it became fluffy and soft, swaying gently. The most critical thing is, because of her drastically reduced size, the animal skin skirt that could barely cover her vital parts now looked like a giant bed sheet to her. As she stood up, the large animal hide slid down her smooth skin. A petite yet perfectly proportioned, curvaceous, and fair body was displayed before the three of them without reservation. And not a single stray cat. Smooth and lustrous like jade. Meow. Sylvie opened her golden eyes in confusion, seemingly still adjusting to her current perspective and height. She looked up at Lin Bei, who had suddenly become incredibly tall, her eyes filled with confusion. Sir, why have I gotten shorter? Her voice changed too. The deep, mature female voice she used to have is gone, replaced by a soft, sweet, and slightly fierce lowly voice. A lowly girl named Sylvie? Su Yao exclaimed in surprise, her eyes sparkling. So cute. Like a porcelain doll. At this moment, the other two hatches also opened. Koro and Klee also climbed out. They fared even worse, going from 2.9 meters tall to tiny little ones under 1.4 meters. Its pinkish-white floppy ears almost reached its shoulders, and its big, watery eyes were so cute that Lin Bei almost had a nosebleed. Three newly created animal-eared lowly girls stood bewildered in the pile of clothes, looking at the three equally bewildered girls. Pengu, explain yourself. Although Lin Bei found the sight pleasing to the eye, he couldn't help but question it. What happened to the promised evolution? Why did it shrink after evolving? That's amazing. Answer. The characteristics of the G91 orc gene are inefficient, bloated, and relying on mindless accumulation of biomass and muscle mass to obtain brute strength. The characteristics of the Starweaver are high efficiency, precision, and highly compressed energy. This is the first stage of evolution toward pioneer genes. Get rid of useless fat, redundant genes, and inefficient muscle, and return to the most efficient and perfect biological body shape. Note, the best things are often the best. Lin Bei's lips twitched slightly as he read the explanation. Is concentrated essence the best? He looked at the three in front of him, how the tables had turned, and now the little guy only reached his chest, and muttered to himself. This is way too concentrated. Lin Bei's gaze swept over Sylvie's small body, which, although smaller overall, still retained its original charm. If we bring this back to Earth, people will think it's something special. But then Lin Bei thought about it again and felt relieved. They are, after all, beast-eared girls. They have the word beast in their name. According to the rules of the animal kingdom, and in the orc's algorithm, an orc is considered an adult after 1 year of birth. Yes, that's right. Chapter 121 Changing Size Anywhere, Lin Bei, my big truck, is back. Although her appearance has changed to that of a cute girl, Sylvie has not yet adapted to her new body. She looked at her hands, which had become small and delicate, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. My lord, has my power disappeared? In this dog-eat-dog world, physique often represents strength. For Sylvie, shrinking meant becoming weaker, which made her extremely uneasy. Don't panic. Lin Bei snapped out of his daze and took out 3 sets of spare women's clothing from the face space. Although these clothes were Su Li's size, they were still a bit too big for the current beast-eared girl, as if she were wearing an adult's clothes. But it's still better than being naked. Come on, put it on. Seeing that the 3 animal-eared girls didn't know how to dress, the 3 of them personally helped them put on their clothes and button them up. Pengu, is there a place to test your strength? Lin Bei asked. Yes, adults do. A portion of the data stream from the large sphere suddenly split off and materialized on the empty ground. It turned into a metal wall shimmering with blue light and a boxing target. Sylvie, go give it a try. Lin Bei pointed to the boxing target. Punch it with all your might. Yes. Although little Sylvie was unsure, she had to obey the adult's orders. She walked to the target, took a deep breath, and adjusted her posture. Although my body has shrunk, my fighting instincts remain, and the familiar feeling of exerting force has not disappeared. On the contrary, it is even smoother. It was as if every cell in her body was responding to her will. She let out a delicate shout, and her pink little fist slammed out like a cannonball, hitting the bullseye hard. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded in the laboratory. A punch had actually created a sonic boom. The metal target was deeply dented by the punch, and blue light flashed violently. A red number popped up on the screen above. Impact force, 50.8 tons. 50 tons. Lin Bei gasped, his mouth agape. What does this mean? A tank probably weighs only 50 or 60 tons. In other words, this petite girl, who looks delicate and easily pushed over, is only 1.5 meters tall. One punch can knock over a tank. Did I type this? Sylvie herself was startled. The moment she threw the punch, she knew that her strength had more than tripled. She also had a strange feeling that her power could continue to increase as long as she wanted to. Try the speed again. Lin Bei became even more excited. Jump. Jump up. Sylvie nodded, bent her knees slightly, and then leaped lightly. Whoosh. She was like a feather unbound by gravity, soaring directly to the ceiling of the laboratory, which was over 20 meters high. In the air, she was able to perform dozens of standard backflips with ease. Then it floated down lightly, silently, just like a real cat. Koro, Klee, you two should try it too. The 2 little guys who were watching the show nearby exchanged a glance and timidly walked to the test wall. Looking at the bullseye that had automatically returned to its flat state, they felt a little uncertain. Hey huh. The 2 little girls held hands, as if to embolden themselves, and simultaneously let out a sweet shout. Just as they exerted their strength, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! A visible shockwave suddenly erupted around the 2 petite figures. Immediately afterwards, to Lin Bei and Su Li's astonished gaze, their bodies rapidly expanded as if inflated. In the blink of an eye, the 2 little kids, each less than 1.4 meters tall, disappeared. The 2 bunny girls' newly changed clothes exploded. A beast-eared girl, nearly 3 meters tall and exuding a terrifying aura, appeared before everyone. This is the original size of the Kemonomami, animal-eared girl, but it looks even more powerful and beautiful now. Boom. The 2 enlarged fists simultaneously slammed into the bullseye. The test wall trembled violently, and the numbers on it jumped wildly before finally settling on a breathtaking value. Impact amount, 352.4 tons. What? The value is almost 7 times higher than Sylvie's lowly form just now. Lin Bei hadn't even had a chance to ask how it got bigger. The 2 rabbit giants deflated like punctured balloons, and with a poof, their bodies shrank rapidly once again. They turned back into the 2 soft, cute, and easily pushed little girls they used to be. At this moment, their legs were weak, and they sat on the ground with their bare bottoms exposed, their long ears drooping limply. Wow, Master is so hungry. Just then, The strength data test has been completed, and an analysis report has been generated. Reminder, Starweaver Awakening Route Mechanism, Dual Form Switching. Normal state, low power standby mode. This means compressing the body size to minimize the metabolic rate in order to adapt to the extreme space environment. Combat mode, also known as overclocking berserk mode, unlocks genetic limitations, allowing free control over body size, with all stats doubling with body size. Warning, in combat mode, the body will rapidly burn its stored bioenergy. Before the Starweaver comes into contact with psionic energy, hunger is a normal physiological reaction. After hearing Panga's explanation, the three were finally no longer confused. High attack, high defense, and high agility. It can change size anytime, anywhere, that's great. Lin Bei looked at Sylvie, who was trying to change size, with an intense gaze. Even the Starweaver, who is not good at fighting, has such combat power. How strong must a combat-type character be? Then, the report came out. Looking at the terrifying physical data, Lin Bei was also itching to try his hand at it. So the three of them went up and tested it themselves. Lin Bei walked up to the target and threw a punch with 90% of his strength. 10.2 tons. 10 tons. Lin Bei looked at the data, and although it couldn't compare to the monstrousness of the beast-eared girl, but for humans, it has already surpassed the limits of any human on Earth, making him a true Captain America. Just then, Su Yao's crying could be heard from the side. Wah, I don't want to live anymore. The little girl stood on a device that looked like a weighing scale, looking at the numbers on it, and cried her eyes out. 500 kilograms. Brother, I've turned into a pig. I weigh a ton. Wah. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed found that although Su Yao's figure had not changed, her weight had soared to 520 kilograms. Lin Bei smiled and patted her head, saying, Fool, you only weigh half a ton. 1,000 kilograms is equal to 1 ton. Wah. The little girl cried even harder. Don't cry, don't cry. Lin Bei suppressed a laugh and comforted him. That just means you're strong. You won't be afraid of being blown away by typhoons anymore. How reassuring. I don't want security. I want to be light. Su Yao cried. Chapter 122, A New Speculation, the Archmage. After some back and forth, everyone finally accepted the new setup. However, since we're already here, let's not rush off. Let's look around some more. Instead of leaving immediately, Lin Bei led the group to explore every corner of the laboratory. He was like a picky administrator, wandering around the various closed compartments and specimen jars. But after searching for a long time, Lin Bei's brows furrowed more and more. Strangeness. He quickly flipped through the few remaining biological atlases on the large sphere of light. Why aren't there any experimental subjects related to dinosaurs? This place contains Frankenstein's monsters, orcs, and the genes of various modern animals from Earth. The only missing piece is the genetic data of the dinosaurs that roam the mountains and fields outside. Pangu, Lin Bei asked directly. Pangu, retrieve the genetic map and breeding records of dinosaurs, or rather, the wackabeasts. Searching. Answer, no. This species has never been included in any of our laboratory's experimental projects. No? Lin Bei's heart sank suddenly as a huge logical flaw surfaced in his mind. Something's not right. Sylvie clearly stated that dinosaurs were biological weapons brought by pioneers. Moreover, Lin Bei himself has verified that the feathered Tyrannosaurus has a genetic lock in its body and can obey the commands of the Herald language. But here's the problem. Lin Bei glanced at the laboratory, which was surrounded by Chinese signs, and then remembered the access control system that only spoke Mandarin. Wang Mang was merely a second-class citizen. Logically speaking, given his authority and the conditions at the time, he most likely wouldn't have been able to learn the obscure and difficult-to-understand language that required mental fluctuations. Otherwise, this laboratory wouldn't have gone to the trouble of translating its operating system into Chinese. Lin Bei's brain was working at lightning speed. Since Wang Mang didn't know the hermit language, how did he give commands to the dinosaurs? And how did he implant the hermit language control system into the dinosaurs? Unless dinosaurs were not brought by Wang Mang at all. Could it be that 6,550 years ago, there was another pioneer who existed at the same time as Wang Mang? A true first-class citizen, someone who is proficient in the language of the pioneers. Thinking of this, Lin Bei quickly turned his head, wanting to discuss this amazing discovery with Li and Su Yao. Xiao Li Yao Yao, don't you think? However, when he saw the two sisters holding an orc bone specimen with clear, stupid expressions that said, "What is this? How disgusting. Throw it away." Lin Bei opened his mouth, but in the end, he swallowed his words back. Forget it. I can't reason with these two idiots. He could only fall into deep thought alone. If there really were two pioneers. Lin Bei's thoughts began to wander, and combining them with the history of Earth, a name emerged. A contemporary of Wang Mang, a mortal enemy, and equally legendary. The chosen one of the dimensions, Li Xiao, a legendary archmage capable of summoning meteors. Could it be that the historical legends Sylvie spoke of are inaccurate? Actually, 65 million years ago, there were two Earthlings who descended here. One is Wang Mang, a time traveler, and the other is Li Xiao, the chosen one of the world. The two couldn't stand each other, and they even started fighting here? Lin Bei thought about it more and more, and it seemed reasonable, and he even imagined an interstellar war. So Wang Mang hid in this laboratory and used Earth's biological genes to create an army of orcs. And Li Xiao, a first-class citizen, as a higher-level overlord, directly brought the Earth's overlord at that time, the dinosaur, and used the Forerunner's language to lock up the dinosaur. At last, Lin Bei thought of the time when the dinosaurs went extinct on Earth, which was exactly 65 million years ago. This coincides perfectly with the lab's standby time. Is it possible that Li Xiao did this to prevent Wang Mang from obtaining dinosaur genetic samples, or to sever some kind of connection? They actually activated a meteorite summoning spell on Earth, wiping out the dinosaurs. Then, carrying the last dinosaur genes, they ran to this planet to confront Wang Mang? Lin Bei gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. It's terrifying to think about, family members. Although all of this was just speculation, looking at the orcs and dinosaurs covering the mountains and plains outside, Lin Bei felt that the speculation was not entirely unfounded. It seems that the water on this planet is deeper than I imagined. Lin Bei shook his head, putting these mind-bending historical mysteries out of his mind. Regardless of the truth, at least for now, he is the only master here. Before leaving, Lin Bei suddenly remembered the terrifying black tower he had seen through the binoculars. A building facing this planet, resembling a planetary cannon. Pangu. Lin Bei pointed to the direction above his head. What exactly are those black towers lined up in a straight line on the surface of the main star? And what about the huge metal planes beneath those towers? Reply to Administrator. That is a planetary-level gravity anchor and an ecological environment regulation tower. Function 1, gravity countermeasure. CB-12 is too close to its parent star, C. Without the force field shield formed by the regulating tower, this planet would be torn apart by the terrifying gravity of its parent star. Function 2, ecological regulation. It can regulate the planet's gravity parameters, atmospheric composition, and climate cycle. Function 3, planet reboot. Upon complete ecological collapse or receiving orders from the planet's administrator, perform a formatting cleanup to reshape the surface environment. Upon hearing the words restart and clean, Lin Bei's eyelids twitched. Who can control the tower? Won't it explode on its own? Answer. The tower is in automatic operation mode. To change parameters or perform a restart, you need the highest level key, the ecosystem control terminal. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei subconsciously scanned the space in his bracelet. In a corner of the space, the large black stone tablet, which had been worshipped by the beast-eared girl tribe for countless years and was now put away by him, lay there quietly. Lin Bei was overjoyed, but he remained outwardly calm. He simply nodded, without telling Pangu that the control terminal was in his hands. One should always be wary of others. It's best to keep these trump cards to yourself. Keeping the secret to himself, Lin Bei asked the question that concerned him most. Besides the lost main civilization, where else can we get advanced energy replenishment? Answer. 2 directions of high-energy reaction source were detected. I. The interior of the C main star above contains a large amount of star core energy, energy level 2. 2. The environmental regulation towers on the surface of the primary star usually store a small amount of backup level 3 energy, such as dark matter or high-energy crystals. Lin Bei looked up and glanced at the enormous planet above him. Are there batteries under the black tower? However, although it looks close, it is still a distance spanning the stars. It seems we'll have to develop a space shuttle in the future. Finally, Lin Bei asked, unwilling to give up. Are there any other laboratories on this planet? Or any relics left by other pioneers? Answer, data loss, insufficient permissions. It cannot be determined whether other similar facilities exist. Fine. If you don't know, then forget it. Lin Bei stopped worrying about it. Now that we know the energy source is overhead, our goal is clear. But he wasn't in a hurry. At least until the beast-eared girl has collected everything, we will not consider going to the main star above us. Let's go home. With 3 newly minted lowly war goddesses in tow, Lin Bei and his group walked out of the ruins gate and returned to the plaza below along the cliff. It was already evening by then. A huge planet appeared overhead, and moonlight illuminated the ground. This time, the 3 of them didn't let the animal-eared girl carry him anymore. First, the conditions didn't allow it. Second, the 3 of them were strong enough to come down on their own. When they returned to the rocky beach plaza below, the animal-eared girls were still busily smoking meat, the firelight illuminating the surroundings. When they saw the pioneer return, they all stopped and bowed. But then, everyone's eyes widened, staring blankly at the 3 petite and adorable figures following behind Lin Bei. Long silver hair, familiar cat ears, and that leader's aura etched into his very bones. But why has Chief Sylvie become so small? Is that the leader? How did it turn into a cub? Did it receive a blessing from an adult? Oh my god, so cute, smaller than an adult. I want to hug her. The animal-eared girls whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Hearing the discussions among her tribesmen, Sylvie blushed slightly, but she quickly composed herself, trying to project the dignity of a leader. She tried to stand on her tiptoes to make herself look taller. What are you looking at? Don't we have to work anymore? Sylvie put her hands on her hips and let out a cute but fierce rebuke. This is a new life bestowed by the adults. It is a higher form. Anyone who dares to slack off again will have their dinner canceled tonight. Although Sylvie's voice softened, the familiar imposing aura was even stronger. The animal-eared girls shuddered and quickly continued working, but their eyes couldn't help but dart over there. Lin Bei stood on high ground, looking at the 3-meter-tall female giants filling the square, and then at the 3 exquisitely crafted, fully formed figures beside him, which looked like figurines. He rubbed his temples, feeling a heavy responsibility ahead. It takes an hour each time, and there aren't many cubicles in the lab. To transform all 10 million plus beast-eared girls into beautiful lowly warriors. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Chapter 123, Chapter 121, Ground troops are about to arrive. The animal-eared girls, who had been busy all day, were starving. Seeing this, Lin Bei walked to a large iron pot, picked up a spoon, and tapped the edge of the pot 3 times. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the entire plaza camp. Lin Bei focused his energy in his dantian and roared. Stop work. Lunch is served. That shout was more effective than a rallying cry. The animal-eared girls, who had been moving timber and collecting jerky, stopped in unison. Oh whoa, time to eat. I can eat every day. Cheers and the sound of wiping drool filled the air, but there was no chaotic scene of people scrambling for food. The beast-eared girls, who had long been trained to be obedient, turned around and picked up the tools they had prepared beforehand from the edge of the construction site. Those were large benches they made themselves. Although it's called a bench, it's actually just a round stump made of charred sandalwood, sawn into sections. Although rough, it is sturdy and can handle hundreds of kilograms as if it were nothing. Thump, thump, thump. A series of dull thuds rang out. The animal-eared girls, either carrying or shouldering huge wooden stumps, rushed to several large, long wooden tables. Put down the stool and sit down obediently. In the blink of an eye, 200 or so animal-eared girls, whether they were silver-haired Lolas who had shrunk or tall, mature women, all sat around the table. They placed their hands on their knees, and behind them, all sorts of tails wagged wildly in anticipation of food. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on the spoon in Lin Bei's hand. This scene is just like children waiting for snacks in kindergarten. Good boy/girl. Lin Bei chuckled and waved his hand. Mian mian, serve the food. Thick smoke, carrying the aroma of burnt grease, billowed through the night air. The banquet was of extremely high caliber to celebrate the completion of the new home and the success of the first large-scale hunt. In the center of this bustling scene, there is a large wooden table that was just made. The new wooden table was large and rough. It was simply a piece of the core of a golden nanmu tree, which was over 10 meters thick, cut horizontally, and placed on a few stones underneath. Lin Bei sat in the main seat, with Su Li on his left and Su Yao on his right. He took out his phone and snapped a picture, planning to post it on Douyin later. Look, this is the table where I eat. Anyone want to take it to make beads? Opposite him sat 3 little animal-eared girls who had just shrunk to a tiny size. Sylvie is currently wearing one of Lin Bei's white shirts. Because the shirt was too long, the hem covered the top of the thighs, leaving the lower body bare. She sat on a wooden stool, swinging her two fair legs back and forth, holding a piece of meat bigger than her face in her hands, eating with a happy expression. As for the two bunny-eared girls, Koro and Kori, they were wearing cartoon t-shirts donated by Su Yao, holding wooden bowls bigger than their faces and burying their heads in their food. Eat up. Don't be shy. Lin Bei grabbed a piece of golden brown roasted pork belly, took a big bite, and his mouth was full of oil. The meat of this wild boar is extremely delicious when roasted. Lin Bei confirmed that it was a product that had undergone gene modulation. Su Yao ate without even lifting her head, like a little hamster. Not far away, a group of 3-meter-tall beast-eared girls, who were in charge of grilling meat and distributing food, were secretly glancing over with extremely envious eyes as they worked. They weren't envious of the food, since everyone was eating the same meat. What they envied was the intimate relationship between the little animal-eared girl and the adult. After the leaders shrink, will they be able to sit at the same table with the pioneers and eat every day? Yes, adults can pat your head and stick stickers on you. I want to get one too. These whispers circulated among the beast-eared girls, further strengthening their resolve to pass the divine trial. Behind Lin Bei, for newly joined feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex had just finished enjoying their spoils. The place where they ate wasn't an underground city. The foundation was solid rock, so Lin Bei allowed them to approach and rest. Each beast had several large bones placed in front of it, and the prehistoric behemoths were now eating contentedly, their stomachs full. Snap! Snap! The sound of bones being chewed echoed throughout the room. These genetically modified dinosaurs chewed bones as easily as they chewed potato chips. Suddenly, Lin Bei was nudged by the Tyrannosaurus King behind him. Ouch! What are you doing? Lin Bei was drinking soup when the huge head bumped into him, almost making him swallow the soup up his nose. I put down the bowl and glared at it with annoyance. The largest of the group, Security Captain Number 1, was bringing his enormous head close, his scaly chin rubbing against his back. Humph humph humph. It made anxious low growls, appearing somewhat restless. What's wrong? Lin Bei patted its scale-covered nostrils and tried asking in the pioneer language, is there not enough meat? Aren't there still several tons on the ground? Upon hearing the divine words, the feathered Tyrannosaurus immediately stopped dragging, shaking its enormous head like a rattle drum. A woo, roar, woohoo. Lin Bei, not hungry. The air suddenly became quiet for a few seconds. Lin Bei was having a headache. He had discovered a major problem. This pioneering message is a one-way channel. My words carry mental instructions, so they can understand them even across species. But all they were saying sounded like wild beasts to me. How could they communicate like that? Lin Bei tried to use hand gestures. Do you need to use the restroom? The Tyrannosaurus Rex grew anxious. It opened its large mouth and gently bit Lin Bei's clothes. He tried to drag Lin Bei towards the forest, his anxious eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Let go. Let go. The clothes are going to tear. Lin Bei quickly pulled the hem of his clothes back. Just then, Sylvie, who had been sitting opposite and silently observing this side, suddenly put down the meat in her hand. She tilted her head, looking thoughtfully at the agitated Tyrannosaurus King. Grown-ups. It looks like it wants to go home. At this moment, Sylvie still had a bit of sauce on the corner of her mouth because she had eaten too quickly. The combination of the oversized white shirt and the dangling little feet creates an inexplicable and adorable contrast. Go home. Lin Bei was taken aback and turned to look at Sylvie. There's food and drink here, why go home? Sylvie explained. My lady, these giant waka beasts usually have a very strong sense of territory. And it's the end of the breeding season in the forest now. In their nests, there are likely still newly hatched baby animals or unhatched eggs that need care. At this point, Sylvie pointed to the depths of the forest. Although there is food here, it is probably worried that its offspring at home will starve to death or encounter danger. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Sylvie was right. Turns out he's a good family man. No, he's a good dragon. Let me ask first. Lin Bei immediately turned to the feathered Tyrannosaurus and asked again in the herald language, this time asking very specifically. Whoa. Upon hearing this, the feathered Tyrannosaurus leader seemed to have found a kindred spirit, and its massive head nodded frantically. Its normally ferocious eyes were now filled with tears. She looked at Lin Bei with teary eyes, letting out an extremely aggrieved sob, as if to say, Boss, I want to go home and take care of my wife and children. That's really true. Chapter 124, Chapter 122, The Lowly Evolution Assembly Line. I really miss home. Lin Bei laughed and slammed his hand on the table. Since that's the case, then it's easy to handle. He stood up, walked up to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and, without bothering to look at the grease on its mouth, patted it. Go back to what home? Lin Bei held Tyrannosaurus King's head, making it look down at the square and then at the mountain of jerky behind it, and said domineeringly, "From now on, this will be your home, dinosaurs. This territory belongs to me, and it also belongs to you. Go back now. Take your wife and children, no matter how big or small, whether they are newly hatched or unhatched eggs. Bring them all here, as long as they're alive." At this point, Lin Bei once again resorted to his tried-and-true method of making empty promises. They can fool you every time. Tell them that food and lodging are provided, and there's plenty of meat. They can eat as much as they want. And as you know, the White Death is coming soon. It's so cold in the forest, the cubs could easily freeze to death. We have hot water and heating here. We guarantee your babies will survive. Did you understand? Your whole family is moving in to join our gang. Although the feathered Tyrannosaurus leader didn't understand what heating was, it did understand that food and lodging were provided and that the cubs would survive. For wild animals struggling to survive in the harsh natural world, nothing is more tempting than a stable source of food and a safe haven. Roar! It looked up and let out a long, excited roar, the sound waves rolling. It gratefully nuzzled Lin Bei with its head, then turned and roared at its three other underlings. No further explanation is needed. Boom! The four enormous creatures strode forward, filled with eagerness and excitement to return to the village and fetch help, and galloped wildly into the depths of the forest. Watching them disappear into the distance, Su Li felt a little worried. Will they come back? Don't worry. Lin Bei smiled confidently and sat back down in his seat. Look at Ada and Xiao. They've tasted the heavenly life here, and they won't leave even if we chase them away. Besides, controlling the gene lock is no joke. Li and Su Yao turned their heads, watching the two ginseng roots sticking cigarettes into their nostrils and enjoying a smoke. He silently agreed with Lin Bei's statement. Yesterday, who would have believed that these two kids wouldn't work without a cigarette? After a satisfying meal, night fell. But tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Let's get down to business. Lin Bei wiped his mouth, stood up, and glanced at the beast-eared girls in the square who were still savoring their dinner. Sylvie. The kitten girl immediately jumped off the stool and straightened her back. Go, organize your people. According to the previous grouping, 10 people were taken to the ruins on the cliff in batches. We'll be working through the night tonight. We need to send all the Kemonomami girls into the cradle of God to complete their life evolution. Yes, sir. Sylvie accepted the order and turned to run towards the group of beast-eared girls who were working. Lin Bei did not personally go up to operate it. The gene modulation process has been set up. As long as someone lies inside, Pangu will run automatically. His job is simply to inspect and accept the results. To pass the time, Su Yao took out a portable tea set from her bracelet and started brewing ginseng tea in the center of the square. Of course, the ginseng used is dried ginseng picked from the forest. Now, Ada, Xiao, and the other two dare not let them grow any more leg hair. The three sat around a tea table with a giant, oppressive planet overhead. Beside me, a warm campfire burns, and I hold a cup of hot tea in my hand, feeling quite content, like watching the flowers bloom and fade in the courtyard. The initial fear of arriving here has long since vanished. An hour later. Judging by the time, it should be about right? Lin Bei glanced at the time. Just then, Su Yao, who had been staring at the top of the cliff, suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted. Here they are. On the cliff platform hundreds of meters high, with the moonlight reflected off the rocks, 10 small black shadows can be vaguely seen on the edge. Below, hundreds of ordinary beast-eared girls who hadn't yet had their turn also stopped what they were doing. What are Coco and Coco up to? Are you going to jump? The beast-eared girls below gasped and covered their mouths. That's 100 meters in the air. Even for strong orcs like them, if they fell without any leverage, they would be turned into mincemeat. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, these 10 petite figures did not hesitate or show any fear. They leaped into the air. Call. He free fell from a height of 100 meters, demonstrating astonishing body control in midair. They are like 10 light, falling leaves, or like 10 flying swifts. Just before they hit the ground, they deftly stepped on their right foot with their left, flipping over to dissipate the force. Clatter. The footsteps were so light they were almost inaudible. 10 figures landed steadily on the square in front of Lin Bei, without even stirring up much dust. This is the Starweaver form. The terrifying body control is like having a cheat code on this low-gravity planet. The beast-eared girls around them, who hadn't evolved yet, were dumbfounded. 10 white-haired, animal-eared little girls, whose height only reached Lin Bei's chest, quickly lined up and stood in a neat row. They didn't take off their fur coats. 10 animal-eared girls, with big, bright eyes, soft and cute animal ears, and fluffy tails. They looked like a group of Lolas at a large comic convention on Earth. Cute. But the sharp glint in their eyes and the aura they exuded in every gesture made them impossible to underestimate. Yinsha First Squad, all members present. Reporting to the master. 10 little girls shouted in unison, their voices soft and sweet. Good. Very good. Lin Bei couldn't stop smiling as he looked at the growing Special Forces unit. This kind of team, which is both visually appealing and highly capable, is simply everyone's ultimate dream. Go find Klee over there and get your new clothes. We haven't even gone inside yet. What kind of talk is it to be naked? Next batch. Continue. Yes. Following Lin Bei's command, more beast-eared girls began climbing towards the cliff. The assembly line evolution mode has officially begun. Every hour, a visual spectacle unfolds where a little girl falls from the sky. One group of tall, animal-eared girls climbed up with trepidation. One by one, petite and adorable lowly warriors with explosive combat power jumped down. By 3 a.m., Lin Bei had amassed a personal guard of as many as 80 people. They wore all sorts of clothes, some of which didn't fit well, but that only added to their beauty. Sylvie, you stay here with them and continue to guard this place. Lin Bei stretched out a big yawn, feeling a surge of heat coursing through his body for a long time. The demon flesh I ate has already taken effect. It's all in the account. The rest of you continue to queue up. The assembly line can't stop. We'll try to finish the evolution before dawn. Yes, my lord, please rest assured. Sylvie assured her loudly. After arranging the work, Lin Bei turned around and looked at the two sisters behind him. His gaze turned somewhat intense, making the two women's hearts skip a beat. Let's go, ladies. Lin Bei put one arm around Su Li's slender waist and held Su Yao's small hand with the other. A smile played on his lips as he whispered in their ears. We should go back and rest too. Lin Bei pinched Su Li's waist, his gesture carrying a hidden meaning. Su Li felt the hot, large hand on her waist, her body went limp, and her pretty face flushed red. How could she not understand the meaning behind those words? You humph. Su Li gave a shy rebuke, but her feet betrayed her, obediently following Lin Bei into the cave. Su Yao blinked her big eyes, looking both bewildered and expectant. Brother, is howling really that powerful? Certainly. Chapter 125 Sylvie. It's over. The night was deep, and the world outside the cave was shrouded in the immense radiance of a planet, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. But deep within the cave dwellings, the sweltering air, which had just dissipated, reappeared. Lin Bei had already fallen asleep. But soon, Lin Bei, still asleep, noticed something was wrong. An indescribable feeling of heat did not dissipate even after the event ended. Instead, it was like a long-accumulated volcano, raging wildly within him. Not good. Lin Bei's breathing became extremely heavy, each breath carrying a scorching temperature. He felt as if he wasn't sleeping, but rather being tempered by the samadhi fire in Lao Zi's alchemy furnace. The skin was burning hot, and the blood in the veins felt like raging magma, rushing through the heart and brain at several times the normal speed. That's the succubus flesh I ate during the day causing the trouble. To set an example for the beast-eared girls, and to avoid wasting the meat from those two huge wings, Lin Bei forced himself to eat quite a lot during the day. At the time, I only thought it was sour and dry, and the taste was just so. Who would have thought that this thing would have such a powerful after effect? What Sylvie said about eating it being comparable to the mine above her head was not just an adjective, but a real, physical description. At this moment, Lin Bei's eyes were bloodshot, and he felt like a pressure cooker about to explode. His pent-up energy made him want to rush out right now and run around the entire scorched earth forest, or find a Tyrannosaurus Rex for a hand-to-hand wrestling match. Lin Bei, what's wrong? Beside him, Su Li, who had just fallen asleep from exhaustion, was awakened by the intense heat emanating from Lin Bei's body. She groggily opened her eyes, and the moment her hand touched Lin Bei's skin, she recoiled in fright. Lin Bei's voice was hoarse as he tried his best to suppress the primal power within him. That damned succubus's lust is kicking in again. By the dim light, Su Li could see Lin Bei's current state and instantly understood what had happened. Her pretty face flushed bright red instantly. But seeing Lin Bei's pained and enduring appearance, Heartache instantly overcame shyness. Su Yao was also woken up. Although she was still a little groggy, she could sense that Lin Bei was in pain. However, they underestimated the power of this alien creature's flesh and blood, and they also underestimated Lin Bei tonight. At this moment, Lin Bei was like a super tractor fully fueled with aviation fuel. Even though he hadn't lost his mind, the sheer kinetic energy he exuded was enough to suffocate anyone. Even more deadly is synesthesia. However, only a small portion of the succubus energy within Lin Bei's body was detonated. Instead, it ignited even more fiercely because of his unwavering composure earlier. The veins on the back of his hands bulged as he struggled to restrain himself from hurting the two women who were already overwhelmed. You guys go to sleep first. Lin Bei's voice was hoarse as he tried to get up to take a shower. Su Li felt as if her heart was being torn apart when she saw Lin Bei's pained and suppressed expression. She knew that if she pent up in this state, it could lead to serious problems. But the two sisters had truly reached their limit. The feeling of their souls being shattered made them completely unable to move an inch. Reason told her that she had to find outside help. Inside this cave, the only one capable of withstanding this intensity is the beast-eared girl outside, with her terrifying physical abilities. Although a pang of sadness welled up inside her, Su Li gritted her teeth. She forced herself to sit up, and with the last of her strength, she let out a hoarse but determined shout toward the cave entrance. Sylvie, stop keeping watch outside. Come inside. This call was like heavenly music to the cat-eared girl guarding the cave entrance, and also a pardon. Meow. An excited meow immediately came from outside the cave. As a beast-eared girl with super hearing, Sylvie stood guard at the cave entrance, able to hear everything that was happening inside. She flicked her tail like a propeller, sweeping away all the dust on the ground. She knew the adults were in great pain, and she wanted to help. It was her duty as a family member, and it was also her desire. But without the mistress's permission, she dared not cross the line. The ban has now been lifted. Whoosh! A white afterimage flashed by. If it were yesterday, with her massive 3.2-meter frame, squeezing into that narrow opening would have been an almost impossible task. But now, she is a genetically modified starweaver. With her petite frame, she was perfectly at home in this cave entrance, which was rather low for humans. She didn't even need to bow her head. A petite, silver-white figure, like a nimble night owl, simply bent down slightly and whoosh, slipped into the cave entrance without any hindrance. Just 2 seconds. Sylvie had already rushed to the large bed in the living area. In the dim light, she saw Lin Bei, whose face was flushed and body was burning hot, and the two sisters who were slumped to the side. Sylvie's golden vertical pupils contracted instantly, her eyes showing no fear whatsoever. All I feel is heartache and a burning passion to do what I'm about to do for the adults. Grown-ups. She called out softly, her voice gentle yet filled with unwavering determination. Without any hesitation, she ripped off her oversized white t-shirt, revealing her genetically modified cat-eared body. The clothes fell to the ground. Sylvie, like a moth drawn to a flame, plunged headlong into that scalding embrace. My lord, may I pat Sylvie's head? The moment his skin touched hers, the slightly cool touch made Lin Bei let out a comfortable sigh. Lin Bei looked at the cat-eared girl in front of him, who, although smaller, possessed strength, resilience, and recovery ability far surpassing that of humans, and lost the last shred of reason in his eyes. Sylvie. Yes, sir. The Dharma form of heaven and earth. Lin Bei growled. Yes. Sylvie did not hesitate at all. She took a deep breath, and the genetic lock within her body was instantly unlocked. Buzz. Her originally petite body swelled up, her bones stretched, and her muscles bulged. In the blink of an eye, the delicate and graceful Sylvie disappeared, instantly changing her form. A fully formed starweaver, standing 3.2 meters tall and exuding a wild and powerful beauty, appeared in Lin Bei's arms. This is the beast-eared girl's battle form. Lin Bei called it the Dharma image of heaven and earth. In this form, all her stats double, and her skin and flesh are as tough as super-strong alloy, making her a true biological weapon. Only this form could withstand Lin Bei's current rage. Inside the cave, the lamplight flickered. They nestled together and fell into a deep sleep, exhausted and shaken. In a daze, Lin Bei mumbled something unconsciously. Sylvie followed the adult's instructions meticulously. That night, the sound of firewood burning outside the cave was very loud. The commotion inside the cave was even greater. Chapter 126. Why are there thorns? Don't let them stick out. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight shone into the forest, The area outside the cave had already become bustling with activity. Gurgle, gurgle, roar. The various strange bird calls and animal roars mingled together, creating a noisy scene like a bustling market. On the large bed in the residential area, Lin Bei lay sprawled out, sleeping like a log, occasionally muttering something in his sleep. Why are there thorns? Li and Su Yao didn't want to move either, and stayed in bed to catch up on sleep. Only Sylvie, the cat-eared girl, who had borne the brunt of the pressure last night, was already awake by now. Unlike most people, she didn't experience body aches and pains that prevented her from getting out of bed. On the contrary, after a night, coupled with the super strong recovery ability after returning to battle form. At this moment, she was full of energy and radiant, as if she had taken some kind of powerful tonic. She had returned to her petite normal form, nestled in Lin Bei's arms like a clingy kitten. Her golden eyes gazed intently at Lin Bei's sleeping face, her gaze filled with love that was almost overflowing. The adults are working too hard. Sylvie stretched out her finger and gently traced Lin Bei's outline, filling in the blanks in her mind. To help us withstand the cold winter, to give us food. Adults consume their life force every day, although they can recover quickly. We must find some good things to nourish the adults properly. Thinking of this, Sylvie reluctantly crawled out of Lin Bei's arms. As she dressed, dozens of rare herbs, even more potent than clubs, that could only be found deep in the forest came to mind. I also want to share the burdens of the adults. Sylvie clenched her small fists and tiptoed out of the cave. However, when she crawled out of the hole and saw the scene before her, even the cat-eared girl leader, who had lived for 120 years and was very knowledgeable, couldn't help but open her mouth wide and was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? All that could be seen above the once empty square was now empty. A completely dark mass. At least 100 large finches were circling in the air or perched on the surrounding charcoal trees. They were packed so tightly that they almost blocked out the sky. In the very center, Chuanxiu, missing a wing, was riding arrogantly on the back of a Tianhe sparrow, still wearing the saddle he hadn't removed. It was cawing loudly at the surrounding flock of birds, as if giving a speech or showing off its status. Huh? Really? Does it include room and board? Spring and autumn. Gujie. Yes. This is the big meal ticket I was telling you about. Cuckoo. Behave yourselves. Don't scare our master. Not just in the sky. Dust swirled on the ground at the edge of the forest. The 4 feathered Tyrannosaurus rex that left last night have returned. Not only did they return, but they also brought 2 other adult feathered Tyrannosaurus rex, which were slightly smaller and were probably their wives. These 6 giant beasts were constantly busy with their mouths. Sylvie took a closer look. It's a dinosaur egg. Each feathered Tyrannosaurus had a dinosaur egg in its mouth, which it carried like a treasure. There were also about 10 eggs on the ground. Behind them followed a group of dinosaurs that looked different. These dinosaurs were smaller. They have 2 sharp horns on their heads, their bodies are covered with thick bone armor, and their tails are covered with spikes. If Lin Bei were there, he would definitely recognize this famous carnivorous dinosaur. Bull dragon. There were more than 20 genetically modified Carnotaurus, Cretaceous killer dinosaurs known for their speed and impact force. But at this moment, they followed behind the feathered Tyrannosaurus rex like little brothers, meekly entering the plaza area. Although they drooled over the beast-eared girls around them, they immediately lowered their heads obediently and dared not act rashly at the low roar of the feathered Tyrannosaurus king. This. Sylvie rubbed her eyes. It was the first time she had ever seen such a sight. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? 10,000 beasts coming to pay tribute? Yesterday, the adults just casually mentioned bringing their families, and this group of big guys actually brought all their relatives and friends from the forest. Looking at this terrifying biological army, Sylvie's admiration for Lin Bei rose to a new level. As expected of an adult, even these ferocious beasts yearned to bask in the divine light of the great man. She clenched her fists, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. It seems that simply finding highly nourishing herbs is not enough. We beast-eared girls must also work hard. We can't be outdone by these wild beasts. It's so noisy. Lin Bei frowned and sat up in bed, looking annoyed. He was really exhausted last night. He finally managed to get some sleep, but was woken up by a series of ghostly howls outside the cave. He turned his head and saw Sylvie standing by the bed, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. "My lord, you're awake? There are so many people outside." Lin Bei reached out and pulled Sylvie into his arms. Sylvie gasped and fell onto Lin Bei, her face flushed red and her cat ears twitching sensitively. Lin Bei didn't rush to go out. He rested his chin on Sylvie's soft hair, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and sighed inwardly as he thought of the latter half of last night. Sylvie. Lin Bei leaned close to her ear, his tone earnest and tinged with regret. In the future, at that time, let's use transformation less often. Huh? Sylvie looked up. What does a height of 3.2 meters mean? It's too big. Lin Bei spoke the truth and pinched her little cheek. I always feel empty inside. Sylvie blinked, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Although she didn't quite grasp the adult's specific meaning, she would be whatever the adult liked. Yes, Sylvie understands. She obediently rubbed against Lin Bei's chest. All right, let's go out and see what those guys are arguing about. Lin Bei patted her bottom, got up, dressed, covered Li and Su Yao with a blanket, and then led Sylvie toward the cave entrance. As soon as they crawled out of the hole, I'm going. Lin Bei stopped in his tracks, staring blankly at the scene before him. At first glance, all you see are ferocious heads and wagging tails. Lin Bei almost lost control of his facial expressions. I told you to go and call for more people, not to empty the entire forest. With so many mouths to feed, how much meat do they have to eat every day? Lin Bei felt that his newly accumulated food reserves would be depleted again in a day or two. Just then, gurgle. In the sky, Chuanxiu spotted Lin Bei immediately. It immediately flapped its wings, flew out from the flock of birds, and landed in front of Lin Bei. It held its head high and proudly pointed with its wings at its relatives flying around in the sky. His expression seemed to say, Look, boss, I've called all of my dad's men here. Now I can become the Mahjong king, right? Immediately afterwards, boom, the ground shook. Tyrannosaurus King also squeezed in with his underlings. It carefully carried a huge dinosaur egg in its mouth, bigger than Lin Bei, and gently placed it at Lin Bei's feet. Then it took a step back, lowered its huge head, and made a flattering growl in its throat. Behind it, more than 20 bull dragons followed suit, lying down on the ground in the square to show their submission. Lin Bei swallowed back the words he originally wanted to say. He looked into pairs of expectant eyes. This is a terrifying army capable of sweeping through the entire scorched earth forest. It's a force to be reckoned with in terms of combat power. More than 100 giant aerial bombers. More than 30 heavy biological tanks. With this power, let alone a few hundred orc tribes, he would dare to confront even a few more banshees. Chapter 127 If winter comes, I want to sleep with a sweet and soft animal-eared girl. Settling this group of unexpected big eaters was more difficult than Lin Bei had imagined. It took a whole day. The once tranquil base has now been transformed into a prehistoric creature museum. The feathered Tyrannosaurus and Carnotaurus occupied the position closest to the edge of the forest. The feathered Tyrannosaurus used its strong hind legs to dig a huge pit and carefully placed its precious giant egg inside. Covered with thick layers of dry grass and the animal hides Lin Bei provided for warmth, the dinosaur egg enjoyed VIP-level incubation treatment. As for the hundreds of finches, they occupied the natural crevices high up in the mine. Although the mountain was somewhat steep, it provided them with a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Once Chuanxiu spotted smoke rising in the distance, he would send his men to investigate. The title of King of Mahjong is truly well-deserved. The next morning, when Lin Bei stepped out of the cave to inspect the supplies, reality dealt him a heavy blow. That's it. On the open ground, the piles of smoked meat, fresh meat that hadn't been processed, and the succubus meat with its terrible taste that had been stacked up were now all gone. The remaining bone fragments are still being used by the Carnotaurus to grind its teeth. At the edge of the square, dozens of dinosaurs were comfortably basking in the sun, their bellies bulging, and they would occasionally roll over. On the mine, the magpies were all full and lazily preening their feathers. Grown-ups. Sylvie stood behind Lin Bei, her head bowed in shame, her cat ears drooping. These big guys can really eat a lot. And you said it would be enough to fill you up. Lin Bei waved his hand. His mindset was very calm, and there was no blame on his face. Instead, he showed a heroic smile. Fine. If it's all gone, it's all gone. Since you've agreed to take them in, be prepared to be eaten out of your pocket. After all, these big guys are huge, strong, and eat a lot. They can do the work of dozens of ginseng roots. Lin Bei glanced at the enormous beast with its explosive combat power, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To train an army for one day is to use it for one day. If you're full, you'll have the energy to work. Pass down the order. Everyone's out hunting today. Before setting off on the hunt, Lin Bei had one more important thing to take care of, moving the animal-eared girls to a new home. With the increase in the number of employees and the possibility of a harsh winter in the future, the original housing plan must be adjusted. Although the underground city is spacious, it is underground after all, and ventilation and lighting are problems. People living there for a long time are prone to getting sick. Lin Bei stood in the square, looking up at the majestic Yaoli Mine mountain overhead, and the hidden metal platform 100 meters above. Moreover, it's a waste to leave such a good high-tech laboratory empty. Thus began a massive relocation operation. The excavated underground city was completely emptied and no longer inhabited. Instead, it was used as a huge temperature-controlled cellar specifically for storing vegetables, grains, and meats to be stockpiled in the future. As for the living quarters, they were all moved to the laboratory located above the cliff. After the Star Weaver's gene modulation was completed, all the beast-eared girls became petite, about 1.5 meters tall. The outer specimen corridor alone is enough for all the current Kimonomami girls to live in. More importantly, there is a natural protective light curtain at the entrance of the laboratory. This light barrier can not only distinguish friend from foe, but also acts as a perfect thermal insulation wall, completely blocking out the scorching heat of the day and the bitter cold of the night. The interior is always kept at a constant temperature of around 28 degrees Celsius, and the air circulation system keeps the interior filled with fresh, oxygen-rich air at all times. In addition, all the canned specimens have been moved to other locations by Pangu. This place is simply paradise. Winnie the Pooh, clutching her little pillow, lay comfortably on the corridor floor covered with an animal skin mattress and rolled around in it. There was no damp, earthy smell, no insect bites, and even the floor was warm. Seeing that the animal-eared girls had settled down, Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, this will be your dormitory. Seeing the beast-eared girls happily accept the arrangement, Lin Bei had already made his plans. He turned to Li and Su Yao beside him and said, "When winter really comes and it gets unbearably cold outside, we'll move up here too. The environment here is much better than that drafty hole below. Yes, I want to sleep with Sister Sylvie and the others." Su Yao happily raised her hand. She loved sleeping with the sweet and soft animal-eared girl. Lin Bei imagined it for a moment. Inside this temperature-controlled, high-tech hall, outside lies a desolate world of falling snow. But inside the house, he was holding two stunning twins, surrounded by hundreds of soft, fragrant, silver-haired, beast-eared girls sleeping. TSK, this kind of life, I wouldn't trade it for even a god. Lin Bei wiped away the tears from the corner of his mouth and forcibly pulled himself back from his thoughts. After settling the animal-eared girl in, they led everyone back to the ground. Lin Bei glanced at the status of the portal. Today was the third day as agreed with Earth. 5:08. The portal has turned green, and you have 5 minutes to wait. He racked his brains and tried every possible method to get those 5 minutes. First came the simple and brutal electrotherapy. They directly connected the high-capacity power station brought back from Earth to wires in an attempt to charge the portal. As it turns out, perhaps because the portal wasn't placed correctly, it didn't respond at all. Next came the oven tactic. Dozens of small sun heaters were set up around the portal and turned on to the highest setting. However, it turned out that the heat was not as intense as burning would directly. In the end, it was the full-length mirror I smuggled from the supermarket that made the difference. Lin Bei directed the beast-eared girls to set up a light energy array at the cave entrance, focusing the rays of the 3 scorching suns outside and reflecting them into the cave, directly hitting the light curtain. It did have some effect. Although not as violent as a wildfire, it is more enduring and environmentally friendly. Now, thanks to the convergence of solar energy and the charging of flames at night, we can accumulate an extra 2 minutes every day, plus 1 minute of automatic charging, which is 3 minutes a day. The efficiency is still a bit low. After all, it's a home mirror. We'll have to get some professional lenses when we get back. However, we should go back today. They should be waiting on Earth. Lin Bei pondered for a moment, but did not rush to set off. No rush, it's only 5 minutes. Nothing big can be done. These past few days I've been so busy recruiting that I haven't really seen what the wilderness of this planet is like yet. We're almost out of meat at home. Let's go hunting first. Chapter 128, The First Expedition, Exploring the Alien Forest. We're almost out of meat at home. Let's go hunting first. So the team assembled. This was Lin Bei's first expedition a month after arriving on this planet. It was also the largest expedition ever organized. A somber atmosphere permeated the square. Air formation, are you in position? Lin Bei gave the order. Gurgle. Spring and Autumn let out a loud cry and took flight. Behind it, 20 carefully selected, strong skylarks followed closely, forming an aerial reconnaissance platoon. Not only do they have a wide field of vision, but because of their special status as forest firefighters, most herbivores in the forest are not very wary of them. Even when they hover overhead, the prey on the ground will not be startled and flee, making them perfect scouts. Ground-heavy equipment formation, in position. Roar. The 6 adult feathered Tyrannosaurus were now fully armed, with their Carnotaurus underlings behind them. The feathered Tyrannosaurus was responsible for hunting large prey head-on, while the Carnotaurus's broad back served as a natural transport vehicle, carrying supplies and spoils. Infantry assault team, assemble. Lin Bei was fully armed, wearing a tactical submachine gun and carrying a 22mm caliber heavy rifle. Su Li was also dressed in tactical clothing, holding the same large gun as Lin Bei, looking heroic and dashing. Sylvie changed into a spare combat suit belonging to Su Li. Although it was still a bit big, she rolled up the sleeves several times and held a quenched dragon tooth in her hand. Behind her was a special squad of 50 carefully selected beast-eared girls, all in lowly form. Despite their small stature, they can instantly transform into 3-meter-tall valkyries whenever danger arises. As for Su Yao, "Wah, brother, sister, I want to go too." Su Yao stood at the cave entrance, looking at the fully equipped and ready team, and stomped her feet in frustration. Obedient. Lin Bei walked over and pressed down on Su Yao's head, who was trying to follow him. "The house can't be left unattended. You take the remaining beast-eared girls and continue cultivating the farmland. Our crops on our hundreds of acres of land are growing very fast. What if they get trampled by some ignorant little dinosaurs if no one is watching them? Yao Yao, you're our head housekeeper. You have a great responsibility." After being persuaded by Lin Bei, Su Yao reluctantly accepted the task of staying behind. She and the remaining 100-odd beast-eared girls took on the heavy responsibility of guarding the home and farming. After arranging for the remaining personnel, Lin Bei flipped over and mounted the Tyrannosaurus King's broad back. "Xiaoli, come up here." He reached out and pulled Su Li, who was holding a large gun, up to him, letting her sit in his lap. "Set off." With Lin Bei's command. Boom. Tyrannosaurus King strode forward with his powerful legs, carrying Lin Bei and Su Li, and charged out of the square first. Behind them, a vast hunting army kicked up clouds of dust as they marched into the unknown depths of the forest. Half an hour later, after crossing the now less distinct black and white dividing line, the black ash beneath their feet gradually thinned out. Upon entering the primeval forest, the scenery before Lin Bei's eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. An unprecedented sense of shock instantly pierced his visual nerves. Is this the real alien world? High on the dragon's back, Su Li nestled in Lin Bei's arms. She stared at the scene before her, her beautiful eyes wide open, forgetting even to breathe. Every plant here challenges the limits of cognition for 2 earthlings. Everything is too big. It was like a kingdom of giants, and they were like a few tiny ants who had wandered into it. The surrounding trees are no longer the small saplings that are a dozen meters tall on Earth. Every tree in the forest starts at 50 meters tall. Ordinary ferns grow like towering trees here, with leaves so large they can cover a small car. The most outrageous was the giant plant that Sylvie called the forest tree. Their trunks are as thick as a skyscraper, piercing the clouds, and their height definitely exceeds 1,000 meters. The tree canopy stretched out above the clouds, its huge leaves resembling floating green clouds that obscured the sky. Countless glowing vines and strange flowers grow parasitically on the branches of the forest trees. Sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, creating countless dreamlike beams of light. Breathe. A low, rumbling sound came from between the tree trunks. That's not the wind. Sylvie said it was the sound of plants breathing. They were sleeping. Beside the Tyrannosaurus rex, a giant flower with a diameter of over 3 meters was slowly opening and closing. The petals are an eerie purple, and each time they open, they release a cloud of colorful spore smoke into the air. Lin Bei saw several dragonfly-like insects, about half a meter in size, fly by, only to be instantly caught by antennae that suddenly popped out from the flower and dragged deep into the flower's heart, without even having time to resist. So beautiful, yet so dangerous. Su Li murmured, mesmerized. Yes, this is the real alien world. Lin Bei cautiously observed his surroundings. Although the primeval forest was beautiful, he witnessed an insect flying by pick up a bit of pollen, instantly stiffen and fall off, becoming fertilizer for the flowers. Sylvie, alert everyone immediately if you spot any danger. Even riding on the back of a prehistoric overlord, Lin Bei didn't feel absolutely safe in this forest full of unknowns and eeriness. The group carefully made their way under the giant tree. The moss underfoot was as thick as a carpet, and the dinosaur would sink half a meter with every step it took. Just as they passed by a thicket of bushes with strange red lantern fruits, an accident occurred. A feathered Tyrannosaurus walking on the side accidentally brushed its tail against one of the bushes because of its large size. Smack! It's like hitting a trigger switch. A bright red, harmless lantern fruit hanging on a shrub branch suddenly swelled up violently. It instantly doubled in size from its original basketball size and turned dark red. Immediately afterwards, boom! A deafening explosion resounded through the forest. The fruit exploded. Its power is comparable to that of a high-explosive grenade. The powerful shockwave, mixed with corrosive liquid, splashed everywhere. Roar! The unfortunate feathered Tyrannosaurus was hit squarely by the blast. Although it was thick-skinned and unharmed, it was still covered in dust and dirt. A large patch of feathers on its tail was singed, making it look awful. Several bushes in the vicinity were even blown up. What? Lin Bei was startled and instinctively pulled Su Li into his arms, raising his gun. After realizing it was a plant that had exploded, he couldn't help but swear. Is this a plant? Sylvie sat on the back of another feathered Tyrannosaurus rex and explained to Lin Bei. Sir, this is a bursting lantern grass. They explode when shaken, in order to spread seeds and kill nearby animals, using their carcasses as fertilizer. This is considered small. Deep in the forest, there is a kind of exploding melon that can blow up big trees. The walker beast men like to collect exploding melons for hunting, but they often blow up their own people. Lin Bei looked at the unremarkable bushes, but a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. Such a powerful thing, it's amazing. If we dig these up and plant them along with the chili pepper trees on the outermost edge of our base. Isn't this a natural minefield? It's even more environmentally friendly than landmines, and it can grow automatically. Xiao Li, write this down. Have a Da and Xiao Air come over and dig it up later. Having learned their lesson, the team is now much more cautious. Along the way, Lin Bei and Su Li encountered all sorts of strange and wonderful creatures. There was a giant snake, 100 meters long, with 2 heads, which burrowed into the ground as soon as it heard the noise. There are crabs that swing like monkeys in trees, and pigs that have transparent wings, are the size of pigs, and can fly in the sky. Of course, the most fruitful harvest came from local specialties. As we passed through a fertile, black-soiled woodland, the ground suddenly shook violently. Several ginseng ancestors, even thicker than Ada and Xiao Air of Lin Bei's family, sensed the ground shaking and panicked, trying to pull their roots out of the soil to escape. Unfortunately, they encountered a beast-eared girl etched deep in their memories. Before they could even pull themselves out, several petite, only about 1.5 meters tall beast-eared girls rushed up to them. Hey! They stretched out their delicate white hands, grabbed the ginseng's lush leaves, and with a push of their waists, pulled it up as easily as pulling up a radish. Pop! 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 These old ginseng roots, which hadn't even had a chance to escape, were ruthlessly uprooted, their roots waving helplessly in the air. The beast-eared girls moved with practiced ease, pulling out the tough vines they had prepared beforehand and quickly binding them up. Then, they hung these highly nutritious ingredients in strings on the feathered Tyrannosaurus's thick tail. As the dinosaur moved forward, a long string of large, yellowish-brown radishes swung back and forth behind it. Chapter 129. After consuming the 3-life grass, the beastmen all praised the birth of triplets. The dinosaur caravan continued deeper into the jungle, their pace slowed by Lin Bei's control. After walking for about 2 hours, we were only about 100 kilometers away from the base cave. Before long, a cliff appeared ahead. Below the cliff is a huge canyon, shrouded in mist. My lord, below is a tributary of the Milky Way, which is also where the nearby Milky Way sparrows fetch water to extinguish their fires. At that moment, Sylvie, who was walking at the front, suddenly called a halt to the feathered Tyrannosaurus rex beneath her. Sir, look at that. She pointed to a rock on the opposite cliff, her voice trembling with excitement. Lin Bei and Su Li looked in the direction she was pointing, and it took them a while to figure out what Sylvie was talking about. On the opposite bank of the river, on a protruding rock, grew a peculiar little plant that was hard to see without enhanced vision. It is only the size of a palm and has 3 round leaves. The leaves have a translucent, crystalline texture, emitting a faint blue fluorescence in the misty canyon, making them look like exquisite works of art. What is that? Glowing grass. Lin Bei was somewhat curious. However, on this planet where glowing plants are everywhere, this little blade of grass doesn't look particularly special. Sir, this is the three-life grass. It's also what we commonly call the baby grass. Sylvie's breathing quickened, and her golden eyes shone with delight. These are the truly useful herbs. 100 times more precious than a club. More impressive than life itself. Lin Bei became interested. If this herb could make the well-informed Sylvie so happy, it must be something special. What's the use? Can it bring the dead back to life? Or can it grant immortality? No. Sylvie shook her head and said very seriously, Sir, it can't save lives, but in some ways it's more important than saving lives. It is used for reproduction. Procreation? Lin Bei's mind raced, and he remembered the flesh and blood of the female demon and the dried ginseng in his face space. What the hell is going on with this planet? Even the random herbs you find are so lewd, specializing in lewd things? Could it be that cough syrup again, that kind of medicine? No, not that kind. Sylvie quickly waved her hand to explain. My lord, its effects are truly miraculous. If a male orc eats it, the effect will last for a whole day. The effect is, any female orc who mates with an orc on this day, regardless of age, will have a 100% chance of conceiving. Most importantly, Sylvie emphasized, you're definitely going to have triplets. Triples in one pregnancy. Lin Bei's eyes widened, completely stunned by the effect. What kind of fertility-granting herb is this? 100% chance of conception? Enforced triplets. If these seeds were to be transmitted back to Earth, all infertility clinics would have to go out of business. Sylvie continued. For a small orc tribe, this one herb means that the orc chief can get all the female orcs in the tribe pregnant with triplets in a single day. Even if a small tribe has only 200 female orcs, that's still a full 600 future warriors. In intertribal trade, the value of this herb. She held up one finger. I can replace all the beast-eared girls in a small beastman tribe. I heard that in a large tribe with tens of thousands of orcs, you can exchange at least 100 beast-eared girls. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's expression changed. It's no longer just watching the spectacle. It's become the look of someone eyeing gold bars. I can exchange that for 100 beast-eared girls. If I find 7 more three-life grasses, I will be able to complete my stage 2 milestone. No, not even 7. As long as I get another 100 beast-eared girls who can fight, I can take the initiative to attack a 1,000-strong beastman tribe and start the snowball effect. Although Lin Bei currently has more than 200 beast-eared girls under his command, only about 100 of them are truly capable of actual combat. Their fighting force mainly consists of cat-eared girls, tiger-eared girls, and bear-eared girls. Other characters, such as squirrel girls and succubus sheep, have a timid nature ingrained in their genes and are not good at fighting. Lin Bei looked at the small blue grass swaying in the wind on the opposite bank, and it was as if he was seeing not grass, but pitiful little beast-eared girls waiting for him to rescue them in the future. Lin Bei patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex beneath him, signaling it to lie down, and then jumped to the ground with Su Li. About 200 meters. The two arrived at the edge of the cliff, looked down at the bottomless, mist-shrouded canyon, and estimated the distance to the other side. Although the Kemonomi girls have abnormal physical abilities, they still can't fly. With such a wide distance, if you can't jump over it and fall, you'll be turned into a meat pie. It's too far. It's better to be cautious. Lin Bei turned to Sylvie and gave her instructions. Sylvie, the woods are too dense. Climb up to the tallest tree. Give a signal to the spring and autumn in the sky, and have it descend, carry someone, and fly over to dig. Safety first. Yes. Sylvie was about to turn around and climb the tree. Grown-ups. 2 delicate voices rang out simultaneously from within the group. Koro and Klee, the rabbit-eared twins, squeezed out of the Kemonomi, animal-eared group. They tilted their little heads back, their ruby-like eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Sir, there's no need to go through all that trouble calling for the big bird. We can jump across this distance. You? Lin Bei looked down at the 2 tiny little ones who weren't even as tall as his chest, and felt a little suspicious. Although we know they've retained the jumping genes of rabbits, this is a 200-meter deep canyon. Really, we're very energetic. Koro waved her little fist, and, to prove herself, jumped twice on the spot, easily leaping more than 10 meters each time. Okay, I believe you. Lin Bei was a decisive person. Since his subordinates had volunteered, there was no reason to dampen their enthusiasm. Be careful, don't push yourself. Two little girls walked hand in hand to the edge of the cliff. But instead of jumping immediately, they looked at each other and then carefully took off their clothes. Lin Bei carefully took off the clothes he had brought back from Earth, which, although somewhat ill-fitting, were clean and soft. The movements were as gentle as if removing a priceless treasure, as if afraid of damaging a single thread. First, fold them neatly and place them on a clean stone to the side. Then they took out 2 spare large animal hides from their packs, skillfully wrapped them around their chests and waists, and tied them in a tight knot. After doing all this, the 2 bunny girls took a deep breath, and their originally soft and cute eyes turned sharp. Hey ha! With 2 sharp shouts, 2 terrifying shockwaves exploded beneath their feet. Bang! The little girl, who was originally only 1.4 meters tall, suddenly grew much larger. In the blink of an eye, the giant transformation was completed, and the power increased several times over. Immediately afterwards, their thigh muscles tensed up suddenly, like springs compressed to their limit. Because the clothes that were considered precious were taken off beforehand, there was no embarrassing scene of the clothes ripping off. The 2 specially wrapped animal hides, as the rabbit girl grew larger, were stretched very tightly, but they still stubbornly withstood the pressure and did not reveal a single bit of her. Boom! The rocks at the edge of the cliff crumbled instantly. 2 enormous figures, like 2 white intercontinental ballistic missiles, hurtled off the cliff with a whooshing sound. The jump was powerful, drawing 2 perfect parabolas in the air before landing steadily on the opposite bank 200 meters away. That's right, very sophisticated. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised by this scene, then nodded in satisfaction. He thought he would see 2 naked little balls flying around. Chapter 130. Using beast-eared girls to fish. There were no outsiders around, and Lin Bei had expected to see 2 naked little balls flying around. Unexpectedly, even the animal-eared girl understands the importance of not exposing herself. This is not just about being sensible, but also a manifestation of civilization. Lin Bei turned his head and looked at Su Li beside him, asking thoughtfully, Xiao Li, these past few days you and Xiao Yao have been spending all your time among the animal-eared girls, saying you're giving them lessons. Is this what you taught me? Su Li reached out and tucked a stray hair behind her ear, nodded, and explained softly. Well, after all, their lives used to be too primitive, and they didn't have much of a sense of shame. These past few days, Xiao Yao and I have been teaching them some basic physiological knowledge and etiquette. For example, you should take good care of your clothes, and you should avoid taking a bath in front of others. Su Li looked at the rabbit-eared girl digging grass on the opposite bank, and a gratified smile appeared on her lips. Most importantly, we told them that certain parts of a beast-eared girl's body must never be seen by male creatures. This is the bottom line. After hearing this, Lin Bei was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously pointed to himself. Then I'm considered a male, right? Can't I watch either? Su Li turned her head, giving him a sidelong glance with her beautiful peach blossom eyes, but her gaze was full of tender affection. She took a step closer, and a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted over you. Fool. Except for you. Su Li tiptoed and gently kissed Lin Bei's cheek with her rosy lips, making a soft sound. Wave. Then, she leaned close to Lin Bei's ear, her breath sweet and her voice soft and coquettish, as if she were pleading. Besides, if you want to see it, can they refuse? Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to fight. Unfortunately, there was some noise coming from the other side. The 2 rabbit-eared girls carefully searched around the 3 Lives grass area, and even stuck their heads into the cracks in the rocks to sniff. Nothing was found. They were somewhat disappointed and waved to Lin Bei on the opposite bank, indicating that there was nothing more. Is there only one? Although it was a bit of a regret, Lin Bei was still content. Come back. He waved a signal. Then, thump, thump, 2 muffled thuds came from the opposite bank. Koro and Klee, having gathered the herbs, jumped back again. In midair, their figures shrank rapidly, instantly transforming back into adorable little girls. The animal hide on its body loosened and wrapped around its small body. Catch! Lin Bei and Su Li quickly stepped forward, each catching one of them. The 2 easily withstood the enormous impact. Hee, sir, mistress, the clothes aren't damaged, and we've got the herbs too. It's a pity there's only one. Koro held up the 3 Lives grass in her hand like a treasure, her face full of praise. That's good enough, well done. Lin Bei rubbed her little head and smiled as he helped them put on their clothes. Go back and find your Lady Su Yao. She will reward you with 5 white rabbit milk candies. After receiving the 3 Lives grass, Lin Bei moved his mind slightly and carefully placed it in the phase space where time was frozen. The things are packed up. Lin Bei pulled Su Li and rode back onto the Tyrannosaurus King's neck. Keep moving. Keep up the formation. The team set off again. This time, Lin Bei did not deliberately slow down. Guided by the Sky River Sparrow, he arrived at an area with a high concentration of animals. Lin Bei originally thought this trip would be a difficult operation, but he soon realized that he had been overthinking things. These enormous dinosaurs gathered together, and the terrifying aura they exuded drifted for several kilometers on the wind. Their heavy footsteps made the earth tremble. Any wild animal with a modicum of sense would be terrified from a distance and would have already fled with its family. This resulted in them not seeing any larger prey along the way, except for trampling a few stubborn creatures to death. That won't work. All personnel, listen up. Set up camp and rest. Lin Bei patted Tyrannosaurus King's rough neck and stopped the procession. In a makeshift camp surrounded by dinosaurs. Standing on the back of the Tyrannosaurus King, Lin Bei gave orders to the silver-haired little girls bouncing around him. Such a grand display won't catch any prey. They'll all be scared away. Sylvie, lead the team to disperse. This is a sting operation, understand? Call the Skybird immediately if there is danger. Yes, sir. Sylvie may not understand what law enforcement is, but she does understand what entrapment is. Many not-so-bright orcs often fished by their feet at the riverbank, but most of them were dragged into the water and drowned. At Sylvie's command, the 80 beast-eared female warriors in their normal forms immediately dispersed. They did not display terrifying power, but deliberately pretended to be weak, lagging behind, and even somewhat panicked as they wandered through the forest. This trick is incredibly useful. In the jungle where the strong prey on the weak, size often represents strength. A group of two-legged cubs, each less than 1.5 meters tall, with fair skin, no fangs or claws, and not even hair. To hungry predators, it's a free treat from nature. Hiss. 5 kilometers from the temporary camp, the grass swayed slightly. A 6-legged saber-toothed leopard with green fur and 2 dagger-like fangs emerged silently from behind a giant tree. Its eyes were fixed on a bare-eared girl squatting on the ground picking at the mud not far away. In its dim-witted mind, this little thing was nothing compared to its 6-meter-long body. It wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap. But getting a free piece of meat today is still a great thing. It lowered its body, tensed its muscles, and silently crept to a position less than 10 meters away from its prey. With a burst of power from its hind legs, the saber-toothed leopard pounced forward, becoming a blur of motion. Its gaping maw opened wide, heading straight for the bare-eared girl's delicate neck. However, just a second before its sharp teeth touched the skin, Mr. Bean, who had seemed to be in a daze, suddenly twitched her round ears and a hint of excitement flashed in her big eyes. Mr. Bean didn't transform, nor did he even try to dodge. She simply stood up casually, turned around, and raised her delicate white hand into a fist. He lightly waved his hand at the gaping maw that was rushing towards him. Hee, you finally fell for it. Let me show you the ordinary punches that the adults taught me. Bang! A muffled thud was followed by the crisp sound of bones breaking. The saber-toothed leopard was like being hit head-on by a speeding, 100-ton behemoth. Its head caved in instantly, its fangs flew out, and its head even went into its belly. Its massive body flew backward at an even greater speed than it had come, crashing heavily into a large tree. Finally, it slid down like a puddle of mud, twitched twice, and then died with a snap. The adult is right, fishing is really fun. Bare-eared Bean patted the dirt off her hands, walked over with a haughty look, grabbed the leopard's tail with one hand, and dragged it towards the meeting point several kilometers away. Chapter 131. The tribe of 300 people found eggs. Sir, Mr. Bean is back from fishing. The same scene kept playing out in all directions around the camp. The predators lurking in the shadows never dreamed of this. These seemingly harmless, even somewhat cute little girls each possess terrifying strength capable of tearing apart tanks with their bare hands. That's really efficient. They hunt all sorts of bizarre and strange prey. It's a bit too cruel. In the camp, Lin Bei watched as various prey were continuously dragged back, and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Su Li, walking behind Lin Bei, couldn't help but chuckle. Besides the meat they harvested, what surprised Lin Bei the most was the unexpected wealth they had along the way. In the forest, huge animal dens can be seen everywhere. Because Lin Bei's team made such a big fuss, the aura of the 620-meter-long feathered Tyrannosaurus rex alone was enough to frighten away many giant beasts that originally lived in the forest. Only nests of unhatched eggs remained, lying forlornly in their nests. Seeing the giant egg being carried back by the beast-eared girls, Lin Bei gave an order. Take them all. Bring them all back. Take as many as you can. The animal-eared girls immediately transformed into porters, carrying back eggs several times their own size every now and then. If you don't look closely, you might think the egg has grown legs and is running away on its own. Just then, Sylvie, who was in charge of exploring the northwest direction, rushed back, looking somewhat excited. Sir, please go and take a look. We've discovered a huge creature's lair up ahead. Big guy. Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat. Something that Sylvie called a big guy must be no ordinary beast. Come on, lead the way. Lin Bei, carrying Su Li, rode the Tyrannosaurus King and followed Sylvie for about 2 kilometers to the northwest. Suddenly, Lin Bei jumped off the dragon's back and arrived at a huge nest located on a sunny slope, where the nearby giant trees had been deliberately broken. Why is this egg so big? The nest was built from the bones of some kind of giant beast and was 10 meters in diameter. In the very center of the nest, 3 huge, oval eggs leaned against each other. I'm going. Lin Bei looked up at the egg. This is huge. Each egg stood upright, reaching a height of over 5 meters, much taller than when Lin Bei stood on Sylvie's shoulders. They looked like 3 small black towers standing there. What kind of creature's egg is this? Lin Bei turned to look at Sylvie. My lord, this is the egg of the Earth Emperor Dragon. Earth Emperor Dragon? Even more powerful than feathered Tyrannosaurus. Much better. Sylvie's tone was grave. The Earth Emperor Dragon is the overlord of the land. They are rare, and when they grow to adulthood, they can exceed 60 meters in length. However, the survival rate of the Earth Emperor Dragon eggs is very low. These 3 eggs should all be dead eggs, so they were abandoned by their parents. Hearing Sylvie's words, Lin Bei felt a little regretful, but he still decided to give it a try. Whether they're dead or alive, we'll find out by trying it with phase space. Lin Bei walked up to the first giant egg and placed his palm on the cold, rough eggshell. Receive. Brush. The giant egg vanished instantly and entered the bracelet space. This one is dead. Lin Bei was somewhat disappointed. He moved toward the second one. Receive. In another flash, the second one disappeared as well. No way. Such a big dragon. Its birth rate is really that low. Lin Bei looked at the last remaining egg and felt a little apprehensive. This egg looks slightly smaller than the previous 2 and appears to be somewhat malnourished. He took a deep breath and pressed his palm down. Give me some face, please. A thought arose. This time, however, the bracelet did not emit a devouring light. Instead, it vibrated slightly and gave a feeling of rejection. The giant egg remained motionless, standing firmly in place. I've got it. Lin Bei excitedly clenched his fist. It's alive, at least it's still alive now. Lin Bei immediately turned around and gave the order. Sylvie, bring the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex over here. We'll make a large stretcher on site and send it back to the base first. After making arrangements for this only child, Lin Bei looked at the sky. The sun was already setting in the west, and everyone's stomachs were starting to rumble. Since there are 2 bad guys, let's not waste them. Extra treat tonight. Let's see what this Dragon King level egg tastes like. With a thought, he took out one of the dead eggs and laid it horizontally on the cleared ground. The egg was so big that no pot could hold it. Lin Bei simply had Sylvie use the dragon tooth knife to carefully cut a 1-meter-wide opening in the top of the eggshell. Upon inspection, the egg liquid inside weighed several tons and had not spoiled. It simply had not been successfully fertilized. Yes, you can eat it. Just cook it like this. The eggshells are very sturdy, so it's like a natural pot. Lin Bei had people throw in large amounts of salt blocks and spices, and also chopped up hundreds of kilograms of freshly hunted game meat. Then they placed firewood under the eggshell and braised it directly in its shell. An hour later, a rich, exotic fragrance permeated the entire camp, attracting countless insects and giant insects, which were then trampled to death by the bull dragons on the outer perimeter. These mutated dinosaur eggs have an incredibly rich and delicious flavor, completely lacking the fishy smell of ordinary eggs. First, I caught an insect and let it taste it. It didn't die. So Lin Bei stood at the edge of the eggshell and scooped up a spoonful of solidified egg custard with a large wooden spoon. Come on, Shaoli, open your mouth. He fed Su Li a bite. Lin Bei forgot to blow on it to cool it down, and she frowned slightly from the heat. But her eyebrows immediately relaxed, and a hint of surprise flashed in Su Li's eyes. It's as tender as an egg tart, but it also has a meaty flavor, and it makes you feel warm and cozy inside after eating it. If Xiao Yao were here, she would definitely jump for joy. Su Li thought of her younger sister who had stayed at the base, and a doting smile appeared on her lips. Even from this distance, Su Li could still vaguely sense the worry in her younger sister's heart. Now Su Yao must know that she was having a delicious meal with Lin Bei. It's all right, there's still one left in the space. Lin Bei tried to bite himself, and it was indeed delicious. One bite, and the fatigue from the journey was swept away. Everyone come and eat. It's all you can eat. This meal truly opened the eyes of the beast-eared girls. 80 people surrounded a huge eggshell and ate until they were stuffed, even scraping the inside of the eggshell clean. As for the dinosaurs and the skylarks, they ate too much yesterday and are still digesting. They didn't show much interest in the egg feast. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, it was getting late. Lin Bei took out his phone and glanced at the time. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's about it. He wiped his mouth, his expression turning serious. It's time to get down to business. Lin Bei walked to the center of the camp and took out the terminal stone tablet from the face space. Bang! The stone tablet landed and began to operate automatically, and the holographic projection unfolded in the air once again. Lin Bei skillfully operated the interface and brought up a real-time monitoring map of the vicinity. Let me spy on them and see how far away our nearest neighbor is. Zooming in on the map revealed an orc tribe located 30 kilometers away. In the image, the black dots representing the orcs are still densely clustered together, numbering around 300. At the center of the black dots are 12 golden dots representing Kemonomami, animal-eared girls. What time is it? Aren't you going out hunting already? Lin Bei's lips curled up into a smile. This was a tribe that Lin Bei had specifically chosen before he left, since his side only had 80 beast-eared girls who were good at fighting. 80 against 300, the advantage is in my hands. He turned to look at Sylvie, who was wiping the dragon fawn blade, and asked, Sylvie, we've made such a commotion that the dinosaurs' footsteps can be heard several kilometers away. Won't these orcs be scared away? Normally, any creature that hears the footsteps of a group of apex predators would instinctively flee for its life. If the orcs and their beast-eared girls get separated and disappear into the forest, it will be difficult to catch them one by one. Upon hearing this, Sylvie stopped what she was doing. She glanced in the direction of the tribe, a hint of deep understanding of orc habits and a touch of mockery flashing in her eyes. My lord, no, that won't happen. Sylvie's tone was certain. To the simple-minded orcs, the sound of huge footsteps was dangerous. But it also means. Sylvie pointed to the army of dinosaurs behind her. This also means that a huge prey is approaching. So they won't run away, they'll just hide and wait for an opportunity to attack us. If they see even the slightest opportunity, the orcs will treat us as winter food delivered to their doorstep. Are you that stubborn? Lin Bei was somewhat surprised, then burst out laughing. You want to eat us? All right, let's see who eats whom then. He put away the stone tablet and returned it to his spatial storage. All personnel, prepare for battle. Lin Bei flipped himself onto Tyrannosaurus King and waved his hand. Since our neighbors are so stubborn, let's go and give them a big gift. Set off, just as Sylvie had predicted. Lin Bei's team traveled 20 kilometers and arrived at the Iron Teeth tribe, 10 kilometers away. A green-skinned orc leader was lying on the ground, his ears pressed tightly against the earth. Knock knock. The distant rumble of vibration caused its foolish eyes to gleam with ecstatic joy. Roar. Meat. Lots of meat. It leaped up suddenly, brandishing the iron rod in its hand, and let out an excited roar at its tribesmen behind it, whose eyes were also glowing green. Yo. Chapter 132 Tunnel Warfare. We are less than 5 kilometers away from the orc tribe's gathering point. Riding on Chun Kaiyu's back, Lin Bei finally saw the entirety of the 300 orc tribe through the telescope. It was less a tribe and more a stinking ant nest. The tribe was not built on the mountain, but rather on a forest tree that had been killed by humans. The forest tree is not yet mature, only a few hundred meters long and about 30 meters wide in diameter. Its originally thick trunk has now been dug up and riddled with holes. It looked like it had been visited by a large number of woodpeckers. The tree trunk was covered with countless holes, which was where the higher-ranking beastmen lived. A particularly large green-skinned orc occupied the very top of the tree trunk, the best spot with the best view. The chieftain's large tree hollow was stuffed with stolen animal hides, shiny, hot stones, and several female orcs used as breeding tools. Under the tree was where the ordinary orcs lived. The ground was covered with mounds of earth and dark burrows. Hundreds of lowly orcs huddled in these dark underground caves, only emerging to hunt, eat, and relieve themselves. Excited roars from female orcs could be heard from underground from time to time. On the very edge of this tribe, near the forest, lies an area enclosed by large logs. That's the animal pen. In the filthy mud, dozens of mammoths, Dilophosaurus, and various other unidentified herbivorous beasts were imprisoned as food reserves. In the far corner of the animal pen, on a patch of muddy ground, huddled 12 emaciated figures. They were only wrapped in a few tattered animal skins and leaf skirts. Their bodies were covered in mud and animal excrement. Only their distinctive beast ears on their heads distinguish them from the walker orcs. They are the lowest of the low in this tribe, and the only clever laborers who have mastered the skills of animal taming and breeding. Although the walker orcs are physically strong, they are not very bright and have no idea how to take care of livestock. They only know how to kill and eat them raw. Therefore, these 12 animal-eared girls who knew how to raise animals were able to survive in the cracks and were not eaten directly. The good news is that their bad days are almost over. Goo. A panda girl with light black eyeshadow and round ears collapsed weakly to the ground. She pitifully clutched her shrunken belly and let out a weak groan. I'm so hungry. I want to eat thunderwood shoots, or even just thunderwood bark. The orcs would only give them the bare minimum of food. They usually eat leftover organs or rotten flesh, just enough to keep them from starving. Beside her, a fox-eared girl with fiery red ears glanced warily at the orc overseer polishing a metal rod in the distance and said in a low voice, "Tuanshuan, don't think about food anymore. We have to find a way to escape." Run? Panda girl Tuan Tuan raised her head in despair. Where can we run to? There are wild beasts outside, and the White Death is coming soon. That's why we're running. It's because death is coming. A flicker of fear flashed in the fox-eared girl's eyes, and her voice trembled. Haven't you noticed? These past few days, the orcs have been bringing back less and less prey, and the way they look at us is more and more like they're looking at food. Yesterday I heard the chief roaring that if we don't catch any more prey, he'll kill us and make us into jerky before the food we have in the captivity runs out. Upon hearing the word dried meat, Tuanshuan shuddered, her already pale face turning even more bloodless. But how can we run? The fence is so high, and there are guards outside. Just as the 12 beast-eared girls were falling into despairing whispers. Shoo shoo shoo. A very subtle yet unusual noise suddenly came from the ground beneath them. It looks like some small animal is moving quickly underground. The fox-eared girl, with her keen hearing, twitched her ears and was about to warn everyone. Thump. Without warning, the ground behind them collapsed, creating a large hole. Immediately afterwards, a huge, silvery white figure, like a cheetah, darted out of the cave. Ugh! Just as Tuanshuan was about to scream, a large hand instantly covered her mouth. The 12 beast-eared girls were terrified, thinking that an earth dragon had risen from the ground and come out to eat people. But when they saw who it was, they were all stunned. Is this someone over 3 meters tall, with an extremely voluptuous figure? Sylvie remained in battle stance, her long silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her cat ears twitching alertly on her head. Although she was wearing strange clothes, her aura of being of the same race was undeniable. Shoo! Sylvie put a finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture. Her eyes swept over the group of emaciated compatriots, a flicker of heartache and anger flashing in them. Don't make a sound. I'm here to save you. Her voice was deep and powerful, carrying a leader's aura that gave them a sense of inexplicable reassurance. Come with me, jump into this hole. Sylvie pointed to the hole behind her. A small head peeked out from the cave entrance. That was the engineering captain in charge of digging the tunnel. Winnie the Pooh. Winnie, his face covered in mud, waved to the panicked beast-eared girls and gave them a goofy smile. Come with us, it's safe inside the cave. I've already dug it all the way through. Don't worry, I'll make a very quiet noise when I dig. The orcs' ears aren't as sharp as ours, they won't hear me. Looking at the cave, and then at the ferocious orcs in the distance. The fox-eared girl was the first to realize that this was the only way out. Walk! She pulled up the still-dazed Tuanshuan and led the way, jumping into the burrow. Seeing this, the other beast-eared girls gritted their teeth and followed suit. After the last beast-eared girl disappeared into the hole, Sylvie did not leave immediately. She stood in the shadows of the animal enclosure, peering through the gaps in the ironwood fence towards the center of the tribe. There, more than 100 orc warriors were already fully armed. Holding rough metal rods and huge animal bones, they were in a state of extreme excitement. Knock knock knock. From afar, the sound of enormous footsteps, like an earthquake, was transmitted through the veins of the earth. That was the dinosaur legion led by Lin Bei deliberately creating the vibrations of their footsteps. Roar! The orc chieftain suddenly stood up and let out a greedy roar. It recognized the sound as the footsteps of large animals, and not just one, but many. The footsteps sounded like they were fighting each other. In its view, this is winter reserve food delivered right to its doorstep. Lawuga, hide. Prepare for a sneak attack. The entire tribe instantly erupted in excitement. The orcs, drooling, roared and rushed towards their various burrows to hide, preparing for an imagined scenario where the fisherman reaps the benefits. Some of them are incredibly stupid. They only hide their heads in the hole, leaving their butts sticking out. Chapter 133: The New Beast-Eared Girls Whose Body and Mind Are Conquered by Lin Bei. Looking at this group of foolish orcs, Sylvie's eyes were filled with mockery and hatred. She clenched her fists, wishing she could rush out and wreak havoc right now. But the adults' orders were to prioritize rescuing their compatriots. You guys are lucky. Sylvie gave the utterly foolish orcs a cold look. Let you live a little longer for now. After saying that, she turned and jumped into the hole. The tunnel was dark and narrow. The 12 newly rescued animal-eared girls squeezed into a straight line, crawling laboriously behind Winnie. Their hearts were still pounding, not only from the tension of escaping, but also from the uncertainty about the future. Where are we going? Panda Girl Tuan Tuan asked softly, her voice trembling with tears. She said, Go to the realm of the gods. Sylvie's voice came from behind. At this moment, she had already deactivated her battle form, and her body rapidly shrank, transforming back into a petite and adorable silver-haired loli. Upon hearing the sound, Winnie the Pooh in front also transformed back into his tiny form. No light was needed. The animal-eared girl had excellent eyesight and saw everything clearly. They were all so frightened that they stopped crawling, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. It's gotten smaller? It was such a big breast just now. This illogical change completely shattered their worldview. This is the power bestowed by the adults. Seeing her panicked sisters, Sylvie began to provide the necessary pre-job training, not brainwashing. Listen, from today onwards, forget about the insulting term orc. We are a race of beast-eared girls with noble blood. What saved us was not luck, but the forerunner from the heavens. He descended upon this world and established a divine realm, where there is no winter, no hunger, only endless delicious food and warm nests. As Sylvie led the way, she described that wonderful future. As long as you swear allegiance to the Lord, you will be able to gain the power of evolution, just like me. Get rid of your cumbersome bodies, and become strong and beautiful. The 12 newcomers were stunned. Leftover food? A warm nest? This sounds like a dream, too beautiful to be real. Do you think the adults will really accept us? A tall, taciturn horsewoman with long ears and a long tail timidly asked, We're so dirty, so weak. Sylvie gave her an affirmative answer. Certainly. The benevolence of the Lord is like the 3 suns shining brightly. As long as you behave and work hard, adults will not only not harm you, but will also give you delicious food that you have never eaten before and give you comfortable clothes to wear. A glint of fanaticism flashed in Sylvie's eyes. As long as you are loyal enough, the Lord will grant you the same power as me. A dozen minutes later, at the end of the tunnel, light shone through the cracks. Arrive. Winnie pushed open the disguised exit. The group crawled out of the tunnel and quickly retreated to a dense forest 5 kilometers away from the orc tribe. This is where Lin Bei's main force temporarily stopped and made their way here. My lord, the person has been brought. Sylvie led 12 ragged newcomers to Lin Bei, who was riding on Chuanchio's back. Thump. The 12 newcomers had never seen anything like this before. Upon seeing the young man riding the heavenly river sparrow, exuding an air of nobility, their legs went weak, and they all collapsed to the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Lin Bei sized up the new employees. Although they were all covered in dust and skin and bones, they all had a good foundation. There are panda girls, fox-eared girls, and cat-eared girls. Suddenly, his gaze settled on the very edge, on a beast girl with long chestnut hair and pointed, erect ears. Especially her horse tail, which, though covered in mud, still retained its graceful flow. Oh! Lin Bei's eyes lit up, and he jumped off his back and walked to Ma Ernyang. Horse-eared girl? This is the first time I've seen one. This is a rare breed. He looked him up and down. Although she's lost some weight now, her bone structure is excellent. Especially his legs, which are long and powerful, clearly indicate that he is the type who is good at running. Lin Bei couldn't help but think of a famous anime character from Earth. Say something about Mambo, and I'll hear it. Ma Nyang raised her head blankly, her big eyes filled with confusion and fear. Mambo? Is that a hunting technique? Sir, I don't know how. She was so scared she almost cried, thinking she would be abandoned because she didn't have this skill. Ahem, it's all right, you already know how to do it. Lin Bei waved his hand with a smile, but he was secretly thinking to himself. When we get back, we'll have Li and Su Yao, those two veteran anime fans, train them. Then we'll form a whole girl group specifically to appease the new Kemonomi girls. Thinking about the screams Su Yao might make when she saw this horse girl, Lin Bei was in a great mood. Sylvie. Lin Bei turned his head and gave the order. Take them to the back to wash up, and give each of them a clean set of clothes. Although it's only made from animal hides for now, it's still better than being all dirty. Once you've washed up, bring it over. Lin Bei pointed to the cooking pot that was being heated next to him. Serve them rice, meat broth, vegetables, and fruits, as much as they want. Make sure they are well fed. Yes. Half an hour later, having washed away the grime and changed into clean, warm animal skin clothes, the 12 beast-eared girls sat around the pot, holding steaming hot food in their hands. They wolfed down their food, tears streaming down their faces. This was the first time in their lives they had ever eaten cooked food with such a rich variety of flavors, and the first time they had ever tasted a sweet grain called rice. This was also the first time I ate until I was stuffed. So delicious, wah. Turns out, the meat is even tastier than the bamboo shoots. Panda girl Tuan Tuan was stuffing meat into her mouth while crying. Chief Sylvie, will we really be able to eat our fill every day from now on? The horse-eared woman looked at Sylvie, cautiously seeking confirmation. Certainly. Sylvie wiped the rice grains from the corner of her mouth, her tone firm. In the realm of the great gods, hunger is a non-existent word. Upon hearing this, I glanced at the figure wiping a gun in the distance. At this moment, 12 hearts that had been ravaged by suffering melted away completely. To hell with tribes and orcs. From this day forward, their lives belong to this lord. Chapter 134 Back Home. With the oath of allegiance taken by the 12 new members, the bloodless rescue operation came to a perfect end. It was already 6 p.m. As dusk fell, the blue giant star overhead shone with an increasingly deep light, while the other two golden suns left only a golden afterglow. Night is approaching. But nighttime often means unknown dangers. My lord, shall we attack? Sylvie gripped the heavy rifle tightly, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. With just your order, plus the dinosaur army, we can easily crush the tribe ahead before nightfall. She hated orcs and wished she could exterminate them all. Lin Bei remained silent for a moment, fiddling with the phase ring in his hand, before finally shaking his head. No, retreat. Retreat? Sylvie was taken aback, her cat ears twitched, not expecting this order. That's right. Lin Bei stood up and dusted himself off. Our objective has been achieved. The person has been rescued without alerting the enemy. Besides, killing them all is easy, just one bullet per person. But what happens after they're all killed? Lin Bei's eyes deepened. Sylvie, have you ever thought about where new beast-eared girls will come from if all the walker beast men on this planet die out? This question left Sylvie completely stunned. Yes. Although it's cruel and disgusting, we have to admit one fact. Beast-eared girls are mutated offspring of beast men. Without the large population of orcs, the race of beast-eared girls would have lost its origin. Lin Bei continued. Does this mean that from now on, I'll have to create everything myself? Sylvie glanced at Lin Bei instinctively, even though she was very willing, or rather, 1,000 times willing, to cooperate with the adult in creating this. But an adult is only one person, which means they only have one stick. How can they possibly manage all that? Lin Bei felt a chill run down his spine from her expectant, yet slightly worried gaze, and quickly changed the subject. What are you thinking about? What I mean is, we need sustainable development. Treat the orcs as wild spawn points, and when they give birth to new beast-eared girls, we'll come back and harvest them again. This is the decision Lin Bei made after weighing the pros and cons. Instead of wasting effort exterminating the race now, it would be better to wait until there are more beast-eared girls under your command, and then implement a system of enslavement or periodic harvesting of beastmen. Moreover, today's hunting objective has been exceeded, and 12 beast-eared girls have been rescued without bloodshed. Your Excellency is wise. Sylvie is completely convinced. Let's go. Full speed ahead home. Lin Bei waved his hand. Boom. The large group changed direction. The feathered Tyrannosaurus took heavy steps, leaving a series of deep pits in the ground, and, taking advantage of the last bit of daylight, raced towards the base. Eager to return home, the journey back was much smoother than the way there. After walking back and forth, a path had been trampled out by dinosaurs connecting the scorched earth and the deep forest. Lin Bei held Su Li's delicate body, riding on the back of the Tyrannosaurus King, feeling the whistling wind in his ears. The dinosaur behind him had its back covered with precious herbs and exotic minerals, and the phase ring on its wrist was stuffed with countless prey. The satisfaction of this bountiful harvest made him hum a little tune. As the last ray of sunlight was about to disappear, and the sky was about to be completely occupied by that enormous planet. Ahead, familiar lights appeared. That was the light from the lights on the solar power station, piercing through the darkness like a lighthouse guiding people home. Arrive. Upon seeing the light, the 12 new members of the team trembled with excitement. They were in a dreamlike daze the whole way, riding a dinosaur, eating delicious cooked food, and going to stay in a legendary warm place. Just a few hours ago, all of this was a luxury they wouldn't have dared to dream of. The team rushed out of the forest and stepped onto the flat base square. Elder brother. From a distance, Lin Bei could see Su Yao sitting on the shoulder of the enlarged, beast-eared girl, waving a pink handkerchief in her hand, like a young wife waiting for her husband to return home. She had been monitoring the team's movements via drone and was already waiting there. Lin Bei flipped and jumped down with Su Li, but before they could even stand up, Su Yao pounced on them. Brother, sister, thank you for your hard work. The little girl didn't mind the forest dew and dust on the two of them. She grabbed Su Li with one hand and hugged Lin Bei's arm with the other, starting to act coquettishly, while her big eyes kept glancing at the line behind them. Wow, so much stuff. Su Yao stared in astonishment at the bull dragon carrying a full load of prey on its back. Of course. Lin Bei smiled and pulled her into his arms. This time, we not only filled both of our wristbands with wild game and herbs, but look at the dinosaur's back. It's full of good stuff. We collected dozens of monster eggs that were capable of hatching. Marvelous. Su Yao cheered. Then her gaze fell on the back of the line. There, 12 new members, who had washed their faces and changed into new clothes but were still somewhat reserved, followed behind Sylvie. Are these the newly rescued sisters? Su Yao curiously leaned closer. Lin Bei nodded and pointed specifically to the tall, slender horse-eared woman. Yes, there are 12 in total. Yao Yao, I have a task for you. Lead them to integrate into our tribe. No problem. Su Yao ran up to the horse-eared girl, looked at her pair of lively horse ears and her energetic ponytail, and suddenly remembered something. Wow, a horse girl. Can she dance? Can she sing? The horse-eared woman was startled by the overly enthusiastic mistress and looked to Lin Bei for help. Lin Bei shook his head. I don't know how yet, but you're my little teacher here. The task of establishing the Animal Ear Girls Comfort Group is also entrusted to you. Mission accomplished. Su Yao saluted excitedly, her big eyes darting around, clearly already planning her future girl group development program. After the commotion subsided, the busy process of handling supplies began. First, all the massive amount of prey and herbs brought back were taken out and handed over to Sylvie to be sorted and stored. Only some essential resources and 10 cubic meters of ore are kept in the face space. Then, Lin Bei returned to the cave, walked to the teleportation portal, and glanced at the countdown. 7:20. An afternoon has passed, and 2 more minutes have gone by. Who should we take back this time? Chapter 135. Preparing to hold back a plan. A faint green light shone on Lin Bei's face. He was deep in thought. The portal's light screen slowly rotated, displaying a countdown of 7:20, like a giant, constantly blinking eye, tempting him to hurry on his journey home. 7 minutes and 20 seconds isn't a long time. But with his current physical condition, he has enough to fill both phase spaces. But Lin Bei wasn't as eager as usual. He stroked the stubble that had just sprouted on his chin, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Wang Mang. He silently repeated the name in his heart. The discovery of the Pango laboratory was like a thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. Since someone, a time traveler speaking fluent modern language, had already visited this planet 65 million years ago, it's surprising that someone had already come here. So, is Earth's history really as simple as he knows it? Or, to put it another way, beneath the calm surface of modern society, are there other people who know the truth? If Wang Mang can come, so can I. Before us, will there be a third or fourth? Lin Bei's gaze gradually turned calm. One should always be wary of others. In this universe full of unknowns, besides the 2 foolish women who entrust everything to him, he will assume the worst about anyone. We must keep something in reserve. Lin Bei made a decision. He retrieved a cell phone filled with data from the phase space. It contains information about the planet above, as well as information about the beast-eared girls possessing immortality genes, and so on. Once Lin Bei returns to Earth and retrieves the phone from his spatial storage, it will automatically upload all the stored data. Then, he took out a brand new and used spare phone. This phone contains no videos, no alien information, and no data about chemonomy, animal-eared girls, or the Panga laboratory. It's just a tool for making calls. Li, Yao, come here for a second. Lin Bei beckoned and pulled the two women to a corner of the cave. Seeing Lin Bei's serious expression, the two sisters also suppressed their excitement. What's wrong? Su Li asked softly. Lin Bei solemnly handed the data phone in his hand to Su Li. You must keep this phone with you at all times and absolutely cannot lose it. This time when I go back, I'm only bringing this spare, empty phone. After gene modulation, Su Li's brain no longer got stuck. She understood Lin Bei's concerns after just one thought. Su Li gripped her phone tightly, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Are you worried about safety on Earth? Just in case. Lin Bei lowered his voice and comforted her in a calm tone. We cannot hand over all the core secrets, such as information about the Panga laboratory, Wang Mang, and the specific details of this planet, for the time being. We need to have cards in our hand, so we won't panic. When I go back this time, I'll only be responsible for being a porter. I won't talk about anything else. Su Li nodded, carefully placing her phone close to her body, her eyes resolute. I understand. You must be careful. If you sense even the slightest thing is wrong, immediately use autonomous jump back, without hesitation. Don't worry, I'm terrified of dying. Besides, maybe we're overthinking it. Lin Bei smiled, then looked at Su Yao, who was staring at him expectantly. Yao, you shouldn't go this time. The main mission this time is to collect supplies, which may be quite tedious, and we may have to run away if we encounter danger. Su Yao really wanted to go to Earth to see the world, even if it was just to breathe in some smog. But looking into Lin Bei's serious eyes, she knew she couldn't act impulsively at this moment. Okay. The little girl nodded obediently, but there was still some disappointment in her eyes. Then be careful, brother, and come back soon. Remember to bring me something delicious. Must. After calming the two women down, Lin Bei went outside the cave, his eyes searching through the busy crowd. Sylvie, he shouted loudly. Sylvie, who was directing the animal-eared girls to prepare the conditions for the dinosaur egg to hatch, immediately put down what she was doing when she heard the summons. Her silver hair flew in the wind, and her big tail swayed happily behind her as she trotted over to Lin Bei. Sir, you called me. She tilted her head back, her small, delicate face, no bigger than the palm of her hand, filled with anticipation. She is currently in lowly form, only reaching Lin Bei's chest in height, and looks quite delicious. But Lin Bei knew very well that this petite body contained enough power to make his supreme bone keep vomiting blood. Come with me, I'll take you somewhere. Lin Bei didn't explain much. He took Sylvie's hand and jumped directly towards the Panga laboratory on the cliff. Inside the Panga laboratory, the lights were on. Lin Bei led Sylvie to stand in front of a precision instrument. This is a biometrics detector that is materialized from the Panga sphere. It can not only detect health status, but also measure weight with an accuracy down to the milligram. Go up and weigh yourself. Lin Bei pointed to the instrument platform. Although Sylvie didn't understand why, she obediently stood on it. Drop. As the beam swept across, a string of data immediately appeared on the holographic screen. Star Weaver, Sylvie, standard. Current weight, 858.4 kilograms. Looking at the number, Lin Bei breathed a long sigh of relief. A normal weight is 858 kilograms, which is alright. Although Sylvie looks like a petite 1.5 meter tall girl, her muscle and bone density are dozens of times that of ordinary creatures. He's the legendary muscle monster. If her weight exceeds Lin Bei's, then according to the rules of the portal, one cannot carry matter exceeding one's own weight. So Lin Bei simply cannot take her away. Lin Bei then stood on it himself. Administrator, First Class Citizen Lin Bei. Current weight, 902.1 kilograms. After being nourished day and night with ginseng soup, and with the optimization of gene modulation, Lin Bei's current weight has reached an astonishing 900 kilograms. Although he looks like a muscular man, he is actually a humanoid Gundam when he moves. That's right, I'm more than 40 kilograms heavier than you. Looking at the data comparison, Lin Bei said to Sylvie, half-jokingly, Sylvie, have you been eating too much lately? If you gain another 50 kilograms, I won't be able to carry you anymore. In order to lose weight, we might have to shave all the hair off your big tail. Ah. Upon hearing this, Sylvie trembled with fear. She covered her fluffy, soft, and proud tail with both hands, her golden eyes filled with terror. Shaving? If she becomes a bald little cattail, how will she use it to attract adults' interest? Master, no. Sylvie won't eat anymore. From now on, I'll only eat half of my dinner. No, just one bite. Chapter 136, Chapter 135. Oh dear. A bucket of oil. Master, no. Sylvie won't eat anymore. From now on, I'll only eat half of my dinner. No, just one bite. Sylvie pleaded pitifully, terrified that Lin Bei would actually use a knife. Playing with the cat. Lin Bei laughed and ruffled Sylvie's hair. As long as your weight doesn't exceed mine, you can eat as much as you want. Having confirmed the weight, Lin Bei didn't delay any longer and took Sylvie back to the depths of the cave. After a brief hug and farewell to the two women, Lin Bei and Sylvie left behind only 2 large-caliber handguns for self-defense. All other heavy weapons and supplies were stuffed into the face space. He held Sylvie's small hand tightly with one hand and placed the other hand on the rotating light screen. Sylvie, we're going to another world. Yes, sir. Sylvie's palms were sweating with nervousness as she gripped Lin Bei's large hand tightly. Set off? With a thought from Lin Bei, the two figures instantly collapsed back to their original point and disappeared into the cave. Buzz. The dizzying sensation of time and space shifting arrived as expected. But for Lin Bei and Sylvie at the moment, this level of discomfort only lasted for a moment before disappearing. Immediately afterwards, a hot wind, carrying the scent of earth and plants, blew over my head. The light became dazzling, and the perceived gravity increased slightly. Arrive. Lin Bei opened his eyes, his body instantly entering a state of combat alert. His right hand had already reached for the gun handle at his waist, his eyes flashing as he quickly scanned his surroundings. There were no gunfire, no bustling traffic, and no skyscrapers. As far as the eye can see, there is an endless white ocean. But this white was not the ice and snow that Sylvie feared. They grow on low-lying plants, dazzlingly white under the blazing sun, stretching endlessly to the horizon. This is... Lin Bei paused for a moment, then quickly took out his spare phone, turned it on, and connected to the internet. Satellite signal at full strength. Open the map location software. Current location, Bowl City, Xinjiang, China. Upon seeing the familiar icons and place names, Lin Bei's tense nerves relaxed, and a surge of joy, like a wanderer returning home, welled up in his heart. I'm incredibly lucky. This time, I was randomly sent back to China, right in the cotton fields of Xinjiang. This is absolutely perfect. Being in China means absolute safety. You don't have to feel guilty like you would in Japan. It also means that the state can intervene fully and without restraint. Who's Sylvie? It's all right now. Put your claws back. We don't need to rob the supplies anymore. They'll be delivered in no time. Lin Bei turned to look at the cat-eared girl beside him. Sylvie was hunched over, her hair standing on end. Her eyes were fixed on the white world around her, and 10 sharp claws had sprung from her fingertips, gleaming coldly. Her body was trembling slightly, not from fear, but from a stress response to an extreme environment. My lord, the White Reaper. Sylvie's voice trembled slightly. In her mind, if the whole world was white, then it could only mean that a terrible ice age was coming. But why is the snow here hot? Sylvie reached out with a puzzled look and carefully touched a blooming cotton flower beside her. It feels warm to the touch, soft and fluffy, like touching a cloud, or like touching the softest downy hair on your own ears. It wasn't as bitterly cold as I had imagined. Silly cat. Lin Bei smiled and plucked a cotton flower, placing it in Sylvie's hand. This isn't snow, it's cotton. It's a treasure that can be made into clothes to keep you warm and cozy throughout the winter. Cotton. Sylvie held the white object in her hands and brought it to her nose to smell it. A refreshing scent of sunshine and plants wafted into my nostrils. How amazing! She had never seen this plant before. In the forests of an alien planet, there are either towering trees or man-eating vines. Where would you find something so soft and cute? Just then, boom, boom, boom. A loud mechanical roar suddenly came from not far away. The earth was trembling slightly. Sylvie's ears perked up instantly, and she turned towards the source of the sound. She saw it. A gigantic creature was approaching from several hundred meters away. It was a red, steel behemoth. It has huge wheels and rows of spinning, sharp fangs in front of it. It roars as it frantically devours the plants in front of it. Wherever it goes, it swallows up the sea of white cotton, leaving only a bare expanse of straw. Monster! Sylvie's pupils instantly contracted to pinpoints. "Be careful, sir. I'm here." Without any hesitation, Sylvie shouted and flashed forward, directly blocking Lin Bei's path. She lowered her center of gravity, letting out a threatening growl, her petite body poised to expand and grow larger at any moment, entering battle mode. She was ready to charge forward and tear this red behemoth that dared to offend the adults to shreds with her claws. "No, don't do it." Lin Bei was startled and quickly grabbed Sylvie's shoulder, pinning the cat girl down from her rage. If she were to rush up there, a few claw strikes would destroy this multi-million-dollar cotton harvester. That's our side of the fully automatic herbivorous beast. It's a vegetarian. It's there to help farmers with their work. They're allies. Don't let them get involved in the crossfire. Ally? Sylvie paused for a moment, looking at the huge creature still rumbling and devouring the cotton, and the murderous intent in her eyes slowly subsided. "So it's a tamed animal from your hometown, sir. It looks really strange, and its skin looks so tough." She retracted her claws and touched her cat ears on her head somewhat embarrassedly. Just then, the people on the cotton harvester seemed to notice the two unexpected guests who had suddenly appeared in the field. The machine's roar subsided, and it slowly came to a stop. The driver's cab door opened, and a dark-skinned man wearing a straw hat poked his head out. He looked at Lin Bei standing in the cotton field, and then at Sylvie, who was dressed strangely and had a pair of cat ears on her head. The middle-aged man looked completely bewildered and shouted in a thick Mandarin accent. Chapter 137 Chapter 136 Changes on Earth. Earth, China. For most ordinary people who still have to rush to work at 8 a.m., squeeze onto the subway, and hustle for a mere 33 taels of silver, life goes on as usual these past 3 days. It remained as bland as a stagnant pool. But in the eyes of high-level officials around the world, a silent, yet breathtaking upheaval is taking place in the eastern sky. A technological storm, poised to reshape the future of humanity, is radiating from China to the rest of the world. A top-secret energy experimental base on the outskirts of Beijing. Inside the vast underground space, a strangely shaped device is humming. This is a newly assembled wireless power transmission prototype. At the heart of this machine is a silver-gray metal sheet, no bigger than a fingernail, that emits a faint blue light. It was a super substance extracted from the Yaoli, or that Lin Bei brought back. That's right, Yaoli, or has been officially recognized as a super versatile material, instead of being a room temperature superconducting or applicable to all technology fields. All parameters are normal, the magnetic field is stable, and the energy loss of wireless transmission is almost zero. The young researcher in charge of the observation data had a voice that cracked from excessive excitement. Under his gaze, a row of high-powered laser searchlights hundreds of meters away suddenly lit up without any wires connecting them, their light piercing the darkness below, transmitting electricity remotely without loss. This means that as long as there is enough of this, or humanity will be able to completely bid farewell to the era of laying power grids. Ultimately, it will be possible to build solar power stations in space and directly supply energy to the ground wirelessly. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the deep mountains of the West, there is a supercomputing center. A black host computer codenamed Yaowang No. 1 is undergoing final debugging. This is not an ordinary silicon-based computer. It is the first truly commercially available quantum computer in human history. Its core quantum chip is also etched from the versatile zeolite metal. Trial operation begins. Objective: to crack the current highest level of encryption algorithm. As soon as the command was given, the progress bar on the screen only flashed once. Beep. Cracking complete. Time taken, 0.03 seconds. The white-haired scientists present looked at each other in bewilderment, then erupted in deafening cheers. The cheers had not yet subsided. The head of the quantum project, academician Qian, who is over 70 years old, raised his trembling hand to signal the audience to be quiet. At this moment, his wise eyes burned with an almost fanatical thirst for knowledge. Encryption algorithms are just logical mazes. For quantum computing, they are merely appetizers. Academician Qian took a deep breath, his voice hoarse, and issued new instructions to the control panel. Next, we need to calculate the reality of this world. Target for calculation, pi. Number of digits, no upper limit. Until. The old man glanced at the server array connected to him, which boasted the world's largest storage capacity, and a resolute thirst for knowledge flashed in his eyes. Until we fill our entire storage array, or until we calculate the last bit. Yes. The young operator's fingers flew across the keyboard as he pressed the enter key. Yaowang 1 start. On the large screen, the progress bar that was supposed to represent the progress of the calculation did not appear. What appeared were numbers. 3.1415926. In the blink of an eye, the stream of numbers on the screen no longer flows like a waterfall. Instead, the numbers become a static, white wall of light. Because the refresh rate is so fast, exceeding the limits of what the naked eye can perceive, the screen appears to be a still image. In reality, hundreds of billions of numbers are generated every second at this moment. Beep, beep, beep. Only 5 seconds passed. A piercing red alarm blared throughout the laboratory, not because of a calculation error. Warning, data write speed is too fast, external storage device is overloaded. Stop. Stop right now. Academician Qian roared and ordered the mission to be immediately cut off. The laboratory fell silent again, and everyone stared blankly at the final, frozen image. In just 5 seconds, this machine calculated a number of digits of pi that exceeded the total number of digits calculated by humans over the past few decades by a factor of trillions. And it didn't even generate heat. It stopped simply because the most advanced hard drive on Earth was too slow to write data at the speed at which it could think. Is this the material of advanced civilization? In the past, we used an abacus to calculate the universe. Now, we have finally opened our eyes. Academician Qian took off his glasses and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. We'll risk our lives today to snatch back some more Yali materials to develop new storage devices. In stark contrast to the bustling scene at the quantum laboratory, official institutions in major Western powers across the ocean were eerily silent. Their prized encrypted firewall, at this moment, seemed to have turned into a transparent glass window. Chinese people can watch whatever they want. What sent chills down the spines of Western elites even further was a blurry photograph from a military satellite. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, a Chinese 6th-generation fighter jet, painted with a gray-black coating, is undergoing a test flight over its own territory. This coating incorporates jasper powder, enabling a degree of optical camouflage, making it appear as if it blends into the blue sky. On the radar screen, the massive fighter jet appeared to be nothing at all, as if it were air. The stock market is a barometer of politics. Global capital markets reacted most sensitively to this. Rumors that China was going to participate in the election of the Earth's leader spread like wildfire. Large amounts of international speculative capital began frantically selling off dollar assets and pouring into the East regardless of cost. Western tycoons sat in their luxurious offices, watching the index plummet and sensing the suffocating atmosphere in the air. It was a sleeping dragon, opening its eyes, preparing to reshape the rules of this world. However, the hustle and bustle of the outside world did not reach the 305 Special Operations Base, located 100 meters underground in Beijing. This place is shrouded in gloom and despair. Biological Laboratory Number 0. The laboratory, which should have been filled with the passion of scientific research, was eerily quiet at this moment, with only the ticking sound of life support equipment. Commander-in-Chief Li Yaodong, who is known to the outside world as someone who remains calm even in the face of a collapsing mountain, is now standing outside the isolation ward with a worried expression. Behind him were more than a dozen of the country's top biology and botany experts. These bigwigs who usually wield great influence in academia are now all dejected, like primary school students who have failed an exam. Inside the isolation chamber, Su Qingwan, dressed in heavy sterile protective clothing, sat on a specially made small bed. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and although a protective mask covered them, her haggard appearance was still evident. In her hands, she held a huge Hetian jade bowl filled with the finest plant nutrient solution. Good boy, listen to me, have another sip. This is your favorite flavor. Auntie specially had sugar added. Su Qingwan's voice was so gentle, it was heartbreaking. She was like someone coaxing a sick child who refused to eat. On the jade platform in front of her lay the once free and unrestrained ginseng spirit, Xiao San, who was picky about food and also knew how to cling to powerful figures. On Earth, Su Qingwan named it Xiao Zhu, taking the last character from the name of the ginseng ancestor. But now, it doesn't resemble a spirit at all. The once round, plump, and jade-like ginseng body has now shrunk considerably. It has shrunk from more than half a meter in length to less than 30 centimeters. The skin was dry and wrinkled, like an old dried radish that had been sun-dried for 3 days. The few leaves above my head that were once lush and vibrant, dancing in the sunlight, are now withered, yellow, and curled, as if they might fall at any moment. The bright red flower on its head had long since withered and was now drooping listlessly to the side. Upon hearing Su Qingwan's voice, the mistress laboriously opened her bean-sized eyes. Nana. Chapter 138, previously Chapter 137. The mistress who was about to die. The mistress let out a faint, almost inaudible cry, a painful groan. It tried to open its mouth to drink, but as soon as it touched the nutrient solution, its body convulsed violently. It felt like drinking poison, not a tonic. Clatter. It slumped down limply, its roots hanging down on the jade platform as if dead, and there was no more movement. It won't eat anymore. It can't eat anything else. Su Qingwan's hands trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks. These past few days, she has been staying here without taking off her clothes. For her, this was more than just an alien plant with extremely high scientific research value. These are the family members Lin Bei brought back. It was also the only emotional bond and connection between her and her daughters who were far away on another planet. Watching the mistress grow weaker day by day felt like watching her own daughter suffer on an alien planet. It was heartbreaking. Academicianly, Su Qingwan suddenly turned her head to look at the crowd outside the glass wall, her voice carrying a hint of questioning. Aren't you the best scientists? Why couldn't even a single plant be saved? What's wrong with it? Is it homesick? Or is it having trouble adjusting to the new environment? Tell me. Faced with the mother's questioning, Li Yaodong opened his mouth, but found that his throat felt like it was blocked with cotton, and he couldn't say a word. He turned to look at the head of the biology group beside him, an elderly professor with gray hair. The old professor took off his glasses, wiped them helplessly, and his tone was filled with deep frustration. Ms. Su, Mr. Li, we did our best. Over the past 3 days, we have tried every possible method. Whether it's simulating the atmospheric composition and gravity environment of an alien planet, or preparing hundreds of different nutrient solutions, or even administering glucose and adrenaline to it. But, the old professor pointed to the steadily declining vital signs curve on the screen and sighed. All the data indicate that its life force is drying up. This depletion is irreversible. It's like a fish out of water. Even if we prepare the most luxurious fish tank for it and fill it with the purest oxygen, it will still die if there is no water. Li Yaodong frowned and asked in a deep voice. You mean, there's a certain condition on Earth that it needs to survive? Yes. The old professor nodded and speculated. We suspect that there exists a life form in the ecosystem of alien planets that does not exist on Earth. It could be some kind of special radiation or some kind of dark energy. It might even be the legendary spiritual energy. The reason it was still able to jump around a few days ago was because it still had that kind of energy left in its body. Now, the energy is exhausted. It's like a phone that's been unplugged. It can only slowly wait to die. The truth is often cruel. While the scientists' predictions were not entirely accurate, they were very close. What they didn't know was that this so-called life medium was actually the special spectral radiation emitted by the blue giant star spirit source that was suspended in the alien orbit. That is the cornerstone of all great changes and the source of life's evolution. Without the illumination of the spiritual source, the ginseng spirit is like a rootless duckweed, destined to wither. Is there really no other way? Looking at the dying mistress, Su Qingwan asked in despair. The only way. Looking at the withered ginseng, a resolute glint flashed in Li Yaodong's eyes. It means sending it back. Send it back to that planet, back to Lin Bei's hands. Just then, ring ring. Li Yaodong's personal secure phone suddenly rang, the shrill ringtone sounding particularly jarring in the quiet laboratory. He took a deep breath and quickly answered the phone. Boss, I am Li Yaodong. The leader's voice, authoritative yet somewhat anxious, came from the other end of the phone. Old Li, how's the situation? Ginseng extract is not only a scientific research sample, but also an important bridge for us to build trust with Comrade Lin Bei. It is a strategic asset of the country. No matter the cost, we must preserve this living sample. If it dies at our hands, how can we explain it to Comrade Lin Bei when he returns? How can we prove our sincerity in cooperating to him? Li Yaodong's knuckles turned white as he gripped the receiver. He also knew the seriousness of the situation. If Lin Bei returns and sees that the mascot he gave to the country has died, his trust will instantly collapse. Boss, we are doing everything we can to save him. Li Yaodong's voice was dry, and he could only use weak words to stall for time. He hung up the phone and looked up at the digital clock on the wall. It was already afternoon. Today is the 3rd day of the agreed deadline, and time is ticking away second by second. Lin Bei, oh Lin Bei. Li Yaodong cried out anxiously in his heart. Where are you? If you don't come back soon, this precious little thing will turn into a real dried ginseng, and can only be used to make medicinal wine. The entire base was gripped by a tense weight. Every second felt like an eternity. Just when everyone was about to despair, and Su Qingwan had even begun to shed tears silently. Beep, beep, beep. On the large screen of the main control panel, the previously calm world map suddenly lit up with a glaring red light. The piercing alarm instantly resounded throughout the entire underground base. A young operator responsible for monitoring the Skynet system stood up, and the movement was so sudden that he knocked over the chair behind him. He pointed to the frantically flashing red dot on the screen and reported with extreme excitement. They're here. We have received the highest level alert from Skynet. Through monitoring of border agricultural operations, we completed a gait and facial feature comparison. It has been confirmed as target number 1. Li Yaodong immediately rushed to the control panel, staring intently at the screen. Where is it? Where did it land this time? The operator's fingers flew across the keyboard. The map zoomed in rapidly, and finally settled on the northwest corner of the Chinese territory. It was a vast and boundless land. Report. Coordinates locked. Located in Xinjiang, a border city within China. In a cotton field. Upon hearing the words, within China, Li Yaodong felt as if he had instantly ascended from hell to heaven. Great, great, great. I'm finally home. He slammed his hand on the table, but the next second, his gaze swept over the unresponsive signal alarm device next to him, and his brows furrowed instantly. Wrong. Li Yaodong's heart clenched tightly. The specially made black box signal generator was something Lin Bei took with him before he left, and it was also the primary means of communication agreed upon by both parties. As soon as it lands, it can be retrieved immediately, and the country can locate it in seconds. Why is there no signal? Li Yaodong stared intently at the location on the screen, his mind filled with doubts. Why did number 1 retrieve the signal generator immediately? Did the equipment break down during transmission? Or did some unexpected situation occur that prevented you from even having the chance to take it out? Or perhaps, something happened that made number 1 no longer trust them? Countless guesses flashed through Li Yaodong's mind, but he knew now was not the time to dwell on them. Now that Skynet has captured them, we must race against time. He turned around and said, notify the Agricultural Reclamation Corps immediately. Activate level 1 response and close off surrounding airspace. Send all the supplies that have been prepared in the local reserves to them. Tell number 1 that we're here. Chapter 139. From Chapter 138, contact Aunt Sue and ask for the list. On the vast cotton fields, cotton harvesters slowly moved forward. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat poked his head out and was still shouting loudly, telling the 2 reckless young men to get out of the way. Lin Bei didn't offer any further explanation, but simply smiled and waved to the uncle to express his apology. He then pulled Sylvie back several dozen meters to the side, making way for the machinery. Don't be nervous, Sylvie. Lin Bei reached out and gently placed his hand on the delicate cat-eared girl's shoulder, the warmth of his palm passing through the thin clothing. Look, it only eats white flowers, not meat. In this world, whether it's an iron bird flying in the sky or an iron box running on the ground, anyone who hasn't given an attack order is our friend. Even if many people come later, carrying the same weapons as me, don't be afraid, and don't attack first. Do you understand? Sylvie obeyed the orders of her superiors unconditionally. Yes, sir. Sylvie will never take action unless she receives an order from her master. After calming the bodyguards down, Lin Bei glanced at the teleportation countdown. 6:50. There are 6 minutes and 50 seconds left. Although I don't intend to reveal any information, I will still contact the people I need to contact. Lin Bei took out his spare phone, which contained no sensitive data, and skillfully made a video call. The signal was connected instantly. On the screen, Su Qingwan's young and beautiful face appeared. This time, however, her background was a room that looked like a command post, with many busy soldiers and technicians in the background. Xiao Bei, it really is you. Why have you changed again? Su Qingwan saw the blue sky, white clouds, and cotton fields behind Lin Bei and excitedly covered her chest. When the alarm went off just now, Aunt Sue was terrified. I thought you were going to go on another adventure abroad. Don't worry, Aunt Sue. I'm fine. Lin Bei turned the camera around, showing off the peaceful pastoral scenery around him, and then deliberately pointed the camera at Sylvie, who was standing obediently beside him. Look, I brought a helper back this time, so it's very safe. Su Qingwan stared blankly at the incredibly beautiful little girl with cat ears in the camera lens for a moment. Then her expression turned somewhat strange. She only knew that there were giant animal-eared girls on alien planets, but she never expected that there would be such cute aliens. This was something that Su Qingwan, an Earthling, found very novel. But now is not the time for gossip. After briefly reporting that she was safe and sound, and confirming that the Su sisters, Li and Su Yao, were all well on the alien planet, Su Qingwan's expression became anxious. Xiao Bei, there's something I have to tell you. The ginseng you brought back last time is dying. Lin Bei frowned. What's going on? Didn't we agree to give him national treasure level treatment? Does someone want to eat it? Seeing that Lin Bei had misunderstood, Su Qingwan quickly explained. He recounted how the ginseng essence had stopped eating and withered over the past few days, and how the experts were at a loss. Experts say it's due to the lack of some kind of special, life-giving radiation, like a fish out of water. Now it has shrunk into a small ball, and won't even drink the special nutrient solution anymore. Hearing this, Lin Bei understood the reason, and he thought about it for a moment. The fact that Earth doesn't have the radiation of a blue giant star is indeed a problem. But then he thought of his two lively ginseng spirits who could still work in the fields. Previously, they had survived for many days in the depths of a sunless cave. Lin Bei's mind flashed back to the image of Su Yao feeding the ginseng candy and him giving them cola. Back then, the two little guys were having a blast, and now they've even learned to smoke. Aunt Su, listen to me. Lin Bei's expression turned somewhat strange. He looked at the screen and made a serious suggestion. Let's put the experts' opinions aside for now. Right now, have someone buy a bottle of Coke, the ice-cold kind, the really carbonated kind. Buy another pack of cigarettes, light one, and stuff it up its nostrils. Or you could dissolve white rabbit milk candy in water and feed it to it. Lin Bei was just trying anything, since his two country bumpkin ginsengs were fond of this kind of food anyway. Let's see if these methods can save the mistress's life. Su Qingwan was stunned, wondering if she had misheard. Not only her, but even the academicians who had been listening intently nearby widened their eyes and almost knelt on the ground. Happy water plus cigarettes? Is this about healing an alien artifact or corrupting elementary school students? Xiao Bei, are you serious? Su Qingwan asked hesitantly. Very serious. Lin Bei affirmed. The two ginseng roots I have need not only nutrition, but also stimulation. Sugar, caffeine, and nicotine may be excellent stimulants for them. Even if it can't be saved, giving it a breath of life is fine. Let it hold on until I take it back next time. Although the prescription sounded extremely outrageous, Su Qingwan nodded heavily because of her absolute trust in Lin Bei. Okay, I'll have someone go and buy it right now. If that still doesn't work, Aunt Su, you should stew the mistress and eat her. Don't waste her. After discussing family matters, Lin Bei's expression became serious. Aunt Su, please give the phone to old Master Li. I have something important to discuss with him. The screen shook slightly, and Li Yaodong's tired but excited face appeared on the screen. Comrade Lin Bei, this is Li Yaodong. To make a long story short, Lin Bei skipped the small talk and dropped a bombshell. Mr. Li, I have 5 minutes left. I want to use my privileges to access a file. I want to know if, in human history, there are any other missing persons or suspected time travelers besides myself. Upon hearing this, Li Yaodong's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he was the head of Base 305, he was only temporarily promoted to the position of technical commander because of the Lin Bei incident. He did not have full access to the country's deeper, top-secret archives. Comrade Lin Bei, to the best of my knowledge, you are the only confirmed case. Lai Yutong spoke the truth. As for the historical archives from before, I cannot access them directly for the time being due to the division of access rights. But I can apply. Lin Bei nodded. He had guessed this outcome. He took a deep breath, faced the camera, and said, word by word, Elderly, please help me investigate someone. Or rather, look up a name. Who is it? Li Yaodong waved and asked someone to bring paper and pen. Wang Meng. The search criteria are modern men who can speak Mandarin. Upon hearing this name, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Yaodong's eyes. As a highly educated person, he certainly knew who Wang Meng was. A famous time-traveling emperor in history. But that's just a joke among netizens and a light-hearted remark from some marketing accounts. Could it be? Comrade Lin Bei, you mean? Li Yaodong's voice became somewhat hoarse as he realized that Lin Bei would never mention a name without a reason. This can only prove one thing. Lin Bei discovered traces, even direct evidence, related to this name on an alien planet. I can't say much, but I've discovered some information. Lin Bei stopped there, not revealing any details about the Pango laboratory. I also need a a list of all the people who have mysteriously disappeared in history or whose behavior is unusually similar to that of time travelers. Especially Wang Mang. I need to know every record about this name. The more detailed, the better. Li Yaodong took a deep breath and solemnly wrote the words Wang Mang on the paper, followed by 3 exclamation marks. I see. I will report this matter directly to the highest level and use the highest authority to investigate. As long as there is a trace left on this earth, we will definitely be able to dig it out. After the heavy topic was over, Li Yaodong glanced at the time and his speech became lighter. All right, we're running out of time. Let's talk about something happy. Comrade Lin Bei, although you did not land at our designated supply point this time. But, Li Yaodong turned to the side and pointed to the large screen behind him, which displayed a real-time airspace map of the Xinjiang region. To cope with random teleportation, we have stockpiled standard combat preparedness packages tailored to your needs in every city across the country, and mobile units are on standby day and night. As long as you are in any city in China, our support will arrive within 3 minutes. This time is the same. All supplies have been dispatched. As long as we have it, even if you want a tactical mushroom shell, we can deliver it to you within 3 minutes. Chapter 140 and Chapter 139, Supply Containers Arrive. Even if you want a tactical mushroom shell, it can be delivered to you within 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This is the feeling of having a powerful backer, the feeling of being cherished and protected by the entire nation. This is his most solid source of confidence in his pioneering struggle in another world. We don't need mushroom eggs right now. Lin Bei smiled. This time I brought back 2 1,000 cubic meter space equipment. I'm going to fill them up. I don't have time to make a specific list, but I need a lot of supplies, as well as a lot of food and seeds. No problem. Li Yaodong took a moment to check the progress of the supplies transportation. The transport planes are about to arrive overhead. Knowing you didn't make a list, we already brought everything we could. From military rations to down jackets, from mini excavators to solar arrays, we have it all. Pick whatever you want. If it's too big, we'll send you more next time. As soon as Li Yaodong finished speaking, Lin Bei looked up at the sound. Against the azure sky, a dozen or so heavy transport helicopters painted in camouflage were seen flying in a neat formation. Below the helicopter, huge shipping containers and supply packages covered in camouflage cloth were hoisted. The scene was so grand and imposing that it blotted out the sky. This is the speed of China. Lin Bei watched this scene, and a smile appeared on his lips. He turned to Sylvie, who was still staring in disbelief, and said, "Watch closely, little kitty. This is the true strength of your tribe, adults. Get ready to work. We're going to take all the treasures from under these big birds' bellies home." Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous roar descended from the sky, like muffled thunder exploding overhead. The wind whipped up by the helicopter was like a typhoon passing through, pressing the endless white cotton fields on the ground almost flat. Cotton fluff flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. This scene can only be seen in top Hollywood sci-fi blockbusters. My lord, what a pity. Little Sylvie hid behind Lin Bei, her hands tightly gripping the hem of his clothes. She looked at the white cotton flowers around her, blown away by the strong wind and falling onto the soil, her eyes filled with heartache. In the simple values of chemonomy, animal-eared girls, wasting something good that can keep them warm is practically a crime. If we collected all these white cloud-like flowers, we could make so many warm clothes for the sisters in our tribe. Sylvie muttered to herself, looking as distressed as if she had seen someone throw gold into the water. Don't feel bad about it. This is to send us even better things. Lin Bei patted her head. What we're taking back later is worth 10,000 times more than this cotton field. As they were talking, the helicopter had already hovered at low altitude. The hook under the fuselage was released, and a standard container painted in camouflage and with a red number was slowly lowered, suspended by a thick steel cable. Thump, thump, thump. A series of dull thuds echoed as the ground trembled slightly. A dozen or so shipping containers were lined up neatly in a row, like a great wall of steel, stretching across the middle of the cotton field. At the same time, the ground began to shake. In the distance, dust billowed as a convoy of black SWAT armored vehicles and dark green military personnel carriers sped towards them like a steel torrent. They showed no sign of slowing down, smashing through the barbed wire fence and rushing into the soft cotton field. The sound of brakes rang out. The car door opened, and hundreds of fully armed soldiers jumped out of the vehicle like tigers descending from the mountain. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, without a single unnecessary word. Quickly, set up a cordon. Clear the area. All unauthorized personnel must evacuate immediately. Red and white police tape was quickly deployed, turning an area of several kilometers into an absolute no-go zone. It's less than 100 meters from Lin Bei. The cotton harvester operator, who had just been sticking his head out of the cab and shouting at Lin Bei, was now completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dreaming or still drunk. Is this a sign of war? Or are aliens going to take over the cotton fields? Before he could figure it out, two heavily armed soldiers had already run to the cotton harvester. Please turn off the engine and get out of the car immediately. This area has been temporarily requisitioned. Although the soldier spoke politely, his menacing aura made the uncle's legs tremble. Okay, I'll go. I'll leave right away. The uncle had never seen anything like this before, and he scrambled off the bus. Not only him, but also dozens of farmers who were picking up the leftover cotton from the combined harvester were quickly asked to leave. On the national highway in the distance, the once sparsely trafficked highway is now filled with private cars and large trucks. All the drivers and passengers ran off the plane, looking at the helicopter formations in the sky and the great wall of steel in the distance, muttering complaints under their breath. Holy crap, this is a spectacle. Are we filming a movie? No way. Look at that helicopter. Isn't it our latest C-30? And those armored vehicles, they're the real deal. Could it be that some important person has arrived? Or has oil been discovered? People were discussing it excitedly. A few tourists from other places wanted to post this rare sight on their WeChat moments to show off. However, the next second, why is there no signal? Mine too. It was full 5G just now. How did it suddenly become no service? Holy crap, it won't even take a picture. Is my phone broken? Tourists from other places began to stir. The locals quietly moved away from the person who had just tried to take a picture. Just then, several police cars with flashing lights and sirens roared in, and a stern warning came from their loudspeakers. Military exercise area ahead. Photography prohibited. Anyone who attempts to film or disseminate related footage, please cooperate with the investigation immediately. I'll repeat myself. This is a military restricted area. Seeing the dark muzzle of the gun and the serious expression, the crowd that had initially wanted to watch the spectacle instantly fell silent. Nobody's a fool. This level of blockade and signal jamming is definitely not as simple as an ordinary exercise. The capital city, 100 meters underground. The atmosphere inside the 305 Special Operations Command Center was extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, staring at the high-definition real-time images transmitted back from the satellite on the big screen. Target number 1 is in stable condition. Supplies delivered. Ground forces have completed the blockade. Li Yaodong braced his hands on the control panel, his palms sweating profusely. His gaze did not linger on the spectacular helicopters, but was fixed on the figure standing in the middle of the cotton field. The Yali mine must not have any problems. Li Yaodong silently prayed to himself. Chapter 141, Chapter 140, The Coming Golden Age. In the unseen world of the dark web, a silent battle is unfolding fiercely. The huge commotion in China, although the news was blocked, was directed at ordinary people. For the intelligence agencies of major powers that have been closely monitoring the every move of the Eastern Dragon, this level of military mobilization is impossible to conceal. On the other side of the ocean, in a secret conference room at the Pentagon, a group of officers with general stars on their shoulders were gathered around an electronic map, their faces grim. What are those Chinese people in the East who found alien technology doing? Why would such a large-scale air force be deployed to a cotton field without any warning? Could it be that some super mineral deposit has been discovered there, or some unidentified flying object has crashed? Or did their time-traveling warriors teleport there again? An intelligence officer was typing on a keyboard, trying to retrieve satellite images of the area. Sir, our reconnaissance satellites are unable to acquire images of this area. The airspace over this area appears to be covered by high-energy electromagnetic interference, and all signals are blocked. Even optical imaging is just a blur of snow. Damn it. Activate Project Sky Eye. Use all our hidden agents over there. I need to know what's in that cotton field, no matter the cost. However, their orders were doomed to failure. After acquiring the technological leap brought about by the Yali, or China's network defense system, and electronic warfare capabilities have achieved a level playing field that completely overwhelms other countries. Any cyber attack attempting to penetrate is like hitting an invisible wall of size, instantly being traced, locked, and destroyed. As for the hidden agents, If they dare to take out their phones or send out even the slightest signal, they will be met with a sudden appearance of special police from the National Security Bureau. This was a one-sided crushing defeat. Back to the cotton field. Lin Bei looked at the neatly arranged containers and nodded in satisfaction. Amazing, that's the speed of the nation. He glanced at the countdown. 2:15. It's almost time. The soldiers who are receiving the goods have arrived. It's time to unload. Without saying a word, Lin Bei raised his left hand and pointed it at an empty space next to him. With a slight thought, the phase bracelet shone brightly. Splash! With a loud bang, as ore was poured out. Countless irregularly shaped ores, emitting a faint glow, appeared out of thin air and then poured down like a flood. Each of these minerals is the size of a basketball, with a mysterious halo flowing across its surface, making it exceptionally dazzling even under the blazing sun. A full dozen cubic meters, which translates to nearly 100 tons of Yaoli ore. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy ore crashed onto the soft cotton ground, piling up into a glittering little hill. Lin Bei did not stop immediately. And these are the real surprises I've given to the country. He waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Several golden corn cobs, each at least 80 centimeters long and as thick as a mace, rolled out. Next came several giant tomatoes, each the size of a basketball, and a deep, almost blackish red color. There were also several giant potatoes that looked like huge millstones, covered in black soil. As soon as these crops appeared, a rich, fresh plant fragrance instantly filled the air, overpowering the smell of the cotton fields. Finally, there were several large bags of mutated seeds sealed with waterproof cloth, and a huge dodo bird egg that was over a meter tall and covered with patterns. Although it is a dead egg, its enormous size still makes it visually striking. It's a pity we can't bring the live animals. Lin Bei shook his head with some regret. He had originally planned to bring back a dead dinosaur egg to show Aunt Sue, and also to let scientists study how to clone its genes. But after thinking about it, I finally gave up. Dinosaurs are no longer fit to exist on Earth. But this should keep them busy enough to study for a while. Lin Bei looked at the pile of alien specialties in front of him, and a smile appeared on his lips. The soldiers on guard around the perimeter, though disciplined, couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at the sight, their Adam's apples bobbing with difficulty. They have seen all kinds of weapons and equipment, and all kinds of grand scenes. But who has ever seen a mountain of, or appear out of thin air? Who has ever seen an ear of corn thicker than a person's leg? Is this still Earth? Quick! Protect the supplies. The on-site commander was the first to react, his voice trembling. Everyone, turn around and face away from the supplies. Level 1 alert. Not a single mouse is allowed in. Hundreds of soldiers immediately surrounded the mountain, forming a human wall to protect the invaluable or behind them. Inside the 305 base, when the glowing, ore-covered mountain appeared on the big screen. Medicine, medicine, give me medicine now. Upon witnessing this scene, the octogenarian Mr. Wong trembled with excitement, his face flushed, and he clutched his heart once more. 100 tons, at least 100 tons. With these, our controlled nuclear fusion and our lunar space station project can all be realized. The staff nearby quickly poured the prepared fake ginseng bathwater down his throat along with a quick-acting heart medicine. This finally pulled the old man, who had been swindling food and drinks, back from the brink of agitation. On the other side, several agricultural scientists who had been unable to get a word in edgewise went completely insane. They pressed their faces against the screen, as if they wanted to crawl right inside. Alien corn. The plumpness of the kernels is something even genetically modified corn can't achieve. And potatoes. If we can promote their cultivation, not only China, but the whole world's food crisis can be solved. This is a super crop mutated from aliens. It must contain special gene fragments. Quickly, I need to go to the site. I need to collect the samples myself, and nobody can stop me. Standing in front of the command platform, Li Yaodong watched as these usually composed and dignified national treasure-level scientists lost their composure like children. Instead of stopping them, he showed a gratified smile. His eyes welled up with tears, and he was filled with emotion. It was worth it. It was all worth it. He recalled the past month or so, with hundreds of thousands of field personnel patrolling day and night, and countless researchers working tirelessly to overcome challenges. Some countries withstood enormous pressure and did not hesitate to use their strategic reserves to allocate resources. All the effort has been rewarded 1,000-fold at this moment. This is a win-win situation. Li Yaodong sighed. With this batch of ore, China's technology will experience a qualitative leap. On the eve of directly entering the interstellar era, with these supercrops, food security will no longer be a problem, and the Chinese people will firmly hold their rice bowl in their own hands. More importantly, a continuous stream of new technologies and industries are about to emerge, which will act like a shot in the arm to revitalize the economy. All the contradictions and anxieties caused by the economic slowdown will vanish in the face of the coming golden age. Huaxia. Li Yaodong looked at the young figure standing in front of the ore mountain on the screen, and his eyes welled up with tears. From now on, no one can stop our rise. After unloading, the most exciting part is the receiving of goods. The on-site commander quickly stepped forward, gave Lin Bei a standard military salute, and then handed him a military tablet computer with both hands. Comrade Lin Bei, this is a list of all the supplies for this airdrop. Please check your inbox. Chapter 141 Addicted after just one bite? This is the effect I wanted. Good heavens, did they move the entire war zone's reserves here for me? Lin Bei's lips curled up, his eyes filled with excitement. Buffet mode activated. He handed the tablet back to the commander, and without saying a word, walked directly to the special container that was highlighted and was also the largest in size. This box was 5 times the size of a regular shipping container, with a thick anti-radiation coating on its exterior, and was guarded by more than a dozen fully armed soldiers. Is this the pulse jet instrument that can help me clear mountains? Lin Bei walked to the container and patted the cold metal shell. Yes, Comrade Lin Bei. A nearby technical officer immediately stepped forward to explain. This is a prototype device, the Pulse Turbulence Analyzer, hastily developed by the Academy of Sciences to address the issue of Yali minerals. Under the production order that spares no expense, each node city currently has 1 unit in reserve, waiting for your arrival. Its principle is to use a specific ultra-high frequency pulse current to unlock the atomic lock inside the ore, making it soften into a fluid. The officer's tone carried a hint of regret. However, due to the tight schedule and insufficient Yali or samples, this machine still has significant limitations. What restrictions are there? Lin Bei asked. Power consumption. Generating a high-frequency current that unlocks ore-grade materials requires extremely high instantaneous energy. With current battery technology, it's simply not enough to keep it running continuously. Therefore, we equipped it with an independent ultra-high voltage capacitor charging system. Before use, it must be charged for 2 hours, and then it can only be run at full power for 1 minute. Within 1 minute, approximately 200 cubic meters of Yali ore can be mined. This is already the limit. The officer sighed, seemingly ashamed of the performance of charging for 2 hours and running for 1 minute. It's all right. Mining 200 cubic meters of space at a time is already a lot. Lin Bei, however, didn't care at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. Beautiful images were already forming in his mind. Using this machine, even if it can only dig a little bit each time, as long as we persist, we can quickly expand a small cave that can only accommodate 1 person into a large tunnel that can accommodate engineering vehicles. They can also drill several large light-receiving holes in the mountain to bring precious sunlight directly into the cave and focus it on the portal. With the addition of a mirror matrix and a focusing lens, wouldn't the teleportation portal's charging speed be off the charts? And didn't you say that as long as we have the Yali, or we can quickly develop small-scale controlled nuclear fusion? It just so happens that I brought back over 100 tons of ore this time. Lin Bei patted the container, his tone excited. Once controlled nuclear fusion is developed, the energy limitation of this machine will no longer exist. After saying that, Lin Bei raised his right hand and placed his palm on the huge container. With a slight thought, the phase bracelet flashed. Receive. Boom. The air vibrated slightly, and the enormous object, specially customized to the Lin Bei phase space, vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. Lin Bei glanced at the space in the bracelet. Good heavens, this thing is huge. This single device alone occupies half of the 1,000 cubic meter space on his right. It's really generous of them to prepare one in every city. Lin Bei shook his hand. Although the ring had no weight, the feeling of being filled psychologically was very real. After acquiring the core equipment, the next step is to acquire the supporting facilities. Lin Bei walked towards a few, slightly smaller containers next to him. What are these? Report. This is the energy module that comes with the instrument. The officer pointed to a container and said, inside here is a whole box of high-precision industrial-grade focusing lens assemblies, as well as Fresnel lens arrays. This was specially prepared for you by the Institute of Optics. Once set up, Even on a cloudy day, it can focus the faint light into a high-temperature beam, specifically for charging the teleportation portal. Great stuff. It's exactly what I need. Lin Bei was overjoyed. With this, we won't have to burn firewood every day like primitive people, and we can even upgrade the mirror array at the cave entrance into a professional solar concentrator. Receive. These boxes contain the most advanced solid-state high-energy battery packs, and they're supporting industrial-grade superconducting cables. The pulse turbulence generator is an energy hog. Without these battery packs to power it, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Lin Bei nodded. Indeed, in a place without a power grid, batteries are a lifeline. Collect, collect, collect. As Lin Bei continued to wave his hand, one container after another disappeared. Soon, the space in his right-hand phase bracelet was completely filled with these massive industrial devices and energy components. There's only one bracelet left. Lin Bei glanced at the ring on his left hand. We need to be very careful with these 1,000 cubic meters. He strode towards another area, where individual soldier equipment and supplies were piled up. The first thing that catches the eye is a row of neatly stacked large green boxes. Lin Bei walked over and opened one of the boxes. Inside were neatly folded sets of black and green camouflage combat uniforms. But the size of this garment. Lin Bei picked up a shirt and held it up to his eyes, only to find that the shirt was ridiculously large. The sleeves alone were as thick as his thighs, and the length was enough to be used as a blanket for him. This is a special combat suit designed specifically for beast-eared female warriors. A logistics officer stepped forward and explained. According to the data you previously sent back, the beast-eared female warriors are generally around 3 meters tall and have graceful figures. So we specially increased the size and added high-strength fibers to the fabric, which are puncture-proof, cut-proof, and warm. Furthermore, we have made special elastic openings on their backs and heads to facilitate the movement of their tails and ears, so they will never feel restricted. As Lin Bei listened to the introduction, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The government is indeed meticulous in its handling of affairs. They even thought of the tail hole. However, the image of Sylvie, now a petite little girl less than 1.5 meters tall, flashed through his mind. If I take this clothing back, I'll probably have to use it as a tent. Lin Bei shook his head inwardly. Before returning this time, the country was unaware that the beast-eared girls had completed gene modulation, nor did they know that they could freely switch body shapes. However, this is not a waste. Perfect, take it back and let Mian have someone revise it. This outfit is perfect for everyday wear as pajamas, but transforms into a 3-meter-tall Valkyrie during battles. Take it. With a wave of his hand, Lin Bei sent a container full of specially made combat suits and weapons vanishing instantly. Next up is the daily necessities section. This place is simply a foodie's paradise. Spices, seasonings. Lin Bei's eyes lit up as he looked at the boxes and boxes of chili powder, cumin powder, and 13 spice powder, as well as the buckets of oil and soy sauce. Although there is no shortage of meat on the alien planet, it is only salt and simple barbecue. Although the meat is delicious, it gets a bit greasy after a while. With these things, the standard of food will take off. Take them all. I want them all. And this too, candy. Chocolate. The containers were filled with all kinds of high-calorie candies. This is specifically for rewarding animal-eared girls. A group of country bumpkin girls with animal ears who have never seen the world can be happy for half a day with just a piece of candy, which is more effective than gold bars being given out in the village. This is a magic weapon for winning people's hearts. No, it's a magic weapon for enhancing relationships. Lin Bei accepted everything without hesitation. As you walk further ahead, a strong smell of tobacco fills the air. The smell was both pleasant and unpleasant. A standard shipping container was open, and inside were neatly stacked cylindrical objects. But this thing is very big and very thick. Is this a cigarette? Lin Bei picked up one, somewhat stunned. This thing is twice as thick as a regular cigar and looks like a police baton. Moreover, it has no filter tip, and the outer covering is not paper, but some kind of plant leaf. Comrade Lin Bei, these are specially supplied Alien Edition cigarettes. The officer explained. Given the enormous size and incredible lung capacity of orcs, they probably wouldn't even be able to smell ordinary cigarettes. So we used the highest grade tobacco, mixed it with some special effects medicine to make this extra large cigarette. Strong and flavorful. One stick is as good as a whole pack. According to a research scientist who wished to remain anonymous. If an orc eats one, I guarantee he'll savor the memory for 3 to 5 years and won't even want to eat. And these are all high-proof liquors. all made from raw liquor with an alcohol content of over 65%. Taking a sip is like swallowing a knife. Lin Bei looked at these bioweapons customized for orcs, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Great, that's wonderful. I'm addicted after just one bite. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Is the departure of Lin Bei from the world in chapters 142 and 143 a virtual reality? I'm addicted after just one bite. This is exactly the effect I wanted. He remembered clearly that Ada and Xiao Air, those two heavy smokers, had become more energetic at work after smoking earth cigarettes once. Moreover, for orcs who crave excitement, this kind of strong liquor and potent tobacco is an irresistible temptation. This is the real sugar-coated cannon against the orc tribes. By the way, is it all real tobacco? Don't be so wasteful, just add some paper. Anyway, it's the added special medicine that works. The officer nodded and said, Understood, I will report your request. The evil plan that Lin Bei had long harbored in his heart could finally be realized. First, corrupt the orcs with tobacco and alcohol. Once they're addicted, they can decide what they want. Take them all. Finally, there were several large barrels of green liquid. Plant nutrient solution. This is the lifeblood that Ada and Xiao Air have been begging and pleading for. With these, the dozens of newly captured ginseng roots, the hundreds of acres of crops, and the chili peppers to be planted later are all secured. Receive. Lin Bei weaved quickly through the long line of shipping containers. His actions were simple and brutal. Wherever he went, the containers would vanish into thin air. This scene left the soldiers on guard around them dumbfounded. Although they had all signed confidentiality agreements and had heard that this comrade had special abilities. But witnessing tons, or even tens of tons of supplies vanish in an instant is 1,000,000 times more visually impactful than watching the most amazing magic show. Is this the hidden world in the sleeve mentioned in the novel? A young soldier couldn't help but mutter to himself. Time passed second by second. Although there are two 1,000 cubic meter spaces, they still seem somewhat inadequate under the country's saturated support. It's full, and it's been filled up again. Lin Bei looked at the red light emanating from the ring on his left hand, feeling somewhat helpless. He looked at the remaining supplies, and his heart ached. There are so many good things. The solar power generators over there haven't been fully taken yet, and only a portion of the weapons and ammunition have been taken. But there was no other way. Space was limited, so he had to make choices. Lin Bei took a deep breath and began the final filling of the gaps. He controlled the space with his mind, making full use of the gaps between the large pieces of equipment. Seize every opportunity. Canned food. Stuff it in. There's also milk powder. You can squeeze out some from the soft bags. Lin Bei's obsessive-compulsive tidying made the two spaces so cramped that not even a mouse could fly in. It truly achieves 100% space utilization. Phew, that's about it. Lin Bei wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the two bracelets on his wrist, and felt a sense of satisfaction. This windfall is enough for them to squander on this alien planet for quite some time. Sylvie, who had been silently following behind Lin Bei, was now completely numb to the sight. Her eyes had long since lost focus, leaving only endless shock and confusion. In those few short minutes, her worldview was thoroughly shattered. She looked at those steel machines that she couldn't understand, but whose intricate precision was immediately apparent. The food was piled up like a mountain, beautifully packaged, and exuding an enticing aroma. There are also soldiers in uniform who, just by standing there, exude a sense of threat. All of this was far beyond her meager imagination. Is this the heavenly realm? Your homeland, sir. Sylvie murmured to herself, her voice trembling with excitement. Too rich, too powerful. Even the legendary kingdom of the pioneers is probably nothing more than this, isn't it? As she watched Lin Bei's retreating figure, the admiration in her eyes went beyond mere awe of a powerful figure. It was more like looking up at a true god. Being able to follow such an adult is a blessing that Sylvie, no, the entire beast-eared girl clan, has accumulated over several lifetimes. 010. Just then, Lin Bei stopped moving. He glanced at the countdown on his retina. There were only 10 seconds left. It's time to go. Lin Bei turned around and looked at the commander who had been following him, as well as the soldiers who were still on guard around him. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and looked solemn. Smack! Lin Bei raised his hand, facing all the soldiers present, as well as the ordinary people behind the screen who had silently contributed to him. Thank you. Please tell Elderly that I have received all the supplies. Next time I come back, I'll bring back even better news. The commander's eyes were slightly red, and he returned a standard military salute, shouting loudly. Comrade Lin Bei, take care. We are waiting for your triumphant return at home. 003. Lin Bei lowered his hand and grabbed Sylvie, who was still in a daze. Let's go home. He grinned at the commander. We'll see each other again in about 5 days. Please tell Elderly that next time, I estimate I can stay for more than half an hour. Midnight. Before he could finish speaking, buzz, light and shadow distorted, space trembled. Lin Bei and Sylvie's figures, along with the supplies they carried, disappeared into thin air. All that remained were empty cotton fields and a group of soldiers who could not find peace for a long time. Lin Bei and his companion had just left. Beijing, Base 305. It has been confirmed that all the supplies brought back by Lin Bei are already en route. Lai Yutong was just about to breathe a sigh of relief and celebrate the successful completion of the operation. Suddenly, a rapid telephone ring broke the silence of the command room. It's a dedicated line from the quantum laboratory. Li Yaodong frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The quantum laboratory is working hard to test and develop new equipment, and unless something extremely important happens, they would never bother him, the frontline commander, at this time. He grabbed the phone. This is Li Yaodong, what's up? Engineer Li. Something's happened. Something terrible has happened. Old Qian has fainted. What? Li Yaodong's mind went blank, and he almost lost his balance. Qian Shueson was a national treasure-level scientist and the key figure in the Quantum Sky project. If something happened to him, the entire project would be delayed. What happened? You were fine this morning. Are you too tired? No, it's not from being tired. The researcher's voice trembled on the other end of the phone, as if he had just witnessed some unspeakable horror. Before he fell into a coma, Mr. Qian held my hand and repeatedly said one sentence. He said he wanted to ask number one a question. What's the problem? Li Yaodong asked urgently. He wanted to ask, is our world a fake? What? Li Yaodong was stunned, thinking he had misheard. What nonsense are you talking about? The world is fake? Has Mr. Qian gone senile? No. Engineer Li, please listen to me. The researcher's loud voice made Li Yaodong's eardrums vibrate. Just now, Professor Qian asked Yao Guang a mathematical question. Qian Lao wanted to verify whether pi was truly irrational and whether it could be calculated to its fullest extent. Upon hearing this news, Li Yaodong forced himself to calm down. Pi is an irrational number. This is a mathematical axiom. No matter how powerful the computing power is, it will only continue to be calculated indefinitely. What's wrong with that? That's the problem, Commander Li. The researcher screamed in despair. Yao Guang, one has provided the answer. It did not continue calculating indefinitely. It suddenly stopped calculating when it reached the 300 trillionth decimal place. Then it replied, it is currently impossible to calculate pi completely, but under certain conditions, pi has a solution. What? The phone slipped from Li Yaodong's hand and crashed heavily to the ground. Can pi be calculated to its fullest extent? If this is true, it means that the fundamental mathematical logic of the world, the cornerstone of the physical edifice upon which humanity depends for survival, has collapsed in an instant. If pi has an end, then the universe we live in is a predefined, bounded virtual world. It's even possible that it was created by some kind of force. Nonsense. Utter absurd. Li Yaodong suddenly came to his senses. His face was pale, but his eyes became unusually calm. He picked up the phone from the ground and roared into the other end. Block the news. Immediately seal off the laboratory. Power off Yao Guang 1 and physically destroy all data hard drives. This is a malfunction of that broken machine. It's a calculation error caused by the instability of the Yaoli, or it's definitely not the truth. Do you know? After hanging up the phone, Li Yaodong was panting heavily, his hands still trembling slightly. He had to do it. Whether the answer or the message is true or false, it must never be leaked. He slumped into the chair, and suddenly a sentence popped into Li Yaodong's mind. What are we? Is it a string of code in a program, or a stream of data in the eyes of the creator? An unprecedented sense of emptiness and fear enveloped his entire body. Chapter 144 Chapter 143 Modernized Tribe. Lin Bei, who was billions of light years away, knew nothing about what happened after he left. Even if he found out, he would only say, what's it to me? What does it matter whether the world is fake or not? As long as the beast-eared girl in his arms is soft, the meat in his mouth smells good, and the gun in his hand is cocked. That's enough. Alien planet, cave base. Buzz. As the light from the portal faded, Lin Bei and Sylvie reappeared in the cave. Phew, I'm finally back. Lin Bei felt grounded, and the familiar, primitive air made him feel exceptionally at ease. Although Earth is his home, it now feels like a cage full of rules and constraints to him. On the contrary, this perilous alien planet is the free paradise where he can indulge in whatever he wants and be a local tyrant. Sylvie, who was standing beside him, was still in a state of extreme excitement. Sylvie was breathing rapidly, and her large tail swayed wildly, uncontrollably behind her. What he had just seen and heard on another piece of land was a tremendous shock to this tribal chief, who was still using stone tools. Every image in her mind was impacting Sylvie's worldview, bringing her new feelings. Lin Bei, elder brother. As soon as the two landed, Li and Su Yao, who had been waiting by their side, couldn't wait to surround them. Li quickly stepped forward and reached out to check Lin Bei's body. After confirming that he was not injured and that there wasn't even a scratch on his skin, she breathed a long sigh of relief. Su Yao also circled around Lin Bei twice, and even stood on tiptoe to smell him. There's no bloody smell, and no strange taste either. Once she was sure it was safe, Su Yao's big eyes immediately lit up. She hugged Lin Bei tightly, her two arms wrapped around his arms, and asked expectantly, "Brother, where is Yao Yao's food? Did you bring back anything particularly delicious this time?" Seeing the little glutton's expression, Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh and reached out to pinch her cheek. "Eat, eat, eat. All you ever do is eat. Don't worry, you'll get your share." Lin Bei raised his hand, his mind stirring slightly. Splash! A large bag of colorful snacks appeared, and Lin Bei stuffed it into Su Yao's arms. "This is a special nut gift pack, and this is a white bonkachin, tree ring cake, which I heard won't make you fat. And these few packs are extra spicy konjac jerky and hand-shredded beef jerky, enough to satisfy your cravings, right?" Wow! Su Yao jumped up with joy when she saw the snacks in her arms. "Cake and beef jerky. I love them." She held the snacks, as happy as a child who had won the whole world. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Bei led everyone to the underground city warehouse that had just been emptied. The space here is huge and empty, making it a perfect place to store supplies. "Make way, everyone. I'm about to start unloading." Lin Bei walked to the center of the warehouse and waved to the beast-eared girls who followed him in. The beast-eared girls immediately and obediently stepped aside, their eyes wide with curiosity as they watched what miracle this omnipotent pioneer was about to perform. "Come out." Lin Bei waved his hand. With a soft sound, Lin Bei gently placed a massive diesel generator set on the ground. The machine was as big as a truck, and its rough mechanical lines and complex pipelines made the naive animal-eared girls gasp in fright. "Is that a monster? Such a cold aura. Is it alive?" Several timid animal-eared girls had already blindfolded themselves and were preparing to hide. "Don't be afraid. This is a generator. It will generate electricity for you in the future." Lin Bei offered an explanation, but his hands didn't stop moving. Splash! It was like a flood that had been released from its dam. Boxes and boxes of food and supplies poured out like a waterfall, piling up into a small mountain. Next up are daily necessities. Hundreds of boxes of toilet paper, bundles of towels and toothbrushes, and countless seasonings and spices filled half the warehouse. Looking at the mountains of supplies, Sylvie could no longer contain her excitement. Thump! Her knees buckled and she collapsed to the ground, clutching Lin Bei's thighs tightly with both hands. This is the divine power of the pioneer. She took the lead, and the beast-eared girls behind her also knelt down, bowing and worshipping Lin Bei and the supplies, their eyes filled with fanatical adoration and loyalty. Lin Bei didn't stop them. He just continued taking things out. Finally, he took out several huge shipping containers. "There are clothes in here." Lin Bei opened one of the boxes and took out a set of black special combat suits. "Shaoli, Yao Yao, this task is entrusted to you. Distribute these clothes so that everyone can have new clothes." Good. The two women had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Half an hour later, the dungeon turned into a unique fashion show. Under the direction of Li and Su Yao, the beast-eared girls lined up to receive their new clothes. For those small, non-combatant animal-eared girls, Su Yao distributed loose-fitting coats and pants printed with emoji patterns to them. Although the size is slightly large, it looks like they are wearing a dress on them. But their pink color and cute patterns, along with their fluffy ears and tails, are simply adorable. Wow, so soft and comfortable. A little bunny-eared girl touched her pure cotton coat and spun around happily. As for those tall, adult beast-eared girls who are responsible for combat, Li then distributed specially made black combat suits to them. This combat suit uses a highly elastic fabric, although it is now slightly loose. However, With just a slight modification, or after they transform into their battle form, they can fit the body perfectly. Not only does it provide protection, it also perfectly accentuates their incredibly hot and curvaceous figures. In particular, the designer thoughtfully left a tail opening at the back. When those fluffy tails peek out from the cave entrance and sway gently as you walk, the combination of wildness and modern fashion aesthetics creates a visually striking effect. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Yao stood aside, looking at the completely transformed army of beast-eared girls, and couldn't help but sigh. Now our tribe looks like a proper, modern tribe. It's just that it seems a little too sexy, haha. Moonlight spilled onto the ground. The entire camp was brightly lit, with electricity flowing continuously from the solid-state power plant, illuminating the underground city and the plaza as if it were daytime. The animal-eared girls, dressed in new clothes, sat around the campfire. They held snacks they had never seen before, chewed on sweet cookies and chocolates, and their faces beamed with smiles of happiness they had never seen before. Laughter and cheerful voices echoed in the night sky, dispelling the cold and loneliness of the alien night. Lin Bei and Su Li sat on a high place. He lay in Su Li's arms and watched this scene, feeling a sense of satisfaction. They're all mine. But Lin Bei didn't bask in his joy for long. He looked up at the enormous planet above him, a hint of defiance flashing in his eyes. In just over 20 days, the harsh winter will arrive. Night fell, and the celebration came to an end. Lin Bei led the two women back to the large bed in the residential area. Tonight is a little special. Instead of going to sleep as usual, Su Li and Su Yao each brought in a rabbit-eared doll. It's so soft, it must be comfortable to sleep together. Su Yao buried her face in the soft fur of the bunny-eared girl, humming happily. Lin Bei lay down in the middle of the large bed. On the left is Su Li holding a bunny-eared girl, and on the right is Su Yao holding a bunny-eared girl. We entered in this warm, yet slightly crowded atmosphere. Chapter 144, The Excavation Begins. Early morning, inside the cave. Lin Bei opened his eyes groggily. The first thing you see isn't the rocky ceiling, but two adorable, rosy faces that look like they're about to bleed. Koro and Klee, two bunny girls, were kneeling by the bed. They were wearing pink and white maid outfits that Su Yao had specially chosen for them, and they were holding the clothes that Lin Bei was going to wear today. Their bodies were as stiff as two pieces of wood. Good morning, adults. Koro's voice was weak, and her large, ruby-like eyes dared not look at Lin Bei, her gaze wandering erratically across the ground. Her two long, usually limp ears stood erect, stiff as if they were filled with blood. What's wrong? Why are you so nervous? Lin Bei sat up. The blanket slipped off, revealing his strong upper body. The two little rabbit girls cried out in surprise as if they had been burned, quickly covering their eyes, but their fingers were wide open. Memories of last night flooded back to me like a tidal wave. Although I was summoned to be a body pillow, the adult's embrace was just too hot, and the adult's hands. Klee felt her tail burning up. The strange sensation from last night still made her feel a little weak. Okay, come help me get dressed. Lin Bei looked at the two shy bunny-eared girls and couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to flick their hard ears. Yes, sir. The two blushed and quickly came over to help Lin Bei get dressed. When her fingertips occasionally touched Lin Bei's skin, she would flinch as if she were getting an electric shock, and then her face would turn even redder. This scene was witnessed by Su Li and Su Yao, who had just woken up. The two women exchanged a glance, and both saw the mockery in each other's eyes. Even with those two rabbit girls last night, we still couldn't beat them, Su Li said softly. That's right. My brother is the best, Su Yao said proudly. After breakfast, Lin Bei led the two women and Sylvie to the cave entrance. The important thing we need to do today is solve the dog hole problem. It's such a disgrace to the pioneer that we have to crawl with our heads down to get in and out every time. Make way, everyone. Lin Bei stood at the cave entrance, a thought forming in his mind. The pulse thrombosis device, which occupied half of the wristband space, was taken out. It looks like a giant coil gun, with two thick metal probes extending from the body, radiating a cold metallic luster. Is this the magic tool for mining? Su Li held Lin Bei's hand and asked softly. That's right. The beast-eared girls looked at the behemoth, which was even larger than their own battle forms, with eyes filled with awe. Without wasting any words, Lin Bei connected several huge high-energy battery packs to the machine according to the instructions. Fortunately, it's a user-friendly instrument, and everything is very easy to operate. The indicator light is lit up, which is a green signal indicating that the battery is fully charged. Let's begin. Lin Bei inserted two thick pulse terminals into the hard Yali mineral rock walls on both sides of the cave entrance. It's like installing two door frames at the entrance of the hole. Start up. Lin Bei pressed the red start button. Buzz. A deep, unsettling buzzing sound rang out. The coils inside the machine began to spin wildly, and blue arcs jumped between the terminals. After the energy was fully stored, a miraculous scene unfolded. Originally, the Yali ore was indestructible, so strong that even the wild boar king couldn't break it, and the dragon tooth blade couldn't cut it. The area between the two terminals began to change color and soften, just like chocolate placed in a microwave oven. The hard rock surface began to ripple, then quickly collapsed, turning into a silvery gray viscous liquid. Splash! Liquid metallic mud flowed down the rock wall and solidified again on the ground into irregular shapes. There was no explosion, no collapse. Even a centimeter outside the pulse terminal, the Yali ore remains as hard as ever. This is directional pulse dissolution. It's done. Lin Bei excitedly clenched his fist. In just a few dozen seconds, the originally narrow opening was melted into a large hole that was 2 meters wide and 3 meters high. Finally, I can walk in standing up. However, just as Lin Bei was preparing to make a final push and open a skylight in the cave roof as well. Drop. The machine emitted a piercing alarm, and the buzzing stopped abruptly. The indicator light turned red instantly. The power is out. That's it. Lin Bei glanced at the time. It was exactly 1 minute. A real man in just 1 minute. Lin Bei looked helplessly at the battery packs that had already run out of power. It seems that the predictions of Earth scientists were accurate. They said 1 minute, and it was exactly 1 second more. Lin Bei gave the order. Charge. Set up the solar panels and generator. The animal-eared girls immediately got to work, connecting all the power generation equipment to the battery pack. 2 diesel generators roared, and 4 huge solar panels greedily absorbed energy from the sun. Even so, it takes a full 2.5 hours to fully charge this battery pack. Charge for 2.5 hours. Use for 1 minute. Lin Bei sighed. This efficiency is unparalleled. But despite the complaints, the work still had to be done. So, in the following days, Lin Bei and the beast-eared girls spent their time in a cycle of charging and mining. I worked from early morning until afternoon. 6 whole hours. Finally, the last buzzing stopped. The cave not only has a spacious entrance, but also 3 2-meter square light-receiving openings were dug diagonally above the ceiling. This is what is commonly known as a skylight. The long-awaited sunlight streamed straight into the cave through the skylight, bringing light in addition to that from the lamps. Phew, finally done. Lin Bei wiped away his sweat, looking at the cave now bathed in sunlight, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Next, the main event. He walked out of the cave and came to the leveled square. Sylvie, have someone take all the mirrors out. The animal-eared girls carefully carried styrofoam boxes out of the dungeon. Upon opening the box, one finds rows of pristine, industrial-grade flat mirrors, along with several enormous Fresnel lenses. These mirrors not only have extremely high reflectivity, but their bases are also specially made. It can automatically adjust its angle to track sunlight as long as it is connected to electricity. Arrange them according to the lines I drew. Lin Bei, along with Sylvie and the strong beast-eared girl, arranged hundreds of mirrors in a huge fan-shaped array outside the cave entrance. The angle of each mirror has been carefully calculated. They capture, reflect, and converge the light from the 3 suns in the sky onto the 3 Fresnel lenses at the entrance of the cave. Then the beam is focused by the lens and shot into the hole. Adjust the angle. Aim it at the sunroof. With the last mirror put back in place. Buzz. The air seemed to be on fire. Several dazzling white beams of light, as bright as lasers, pierced through the skylight and precisely struck the portal light screen in the center of the cave. The originally dim red light screen seemed to have been injected with a stimulant, turning into a dazzling white expanse. The portal emitted a cheerful hum, as if it were gulping down energy. Lin Bei squinted and glanced at the countdown on the portal. Time is slowly increasing at a rate that can be felt. Lin Bei waited silently for 5 minutes. Then his eyes blazed with ecstatic joy. In just 5 minutes, the time on the portal increased by 4 seconds. It's done. At this rate, with automatic charging, it can charge for at least 10 minutes every day. Li and Su Yao covered their mouths in excitement when they heard the number. 10 minutes. Then does that mean? Su Yao asked in a trembling voice. That's right. Lin Bei clenched his fist, looking at the beam of light leading to his hometown. From today onwards, whenever we want. We can go back to Earth every day. Whether it's going to buy goods, going back to take a shower, or going home to work an extra hour, it's all fine. Earth is already our backyard. Chapter 146 and Chapter 145. A bumper harvest from the farmland. The portal was charging. Lin Bei had just returned from patrolling the dinosaur egg hatching area when he heard Su Yao shout, "Brother Lin Bei, come quick, come quick." Like a little rabbit discovering a new continent, Su Yao trotted over from the farmland, her face beaming with undisguised joy. She was holding something in her arms, which was swaying up and down, obscuring half of her face, leaving only her large, crescent-shaped eyes visible. "What's wrong? Did you go steal food again?" Lin Bei greeted her with a smile, but was startled by what Su Yao was holding. "Holy crap, the strawberry has grown so big." Lin Bei's eyes widened. He hadn't been to the fields for 2 or 3 days and had no idea what the situation was like there. He looked at the bright red strawberry in Su Yao's hand, which was about the size of a basketball. It's also topped with huge strawberry seeds and has a rich, creamy aroma. Yes, the strawberries in the field are all ripe. Su Yao finally had someone to brag about. In front of Lin Bei, she couldn't wait to lean in and take a big bite of the strawberry that was bigger than her head. Snap! Juice splashed everywhere. The red flesh was crystal clear, and sweet juice dripped down her lips. So sweet. Sweeter than sugar. Su Yao squinted her eyes in happiness. Her cheeks puffed out like a greedy little hamster. "Come on, take me to the field." Lin Bei was also intrigued by the exaggerated appearance of the fruit. Upon arriving at the farmland area, the sight before him still made Lin Bei, who was mentally prepared, gasp in shock. The 300 acres of reclaimed farmland have now been transformed into a magical giant botanical garden. With the help of the special alien environment, the special spectrum of the blue giant star, and the tireless work of dozens of beast-eared girls, as well as Ada and Xiao Air, day and night. These ordinary seeds from Earth have undergone an astonishing mutation. At the very front were rows of white radishes. They are no longer little creatures buried in the soil, but rather like white jade pillars, with half of their bodies exposed. Each one is more than 2 meters tall and as thick as a water bucket. Is this still a radish? Whose towering white jade pillar is this, planted on my land? Lin Bei patted a large white radish, making a dull thud. Yes, it's solid. Then look at the pumpkin patch next to it. Giant, golden pumpkins lay in the field like rows of small cars. Each one looks to weigh a ton. There are also purple eggplants growing on giant eggplant trees, so big they look like canoes, bending the branches under their weight. This output is simply incredible. Lin Bei quickly began to calculate in his mind. The instructions for the seeds say that a high-yield pumpkin can produce about 3 tons per acre on Earth. But here, just one pumpkin weighs almost a ton. 300 acres of land. Based on this size and density, the yield is at least 40 times that of Earth. That's 12,000 tons. Lin Bei was startled by the number he had calculated. What does it mean to harvest 12,000 tons of vegetables and fruits in one go? We now have 260 beast-eared girls, plus 6 feathered tyrannosaurus, more than 20 bull dragons, and more than 100 celestial sparrows. Even if these big guys can eat a lot, and even if the beast-eared girls consume a lot of food every day, at most, 100 tons are consumed per day, which, combined with one meal, is enough to keep us full for a week. This harvest. Lin Bei swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with wild joy. Enough for us to eat for 3 whole years, and that's just vegetables, not even counting meat. This isn't farming, it's faster than just robbing people. Harvest the crops, harvest them right away. Lin Bei quickly issued the order. Sylvie, get all the beast-eared girls out there and move all these treasures back to me. Yes, the animal-eared girls couldn't wait any longer. Although they are small in stature, they are quite strong. A group of 1.5-meter-tall silver-haired little girls rushed into the field, each carefully pulling up a radish taller than themselves. Heave-ho, heave-ho. With their short legs, they carried huge loads of vegetables towards the underground warehouse like hard-working little ants moving house. The strong barriered girl is even more ferocious. They transformed into giant forms 3 meters tall, easily lifting a 1-ton pumpkin with one hand as if it were a basketball, hoisting it onto their shoulders, and walking away. Even the little animal-eared girl who hasn't reached adulthood yet has joined in. They carried potatoes almost as big as themselves, following behind the adults, their faces beaming with the joy of a bountiful harvest. So many delicious things. This winter, we will no longer have to go hungry. A rabbit-eared girl looked at the full granary and secretly swallowed. A few hours later, the crops in the fields had been harvested, leaving only the turned-up black soil. Keep planting. Lin Bei did not let the land lie idle. He took out the massive amount of seeds he had brought back from Earth from his bracelet. Rapeseed, wheat, and various high-yield peanuts and beans. This time we're going to plant some staple crops. Eating only vegetables won't keep you full. You also need carbohydrates. The seeds have been sown. But new problems arose. Hey, waiter, time to get to work. Lin Bei shouted towards the field. There were 2 yellowish-brown ginseng spirits lying sprawled on the ground, exhausted and cramping up. These past few days, they've been putting in all their effort to take care of these vegetables. It involves loosening the soil, burrowing underground to apply fertilizer, and using its roots to deliver nutrients to the plants. Now, there's absolutely no drop left. Squeak. I'm quitting. I'm exhausted. Ada held up a small wooden sign with the word protest crookedly written on it. It was Suli who taught them. Xiao'er simply pretended to be dead, refusing to budge no matter how much Lin Bei kicked him. Tisk, there's a labor shortage. Lin Bei looked at the 2 old hands who were on strike, then at the 300 acres of newly turned land, and the hundreds of acres of wasteland next to it that urgently needed to be reclaimed. With just these 2 minions and a few beast-eared girls, we couldn't finish even if we worked ourselves to death. Although the animal-eared girls are strong, the plant-spirited creatures are more professional at delicate tasks like farming. It seems we'll have to use prisoners of war. Chapter 147 and Chapter 146. Be sure to join our gang's new home. It seems we'll have to use prisoners of war. Lin Bei turned around and walked towards a dead tree at the edge of the square. On that tree, there was a string of things that looked like sausages. These were the wild ginseng spirits that Lin Bei had caught on his last hunting trip, a total of 26 of them. These guys have been hanging here ever since they were captured, and we haven't had time to deal with them. They are all quite large, with the largest one estimated to be a meter tall, and its body is covered with roots. The thick roots looked powerful. Judging from the strength with which Ada could uproot a chili pepper tree, they must have had an explosive force of at least several tons. But these ginseng roots were pitifully timid. It's been over a day now, and they've just been hanging there stiffly on the rope, completely still, pretending to be dead the whole time. Even when being tossed about by the wind, it refused to open its eyes. The main message is, as long as I don't move, you won't be able to see me. Stop pretending, I know you're awake. Lin Bei walked to the tree and patted the largest ginseng spirit with the back of his dragon fang blade. Bang bang bang. The sound was dull, like tapping on wood. The giant ginseng kept its eyes tightly closed and didn't move, playing dead with such professional skill. Fine, you won't wake up, huh? Lin Bei sneered. Yao Yao, go get the pot. We're having an extra meal tonight. These radishes look pretty plump, so we'll slice them up and make a chicken soup. Here we come. Su Yao ran over cooperatively, holding a gleaming cleaver in her hand, and brandished it a couple of times in front of the ginseng spirit. The sound of a blade slicing through the air made the ginseng that was pretending to be dead shudder. Still not awake? Lin Bei took out a plant-killing weapon from his spatial storage, a specially supplied nutrient solution. He unscrewed the bottle cap. An intensely rich aura of technology instantly spread out. For these creatures that have become spirits from plants, it's like an addict smelling, well, or a starving ghost smelling braised pork. This kind of temptation is simply irresistible. Slurp. One of the little ginseng spirits hanging on the rope couldn't help but make a swallowing sound. Then, like dominoes, it started to fall. The ginseng spirits could no longer be contained. They all opened their eyes, each the size of a broad bean, and stared at the bottle in Lin Bei's hand. Their plant eyeballs almost popped out. Especially the giant ginseng, which was a meter tall, stopped pretending to be dead. Its roots twisted wildly, trying to break free of the rope, and it made urgent whimpering noises. Hey, give it to me. Give it to me to drink. That's right. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, but did not give them to them directly. He pointed to the vast farmland. Want some? If you want a drink, you have to work. Do you see those two? Lin Bei pointed to a spot not far away, where Ada and Xiao'er were lying on the ground, leisurely resting with cigarettes in their mouths. That was your senior. As long as you join us and obediently go and farm the land. Not only can you drink this magical water every day, but you can also eat and drink delicious food and have cigarettes to smoke, just like them. And I guarantee that as long as you serve for 100 years, I will give you your freedom. These words, combined with the aroma of the nutrient solution and the successful demeanor of Ada and Xiao'er, were quite a contrast. For these wild ginseng plants that have never seen the world, This is an absolute killer. Squeak? Really? The ginseng looked at Ada with some suspicion. Ada spat out the cigarette, but from his mouth, and strode over with an air of indifference. It first bowed respectfully to Lin Bei, then turned around and made a series of gesturing sounds towards the group of its kind hanging in the trees. His expression and movements were exactly like a lackey foreman explaining factory rules to a newcomer. Following the big brother, you'll not go hungry for 3 days and 9 meals a day. You'll eat and drink well. Brother is righteous. He won't kill the ginseng. After Ada's personal account, the group of naive ginseng spirits finally lowered their guard. Squeak. We'll do it with you. Lin Bei swung his knife and cut the rope. Thump, thump. The 26 ginseng spirits landed and prostrated themselves before Lin Bei, showing their submission. Great. Welcome to the team. Lin Bei distributed a small bottle of nutrient solution to each ginseng spirit as a welcome bonus. After drinking the nutrient solution, these guys instantly became like they'd been injected with chicken blood, their bodies glowing green and full of energy. Ada, waiter, Lin Bei shouted. From now on, these newcomers will be under your command. You two are promoted to captain and deputy captain, and you'll be in charge of supervising their work. Lin Bei picked up 2 flexible grass roots from the ground and handed them to Ada and Xiao Air. Here, this is your pointer. Anyone who dares to slack off will get a beating. Ada and Xiao Air took the straw whips and stuck them into their bodies, their leaves trembling with excitement. The emancipated serfs sang songs of joy. Who would have thought they'd one day become officials? Squeak. Mission accomplished. The 2 seasoned veterans immediately got into character. They waved their grass whips and drove the new ginseng spirits, who were even larger than themselves, into the field. Squeak. Hurry up, big guy, stop dawdling. Hey, make sure your movements are precise. Turn the soil deeper. Seeing the bustling scene in the fields, Lin Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the addition of these 26 new troops, the task of sowing and loosening the soil on several hundred acres of land can be completed tonight. Night fell. The entire base presents a thriving scene. Outside the cave entrance, a massive solar array reflected a faint glow under the moonlight. Although not as dazzling as during the day, it was still slowly collecting energy, continuously charging the portal. Dust flies in the farmland. 26 newly recruited ginseng spirits, under the supervision of Foreman Ada, tirelessly and frantically loosened the soil. With each swing of their immense power, they can stir up a large patch of black soil. It's even more efficient than a machine. Inside the underground warehouse, the beast-eared girls lined up, neatly stacking the giant grains harvested that day. Giant golden pumpkins, bright red strawberries, tomatoes, and other fruits and vegetables filled the 3 huge caverns. In the square, the beast-eared girls, dressed in new clothes, were undergoing evening training under Sylvie's guidance. They lined up in neat square formations, practicing the fighting techniques prepared on the other side of Earth. The cheerful shouts rose and fell, full of energy and hope. Time flies, and 5 days have passed since Lin Bei brought Sylvie back from Earth to buy goods. The alien base underwent a dramatic transformation in those 5 days. At dawn, the 3 suns circled the entire galaxy once and returned to the top of Lin Bei's planet. In the very center of the square, there appeared a futuristic, silver building that looked like it came from the future. It is a cube-shaped small house, 10 meters long and wide, and 5 meters high. Its entire body has a flowing silver-gray color, and its surface is as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the figures of the busy animal-eared girls around it. Without a single seam, it appears as a single, naturally formed piece of metal. Even more amazingly, even during the day, the surface of the cabin faintly shimmers with a pale blue halo. At night, this halo becomes even more pronounced, like a giant luminous pearl, its soft light enough to illuminate most of the square. This is exactly what Lin Bei has been doing these past few days, using a pulse jet generator to slowly melt the yaoli, or, like casting a model, and personally creating a liquid gold house. This little house will be our new home. Lin Bei stood in front of the small house, reached out and touched the cold, hard wall, and nodded in satisfaction. Finally, I can sleep on the ground openly. The cabin is indestructible, and once the door is closed, no heat will escape. Even if it's minus 80 degrees Celsius outside, it can stay warm and cozy inside. The most crucial point is that even if I hit it with a 22mm armor-piercing round, it would only leave a white mark. Chapter 148, Chapter 147, 5 days later. Besides the addition of the liquid gold house, which is the core building. The edges of the base have also undergone tremendous changes. At the boundary between the square and the surrounding farmland, there used to be a barren piece of land. Now, however, rows of towering trees have sprung up. These trees are not native species from the alien planet, but rather apple and mandarin orange saplings prepared for Lin Bei by people on Earth. In the abnormal growth environment of the alien planet, after only 5 days, the sapling, which was originally only 1 meter tall, grew wildly as if it had eaten fertilizer. Now, each tree is over 10 meters tall with a thick trunk. The dense foliage forms a natural green barrier, firmly protecting the base behind it. It's growing quite fast, but it hasn't produced any fruit yet. Lin Bei looked up at the lush canopy of trees and shook his head with some regret. I estimate they will grow a little longer. When they grow to be 20 or 30 meters tall, the apples they produce will probably be as big as watermelons. Then an apple could kill Newton. Just thinking about it is exciting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from overhead. Lin Bei looked up. On a cliff platform hundreds of meters high, 10 petite figures leaped into the air. They tumbled lightly in the air, adjusted their posture, and finally landed steadily in front of Lin Bei, stirring up a small circle of dust. This is a new batch of animal-eared girls that have completed gene modulation. 10 silver-haired lolas, each about 1.5 meters tall, wearing long white t-shirts, stood in neat rows. The animal ears on their heads were different colors: black cat ears, brown bear ears, and white rabbit ears. Although they look soft and cute, they exude an extremely powerful aura. Each of them is a humanoid weapon capable of dismantling a Gundam with their bare hands. Reporting to the master, a clear, crisp female voice rang out, and the beast-eared girls bowed in unison. Great. Very energetic. Looking at this group of new recruits, Lin Bei felt happy, but also a little helpless. Only the Star Weaver can be selected. Although it is versatile, it is too monotonous. These past few days, new Kemonomi girls have been lining up to take a bath in the lab every day. But all of them showed the same evolution path for Star Weaver. Although this kind of all-rounder is very useful, as he can fight, do the work, and even carry people. But as someone with a slight collecting obsession, Lin Bei still hopes to see a more diverse range of professions. For example, a Valkyrie that sounds violent, or a prophet who can foresee a part of the future. Looks like we need to hurry up and find some energy for that old Pangu. Lin Bei was lost in thought, but his hands kept moving as he fiddled with the ear of a little tiger girl. Pangu said that only when there is enough energy can it deduce other evolutionary paths. I don't know if the controlled nuclear fusion energy on Earth can be used for charging. Just then, Sylvie ran over from a distance. She held a simple notebook made of animal hide in her hand, on which were scrawled symbols that only she could understand. My lord, the results of the past 5 days have been tallied. Sylvie's voice was filled with excitement. In the past 5 days, my sisters and I formed a raiding team, taking advantage of the cover of night, and with the help of Lord Yao's unmanned iron bird for reconnaissance, we have raided a total of 7 small orc tribes. How many did you steal in total? Lin Bei asked. Upon hearing Lin Bei's question, Sylvie counted on her fingers. Although she is now in lowly form, the leader's aura remains undiminished. My lord, we didn't confront the orcs head-on. We sneaked in while they were sleeping or out hunting. We rescued. No, we stole back a total of 50 imprisoned beast-eared girl sisters. 50? Lin Bei nodded. This number was quite considerable. With the original team, the total number of Kemonomi girls in the base has now exceeded 310. This has become a force that cannot be ignored. Have all the newcomers been settled? Everything is arranged. Sylvie reported. As you instructed, the new sisters will first receive pre-job training from Lady Li. Then we went to the underground river to take a hot bath to wash off the stench, and then everyone was given a new set of clothes. Although it's a bit big, the new sisters are reluctant to take it off. The most important thing is to drink porridge. At this point, Sylvie couldn't help but swallow. The sisters, who were starving and skin and bones, loved eating rice and lean meat porridge with seasoning every day. They all felt like they had arrived in a divine kingdom. Right now, they're all memorizing the Kemonomi, animal-eared girls, employee handbook, and learning how to bow to adults. Good job, very well done. Lin Bei gently rubbed Sylvie's head, making her close her eyes in comfort. Keep it up. Our goal is to save all the Kemonomi girls in the world. Yes, for the glory of the adults. On the other side of the square, a burst of loud, booming laughter caught Lin Bei's attention. Su Yao was sitting on the ground, completely unladylike, holding a tablet computer that controlled the drone in her arms, laughing so hard she was almost in tears. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. These big idiots. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Why are you so happy? Lin Bei walked over and curiously approached the screen. Brother Lin Bei, look. These beast men are hilarious. Su Yao pointed at the screen and said it as if showing off a treasure. The screen displays the drone's aerial view. Thanks to the high-performance solid-state batteries brought from Earth, the drone's battery life has seen a qualitative leap. With the addition of signal enhancement equipment, the current reconnaissance range of drones can cover a radius of 150 kilometers. The scene depicts a medium-sized orc tribe located deep in a dense forest. There are about 400 or 500 green-skinned orcs active in the tribe. At that moment, a black drone was hovering several dozen meters above the tribe. Watch closely, I'm about to drop the bomb. Su Yao tapped the screen with her finger. The mounting bracket on the underside of the drone was released. A dozen or so specially made giant cigarettes, each as thick as a police baton and still emitting blue smoke, fell from the sky and landed in the open space in the center of the orc tribe. This special cigarette has a lifespan comparable to incense offered as a sacrifice and can burn for about an hour on its own. Clatter! The cigarette fell to the ground, sparks flying. The beastmen, who had been either driving each other around or sleeping on the ground, twitched their noses a few times. Immediately afterwards, huh, what's that smell? Wow, it smells so good, even better than barbecue. A group of orcs, like sharks that have smelled blood, charged wildly from all directions. When they saw the dozen or so sticks emitting white smoke on the ground, their eyes instantly blazed with greed. This is a God-given joy stick. The last time the leader took this, it was said to be so good that it didn't eat for 3 days. Chapter 149 and Chapter 148, The Teleportation Gate's Abnormalities. The last time the leader took this, it was said to be so good that it didn't eat for 3 days. The orcs were in an uproar. They no longer throw stones and roar at the strange birds in the sky as they used to. Instead, they knelt down on the ground with a thud, like the most devout believers. He raised his hands, looked up at the sky, and made a pleading, whimpering sound. Little bird, one more? Please, I'm begging you. I'd trade all my wives for one. Unfortunately, the drone only brought a dozen or so cigarettes, while there were hundreds of orcs. There are too many monks and not enough porridge. Roar, this is mine. A strong orc grabbed 2 cigarettes, stuffed them into his mouth, took a deep drag, and a blissful expression appeared on his face. But this also ignited a fuse. Hurrah! The other orcs, their eyes reddening, pounced on them. In a fight over the last puff of smoke, these orcs, who already disliked each other, turned against each other. Fists, teeth, and even sticks were used to mercilessly attack their companions. Within minutes, the center of the tribe was in complete chaos, with several orcs lying on the ground, bleeding from head wounds and groaning in pain. Those cigarettes had long been trampled to pieces, leaving only a pile of tobacco shreds still emitting wisps of smoke. Ha ha, brother, look at that green monster, it got beaten up so badly. Su Yao beamed with joy. Lin Bei watched this scene with a slight smile, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The cigarette war has begun to show results. These specially made cigarettes contain so many stimulating herbs that they are extremely addictive. Once they get infected, these orcs, who are already mentally challenged, are basically ruined. Lin Bei patted Su Yao on the shoulder and praised her. Well done, Yao Yao. The situation is now very clear. These orcs have become dependent on, even worshipful of, our drones. If we control the supply of cigarettes, we will control their spiritual lifeline. If you want them to do something in the future, or if you want them to fight amongst themselves, it's just a matter of throwing a few cigarettes. However, Lin Bei also saw the problem. The only downside is that there are too few drones. Looking at the tablet in Su Yao's hand, Lin Bei said, currently, there are only 2 drones operating in shifts, and you are the only operator. Although a range of 150 kilometers is not small, it is still too small compared to the entire planet. If we want to extend this smoke tactic to all orc tribes, or even subdue them without a fight, we need more drones, more batteries, and more operators. Looks like I'll have to stock up on some goods when I get back to Earth this time. It was afternoon. Unfortunately, a thick cloud suddenly drifted in and blocked the sun, causing the solar array to stop working. Lin Bei glanced at the portal. 59:18. 59 minutes, that's about it. Waiting for another hour will only make a difference. A few more or less minutes won't make much difference. Lin Bei decided to set off today. Li, Yao Yao, get ready, we're going back. I'm not going. Unexpectedly, Su Yao shook her head vigorously. She was intently watching the screen, her hands still operating the drone to drop bombs. Brother, I want to stay here and be the drone queen. It's so much fun to give smoke to the orcs. I want to watch them fight. Lin Bei was both amused and exasperated. This girl, is she addicted to playing? All right, then you stay behind. He then turned to look at Su Li. Su Li was sitting on a large rock, holding a tree branch in her hand, while dozens of newly arrived beast-eared girls sat on the ground opposite her. Repeat after me. Ioi. Oh, hungry. The animal-eared girls opened their mouths wide, looking very serious as they learned. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Su Li turned her head and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. I can't leave either. These new animal-eared girls are too stupid. They can't even learn pinyin. If I leave, they will fall behind in their studies tomorrow. A light, the light of teaching and nurturing, shone in Su Li's eyes. I've discovered that I quite enjoy being a teacher. Watching them learn our language little by little, the sense of accomplishment is even better than getting a score of 20 on a test. Lin Bei's lips twitched. Goodness, one is a foodie addicted to games, while the other is a poor student addicted to teaching. So, I'm the only one destined to be a workaholic? All right, you all have important things to do. Lin Bei sighed helplessly. Then let's do it the same way as before. Take Sylvie with us. Sylvie. Yes, sir. Sylvie, who had been standing guard nearby, immediately jumped out, looking excited. As Lin Bei's personal beast girl and porter, she loves going with the adults to the rich heavenly realm to buy goods. Not only can they see all sorts of novel things, but they can also help adults share the weight. Most importantly, they get to enjoy the exclusive affection of adults, even if it's only for a few minutes. Let's go. Lin Bei took Sylvie's hand and led her to the portal. This mission is very demanding, but we have plenty of time. In addition to regular supplies, we need to acquire a batch of more advanced drones, preferably military swarm drones capable of automatic cruising and automatic delivery. And batteries, the more the better. Just as Lin Bei was rambling on and on about planning this mission, the countdown on the portal jumped again. 60:00. It's been exactly 1 hour. Buzz. In that instant, something unexpected happened. The portal, which had been emitting a bright green light, suddenly began to shake violently, as if it had been stimulated by something. The color of the light began to change drastically. It changed from green to a deep, dark blue. This blue, as deep as a nebula in the depths of the universe, exudes a mysterious and ancient aura. What's going on? Lin Bei was startled and instinctively took a half step back to protect Sylvie. Could it be an energy overload? Or is the portal broken? Lin Bei had never seen anything like this before. Historically, the portal has only ever shown 2 colors, red when it is charging and green when it is usable. What's with this sudden appearance of blue? Sir, this light is terrifying. Sylvie sensed the terrifying energy contained in the blue light and stepped forward to stand in front of Lin Bei. Lin Bei took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Fine. He tentatively reached out his hand and slowly approached the layer of dark blue light. I didn't feel any burning or repulsion. Instead, I felt a strange attraction. Let's give it our all. Lin Bei made a snap decision and slammed his palm down on the light screen. Buzz. There was no dizziness from the teleportation. Instead, there was only a feeling of weightlessness, as if my soul had left my body. The next second, Lin Bei discovered that he was not on Earth, nor was he in the cave, but had come to a place that was both familiar and strange. A pure white, empty space. He had been here when the portal was first activated. But this time, the space was no longer empty. Before him floated 3 enormous interfaces, like giant movie screens. A voice devoid of emotion suddenly rang out in this empty space. Energy reserves have been detected to be sufficient for a full 60-minute baseline. The portal unlocks access to the second anchor point. Please select the time anchor coordinates for this unlock. Time anchor coordinates. Lin Bei's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart pounded wildly. He looked at the 3 option screen in front of him. Chapter 150 and Chapter 149, Timeline Travel? Lin Bei's gaze fell upon the 3 images in the pure white space. The first scene. The scene shows a dense forest of giant ferns. A massive Tyrannosaurus Rex roared to the sky, its feet resting on a triceratops it had just hunted. In the sky, a vast number of pterosaurs blotted out the sun. A line of small print was placed below. Option 1. Late Cretaceous period, 65 million years ago. Second scene. The background appears to be a desolate grassland. A group of hairy ape men, wielding rough stones and wooden sticks, are jumping and celebrating around a giant, lightning-struck tree that is burning. It appears to be the beginning of human civilization, and also the most primitive and wild era. Option 2. Early Pleistocene, 1.7 million years ago. In the third scene, the background shifts to a magnificent ancient city. People come and go, and cars and horses move about. People dressed in hanfu strolled through the streets, while the golden roof of the imperial palace gleamed in the sunlight in the distance. At the palace gate, a figure dressed in a dragon robe dismissed everyone, stood with his hands behind his back, and gazed into the distance. That figure looked somewhat lonely, yet it also exuded a modern feel that seemed out of place in that era. Option 3. 2,000 years ago, during the late Western Han Dynasty, Chinese lunar calendar. Lin Bei was completely stunned. Time travel. My portal is not just a spatial portal. It can even travel through time. All the previous clues seemed to connect at this moment. Wang Mang, the former administrator who left behind a Chinese voice pack in the Panga laboratory and was referred to as a second-class citizen. No wonder. No wonder he had those advanced reform ideas. No wonder he was called the time-traveling emperor. So he really did travel back in time. He may have gone to 2,000 years ago after accumulating enough teleportation energy to live there permanently. Lin Bei's gaze then turned to the first image. And dinosaurs. Once upon a time, one of the pioneers may have chosen option 1 and returned to the age of dinosaurs. Then he brought dinosaurs to this planet and created biological weapons. It feels like it's starting to grow a brain. Lin Bei felt like his brain was about to explode. There are 3 timeline options, each representing a little-known period of history. Perhaps each of them is hiding some secrets. Which one to choose? Lin Bei's heart trembled with excitement. Go back to the dinosaur era, capture more dinosaurs, and build a dinosaur army? We can also see if we can save a few species that are about to go extinct in a meteorite. Should we go see Wang Mang instead? Ask this fellow villager face to face what exactly happened back then, and why he deleted the database and ran away. Or should we go back 1.7 million years to witness the origin of humankind? Countless ideas were growing wildly in Lin Bei's mind. This could be an opportunity to rewrite history or even uncover the truth. But Lin Bei remained suspended in midair, hesitant to make a decision. Reason was gradually pulling him back to his senses. No, now is not the time to go on adventures. He thought of Li and Su Yao, who were still waiting for him to bring back supplies in the cave. I thought of the beast-eared girls who were still crying for milk. I thought of the drones and batteries that the base is currently in dire need of. If I went to ancient times now, or the age of dinosaurs, what can I bring back? Bring back a pile of rocks? Or bring back a few carnivorous dinosaurs? Will those things help me get through the coming harsh winter? Will they help us attack the orc tribe and rescue the beast-eared girl? Cannot. What I need most right now are modern, high-tech products. It's about food and weapons, not archaeological research. Lin Bei took a deep breath, his eyes regaining their resolve. He suppressed the intense urge to explore the fog and looked away from the 3 tempting options. Lin Bei looked firmly at the exit option in the corner. Let's choose next time when we're more prepared. Current timeline, Modern Earth, 2026. There will be plenty of opportunities to explore the secrets of history in the future. But if we can't even pass the current alien toddler test, then we'll have nothing. Let's talk about it later. Brother Wang Mang, let's meet again next time. Lin Bei no longer hesitated. I want to quit. Buzz. The white space shattered instantly. A flash of light. Lin Bei appeared in front of the teleportation portal. He once again chose to teleport to Earth in the current timeline, and together with Sylvie, disappeared into the cave space. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze swept across the vast, verdant grassland, bringing with it a pungent, mixed aroma of grass and cow dung. Space distorted, and a flash of light appeared. Lin Bei and Sylvie suddenly appeared on this unfamiliar land. Have you gone home? Lin Bei immediately went on alert, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. As far as the eye can see, there is an endless green grassland. On the grassland, tens of thousands of plump and strong beef cattle are leisurely grazing and strolling around. Wow, so many real cows. Lin Bei's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a spare cell phone and a signal generator from his spatial storage. Drop. Signal connection successful. Current location, Ao Dali Ya Naxi breeding base. Australia? Lin Bei never expected to end up in this country. This was his second time traveling abroad. I heard that this is one of the world's top cattle breeding bases. The beef produced here is ridiculously expensive at Dongda University on the other side. Lin Bei glanced at the countdown on his retina. 60:03. 1 hour is plenty of time. Sylvie, get ready to get to work. Yes, sir. Although Sylvie didn't know where she was, her eyes were already wide open at the sight of the prey covering the mountains and fields, and a glistening drop of saliva was already dripping from the corner of her mouth. Sir, there's so much meat that nobody wants. Although it looks small, it smells fatter and more fragrant than a six-legged beast. Lin Bei didn't rush to let Sylvie take action. He asked her to wait for him in a while, and then dialed Li Yaodong's private line. Beep. The call was answered instantly. Comrade Lin Bei, is the area safe? We have located your position. Li Yaodong's voice came through, tinged with anxiety. Do we need military support? No need. I'm perfectly safe around here. Lin Bei quickly refused, afraid that if he was too slow to reply, those mushroom eggs would fly off to the other side's capital. I am surrounded by cows, and there are no armed forces. Old Li, this time I have a full hour. 1 hour. Li Yaodong on the other end of the phone was clearly shocked, and then he and his think tank of thousands of people burst into joyful laughter. That's great. We originally planned to increase your expected stay to 30 minutes, but we didn't expect it to double. Since it's in Australia and it's a ranch. Li Yaodong's tone shifted, becoming extremely domineering. Comrade Lin Bei, don't be polite, just grab it. Go all out and take whatever you want. You can even empty the entire ranch. As for the consequences, don't worry at all, we'll clean up your mess. That's the advantage of being organized. In a robbery, someone always takes the blame. Don't worry, elderly, I definitely won't hold back with them. Lin Bei glanced at the several Angus bulls staring at him curiously not far away, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Old Li, besides picking up some beef, I need more support. I urgently need the longest-lasting delivery drones and the large cigarettes specially made for orcs. Could you send some over within an hour? No problem. Li Yaodong excitedly agreed immediately, finally taking the initiative to make a request. They are not afraid of anything Lin Bei wants. What I fear most is that Lin Bei will need nothing at all. Our newly dispatched ocean-going training fleet is located near Australia, carrying the latest fighter jets. I will immediately order the fighter jets to be equipped with supply pods and head to your coordinates at full speed. 40 minutes at most. The supplies will definitely be delivered. Okay, I'll wait. Chapter 151, previous chapter 150I, Lin Bei, and the protagonist. Hearing that fighter jets could be dispatched immediately, and even to a country with a large number of American soldiers stationed there, was very exciting. Lin Bei raised his own questions. However, elderly, this is in our own backyard. Is it really okay to be so arrogant? What's wrong with Australia? Li Yaodong snorted coldly. Now the roles have reversed, Comrade Lin Bei. Since you brought back the Yaoli mine, our technology has achieved leapfrog development, and the world order has been reshaped. Those guys who used to follow other families and shout at them are now practically begging to kneel down and call me daddy. Especially resource-based countries like the one right here, they are now begging us to join the alliance that is about to be formed. So you can do it with confidence. If anyone dares to say no, we'll have their leaders personally apologize to you. Hearing this, Lin Bei was shocked. He hadn't expected that it would only take a few teleportations. The fact that they brought back so many broken rocks from another planet has made their country so powerful. It seems the alliance we talked about before is about to be formed, and Australia is probably about to become our little brother. Lin Bei thought to himself. After the business was finished, the wind blew the grass low, revealing cattle and sheep. Lin Bei was just about to hang up the phone to catch the cow. Suddenly, Li Yaodong's tone on the other end of the phone became serious, and his voice sounded cautiously probing. Comrade Lin Bei, we have something else we'd like to ask you. Elderly, please speak. After you left last time, something big happened. It's about one of our scientists and quantum computers. Li Yaodong paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Did you know that Pi actually has a solution? Does Pi have a solution? Lin Bei was taken aback, and his brows furrowed. Although mathematics was not his forte, Lin Bei knew that pi was an infinite non-repeating decimal. These are mathematical axioms we learned from childhood. Old Li, you're not kidding, are you? How could pi possibly have a solution? I'm not joking. Li Yaodong's voice was low and deep. Shortly after you left last time, academician Qian used the terrifying computing power brought by the Yaoli or chip to predict the end of pi. The answer given by quantum computers is that pi has a solution under specific dimensional conditions. If the conclusion is correct, It means that the universe we live in, this seemingly infinitely precise physical world, actually has boundaries and is set with parameters. In other words, our world may be in an experimental space. After saying this, Li Yaodong held his breath, carefully waiting for Lin Bei's reaction. He worried that this truth would shake Lin Bei's worldview and even make him feel nihilistic. However, there was no other way. The think tank held a unanimous vote and decided to inform Lin Bei of this news. To avoid creating a sense of estrangement between Lin Bei and Lin Bei after he learns of this news. However, Lin Bei, on the other end of the phone, was surprisingly calm. He showed no shock, no fear, only a slight ripple in his eyes. After being transported to an alien planet by the portal, no matter what strange things happen, he will not lose his mind. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the phase bracelet on his wrist that was emitting a faint light. Specific conditions. Lin Bei muttered to himself, as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his mind. He thought of the 3-time anchors that had been unlocked after the portal was upgraded. The age of dinosaurs, 65 million years ago. The era of primitive humans, 1.7 million years ago. The era of Wang Mang, 2,000 years ago. These 3 seemingly unrelated points in time all make sense when considered in conjunction with the conclusion that pi has a solution. If the world is controlled or predetermined by some higher dimensional force, then time and space are no longer insurmountable barriers. As long as you have the specific conditions, that is, the authority to modify the underlying parameters of the universe. It's like modifying game code. The pioneering civilizations are not traveling through time. They are modifying the constants of the universe. By changing pi, a fundamental constant, we can break free from the constraints of physical rules and achieve a leap in time. Lin Bei was deeply shocked. Could it be that the so-called pioneer civilization is actually the top civilization that has mastered the key to the cheat code? In the eyes of the pioneers, time and space were nothing more than parameter codes that could be modified and manipulated at will. Comrade Lin Bei, are you listening? On the other end of the phone, Li Yaodong asked with some concern when Lin Bei did not respond for a long time. I am here. Lin Bei snapped out of his daze, a hint of interest appearing on the left corner of his mouth. Oldly, I understand. You don't need to worry that I'll do something rash. Whether the world is real or fake is not important to me. Even if this is just a huge game, for me right now, I am the only protagonist in it. Hang up the phone. Lin Bei put his phone back in his pocket, his eyes becoming colder and sharper than ever before. Now that we've figured out the key, there's nothing left to worry about. Live in the moment and enjoy life to the fullest. Only by constantly becoming stronger and acquiring more resources and power can we see the true truth at the possible end. Sylvie. Lin Bei gave a low shout. Yes, sir. Sylvie, who had been on guard the whole time, immediately responded. Although she couldn't understand what the adult was saying to the small cube, she could sense the change in the adult's aura. That was the expression of a young animal-eared girl about to begin learning hunting skills. Transform and get to work. Looking at the herds of cattle covering the hillsides in front of him, Lin Bei felt as if he had come to his own granary. Pack all of these up and take them with you. Fill the space until it is full. After saying that, Lin Bei took off the phase ring with a space of 1,000 cubic meters from his left hand. Then, I've granted you temporary access. Anything you touch will be added to your database. Sylvie took the ring and put it on her finger. Although the ring was a bit big, under Lin Bei's authority, its size could be freely adjusted to fit different body types. Yes, sir. Sylvie sensed the vast space within the ring, and a fierce fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. Meow. With a wild, piercing scream, Sylvie's petite body suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, the 1.5-meter-tall, adorable little girl disappeared. A star weaver named Sylvie, who was 3.2 meters tall and exuded a terrifying aura, appeared before Lin Bei. Her long silver hair danced in the still air, and her golden eyes, like 2 searchlights, locked onto the herd of cattle ahead. Hurrah! Chapter 152, Chapter 151, PY Deal. Hurrah! Sylvie pushed off the ground with both legs. The earth cracked open, and the cat shot off like an arrow, becoming a white blur as it plunged into the herd of cattle. Lin Bei was not to be outdone. Although he doesn't have the ability to transform, his enhanced physical attributes are still abnormal. Let's see who collects more. Lin Bei stomped his foot and shot out like a cannonball. A frenzied harvest feast has begun on the Australian grasslands. Moo. A large Angus bull, which was grazing with its head down, suddenly felt a blur before its eyes. Before it could react, a huge hand slapped it on the forehead. Smack! A crisp sound. Before the bull could even let out a scream, its hard skull shattered instantly, its massive body went limp, and it died on the spot. This is physical exorcism. Immediately afterwards, Sylvie's hand did not leave, but instead smeared across the cow carcass. The 1-ton bull carcass vanished instantly, stored in a spatial ring. The whole process was smooth and quick, taking less than a second. Without pausing, Sylvie flashed and appeared beside another cow 10 meters away. Snap, put it away. Snap, put it away. Like a highly efficient harvesting machine, wherever Sylvie passed, the once dense herds of cattle were wiped clean as if by an eraser, leaving large patches of blank space. Lin Bei's side was equally impressive. Although he possessed the same superhuman strength as Sylvie, capable of killing a bull with a single slap, he still drew the dragon fang blade. If you can be lazy, then be lazy. Why bother with all that effort? Whoosh! A flash of white light appeared. The incredibly sharp dragon tooth blade sliced through a cow as easily as cutting tofu. Before Nyonyo's body even hit the ground, Lin Bei took him and his body into his spatial storage. The two were like two whirlwinds reaping lives, sweeping wildly across the grassland. Moo moo moo. The once quiet and peaceful ranch was instantly thrown into chaos. The startled cattle began to scatter and flee, but their speed was like a slow-motion replay in the face of the two men's extreme speed. They often only run a few steps before being caught up and disappearing in an instant. 100 heads, 200 heads. As time goes by, the once abundant herds of cattle are dwindling at a visible rate. Meanwhile, at the ranch monitoring center, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the hall. Beep, beep, beep. The red alarm lights flashed wildly, and countless red alarm signals popped up on the big screen. What's going on? The ranch manager rushed into the monitoring room in a panic and shouted, "Manager, something terrible has happened." The employee in charge of monitoring was pale-faced, his voice trembling as he looked at the data on the screen. A large number of livestock electronic ear tag signals have disappeared. Disappear? What do you mean by disappear? The manager shoved the employee aside and moved closer to the screen himself. The green dots representing the vital signs and location of each cow were going out in large swaths. It's as if an invisible hand is erasing these dots from the map. What's going on? The manager broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be a case of large-scale poaching? Impossible. Even if it's poaching, it couldn't be this fast. 100 cows disappeared in 1 minute? Was that done with a vacuum cleaner? Quickly, notify the security team. The manager shouted at the top of his lungs. Bring your guns. Everyone bring your guns. No matter what it is, if it dares to touch my cow, I'll blow it to bits. On the road outside the ranch, several pickup trucks kicked up clouds of dust as they sped wildly toward the scene of the accident. The vehicle was filled with burly security personnel dressed in denim and carrying shotguns. They all had fierce expressions and were cursing under their breath. Fuck, you dare steal cattle on our turf. Once we catch them, we'll break their legs and feed them to the dogs. Just as they were full of vigor and ready to make a big splash. Sizzle. The walkie-talkie in the lead car suddenly went off. Attention, everyone. Attention, everyone. This is the ranch headquarters. I am the general manager. We have just received an urgent order from the top leadership. The order is as follows. Drop your weapons. Drop your weapons immediately. What? The cowboys on the truck were all stunned, thinking they had misheard. Manager, are you crazy? Someone's stealing our cows. Shut up. This is an order personally given by the leader. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie was also dissatisfied, but since the leader had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. That's our guest, our distinguished guest. No matter what they are doing, even if they are setting fire to the ranch, you are not allowed to stop them. Give them the best hospitality and meet all their demands. If anyone dares to fire a single shot, I'll skin them alive. Z. The call has ended. The carriage was deathly silent. The cowboys looked at each other, their guns feeling like hot potatoes, unsure whether to pick them up or put them down. What kind of mess is this? A cowboy with a full beard cursed. Are you stealing our cattle, or are we guests? Why should we entertain you? Fine, since that's what they say, let's go see what the fuss is about. Despite his grievances, he couldn't disobey orders. The convoy slowed down, put away its weapons, and slowly drove into the depths of the ranch. When they climbed over a small hill and saw the scene before them, squeak! All the cars slammed on their brakes at the same time. The cowboys on the truck stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. He didn't even notice the gun in his hand falling to the ground. All that could be seen in front of us was the grassland. Two inhuman figures were frantically moving around. One was a huge, silvery white figure, like a female giant, whose every wave of her hand brought up a gust of wind. The other one was smaller, but its speed was comparable. The security guards couldn't see the other side's movements at all. They could only see the herds of cattle that were running suddenly disappear into thin air, as if they had encountered a black hole. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so cows that had gathered together had all disappeared. God! The bearded cowboy trembled as he made the sign of the cross, his voice hoarse. This is the guest they were talking about? Is this a deity? Luckily, no shots were fired. If they had, we probably would have been like cows, not even ashes left. All the security personnel secretly rejoiced. Faced with this supernatural power, their hunting rifles were as laughable as fire pokers. The Kamba leadership residence. The Australian leader was sweating profusely as he held the phone, speaking in a fawning tone, his back almost bent at a 90-degree angle. Yes. Mr. Li, please rest assured. I've already made the arrangements. That's our most distinguished guest. Don't even mention a few cows. We'd offer you the entire ranch with open arms. We are friendly. We Australians have always deeply loved China. At this point, the leader swallowed hard and asked tentatively, Mr. Li, I heard that your country has recently developed a magical, specially made elixir. I wonder if we could have a little bit. Even a small bottle would be fine. I've also heard of those miraculous minerals from outer space, which are also extremely valuable. On the other end of the phone, Li Yaodong sat in his command chair, a cold smile playing on his lips. A miraculous elixir, a divine mine? You want it? Tell me the list of people who told you about these two items, and I can consider applying for a milliliter of elixir for you. Also, please make sure to take good care of the adult from outer space. If anything goes wrong, I can't protect you. Yes, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. The leader nodded repeatedly. After hanging up the phone, he slumped into his chair, but couldn't help but reveal a greedy smile. What's a few hundred or a few thousand cows? But if it could be exchanged for the legendary elixir that could prolong life and the world-changing mine. This deal was incredibly profitable. On the pasture, Lin Bei was unaware of the shady dealings behind it all. All he knew was that he had never felt so exhilarated in battle. Lin Bei had already sheathed his dragon fang blade, and, imitating Sylvie, threw punch after punch. As the bracelet's storage space continued to fill up, his mood became increasingly exhilarating. Is this the joy of buying things for free? This feeling is even better than getting a massage. Finally, the two 1,000 cubic meter spaces were filled again, almost overflowing. Only a few dozen cubic meters were left, filled with all sorts of miscellaneous items. Lin Bei looked at the cattle herds on the grassland, which hadn't decreased much, with regret in his eyes. Unfortunately, the space is still too small. Chapter 153, Chapter 152, New Weapons, New Equipment. Unfortunately, the space is still too small. Lin Bei sighed, looking at the red signal emanating from the bracelet with some regret. Although the harvest was plentiful, the feeling of not being able to contain the endless grassland and countless cattle was truly agonizing. I waited there for a while. Sylvie's sensitive cat ears on her head suddenly twitched. She immediately raised her head, her eyes fixed on the seemingly empty, azure sky above. Sir, something's coming from up here. Sylvie lowered her voice, her body tensed, and an aura of impending doom instantly erupted from her. Lin Bei also sensed it. It wasn't that I heard a sound, but rather an inexplicable intuition. That was a sixth sense achieved through ginseng enhancement and rigorous training involving genetic modification on an alien planet. The sky above looked cloudless and peaceful, but Lin Bei could sense that something enormous was hovering there, watching down below. It was as if an invisible hand had enveloped this grassland. Take it easy. Lin Bei patted Sylvie's head, signaling her to relax. They should be one of our own. He remembered that Lai Yutong had said that the latest fighter jets would be delivered as supplies. The words had barely left his mouth. Suddenly, a strange ripple appeared in the previously empty sky. It's like a pebble being thrown into a calm lake. Immediately afterwards, buzz. It was accompanied by a low, electromagnetic hum. Two fighter jets with a highly futuristic design and covered in a dark gray radar-absorbing coating appeared in the air without warning. They looked as if they had jumped out of the void. Without propellers or the flames from the jets, it hovered quietly in the air, less than 100 meters above the ground. The massive fuselage cast two huge shadows on the grass. This is... Lin Bei stared wide-eyed at the two fighter jets he had never seen before. Optical invisibility. Although I had heard that my hometown was conducting research in this area, this was the first time I had seen a picture of the actual object. Those two fighter jets were right overhead, but neither the naked eye nor ordinary radar could detect their presence. This is like a scene from a science fiction movie. Is this also my achievement? Lin Bei muttered to himself. By utilizing the properties of Yaoli, or a metal that can freely change its characteristics, coatings that can perfectly refract light can be created, and even force fields that can deflect radar waves can be produced. It seems that the technology in our family is really developing in ways that no one can imagine. The fighter jets did not land. There was another hatch under the belly of the aircraft, which slid open silently at that moment. Several huge, silver-white metal boxes were thrown down. When it was still tens of meters above the ground, several blue plasma flames suddenly shot out from above the box, which served to decelerate it. Bang! Bang! The box landed steadily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Bei stepped forward and opened a box. Inside, neatly stacked, folded, latest generation search, strike, and withdrawal drones, along with their accompanying high-energy battery packs, were arranged. This was exactly what Lin Bei had specifically requested. Wow, they're even using this kind of cutting-edge technology to deliver packages now. Lin Bei had just cleared the space and put away the drone less than 10 minutes ago. From the distant horizon came another muffled rumble. This time, it wasn't the silent, oppressive feeling of a stealth fighter, but a real, thunderous roar of engines. Boom! A colossal transport plane, so large it was almost suffocating, tore through the clouds and came into view. It is not as bulky as a regular Tu-25 transport aircraft. After making a graceful circling maneuver in the air, the giant transport plane surprisingly adopted a vertical takeoff and landing method, slowly descending onto a flat area of the grassland. The powerful airflow ripped the surrounding grass off the ground, and even dozens of cows in the distance were blown about. Did they come all the way from China? Lin Bei glanced at the time. From the time he hung up the phone until now, less than 40 minutes have passed. 40 minutes to fly from China to Australia. He quickly did the calculations in his mind. The straight line distance from China to Australia is at least 7 or 8,000 kilometers. The flight took 40 minutes, which means that the transport plane's average speed was at least an astonishing 12,000 kilometers per hour. Is this a transport plane? Too fast. Lin Bei looked at the transport plane that was still descending vertically and couldn't help but sigh. Previously, delivering a package would take 3 days outside of the Yangtze River Delta region, but now it only takes 40 minutes to deliver across the hemisphere. Is this the benefit brought about by the technological explosion? The rear cargo door of the transport plane slowly opened. A commander wearing an exoskeleton armor led a team of equally well-equipped soldiers, running quickly over. Chapter 154, Chapter 153, Armed War Beasts. Comrade, the supplies have arrived. The commander saluted, his voice booming. Thanks for your hard work. Lin Bei returned the greeting briefly. With plenty of time, he looked curiously at the transport plane behind them and asked, "Is this large aircraft also newly developed?" Yes. The commander's face showed a proud expression. Codenamed Kuanping Generation 1, a suborbital hypersonic transport aircraft. It was developed by tens of thousands of top experts and scientists in China, using the latest engine technology, working day and night to cope with your random global landing points. It has only one mission. The commander looked at Lin Bei with a determined gaze. It's all about providing you with ultra-fast delivery worldwide. No matter where on Earth it lands, even at the South Pole, if you need it, we can deliver the supplies to you within half an hour. Hearing this, Lin Bei nodded. Countless people work day and night just to deliver packages to him. Please thank everyone for me. Lin Bei said solemnly. Are all the supplies inside? They're all here. The commander stepped aside, allowing Lin Bei to see several automated unloading trucks slowly emerging from the belly of the transport plane. Here are the special supplies you requested, a total of 2,000 boxes. Furthermore, these boxes contain weapon systems specifically designed for your behemoth minions. Lin Bei stepped forward and gestured for the soldier to open a box. What comes into view is a massive multi-barrel machine gun with an aesthetically pleasing design that exudes a violent aesthetic. However, the base of this machine gun was not designed to be mounted on a vehicle, but rather to be shaped like a saddle that conforms to the curve of a beast's back. The saddle also features a complex hydraulic shock absorption system and an automatic balancing device. This is a beast-mounted 33mm auto-aiming machine gun. The commander explained from the side. Designed specifically for large creatures, it can be mounted on the backs of various behemoths. Equipped with its own fire control radar and automatic aiming system, once the friend or foe identification is set, the behemoth only needs to run, and it will take care of blasting the enemy into dust. And this too. The commander then pointed to a slightly smaller, streamlined pod next to him. This is an airdrop dispenser prepared for flying behemoths. It can be hung on the bird's leg or belly, and it is loaded with various special explosives. Once you encounter a large-scale enemy attack, simply send a giant bird to fly over, and it will become a real bomber. Looking at these weapons, a culmination of violence and ingenuity, Lin Bei's eyes shone with an alarming intensity. Great, that's wonderful. With these, wouldn't the orcs and the disobedient birds be blasted into the sky? Lin Bei waved his hand, determined to take these treasures with him, even if it meant throwing away some of the less important beef that was originally inside. Without any hesitation, he took all the weapons and equipment, along with the unloading trucks, into the phase space. They left behind a large pile of beef huddled together and some alien-derived yaoli, and other supplies. After collecting the supplies, the commander took a sealed, waterproof document bag from his pocket and handed it to Lin Bei with both hands. Comrade, this is what Elder Li asked me to give to you. Lin Bei took the file bag. Top secret information. This should be the information he mentioned in the phone call earlier, regarding Wang Mang and some suspected time travelers. Lin Bei squeezed the thick file bag, but didn't rush to open it. The current environment is not suitable for reading such confidential documents. Okay, I'll take it. The document bag was carefully placed and stored in the deepest part of the space. 0:05. Time is up. Lin Bei glanced at the countdown and nodded to the commander and soldiers. Let's go. He took Sylvie's small hand. Buzz. A flash of light. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two disappeared into the Australian ranch with this batch of weapons that could change the course of the alien war. Only the Kuanping transport plane, still loading and unloading supplies, and a group of soldiers who stayed behind to finish up stood in the wind. Space-time transformation. Lin Bei and Sylvie reappeared in the familiar cave, their feet on solid ground. I'm home. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the two rings that were laden with gold, and felt completely at ease. This trip to Australia not only yielded a massive amount of meat, but more importantly, it brought back enough heavy firepower to arm the entire base to the teeth. Lin Bei, elder brother. Before the two could even stand still, Li and Su Yao, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, rushed over. Su Yao circled around Lin Bei twice like a puppy. He touched and looked at Lin Bei here and there until he was sure that Lin Bei was not missing a single piece of flesh, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, why did you take so long this time? My sister and I were so worried. Su Yao pouted. Less than 10 minutes after Lin Bei left, Su Yao couldn't continue playing the drone game. Su Li's teaching was also fraught with problems, and she had no heart for teaching. Having traveled to this alien planet for so long, this was the first time Lin Bei had been away from the twins for an hour. The place I went to this time was a bit far, and Lin Bei smiled mysteriously and shook his wrist. What we brought back this time is a real big deal. Big guy. Su Li and Su Yao exchanged a glance, a hint of curiosity flashing in their eyes. Let's go outside and talk. Lin Bei, with his arm around the two women's slender waists, and Sylvie following behind, excitedly walked out of the cave. It was afternoon on that alien planet, and the sun was shining brightly. In the square, the animal-eared girls were busy drying meat jerky, while several feathered Tyrannosaurus dragons were dozing on the ground, creating a peaceful and idyllic scene. Everyone assemble. Lin Bei walked to the center of the square, gathered his strength, and roared. The amplified vocal cord resonance of the sound rolled across the entire camp like muffled thunder. The beast-eared girls were startled and quickly put down what they were doing, gathering around Lin Bei. Even the feathered Tyrannosaurus rex that were sleeping on the ground were awakened by the shout. They groggily raised their big heads, not knowing what had happened. Tyrannosaurus King, bring your minions over here. Lin Bei waved to the security captain, Tyrannosaurus King. Although it didn't know what to do, it obediently got up and, with the other 5 feathered Tyrannosaurus rex, walked over with heavy steps and laid down in a row in front of Lin Bei. They lowered their heads, hot air puffing from their huge nostrils, looking at their tiny owners with some confusion. The show is about to begin. Come out, the ruthless, multi-shot supergiant cannon made of alloy. Lin Bei's thoughts stirred slightly. 6 sets of menacing, futuristic, and violently aesthetically pleasing beast-born 33mm automatic cannon systems appeared out of thin air on the ground. The black metal gun body emitted a cold, icy light, and the thick revolver barrel pointed to the sky, as if it wanted to tear the heavens apart. The heavy, hydraulically damped metal base gives people a sense of indestructible security. And next to it were boxes of bright yellow 33mm cannon shells, each one as thick as a carrot. Although the animal-eared girls didn't understand what it was, the oppressive feeling emanating from the steel creation made them instinctively fearful. Even the feathered Tyrannosaurus were startled by these suddenly appearing behemoths and took a step back, staring warily at these iron lumps. Don't be afraid. This is your new equipment. Lin Bei stepped forward, patted Tyrannosaurus King's leg, and said, "From now on, these will be your tools for making a living. Come on, head down, but sticking up. I'll install it for you." With Lin Bei's reassurance, the feathered Tyrannosaurus dragons quickly accepted these strange body ornaments. The beast-eared girls worked together to lift the heavy machine gun base and place it on the broad back of the feathered Tyrannosaurus. This custom-designed saddle is ingeniously crafted. It utilizes the skeletal structure of the dinosaur's back for support, firmly securing it to the dinosaur's abdomen and chest. It ensured stability without affecting the dinosaur's running and movement. Snap! Snap! With the last few bolts tightened, the machine gun system was officially installed. "Come on, stand up and try walking a few steps." Lin Bei gave the order. Tyrannosaurus King slowly stood up. It swayed its body, seemingly adjusting to the weight on its back. This weight is practically nothing to a giant dinosaur that weighs tens of tons. It would be much heavier to eat a few more bites of meat. Roar! Tyrannosaurus Rex turned its head and looked at the new toy on its back with some curiosity. It seemed to sense that with this thing, it had become even more powerful. That's pretty impressive. Su Yao looked up at the fully armed biotank in front of her, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, can I ride it back to Earth and go for a ride at the comic convention?" Su Li was also shocked. This combination of firepower and mobility makes them a match for even numbers dozens of times greater in complex terrain. That's a must. Lin Bei patted Tyrannosaurus King's thigh with satisfaction. Having guns alone is not enough. You also need ammunition. Load. With the help of the animal-eared girls, the heavy ammunition belts were pressed into the ammunition box. Everything is ready. With guns, there will be bloodshed. Chapters 155 and 154, Weapon Testing. The stealing team returns, bringing bad news. Everything is ready. Lin Bei walked to Tyrannosaurus King's side. With a light leap, he jumped 5 meters high and landed on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back at the auxiliary shooting position. Lin Bei gripped the joystick and aimed the gun at an apple tree in the distance. There is a huge, charred rock there. Test target, the large rock in the distance. After aiming, Lin Bei pressed the fire button. Da-da-da-da-da. The rapid, intense sound of cannon fire erupted instantly, as dense as the beating of drums. The 33mm autocannon spewed out a tongue of fire more than a meter long from its muzzle, and large spent cartridge cases flew out of the ejection port like rain, clattering to the ground. The distant rock suffered. The high explosive warhead struck the rocks, exploding into bursts of dazzling fire and smoke. Hard rocks are like tofu in front of a 33mm shell, instantly blasted to pieces, sending debris flying everywhere. Just a few seconds of gunfire. A regular boulder the size of a large truck has completely disappeared, leaving only a pile of rubble on the ground. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex was startled by the loud noise on its back, but then it saw the destroyed target in the distance. It was stunned. I did it. An unprecedented sense of power filled its mind. The Tyrannosaurus King roared to the sky, his voice filled with an invincible and domineering aura. Previously, it had to rely on its teeth and claws to fight hand-to-hand, but now, it only needs to stand still, and the stones that the dragon hates will disappear. That's true power. The power is not bad. Lin Bei jumped off the dragon's back and patted the Tyrannosaurus King on the head. From now on, if anyone dares to mess with us, you can use this to teach them to be beasts. To reward these well-coordinated guys, Lin Bei opened the phase space again. Dozens of whole cow carcasses, freshly salvaged from Australian ranches and yet to be processed, were thrown in front of the dinosaur. Eat up, this is your reward. Although it contains less energy than the meat you hunt yourself, it's still nice to have a taste. Upon seeing the fresh beef, the eyes of several feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex instantly widened. They ignored the machine guns on their backs, let out a low growl, and pounced to begin their feast. Click, click. One bite, and half a cow is gone. Lin Bei smiled as he looked at the group of guys eating with their mouths greasy. just as everyone was immersed in the joy of upgrading firepower. My lord, my lord. A series of urgent shouts came from the perimeter of the base. Lin Bei turned his head to look. A small group of about a dozen animal-eared girls came rushing out of the forest. Leading the group is Winnie the Pooh, a cute little bear girl with a goofy head. However, Winnie's face no longer held its usual goofy smile. She was covered in mud, and her clothes were torn in several places. Winnie felt very sorry for herself. These were beautiful clothes that the adults had given her. Behind her followed a dozen or so unfamiliar beast-eared girls. These newly arrived beast-eared girls were all tall, but at this moment they were all injured and looked terrified, as if they had just escaped from a concentration camp. The most eye-catching part was the very back of the line. Two beast-eared girls were working together to drag a huge vine net, which was actually dragging two green-skinned orcs who were tightly bound and were still struggling and roaring desperately. Winnie? What's going on? Lin Bei quickly went to meet him, his brows furrowed. He remembered that Winnie had led a team of thieves on a mission today, so how did he end up in such a sorry state? They also brought back two orcs alive. Grown-ups. Winnie ran up to Lin Bei, and before she could even speak, her eyes were already red. With a loud wah, the usually incredibly strong little bear girl burst into tears. Little bear, don't cry, tell me slowly. Su quickly stepped forward and took out a handkerchief to wipe the mud off her face. Sir, we're going to a small tribe in that direction to rescue people today. Everything was going smoothly at first. We rescued these dozen or so women. But Winnie's voice choked, and a trace of grief and admiration flashed in his eyes. When we retreated, there was a new fox-eared girl in the group, Xiao, who suddenly turned around and went back to the orc tribe. She ran back by herself. Why? Su couldn't help but ask. Winnie tremblingly pulled something covered in blood from his pocket and handed it to Lin Bei. It is a silver phase bracelet. Because of this, Winnie cried as she spoke. Before leaving, Xiao said that she was useless, and all she could think about was eating delicious roasted meat. She didn't want to cause trouble for the adults she was about to meet. Moreover, Xiao knows that the chief of the orc tribe has a bracelet that can store items, which is the same sacred object that the adult has. So she wanted to steal this sacred object as a gift for the adults. She got it, but on her way out, Winnie pointed to the two hideous green monsters in the net. These two orcs have discovered us. When we rushed back, we only found the bracelet in the remaining animal skin clothing. Our little Gio has been swallowed whole by them. Chapter 156, Chapter 155, Pengu. Minor injuries can be healed. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's face turned deathly pale, then flushed red with a rush of blood to her head. How could they do this? That's so mean. She did it to find a gift for her brother. Su was also trembling with anger, her delicate eyes glaring fiercely at the two orcs. Brute. They wished they could get rid of those two orcs immediately. Compared to the two women's intense reactions, Lin Bei remained unusually quiet. He took the bloodstained bracelet and gently stroked the still wet bloodstains on it. Being able to use a phase bracelet means that the gene purity is at least 30%. This is a rare talent among the beast-eared girl race. She was also a foolish girl who was willing to give her life to repay a debt of gratitude. Lin Bei didn't say anything, but simply overwrote the permissions on the bracelet. Buzz. A flash of pale golden light appeared, and the blood-stained silver bracelet quickly shrank, transforming into an exquisite ring that slipped onto Lin Bei's bare finger. High-level gene authentication was detected. Permission override successful. Phase space expansion in progress. Expansion complete. Current available space, 1,000 cubic meters. Lin Bei's consciousness swept across the interior of the space. The originally flat space of only 100 cubic meters, 10 by 10 by 1, was instantly expanded. The originally cramped space was filled with all sorts of messy things. There was dried animal meat, unidentified wild fruits, bundles of herbs, and many other miscellaneous items. These must be treasures that the orc tribe leader kept hidden away. When needed, he would force Xiao to store or retrieve the items. Now, everything, along with the bracelet, has fallen into Lin Bei's hands. Normally, Lin Bei would definitely be excited and search around to see if there were any unexpected surprises. But now, looking at these things, he felt a tightness in his chest. I'm not in the mood to watch. Lin Bei withdrew his thoughts, directly severing his connection with the space. He slowly raised his head and looked at the two orcs who were still struggling in the net, with blood still around their mouths. For a moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Lin Bei didn't yell or fly into a rage. It just seemed like the temperature around him dropped a few degrees. Sylvie stood beside her master, feeling the bone-chilling cold emanating from him. But she wasn't afraid. On the contrary, her golden vertical pupils shone brightly at this moment, and an unprecedented surge of heat welled up in her chest. "Sir, you are angry with us." "I'm angry at us, the beast-eared girls who were once considered worthless and could be sacrificed at any time." Looking at Lin Bei's indifferent profile, Sylvie felt nothing but endless emotion and fervor. In this cruel world, no one has ever cared about their lives so much. Following an adult like that, even death would be worthwhile. "Drag them out." Lin Bei's voice was soft, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. "Tie it to the tree stump over there." "Yes." The enraged beast-eared girls swarmed forward and roughly dragged the two still-roaring beast men to a charred tree stump 100 meters away, where they tied them to their deaths. Lin Bei remained expressionless, turned around, and walked step by step toward the Tyrannosaurus King, lying to the side. He calmly jumped onto the dragon's back and sat back in the manual firing position for the machine gun. With both hands gripping the control lever, the cannon slowly rotated, locking onto the two orcs. "Yao Yao." Lin Bei didn't turn around, but called out softly, "Yes, brother." "Record the entire following footage." Lin Bei's voice was icy. "Don't overlook a single detail. This is what happens to those who mess with me. If I have the chance in the future, I want to show this video to all the orcs on this planet." Although Su Yao was still angry, she immediately raised the tablet computer in her hand. Yes. The very sentimental Su Yao wiped her eyes and turned on the high-definition recording mode. There was no nonsense, no words of judgment. Lin Bei's finger gently pulled the trigger. Boom! The flames of vengeance burst forth. The roar of machine guns once again echoed through the sky, but this time, it was not for an exercise, but for revenge. Orange-red flames spewed out wildly, and high-explosive incendiary bombs, like angry fire meteors, instantly covered the tree stump where the orc was tied. Roar! The orcs who were shouting just a second ago were engulfed in a sea of fire and explosions the next second. Their supposedly tough skin and muscles are as fragile as paper in the face of modern heavy weapons. The bullets easily tore their bodies apart. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and severed limbs scattered in the blast wave. With just a few bullets, the charred tree stump, as thick as 5 people could hug, was blown in two, but Lin Bei kept firing until his ammunition belt was empty before he stopped. The two orcs tied to the tree simply vanished without a trace. All that remained was a pile of still-burning charcoal, emitting the acrid smell of burning flesh and blood. Lin Bei released the trigger, the muzzle still emitting blue smoke. Su Yao also pressed the stop recording button, her face full of relief. The anger in everyone's eyes subsided slightly as they looked at the still-burning dead tree in the distance. This is the price, Lin Bei said coldly, which made all the beast-eared girls present feel an unprecedented sense of security. At this moment, as they looked at Lin Bei sitting high on the dinosaur's back, their admiration grew even more fervent. These are their adults. Not only can they provide them with food and clothing, but they can also unleash their thunderous wrath upon each of their sisters, even those newcomers who haven't yet had a chance to pledge allegiance. Lin Bei jumped off the dragon's back and walked to the vine net that Winnie had brought back. There was something else in the corner of the net bag. Those were the heads of the fox-eared sisters that the beastmen hadn't had time to finish eating. Lin Bei took a deep breath and gently picked it up. This is a huge, still-grown fox-eared girl's head. She was beautiful, with long, fiery red hair. Even stained with mud and blood, her exquisite features remained undeniable. He was just too thin, with sunken cheeks, which showed that he had suffered a lot in his life. Her eyes were closed and her brows were slightly furrowed. The pain of dying was frozen on his face. What a pity. Lin Bei gently stroked her blood-stained fox ears, his voice slightly hoarse. I already got the bracelet, and I was about to start living a good life. To die before dawn must have been incredibly painful. Winnie said your name is Xiaojio, is that right? Lin Bei did not hand her over to the beast-eared women for cremation. He held the enormous head in his arms, then turned to Su Li and Sylvie and spoke. Xiaoli, you can clean up here. I'm going up the mountain. Inside the Panga laboratory, Lin Bei carefully placed the head of the beast-eared girl named Xiaojio on the pristine, white laboratory table. Pangu. Lin Bei's voice echoed in the empty hall. Can he be saved in this condition? The orb of light flickered, and a beam of blue light swept across the remains on the experimental table. Scan complete. The experimental subject had lost vital signs, had partial brain tissue loss, and 95% of its body was missing. Penga's cold voice rang out, but what he said next made Lin Bei shudder. The administrator replied, "This is a minor injury." Minor injury? Lin Bei's eyes widened. Only a head is left, and it's only slightly injured? Yes. According to our laboratory database, there are 523 mature repair solutions for this type of biological damage. Option 1. Cloning and regeneration. Extract genes, cultivate a completely new body, and transcribe brain memories. Option 2. Mechanical ascension. Preserve brain tissue and connect it to a mechanical prosthetic body. Option 3. Recommendation. Bioremodeling. Utilizing gene modulation slots, a perfect body can be remodeled using the existing brain as the core. Omit. Amazing, you even saved that. Lin Bei clenched his fist in excitement. Then let's use option 3. Let's start now. However, Penga's light suddenly turned into a warning yellow. Warning, low energy. Bioremodeling requires a large amount of high-purity bioenergy and the maintenance of the force field. Current remaining energy in the laboratory, 0.002%. Minimum energy requirement to start this program, 0.01%. 0.01%. Looking at the number, Lin Bei's burning passion cooled down a bit, but the light in his eyes became even more resolute. That means we still need 5 times the energy, and we still need to go to the main star. Pengu. Lin Bei gave the order. Activate the cryogenic hibernation chamber and seal Xiao Jiu away for me. Protect the memory and vitality of this brain with the highest standards. Administrator command confirmed. Hibernation pod activated. With the sound of machinery running, a transparent chamber filled with pale blue liquid rose up and slowly swallowed Xiao Jiu's head. Lin Bei looked through the glass at the fox-eared girl floating in the liquid, as if she were just asleep. Go to sleep, little animal-eared girl. He said this silently to himself. I'll wake you up once I've gathered enough energy. Then you will be able to eat meat and live a good life with your sisters. After saying that, Lin Bei resolutely turned around and strode out of the laboratory. At this moment, his thirst for energy reached its peak.